The Apocalypse Descends is an enigmatic game in which only a select few can participate. Every week, players are transported to a world that closely resembles reality, where they must endure an apocalyptic experience. In this world, each player can draw a skill, and their mission is to survive. Muchinyu unexpectedly becomes a player in The Apocalypse Descends, drawing the SSS-level prophetic skill, the Eye of Death, which allows him to witness the moments leading up to his own demise. Chapter 1. The Apocalypse Descends game ***. Son, come out for breakfast. A throbbing pain engulfs my head. Where am I? Who is calling me? Muchinyu clutches his aching head, his body trembling uncontrollably. Before his eyes, a hazy figure flickers, extending a hand toward him. He strives to grasp it, but the figure retreats further and further away. Son, hurry out for breakfast. A gentle female voice resonates once more, drawing nearer to him. This voice seems to belong to his mother. Yet, there is something distinctly unsettling about it. As the beautiful image fades from his mind, he opens his bleary eyes to survey his familiar bedroom, instinctively replying, "Mom, just put the breakfast on the table. I'll eat in." A moment, creak. Suddenly, his mother swings open the door, revealing an eerie, seemingly forced smile. "Son, why are you still in bed?" Muchinyu finds his mother's demeanor peculiar, but returns the smile. "Mom, don't worry about me. I'll get up and eat soon." However, the moment he smiles, his mother's expression transforms into something sinister and terrifying. "Son, it turns out you are a sheep." A mechanical tone escapes her lips. "What sheep?" Muchinyu instinctively retorts. But then, he witnesses a horrifying transformation in her face, which shifts to a sickly green hue at an alarming rate. This green is not a pallid shade, but resembles the vibrant color of spinach, as if covered in a layer of green dye. Seeing this change, he cannot help but ask, "Mother, what is happening? Why has your face changed like this?" Hiss! A strange sound emanates from his mother's mouth, and then Muchinyu is confronted with a ghastly sight. Foamy substances begin to ooze from her mouth, her complexion growing increasingly pallid, while her eyes seem on the verge of popping out of their sockets. Thud! Indeed, they popped out. Like a spring, her eyes sprang forth, tethered only by sinewy strands of flesh, seemingly preventing them from falling to the ground. As this surreal scene unfolds before him, Muchinyu feels his mind momentarily collapse. Suddenly, creak! Mother lunges towards the bed. Her hands, now a sickly shade of blue, grip his neck tightly. Muchinyu is caught off guard, and before he can react, her powerful hands constrict around his throat with relentless force, threatening to snap it. Ugh! He struggles to speak, gasping for breath. Yet, no matter how he writhes, he cannot escape his impending doom. In those final moments, he faintly perceives tufts of dark hair sprouting from his mother's cheeks. Creak! His neck snaps under the immense pressure. Muchinyu meets his end. Cough, cough, cough. In the same bedroom, Muchinyu bolts upright in bed, instinctively reaching for the neck that had just been broken. But his neck is intact, smooth. He breathes heavily, rattled by the vividness of what just transpired. It felt entirely real, as if his mother had indeed morphed into a monstrous creature with green hair, reaching out to snap his neck. He raises his gaze and surveys the familiar surroundings of his room. This is his bedroom, their home. Wait, how did he return home? Wasn't he at university in another city? He jolts in realization, desperately trying to recall the events leading up to his awakening. He remembers confessing to a girl he fancied in the afternoon, only to be swiftly rejected. He then went to a barbecue stall with his roommates to drink away his sorrows. The subsequent events are a blur, but he distinctly recalls drinking near the university. How did he wake up hundreds of kilometers away from campus? Confounded, he reflects on the horrifying images from before his death. Ding! Suddenly, a clear mechanical voice echoes in his mind. Before him appears a luminous screen inscribed with crimson text. Welcome, host, to the Apocalypse Descends game. The purpose of this game is to allow players to experience sensations previously unknown in reality. The game entails all participants will randomly engage in a global apocalypse scenario each week, set in a parallel world that is 100% identical to Blue Star. Events in the parallel world will not affect reality. Host information is as follows. Name, Muchinyu. Total participation in Apocalypse Descends, 0. Special abilities, none. Revival coins, 0. Note, this game grants new players a free revival coin, which allows them to either exit the apocalypse or rewind time to 5 minutes prior to their death. The latter option cannot be used if other players are nearby. Otherwise, it is assumed they have opted to exit and return to reality. Lottery chances. 1. Welcome to the Apocalypse Descends game. that we wish you an enjoyable experience. Muchinyu. He realizes he has seemingly traversed into a game called Apocalypse Descends. But how did he inexplicably find himself in this peculiar apocalypse game? Wasn't he drinking with his 3 roommates? Did he drink too much and hallucinate? Moreover, considering the game's description, there should be others participating, and as a novice, he possesses a revival coin that allows him to leave at any time. Wait, where is the revival coin? He stares at the screen displaying revival coins. 0, feeling utterly despondent. This implies that his death at the hands of Mother was not a dream, but a grim reality. In that moment, he had indeed died, automatically using the revival coin, and the game assumed he had chosen to remain in the apocalypse, opting to rewind time 5 minutes. Oh no, what a cruel twist. How will he navigate this game and emerge victorious? As he contemplates his predicament, "Son, come out for breakfast." His mother's unfamiliar, gentle voice resonates from outside the room. Yet, to him, her voice carries a chilling, sinister undertone. Upon hearing this ominous summons, Muchinyu finally comprehends why he felt something was amiss when he first heard his mother's words. Because his mother has never addressed him in such a gentle tone. This is not his mother. To be precise, this is not his mother from reality. "Son, hurry out for breakfast." As he hesitates, his mother's gentle voice rings out once more from beyond the door. He could even hear his mother's footsteps approaching the door of his bedroom, as if she were about to open his door at any moment. Chapter 2. The Eye of Death. I can see my own demise hearing the sound of his mother's voice growing ever closer to the door. A fierce instinct for survival compelled Muchinyu to concoct a strategy in his mind. How had he perished just moments ago? Ah, yes. He seemed to have merely smiled at his mother, only for her to strangle him to death. The thought caused the corners of his mouth to twitch. He no longer had the luxury of contemplating how to return to reality or whether he could at all. He needed to focus on how to survive before his mother transformed into a green-haired monster. Indeed, his mother had maintained an unsettlingly artificial smile. Creak. The door echoed ominously. His mother's eerie, gentle voice resonated once more. "Son, why haven't you gotten up for breakfast?" A palpable sense of danger enveloped the air, making it difficult for Muchinyu to breathe. This time, he possessed no resurrection coin. If his mother were to kill him again, it would be the end for him. His mind raced, replaying the mechanical smile of his mother. If one were to liken her false grin to something, it would resemble the smile of a toy robot from a shop, artificial, evoking an unsettling, chilling sensation. Thud. One of his mother's feet had already crossed the threshold of the door. In a moment of dire urgency, Muchinyu instantly donned that same false smile. Raising his gaze to his mother, "I'll be there for breakfast, mother." His voice emerged cold and devoid of emotion. Yet, upon closer inspection, a slight tremor could be detected in his tone. His mother paused. Muchinyu stared at the non-human creature before him, an entity that bore an uncanny resemblance to his mother, his expression rigidly maintaining the forced smile while his fingers clutched the bed tightly. 2 full minutes elapsed before his mother's frozen expression resumed its eerie, artificial smile. "Son, do come out for breakfast soon. Mother has to go to work." With that, she retreated, facing Muchinyu. As she reached the doorway, she turned back. "Son, we're having fish for lunch. Remember to buy 2 at the market." "Of course, mother." Muchinyu replied, keeping the same strained smile, his tone rigid. Only then did she nod, and, as she left, she casually closed the door behind her. Once his mother had departed, Muchinyu instinctively longed to exhale in relief. However, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a shadow lingering at the partially closed door. His mother was still outside. This horrifying tableau nearly shattered his composure. Summoning every ounce of strength, he forced himself to maintain that eerie, artificial expression, sitting on the bed, reluctant to rise. The shadow at the door continued to loom, unwavering in its presence. This situation persisted for approximately 5 minutes. Just as Muchinyu began to doubt his own perception of the shadow, it was only then that the shadow silently vanished from the doorway. His mother had finally departed. Muchinyu exhaled a profound sigh of relief, gasping for air. He dared not approach the door, for should he open it and find his mother's disingenuous smile, he would surely be terrified to death. Having narrowly escaped danger, he finally had the opportunity to examine his system. The system introduced itself as the game Doomsday Descends. This implied that within this blue planet, akin to reality, there existed a foreign apocalypse. However, this apocalypse was random, and at present, he was unaware of its nature. Yet, drawing from his previous experience of death, he could vaguely surmise that this doomsday was closely linked to his mother transforming into that green-haired monster. So what kind of apocalypse was this? He also noted a message on the system interface. Lottery chances. Won a lottery? What could this entail? Perhaps a beginner's gift pack? A glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes. Ding. Every novice is granted a single opportunity to draw a lottery ticket, with a guaranteed reward of A grade or above. The host may now proceed with the draw. Draw, draw, draw. Muchini exclaimed eagerly, wishing for a powerful skill, preferably an extraordinary ability. If he were to encounter that green-haired monster impersonating his mother again, he would simply send her flying with a single punch. Ding. The lottery commenced. Before Muchini, a colossal wheel suddenly appeared, adorned with the tiers SSS, SS, S, and A. Subsequently, the wheel began to spin wildly. Muchini fixated intently on the SSS tier, fervently wishing, oh heavens, it must land on SSS. If I can draw SSS, I would endure 20 years of singlehood. Perhaps it was the power of his hope, for the pointer on the wheel indeed landed on the SSS position. Muchini exclaimed, oh heavens, I was merely jesting. You cannot truly make me single for 20 years. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the SSS level skill, Eye of Death. Eye of Death. The host can glimpse the scene of their next demise through the Eye of Death. Cooldown within this dungeon, 60 minutes. Reality cooldown, 7 days. To see the scene of his next death? Muchini's curiosity was piqued, and he tentatively uttered, use Eye of Death? No sooner had the words left his lips than he felt as though his very soul was being drawn away, as if pulled into another realm. He found himself inhabiting the body of another person. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Was that the sound of a clock? Before him gradually materialized the image of a clock. Its hour hand positioned between 11 and 12, while the minute hand rested at the bottom, pointing directly at 6. Was it truly 11:30? Wait, was that not the clock from his own home? His gaze descended, revealing the television beneath the clock, also a familiar fixture in his abode. Just as Muchini found himself perplexed by this surreal scenario, a cacophony of unlocking echoed from the front door, followed by the unmistakable sound of it swinging open. His attention was drawn to his mother, who approached with a mechanical, eerie smile, inquiring, son, where's the fish I asked you to buy? Chapter 3. Indeed. You are a sheep. Son, where's the fish I asked you to buy? His mother's voice resonated hauntingly in Muchini's perspective. A wave of dread surged within him. This viewpoint was none other than his own. More accurately, it was the perspective of his future self. The emotions he experienced were those that would arise in the moment of that tragic event. Mother, I forgot. He struggled to maintain his composure. Forgot? His mother's smile, reminiscent of artificial intelligence, faltered, contorting into a sinister expression. Son, it appears you are indeed a sheep. Her voice, devoid of warmth, echoed ominously. At that moment, the observing Muchini felt an icy chill sweep through him. The mother before him suddenly extended her pale, ashen hands, gripping tightly around the neck of his future self. She transformed once more into that green-haired monstrosity, her eyes popping out in horror. Crack! A wave of suffocating agony washed over him. The future self perished. As his thoughts gradually coalesced, Muchini collapsed onto his bed, gasping for breath. He had returned to reality, the visceral sensation of the earlier scene dissipating. And he was still alive. Was this the Eye of Death? A lingering dread filled his mind as he pondered whether that vivid image represented the outcome of his demise. The Eye of Death truly deserved its SSS rank. The immersive experience had led him to believe he had faced death anew. He compelled himself to regain his composure, meticulously reflecting on the first-person perspective he had just witnessed. The death of his future self occurred at 11:30, coinciding with his mother's return home. Upon discovering his failure to procure the fish, she resorted to violence. The conditions for his death were clear. He must acquire the fish before his mother returned home. However, knowing himself, it was hardly surprising that his future self met such a fate. Upon realizing the perilous nature of his world, he would undoubtedly refrain from recklessly leaving the temporary sanctuary of home. Thus, he failed to buy the fish before 11:30, falling victim to his mother's wrath. The only viable options before him were limited. He could remain at home, ensuring his safety while his mother was away, as the house would be unoccupied. Another option is to report my mother, this monster, to the authorities. However, this second choice carries significant risk, for he remains uncertain about the number of green-haired creatures that exist in this apocalyptic world. Son, I'm heading out to work now. At this moment, his mother's voice resonated from outside the door. Startled from his contemplation, Muchini quickly replied in a stiff voice, all right. Shortly thereafter, he heard the sound of her footsteps and the door closing behind her as she left the house. Yet, recalling the previous incident of his mother standing at the threshold of his room, he refrained from immediately stepping outside. Instead, he lingered in his room for a full half hour before finally pushing open the door to exit. Upon reaching the living room, his gaze instinctively fell upon the clock on the television. 9:32. The time was 9:32, and there remained only 2 hours until his mother returned. Furthermore, his death I would be ready to cool down in half an hour, precisely at 10:02. The fish market was over 2 kilometers from home, making the round trip approximately 5 kilometers. Even if he jogged, it would take him more than half an hour. Thus, he had but one opportunity to utilize the death eye. If he used it again at 11:02, he would have no time left to purchase the fish. Failing to procure the fish, coupled with the fact that the 3 uses of the death eye yielded no useful information, would inevitably lead to his demise at the hands of his mother. He had only a single chance for error. Should the second use of the death eye provide no revelations, he must venture out to buy the fish. With this thought in mind, he took a deep breath, prepared himself, and sat on the sofa, watching the clock on the television tick away slowly. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. He lost track of how long had passed. Finally, the clock struck 10:02. Muccini promptly declared, "Use the death eye." The sensation of his soul being siphoned away surged once more. It felt as though he was being extracted from his body, and moments later, he found himself inhabiting another's form. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a phone ringing echoed in his ears as he once again entered the observational perspective. "Hello, this is the XX Street Police Department," came the formal voice of a woman on the other end. "Hurry and apprehend my mother. She is a monster, a green-haired creature." The voice of his future self rushed forth, detailing, "She is currently employed at the Huizhou textile factory, named by Xiaomei, aged 49. The urgency in his tone conveyed the full extent of his mother's identity. "What?" The police officer's voice momentarily wavered in confusion. "I told you, apprehend my mother. She is a monster." After this outburst, the tone shifted. "Of course, I can come to your police station as well, but you must ensure my safety." Upon uttering this, there was a brief pause on the other end of the line. "Xiao Chun, hand me the phone." Muccini faintly discerned a male voice from the other side. In the next moment, his phone rang, and the voice on the other end spoke. "Hello, sir. You mentioned over the phone that your mother has transformed into a monster. Is that correct? Who are you?" The future entity inquired cautiously. "I am Zhang Qian, the chief of the Public Security Bureau on XX Street." The man replied in a gentle tone after introducing himself. "If it is not too much trouble, could you please come to our bureau to elaborate on the situation? However, if you feel that your life is in danger, we can dispatch officers to assist you." After hearing Zhang Qian's words, the onlooker, Muccini, exhaled in relief. It seemed that the police were indeed good people. Yet, he soon became perplexed as the Eye of Death had revealed to him the event of his impending demise. What would this death entail? Subsequently, he heard the future entity respond, "Yes, you may send officers to my residence at Unit 202, Building 5, Tumbleflower Garden." "Very well, sir. We shall arrive in 3 minutes. Please stay in contact with us," came the reply before the call ended. The future entity anxiously awaited in the room. A few minutes later, he heard the blaring of sirens at the entrance. The police had arrived. Moments later, there was a knock at the door. The future entity approached and opened it to reveal 2 smiling male officers. However, an unsettling feeling washed over him as the smiles of these 2 officers bore an uncanny resemblance to his mother's smile, a disingenuous, hollow grin, as if they had employed the same template. "Hello, are you the one who reported a monster?" one of the officers inquired with a grin. "It wasn't me," the future entity replied, growing increasingly anxious, shaking his head vehemently. "You have the wrong address. Please leave." Upon hearing his words, the 2 officers' smiles morphed into something sinister, their faces gradually sprouting green fur. "Indeed, you are a sheep." Chapter 4. Is Xiao Chun human? With that, the eyes of the 2 officers bulged out. In mere seconds, they transformed into grotesque green monsters and lunged towards Muccini. The outcome was evident. The future entity met his demise. Muccini jolted upright from his bed, gasping for breath, his face etched with terror, the remnants of pain and fear from his recent death lingering in his eyes. He had perished once more. Even the policemen, who were supposed to embody safety, had morphed into such abominable creatures. How many monsters lurked in this world? Why had even the police succumbed to such a transformation? A disquieting thought crept into his mind. What if everyone in the world, aside from him and those players, had turned into monsters? As this realization dawned upon him, fear began to envelop him. With so many monsters around, could he ever return to the realm of reality? Although the Eye of Death was an SSS-level skill, it had yet to provide him with any means of escape from this predicament. Having exhausted both opportunities to utilize the Eye of Death with a margin for error, he faced the necessity of venturing outside to procure fish, a task that would consume more than half an hour. Before the next activation of the Eye of Death, he must embark on this errand. The thought of the myriad green-haired monsters lurking outside sent shivers through his very cells. However, remaining indoors would yield the same fate as his initial encounter with the Eye of Death, a path leading to demise. A growl emanated from his stomach, a stark reminder of his hunger. Instinctively, He placed a hand on his abdomen and gazed at the table where his mother had prepared warm milk and bread for him. Just as in the reality of his home, his mother would dutifully serve him warm milk and bread every morning. Yet, could he consume this fare? He pinched the bread, finding it indistinguishable from what he knew. Pouring out the milk revealed a creamy liquid, fragrant and inviting, signifying that this milk, too, posed no issue. Yet, uncertainty lingered. Would partaking in this breakfast trigger the conditions for death? There lay another possibility. Abstaining from this meal might itself invoke the conditions for demise. Much like the first encounter with the Eye of Death, where his failure to heed his mother's advice to buy fish resulted in his demise at her hands. Would neglecting his breakfast also lead to a similar fate? Contemplating this, Mucini could not help but wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes. His life had become a precarious tightrope walk, fraught with difficulties. It felt as if every choice he made led to a dead end. Ultimately, he resolved to consume the breakfast. Though this was an apocalyptic game, surely it could not deny him any chance of survival, leaving players to perish from starvation. Moreover, these monsters were adept at mimicking humans. If they sought to deceive the unwary players, it seemed unlikely they would falter in their provision of sustenance. After his meal, he refrained from hastily exiting his room, opting instead to remain and reflect upon the images replayed during his last encounter with the Eye of Death. In the first replay, he noted the time on the clock, confirming his moment of death at 11:30, coinciding with his mother's return home. The reason was clear. He had failed to procure fish. In the second replay, he did not immediately enter the perspective of death, but first observed a phone call he made, revealing that he had been killed by those transformed into monsters, police officers, after alerting them. The durations of the two death replays varied significantly. The first replay lasted approximately 2 to 3 minutes, while the second extended for around 10 minutes. In this second replay, the sequence included the police receiving his call, dispatching a patrol car, and the ensuing actions of two officers culminating in his death, all unfolding over a span of roughly 10 minutes. Why did the second replay not commence directly within his home, where two uniformed monsters would slay him? Instead, it began earlier. At the moment he initiated the call for help, he speculated whether the death replay aimed to convey the reasons for his demise through an extended timeline, using two vivid scenes, convey to him the reasons that led to his demise. For instance, during the first replay of his death, his mother requested him to buy fish, yet he failed to procure it before her return at 11:30. In the second instance, it was his decision to report to the police that triggered the creatures at the station to ascertain his humanity, prompting them to send individuals to eliminate him. Admittedly, this rationale seems somewhat tenuous. Even if the replay of his death commenced with two monster-clad officers slaying him, he would still connect his death to his act of reporting the incident, rendering the need for a detailed portrayal of the police's arrival and subsequent actions unnecessary. The duration of the second replay extended to approximately 10 minutes, considerably longer than the first. What could account for this additional time? He began to meticulously recall the events experienced during the death replay. Apart from the two transformed male officers, at the onset of the replay, when he dialed for help, he encountered a woman referred to as Xiao Chun. However, upon his assertion that his mother was a monster, her voice fell silent. In her stead, a man identifying himself as Director Zhang Qian took over the call. Upon hearing his account, Zhang Qian quickly discerned his human identity and dispatched two monster officers to hunt him down. But what of the woman named Xiao Chun? When she learned of his encounter with the monsters, she initially expressed confusion, subsequently falling silent until Zhang Qian seized the call. Upon examining the game interface, he discovered the existence of other players within this realm. Xiao Qian's initial response suggested ignorance of the monster's existence. Could she, in fact, be human, or perhaps another player? Hypothetically, if she were a player and her real-world occupation coincidentally aligned with that of a police officer, it would imply her recent arrival in this world to undertake her duties. Given her adept disguise, she had likely evaded detection by the authorities until his prior call in the latest replay. Was this Xiao Chun truly human? His gaze flickered with uncertainty. With but one life remaining, a misstep would lead to his demise. If Xiao Chun were indeed human, the revelation of her humanity stemmed from the visuals in the death replay. Was the Eye of Death intentionally revealing this pivotal information? He pondered deeply. Should he seek to connect with the seemingly human Xiao Chun, or would returning home with the fish to appease his mother yield a higher chance of success? Undeniably, even if he brought the fish home, coexisting with such monsters, and even sharing meals with them, would undoubtedly heighten the risk of exposing his humanity. Chapter 5. Monsters Abound. Mucini pondered for a moment and ultimately resolved to take the risk of meeting Xiao Chun. In this apocalyptic game, players ought to band together for warmth. This is not a survival horror scenario where slaying fellow human players offers any advantage. He donned his attire and prepared to depart from what he called home. However, before exiting the room, He paused at the window to survey the surroundings. The environment outside mirrored that of his own home, in this parallel universe. Aside from the presence of those monsters, everything remained indistinguishable from reality. Yet, the existence of these creatures rendered the world perilously fraught with danger. After observing for a while, he stood before the mirror, mimicking the grotesque smiles that those monsters wore when masquerading as humans. This eerie, artificial grin was a hallmark of all monsters, and he needed to blend into their ranks. After practicing for several minutes, he massaged his somewhat stiff cheeks and pushed open the door to his room. Maintaining his facade, he exited his home. Within the community, a few individuals ambled about, and he deliberately scrutinized them. These people were once his neighbors, some of whom he could even name. However, upon noticing the disingenuous smiles on their faces, he instinctively recoiled from their presence. These were monsters. Although one cannot definitively ascertain whether someone is a monster or a human merely by their expressions, since even humans dwelling in this monster-infested realm might choose to disguise themselves, the prevalence of monsters was evidently significant. He dared not gamble on any individual. What difference was there between this and the chance of a revolver misfiring when aimed at a target? He had no intention of directly visiting the police station mentioned by Director Zhang Qian within the death replay. After all, he was uncertain of Xiao Chen's appearance, and he could not access the dispatcher's area. Ordinary citizens were only permitted in the police station's service hall, barred from entering the operational zones. Thus, how could he arrange to meet Xiao Chen? The time was 10:24. If he could not encounter Xiao Chen, he would need to hurry to procure some fish. Upon leaving the community, he once again encountered pedestrians adorned with phony smiles. As a solitary human traversing the street, he was enveloped in an unsettling sensation. It felt as though he had entered a version of Blue Star dominated by artificial intelligence, where humanity had devolved into a puppet-like existence. Time was still abundant. So he first visited a large supermarket, where, amidst the bizarre atmosphere, he purchased a lighter and a bundle of sparklers. Upon further observation, he stumbled upon an intriguing revelation. The monsters here seemed to be enacting human lives. If one disregarded their expressions, the tones of their conversations and behaviors bore no distinction from reality. Why did these monsters choose to imitate humans? What benefits could they possibly derive from such mimicry? Behind these monsters, is there a puppet master lurking? The information he has gathered is currently insufficient to uncover the truth behind this apocalypse. He requested a black bag in which he placed a lighter and a sparkler. He hailed a cab at the supermarket entrance. "Driver, take me to the Longang factory," he instructed. Almost immediately, Mu Chini noticed the driver casting a fleeting glance at him through the rearview mirror, a peculiar, disingenuous smile gracing his face. Could this driver also be a monster? Nevertheless, he had developed a certain immunity to such encounters and returned the forced smile. "Young man, the Longang factory burned down a decade ago. People died there, and not a single soul remains. What business do you have there?" The driver inquired, his emotionless gaze persistently scrutinizing Mu Chini through the mirror. This behavior was decidedly abnormal. Typically, taxi drivers either avoid looking at their passengers altogether or merely glance at them once before diverting their attention. Even if the passenger were exceptionally attractive, a taxi driver would not repeatedly observe them. This was not normal conduct. Mu Chini sensed an overwhelming sense of danger rising within him, despite the driver's unchanged expression. After a 2-second pause, he coolly remarked, "Driver, do I have something on my face? You've been looking back at me quite a bit." Although he was questioning, the driver's artificial smile remained unaltered. "I apologize. I was merely curious about your purpose at the Longang factory," the driver replied, ceasing his observations. "That's none of your concern," Mu Chini retorted, a feigned smile plastered on his face, yet his tone was frosty. After speaking, he secretly sighed in relief. His suspicions had proven correct. All the monsters here were programmed to mimic normal human behavior, and any irrationality was a test. Had he allowed the driver to scrutinize him unabated, the driver would undoubtedly have questioned his integrity. As a typical passenger would have voiced a warning or reminder when faced with such an impolite driver. Allowing the driver to observe him without restraint would certainly imply guilt. Thus, he had chosen to confront the driver in order to validate his identity as an ordinary passenger. He had nothing to hide, which is why he acted as he did, dispelling the driver's suspicions. This was akin to the probing from his mother at home. She had never treated him with such gentleness, so when she softly called him for breakfast that morning, it was a test. Her profound understanding of him meant that, before her, now transformed into a monster, he was full of flaws. Ding! Upon reaching their destination, the driver came to a halt, turning to him with a peculiar smile. "That will be 12 yuan, WeChat, or Alipay." Mu Chini remained silent for a moment. After a pause, he spoke softly. "The police station is less than 3 kilometers from here, and you dare to charge me 12 yuan? In Jiangcheng, where his parents resided, prices were relatively modest. The starting fare for a taxi was 7 yuan, and given the distance, it was evident that the fare could not amount to 12 yuan. If this taxi were not an illegal one, then the driver's demand was merely a second test of his character. Haha, just kidding. The starting fare of 7 yuan will suffice. The driver chuckled heartily, though his stiff and eerie smile remained, leaving an unsettling impression. After settling the fare, Mu Chenyi swiftly exited the cab that had made him so uncomfortable. Were it not for the pressing time, he would have resolutely avoided riding in such a vehicle. Notably, the balance in his WeChat account mirrored that of reality, as this apocalyptic game imposed no deductions in financial matters. Upon disembarking, he beheld an abandoned factory standing before him. Glancing at the time on his phone, it read 10:52. He had 10 minutes left to activate the third eye of death. He closed his eyes, pondering how to engage in conversation with Xiao Chun without arousing suspicion from those monstrous beings, particularly without knowing her name or appearance. After a brief contemplation, he dialed the number. Beep, beep, beep. Chapter 6. The Demon Murder Case. Hello, this is the XX Street Police Department. A familiar female voice responded. Mu Chenyi recognized it as Xiao Chen's voice and felt a wave of relief. Hello, it's me, the one who reported the incident. He began thoughtfully. Officer Chun, may I tell you a story? On the other end, Xiao Chen responded with confusion. How do you know my surname is Chun? Once, there was a couple living in blissful harmony, blessed with a son, Mu Chenyi continued, disregarding her question. However, one fateful day, their teenage boy was brutally murdered by 3 malevolent classmates and concealed within the walls of a factory's waste storage. The couple reported their son missing. Yet after months of searching, the police had found no trace of him. Just as despair began to overwhelm the parents, a tip-off reached the police station. It was from a warehouse supervisor at the factory, who, while clearing debris, stumbled upon a charred body, grotesque and unrecognizable. Upon conducting DNA analysis, the police discovered that this burnt, disfigured corpse belonged to the missing boy they had been searching for all along. When the parents beheld the mangled remains of their son, reduced to a grotesque semblance of humanity, the overwhelming shock rendered them unconscious. Consequently, the factory was sealed, entangled in the aftermath of this tragic demise. As the inspection team uncovered numerous substandard materials within its operations, leading to an immediate cessation of construction. Curiously, the parents of the 3 student perpetrators were all employees at this factory, prompting suspicions that they too may have been complicit in this heinous act. Though no evidence could substantiate such claims, upon awakening, the victims' parents made an astonishing decision, signing a letter of forgiveness for the 3 assailants. Many condemned the couple for their apparent capitulation to monetary inducements, accusing them of forsaking vengeance for their own flesh and blood. However, months later, as the public began to forget the incident, this couple took an unexpected turn. They lured the 3 student murderers to an abandoned factory under the influence of a sedative, and witnessed as the perpetrators were burned alive. Ultimately, the law sentenced the parents to death. At this juncture, Mu Chenyi was interrupted by Xiao Chun on the other end of the line. Sir, I am familiar with this case. Are you expressing dissatisfaction with how it was handled? Allow me to finish. Mu Chenyi inhaled deeply and continued. The parents declared in court that they harbored no regrets for their actions. For months, they suffered torment, haunted nightly by visions of their son's tragic end. They dreamt of their boy engulfed in flames, his face contorted in agony as he cried out, "Mom and Dad, I am in so much pain. Come save me from the factory. They are all demons. Everyone here is a demon. They want to burn me alive. Come help me. They intend to kill me. Please save me." As he recounted the son's anguished cries, Mu Chenyi's voice grew frantic, as if in that moment the couple's son was genuinely calling for his parents' aid in his final moments. Officer Chun, Mu Chenyi interrupted again, his tone softening. Prior to this, I did not know you, but if you were in their position, would you save the boy who is on the brink of being slaughtered by these demons? I implore you to make a choice. With that, he abruptly ended the call, not inquiring about the other's decision, for the ensuing actions would reveal their ultimate choice. He closed his eyes, awaiting fate's decree. The tale he had just narrated was a real event that transpired 8 years prior. The demon murder case, at the very factory where he currently stood. The couple had indeed killed the 3 demonic students, yet the nightmarish account they presented in court was a fabrication of his own imagination. This message he conveyed to Xiao Chun was laden with significance. The surroundings were filled with demons, while he remained human, trapped within the confines of the Langang factory. On the brink of death, beseeching for rescue. If Xiao Chun were, like him, a player transported from reality, he would likely grasp the underlying tone of his words. He repeatedly stressed that he had no prior acquaintance with the other party, yet he knew the surname Chun. Furthermore, although he refrained from mentioning the Langang factory directly, each of his statements alluded to it. Ultimately, He posed a question. Would the other party be willing to save this boy, nearly slain by demons? In truth, he was informing the other party of his awareness regarding the monstrous entities surrounding him, but he dared not utter the word monster, fearing that such a designation might attract the attention of director Zhang Qian, thus opting for the term demon. His final declaration that everyone here was a demon served to clarify his humanity, contrasting himself with the pretenders masquerading as humans. Monsters indeed. Humanity is characterized by emotion. Unlike those creatures, he remained uncertain whether Xiao Chun would seek him out, yet he felt compelled to communicate his predicament in this manner. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was 10:55. He would wait until 11:02, the cooldown period for the third Death's Eye, and should the other party choose to find him, he would witness it in the next death replay. Within the Public Security Bureau, a room housing 3 dispatchers was abuzz. Xiao Chun, who was on the phone just now, a man entered, inquiring of a young, attractive woman seated among them. Oh, it was an individual dissatisfied with the verdict of the demon murder case from 8 years ago. She replied with a smile, albeit one reminiscent of a monster's imitation. However, you should discern whether the caller hinted at something. As some individuals in peril cannot articulate their circumstances directly, Zhang Qian remarked gravely. Understood, Director Zhang. The woman nodded, explaining that the caller merely expressed discontent regarding the demon murder case's ruling. His emotional fluctuations indicated he was not in immediate danger. All phone conversations engaged by the dispatchers were audible to Director Zhang, and his inquiry was also a test of her discernment. Should she completely conceal information from the caller, it would undoubtedly arouse the director's suspicions. Very well, we need not concern ourselves with such calls in the future. With that, Zhang Qian turned and exited. Meanwhile, the young woman remained, her expression pensive as she contemplated the sudden caller. Was he also human? Chapter 7. The fat man Mu Chenyi clutched a bag, continually scanning the entrance of the factory. At the same time, he monitored the passage of time on his watch. Moments slipped by, yet no one approached the factory entrance. Was Xiao Chun unable to comprehend the subtle hints? As the clock struck 11:02, Xiao Chun still had not appeared, and the cooldown period for the Eye of Death had just concluded. Activate the Eye of Death, assuming the guise of humanity. As long as one maintains the facade of those monstrous smiles, they should be able to navigate this apocalyptic game unscathed. Is that a man's voice? The tone was slightly high-pitched yet robust, suggesting the speaker was somewhat corpulent. This was Mu Chenyi's immediate assessment. Typically, the Eye of Death first engages the auditory senses before revealing the visual. Soon, a figure resembling a hefty homebody materialized before him, clutching a spicy snack and mumbling, "However, you two have revealed your human identities at the market, so you are unable to leave for the time being. Yet, my basement is fortified against zombie apocalypses, stocked with provisions that have lasted for years, allowing you to remain there comfortably until this catastrophe concludes. It is truly puzzling whether you are simply naive or unfortunate. The two of you ventured to the market together to purchase fish, only to be encircled by those green-haired creatures. 2 individuals? Mu Chenyi pondered, and perhaps sensing his thoughts, the future entity cast a glance at the woman beside him. What a beautiful woman. This was his first impression. She appeared to be around 23 or 24 years old, likely a recent university graduate, only a few years his senior. Could this be Xiao Chun? However, he soon experienced a strange sense of familiarity with her, as if he had encountered her before. Is it true what they say online, that men find attractive women oddly familiar? What to do now? This was Xiao Chun's inquiry. You can only remain with me to survive this apocalypse. Otherwise, you two are already wanted, and hiding will be futile. The corpulent man, having stated this with irritation, opened the restroom door before them and pressed a fingerprint on the toilet. With a creak, a remarkable scene unfolded. The toilet before them suddenly split in two, revealing an underground passage. How's that for secrecy? The hefty man, one hand on the toilet and the other on his hip, looked at the future entity and Xiao Chun with an air of pride. Is this truly the entrance to a subterranean base that humanity could conceive? Rest assured, I invested millions in constructing this basement. It is absolutely secure. As long as it is not an apocalyptic level event, you can remain here until the end of days, he assured, patting his chest before leading the two into the underground passage. The future entity and Xiao Chun exchanged a glance and followed the corpulent man deeper into the abyss. The passage was notably profound, and they walked for quite a while, during which the rotund man boasted, I'm not just talking nonsense. This corridor has a total of 8 checkpoints. If those monsters dare to approach us, they'll surely meet their demise. The substantial investment was evidently not mere bluster, as Mu Chenyi indeed observed numerous sharp weapons within the corridor, including some firearms. The corridor walls, crafted from alloy, exuded a considerable sense of security. However, Mu Chenyi felt no sense of safety. After all, this was a replay of his demise. The rotund man claimed that this base was exceptionally safe, yet they perished? The grim scenes of death continued to unfold as he, along with the rotund man and Xiao Chun, traversed a lengthy corridor, ultimately arriving at what appeared to be an arcade. Within this space were an array of video game machines, shooting games, fighting games, racing games, music games, and more. There were even racing simulators, basketball games, and shooting machines. To his surprise, Mu Chenyi spotted a claw machine at the back of the hall. You can all play as you wish. Although there's no internet, many single-player games are already downloaded. There's also a small supermarket behind, though it's stocked with my favorite high-calorie snacks. You'll have to make do. As I won TB cooking, the rotund man casually introduced, retrieving a box of snacks from the supermarket and settling down at a computer to play games. Noticing that the future self and Xiao Chun were still quite reserved, he sighed, "Just relax. If you're really worried, there's surveillance in my room. You can keep an eye on things. Those green-haired creatures can't get in. I'll check the surveillance," Xiao Chun exclaimed. Heading into the monitoring room the rotund man had mentioned. "I'll join as well." The future self followed suit. Mu Chenyi's gaze trailed after the future self, leading him to a room brimming with monitors. Soon, he realized that the surveillance appeared to be focused on a villa area. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that this villa area was the affluent Feiyang district, located in the heart of Jiangqing. When this district was established, it was inundated with advertisements. And even as a student, he had taken note of them, thus remembering this location. Most of the surveillance cameras concentrated around Villa No. 5. Was this where the rotund man resided? However, his expression quickly shifted as he noticed several individuals approaching their Villa number 5. These humans moved in unison, their faces adorned with eerie, artificial smiles, steadily advancing towards the villa. As these individuals drew near, shadows began to emerge from the surrounding villas, one by one. "Old Wang." The future self urgently called out to the rotund man outside the monitoring room. "What's wrong?" The rotund man replied, engrossed in his game. "I believe you ought to see for yourself." Upon hearing the future entity's insistence, the corpulent man reluctantly set aside his gaming console and waddled into the surveillance room. "Goodness." Upon witnessing the images on the screen, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Why are there so many green-haired monsters? What shall we do now?" Xiao Chun asked, visibly flustered. After a brief moment of panic, the corpulent man quickly regained his composure. "My underground fortress is as impregnable as a fortress. Those creatures cannot penetrate it. Just watch." He stuffed his mouth with potato chips, losing all interest in gaming, and chose to remain seated, accompanying the others as they observed the surveillance. The future entity and Xiao Chun, reassured by his demeanor, felt a sense of calm. However, only Mu Chenyi, who was merely spectating, felt his heart racing violently. "They have entered the villa," the future entity suddenly declared. On the surveillance footage, a group of green-haired monsters masquerading as humans began to enter Villa number 5. One by one. Chapter 8. The cruelty of the enemy's tactics. Rest assured, the villa is merely the outermost layer of protection. They will not locate the entrance to the basement. At this moment, the corpulent man's emotions remained relatively stable. However, what none of the three anticipated was that these humanoid monsters had a remarkably clear objective. They were headed straight for the bathroom. Leading the pack was an elderly woman clad in janitorial attire, a bizarre smile perpetually etched upon her face. As she approached the toilet, her eyeballs suddenly popped out, and her complexion transformed at a visible rate into a vegetable hue. With a crack, she extended her iron-gray hands and effortlessly tore the toilet apart, splitting it in two. "Goodness, how could they know about my secret underground lair?" the corpulent man exclaimed. "What shall we do now?" asked the future entity. "No worries. I have 8 layers of defenses, as secure as a fortress. They cannot enter." Although the corpulent man feigned calmness, his hands trembled as he lit a cigarette. On the surveillance, shortly after the green-haired monsters stumbled into the underground passage, a layer of alloy wall materialized before them. This was the first barrier. As described by the corpulent man, smash. The leading green-haired monster, the elderly woman, struck the alloy wall with her steel-like hands, creating a cacophony. The humans behind her, now transformed into green-haired monsters, joined in, pounding the alloy wall with their hands. Observing this scene, the corpulent man could not suppress his smugness. "Humph. My 8 layers of alloy walls are as secure as crack." Before the last of his words could escape his lips, the wall in the surveillance footage crumbled as if it were made of paper, breached by the horde of green-haired monsters. When the first wall was effortlessly punctured, the flesh on the corpulent man's cheeks quivered. "Run." He fled in a panic towards the gaming room. "Why?" the future entity and Xiao Chun queried in confusion as they pursued him. "Didn't you claim to have 7 more barriers?" The 7 barriers possessed identical defensive capabilities to the first one. The hefty individual had discovered an alternative escape route and was preparing to flee. "Is this truly what you refer to as an impregnable fortress?" The voice of the future entity rose in pitch. With 8 barriers exhibiting the same level of defense, it follows that if that horde of creatures could breach the initial wall, they would assuredly be able to dismantle the subsequent barriers as well. Reflecting on the first barrier, which resembled mere paper, the expressions of the future entity and Xiao Chun turned grave. Hurry and run with me. I had no idea these beasts were so aggressively formidable. Despite his considerable girth, the hefty man surprisingly sprinted with a swiftness that nearly surpassed that of the future entity. As he ran, he panted and grumbled. This is all because you two revealed your human identities. In a catastrophe of this magnitude, exposing oneself as human is a profoundly foolish act. As he spoke, they dashed into another corridor. Another exit? Xiao Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, the hefty man declared with pride. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Am I, Wang Zichen, any less clever? Preparing an additional escape route is hardly an issue. It was the first instance that Mu Chenyu learned the name of this robust individual. After traversing the corridor, the trio arrived at a parking garage, where 2 armored vehicles were stationed. Where did you acquire these armored vehicles? The future entity inquired, astonished. Such things are not easily obtained. There's no time for explanations. Get in. The hefty man promptly took the driver's seat, while the future entity and Xiao Chen settled into the back. Buckle up, we're off. Upon uttering this phrase, the hefty man ignited the engine of the armored vehicle. With a thunderous roar, the massive doors of the underground garage swung open, and the armored vehicle shot forth. At that moment, Mu Chenyu realized they had reached the outskirts of the villa district, and the spot where the hefty man had parked the vehicle was, quite amusingly, beneath a public restroom. How much does this man enjoy constructing secret bases beneath toilets? Soon after, he observed the hefty man in the front seat, one hand deftly maneuvering the steering wheel while the other held a phone. Hey, Lao Zhao, I've been discovered here. I'm heading to your place to lay low. By the way, I have 2 newcomers with me, a male and a female. His driving skills were exceptionally proficient. As he navigated the congested streets at nearly 100 miles per hour, the armored vehicle howled through traffic, sending ordinary cars flying upon impact. And countless humans crawled out of the wreckage, their bodies convulsing before transforming into grotesque green-haired monsters, pursuing them relentlessly. These green-haired creatures sprinted forth like zombies, an utterly terrifying sight. As the armored vehicle sped forward, toppling one vehicle after another, a throng of green-haired monsters followed closely behind. Their appearance was utterly repulsive. From the rear windshield, the future entity could even see the nauseating, unidentified liquid clinging to the glass, eliciting a sense of revulsion. However, it is worth mentioning that this time, it seems they have stirred up a great deal of trouble. Countless green-haired monsters charged recklessly, some clinging to the roof of the vehicle, others gripping the handlebars with a vice-like grip, even managing to hang onto the armored car. Damn it, the chubby driver muttered under his breath, skillfully maneuvering the vehicle, relying on the armored car's strength to carve out a path of escape. Before them lay the highway. Chubby, what do you intend to do on the highway? Future Body shouted in inquiry. Old Zhao's family is in the suburbs, the chubby one replied, his voice barely audible amidst the cacophony outside. Just as the armored vehicle was about to enter the highway, suddenly, a massive shadow descended with force. Bang! A heavy object struck the front of the armored vehicle, causing the windshield to cave in. Future Body was immediately knocked unconscious by the tremendous impact. Before losing consciousness, he noticed that the object that collided with the armored car was a thick utility pole. As Future Body succumbed to unconsciousness, Mu Chenyi's vision faded to black. Uncertain how much time had passed, when Future Body regained consciousness, Mu Chenyi saw countless green-haired monsters pouncing upon him, gnawing at his flesh. Excruciating pain coursed through his entire body. He could vividly feel the torment of his flesh being devoured by these creatures. Moments later, Future Body met his demise. Time rewound to 11:02, as Mu Chenyi gradually emerged from the replay of death. When utilizing the Eye of Death, regardless of how long the replay lasts, only a few seconds pass in reality. This time, however, his Eye of Death persisted for over half an hour, the longest duration in 3 uses. And considering Future Body's unconsciousness, the actual time may have been even longer. He rubbed his skin. Such an immersive experience was far from pleasant. Nevertheless, the information gleaned from this instance of the Eye of Death was substantial. First, he encountered a young woman named Xiao Chun and recognized her appearance. It appeared she had received the information he transmitted during his call for help, which prompted her to visit the gangway factory to meet Mu Chenyi. Then, Xiao Chen accompanied him to the market to purchase fish, but they inadvertently revealed their human identities due to certain circumstances. Subsequently, they were rescued by a chubby man named Wang Zichen. The events that followed became clearer. They inadvertently brought trouble upon the chubby man, leading to the invasion of his villa by the green-haired monsters. forcing them into a dire situation. Ultimately, as the chubby man attempted to drive away, he collided with a utility pole, and they perished at the hands of the green-haired creatures. The enemy's methods were ruthlessly cruel, and his demise was indeed tragic. In addition to this information, he began to ponder the words spoken by the chubby Wang Zichen. The other party remarked that this copy is of a catastrophic apocalypse. Alongside another termed a destructive apocalypse, these should presumably be elements of the game Apocalypse Arrives. It appears that the hefty fellow is a seasoned player. Later, during a phone call with Lao Zhao, he mentioned that there were 2 newcomers in his vehicle. Thus, could it be that both he and the young Chun are indeed newcomers? Chapter 9. Chen Wan'er. As Mu Chenyi pondered, his gaze lingered on the factory gate. Following his previous encounter with the Eye of Death, he was certain that Xiao Chun would soon materialize before him. Moments later, a strikingly beautiful woman, clad in the same attire as in the death replay, appeared at the factory entrance. Upon spotting her, he promptly retrieved a fairy wand from his bag, ignited it, and waved it in her direction. The lit wand was rather conspicuous, immediately drawing the woman's attention to Mu Chenyi's position. With a chuckle, she couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Mu Chenyi waving the wand. Seeing her genuine smile, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that this lady was indeed the human Xiao Chun. She approached him, casting a glance at the fairy wand in his hand, and teasingly inquired, "Why don't you call for your parents to come rescue you?" Her words alluded to the tale of the demon murder case that Mu Chenyi had shared earlier. "If you wish to hear it, I can recount it again," he jested, then curiously asked, "How did you manage to take leave from your superior?" "I still have 2 days off left this month. I received a call and came straight to find you," Xiao Chun replied, extending her hand. "Hello, I am Chen Wan'er. How did you know about me?" "My skills allow me to discern that you are human," Mu Chenyi explained as he shook her hand. "I am Mu Chenyi." A flicker of intrigue passed through Chen Wan'er's eyes. "Mr. Mu, you seem quite young. Are you still in university? How did you find yourself in this game? By the way, is this your first time participating?" "It is my first time as well," she said, her gaze cast downward, her tone tinged with melancholy. "When I first arrived here, everyone around me had transformed into monsters. It terrified me. You merely came close to death. I perished the moment I crossed over." Mu Chenyi silently lamented, recalling how he had utilized his revival token immediately upon arrival. "What should we do next?" Chen Wan'er asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I initially intended to discuss plans for procuring fish with you, but it seems we may have other matters to address." Mu Chenyi reflected briefly, deciding to alter his strategy. He needed to find Wang Zichen. Given that both he and Chen Wan'er were newcomers, he surmised that she likely possessed even less useful information than he did, rendering his inquiries unnecessary. Wang Zichen, a seasoned player, undoubtedly participated in more than one apocalypse. Just by observing the underground base he constructed and those 2 armored vehicles, one can discern that he was well prepared. More importantly, had he not sought to procure fish, his and Chen Wan'er's identities as humans would remain concealed. "Fish?" Chen Wan'er inquired with curiosity. "Why did you summon me here?" "You will find out shortly." Mu Chenyi glanced at the cooldown time of the Death Eye, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately resolved to call his mother. Based on the information at his disposal, as long as he adeptly portrayed his human guise, he could safely navigate this apocalypse. Thus, maintaining his identity with his mother was paramount to prevent exposure. The call connected within seconds. "Hey Mom, I'm going out for lunch with classmates today, so I want to be coming home." Mu Chenyi forced himself to envision the creature on the other end of the line as his actual mother, speaking in a relatively natural tone. "What? Didn't we agree that you would have fish for lunch? Why are you going out to eat?" His mother's discontented voice echoed through the receiver. "Oh, come on. You all can manage without me. I've already promised my classmates. I'll buy the fish later, okay? I have to go now, my friends are calling." With that, Mu Chenyi hung up the phone. This exchange mirrored his usual conversations with his mother in reality. As long as he concealed his expression from her, he believed no issues would arise. "Isn't your mother a monster?" Chen Wan'er, who had been patiently waiting for him to finish the call, finally asked with curiosity. "She is a monster, but we must adhere to the rules of this apocalypse. By playing our original roles well, we can safely endure this ordeal," Mu Chenyi explained. "I see," Chen Wan'er responded, her expression revealing understanding. However, she soon appeared somewhat bashful, adding, "This is my first time participating in this game, and I'm quite unfamiliar with many aspects. Yet, Mr. Mu, you don't seem like a novice, you appear rather mature." "Having faced death a few times can expedite one's maturity," Mu Chenyi murmured softly. "What?" Chen Wan'er seemed to have misheard him. "Nothing. Do you need to inform your family? For the foreseeable future, we may not return home." Mu Chenyi shifted the topic. "No need for that. My family is not in Jiangcheng, and I have always lived alone in this city." Chen Wan'er shook her head. "I see. Actually, I've been wanting to ask you something," Mu Chenyi remarked, gazing at her delicate visage. Are you quite well known in reality? I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before. He had long contemplated this question, ever since he had perceived Chen Wanner in the death replay, sensing her familiarity. Many men say the same upon encountering me, Chen Wanner retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. Are you trying to flirt like the others? Mu Chenyu. He genuinely felt that Chen Wanner looked remarkably familiar. Since there is no need to inform your family, let us proceed to this location. Mu Chenyu opened the map on his phone, gesturing towards the Fuyang Villa district displayed on the screen. Although his phone lacked internet connectivity, the map of Jiangsheng remained accessible. What brings you here? Do you reside in this area? Chen Wanner inquired, her astonishment evident. It's quite surprising. You hardly seem like someone of affluence. Mu Chenyu retorted. Why is Chen Wanner so sharp-tongued? He claimed to have seen her before, genuinely not attempting to flirt. It's not my residence. We are here to locate our other companions. He explained with a hint of resignation. Other humans? Chen Wanner was taken aback. Indeed. Mu Chenyu affirmed with a nod. Shall we take a taxi? Or would you prefer to walk? The unsettling memory of their previous taxi ride lingered. All right. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the Fuyang Villa district on foot. However, a second obstacle awaited them. A security guard at the entrance barred their entry, stating that non-residents and guests of the owners were not permitted inside. Excuse me. Could you ring the doorbell for Villa number 5 and inform Wang Zichen that we were sent by old Zhao to retrieve something? Mu Chenyu donned a peculiar, forced smile. Why don't you just call him? The guard asked suspiciously. He isn't answering his phone. Otherwise, would I be here searching for him? Mu Chenyu maintained his expression, though his tone betrayed his frustration. The guard, now somewhat convinced, acknowledged that the owner of Villa number 5 was indeed named Wang Zichen. He proceeded to connect the call. Hello, who is this? Came the familiar voice of a rotund man, echoing like a haunting memory. Hello, owner. There are 2 individuals here claiming to be sent by old Zhao to collect something. They know your name, the guard succinctly reported. Sent by old Zhao? Wang Zichen paused briefly before responding. Let them in. After hanging up, the guard allowed the duo to enter. As they stepped into the Fuyang Villa district, Mu Chenyu, preoccupied with the task at hand, led Chen Wanner directly to Villa number 5. At that moment, Wang Zichen had already opened the courtyard gate and stood waiting for them. Upon seeing Mu Chenyu and Chen Wanner, he recognized them as the 2 individuals seeking his attention and opened his mouth to speak. Old Wang, hold your words. Let us enter first. Mu Chenyu interrupted Wang Zichen's inquiry, placing an arm around his shoulder and guiding him towards the villa. Who are you, really? Wang Zichen was taken aback, his confusion palpable. Did he know this person? Yet, observing the myriad of expressions on Mu Chenyu's face, he deduced that this individual was a player, not one of those monsters. Thus, in a bewildering turn of events, the trio stepped into the villa. A minute later, Wang Zichen, sitting on the sofa with a serious demeanor, scrutinized the two. Who are you exactly? I don't recall either of you being among the players in Jiangsheng. Moreover, what is your connection to old Zhao? Upon hearing the inquiry, Chen Wanner cast a puzzled glance at Mu Chenyu. She had previously understood from Mu Chenyu that he was seeking Wang Zichen, assuming they were acquainted, yet to her surprise, Wang Zichen was utterly unfamiliar with Mu Chenyu. I am Mu Chenyu, and this is Chen Wanner. We are among the first cohort of players participating in the Advent of Doom, Mu Chenyu stated. The first cohort of players? Wang Zichen appeared somewhat taken aback. Indeed. As for how I came to find you, it is due to the skill I drew. Each player is granted a chance to draw a skill upon entering the Advent of Doom, and the level of the drawn skill is at least grade A. This is not a secret among players. What skill did you draw? The curiosity of the stout fellow was piqued instantly. Prior to this, I had no acquaintance with Chen Wanner or yourself, but my skill allows me to glimpse certain visions of the future, which is how I contacted Chen Wanner and subsequently sought you out, Mu Chenyu elucidated. He had essentially spoken the truth, for honesty is often the most effective means of earning trust. Moreover, his favorable impression of the stout fellow stemmed from their previous encounter with the Eye of Death, where the stout fellow had not only saved them, but also refrained from abandoning them despite his complaints about their revealed identities. Wow, the stout fellow exclaimed upon hearing his words, leaping to his feet. You're incredible, kid. No, not just a kid. Brother, you're amazing. His excitement rendered him somewhat incoherent. A prophetic skill. You actually drew a prophetic skill. Mu Chenyu responded. Is a prophetic skill that rare? Chen Wanner also looked at Mu Chenyu with great curiosity, clearly unaware of the nature of prophetic skills. After a moment of excitement, Wang Zichen sat beside Mu Chenyu and grasped his hand tightly. Brother, what level is your prophetic skill? Never mind, it's a personal secret, I shouldn't pry. The stout fellow, feeling a bit abrupt after his initial question, shifted his approach. Brother, what future visions has your prophetic skill revealed? Mu Chenyu could only respond. I saw the 3 of us being ensnared by your secret base, which has 8 layers of defenses. Later, We attempted to escape in your armored vehicle, only to meet a tragic end beneath a power line, the stout fellow remarked. That is quite vivid. However, the brevity of the other's words instilled a degree of belief in Mu Chenyi's claims. While he was aware that many knew of his secret base, few were privy to the existence of an alternate escape route and the armored vehicle within. Do you know old Zhao? He inquired, still curious. Just now, the property management called to say that 2 individuals sent by old Zhao are looking for him. I do not know him, but he was mentioned in the prophetic vision, Mu Chenyi replied, shaking his head. Beside him, Chun Wan'er gazed in astonishment at Mu Chenyi, pondering how he had managed to find her. Curiosity piqued. She inquired, what kind of future vision did you perceive that compelled you to call me forth? In that vision, I had reported an incident to the authorities, a detail I had gleaned from our previous conversation. Mu Chenyi candidly confessed, from that call, I discerned that you are human, which inspired me to fabricate a narrative to summon you. However, I must admit, there was an element of speculation involved. Prior to the last death replay, I was uncertain whether you were indeed human. What is the nature of your relationship? Were you previously unacquainted? Wang Zichen remarked, surprised as he glanced at the pair. He had assumed that Mu Chenyi and Chun Wan'er had always known each other. Observing this, Mu Chenyi succinctly recounted the story of his and Chun Wan'er's connection, not shying away from the tale he had spun regarding a demonic murder case. Impressive. After hearing the account, Wang Zichen gave Mu Chenyi a thumbs up. It must be said, for a novice player to achieve such a feat is indeed commendable. Old Wang, could you enlighten us about the game Apocalypse Descends? We are both newcomers and utterly unfamiliar with its rules, Mu Chenyi inquired about the game. Wang Zichen scrutinized Mu Chenyi intently before he began to elucidate. The rules of Apocalypse Descends are rather straightforward. Every week, all players are transported to an alternate parallel world that closely mirrors reality, known as the Apocalyptic Realm. In this world, every player's primary objective is to survive until the month-long apocalypse concludes. Moreover, at the end of each month, a number of newcomers will emerge in the Apocalyptic Realm. Upon their arrival, each newcomer is granted 2 benefits, a resurrection coin and a chance to participate in a lottery. This lottery opportunity is exceedingly precious, as the skills obtained are guaranteed to be of A grade or higher. A-grade skills are exceptionally rare. Even I, having participated in 7 or 8 apocalypses, possess only 1 B-grade and 1 C-grade skill. Additionally, there are varying rules for each apocalypse. For instance, the puppet-themed apocalypse we are currently experiencing is classified as a catastrophic level. According to official statistics, apocalypses can be divided into 4 distinct tiers: plague level, catastrophic level, annihilation level, and world-ending level. The plague level apocalypse is the lowest tier, characterized by a minimal death rate, akin to a human attrition plan. Such apocalypses can even be orchestrated by humanity itself, allowing most affluent and powerful players in reality to survive. Classic examples include super infectious diseases and oxygen viruses. Conversely, the catastrophic level apocalypse is the tier we are currently facing, where a moment's inattention could indeed lead to death. In this context, the level of apocalypse is generally contained within specific regions, with each area experiencing a similar type of calamity. Once the source of disaster in a region is resolved, all players within that area are rewarded generously. Take our Jiangcheng as an example. It is considered a distinct region, and if we eliminate the root cause of its turmoil, we shall be amply rewarded. The third tier represents the cataclysmic apocalypse, regarded as the highest level we can encounter. During a cataclysmic event, an astounding 95% or more of players are destined to perish. Typical instances of such an apocalypse include global floods and supervolcanic eruptions. Chapter 11 introduces a world-ending apocalypse that is poised to descend upon reality. At this juncture, Wang Zichen took a sip from his nearby cup and continued. I must mention a well-known rule of the Apocalypse Descends game. When all players in the game meet their demise, that apocalypse will manifest in our reality. What? Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyu's pupils dilated in shock. The notion that the death of all participants in the Apocalypse Descends game would bring forth an apocalypse to the world was staggering. Observing Mu Chenyu's reaction, Wang Zichen elaborated. The highest level of apocalypse is the world-ending type. Since the official involvement in the Apocalypse Descends game, there has been one recorded instance of a world-ending apocalypse. It was the Moonfall catastrophe a decade ago. During that time, only one player, who was an astronaut, survived the collapse of Blue Star, successfully averting the catastrophe from manifesting in reality. Hearing this, Mu Chenyu's heart skipped a beat. He was only 12 years old 10 years ago. Was it true that the moon nearly collided with Blue Star that year? As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a chill run down his spine. However, there is another rumor circulating in the community that Wang Zichen suddenly lowered his voice to share. It is said that decades ago, another world-ending apocalypse occurred. during which no players survived to the end. All perished, yet that apocalypse has yet to materialize in our reality. As these words hung in the air, silence enveloped the scene. Both Mu Qinyu and Xiao Chun held their breath simultaneously. After a moment, Mu Qinyu struggled to inquire, what was that world-ending apocalypse? And why has it not yet come to pass? Or is it possible that the idea of an apocalypse manifesting in reality is merely a fanciful notion? I am uncertain. Wang Zichen replied solemnly, shaking his head. That event has been kept confidential by the authorities. If you ever have the opportunity to ascend to a high-ranking position within the organization, you might uncover the truth. At this point, he added with intrigue, however, given your prophetic abilities, the authorities are bound to value you highly. They are always in need of talents possessing foresight. When the time comes, do not forget those who aided you in your ascent. Moreover, the most formidable aspect of prophetic abilities is that they are unconfined by the nature of the apocalypse in which the player finds themselves. Unconfined. Mu Qinyu seized upon this pivotal term. Indeed, unconfined. Wang Zichen's gaze was profound. In certain unique apocalyptic games, combat skills faced considerable restrictions, rendering them almost unusable. It wasn't merely combat skills that were hindered. Even many supportive abilities encountered significant limitations in these particular scenarios. For instance, during a previous apocalyptic game called 1-2-3 Wooden Man, nearly all players were rendered ordinary, incapable of employing any skills. However, this limitation did not affect those endowed with prophetic abilities, as such skills could be utilized under any circumstances. Are prophetic skills truly rare? Mu Qinyu inquired with curiosity. Rare? Huh, that hardly encapsulates it. Throughout the entirety of Huaxia, players with prophetic skills are akin to national treasures, fiercely protected by the state during each apocalypse, with efforts made to minimize their use of resurrection coins, Wang Zichen replied, his tone tinged with envy. By the way, are resurrection coins particularly scarce? Upon mentioning resurrection coins, Mu Qinyu's interest piqued. Wang Zichen shook his head. In the grand scheme of high-level skills, resurrection coins are not overly rare. Besides, as long as one survives the apocalypse, most rewards will include resurrection coins. Even upon returning to reality, they can be purchased with points. Hearing that resurrection coins would reappear later, Mu Qinyu secretly exhaled in relief. The prospect of acquiring resurrection coins again was comforting. Otherwise, the sight of the zero in his resurrection coin column was disconcerting. Ding dong. Just as the trio was about to discuss something, the doorbell suddenly rang. Mu Qinyu and Chen Wan'er instinctively sprang to their feet, their gazes fixed intently on the door. Meanwhile, Wang Zichen remained composed. It's the cleaning lady I called. She's quite elderly and not very sharp. You two needn't make a fuss. As long as your expressions are managed well, there's no danger in this apocalypse. With that, he stepped forward to open the door. Wait. Mu Qinyu stopped him, hastily peering through the peephole. Indeed, it was the cleaning lady. However, this particular cleaning lady was the same one from the previous death replay, the one who had torn apart the toilet. What's the matter? Is there an issue? Wang Zichen inquired. From what I foresee, Mu Qinyu pondered, the elderly lady at the door has ripped apart the entrance to the underground passage, which you thought was well concealed. Wang Zichen responded, that was only because our identities as humans were exposed. Currently, this cleaning lady is likely unaware of our human status. You might consider letting her in. Mu Qinyu shifted his tone. After contemplating, Wang Zichen decided to allow the formidable toilet-ripping woman entry. They needed to maintain their human identities, and refusing entry would arouse suspicion in the monster-like cleaning lady. Mind your expressions, he cautioned, donning a forced smile as he opened the door. Boss, I'm here to clean, she announced. When the cleaning lady caught sight of Mu Qinyu and Chen Wan'er, she momentarily froze. However, she quickly regained her composure and extended her hand toward Wang Zichen, saying, Boss, please hand me the key to your room. I shall clean all the rooms here. Wang Zichen handed her a set of keys. His villa was quite spacious and had previously accommodated numerous servants, but each time the apocalypse game was about to commence, he would grant them a day off, choosing to reside alone in the house, partly to avoid the threat of a zombie apocalypse. With so many rooms, it will take me quite a while, the cleaning lady chuckled as she reached for the keys. Yet, in that fleeting moment when Mu Qinyu observed her expression, his heart skipped a beat. He suddenly lunged toward Wang Zichen, shouting, Be careful. At that very instant, the cleaning lady's eyes bulged out. Her large, pallid hands reached over the keys in Wang Zichen's grasp, lunging fiercely toward his neck. In the blink of an eye, her physique underwent a dramatic transformation. Green tufts sprouted from her head, and the frail appearance she once had was replaced by powerful, bulging muscles. Even more terrifying were her hands, with claws elongated like those of a vengeful spirit, sharp as blades. Mu Qinyu forcefully tackled Wang Zichen to the ground. Just as the cleaning lady's claws tore through his shirt, With a ripping sound, the fabric was shredded, leaving a gash on his back that oozed blood. Chapter 12. Horror. The cleaning lady, having missed her initial strike, had completely morphed into a robust green-haired monster, emitting an excited hissing sound. Her eyes, now dislodged from their sockets, shifted, locking onto the rolling forms of Mu Qinyu and Wang Zichen. The two had managed to distance themselves momentarily from the green-haired beast. Hiss, 3 little sheep, all sheep. The creature sneered, drool dripping from its lips as it approached Wang Zichen and Mu Qinyu with a lopsided gait. The air was thick with a chilling atmosphere, and the entire hall was suffused with a sense of dread. Damn it! Wang Zichen, regaining his composure amidst the terror, flushed with anger. How dare you ambush me? I will end you. He swiftly drew a handgun from his waist, aiming it at the monster. Don't shoot. Mu Qinyu, seated nearby and gritting his teeth against the pain in his back, shouted urgently. If you fire, it will attract more monsters. The warning snapped Wang Zichen back to reality, and he holstered his firearm, turning to face the creature before them. Under the bright lights, the horrifying visage of the green-haired monster was starkly illuminated in the eyes of the three. The attire of the cleaning lady still clung to the creature, though it was mostly stretched and torn by the muscular frame beneath. The shredded fabric hung limply, and apart from the creature's somewhat withered, yellowish hair, this green-haired beast exhibited no vestiges of humanity. It approached Mu Qinyu and Wang Zichen step by step, its bulging eyes brimming with excitement. Having witnessed this scene in the death replay, Mu Qinyu felt his heart racing violently, as if it might leap from his throat. He forced himself to remain composed, scanning the surroundings for a means to escape this dire predicament. The creature's immense power was evident from the 3 death replays. It was clear that such a being was beyond human confrontation. With over 20 minutes left on the cooldown for the Eye of Death, time was not on their side. Would the harrowing scene from the death replay unfold before them? The room contained cold weapons. In a moment of desperation, Wang Zichen shouted at the stunned Chen Wanner, directing her towards the inner room. Simultaneously, he seized a valuable vase nearby and hurled it at the green-haired monster. As Chen Wanner regained her senses, she hurried toward the inner room. However, when the vase struck the green-haired beast, it shattered into countless pieces, scattering soil across the sleek floor, only to be crushed under the creature's feet moments later. Although the vase inflicted no harm upon the monster, it did momentarily impede its advance. Observing this, Mu Qinyu lifted another vase nearby, summoning all his strength to smash it against the beast. With a crisp sound, the impact failed to create any ripple. The green-haired monster, moving with remarkable speed, swatted the vase aside, its iron-gray claws lunging towards Wang Zichen's neck. To the creature, Wang Zichen posed a far greater threat than Mu Qinyu. Realizing that it was targeting him, Wang Zichen gritted his teeth and deftly extracted the belt from his trousers, swinging it forcefully at the green-haired monster. The belt flew swiftly, but in the next instant, it was seized by the creature's iron-gray claws. Immediately, a tremendous force tugged at him, as the monster yanked the belt, threatening to pull Wang Zichen closer. It was evident that the 7 wolves had no effect on the green-haired beast. Wang Zichen had no choice but to release his grip, retreating with his trousers in hand. Chen Wanner, have you retrieved the weapons? He called hoarsely. I've got them. Chen Wanner emerged from the inner room, cradling 2 sabers, tossing one to Wang Zichen and the other to Mu Qinyu. With the saber in hand, Wang Zichen felt a slight relief. He drew the blade from its hilt, gripping it tightly with one hand while steadied his trousers with the other, and aimed to strike at the green-haired monster. Both sabers, honed to a keen edge, glinted with lethal speed. The green-haired creature noticed the flash of the blade and instinctively attempted to raise its arms. However, before it could do so, a sudden glimmer illuminated its previously lifeless eyes. In that moment, its arms remained still, while Wang Zichen's great sword struck the creature's neck. Strangely, whether due to the creature's formidable toughness or not, the blade only penetrated halfway, leaving the majority of it protruding outward. Come help me, Wang Zichen shouted. Mu Qinyu swiftly withdrew his great sword and advanced, driving the blade into the creature's throat. With a soft thud, the sword sank into the creature's neck. But perhaps due to Mu Qinyu's insufficient strength, only the tip pierced the flesh, with most of the blade still visible. At that moment, the glimmer in the creature's eyes abruptly vanished. It began to emit agonized sounds, its limbs flailing wildly as its iron-gray claws grasped the blade, attempting to wrench Mu Qinyu's sword free. Observing this, Wang Zichen immediately joined Mu Qinyu in gripping the hilt, exerting their combined strength. With a decisive thrust, the blade fully embedded itself in the creature's neck, piercing through completely. The green-haired beast ceased its struggles, and its bulging eyes lost all their luster. It collapsed with a thunderous crash, while Mu Qinyu and Wang Zichen released the sword, which stood upright in the creature's corpse like a banner proclaiming their victory. Witnessing this, Mu Qinyu and Wang Zichen exchanged a glance before collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. Fortunately, the creature suddenly went still, Mu Qinyu remarked, his voice weary. Otherwise, it wouldn't have torn apart a toilet. It would have shredded us instead. Wang Zichen remained silent, turning to the equally exhausted Chen Wan'er, who sat on the ground. Chen Wan'er, was that sudden stillness of the creature due to your skill? Skill? Mu Qinyu echoed in surprise, looking at the fatigued Chen Wan'er. She had not participated in the battle, so what could be the source of her exhaustion? Yes, Chen Wan'er nodded. My skill allows me to control non-human creatures. But this green-haired beast was too powerful for me to maintain control for long. Thankfully, you managed to slay it during the brief time I held it. Upon hearing her words, Mu Qinyu felt a sense of wonder, but soon turned his gaze to Wang Zichen. Fatty Wang, what is your skill? It seemed you did not use it during the fight. My skill is A-grade, Glutton, which allows me to accumulate energy through consumption and unleash it in a concentrated burst. Inflicting massive damage, Fatty Wang replied weakly. However, it has a cooldown period of 10 hours. Then why didn't you use it earlier? Mu Qinyu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Upon hearing Mu Qinyi's inquiry, Wang Fatty felt a twinge of guilt. Last night, I couldn't resist calling my model girlfriend, whom I had just started dating, over to spend the night. Who would have known that when I woke up this morning, she had transformed into a green-haired monster? Fatty's face flushed with embarrassment as he continued, and then I had to use my skills to eliminate her. Her corpse is still in the room above. Mu Qinyi retorted, you truly deserve it. He could not help but scold him, relieved that Chen Wan'er's skills had saved him from peril. Brother Mu, how did you discern that the cleaning lady was about to transform and ambush me? Wang Zichen, noticing Mu Qinyi's grim expression, hastily shifted the topic. In the prophetic vision I had earlier, there was a sequence of the green-haired monster's transformation, Mu Qinyi explained, calming his temper. When that creature entered, its eyes were brimming with greed, especially when it demanded your keychain. Its eyes nearly popped out of its sockets. The imminent detachment of its eyeballs was a harbinger of its transformation. Impressive, Brother Mu. Your powers of observation are remarkable, Wang Zichen praised, though his tone turned uncertain. But why do I feel like your prophetic skill has revealed a tad too much? Mu Qinyi could only chuckle quietly to himself. If what they had said was true, then his Eye of Death must be one of the highest-level prophetic skills, being an SSS-rated ability. Wait, what about the images? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression darkened. Something is amiss. Our identities have been compromised. What? Wang Zichen and Chen Wan'er exclaimed in unison, astonished. There is something strange. He replied solemnly. That monster recognized us as humans the moment it entered, yet prior to that, we had not faltered in our expressions. This meant that it had prior knowledge of our human identities. One of us must have inadvertently revealed it. What do you mean? Wang Zichen stammered, bewildered. Could it be the woman I killed this morning? It's not you. Mu Qinyi shook his head, turning to the fatigued Chen Wan'er. It must be my identity or yours that got exposed, leading to the revelation of all three of us. In the previous death replay, there had been no indication of the cleaning lady entering alone to engage them, ruling out Wang Zichen's identity being exposed, which would have prompted the green-haired monster to come after him. But how had they exposed themselves this time? In the last death replay, their identities could be explained as having been revealed while buying fish. But what about reality? Could it have been due to his phone call with his mother? No. According to the rules of this apocalypse, as long as one maintained their original identity and managed their expressions correctly, they could survive this disaster unscathed. His conversation with his mother had perfectly aligned with his character. Chen Wan'er, did you notice anything unusual at the police station when you took your leave? He suspected that Chen Wan'er had exposed the identity of humans at the police station. I displayed no unusual behavior. Chen Wan'er shook her head, suggesting that it was your phone call that might have revealed it. The phone could have exposed it? Mu Qinyi was momentarily perplexed. However, he quickly dismissed this possibility. It could not have been Chen Wan'er who revealed their identities at the police station. During his second death replay, the police had learned of his human identity due to the report he made, and their response was to dispatch 2 officers to eliminate him. Therefore, if the police were aware of their identities, it was inconceivable that they would only send a single cleaning lady as a vanguard. So when had they been exposed? After the third death replay, the only creature they encountered was the security guard at the Fuyang Villa district. Could it have been that guard? Confounded. He realized he had no time to ponder this now. He would have to leave the answers for the next Eye of Death. They could not remain here. They needed to leave swiftly. The thought of numerous green-haired monsters converging on their villa sent a shiver down Mu Qinyi's spine, recalling the horrific scene of being devoured by several of those creatures. Such a tragic demise was chilling to contemplate. To the basement, he stumbled to his feet, enduring the pain in his back, and made his way toward the restroom. Wang Zichen and Chen Wan'er exchanged glances. and could only muster the strength to follow him into the restroom. Open the toilet. Upon reaching the toilet, Mu Chenyi stepped aside slightly, gesturing to Wang Zichen. Wang Zichen, you are far too familiar with this. Is this your home or mine? However, considering the extraordinary prophetic abilities of his companion, he obediently stepped forward to press his handprint. The toilet split in two, revealing the secret passage to the base below. Mu Chenyi had seen it once before and felt no particular reaction, but Chen Wanner cast a strange look at Wang Zichen. This guy built the secret base's passage beneath the toilet? When he flushes, where does the waste go? Contemplating this, she felt some reluctance to enter the passage. However, upon observing the passage's extreme cleanliness, she sighed in relief and silently followed the two. Entering the secret passage, Mu Chenyi, already familiar with its layout, took the lead and even began to jog. His anxiety intensified, as he had an unsettling feeling of being watched by a beast. The portly figure managed to keep up effortlessly behind him, while Chen Wanner was visibly out of breath, struggling to match their pace. Noticing this, Mu Chenyi slowed down, pausing to wait for her. How is it that you, a police officer, lack the stamina of this university student? He could not help but tease, observing Chen Wanner, who was drenched in sweat. But I am a girl too. Chen Wanner shot him a glance, breathless as she remarked, moreover, I am merely an operator. The intensity of my physical training differs greatly from that of the officers who apprehend criminals. As they spoke, the trio arrived at the underground base, where Mu Chenyi hastened directly towards the monitoring room. Upon entering, his gaze immediately fell upon the surveillance footage outside the villa. As anticipated, he soon spotted several figures approaching them. Human beings, identical to those seen in the previous death replay. Their identities had indeed been uncovered by this monstrous horde. If all went as expected, they were about to face an onslaught from the entire city of monsters. In the prior death replay, Wang Zichen had skillfully maneuvered them to the outskirts of the city along the highway, only to be halted by a telephone pole. Would they escape this time? Chapter 14. The existence behind the scenes. Wang Zichen. Mu Chenyi suddenly called out to the stout figure. Do you think there exists a being orchestrating these green-haired monsters? What? Wang, engrossed in the surveillance, was taken aback by the question. Are you suggesting someone is controlling these creatures? It's merely a hypothesis, Mu Chenyi replied. Based on the methods of death in the previous 3 replays, whether it was the mother or the 2 police monsters, these green-haired beings share a common trait. They exhibit extreme selfishness in their pursuit of human prey. If given the chance to claim a kill, they would not share it with their companions. In the last death replay, they were surrounded by a well-organized and disciplined horde of monsters. Such a coordinated attack is entirely inconsistent with the gluttonous nature of these green-haired creatures. This leaves only one possibility. An entity exists behind the scenes, controlling these monsters. Their identities were likely discovered by this hidden figure, prompting the meticulously organized pursuit they now face. He shared his conjecture with Chen Wanner and Wang Zichen. Upon hearing his theory, both appeared somewhat astonished. When were we discovered by this hidden entity? Chen Wanner inquired, furrowing her brow. Could Director Zhang Qian be the one behind it all? Earlier, when Mu Chenyi had called her, only Director Zhang had overheard their conversation. Did he deduce Mu Chenyi's human identity based on the story he relayed? This hidden presence need not be human. It could have inadvertently uncovered our true nature. And this revelation might not necessarily manifest through our encounters with individuals, but could arise from the events we have experienced. Mu Chenyi speculated, moreover. Based on the last scene I witnessed and the reality I experienced, we have only engaged in a singular event, encountering Wang Zichen. On that occasion, we were rescued by Wang Zichen, yet this time, we actively sought him out. The entity behind the scenes became apparent during our encounter with Wang Zichen. My goodness, are prophetic abilities truly this formidable? Beside him, Wang Zichen's lips twitched. Aside from its glaring weakness in combat prowess, this prophetic skill is rather unscrupulous, isn't it? However, as we progress through more apocalyptic instances, the opposing party will undoubtedly receive various rewards from the game, among which combat-related skills are likely to appear. This is the hallmark of a formidable player. What should we do now? He instinctively inquired. Go find your friend, Old Zhao, Mu Chenyi decisively declared. After making his decision, he beckoned the two, hastening towards another exit before Wang Zichen could intervene. My underground base is as secure as, shut your mouth. Mu Chenyi interrupted Wang Zichen mercilessly, his expression unyielding. I damn well believed in your so-called impregnable fortress. The memory of his last death replay was still vivid. He had perished in a gruesome manner, devoured by countless green-haired monsters, a fate that lingered in his mind far too starkly. He would rather have been strangled by his own mother. Wang Zichen could only sheepishly close his mouth. Upon arriving at the underground garage, Mu Chenyi and Wang Zichen felt little, while Chen Wanner was astonished by the sight of 2 armored vehicles. Where did you acquire these armored vehicles? She couldn't help but ask. I registered as a player with the government. These were bestowed upon me by the state. Wang Zichen proudly replied. This time, with less urgency than before. He took the opportunity to explain. The state? Mu Qianyi expressed surprise. Indeed. In a sense, we players participating in the Doomsday Arrival game are heroes of humanity, coexisting with Blue Star. Thus, the government will, to a certain extent, ensure our safety. For instance, the underground base I possess and my sidearm are both sanctioned by the state. Do you think I obtained them through illegal means? Wang Zichen countered. Mu Qianyi fell silent for a moment, previously believing that the sidearm had indeed been acquired through illicit channels. However, in reality, we are prohibited from wielding such items. Although we are players in this game, we are merely ordinary citizens lost in the crowd. Mu Qianyi pondered. He was an inexperienced male university student, encountering such circumstances for the first time. He turned to the woman beside him. Chen Wan'er, did you graduate from the police academy? Yes, why do you ask? Chen Wan'er looked at him, puzzled. Nothing. Mu Qianyi hesitated, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts, but ultimately refrained. Wang Zichen, you drive? I will sit beside you. Mu Qianyi had no intention of sitting in the back seat this time. Instead, he resolved to sit beside Wang Zichen and direct him in driving. The vehicle housed a player with prophetic abilities, and Wang Zichen suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of his days as a chauffeur for his superiors before becoming a player. The three of them boarded the armored vehicle, and Wang Zichen gradually started the engine. Wang Zichen, I have a question. Mu Qianyi abruptly inquired. What do you think about how other players with prophetic skills foresee events? The group of prophetic players was notoriously untrustworthy, and just as Wang Zichen was about to speak, he remembered that his companion beside him was also a prophetic player. He quickly clarified, of course, I'm not referring to you, Brother Mu. I'm talking about a prophetic player I encountered previously. That is fine. Please continue, Mu Qianyi encouraged. On one occasion, my companions and I encountered a prophetic player. The theme of that instance was the treasure of the Heavenly Tree, a disaster-level dungeon. The premise was that a colossal heavenly tree would emerge in every city, and all living beings could only survive by climbing this tree. Otherwise, they would be devoured by the monstrous furniture that had transformed on the ground. Monstrous furniture? Mu Qianyi echoed, intrigued. Indeed. Wang Zichen nodded. All wooden furniture morphed into man-eating beasts, collectively referred to as treasures. Those who managed to reach the highest tier of the heavenly tree in their respective regions would receive the greatest rewards. At that time, my companions and I had already ascended to the highest level and even defeated the most formidable boss in the Jiangxing area. Essentially, as long as we either waited for the game to conclude or claimed the rewards, victory was assured. At this point, Wang Zichen's expression turned grim as he gritted his teeth. But damn it, several outsiders appeared in Jiangxing during that time, one of whom was a prophetic player. Chapter 15. Official reminder. Maintain a smile. This prophetic player had already foreseen our victory over the final boss, allowing them to climb the heavenly tree just after us. Just as we had vanquished the final boss and were utterly exhausted, unable to utilize our skills, these outsiders arrived to reap the benefits. Wang Zichen's eyes reddened with fury at the recollection. We were annihilated by these individuals, and all the rewards were snatched away from us. At that moment, we were oblivious to the fact that one of them was a prophetic player. We merely believed they had good fortune, allowing them to ascend just as we defeated the boss. It was only later that we reported their actions to the authorities. According to official regulations, no player is permitted to attack others within the game, or they will face criminal charges. However, what we did not expect was that the sole prophetic player among that group voluntarily accepted all responsibility. And the state had previously enacted a protective law for players with prophetic abilities, prioritizing their protection above the harm done to others. Consequently, the matter was left unresolved. That group merely compensated us with a token sum, and the incident was deemed concluded. Witnessing Wang Zichen's indignant expression, Mu Qianyi felt a deep sense of empathy. However, Wang Zichen's subsequent words were, "But who the hell cares about those few billion? Isn't that just a pure insult?" Mu Qianyi was taken aback. Wait a moment. Could you repeat that? Few billion? Don't even mention a few billion. The most money he had ever seen was the 20,000 yuan given by his family for tuition, living expenses, and transportation. Before he could even warm up to that 20,000, it was handed over to the school and the railway ticketing system. Are those people not excessive? Wang Zichen's chest heaved with anger as he directed a gaze at Mu Qianyi. I can't quite empathize, Mu Qianyi murmured. If given the chance, he too would wish to be subjected to such an insult. Aside from that prophetic player, do you know of any others? Mu Qianyi inquired. Aside from that individual, the one we know the most about is the official first prophetic player, Chang Yaqing, Old Chang. Chang Yaqing? Mu Qianyi felt the name was somewhat familiar. He*s the one perpetually trending online, the one who often makes bizarre statements. Wang Zichen interjected. I remember now. Muchini exclaimed, recalling that he had encountered this Chang Yaching before. The elder frequently posted peculiar remarks on his social media, garnering tens of thousands of likes each time. And his follower count was exceedingly high, something he had found perplexing. Why did such an eccentric old man have so many fans? Noticing Muchini's astonishment, Wang Zichen spoke up. You might not recall his latest statement. Allow me to jog your memory. He recently proclaimed, maintain a smile every day. Maintain a smile every day? Upon hearing this, Muchini was jolted. Maintaining a smile every day, doesn't that serve as a warning about this dungeon? Those monsters perpetually wore false smiles. And Chang Yaching's statement could very well be a prophecy regarding this dungeon. So, is Mr. Chang an official? He asked. Indeed, only we players are aware of this matter. Now do you understand why Old Chang's account has such high views and followers? Wang Zichen noted. I see, Muchini nodded. However, not all prophetic abilities can predict the content of the next game dungeon. Wang Zichen suddenly revealed a significant piece of information. Only S rank and above prophetic abilities can foresee the visuals of dungeons yet to occur. Among all known prophetic players in this world, only Old Chang and the Master Sigmund from the beautiful country are S rank prophetic players. Only they can predict the visuals of the upcoming dungeons. The rest of the prophetic players possess only A rank skills, which can only be utilized once the dungeon begins. Wang Zichen's words left Muchini momentarily breathless. His SSS rank ability, Eye of Death, seemed capable of predicting the scenes of the next dungeon as well. He recalled the explanation of the Eye of Death. The host could glimpse the scene of their next demise through this mystical eye. Cooldown time within this instance, 60 minutes. Real-world cooldown time, 7 days. In the game Doomsday Approaches, which occurs weekly, he could perceive the imagery of his impending death in reality. If he were impervious to death in the real world, could he, therefore, witness his next demise within the instance? Moreover, would this indirectly reveal the nature of the next apocalyptic scenario? Brother Mu, is your prophetic skill rated S or A? Wang Zichen suddenly inquired. If I were to claim it was merely an A-grade prophetic skill, would you be disappointed? Muchini retorted. No, on the contrary, I would be quite pleased. Wang Zichen replied, shaking his head. If you possess an A-grade prophetic skill, we could recruit you into our team. However, should you be S-grade, the nation would prevent you from joining any team, employing every means to safeguard you, both within the Doomsday instance and in reality. Such is the rarity of S-grade prophetic players. There are only 2 in the entirety of Blue Star. Let us not dwell on that for now. Prepare to drive to Old Zhao's house. Muchini shook his head, casting aside his distractions, focusing on overcoming the current instance before contemplating matters of the real world. He glanced at his watch. There were still 7 minutes remaining until the cooldown for the Eye of Death concluded. Suddenly, a melodious ringtone echoed, drawing the attention of both Wang Zichen and Chun Wanner towards Muchini. Calmly, Muchini retrieved his phone, noticing the contact name, Mom. It was a call from that monster. After a moment's reflection, he decided to hang up the call in front of the two, as his identity was already compromised, and he wished to preserve his mother's image in reality. Wang Zichen said nothing, but after observing Muchini for a moment, he prompted, Buckle up. We're about to depart. He swiftly and skillfully started the armored vehicle. Witnessing Wang Zichen's exceptional driving prowess, Muchini recalled Wang Zichen mentioning that, aside from the A-grade skill he had drawn, he also possessed 1 B and 1 C-grade skill. Is driving one of your skills? He inquired. Indeed. It is my C-grade skill, Wang Zichen replied just as a radiant light appeared before them. Here it comes. The passageway connected to the public restroom has opened. Amidst a cacophony, the armored vehicle surged forth with unstoppable momentum. Many monsters disguised as humans, witnessing the armored vehicle burst forth from the public restroom, momentarily froze. However, soon after, all the creatures, as if receiving some signal, shed their human guise and transformed into green-haired beasts. Their fearsome visages contorted as they lunged and chased after the armored vehicle. Chapter 16. The fifth replay. Surrounded on all sides, this familiar scene darkened Muchini's countenance. Indeed, their identities had been discerned by this group of monsters. During the last death replay, they were thwarted by a telephone pole just as they were about to escape onto the highway. This time, he would not repeat that mistake. The armored vehicle sped along the roadway, colliding with numerous cars that were sent crashing to either side, while many storefronts were left in ruins. Such a sight was unprecedented for Muchini. Previously, he had wreaked havoc in the city with the armored vehicle, but that had been within the confines of a criminal game. After several minutes, they arrived at the familiar entrance of the highway. Muchini also noticed the very telephone pole that had claimed the life of the previous future entity. Be cautious of that telephone pole. In the future I witnessed, it will fall and obstruct the armored vehicle. Muchini tapped Wang Zichen on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, Wang Zichen, without a hint of doubt, maneuvered the vehicle to circumvent the pole. Boom. Just as their vehicle pulled away, the telephone pole crashed down violently, striking the ground with a tremendous noise. Wang Zichen, glancing in the rearview mirror, felt a shudder of fear. Had that fallen upon their vehicle, even the armored car would have been delayed, providing ample time for the monsters trailing behind to tear them into shreds. Impressive work, Brother Mu. He was about to commend Mu Chenyi when he suddenly noticed the latter's eyes emanating a ghostly red glow. Yet those eyes appeared hollow, devoid of any emotional hue. Was he activating a skill? He recalled Mu Chenyi's prophetic abilities and promptly sealed his lips, refraining from interrupting the invocation. At that moment, Mu Chenyi was silently reciting the incantation for the Eye of Death in his mind. In his perspective, the realm was fortified. The monsters could not breach their defenses. Mu Chenyi? Why does that phrase sound so familiar upon my arrival? Not long after regaining his hearing, his vision gradually returned, revealing not only the familiar figures of Chun Wan'er and Wang Zichen, but also a one-armed man. Additionally, they seemed to be situated in an enormous laboratory, surrounded by countless beakers and jars, reminiscent of the chemistry lab Mu Chenyi had visited twice during his university days. However, this laboratory appeared far more rudimentary than the one at his school. But those monsters will not let us go easily, echoed the voice of the future entity. Indeed, Old Zhao, those monsters even discovered my underground base. Were it not for Brother Mu, we might have perished in the city. Wang Zichen concurred. Do not dare to compare your dilapidated underground base with my fortress, the one-armed man scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. Your base cannot withstand even a plague-level apocalypse. Wang Zichen, your words have deeply saddened me. Moreover, that fool Tao Mu revealed his identity in less than 10 minutes during the dungeon, wasting a resurrection coin and forfeiting an opportunity to enhance his strength. The one-armed man muttered, lamenting how our trio had devolved into a duo before we even commenced. Fortunately, you brought along 2 newcomers, one of whom is a prodigy with prophetic abilities. Observing from the sidelines, Mu Chenyi grasped some of the situation. It turned out that Wang Zichen's team consisted of 3 individuals, but one was too foolish, exposing himself 10 minutes before the apocalypse. At this realization, Mu Chenyi felt a pang in his heart. It seemed he was indeed the fool who had revealed his identity in under 10 minutes. Around noon, the Yanran team unexpectedly sent me a message, informing me of a discovery. The one-armed man spoke, stating that based on their observations throughout the morning, they had discerned a pattern among these green-haired monsters. What pattern? Inquired the members of the future body, their curiosity piqued. There exists a force operating behind the scenes, manipulating this horde of green-haired creatures. The one-armed man pronounced emphatically, adding that the Yanran team had also identified the mastermind behind it all. Wang Zichen glanced at the future body. Not long ago, Mu Chenyi had suggested the possibility of a hidden presence, and now it had manifested here. Who is this mastermind? He asked. They informed me that the mastermind is Mayor LV Mingtian and his son, LV Zitao. As he spoke, the one-armed man revealed 3 images, a middle-aged couple and a young man. Upon seeing the 3 photographs, Mu Chenyi's eyes widened in astonishment. The trio depicted were Mayor LV Mingtian, his wife Lininga, and their son LV Zitao. The couple appeared joyful, and LV Zitao looked sun-kissed and handsome. However, these images were not from the apocalypse, but rather snapshots from their lives. It seems there was an incident in the mayor's household, the future body remarked. Indeed, but that was long ago. I didn't expect you to have followed that news back then, the one-armed man replied, casting a surprised glance at the future body. Meanwhile, Wang Zichen scrutinized the photographs, perplexed. Isn't the mayor a player? How did he suddenly become a boss in this apocalyptic dungeon? I'm not sure. This is what the Yanran team conveyed to me, and I don't know how they obtained this information. The one-armed man shook his head. However, during my morning surveillance of Jiangcheng, I observed that these green-haired monsters enter a catatonic state when approaching certain locations, and shortly thereafter, they seem to acquire a goal. Watch this video. It depicts the moments leading up to when you were surrounded by these creatures before fleeing to me, the one-armed man said, activating a screen for the 3 present. The video displayed a scene near the Fuyang Villa area, where numerous monsters disguised as humans were playing their roles and engaging in their designated tasks. But suddenly, several individuals halted their movements, standing motionless in place. A few seconds later, they turned and staggered toward Villa number 5. The brief moments of their stillness could be interpreted as them receiving a directive. Once they had comprehended the command, they immediately commenced their task, which subsequently led to the siege of your Villa number 5. Had it not been for your alternate escape route and that armored vehicle, this time, you would have faced dire consequences. After articulating these thoughts, the one-armed man glanced towards the future entity. Wang Zichen addressed me, inquiring whether you possessed prophetic abilities, and if so, were you of A rank or S rank? The future entity remained silent. Wang Zichen quickly interjected to ease the tension, regardless of his rank. Without him, my resurrection coin would be lost. And you need not question the nature of his abilities. He has already provided me with proof. Chapter 17. The plan. I harbor no intentions of causing him harm. I merely wish to convey that if his prophetic skills are indeed of S rank, I hope he remains here and refrains from participating in our plans with Team Anren, as the lives of prophetic players are invaluable. Moreover, he need not accumulate excessive game settlement rewards, for the authorities will sustain them in due course, the one-armed man elucidated. Indeed, old Zhao is rather amiable, and he serves as the brain of our team. Wang Zichen introduced him to the future entity and Shen Wanner, explaining that he possesses two A-rank skills, one as a premier hacker and the other as a master biologist. During his inaugural participation in the Apocalypse Dungeon competition, it coincidentally involved an apocalyptic-level artificial intelligence, and he fortuitously drew the top-tier hacker skill, which aligned perfectly with his expertise. In that instance, old Zhao survived the Apocalypse Dungeon by leveraging his elite hacking skills, and due to the increase in rewards for first-time participants, he subsequently acquired the A-rank master biologist skill. Wang Zichen gestured towards the surrounding jars and containers. Thus, old Zhao is not merely a leading hacker, but also an esteemed biologist. Both the future entity and Shen Wanner gazed at the one-armed man in astonishment. However, the one-armed man exhibited no signs of pride. His expression remained impassive. Returning to the previous topic, upon utilizing surveillance to identify the characteristics of this group of creatures, I discovered an intriguing detail. The one-armed man continued, activating the surveillance camera and displaying one of the images. The three gathered around as the screen revealed a pond, where numerous deceased goldfish floated. This was the lakeside of the forest park, where fish were tended by designated caretakers. Such a plethora of dead goldfish surfacing was entirely unprecedented. The one-armed man then presented another image. Observe this one. The screen depicted a creature of monstrous demeanor, perpetually wearing a false smile, as he rode a bicycle past the lake. However, as he traversed the small lake, for reasons unknown, the insincere smile on his face shifted in hue, prompting him to abruptly veer away from the water's edge. Observing the man's change in expression, the future entity could not help but inquire, is he also a player? No. The one-armed man revealed a personal profile, placing it before the future entity. On the screen appeared a man named Li Si, an ordinary office worker. In reality, he would cycle past this lake every day on his way to work, sometimes even buying fish feed to nourish the aquatic life. However, in this apocalyptic scenario, he instinctively distanced himself, even displaying an expression unbecoming of a monster. Upon hearing this, Wang Zichen impatiently interjected, "Come on, Lao Zhao. Stop withholding information and tell us what you've discovered." "Patience, continue observing these individuals," the one-armed man responded, releasing several more visuals. In these images, a variety of creatures masquerading as humans passed by the lake, all exhibiting expressions of disgust before hastily retreating from its vicinity. "Wang Fatty, do you recall the boss we encountered at the Celestial Tree Treasure?" The one-armed man turned to Wang Zichen. Of course, that time the rewards were snatched away by a horde of beasts. Just thinking about the Celestial Tree Treasure made Wang Zichen seethe with frustration. "Do you remember how we ultimately vanquished that boss?" He continued. "We were among the last group of players to climb, hindered by a swarm of creatures on the ground. Yet, fortuitously, we acquired the weapon to slay the final boss. Indeed, and according to the official explanation, there exists a means to resolve all known plague-level and disaster-level apocalypses." The one-armed man indicated towards the lakeshore. "Hence, I surmise that within this lake lies the weapon to combat those green-haired monsters. Or rather, the weapon to confront the ultimate boss of this apocalyptic instance. I have already exchanged information with the Anren team and arranged to search for the weapon together at night. Whether we ultimately secure the final reward depends on whether the mastermind is the mayor or his son." As he spoke, he confidently raised his head, radiating an aura of brilliance at that moment. "Excellent, but soon it will be my turn," thought the observing Mu Chinyi in agreement. "Our plan is to proceed to the lakeshore, retrieve the weapon, then rendezvous with the Anren team to locate the mayor and his son, slay these two bosses, and ultimately claim all rewards from this disaster-level apocalypse." After outlining his plan, the one-armed man turned to Mu Chinyi, saying, "You are a rare prophetic player. Thus, I recommend you remain in this secure stronghold. Rest assured, this place is not like Wang Fatty's dilapidated underground base. Even if those green-haired monsters were to assault for 30 days, they would not breach it." "Very well, I shall remain," was the future entity's response. Hearing this decision from the future entity, Mu Chinyi was not surprised. Lacking resurrection coins, and with the one-armed man's assurances, it was highly likely that he would choose to stay. Others possess resurrection coins. Upon failure, they merely lose one, allowing for a semblance of error tolerance. However, he is devoid of such coins, and failure for him equates to a dead end. Thus, it is settled. We shall rest and embark at 1 o'clock in the morning. The one-armed man, having stated the time, elucidated that the monsters rest similarly to humans, slumbering through the night, which would facilitate the execution of our plan. Otherwise, discovery would prove troublesome. Once the plan was established, the one-armed man sought shelter for the three individuals. The perspective of Mu Chenyi shifted to a room where, after the future entity fell into a deep slumber, his thoughts also began to drift into oblivion. Time passed, though its measure eluded him. Wake up! Wake up! A hurried voice roused the future entity from his slumber. It was Wang Zichen, his tone urgent. Get up quickly. We are surrounded by those monsters. What is happening? The future entity, now more alert, scrambled from his bed, inquiring, surrounded? What is going on? Follow me, and you shall see. Wang Zichen led Mu Chenyi down several flights of stairs until they reached the secret base of Old Zhao's fortress. The monitoring room was situated at the very bottom of the fortress, where Old Zhao, with a grave expression, scrutinized the screens before him. The surveillance captured the surroundings of the fortress from all angles, displaying a total of 16 feeds. To their horror, each of these 16 screens was filled with the shadows of green-haired monsters. Hundreds, if not thousands, of these grotesque beings loomed, their countless eyes bulging from their sockets, fixated on the monitoring screens, mirroring their gaze. The green-haired monsters had noticed their cameras, yet chose not to destroy them, instead deliberately presenting themselves for viewing. The one-armed man, with a grim tone, remarked, "They are provoking us." Chapter 18. Mu Chenyi's suspicion at that moment. Mu Chenyi's perspective shifted, his gaze landing on Chen Wan'er, who appeared distressed. As she sensed his scrutiny, she lifted her head to meet his gaze briefly before quickly averting her eyes. What is the situation with Anren's team? Wang Zichen inquired. When I informed them of our encirclement, they proceeded directly to the mayor's office, the one-armed man replied. What does that mean? Wang Zichen, perturbed, responded. Are they attempting to rescue themselves while leaving us to our fate? Perhaps both, the one-armed man retorted coolly. We cannot expect them to come to the aid of those of us ensnared by monsters. Old Zhao, do you truly guarantee the safety of this base? Wang Zichen asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. According to what Brother Mu has said, my underground base possesses no resistance against this horde. Enough, the one-armed man interjected. This place is as secure as a fortress. They will not breach our defenses. Mu Chenyi, observing from the sidelines, thought to himself, this team is remarkably stubborn. If it were truly as impregnable as he claimed, how could he now observe from a spectator's vantage point? What followed was an interminable wait. The four of them watched in disbelief as the green-haired monstrosities brandished an array of weapons, employing grenade launchers and hand grenades to blast their way in, charging recklessly toward the basement where they hid. The so-called fortress, once thought to be invulnerable, now seemed as flimsy as paper, with both traps and walls proving ineffectual. Could these beasts truly wield human tools? Wang Zichen's eyes nearly bulged out in horror. In a flurry of anxiety, he clumsily lit a cigarette, drawing in a puff of smoke that slowly calmed his frayed nerves. Old Zhao, what do we do now? He instinctively glanced toward the one-armed man. However, the one-armed man, too, was smoking with his lone hand, though his hand trembled for reasons unknown. Who do you ask when you don't know? He took a deep drag and, with a bittersweet expression, suggested, why don't we try the way you came in? Let us take the armored vehicle and charge out again. Wang Zichen scoffed. What a splendid idea. Hadn't he just driven the armored vehicle in? Those creatures were hardly fools. Thus, he turned to the future body. Brother Mu, what do you think? Remaining here could only lead to death. It might be worth attempting to escape in the armored vehicle. The future body concurred, stating that staying meant certain doom. It seemed those monsters had an uncanny ability to sense their presence. The four could only dash toward the underground garage, but unlike the fat man's abode, the one-armed man had astonishingly set only a single exit. Why would you only have one escape route? A cunning rabbit digs 3 burrows. Wang Zichen questioned Old Zhao in confusion. Because if I cannot defend my fortress, my chances of escaping this apocalyptic disaster are slim, replied the one-armed man, shaking his head. This enemy is far more formidable than anticipated. These green-haired monsters are exponentially stronger than the zombies we previously encountered. At least zombies do not wield advanced human technology. After all, which zombie would operate a grenade launcher? Moreover, if no special type of zombie emerged during this cataclysm, it would merely be a plague-level apocalypse. Those green-haired fiends could claw at his 1-meter-thick alloy door for a year without making a dent. The garage still housed the armored vehicle that Wang Zichen had driven in, now thoroughly cleaned and filled with fuel. Get in. The one-armed man, aware of Wang Zichen's adept driving skills, directed him to the driver's seat while he took the passenger side. Once everyone was in position, the armored vehicle roared to life. As the pathway to the surface descended, a thunderous noise erupted, and the armored vehicle surged forward, sending several green-haired creatures at the entrance flying from the sheer force of the impact. The armored vehicle surged forward after a jolt, breaking free from the encirclement. Was it truly that easy to escape? After driving out, Wang Zichen felt a tinge of surprise as he glanced at the rearview mirror, where the group of green-haired monsters had been thrown behind, an occurrence that felt almost surreal. Just as the armored vehicle was about to cross the perimeter, a sudden sensation of weightlessness struck. The vehicle must have hit a pit, causing all 4 occupants to lose their balance and plunge downward. Mu Qinyu's vision gradually blurred, and amidst the haze, he vaguely heard the shouts of Wang Zichen and Old Zhao, along with Chen Wanner's startled cries. Who had set a trap here? Wang Zichen's voice echoed in alarm. Impossible. How could those creatures know my surveillance range? Old Zhao questioned incredulously. Amidst the clamor, the future entity completely lost consciousness. Cough, cough. Mu Qinyu jolted awake. Brother Mu, were you just using a skill? Wang Zichen, who was driving, asked with concern. As Mu Qinyu's focus returned, he turned his head to meet the worried gazes of Wang Zichen and Chen Wanner, instinctively rubbing his temples. It's fine. He gestured for them not to worry and began replaying the scenes of his 5 previous deaths in his mind. After a long while, a flicker of astonishment passed through his eyes, though he quickly concealed it within. He realized that he had previously overlooked a crucial piece of information due to his narrow-mindedness. However, if all went as anticipated, he seemed to have grasped the means to clear the Jiangxing region instance. Wang Zichen, stop the vehicle. He suddenly commanded. What? Wang Zichen pressed the brakes, looking at Mu Qinyu in astonishment, his eyes filled with confusion. Are you serious? Why stop? There are green-haired monsters behind us. I have my own plan. Let me out, and then take Chen Wanner to Old Zhao. Under Mu Qinyu's firm tone, Wang Zichen reluctantly unlocked the door. Remember what I said. Mu Qinyu grasped Wang Zichen's arm earnestly as he prepared to exit. Once you reach Old Zhao's fortress, do not linger. Immediately drive to the rendezvous point with Old Zhao and Enran's team, the mayor's office in the city center. Old Zhao and Enran's team have an agreement? Wang Zichen was bewildered. He had no knowledge of such an arrangement. Trust me, I just witnessed the puppet master behind this apocalypse. Mu Qinyu articulated deliberately. The true mastermind is Mayor Lu Mingtian and his son, Lu Zitao. What? Isn't the mayor just an ordinary person? Wang Zichen questioned, somewhat perplexed. Ordinary indeed. But he is the ultimate boss of this apocalyptic scenario. Mu Qinyu had little time for further explanation. After stepping out of the vehicle, he warned Chen Wanner and Wang Zichen. Oh, and once you pick up Old Zhao, leave immediately. His fortress is anything but safe. Having spoken, he closed the door and swiftly ran towards the northern part of the city. Wang Zichen and Chen Wanner exchanged a perplexed glance at Mu Qinyu's retreating figure. Well, I must admit, I have developed a distaste for players who indulge in prophecies. Wang Zichen shrugged helplessly. Mu Qinyu was withholding any information from them and merely reveling in his air of mystery. Yet, at this juncture, he could only activate the armored vehicle and head towards the manor. Chapter 19. 2 boxes. As Wang Zichen drove the armored vehicle away, Mu Qinyu, who had been running northward, abruptly changed direction and headed south. In the 5th death replay, the weapon concealed that would slay the ultimate boss, as shown by Old Zhao, lay beneath the lakeside of the forest park to the south. The journey was tranquil. He lowered the brim of his hat and walked along the desolate city streets. Upon returning to the city, it appeared as though all the monsters had vanished. No sight of a single green-haired creature. This scene was peculiar, yet Mu Qinyu felt no surprise. Perhaps that horde of monsters had fled north to seek him out or to besiege Old Zhao's location. Ah, Chen Wanner, you truly astonish me, Mu Qinyu murmured. He could hardly believe that the seemingly harmless and adorably foolish Chen Wanner was the mastermind behind it all. Indeed, through the information gleaned from several death replays, he had surmised that Chen Wanner was the true puppet master, the source of this apocalypse. Previously, he had stubbornly believed that their identities as humans had been discovered while en route to meet Wang Zichen. However, after these death replays, he had definitively confirmed that his identity had been revealed through the call he made to Chen Wanner, and Chen Wanner was, in fact, the genuine boss. This was precisely why he had chosen to part ways with Wang Zichen and Chen Wanner without offering any explanation, opting to act alone. In the 4th death replay, Wang Zichen was astonished that the monsters could uncover the passage to his underground base, yet these creatures did not possess the remarkable sense of smell to discern humans. Otherwise, it would be utterly absurd if players had just crossed into this world and those green-haired monsters could merely sniff and determine their humanity. What would be the point of playing? Thus, the green-haired creatures lacked the ability to identify human locations. The exposure of Wang Zichen's underground base was not due to the prowess of these green-haired monsters, but rather because of an internal spy. This spy could not possibly be Wang Zichen, nor could it be himself. Hence, there was only one possibility. The spy was Chen Wanner, and it could only be Chen Wanner. Furthermore, in the fifth replay, the location of Old Zhao's fortress was compromised. And what most aroused Mu Qinyu's suspicions about Chen Wanner's identity was that the green-haired monsters had set traps within the blind spots of the fortress's surveillance. How could those green-haired monsters know the extent of Old Zhao's monitoring range? The answer was simple. The one controlling them was Chen Wanner. Chen Wanner observed everything from the monitoring room. She was acutely aware of the areas that Old Zhao could not see, and she cleverly set traps in those blind spots, planning to ensnare all three of them by nightfall. The thought of the mastermind lurking so close sent a chill down Mu Qinyu's spine. He had unwittingly been in the presence of the leader of the green-haired monster, who was, in fact, the ultimate ruler behind the impending catastrophe in Jiangqing. He had no choice but to abandon Wang Zichen, believing that acting alone would afford him a chance to secure the weapon hidden by the lakeside. This was the very advantage of his Death's Eye. In the fifth iteration of Death's Replay, they found themselves in a deadlock, for at that moment, Old Zhao had already informed Chen Wanner about the weapon by the lakeside. Aware of the lethal potential of the weapon, Chen Wanner, despite her inability to approach the lakeside, would undoubtedly fortify the area surrounding it. Once that time arrived, they would be left with no opportunities whatsoever. Thus, an information gap existed between him and Chen Wanner, a gap that would completely vanish once Chen Wanner and Wang Zichen reached Old Zhao. He had to make the most of this window of time during which the opponent remained uninformed to seize the weapon by the lakeside. Moreover, this ticking time bomb embodied by Chen Wanner needed a successor, preferably the best candidate, Wang Zichen. Why did Chen Wanner masquerade as one of the humans? Why did she choose to meet him in her human guise when she received his call, rather than simply sending the green-haired monsters to eliminate him? Mu Qinyuo felt perplexed. He had never believed in coincidences. Yet, he had to concede that the likelihood of Chen Wanner being the final boss was over 80%. Furthermore, her abilities were perplexing. If she could briefly control the green-haired monsters, then the hidden boss could certainly do the same. Could such coincidences exist in this world? He had already harbored doubts about Chen Wanner's human identity, and the skill she drew happened to be the ability to control the green-haired monsters? If he remembered correctly. They only learned about her skill after Wang Zichen had divulged many rules of the Apocalypse Descends game to them, prompting Chen Wanner to reveal her own skill. When he first encountered her, why did she not mention her ability at all? It was not merely an attempt to conceal her skill, rather, it was because, at that time, she was entirely unaware of the existence of such skills. Later, after Wang Zichen explained the concept of skills and shared his prophetic abilities, Chen Wanner fabricated a temporary skill to control the green-haired monsters to deceive them. This hidden boss was exceedingly treacherous. With this realization, he instinctively quickened his pace. He must retrieve the weapon before Chen Wanner became aware of it. Moments ago, he deliberately ran northward within the sight of Chen Wanner and Wang Zichen, skillfully creating a diversion. His intention was to cultivate the illusion in Chen Wanner's mind that he was heading north, leading any potential pursuers, should they wish to ensnare him, to dispatch the green-haired creatures to the north, rather than the opposite direction, southward. After running for a while, he unexpectedly spotted a bicycle abandoned on the ground. He approached it, mounted the bicycle, and swiftly pedaled towards the location of the forest park. Along the way, he encountered a few scattered humans, but he quickly obscured his face with a mask, skillfully avoiding them from a distance. Finally, after 20 minutes, he arrived at the forest park and beheld the lakeside featured in the video that Old Zhao had shown them during the previous death replay. The surface of the lake was littered with the lifeless bodies of goldfish, and the water, having been subjected to prolonged public viewing, had transformed into a foul, murky yellow-brown, exuding a nauseating stench. He halted the bicycle and removed his outer garment. Gazing at the repulsive lake surface, he steeled himself, pinched his nose, and leaped into the water. The viscous, murky liquid nearly caused him to regurgitate his breakfast. Yet, considering the imminent threat to his life, he suppressed his nausea and dove straight to the lake's bottom. Fortuitously, he had practiced swimming in high school. He focused his gaze downward. Before long, he discerned two small boxes resting on the lake bed. How could there be two boxes? He swam closer and picked them up for inspection. The two boxes were identical in appearance, each adorned with a small emoticon on top. One emoticon bore the infamous death smile, reminiscent of the feigned grins of the green-haired creatures, while the other emoticon depicted sadness, its downward curve starkly contrasting the upward arc of the death smile. Chapter 20. The devouring dagger. Mu Qinyuo first grasped the box representing sadness, preparing to lift the smiling box next. However, upon touching the smiling box, it seemed to be embedded in the lake bed, no matter how hard he tried. He could not budge it. Holding his breath, he exerted all his strength, but could not pull it from the bottom. Thus, he had no choice but to relinquish the sad box and attempt to grasp the smiling box with both hands. Strangely, upon touching the smiling box again, it felt unexpectedly light, and he easily lifted it. Yet, when he reached for the sad box with his other hand, it remained stubbornly stuck. He could only retrieve one of these two boxes. A thought flickered through his mind. However, he was uncertain of the differences between the two boxes. Contemplating briefly, he decided to keep the smiling box and swim towards the lake's surface. Upon reaching the surface, he immediately sank to the ground, gasping for air. He had nearly suffocated in this filthy lake. After inhaling a breath of fresh air, he finally directed his gaze towards the smiling little box before him. The box was secured with a brass padlock, which he deftly unlatched with a gentle flick. Upon opening the box, he discovered a small dagger nestled within. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have acquired a crucial item for the apocalypse in the Jiangqing region, the Dagger of Malice. Dagger of Malice, capable of automatically hunting all puppet monsters, assisting the host in amassing substantial points during this apocalypse. Note, this item cannot be taken out of the current apocalypse. What a splendid treasure. Mu Chenyi's eyes gleamed with excitement, though he pondered whether this weapon could slay Chen Wanner. Given that she was the ultimate boss, it seemed plausible that the dagger would indeed be capable of defeating her. But if the smiling little box contained the Dagger of Malice, what about the sorrowful little box? Curiosity piqued at the sight of the Dagger of Malice. Mu Chenyi found himself intrigued by the weapon that might lie within the other box. Just then, an incongruous voice erupted from behind him. Hey, you there! Hand over that dagger. He instinctively turned, and soon beheld a young man with a cold expression. His narrowed eyes fixated on the Dagger of Malice in Mu Chenyi's hand, a glimmer of greed evident in his gaze. Who are you? Mu Chenyi inquired, concealing the dagger behind him, his demeanor tense and wary of the unexpected intruder. Judging by the man's expression, he was not a green-haired monster, but rather a human. Precisely. A player. Hand over the dagger. I have no desire to resort to violence, the man replied coldly, his eyes still locked onto the Dagger of Malice. Are you from the Anran team? Mu Chenyi asked, recalling that old Zhao had mentioned the Anran team was aware of this lakeside location. Perhaps the man before him was indeed one of them. I didn't expect you to have heard of us, the man replied, a hint of surprise crossing his features, but he quickly adopted a more serious demeanor. In that case, you should obediently hand over the item and spare me the trouble of using force. Mu Chenyi hesitated. The man's brazen confidence suggested he possessed combat skills. It was highly likely that he was no match for this individual, and the Dagger of Malice could only vanquish green-haired monsters, rendering it ineffective against this human foe. With this realization, his heart sank. Negotiation was now his only recourse. I was sent by old Zhao to retrieve the item. Could we perhaps come to an understanding? He hoped fervently that old Zhao's words were truthful and that they had indeed forged an alliance with the Anran team. Sent by old Zhao? A meaningful expression suddenly crossed the stranger's face. Huh, are you attempting to use that one-armed cripple to intimidate me? Mu Chenyi fell silent. It seemed this individual was not constrained by old Zhao's influence. Here. He placed the Dagger of Malice back into the little box and tossed it over to the man. A stranger took the small box, promptly opened it, and caressed the malevolent dagger within. Upon the system recognizing the dagger's information, a smile graced his face as he tilted his chin towards Mu Chenyi, proclaiming, a perceptive lad. With that, he swiftly secured the malevolent dagger and turned to depart. In the apocalyptic dungeon, players could not be killed, for nearly every player possessed some form of resurrection currency. Should one player slay another, they would violate the law and face legal repercussions upon returning to reality. Thus, within the confines of the apocalyptic dungeon, barring dire circumstances, players were generally restrained by the arbitration of Chinese law, resulting in a reluctance to engage in mutual slaughter. After coldly observing the stranger's retreat, Mu Chenyi finally exhaled, his body relaxing. Lacking resurrection currency, death would be irrevocable for him. In this desolate wilderness, if the stranger were to end his life, no one would be the wiser. He had no choice but to be cautious. He lingered in place for several more minutes, ensuring the vicinity was clear before shifting his gaze to the lakeshore. He knew there was another small box at the lake's bottom, albeit one that symbolized sorrow. The smiling box contained the malevolent dagger capable of vanquishing the green-haired monster. But what lay within the sorrowful box? Previously, he had been unable to retrieve both boxes simultaneously. He pondered if it was due to the limitation of holding only one box at a time, or if the lake required a choice, compelling him to leave one behind. However, returning empty-handed would spell doom at the hands of Chen Wanner. With the malevolent dagger stolen, he must descend once more. Glimpsing the cooldown timer for the Eye of Death, he noted there were still 20 minutes remaining. Perhaps Chen Wan'er and Wang Zichen had already reached Old Zhao's location. It was possible that Chen Wan'er had learned of the weapon hidden by the lakeshore and dispatched the green-haired monster to encircle him. Time was of the essence. As he gazed at the murky, foul waters of the lake, he covered his mouth and nose, plunging headfirst into the depths. Upon reaching the lakebed, he reached for the sorrowful box. Unlike the previous time when the box remained immovable, this time he effortlessly retrieved it. It seemed each player was permitted to claim only one box. Once back on the surface, he refrained from hastily opening the box. Instead, he used his garments to dry his drenched hair and body, discarding the wet clothes into a nearby trash bin before donning his outer coat and leaving the forest park. Meanwhile, at a certain manor on the outskirts of Jiangqing, a colossal steel fortress stood at its center. Within one of the fortress's chambers, a plan was being discussed. Our objective is to proceed to this lakeshore, retrieve the weapon, and then rendezvous with Team Anren to locate the mayor and his son. We aim to eliminate these two bosses and ultimately claim all the rewards from this catastrophic apocalypse, Old Zhao explained to Chen Wan'er and Wang Zichen, setting a tentative time for 1 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 21. Pandora's Box. The Dagger of Termination. However, Brother Mu urged us to find you and quickly head to the mayor's office. Wang Zichen spoke with a hint of hesitation. Are you certain that this Brother Mu you speak of is a prophetic player? Old Zhao's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Prophetic players are already a rarity, and Wang Fatty came in, spinning tales as if narrating a story. He rattled on about a prophetic player who sought him out, rescued him, and arranged a meeting with the mayor, embellishing this prophetic player to an extraordinary degree. Who could possibly believe that? Yet, with Chen Wan'er vouching for him, he could only muster a reluctant belief. I will contact Team Anren to see if they have secured any weapons. The one-armed man thought to himself before promptly turning to reach out to Team Anren. However, midway through, he returned with a sullen expression. That bastard Yi Buqing did not answer the phone. He stated coldly, likely because that group from Team Anren believes they have found a solution, thus unilaterally tearing up our cooperative agreement. They found a solution? Wang Zichen exclaimed in shock. I am not certain, but I have a nagging feeling that things are not as straightforward as they seem. If the masterminds truly are the mayor and his son, how could those two powerful figures so easily allow them to succeed? The one-armed man shook his head. Chen Wan'er, overhearing their exchange, nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, they must not be allowed to achieve their goals too easily. So what shall we do now? Wang Zichen could not help but inquire. For now, we must place our hopes on that Mu Qinyu you mentioned. The one-armed man sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose in resignation. At worst, we shall waste a resurrection token. If we succeed, we might also gain some skill rewards. In the game Doomsday Arrival, formidable skills hold greater allure than resurrection tokens. Meanwhile, in a certain park near the city center, a ragged beggar cast a furtive glance at an empty men's clothing store on the street. Perhaps due to the absence of the green-haired monsters, the streets were now sparsely populated, significantly enhancing safety. This beggar was none other than Mu Qinyu, who had just emerged from a prolonged soak in the lake. Stealthily, he approached the men's store, changed into a clean outfit, and washed himself at the restroom faucet before retrieving a small box symbolizing sorrow. Previously, the smiling box contained the devouring dagger. It remained unknown what this sorrowful box held. He attempted to pry open the lock on top, but unlike the smiling box, this large lock proved utterly unyielding. He widened his eyes in disbelief. How could he obtain the weapon if he could not open this box? Just as he spent half a day pondering and grew despondent over the sorrowful box, a chime rang out. Ding! Detected a special item from the dungeon, Pandora's Box. Single-use item. The long-dormant system suddenly sprang to life. Pandora's Box? Mu Qinyu was filled with curiosity as he recalled the tales of Pandora's Box, a perilous gift that, once opened, would unleash countless malevolent spirits, bringing forth calamity. Yet, paradoxically, Pandora's Box also holds the promise of hope. In essence, such objects often embody a double-edged sword. As he assessed his eligibility to unlock Pandora's Box, a curse was revealed. Should he choose to open it, he would forfeit the chance to use resurrection tokens within this instance, with life and death hinging upon a mere thought. The condition stated that the single-use item within Pandora's Box could only be utilized by the player who opened it, rendering it inaccessible to others. After a brief moment of contemplation following the system prompt, Mu Qinyu, with a stoic expression, opted to open the box. The notion of losing resurrection opportunities? The curse of Pandora's Box? It was laughable, for he possessed no resurrection tokens. Without a second thought, he opened Pandora's Box. Upon its opening, he observed a small white dagger resting quietly inside. This dagger appeared exceedingly ordinary, starkly contrasting with the previously acquired evil-slaying dagger. In comparison, this dagger was diminutive, seemingly inadequate even for slaying a chicken, let alone a green-haired monster. He pinched the dagger between his thumb and index finger, lifting it from the box like a trinket. Suddenly, a notification chimed, detected the dagger of termination. Thankfully, the system's announcement dispelled his doubts, for he might have mistaken this item for a trinket from a souvenir shop. Dagger of termination, single-use item in this apocalyptic instance. It can unconditionally eliminate a living being. Once the being is terminated, the dagger will vanish and become unusable. The item is classified as an A-grade item. It is a premier tool, though regrettably, it is only usable in this instance and is single-use. Unlike the previous evil-slaying dagger, which could infinitely slay green-haired monsters, this dagger of termination is limited to a single target. That target could be a player, a monster, or even the clandestine boss he had in mind. Shinwaner. He wrapped the dagger in a red cord from his wrist and donned it around his neck. Suddenly, a notification echoed. The important item, Dagger of Termination, has been acquired by a player in this region, Jiang City. The instance will enter the second phase of chaos in 2 minutes. All players are advised to exercise caution. This announcement repeated thrice before ceasing. Mu Chenyi stared at the small pendant around his neck, then glanced at the notification. Goodness, how powerful could this item be? However, what did the notification mean by the imminent second phase of chaos? As he was engulfed in confusion, an abrupt roar erupted from a short distance away. Startled, he instinctively turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. The scene that unfolded before him caused his pupils to constrict in alarm. One after another, the roars resounded, and the few humans on the street began to undergo a dramatic transformation, taking on the appearance of green-haired monsters. Was this truly the second phase of the uprising? All the green-haired monsters masquerading as humans had abandoned their facades, reverting to their true forms? Yet, unlike the rapid transformations he had witnessed moments earlier, these creatures appeared to be undergoing a gradual metamorphosis. According to the notice, this group of monsters seemingly required 2 minutes to complete their transformations. He realized he could no longer linger in this place. Otherwise, he might find it impossible to escape shortly. His eyes scanned the surroundings until they fell upon an electric scooter with its key left in the ignition. He hurriedly jogged over, mounted the scooter, and, with a thunderous roar, surged towards the city center. Chapter 22, Citywide Uprising. Mu Chenyi rode the electric scooter along the main thoroughfare, surrounded by monsters in the throes of transformation. Aware of this alarming situation, he understood that he could no longer remain on the main road. With this thought, he began to navigate through the side streets. Having attended Jiangxing No. 1 High School, he was familiar with the area. He also recalled that behind the school, there was a dog hole, and since it was Sunday, the school was closed. As long as he avoided the security guards remaining on campus, he could slip through the residential area behind the school and reach the city center. During his school days, he had endured much at the hands of the security guards. He wondered how they would look after transforming into green-haired monsters. Upon arriving at the high school, he noticed that the surrounding green-haired monsters had already completed their transformations. His gaze fell upon a green-haired monster clad in a security uniform within the gatehouse. The security guard was still inside. He circumvented this area, climbing over the adjacent wall to enter. Along the jogging path, he hunched his body, stealthily making his way towards the back gate of the school along the perimeter of the wall. As he jogged swiftly, his eyes darted around, vigilant against any encounters with the green-haired monsters. Just as he was about to reach the playground, a tremendous force suddenly seized him from behind. Before he could utter a word, a deep voice warned him sternly from behind, "Do not speak." Hearing a human voice, Mu Chenyi's wariness diminished somewhat. He turned to find a grave-looking man in a suit. However, recalling the earlier encounter with Shinwaner, he calmly inquired in a low voice, "Are you human or a player?" His question elicited a peculiar expression from the suited man. "I am both human and a player," he retorted. "Why do you ask? Most humans here are players. Have you encountered a human who is not a player?" Having encountered the enigmatic Mu Chenyi, who wished not to linger on the subject, he pressed, "Why do you obstruct my path? I intend to exit through the back door." He was in urgent need of reaching his destination post-haste. Otherwise, should Wang Zichen and the others fall prey to Shinwaner's malevolence, it would be too late. Outside, the green-haired creatures roamed freely, and today, the school's sports field was occupied by a football team in training who had recently transformed into monsters. A hasty exit could invite their attack, as the man in the suit succinctly explained. Upon hearing this, Mu Chenyi regained his composure. He had assumed that with the school closed for the day, the sports field connected to the back door would be devoid of activity. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "I must go to the city center now. Is there a way to leave the school? Why do you seek the city center? Have you discovered a means to resolve this impending apocalypse?" The man in the suit regarded him with suspicion. Instantly, Mu Chenyi's gaze sharpened with wariness. He found it difficult to trust the individual before him. Noticing Mu Chenyi's guarded demeanor, The man in the suit chuckled softly. Rest assured, I am not your adversary. To earn Mu Qinyu's trust, he produced an identification from his pocket and displayed it before him. I am Qi Wei's from the Apocalypse Management Bureau of Huaxia. I have come to Jiangxing on official business, while also navigating this crisis. Surely, you can trust me now? The Apocalypse Management Bureau? Are you an official? Mu Qinyu had never heard of such an institution, which was understandable given his previous ordinary existence. Observing the flicker of uncertainty and vigilance in Mu Qinyu's eyes, Qi Wei's widened his own in disbelief. You haven't heard of the Apocalypse Management Bureau? Are you new? Acknowledging the man's confusion, Mu Qinyu nodded slightly. A newcomer. Indeed, Qi Wei's instinctively queried, what is your skill? This somewhat personal question caused Mu Qinyu to narrow his eyes and remain silent. Forgive my abruptness, Qi Wei's quickly apologized. Sensing the inappropriateness of his inquiry, I was merely surprised that you are new, for your demeanor is remarkably composed, not at all typical of a novice. Mu Qinyu smirked slightly. If one were to witness their own demise repeatedly, they too would learn to remain calm. I am an official. You can genuinely place your trust in me, Qi Wei's continued. My primary skill is an A-grade combat skill, Dragon Arm, which is sufficient to handle 2 monsters without issue. Mu Qinyu expressed his reluctance to believe. If not for my skill's 1-hour cooldown, I would readily demonstrate it to you. Qi Wei's felt a sense of frustration. Encountering a newcomer unfamiliar with official organizations was already challenging, yet facing one who remained distrustful was even more taxing. Yet, if you are indeed an official, what brings you to a high school? Mu Qinyu questioned. My real-world identity is that of a university professor. I was invited by the high school to deliver a lecture. Qi Wei's clarified once more. A university professor? I can temporarily place my trust in you. Mu Qinyu pondered for a moment before speaking. But we must head to the city center. Otherwise, the presence of 2 individuals will pose a danger. Could you briefly explain the situation to me? Qi Wei's inquired curiously, questioning why they needed to go to the city center and what the predicament regarding those 2 individuals entailed. Mu Qinyu elaborated. It was the members of the Anren team who seized the crucial item, believing that Mayor Lu Mingtian and his son are the masterminds behind it all. Hence, they took the vital item to confront them. The system just indicated that the item, the Dagger of Termination, was taken by the Anren team. Qi Wei's was astonished. It should be, Mu Qinyu replied ambiguously, as I witnessed one of them retrieving a small box from which a dagger emerged. Regardless, I cannot disclose the fact that I possess the Dagger of Termination. Primarily, this item can only be used once. It is indeed my greatest trump card. I believe I have heard of the Anren team in Jiangxing. Since it was the Anren team that took the dagger, what is your purpose in going there? Qi Wei's questioned, puzzled, noting that it was not Mu Qinyu who had taken the Dagger of Termination. I made an agreement with 2 companions to head to the city center together. I am concerned for their safety. Mu Qinyu genuinely feared for Wang Pengzi and Lao Zhao, especially since they were possibly accompanied by Chen Wan'er, one of the most perilous figures in this instance. Qi Wei's observed him closely, increasingly convinced that he was not a mere novice. What kind of rookie is so boisterous? I possess an item that can conceal our presence, but it only lasts for 5 minutes. Qi Wei's withdrew a light-colored veil, though it was somewhat small. If we are to use it, we shall have to squeeze together. Chapter 23. The 6th Death Replay. Mu Qinyu grasped the veil, and the system's voice quickly resonated. Ding. B-grade item detected. Concealment veil. Concealment veil can mask one's presence. When faced with non-human entities, the effect is akin to invisibility. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 8 hours. Invisibility before non-human beings? Mu Qinyu's eyes brightened. This was indeed a life-saving artifact. So, do you now believe what I have stated? Qi Wei's raised his chin. I do believe it. Mu Qinyu nodded. With this item, their chances of reaching the city center had significantly increased. Given my earnestness, might you share the information you possess regarding this instance? Qi Wei's asked with curiosity. Very well. Mu Qinyu conceded, relaying most of the information conveyed by Lao Zhao during the previous death replay, including the small box by the lakeside in the forest park and the Anren team's suspicion of the mayor being the hidden antagonist. However, he withheld certain details, such as the Dagger of Termination, instead claiming that it was the Anren team members who directly snatched the small box he retrieved from the lakeside. Additionally, he concealed the possibility that Chen Wan'er might be the true mastermind. Regarding Chen Wan'er's identity, he could only speculate. Moreover, should he recklessly disclose information to others, it would inevitably alert Chen Wan'er, thus diminishing the element of surprise his lethal dagger could wield. Ding. The cooldown period for the Eye of Death has concluded. The system conveyed this message to him. Bro, shall we now proceed to the city center to rendezvous with your 2 teammates? Qi Wei's eagerly proposed. Since arriving at this instance, he had concealed his identity. Who could have anticipated that on the very first day of the instance, someone would seize the crucial item? This triggered the second phase of chaos, rendering humanity incapable of maintaining their original roles. The facade could no longer be upheld. Typically, the duration of an instance spans a month, with crucial items emerging after 10 to 20 days. Instances of discovering items on the first day are not unheard of. Yet it was unexpected to occur in the small locale of Jiangqing. Wait a moment. Mu Qinyu pinched the bridge of his nose, internally invoking the Eye of Death. What are we waiting for? Qi Wei's was about to voice his thoughts when he suddenly noticed Mu Qinyu's eyes radiating a crimson glow, plunging into a momentary silence. What is this? Witnessing Mu Qinyu's demeanor sent his heart racing. Was this not the natural reaction of a prophetic player when unleashing a prophetic skill? Holy moly! This newcomer has drawn a prophetic skill? As an official, he had reviewed the statistics concerning the skills drawn by various newcomers. Combat skills constituted 60 of the total, auxiliary skills accounted for 38, and special skills made up the remaining 2. But why were prophetic skills omitted from the statistics? Because throughout all of Huaxia, only 38 individuals possessed prophetic skills. Indeed, there was a precise tally, only 38 individuals. Among them, 37 boasted A-grade prophetic skills, while one individual held an S-grade prophetic skill, that being the esteemed Elder Chang Yaqing. Each of Elder Chang's prophecies has saved countless players. He never imagined that this business trip would lead him to encounter a prodigious prophetic player. He harbored no doubt regarding the individual's possession of prophetic skills. He had witnessed several prophetic players employing their skills before, and they all exhibited the same demeanor as Mu Qinyu at this moment. He steadied his nerves, suddenly feeling a tinge of regret for having agreed to the earlier proposition. The resurrection coins of prophetic players are exceedingly precious, and statistics indicate that the chances of prophetic players acquiring resurrection coins are astoundingly low. For instance, most combat players who survive a catastrophic apocalypse are typically rewarded with resurrection coins. In contrast, prophetic players must endure a cataclysmic apocalypse to even have a chance at obtaining resurrection coins. This is merely an A-level prophetic player. According to his knowledge, Mr. Chang Yaqing has an exceedingly low probability of obtaining a resurrection coin. Even though the authorities have dispatched numerous elite combatants to protect Mr. Chang, he has only managed to acquire a resurrection coin during a cataclysmic event. Each resurrection coin in Mr. Chang's possession bears national strategic significance. It remains uncertain what level of prophetic skill this young man possesses, if it is S-level. Mu Qinyu is blissfully unaware that his prophetic abilities have been detected by the other party. His perspective has now shifted into an alternate scene. A voice emanates from the future entity, and before Mu Qinyu appears a particularly striking photograph. The image captures a family of 4, a loving couple flanked by a brother and sister who stand joyfully between them, all smiles. The couple above is none other than the mayor and his wife, while the siblings below are presumably the mayor's children. The girl clutches a toy gun, her lips pursed as if uttering playful sounds. Observing the girl intently, Mu Qinyu notices a resemblance between her features and those of Chen Wan'er, leading him to the realization that Chen Wan'er is, in fact, the late Mayor Zhang's biological daughter, Lu Wan, who has been deceased for many years. He recalls a significant event from his middle school days, approximately 6 years prior, when a sensational news story gripped the city. At that time, Lu Mingtian, who was not yet the mayor, faced a tragedy as his daughter Lu Wan was kidnapped. By the time Mu Qinyu learned of the incident, Lu Wan had already met a grim fate. It was said that the kidnappers, unable to reach an agreement with Lu Mingtian, resorted to torturing her to death in a fit of rage. Following Lu Wan's tragic demise, her beloved grandmother, Chen Shi, succumbed to the grief, passing away mere weeks later. Why, then, would Chen Wan'er deceive him by claiming her surname was Chun rather than Lu or her mother Lininga's surname? Choosing to adopt her grandmother's surname instead raises questions about the concealment of her true identity. This leads one to ponder whether Chen Wan'er is indeed the mastermind behind it all. Chapter 24. The revelation Chen Wan'er is a person who has perished in reality yet has seemingly returned to life in this apocalyptic scenario. If Chen Wan'er is not the true antagonist, then who could possibly be? Among the mayor's family, only Chen Wan'er, a person who should not exist, stands out as an anomaly. Mu Qinyu begins to observe the future entity's actions, contemplating that if the future entity possesses any semblance of intelligence, the dagger of termination would undoubtedly be employed against Chen Wan'er. The future entity gazed at the photograph for quite some time before setting it down and turning to look at Qi Wei's behind him. Have you discovered any secrets? Qi Wei's was peering anxiously out the window, urging, "You need to hurry. Those creatures seem to have noticed our presence." Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Wait. There appears to be an armored vehicle." His expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue as he pointed outside, calling out to the future entity. An armored vehicle? Upon hearing this news, the future entity rushed to the window. There, in the outdoor vicinity, was a formidable armored vehicle, charging into their courtyard with an unstoppable force. Mu Qianyi felt a surge of tension as he recognized the vehicle. It was the very one previously driven by Wang Zichen and his companions. Presumably, it contained Wang Zichen, Old Zhao, and Chen Wan'er. The future entity, spotting the armored vehicle, waved and shouted toward it. Wang Fatty, Old Zhao, Chen Wan'er, I'm over here. Do you know them? Qi Wei's was taken aback. The armored vehicle paused momentarily, then astonishingly altered its course, heading directly toward them. Brothers Mu, come down quickly. A small door on the vehicle opened, revealing Wang Zichen beckoning them from within. Without hesitation, the future entity and Qi Wei's dashed downstairs. As they reached the ground floor, the armored vehicle arrived just in front of them, and they quickly hopped aboard. Once inside, the future entity surveyed the surroundings and recognized Old Zhao, the one-armed man he had seen in the death replay, as well as the seemingly unperturbed Chen Wan'er. Mu Qianyi, who had been observing, initially expected the future entity to seize the moment and employ the finishing dagger, but after a few glances at Chen Wan'er, he refrained from using the pendant's lethal skill. Was the future entity merely biding his time? Turning to Old Zhao, the future entity inquired, Old Zhao, could you show us the events that transpired 6 years ago at the mayor's residence? Old Zhao regarded him with suspicion, as it was his first encounter with the future entity, leaving him puzzled by the apparent familiarity. Seeing this, Wang Zichen couldn't help but ask, Brother Mu, have you uncovered something? The others looked on with curiosity, while Chen Wan'er narrowed her eyes slightly, a glint of danger flickering within. Indeed, a significant event transpired 6 years ago. Old Zhao produced his laptop, retrieving the mayor's personal information database. It revealed that his eldest daughter, Lu Wan, had been kidnapped and murdered by robbers. Is that so? Wang Zichen was taken aback. Having only recently moved to Jiangqing, he was unaware of this incident. Qi Wei's, having been in Jiangqing for less than 2 weeks on business, was even less informed. The primary reason lies in the fact that Mayor Lu Mingtian's daughter, Lu Wan, is not the offspring of his current wife, Lin Yingge, but rather the child of his former spouse. During a certain period, due to political circumstances, he wed his present wife. At this juncture, Lao Zhao narrowed his eyes and inquired, Mu Qianyi, is it? Your sudden question stems from some investigation, does it not? I was merely contemplating, he continued, whether the likelihood of a living individual in reality being a boss in the game is greater than that of a deceased person assuming the same role. As Mu Qianyi spoke, he abruptly turned his gaze towards Chen Wan'er, asking, what do you think, Lu Wan? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. The breaths of Lao Zhao, Wang Pengzi, and Qi Wei's were momentarily stilled. Chen Wan'er initially displayed a look of bewilderment, but as she met the calm gaze of the future entity, her expression gradually regained its composure. How did you come to this conclusion? She coldly questioned. My appearance is distinctly different from 6 years ago, when Lu Wan met her tragic end 6 years prior. She had not yet fully matured and was still a child. Yet now, Chen Wan'er had blossomed into a graceful beauty. From the very first encounter, you exhibited none of the trepidation typical of a new player, the future entity pondered aloud. Instead, you projected an attitude reminiscent of a life lived as a game. Perhaps from the moment I made that initial phone call to you, there was no turning back, whether I chose to return home or seek out Wang Zichen. My fate was sealed, leading only to my demise at the hands of the green-haired monsters. Is this all you have to justify your belief that I am Lu Wan? Chen Wan'er retorted with a furrowed brow. Certainly not. The future entity replied, shaking his head. If I'm not mistaken, those green-haired monsters from Wang Zichen's family were summoned by you, were they not? If I had indeed called them forth, I could have simply allowed that cleaning lady to eliminate you all. Why would I go out of my way to assist you? Chen Wan'er questioned, her confusion evident. Upon hearing her words, even Wang Zichen, who stood nearby, nodded in agreement. Indeed, when that cleaning lady transformed into a green-haired monster, Chen Wan'er had intervened to help them. That is because you knew that the green-haired monster could not possibly kill us. The future entity remarked, directing his gaze at Wang Zichen. When faced with the green-haired monster, Wang Pengzi's immediate reaction was to draw his pistol, and aside from his A-level skill, he possessed a B and a C-level skill. Given that his C-level skill involved vehicle proficiency, it was reasonable to assume that his B-level skill was firearm mastery, was it not? Wang Zichen appeared taken aback. Don't say it. You're absolutely right. His B-level skill was indeed firearm mastery, and had he not feared that the gunfire would attract the green-haired monsters outside the villa, he would have already dispatched the green-haired creature with his pistol, thus avoiding the subsequent complications. However, if the situation had been dire, he would have chosen to fire, even at the risk of drawing in the external green-haired monsters. In retrospect, It seems that whether Chun Wanner intervened or not was of little consequence. Chin Wanner's gaze darkened profoundly. Had I known that our first encounter would lead to this, I would have eliminated you then. The future entity stated coldly. It is not merely due to a fleeting whim that you have spared my life. Rather, it is because you are also intrigued by us outsiders. Coincidentally, I, as an outsider, reached out to you, prompting you to conceal your identity and join us. I must admit, you have indeed acquired a wealth of information from us players. Had it not been for my abilities, you would have successfully infiltrated our ranks, and we, as players, would never have fathomed that the mastermind was among our own. Chapter 25. The game is not yet concluded. The future entity faces demise. A silence enveloped the scene for a moment. After a brief stupor, Chin Wanner's expression transformed into a smile. So what if you have uncovered my identity? Outside, all are my people. Chin Wanner, if I lacked the means to eliminate you, would I confront you so boldly? The future entity retrieved the pendant from around his neck. Upon witnessing his actions, the attention of everyone inside the armored vehicle was drawn to him. The instant Chin Wanner beheld the pendant, her complexion shifted dramatically. She transformed into a streak of light and swiftly darted towards the outside of the armored vehicle, her speed far surpassing that of an ordinary human. Go. The future entity unleashed the dagger of termination. The pendant-shaped dagger pursued the direction in which Chin Wanner fled, piercing into her body. Chin Wanner emitted a howl of anguish. After a prolonged moment, her voice erupted in fury. Why? Why must you treat me this way? Have I committed any transgression worthy of death? You all deserve to perish. I loathe you. You shall all meet a wretched end. Amidst her hoarse cries, Chin Wanner's voice gradually faded away, until it vanished entirely. The dagger of termination, embedded within her, seemed to fulfill its purpose, dissolving into specks of starlight. Chin Wanner's form began to dissipate, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Mu Chinyu questioned, how did the dagger of termination come to be in your possession? Beside him, Chi Wei's was left in shock. He had been deceived by Mu Chinyu. My apologies. Upon our first meeting, I found it difficult to place my trust in you. The future entity expressed regret to Chi Wei's. Wait a moment. Wang Zichen interjected suddenly. If we have slain the final boss, why has this dungeon not concluded? Lao Zhao pointed towards the rampaging green-haired creatures outside. These monsters are still in chaos. Could it be that Chin Wanner was not the mastermind? Hearing their remarks, Mu Chinyu, who was observing, felt a surge of alarm within. Indeed, this was his death replay. Had the dungeon ended, he would surely not have perished. Could there be an unforeseen twist? Hold on. The green-haired creatures are beginning to riot. Wang Zichen exclaimed in surprise. The future entity immediately turned to gaze out the window, witnessing an uprising of countless green monsters that began to frantically ascend the armored vehicle they occupied. Quick, shut the doors. Fatty, start the engine. Old Zhao barked sharply. Wang Zichen reacted with remarkable swiftness, promptly closing the vehicle's door and igniting the engine. The formidable force of the armored vehicle propelled them through the encirclement of the green monsters. Surrounding the city, the tumult of the green creatures was pervasive. Chin Wanner's demise seemed to have triggered a mechanism, inciting the monsters into a frenzy. Countless frenzied green creatures hurled themselves at the armored vehicle, desperate to impede their progress, while previously, these creatures had not fully erupted into chaos, allowing the team to traverse the city with relative ease. However, now the green monsters were reckless, and the armored vehicle evidently lacked sufficient power. Numerous grotesque green creatures leapt upon them, their bulging eyes crushed beneath the wheels. Yet they clung on tenaciously, undeterred by the threat to their lives. These frantic actions of the green monsters compromised the functionality of the armored vehicle. Minutes later, Wang Zichen exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it! What have these beasts damaged?" The vehicle's abrupt halt, coupled with the overwhelming presence of green monsters outside, left the four individuals utterly bereft of options. Wang Zichen and Chi Wei sprang into action. Wang Zichen drew his weapon and fired at the green monsters, while Chi Wei transformed his arm into a dragon's limb, his forearm suddenly morphing into a grotesquely powerful appendage adorned with dragon scales. With a mighty swing, he crushed a wounded green monster. This spectacle left the others in stunned amazement. The future entity looked at Chi Wei with astonishment. This individual had previously claimed he could only handle 2 green monsters, yet this display of strength suggested he could easily vanquish 7 or 8 at once. Very well. He also concealed his abilities, just as I have, the future entity mused. However, despite their newfound strength, they were overwhelmed. Even the mightiest fists could not contend with the swarm, as ants can bring down an elephant. Surrounded by an unending tide of green monsters, they soon lost sight of the future entity, who was quickly engulfed by the assault of the creatures. The future entity met its demise. Mu Qinyu regained control over his body and took a moment to dispel the remnants of his recent terror. Watching from the side, Qi Hui's, upon seeing that Mu Qinyu had recovered, cautiously inquired, "Brother Mu, is your skill of the prophetic kind?" Mu Qinyu glanced at him, nodded gently, and began to contemplate the events that unfolded during his last death replay. Something was amiss. According to his reasoning, Chen Wanner must be the mastermind behind it all. Yet, having utilized the dagger of termination to slay Chen Wanner, why had the scenario not concluded, but instead incited the green monsters into riotous behavior? Was Chen Wanner not the true antagonist? He was left in a perplexing quandary. The dagger of the end serves as a crucial item within the dungeon, typically signaling the conclusion of the game upon the demise of the final boss. "What did you just foresee?" Qi Hui's inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "I saw us all perish," Mu Qinyu replied nonchalantly. "All dead," Qi Hui's exclaimed, though he quickly regained his composure. "In a doomsday game, death is an entirely commonplace occurrence. We must head to the city center," Mu Qinyu declared resolutely. It was imperative to rendezvous with Wang Zichen and the others. For although Chen Wanner may not be the final boss, she certainly was not an ordinary human. Her existence might hold the key to unraveling this dungeon's mysteries. Moreover, from the previous death replay, it was evident that they had succeeded in reaching the city center. All right, Qi Hui's nodded. His mission now clear, to stay close to Mu Qinyu and, once they escaped, escort him back to Kyoto. Such prophetic players must surely be integrated into the official ranks. The two stealthily exited the room, and as they approached the stadium, Mu Qinyu indeed noticed a number of athletes clad in sports attire and cleats. Members of the school's football team, now transformed into grotesque creatures. Exchanging a glance with Qi Hui's, they confirmed their intent to leave and slipped into a modest concealment cloak. Fortunately, neither of them was particularly large, otherwise, one might have risked being exposed. With the cloak's assistance, they swiftly made their way toward the rear exit, while the creatures appeared wholly oblivious to their presence, aimlessly wandering the field. They navigated smoothly to the back door. However, an unforeseen complication arose. The dog hole adjacent to the school's rear gate, which Mu Qinyu distinctly remembered, had been reinforced with barbed wire. "The entrance has been sealed." Mu Qinyu pointed at the dog hole, his voice low. Chapter 26, The Mayor's Wife? The concealment cloak could only last 5 minutes, and if they were unable to escape, they would have to retrace their steps. Otherwise, once the cloak's duration expired, they would be left exposed before the horde of athletes. "This is simple enough," Qi Hui stated, extending his right arm and effortlessly tearing through the thick wire mesh. Witnessing this, Mu Qinyu was taken aback. How had he managed to crush such robust steel without employing any skills? "My natural strength, enhanced by my abilities, far exceeds that of others, even without using skills," Qi Hui's explained briefly. They did not dare waste any time and quickly squeezed through the opening. Behind the school lay a residential complex, one Mu Qinyu was intimately familiar with. He gently tapped Qi Hui's hand. "Follow me." He guided Qi Hui's through a narrow path, successfully leading them out of the complex. Over the next half hour, they navigated diligently, ultimately arriving at the residence of Mayor Lu Mingtian, as indicated by their mobile map. "Is anyone inside?" Gazing at the courtyard of the villa before him, Qi Hui's inquired of Mu Qinyu. He observed that the flora within the yard had been ravaged, with heaps of refuse strewn before the entrance, even in the garden. Several discarded green-haired creatures lay lifeless. He recalled the Anran team, who had previously seized the devouring dagger. Had the Anran team been here? His gaze sharpened, for this was a sight not witnessed during his last death playback. In that prior playback, he had received no indication that the Anran team had visited the mayor's residence. This revelation suggested that when the future entity had last arrived here, the mayor and his companions had already been taken away, while the future entity and Qi Hui's had entered to seek information. "What now?" Qi Hui's turned to Mu Qinyu. "Wait," Mu Qinyu replied earnestly. "We must await the arrival of a few individuals." He was aware that, shortly, Wang Zichen and the others would arrive in an armored vehicle to retrieve them. However, once Chen Wanner was slain by the dagger of termination, the green-haired creatures would go berserk, leading to their own demise in this very place. Could the issue lie with the mayor and his son? The two waited for approximately half an hour. Suddenly, Qi Hui spoke up, their essay sound. "A vehicle is approaching." The rumbling echoed, a familiar sound, the armored vehicle traversing the ground. The noise of tires on the surface quickly followed, prompting Mu Qinyu to wave toward the source of the sound. As the armored vehicle came into view, Mu Qinyu immediately called out the names of Wang Zichen and the others. Just as in the scenes from the death playback, upon noticing the two of them, the vehicle swiftly altered its course and headed toward them. As it drew near, Wang Zichen flung open the door. "Brother Mu, hurry inside." Mu Qinyu gestured to Qi Hui's and entered first. Inside the vehicle, he quickly noticed both Chun Wanner and the one-armed man, Old Zhao. Approaching Old Zhao, he extended his right hand. "Hello, Old Zhao. I am Mu Qinyu. I recognized you from my prophetic vision." "Greetings," Old Zhao replied, extending his singular arm, his gaze laden with complexity. Subsequently, Mu Qinyu introduced the others. "This is a player I encountered on my way here. He claims to be affiliated with the authorities and is named Qi Wei's." "Affiliated with the authorities?" Both Old Zhao and Wang Zichen looked at Qi Wei's with surprise. Qi Wei smiled and nodded at the two. Mu Qinyu then introduced Wang Zichen, Old Zhao, and Chun Wanner to Qi Wei's. Before Chun Wanner, he maintained his composure, exhibiting no signs of abnormality, as if nothing had changed from before. Qi Wei's exchanged pleasantries with the three, while Wang Zichen, driving, asked Mu Qinyu, "Brother Mu, what did you do after we parted ways?" "I ventured to the lakeside of the forest park, plunging into the depths to retrieve a small box containing weapons." At this point, Mu Qinyu paused momentarily, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over several individuals, and he noticed the fleeting panic in Chun Wanner's eyes. "You acquired the weapons?" Old Zhao exclaimed with palpable excitement. "Indeed, I did, but it was snatched from me almost immediately." Mu Qinyu recounted the entire episode of how the Anren team had taken it from him. However, when he reached the conclusion, he merely mentioned that the box contained a delicate dagger, speculating that it was the dagger of finality hinted at by the system. "No wonder the Anren team severed contact with us." A cold glint appeared in Old Zhao's eyes. They obtained a crucial item from the dungeon and deemed further collaboration unnecessary. At that moment, Chun Wanner suddenly inquired of Mu Qinyu, "I recall that after we parted ways, you headed north. Yet, the forest park is distinctly south of where we separated." Mu Qinyu turned his attention to Chun Wanner, who wore an inquisitive expression. Indeed, this creature still harbored suspicions. "That's right, Brother Mu. I distinctly remember you heading north." Wang Zichen, who was driving, chimed in unexpectedly. Upon hearing their inquiries, a flicker of unease crossed Mu Qinyu's eyes, quickly replaced by a sheepish expression. "Ahem, at the time, I believed I was heading towards the forest park. It wasn't until I glanced at my phone that I realized I had gone the wrong way," he admitted. Scratching his head, "I have a slight tendency to get lost." Upon hearing this, the alertness in Chun Wanner's eyes diminished somewhat, though it did not completely vanish. She remained wary of Mu Qinyu's prophetic skills, resolutely concealing her identity unless death were imminent. "Now let us seek out the Anren team," Mu Qinyu declared. They suspected the true masterminds to be Mayor Lu Mingtian and his son, yet he believed the true puppet master was someone else entirely. The others turned their gazes towards him, including Chun Wanner, who fixed her eyes intently upon him. "I suspect it is the mayor's wife, Lininga," Mu Qinyu proclaimed, voicing a name that was indeed among his conjectures. In the previous death replay, Old Zhao had revealed that Lininga was not Lu Wan's biological mother. Yet, he was acutely aware that Lu Zitao was Lin Inga's biological son. He suspected there was more than meets the eye. Disinterested in the gossip surrounding the mayor's family, but placing immense value on his own life. "Why do you think so?" Old Zhao inquired. "Because these creatures possess intelligence." Mu Qinyu recalled the scene where those monsters detonated explosives to breach Old Zhao's seemingly impregnable fortress. "The true enemy will never reveal themselves to us. It is evident that Lu Mingtian and Lu Zitao are merely a facade they have chosen to display. While it appears that the actions of these monsters revolve around the mayor's residence, could it be possible that this is all a deliberate act for our benefit?" Chapter 27. The Anren team seeks collaboration. Mu Qinyu's explanation was generally well received by the crowd. "Brother Mu, have you foreseen something?" Wang Zichen could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Don't keep us in suspense. Please tell us." Mu Qinyu opened his mouth, poised to speak, when suddenly, the shrill ringing of a phone interrupted the moment. Old Zhao retrieved his phone, his eyes narrowing as he read the caller ID. "It's a call from the Anren team," he stated solemnly. "Those scoundrels?" Wang Zichen exclaimed in anger. "Do they still have the audacity to call us?" "I will take it," Old Zhao said after a moment of contemplation, setting the phone to speaker mode before answering. "Hello, Old Zhao," came a cheerful voice from the other end. "The dagger of termination is in your possession, correct?" Upon hearing that voice, Mu Qinyu's expression darkened. The speaker was the very man who had previously seized his dagger of devouring evil. "What are you playing at?" Old Zhao replied coldly. "You took the dagger of termination from our hands. What is the meaning of your call?" Old Zhao's response only heightened Mu Qinyu's unease. The man on the line sounded puzzled. "Didn't he your person check with the system?" "I did indeed take the dagger he retrieved from the lake. But it is not the dagger of termination. It is the dagger of devouring evil." As the words fell, Old Zhao turned to Mu Qinyu, his eyes filled with inquiry. Mu Qinyu shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty. With Chun Wanner nearby, he dared not reveal that the dagger of termination was in his possession. Our people are also unaware, old Zhao deduced quickly, asking, could it be that the dagger of termination has been taken by other players? Jiangxing was not limited to just their few players, and it was not surprising if a crucial item had fallen into the hands of others. Old Zhao, we believe we must collaborate, the man on the other end proposed. We have killed Lu Mingtian and Lu Zitao, but the instance has not concluded. Before we eliminated these two, we did not encounter their wife, Lininga. Lu Mingtian and Lu Zitao have been killed. The group expressed their astonishment. The Anren team's efficiency was astonishing. Mu Qinyi observed Chen Wan'er, noting her composed demeanor, confirming that this father-son duo was likely not significant players in the grand scheme. It seemed that as the Anren team suggested, they were merely superficial figures, puppets for a hidden mastermind. What do you wish to convey? Old Zhao asked coldly. Collaboration. To eliminate their wife, Lininga. The man from the Anren team stated with resolve. We need your surveillance to locate Lininga. Oh, so that is your intent. It was no wonder the team had suddenly reached out. However, one must acknowledge old Zhao's exceptional ability to find and observe. Otherwise, he would not have known the critical item's location by the lakeside. We will consider it. Well, I look forward to your return call. Old Zhao abruptly hung up the phone and then turned to the others. What are your thoughts? We shall not collaborate with them. Mu Qinyi shook his head, asserting that if they could betray once, they could betray countless times. Any partnership with them would be detrimental. Previously, by the lakeside, they had openly insulted old Zhao, referring to him as a disabled person missing an arm. When they had no need for him, they disregarded him entirely, yet when they required his assistance, they eagerly sought him out. Now, with uncertainty looming over whether the crucial artifact, the Dagger of Doom, was in their possession, should it be, we would easily be sewing garments for their benefit. Mu Qinyi pondered, stroking his chin, and if they did not possess the Dagger of Doom, then our need to collaborate with them would be even less justifiable, for with the addition of Qi Wei Eyes, he alone could contend with 7 or 8 green-haired monsters. Qi Wei Eyes. Wait, when did he claim he could handle 7 or 8 green-haired monsters? He distinctly stated he could only manage 2. However, he swiftly recalled Mu Qinyi using prophetic skills in his presence previously. Oh, a prophetic player, then there's nothing to worry about. Yet Wang Zichen and the others gazed at Qi Wei Eyes in astonishment. Truly, as an official, he alone could confront 7 or 8 green-haired monsters. Therefore, old Zhao, you should directly locate Lininga's whereabouts, and we shall proceed. If we can fight, we shall, and if we cannot, we can always use a resurrection coin. Mu Qinyi articulated thus, yet internally he had already begun to formulate some suspicions. I find this unwise. Old Zhao frowned, expressing that we have no crucial artifacts. Solely relying on the few of us, the probability of success is exceedingly low. It would be better to hide and wait for others to succeed. Old Zhao, we have no means to hide. Mu Qinyi fixated on him, his tone grave, stating that in the vision I witnessed, your fortress could not withstand the onslaught of the green-haired monsters. We are currently like cockroaches exposed to the sun, with no place to evade. The only solution is to terminate this apocalypse. Escape? Where could they flee? Mu Qinyi's words rendered old Zhao silent. Indeed, old Zhao, we have already reached a point of no return. Wang Zichen also urged from the side, asserting that since the armored vehicle was not struck by the telephone pole last time, he had developed absolute trust in Mu Qinyi. Chen Wan'er, Qi Wei Eyes, what are your thoughts? Mu Qinyi inquired of the two, seemingly seeking their opinions. I will follow your lead. Chen Wan'er appeared indecisive. Qi Wei Eyes chuckled, stating, Brother Mu, I'm with you all the way. After all, my goal is to safely escort you to the National Apocalypse Management Bureau. Seeing everyone express their stance, old Zhao could only reluctantly concede. Very well, then I shall join you in this reckless endeavor. With that, he opened the computer situated in the armored vehicle and began to furiously type on the keyboard before everyone. Although he had but one hand, it moved with the swiftness of lightning, leaving behind a trail of afterimages before them. Before long, he produced a list. In reality, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 2 in the afternoon, the mayor's wife, Lininga, would visit this beauty salon, remaining there for 3 hours before departing. As a top-tier hacker, many appeared almost naked before old Zhao. Noticing old Zhao's actions, Chen Wan'er could not help but inquire, Old Zhao, with your prowess, can you casually investigate the information of everyone in the city? Rest assured, old Zhao explained to Mu Qinyi and Chen Wan'er, I do not arbitrarily infringe upon others' privacy. I have not searched for either of your information. What do you mean by that, old Zhao? So, you possess my privacy then? Wang Pengzi interjected, dissatisfied. Surprisingly, old Zhao nodded in affirmation, saying, as your teammate, I must always be vigilant about your safety. For instance, I could see the websites you browsed last night. And if I wished, I could even watch the live stream with that model of yours. Stop it. Wang Pengzi quickly covered Old Zhao's mouth. Chapter 28. The woman kneeling before the Buddha statue. Wang Zichen's face flushed slightly. This conversation could not continue. Old Zhao brushed his hand away, wearing a look of disdain. However, Wang Pengzi, I suggest that after we go out this time, you exchange some points for items to enhance your physique. Your speed was a bit excessive yesterday. Before he could finish his sentence, he was once again silenced by Wang Zichen's hand. Old Zhao, you'd better think carefully before you speak. Wang Pengzi's expression was perilously dangerous. So many people were present. Did he not care about his reputation? Meanwhile, Mu Qinyu had not been paying attention to their exchange and instead picked up the documents regarding Lin Yingge. The woman in the photograph was exquisitely beautiful, adorned in expensive designer clothing, resembling a glittering jewel. The file contained numerous commendations of Lin Yingge, all without exception praising her virtues. Furthermore, it noted that Lin Yingge was a devout Buddhist, frequently visiting a temple outside Jiangxing to pray. As Mu Qinyu perused the details of her prayer times, he suddenly called out, "Wait, turn around, head to Qingfeng Temple." Understood. Wang Zichen immediately turned the vehicle around. The armored car swiftly adjusted its course toward Qingfeng Temple. Gazing at the bustling green-haired creatures outside, Mu Qinyu's eyes narrowed. He began to meticulously recall all the scenes from the death replay. After reviewing the information about the mayor's wife, Lin Yingge, many previously inexplicable matters began to take shape in his mind. As the vehicle progressed toward Qingfeng Temple, the surrounding green-haired creatures noticed their armored car and rushed towards it, gnashing their teeth. However, because Chun Wanner had not been killed by the Dagger of Termination, this group of green-haired creatures did not exhibit reckless abandon. Amidst the thunderous roar of the armored vehicle, they arrived at the foot of the mountain outside Jiangxing after a brief span of minutes. Not far from their location stood the Qingfeng Temple. Inside the vehicle was the mayor's wife, Lin Yingge. Wang Zichen, who was at the wheel, noticed a car in the parking lot and urgently exclaimed, "Do not stop. Drive straight in. Charge in," shouted Mu Qianyi, pressing for immediate action. Without hesitation, Wang Zichen pressed the accelerator, and the armored vehicle crashed through the barrier, barreling forward. The vehicle surged into the temple, shattering its tightly shut doors before finally coming to a halt. However, what caused the pupils of everyone inside the vehicle to constrict was the sight of a single woman within the temple. She knelt humbly before a Buddha statue, her back turned towards them, immersed in prayer. Not a single living soul was present around her. This scene was peculiar, for while the surrounding populace had largely transformed into green-haired monsters, here in this temple stood a solitary human in devotion. Could it be Lin Yingge? Wang Pengzi gulped, his voice trembling as he posed the question. "It is her," Mu Qianyi affirmed confidently. Then, he executed an action that none had anticipated. He opened the car door and stepped outside. The group was rendered speechless, including Chun Wanner, whose eyes widened in disbelief at Mu Qianyi's audacity. As Mu Qianyi descended from the vehicle, he walked towards the woman kneeling before the Buddha statue. Every movement he made sent ripples of anxiety through the hearts of those still inside the vehicle. Step by step, he approached the woman, halting a few meters behind her. Performing heinous acts yet devoutly worshipping, Mu Qianyi murmured softly, "Madame Lu, are you worshipping yourself?" Inside the vehicle, the others were astounded by how Mu Qianyi could utter such coarse words in such a gentle tone. The woman kneeling before the statue slowly rose and turned around. "What the hell?" Wang Zichen suddenly cried out in shock. Even Zhao and Wang Zichen were taken aback by the woman's appearance. As her slender silhouette pivoted, they were met with a horrific sight. Her face was infested with an array of maggots. The once smooth and fair cheeks of the mayor's wife now marred with pockmarked wounds, from which the maggots writhed incessantly. Suddenly, a bloodied hand shot out, grasping towards Mu Qianyi's neck. "Damn humans!" the mayor's wife hissed, her mouth gaping wide, revealing a grotesque array of decayed teeth. In that moment, Mu Qianyi swiftly retrieved the necklace from around his neck, the Dagger of Termination. "The Dagger of Termination is with you?" The mayor's wife's expression shifted dramatically, her hand retracting hastily as she retreated, swiftly hiding beneath the Buddha statue, her gaze fixed warily upon Mu Qianyi. The Dagger of Termination? The occupants of the vehicle were taken aback by the sight of the small dagger in Mu Qianyi's hands. How could the Dagger of Termination be in his possession? However, their astonishment quickly transformed into excitement. The Dagger of Termination was a pivotal tool. Now, if Mu Qianyi were to use it to eliminate Lin Yingge, they would all succeed. Yet, there was a tinge of regret among them. Had Mu Qianyi ambushed Lin Yingge with the dagger earlier, they might have succeeded, but now that she had fled, it was uncertain whether the dagger could still be wielded effectively. "Are you afraid of this?" Mu Qianyi toyed with the Dagger of Termination, casting a scrutinizing glance at the hideous woman before him. "I must admit, you nearly deceived me," he sighed. "Madam Mayor, I wish to inquire. 6 years ago, It was you who orchestrated the abduction of Lu Wan, the daughter of Lu Mingtian, was it not? His question left the others in the vehicle momentarily stunned. Chen Wanner, in particular, bit her lip, her beautiful eyes anxiously fixated on Mu Qinyi outside the vehicle. That little wretch deserves her fate. The mayor's wife uttered her chilling words. Lu Wan is the greatest source of resentment in Jiang City. How can you claim she deserves to die? Mu Qinyi tightened his grip on the dagger, his gaze fixed on the unsightly figure of the mayor's wife in the distance. 6 years ago, you sent assassins to violate Lu Wan and subsequently tortured her to death, resulting in the most horrific tragedy Jiang City has ever seen. Every year on the anniversary of her demise, you visit the temple, piously praying and burning incense in a futile attempt to cleanse your sins. I am genuinely curious. What fuels your deep-seated hatred towards her? Lin Yingge remained silent. At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed outside the temple. Mu Qinyi, hurry up and make your move. A horde of green-haired monsters is storming in. Wang Zichen, noticing the commotion outside, swiftly turned the vehicle to block the entrance of the temple, preventing the monsters from rushing in. Yet, Mu Qinyi appeared unfazed by the external turmoil. Continuing his musings, let me take a wild guess. You harbor a profound disdain for Lu Wan, yet you are oblivious to the reasons behind it. Am I correct? This statement left the others in the vehicle perplexed. The mayor's wife despised Lu Wan, yet she herself was unaware of why. What rationale could there be? Just moments ago, it had been asserted that the mayor's wife had ordered Lu Wan's death. Was it merely a matter of personal dislike? There could only be one explanation. At that instant, Mu Qinyi brandished the dagger of termination, pointing it sharply at Chen Wanner behind him. You are nothing but a puppet. You lack your original memories. And the true mastermind has always been you. Chen Wanner. Chapter 29. The twist, the deal. What? The other 3 occupants of the vehicle turned sharply to face Chen Wanner. The timid Wang Zichen instinctively shrank back behind old Zhao. Inside the vehicle, Chen Wanner narrowed her eyes. Is this your method of revenge, Chen Wanner? Mu Qinyi no longer directed his attention toward the utterly silent Lin Yingge, but instead turned to Chen Wanner. Your vengeance, he remarked, is to transform the beauty-obsessed Lin Yingge into such an unsightly visage. Yet, have you ever contemplated that this is merely a figment of your imagination? The genuine Mrs. Mayor, Lin Yingge, is presently reveling in the real world. He had just spoken the truth. He had nearly fallen prey to Chen Wanner's deception. Be it the unseen Mayor Lu Mingtian, his son Lu Zitao, or the kneeling figure of Mrs. Mayor Lin Yingge, they were all but smokescreens deliberately cast by Chen Wanner. Only she possessed the power to manipulate these phantoms. How did you come to this conclusion? Chen Wanner inquired, her gaze now laced with murderous intent. Lu Wan, from a young age, you have embodied the essence of justice, your lifelong aspiration being to serve as a guardian of the law. However, that dream was extinguished when you turned 17. That year, you were abducted by a cadre of assassins whose sole intent was to end your life. In the throes of your torment, as death loomed, they revealed that your murderer was none other than your father's new wife, the current Mrs. Mayor, Lin Yingge. So, burdened by profound confusion and boundless resentment, you perished that autumn. As the embodiment of grievances in Jiangsheng, you were reborn under the auspices of this apocalyptic scenario. In your new life, you achieved your long-held dream of becoming a police officer, and you devised ingenious methods to torment Mrs. Mayor Lin Yingge, even fabricating a narrative that she was the true mastermind behind the scenes. Upon learning of my prophetic abilities, you grew wary of me and orchestrated an elaborate ruse to mislead me. At this juncture, Mu Qinyi gazed at Chen Wanner with a hint of compassion. Upon hearing his words, Chen Wanner's expression darkened, her eyes glinting with malice. Yet, she also noted the termination dagger clutched in Mu Qinyi's hand, rendering her hesitant to strike. Because you are a creation of this grievance, should I use the termination dagger against you, it would not promptly conclude this apocalyptic scenario. Instead, it would escalate the narrative to its third phase, inciting a full-scale riot among the green-haired monsters. Your prophetic abilities are truly repugnant. Chen Wanner chortled at this revelation. So, you dare not kill me, correct? As their exchange unfolded, within the vehicle, Lao Zhao, Wang Zichen, and Qi Wei's were left bewildered. They were not only astonished that their longtime companion was the ultimate antagonist of this scenario, but also incredulous at how Mu Qinyi had come to possess such extensive knowledge. They had all been together, yet how did he uncover so much? Moreover, judging by Chen Wanner's demeanor, it seemed Mu Qinyi had indeed hit the mark. Chen Wanner, you are ultimately just a manifestation of grievance. Mu Qinyi's gaze softened with pity. So, would you be amenable to a transaction with me? What sort of transaction? Chen Wanner inquired, intrigued. Allow me to end your life here. Mu Qinyi retrieved the dagger of termination and spoke softly, then return me to reality. And I shall assist you in eliminating that wretched Lin Yingge who has wronged you. Chen Wanner's pupils dilated in shock. Silence enveloped the air, thickening with tension. Even the onlookers, Wang Zichen, Old Zhao, and Qi Wei's, huddled together, hesitant to breathe. After a prolonged moment, Chen Wanner finally uttered, "On what basis should I trust you?" Mu Chenyi replied calmly, "I swear, if I deceive you, may I meet a most untimely demise." Huh. The oaths of humanity, Chen Wanner scoffed. Yet, in a surprising turn, Mu Chenyi performed an unexpected action. With a decisive motion, he hurled the dagger of termination far away. "Now, do you choose to believe me?" he asked, his gaze steady upon Chen Wanner. "I have entrusted my life to your hands. This is my sincerity. Once I depart from this place, I will assuredly aid you in slaying Lininga." It was a high-stakes gamble. Even the vengeful spirit of Chen Wanner was left utterly astounded. She regarded Mu Chenyi deeply before slowly opening the car door and stepping out. The three in the vehicle observed her every move with trepidation. Should she unleash her wrath upon Mu Chenyi, none of them would survive. Click, click, click. Chen Wanner brushed past Mu Chenyi, bending down to retrieve the dagger of termination. Gradually, she approached him, placing the dagger against his throat. "What if I were to say you have wagered incorrectly?" she teased, her beautiful visage illuminated by an excited blush. Mu Chenyi merely gazed at her, devoid of fear, instead filled with compassion. He pitied Chen Wanner's plight, believing her hatred for that woman in reality surpassed any sentiment she held in this world. "To be honest, you are the first human I have encountered here." Chen Wanner suddenly sighed, withdrawing the dagger from Mu Chenyi's throat and placing it in his hand. "You possess a magnetic charm. Had I lived in reality, perhaps I might have grown fond of you." Grasping his hand, she slowly plunged the dagger of termination into her own heart. "I choose to trust you." As the dagger pierced her chest, her form began to dissipate like smoke. "Remember, use the dagger of termination to slay that woman. This way, she will come to my world." Chen Wanner fixed her gaze upon Mu Chenyi until she completely vanished. Ding! The system's voice suddenly resonated in the minds of all players in Jiangqing. "Congratulations, players, for clearing the apocalyptic dungeon, Puppet Kingdom. The dungeon will conclude ahead of schedule. Completion level, perfect." The system's announcement reverberated 3 times before it finally ceased. Simultaneously, all the green-haired monsters pursuing players within Jiang City halted their movements, ultimately resigning to a mournful wail. The game had come to a definitive conclusion. Mu Chenyi caressed the dagger of termination in his hand, his gaze laden with complexity as he looked toward the spot where Chen Wanner had vanished. He had placed his bets correctly, yet an inexplicable sense of sorrow enveloped him, preventing any joy from surfacing. Ultimately, his inner desolation manifested in a heavy sigh as he regarded the dagger of termination, which had not vanished. He was somewhat taken aback. During his last death replay, the dagger had simply disappeared. However, after vanquishing the unresentful Chen Wanner, it remained in his possession. At that moment, his brother Mu, Wang Zichen, suddenly called out to him. He snapped back to reality, glancing at the 3 individuals in the vehicle and unable to suppress a chuckle. "What are you 3 huddled together for?" Upon hearing his question, Wang Zichen, Qi Wei's, and Old Zhao released their embrace. "Brother Mu, what on earth is happening?" "I must admit, I'm rather perplexed," Wang Zichen remarked, rubbing his chubby face and casting a glance at the spot where Chen Wanner had disappeared, unable to contain his curiosity. "This dungeon presents 2 possible modes of completion," Mu Chenyi replied, rethreading the dagger of termination with a red cord and hanging it around his neck. "The first entails directly slaying the resentful entity, Chen Wanner. However, killing her would allow her resentment to persist, propelling the dungeon into a 3rd phase wherein all green-haired monsters would augment their strength and revolt. Only by surviving this upheaval can one achieve complete victory. In the prophetic vision I witnessed, the 4 of us did not survive this chaos. Thus I was compelled to opt for the second method. That is, to eliminate Chen Wanner after her resentment dissipates, preventing any uprising from the green-haired monsters." Chapter 30. The dust settles at this juncture. Mu Chenyi felt fortunate that he had refrained from hasty conclusions. In the previous death replay, just before her demise, Chen Wanner had uttered several poignant words. "Why? Why must you treat me this way? What have I done to deserve this? You all should perish. I despise you. May you all meet a grim fate." These words struck him as profoundly unsettling. The lingering resentment had not been alleviated, and her cries, steeped in profound injustice, resonated as though the entire world bore guilt. Later, through information relayed by Old Zhao, he learned that Lininga was a person of considerable vanity, having undergone various cosmetic procedures and frequently visiting beauty salons. How could such a beauty transform into the grotesque final boss of a dungeon? Thus, upon witnessing Lin Inga's horrifying transformation, he began to speculate. A person so enamored with aesthetics, now bearing such a ghastly visage, coupled with the prior revelation that this woman was not actually Chun Wanner's biological mother, led him to make bold conjectures. Chun Wanner remains the true mastermind behind the scenes, harboring immense resentment towards Lin Inga. Consequently, she has crafted Lin Inga into a monstrous figure, the embodiment of a shadowy puppet, while she herself has seamlessly integrated into the ranks of the players, thereby securing an unassailable position. Moreover, he glimpsed a photograph of Chun Wanner with her family of 4, in which she brandished a toy gun, striking a pose reminiscent of a police officer. This revelation underscores her childhood as a girl imbued with a strong sense of justice, aspiring to become a police officer, a role she indeed assumes within this game scenario. After imparting the majority of his acquired information to the trio, their astonishment was palpable. Fortunately, your keen observations have led us here. Otherwise, we might have remained ensnared in this predicament indefinitely. Lao Zhao exhaled in relief. By the way, hasn't the scenario concluded? At this juncture, Mu Chenyi expressed his confusion. How shall we return to reality? It is now time for the point settlement, explained the official, Qi Wei's. Typically, the settlement period lasts half an hour. After this interval, we shall return to reality. However, due to the catastrophic nature of this apocalyptic scenario, the completion methods vary by region. As we transition back to reality, individuals in other regions will concurrently experience their versions of the apocalypse. Is the time ratio different? Mu Chenyi inquired. Indeed, the time ratios differ. For instance, while we completed our tasks in less than half a day, other regions endured for an entire month before fulfilling the basic survival objectives requisite for returning to reality. Thus, when we return, we shall do so simultaneously with players from other regions, albeit having only experienced half a day of apocalyptic turmoil while they faced a month. Qi Wei's nodded in affirmation. Naturally, this instance is classified as a unique apocalyptic scenario where communication between regions is non-existent. However, in the face of other global cataclysms, such as widespread flooding, the time across Blue Star's various regions remains interconnected. Acknowledging this, Mu Chenyi indicated his understanding. In the ensuing moments, Lao Zhao and the others posed additional inquiries regarding the current scenario, to which he responded in kind. Suddenly, Lao Zhao's phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, his brow furrowed. The Anran squad. Wang Zichen queried. Indeed, Lao Zhao confirmed before promptly ending the call. The betrayal by the Anran squad lingered heavily on his mind. Brother Mu, why did you conceal your possession of the dagger of termination? Wang Zichen could not restrain his curiosity regarding the Anran squad. Additionally, how did you acquire the dagger of termination? Mu Chenyi elucidated. The rationale for my discretion is straightforward, with Chun Wanner present. Revealing that the dagger of termination is in my possession would undoubtedly prompt her to take precautions. As for how I acquired the N's dagger by the lakeside in the forest park, there were 2 boxes in total. The first box contained the Devourer's dagger, but it was seized by the Anran team. The second box held the N's dagger. However, this equipment could only be used once, which made me hesitate to act. Damn those bastards from the Anran team. Wang Zichen cursed angrily. At that moment, Qi Wei's approached eagerly, handing his contact information to Mu Chenyi. Here is my phone number. Remember to reach out to me when we return to reality. And mine, Wang Zichen exclaimed, rushing forward to write down his number and present it to Mu Chenyi. Mu Chenyi took the 2 notes. Ding. Points tally complete. The system concluded the score calculation, and Mu Chenyi glanced at the game interface. Host Mu Chenyi, in this instance, you have accomplished the following tasks: successfully survived, obtained the crucial item, the N's dagger, and unraveled this apocalypse, achieving a perfect clearance and earning a total of 100 points. Reward, a disposable item, the N's dagger, a grade. N's dagger, a grade, a disposable item capable of slaying any living being. Ding. Detection indicates that the host is participating in the instance for the first time. The reward item level increases, and points are doubled. Host information, name, Mu Chenyi, total participation in apocalypse events, 0 special ability. Eye of Death, SSS grade, special item, N's dagger, S grade, N's dagger, S grade, a disposable item that can kill any living being. If the slain being is the source of the apocalypse, the item S usage count will refresh. Revival coins, 0 points, 200. Mu Chenyi blinked. The N's dagger had transformed into S grade. The implication of this dagger suggested that if he eliminated the source of the apocalypse, its usage would reset. Did this not encourage him to unravel the sources of the apocalypse more frequently? Otherwise, it would merely remain a disposable item. Moreover, why was there no reward of revival coins? He glanced at Wang Zichen and the others. What rewards did you receive? Damn, I participated in unraveling the apocalypse and ended up with a C-grade skill, pianist. Wang Zichen exclaimed in despair. How am I supposed to play the piano with these clumsy hands? Mu Chenyi replied, I drew a C-grade skill as well, excavator operator. Chi Wei Eyes, appearing less than satisfied with his draw, remarked, "Why couldn't I have gotten a skill for flying planes instead? Mine is decent, though." Old Zhao interjected, "I drew a C-grade skill, gourmet, which is somewhat practical." Seeing that everyone had drawn skills while he was left with only one S-grade disposable item, Mu Qianyi felt a twinge of injustice. Why did everyone else receive skill draws while he was left with merely an S-grade single-use item? Chapter 31. Return to reality. This was not Mu Qianyi's vanity. Rather, he earnestly desired a remarkable life skill. What was wrong with being a pianist? If he were to showcase his exceptional piano skills at the school performance, captivating a group of younger girls, wouldn't he that present an opportunity to end his 21-year-long singlehood? "What good fortune have you drawn, Brother Mu?" inquired Chi Wei Eyes. Meanwhile, Zhao and Wang Zichen also cast curious glances at Mu Qianyi. Logically, as the pivotal figure in deciphering the apocalypse, the rewards he received must be substantial, especially considering that newcomers typically receive enhanced rewards during their first apocalypse. "I have obtained an A-grade item, the Dagger of Termination, and 100 points. After the newcomer bonus, the Dagger of Termination has been upgraded to S-grade, along with an additional 200 points. After sharing this, he looked at the three, a hint of confusion in his tone. "By the way, what is the purpose of these points? Can they be exchanged for skills and items?" "Good gracious, brother, you've hit the jackpot," Wang Zichen exclaimed, his eyes widening. 200 points? In my half year as a player, I've only accumulated a total of 230 points, most of which I earned for surviving until the end. So scarce? Mu Qianyi was astonished, realizing that his points were indeed quite generous. "So, what exactly can these points be used for?" he inquired further. With a look of envy, Wang Zichen replied, "To put it simply, 1 point can be exchanged for 10 million yuan in reality. What do you think of that? Are you serious?" Mu Qianyi's eyes widened, his voice rising in pitch. 1 point can be exchanged for 10 million yuan? With my 200 points, that would amount to 2 billion. Good heavens, I might not even earn that much throughout my entire working life after graduating from university. In addition to being converted to money, points can also be exchanged for skills and items, though those tend to be exorbitantly priced, often exceeding the value of the rewards themselves. As Wang Zichen elaborated on this, he suddenly expressed envy. An S-grade item. There are probably very few S-grade items throughout Huaxia. Chi Wei Eyes interjected. According to the statistics from the Huaxia Apocalypse Management Bureau, there are a total of 104 recorded S-grade items. Including your item, Brother Mu, that brings the total to 105 S-grade items. Honestly, this S-grade item isn't as remarkable as you might think, Mu Qianyi said, a hint of bitterness at the corners of his mouth. While it is said to have the potential to eliminate the source of the apocalypse, what if I make the wrong choice? For instance, during this apocalypse scenario, I nearly handed the item over to Lininga. By the way, Brother Mu, aside from this item and the points, did you receive any resurrection coins or other rewards? Chi Wei Eyes asked curiously. He understood that the probability of prophecy-type players receiving resurrection coins was quite low, and given Mu Qianyi's flawless completion of the challenge, he was intrigued to see if there might be any resurrection coins involved. "No," Mu Qianyi shook his head, glancing at the three. "Did any of you receive resurrection coins?" "I have 2. Zhao was the first to respond. "I also have 2. Wang Zichen raised his hand. When Mu Qianyi turned to Chi Wei Eyes, he nodded. "It seems we're all in the same boat. I also received 2 resurrection coins as rewards." Mu Qianyi, only he, among them, has received no revival coin as a reward. Nevertheless, do not despair. With your remarkable strength, opportunities to acquire revival coins will surely arise in the future. Besides, you possess a revival coin gifted to beginners, Wang Zichen reassured him. However, in comparison to revival coins and points, the most crucial aspect is skills. Skills can only be obtained by participating in the termination of the ultimate source of the apocalypse. Merely surviving basic tasks will seldom yield skills, unless one encounters a cataclysmic end. Mu Qianyi nodded in agreement. He refrained from disclosing his lack of revival coins to the others. It was not a matter of distrust towards the trio. Rather, revealing his predicament would render him vulnerable. For instance, had the man from the Anrin team discovered his absence of revival coins at the lakeside, he might well have entertained the notion of silencing him rather than seeking treasure without bloodshed. While the group conversed, the system began to transport everyone outside. Mu Qianyi observed the figures of Lao Zhao, Wang Zichen, and Chi Wei Eyes dissipating before him. "Brother Mu, make sure to contact us once you're out." Wang Zichen waved goodbye just before vanishing. Moments later, the three of them had completely disappeared from Mu Qianyi's sight. As he surveyed the now empty space before him, he blinked in confusion. Why had he not yet departed? "Mu Qianyi, when did you first suspect something was amiss with me?" A soft voice echoed from behind him, prompting him to whirl around. There stood Chen Wan'er beneath the statue, arms crossed, gazing at him. After a brief moment of surprise, Muchini quickly regained his composure. From the very first time I laid eyes on you, I felt a strange familiarity. However, I did not begin to doubt you until we were pursued by the green-haired monster. Ah, so that is how it is, Chen Wanner mused, resting her chin on her hand with a feigned look of sorrow. You unraveled the mystery too quickly, leaving me unable to hold my head high in front of the vengeful spirits in other regions. Muchini, intrigued, pondered why Chen Wanner had not perished and what purpose she had in leaving him alive. Remember your promise to me, she threatened playfully. If you fail to bring that woman here, I shall personally seek you out. I will comply, Muchini replied, somewhat resigned. Chen Wanner approached him, retrieving the dagger of termination from his collar. With her fingertip delicately resting on the blade's sharp edge, she whispered, there is no need for you to utilize the dagger's skill. Simply pierce Lin Inga with this blade, and I will ensure she arrives here. At this, her eyes glinted with malice. Should Lin Inga enter, she would make her aware of the meaning of a fate worse than death. The inhumane treatment Lin Inga had subjected her to would be repaid 1,000-fold. I understand, Muchini nodded. This was a promise he intended to keep. Now, let me send you away, Chen Wanner declared. Chen Wanner placed her hand gently on Muchini's chest and gave a slight push. I believe we shall meet again. The moment her fingers made contact, Muchini felt as if his body was entirely out of his control, toppling backward. A wave of dizziness enveloped him, as though he were being pulled into another time. It was not until this sensation dissipated entirely that he felt as if he had awakened from an extraordinarily long dream. Old Mu, it's your turn to buy breakfast today. That drink from last night nearly did me in. A familiar voice rang out, prompting Muchini to rub his aching head. It was a common sign of overindulgence. Clutching his head, he sat up and glanced at his 3 roommates sprawled across the other beds. What on earth is happening? He was momentarily taken aback. Was this merely a dream? Guys, let me tell you about the bizarre dream I had last night. He began to share with his roommates, but as soon as he spoke, he noticed an icy sensation on his chest. He instinctively reached inside, and upon feeling a metallic surface, his words faltered. The dagger of termination was still there. This was no dream. Chapter 32. Personal Marketplace. Forget the dreams. You can embellish them all you want, but you're buying breakfast today. One of his roommates quipped. I'm going to buy it now, Muchini retorted, not bothering to argue further. He quickly dressed and made his way outside, needing a moment alone to collect his thoughts. Once outside the dormitory, he retrieved the dagger of termination and examined it closely. After a moment of contemplation, he felt around in his pocket and indeed found the phone numbers given to him by Wang Zichen and Qi Weis. He promptly dialed Wang Zichen's number. Wang Zichen answered immediately. Hey, who is this? It's me, Muchini, he replied. Whoa, Mu bro. Wang Zichen's tone shifted from surprise to confusion. Wait, why is your number from the Ganshui area? I'm studying here, Muchini explained, uncertain himself as to why he had begun the game in Jiangxing. Wang Zichen's voice turned serious. That shouldn't be the case. Mu bro, did you enter the apocalypse scenario last night without realizing it? What were you doing at 10 o'clock? Muchini fell silent. 10 o'clock last night? He might have already been out of it. So, he recounted the events of the previous night with his roommates. After hearing his explanation, Wang Zichen fell silent as well. Moments later, an older voice came through the phone. It's not unusual for you to be experiencing this. In the apocalypse scenario, one can choose to enter from their usual residence or from their current location. Typically, everyone selects their present location. But since you were out of it last night and didn't make a choice, the system defaulted to your habitual residence, bringing you to Jiangxing. Why is Lao Zhao's voice on the line? As Muchini was engulfed in a sense of bewilderment, he was abruptly jolted by the furious roar of Wang Zichen from the other end of the line. Old Zhao, your BYD has been eavesdropping on my conversation. Muchini pondered this, recalling that Old Zhao and Wang Zichen did not cohabitate, yet inexplicably, Old Zhao's voice resonated through Wang Zichen's phone. I noticed the number of your call was rather peculiar and suspected it might be Muchini, hence I picked up, Old Zhao retorted with evident disdain. Do you think I'm genuinely interested in your sordid personal affairs? Disregarding the agitated and frustrated Wang Zichen, Old Zhao directed his attention to Muchini. Muchini, do you need to pay a visit to Jiang City to deal with the mayoress wife? Indeed, Muchini responded as he glanced at the dagger in his hand. However, I must request a leave and concoct a suitable excuse for my parents. Very well, upon your return, Wang Fatty and I shall host a welcome gathering for you. Old Zhao, I have an inquiry. Muchini ventured curiously. How can I utilize the points I have acquired? And how can I discern the next entry time for the Apocalypse Dungeon? Upon hearing this, Old Zhao paused momentarily before explaining, you merely need to mentally invoke the system, and it will manifest. As for the utilization of points, you can enter the personal mall to redeem them. Regarding the next entry time for the Apocalypse Dungeon, you can assume it occurs every Saturday night at 10. However, the personal mall is rather unique. After experiencing one apocalypse, Each individual will randomly receive 4 items within the mall, which could range from skills, props, weapons, or even pets. The point cost for redemption varies depending on the value of these 4 items. Naturally, points also possess another function, allowing them to be exchanged for currency, where 1 point equates to 10 million. You can explore these details further on your own. I will refrain from elaborating. However, I advise you to redeem any high-value items directly, as the 4 items will refresh after the next apocalypse concludes. Thank you, Brother Zhao, I understand. Mu Qianyi expressed his gratitude. After terminating the call, he mentally invoked the system. The system prompt appeared, resembling the one he had summoned in the game, albeit this time featuring an icon for the personal mall. Upon opening the personal mall, 4 brand new items unfolded before him. The topmost item glimmered with a golden radiance. S-class pet, Succubus, completely obedient to commands, boasting exceptional combat prowess, with striking beauty and unparalleled strength. Attached to this golden item was a high-definition image. In the photograph, a stunning woman smiled at Mu Qianyi, nearly enchanting him to the point of losing his very soul. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had fallen in love. As a lifelong bachelor of over 20 years, Mu Qianyi had never encountered such a spectacle. I must buy it, he resolved in an instant, determination coursing through him. Just as he was utterly convinced of purchasing it, he caught sight of the price for the S-class Succubus. Price, 2,000 points. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Mu Qianyi instantly regained his composure, confirming with a discerning gaze. He realized it was beyond his means. To acquire 2,000 points, he would need to conquer 20 disaster-level dungeons. His first experience of earning 200 points was merely due to a doubling of the newcomer's reward. Otherwise, he would have only received 100 points. Reflecting on this, he cast a reluctant glance at the alluring succubus above. This creature was stunningly beautiful and entirely obedient. These attributes were secondary, as his primary desire was to enlist a formidable bodyguard for his protection. Reluctantly withdrawing his gaze, he turned his attention to the second slot. The second slot appeared far more ordinary, containing a light-colored tome. B-level skill, Supreme Martial Arts, which, upon purchase, would be learned automatically, enhancing the host physique. Price, 188 points. A valuable item, yet still rather expensive. He refrained from hastily making a purchase and continued to scan downwards. The third slot was rather unimpressive, showcasing a book on a practical skill. D-level skill, Master of Rubik's Cubes, which could solve all types of cubes. Price, 18 points. Master of Rubik's Cubes. One must ponder, what use would this skill hold in a post-apocalyptic dungeon? Would he take out a cube in the presence of a monster and boast, "Look, I solved it in 6 seconds, so you cannot slay me." Selling for such a steep price, 18 points. To Mu Qianyi, this was not merely 18 points. It felt like 18 million. He dismissed it and moved on to the next. The fourth slot held not a skill nor a pet, but rather a small bag. C-level special item, Qiankuan bag, capable of holding 10 cubic meters of items. Price, 50 points. Indeed, a good item. Mu Qianyi's eyes lit up momentarily, but soon dimmed. If he purchased the Qiankuan bag, he would forfeit the opportunity to acquire the Supreme Martial Arts. Currently, the cost-effectiveness of the Supreme Martial Arts appeared to be the highest. Just as he was about to redeem this supreme skill and test its potential, he suddenly noticed a small red dot flashing beneath the personal shop. Out of curiosity, he clicked on the red dot. Chapter 33, the opportunity to leave the game. Upon clicking the red dot, a system interface abruptly popped up before him. Ding! Congratulations, player Mu Qianyi, for achieving a perfect level clearance in your first participation in the post-apocalyptic dungeon. Consequently, you are granted the qualification to exit the game, Doomsday Arrival. You may choose whether to leave the game, Doomsday Arrival. Note, once you opt to leave the game, you will never be able to re-enter the game dungeons. Additionally, all items, skills, pets, and points acquired in the game will be reclaimed by the system. Please choose wisely. Mu Qianyi widened his eyes in astonishment. Could such fortune truly exist? However, if he chose to exit the game, the SSS grade Eye of Death he had drawn, along with the S-grade weapon, the Dagger of Termination, would vanish, not to mention his 200 points valued at a staggering 2 billion. All these precious items were earned through his relentless efforts. Moreover, once he withdrew from the game, he would revert to being an inconspicuous, ordinary university student. He was, by nature, a rather mediocre individual, lacking any exceptional skills, fashion sense, or the affection of any girl. Just yesterday, he had mustered the courage to confess his feelings, only to be met with a heartless rejection, which led him to drown his sorrows in drink, entering the game in a state of confusion. Reflecting on the embarrassment and discomfort of being rejected in public, he lowered his head. The game apocalypse might be his sole opportunity to alter his fate. His notoriously poor luck had turned when he drew the SSS-grade prophetic skill. The Eye of Death, coveted by countless players, and now possessed the S-grade weapon, the Dagger of Termination. Should he opt to remain in the game, his future was destined for greatness. Yet, joining the game also meant facing perpetual peril. After much contemplation, he found himself unable to reach a decision. Ultimately, he called Wang Zichen again to discuss his potential exit from this place. As expected, the voice of Lao Zhao soon came through the line. We have never encountered such a scenario. You, a novice, resolving the source of the apocalypse at a perfect level is unprecedented. However, given this opportunity, we strongly advise you to consider it carefully, for once you choose to truly enter this game, your life hangs by a thread. Lao Zhao, must you always monitor my every move? Wang Zichen replied wearily over the phone, then turned to Mu Chenyu, asking, Brother Mu, what are your thoughts? I find myself at a crossroads, Mu Chenyu admitted. He did not wish to continually face death, yet he also did not want to remain an inconspicuous individual. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Yet the primary issue remained. He possessed no resurrection coins. Without resurrection coins, each venture into a dungeon equated to gambling with his very life amidst the apocalypse. How about this? You're planning a trip to Jiangqing, right? Come here first. And remember to contact Qi Wei's. He is with the official team and should be aware of your current situation. We can discuss it together then, Lao Zhao's voice suggested. All right, I'll talk to my parents and arrange to return for a visit. Mu Chenyu replied before hanging up. He scrolled through his phone book, deep in thought. Oh, he still had one opportunity to use the Eye of Death in reality. Perhaps he should first ascertain the situation of the next apocalypse dungeon? Use the Eye of Death. He silently commanded within his mind. Ding. Confirm the use of the Eye of Death. Once utilized, the system will automatically determine that the host refuses to exit the Apocalypse Descends game. All points, skills, and items belonging to the host will remain accessible. Mu Chenyu. Is usage not permitted? He silently selected no. Whether to join the game required further contemplation. After pondering for a while, he ventured to a breakfast establishment, ordered a meal for 4, and upon settling the bill, he prepared to call his parents to discuss taking a leave to return home. However, just as he located the contacts on his phone, a mocking voice emanated from behind him. Oh, isn't this Brother Starry? He turned around to find a boy with a teasing expression. Lin Yujia, what has got you all worked up? He raised an eyebrow and inquired. Although Lin Yujia was not his roommate, they shared a decent rapport as classmates. Brother Starry, I heard you confessed yesterday, and it didn't go well. Lin Yujia draped an arm around his shoulder nonchalantly, adding, It's just Su Qianran. Once I return, I'll introduce my sister to you. Hold on. Mu Chenyu interrupted, frowning as he asked, Why do you keep calling me Brother Starry? Don't you remember the post you made on your moments yesterday? Lin Yujia's eyes widened in disbelief. Could someone have pranked you by taking your phone? My post from yesterday? Mu Chenyu, filled with skepticism, opened his moments in front of Lin Yujia. There, among his posts, was a photo capturing several empty beer bottles illuminated by bar lights, accompanied by a caption, When the clouds disperse, will there be a sky full of stars? Below this post, the first comment, initiated by Lin Yujia, read, Brother Starry, are you feeling emo? Following this, a multitude of male classmates echoed the sentiment, Brother Starry, are you feeling emo? Even his mother had commented, Son, why did you go out drinking? Drink less, it's not good for your health. The number of likes reached a staggering 33. Mu Chenyu remarked, I always thought Brother Boy existed only online. I never expected you to open my eyes. Lin Yujia clapped him on the shoulder, reciting in a melodramatic tone, I have heard that my life is like walking on thin ice. Can I reach the other shore? Yet, Brother Starry, you have revealed to me that when the clouds disperse, will there be a sky full of stars? Get lost. Mu Chenyu suppressed the urge to escape to another planet and pushed Lin Yujia away. He opened Feishin and noticed numerous inquiries directed at him. There were messages from high school classmates, his mother expressing concern, and greetings from Su Qianran. Upon seeing Su Qianran's chat box, his eyes flickered. I'm sorry, Mu Chenyu. I have always regarded you as a good friend, but I truly do not harbor romantic feelings for you. These were her words of rejection from yesterday as confession. He could not judge the rightness or wrongness of her stance. Perhaps she genuinely felt no affection towards him. Furthermore, Su Qianran had done nothing wrong, and he would never harbor resentment towards her for not reciprocating his feelings. From this moment onward, they would become strangers. He promptly deleted all his chat records with Su Qianran. Subsequently, he returned to his dormitory, placed breakfast on the table, donned his coat, and departed. Upon stepping outside, he opened his mother's chat window and initiated a video call. It must be said that the haunting memories of his mother having killed him twice in the previous timeline left an unsettling shadow in his heart. Chapter 34. A change at home. The video call rang for a full 40 seconds before being abruptly disconnected. Mu Chenyu stared at the hung-up call in bewilderment. His mother rarely cut off his calls. Could she be preoccupied at the moment? Just as he pondered this, a voice call came in from his mother. "Hello, son. Why did you go out drinking last night?" The moment the call connected, his mother's concerned voice filled his ear. "It was just a gathering with classmates." Mu Chenyu replied dismissively before asking, "By the way, Mom, why did you hang up the video call?" "The lighting here is poor. It's inconvenient for video," his mother explained. Without further deliberation, he cut to the chase. "All right, Mom, I'd like to request some time off to come home." Was it just his imagination? Or did he detect a hint of panic in his mother's voice? "Son, why are you suddenly coming back for no reason?" Furrowing his brows, Mu Chenyu continued. "I miss you and Dad a bit. With the Qingming festival break coming up, I thought I might stay for a few days. During previous short holidays, he would often return home. However, he was taken aback when his mother hesitated, saying, "Son, it's quite troublesome to make the round trip. Why don't you just stay at school this Qingming festival? I'll send you some extra money. You can enjoy your time with your classmates." At that moment, Mu Chenyu sensed something was amiss. "Mom, has something happened at home?" he inquired. "Son, why are you worrying unnecessarily? Everything at home is just fine," his mother reassured him. Just then, a metallic clanging sound echoed from her end, followed by her voice. "All right, son, I have some things to attend to. I'll call you later about your pocket money for the Qingming festival." The call abruptly ended with a busy tone. Gazing at his phone, Mu Chenyu's eyes narrowed in suspicion. He rubbed the dagger pendant on his necklace, recalling the hacking skills of old Zhao. After a moment of contemplation, he decided against calling Qi Wei's for the time being, and instead dialed Wang Zichen's number. This was the third time he had called Wang Zichen that morning. "Hey, Mu, have you made a decision?" Wang Zichen's fatigued voice resonated through the line. "Is old Zhao around?" Mu Chenyu inquired. "I don't live with him." Wang Zichen began to respond, but old Zhao's voice interrupted from the other end of the line. "I'm here." "What is up?" Wang Zichen exclaimed. "Damn it. Old Zhao, I need a favor from you." Mu Chenyu pondered for a moment and said, "Could you help me investigate what has been happening at home? Just moments ago, while conversing with my mother, I sensed a disquieting undertone." "All right, grant me 2 minutes," I responded. On the other end, Lao Zhao acquiesced, and soon the sound of rapid keystrokes reached my ears. 30 seconds later, Lao Zhao's voice returned. "Your mother was diagnosed with leukemia 2 days ago and is currently receiving treatment at the hospital, with your father by her side." What? I felt as though I had been struck by lightning. Such a grave matter at home. "I am returning immediately," I declared decisively. How could my mother conceal such a significant issue from me? Leukemia is a terminal illness. "I've already booked you a direct flight at 2:30 p.m. You may have lunch now and then return," Lao Zhao informed me. Upon my announcement of returning, Lao Zhao promptly secured the quickest ticket home for me. "Thank you." I expressed my gratitude and, after taking a deep breath, inquired, "Lao Zhao, is there a way to treat leukemia?" With current technological advancements, treating leukemia seems like a fantasy. Lao Zhao hesitated before continuing. However, some healing players might have methods to combat this affliction, but enlisting their help requires points. Naturally, I made the connection. A bitter glint flickered in my eyes as I asked, "How many points are needed to engage their services? If you wish to enlist their aid, I can assist you in contacting them, or you could reach out to Qi Wei's. He is affiliated with the authorities and certainly has more connections than I do," Lao Zhao elucidated. For leukemia, generally, an A-level healing player can resolve it, requiring 35 points. If you desire the assistance of an S-level healing player, it will cost approximately 815 points. "All right, I understand," I replied, my mood heavy as I ended the call. The only way to access those 200 points was to fully immerse myself in the game Apocalypse Arrival. Yet, choosing to join this game meant relinquishing control over my own fate. I sat by the shores of Wanghua Lake at school, gazing at a row of ducks quacking in the water. Lost in thought, I had no sense of time passing. Beep. A message from an unfamiliar number, claiming to be Lao Zhao, arrived with a photograph. Upon opening the image, I discovered it was of a hospital room, and soon I noticed a very pale woman lying in bed, accompanied by a man attending to her. This was my mother and father. Lao Zhao had not deceived me. My mother truly had leukemia and was presently undergoing treatment. Your mother has just completed surgery and is now in the recovery phase. However, rest assured, her condition is relatively stable, and there is no immediate danger, Lao Zhao promptly messaged me. I replied with a simple thank you. Beep, beep, beep. An unfamiliar number suddenly called me. Whose phone is this? Could it be old Zhao reaching out to find a healer for him? Mu Chenyu hesitated for a moment before answering the call. "Brother Mu, why haven't you called me?" Came the aggrieved voice of Qi Wei's from the other end of the line. "If it weren't for old Zhao contacting me, I wouldn't even know about the significant events happening in your family. However, rest assured, while leukemia is indeed considered a terminal illness for ordinary people, we players have precedence for treatment. Here's the plan, Brother Mu. I will communicate with the higher-ups shortly. The China Apocalypse Management Bureau will send someone to gather your identity information. Once you register with them as a prophetic player, we can dispatch a healer to assist your mother with her leukemia treatment at no cost. Listening to Qi Wei's incessant chatter, Mu Qianyi remained silent for a moment before responding. Did old Zhao mention that I have the option to withdraw from the Apocalypse Arrival game? Qi Wei's tone shifted, revealing his difficulty in addressing the matter. I have heard about that, but Brother Mu, if you do not register your information with the Apocalypse Bureau, they will not send a healer your way. In simpler terms, if Mu Qianyi chose to relinquish his identity as a player, he would forfeit the benefits that came with it. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianyi felt as though his heart had plummeted into an abyss. If he exited the game, he would lose access to the 200 points he currently possessed, rendering him unable to afford a healer. Chapter 35. A Great Shadow, Mysterious Underwater Creatures? Having grasped the entirety of the situation, Mu Qianyi spoke hoarsely into the phone. I understand. Please send someone to gather my information. All right. I will have someone contact you shortly. Do not hang up when you see an unfamiliar number. Qi Wei's hurriedly concluded the call. As Mu Qianyi fell into silence, the momentary relief he felt upon discovering he could leave the wretched Apocalypse Arrival game evaporated instantly. He knew that his mother had contracted leukemia due to her daily exposure to dyes while working in a dye factory. Yet he was soon grateful that he had been chosen by Apocalypse Arrival. Otherwise, as an ordinary person, upon learning of his mother's condition, he would have been left in despair, helplessly watching her succumb to this terminal illness. I choose not to withdraw from Apocalypse Arrival. He summoned the system and made his final decision. Ding. Exiting Apocalypse Arrival. Mu Qianyi exclaimed. No, I chose not to exit, not to withdraw. Host has chosen to exit. Ding. Exit failed. Host has acquired the SSS level skill, Eye of Death. Note. All players who obtain SSS level skills are the chosen ones and therefore cannot exit Apocalypse Arrival. Default setting. Host refuses to exit the game. Welcome, Host Mu Qianyi. To officially join the personal marketplace, all skills, items, and pets are now fully accessible. Ding. Name. Mu Qianyi. Total participation in the Apocalypse. 1 special ability. Eye of Death, SSS level. Eye of Death usage. 1 time, with a real-world cooldown of 7 days. Special item. Dagger of Termination, S level. Revival coins. 0 points. 200. Mu Qianyi stared blankly at the multitude of notifications from the system. An SSS level chosen player unable to escape? Damn this apocalyptic game. He bellowed in frustration. Despite having prepared himself mentally, who could have known this was not merely a matter of choice? However, he soon exhaled in relief. Perhaps this was for the best. He had already made his decision, thus alleviating much of his psychological burden. Shaking his head to cast aside those thoughts, he inwardly chanted, Use the Eye of Death, a prophetic skill that could be employed once in reality. At the edge of Wangyue Lake, in a place unnoticed by anyone, Mu Qianyi's eyes gradually glowed a crimson hue, staring vacantly at the lake's surface. Since 2006, the strongest rainfall is about to strike. At 8:30 this morning, the Huaxia Meteorological Bureau issued a red alert for heavy rainfall. According to predictions, from April 8th to April 13th, extensive areas of inland China will experience significant rainfall, particularly affecting the central and eastern regions. Experts advise citizens to secure their doors and windows. The future entity, Drowsy, lifted a hand to fetch the remote control, promptly shutting off the television broadcasting the news. Son, I'm heading to the hospital to deliver food to your mother. There's food on the table, remember to eat, a man said, carrying a thermal container, before hastily departing. All right, Dad, I'll head to the hospital shortly. The future entity opened his eyes, responding before rising from the sofa. Mu Qianyi, observing from a distance, surveyed his surroundings. He heard the future entity mumble, I wonder what the theme of this apocalypse is. Judging by my father's reaction, it shouldn't be like the last puppet show, but I must remain cautious. I should meet up with Wang Pengzi and the others first. Listening to the future entity's soliloquy, it appeared the current timeline had entered the second apocalyptic instance. Moreover, why had the Eye of Death transported him to the onset of the apocalypse? Had he perished at the very beginning? Mu Qianyi pondered as his gaze focused on the future entity. Just before he manifested, he seemed to have heard the voice of a news broadcast. Right. It mentioned something about heavy rainfall around the time of the Qingming festival. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have paid much attention, as spring typically brings abundant rain. Additionally, Jiangsheng is known for its frequent showers. However, this was an apocalyptic world. Heavy rainfall, if it continued to develop, could potentially lead to catastrophic flooding on a global scale. What should be done in the face of a cataclysmic flood? Should we construct an ark akin to Noah's or stockpile sufficient provisions to ascend the lofty heights of Mount Everest? After all, The causes of mortality in the future body are fundamentally aligned with the overarching theme of apocalypse. In Mu Chenyi's contemplation, the future entity had already reached out to Lao Zhao and Wang Pengzi via phone. After arranging to meet at Lao Zhao's fortress, the future entity hailed a taxi and set off. A few hours later, the future entity met up with Lao Zhao and Wang Pengzi. But in addition to Lao Zhao and Wang Zichen, there was another individual present, a young man with yellow hair who bore a slight resemblance to an alternative subculture. Mu Chenyi scrutinized the young man, pondering whether he might be Tao Mu, the third member of Lao Zhao's trio. It was said that during the last apocalyptic dungeon of the Puppet Kingdom, Tao Mu had met his demise within a mere 10 minutes. Upon meeting, Tao Mu nodded in acknowledgement to the future entity, who reciprocated with a greeting. Lao Zhao, what discoveries have you made regarding this apocalypse? Wang Zichen inquired directly. Now that everyone had assembled, did you happen to catch the news upon your arrival? Lao Zhao produced a remote control and activated one of the large screens. What news? Wang Zichen and Tao Mu asked with curiosity. It was the future entity who spoke first. Is it about the torrential rains? Precisely, Lao Zhao affirmed, nodding appreciatively at the future entity, gesturing to the screen displaying a lake's surface. Take a look at this video. The video showcased a coastal city, seemingly filmed from atop a skyscraper. In the footage, the distant sky was cloaked in ominous clouds, and torrential rains lashed down with ferocity, uprooting countless trees in their wake. Mu Chenyi even observed the letters of ping and insurance being ripped from the side of a building by the howling winds, crashing onto the cars below, which emitted shrill alarm sounds. This, Wang Zichen exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that the theme of this apocalypse centers around natural disasters? No. Lao Zhao shook his head, exhaling deeply. If only it were merely natural disasters. Look at this photograph. With that, he switched off the video and displayed an image. The trio leaned closer, noticing that the photograph appeared to be taken from a drone at a 60-degree angle. In the picture, a luxury cruise ship was visible, teeming with people. Yet, the attention of the future entity and his companions was not drawn to the ship itself. Instead, they were fixated upon a colossal shadow looming in the image. Chapter 36. Listen closely, hear their heartbeats. This shadow occupied more than 4/5 of the entire photograph. Were it not for the shimmering blue waters at the edges, the future entity and his companions might have believed the sea itself possessed such a dark hue. From the drone's perspective, the luxury cruise ship appeared minuscule in comparison. This enigmatic creature was likely over 100 meters in length. What does 100 meters signify? The length of a football field in the World Cup is merely 105 meters. Yet, this monstrous entity exceeds that measurement significantly. This image was captured in a coastal city in the east. Lao Zhao explained gravely that, according to the information I have received, all individuals aboard the cruise ship have vanished without a trace. Furthermore, after capturing this photograph, the drone lost all control and ceased transmitting any images. The creature, Wang Zichen gulped. Could it be the long-extinct plesiosaurus from the late Cretaceous period? Absolutely not. Huang Mao Tao Mu interjected solemnly. The plesiosaurus measured only about 20 meters in length, whereas this beast is over 100 meters long. It cannot be compared to the plesiosaurus. Indeed, Lao Zhao nodded. Initially, I believed the theme of this apocalypse revolved around the resurgence of extinct creatures, but upon further analysis of this shadow, even the largest known animal to humanity does not reach over 100 meters in length. Thus, the theme of this apocalypse might pertain to gigantic monsters. However, this is not yet conclusive. Players worldwide are currently in search of clues. At this point, Lao Zhao's tone grew somber, considering the predictions of Mr. Chang Yaqing. This apocalypse could very well signify a catastrophic end. A catastrophic end? Mu Chenyi felt a chill within. The levels of apocalypse are categorized as world-ending, catastrophic, disastrous, and pandemic. If the world-ending apocalypse signifies the annihilation of a planet, then the catastrophic apocalypse denotes a mass extinction of life. Each occurrence of a catastrophic apocalypse results in the demise of the vast majority of players. Mu Chenyi longed to inquire about Mr. Chang Yaqing's prophecies, but at present, the future entity was in control of his body, not him. You all should return for now. I have already hired someone to construct a ship. If any further information arises, I will summon you. Lao Zhao concluded, shutting off the screen. This impending apocalypse is global in nature and is likely to persist for an extended period. Prepare yourselves for a protracted battle and stock up on provisions at home. Mu Chenyi, beginning today, you shall reside at Wang Pengzi's home. Understood. The future entity acquiesced. In the subsequent 3 days, the future entity stayed at Wang Zichen's residence, spending each day immersed in gaming together. Occasionally, Wang Zichen would inquire if the future entity had foreseen anything, but the future entity deftly evaded the questions. Meanwhile, Mu Chenyi, observing from a distance, found it peculiar that he had not encountered anyone from the official organization. If they were aware of his SSS-level prophetic skills, they should have dispatched someone for his protection. Yet, he remained with Wang Zichen and their trio throughout these days. On the fourth day of the apocalypse, Lao Zhao sent them a message, "Hurry, there's a new discovery." Wang Zichen exchanged a glance with the future entity, quickly setting aside his game, and drove off in a sports car from Wang Zichen's garage, leaving the villa area. For the past 3 days of impending doom, the rain has incessantly poured outside. Recently, Jiangcheng has upgraded its drainage system, yet it still struggles to cope. As the torrential rain persists, the two individuals arrive at Old Zhao's fortress, their pant legs soaked. "What is wrong, Old Zhao? Have you discovered something crucial?" Wang Zichen inquires. "Wait for Tao Mu to arrive," Old Zhao replies, his expression dark and foreboding, clearly indicating that the news he has received is not particularly favorable. The two can only exercise patience as they await his arrival. Moments later, Tao Mu enters, cursing under his breath while holding an umbrella. "This dreadful rain is unbearable. Old Zhao, have you finished building your boat? I fear we may need to make a swift escape. Please, take a seat." Old Zhao gestures for him to sit. Reluctantly, Tao Mu complies. Instead of directly addressing the situation, Old Zhao turns to Mu Qinyi. "Mu Qinyi, has your A-grade prophetic skill, the Eye of Death, revealed any visions?" "A-grade prophetic skill?" Mu Qinyi muses, bewildered. Could it be that the skill level he reported to the authorities was merely A-grade? Surely not. He has no intention of concealing the fact that his prophetic abilities are of SSS grade, considering he possesses not a single resurrection coin. If the authorities were inclined to protect him, his safety would be significantly enhanced. No, the future entity shakes its head. "Very well. I shall first share with you all the information I have acquired," Old Zhao says, disappointment evident in his eyes as he retrieves a remote and initiates a video. As the video begins, a rhythmic sound reverberates, reminiscent of a heartbeat. Could it be? Tao Mu's expression shifts to one of astonishment. "Indeed," Old Zhao intones gravely. "The prophecy shared by Elder Chong online advises us to heed and listen to their heartbeat. The they here likely refers to the existence of these creatures. Listen closely. Attend to their heartbeat. Is this the prophecy of Elder Chong Yaqing?" Mu Qinyi, engaged in observation, gasps, his breath quickening. According to the introduction Wang Zichen had previously provided, Elder Chong only delivers his prophecies within the first 3 days of an apocalyptic game scenario. Yet, with the last apocalypse having concluded just a day prior and the next one still a week away, how could he already know Elder Chang's forthcoming prophecy? This implies he possesses knowledge of Elder Chang's foresight 3 to 4 days in advance of the global players. Truly, an SSS grade skill is formidable. Regrettably, he currently lacks a resurrection coin. The subsequent visuals may be difficult for you to accept. Even I found them incredulous upon my first viewing. Old Zhao's tone grows somber as he resumes the video. Accompanying the heartbeat sounds, amidst the tempest and dim lighting, a bolt of lightning suddenly illuminates the sky. In that fleeting moment, a colossal fish head, towering approximately 70 to 80 meters, emerges within the footage. In the scene, the size of the fish head towers over a 20-story building. Beneath the flashes of lightning, the scales on the fish head shimmer with an eerie brilliance, radiating a terrifying light. The appearance of this monstrous fish head bears a striking resemblance to that of the fish head in the soup his mother had previously prepared for Mu Qinyi. How could an ordinary food item transform into such a colossal entity? Those afflicted with megalophobia would likely feel a profound discomfort at this sight, perhaps even fainting in terror. "Wow!" exclaimed the trio of Wang Zichen, Tao Mu, and Future Body in unison, all of them visibly shaken by the spectacle. As the lightning faded, the gigantic fish head receded from view, yet the three could still discern, albeit faintly through the dim light, a massive, indistinct shadow looming behind the building in the video footage. This shadow belonged to the immense body of the fish. Chapter 37. The Calamity of Jiangcheng. "What on earth is that?" stammered Wang Zichen, his voice quivering. Among the players, 2 prevailing theories emerged. Old Zhao spoke gravely. One explanation posits that a catastrophic event has occurred in the deep sea, resulting in the gargantuan growth of these marine creatures. The other theory suggests that many of these deep-sea beings have always been this colossal, but due to the effects of the apocalyptic game, they have emerged from the depths, wreaking havoc upon humanity. He hesitated, his voice trembling slightly as he continued. "The video I shared with you is from 7 hours ago, showcasing the live broadcast from Sanqing. 5 hours ago, we lost contact with Sanqing, and no players from there have reached out to us since." 5 hours ago. So this gigantic creature invaded human territory then? Tao Mu inquired. "Old Zhao, are you implying that the appearance of these deep-sea monsters disrupts nearby signals?" "No." Old Zhao shook his head, his tone growing even more somber. It's not that the signals automatically vanish upon their arrival. Rather, they possess the ability to control our communications, ensuring that our signals can disappear at will. The attendees collectively held their breath for a moment, as old Zhao's statement hinted at an even graver implication. The presence of these colossal creatures signified an intelligence among them. Realizing this, the atmosphere grew tense. Shouldn't we consider fleeing? Future Body suddenly suggested. Although Jiangsheng is not directly on the coast, it is still a city in close proximity to the sea. If the coastal cities were to fall victim to these monstrous entities, we would inevitably be next. Wouldn't we? Future Body's words resonated with old Zhao and the others. Indeed, we must escape. Many players residing in coastal cities have already evacuated, with most setting their sights on Mount Everest. Old Zhao declared, his gaze sharpening. When shall we depart? Wang Zichen asked. Old Zhao first glanced at the prophetic player, the future self, who remained silent. He then made a decisive statement. Pack your things. We shall depart tomorrow morning. The three of them complied, braving the torrential rain as they left. Upon returning to Wang Zichen's villa, the future self lost interest in gaming, retreating to his room to gaze vacantly out at the relentless downpour. Mu Qinyu had been a spectator for several days, yet the sense of urgency within him was no less than that of the future self trapped in the perspective of impending doom. The greater the peril of the apocalyptic dungeon, the higher the likelihood of his demise upon the next traversal, especially given that this was a cataclysmic scenario. Thunder rumbled ominously. A flash of lightning illuminated the city momentarily. Amidst the chaos, the future self seemed to hear distant screams. What was that sound? He flung open the window, disregarding the icy rain and wind lashing against his face, as the furniture within the room was tossed about violently. Yet he leaned out, peering towards the source of the cries. The cold rain lashed against him, but he extended his arms, propelling much of his body outward. Just as Mu Qinyu's heart raced, fearing the future self would plummet, he surprisingly gripped the window ledge with steady arms, using his feet against the wall to spring off, effortlessly leaping down from the third floor. Witnessing this, Mu Qinyu realized the future self had acquired a remarkable talent, the B-grade supreme martial arts. This was the reason behind his agile movements. The rain instantly drenched the future self, and thunder roared once more. A bolt of lightning slithered across the sky, dazzling and beautiful like fireworks, yet exuding an aura of extreme danger. The future self gazed towards the horizon, and in the dim light of the lightning, he perceived a vast shadow, flickering at the city's edge. Suddenly, a sound resonated, making his heart race. This vibration grew increasingly intense. Thud, thud, thud. The sound amplified. And initially perplexed, the future self's expression shifted to one of alarm. He recalled the prophecy of the venerable Mr. Chang Yaqing. Pay heed, listen to their heartbeat. This heartbeat mirrored the one he had heard earlier from old Zhao. Those colossal sea creatures were approaching. Wang Fatty, the future self bellowed, swiftly scaling the walls to another room on the third floor. Reaching the window, he drew the dagger of finality from around his neck and struck the glass with its hilt. It did not shatter. This glass was bulletproof. Fortunately, Wang Zichen, who was sound asleep, was awakened by the noise. Upon seeing the rain-soaked Mu Qinyu at the window, he hurriedly approached to open it, allowing him entry. What happened? Brother Mu? Wang Zichen was about to inquire, but was interrupted by the increasingly urgent sound of a heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. The monster had arrived in Jiangsheng. His expression changed as he sensed the impending threat. Call old Zhao. We must prepare to retreat. Mu Qinyu commanded, seizing Wang Zichen's car keys and pulling him downstairs. Enhanced by his combat skills, he possessed considerable strength, swiftly dragging Wang Zichen to the garage. Meanwhile, Wang Zichen fumbled with his phone, dialing old Zhao's number. However, the next moment, he looked up with a pale face. There's no signal. Following the emergence of the colossal monster, the city would lose all communication, a fact old Zhao had previously warned them about. You drive. The future entity remained composed, tossing the keys to Wang Zichen and taking the passenger seat. Trembling, Wang Zichen grasped the keys and settled into the driver's seat. What if we take the armored vehicle from the warehouse? Just as he inserted the key, the thought of the armored car struck him. There's no time, just drive. The future entity urged in exasperation. They were racing against time. By the time they dashed down to the armored vehicle, the monster would have already slaughtered them all. Realizing this, Wang Zichen quickly started the sports car. Fortunately, they always refueled upon returning. With a roar, the car sped towards the outskirts where old Zhao was located. Yet, the future entity soon noticed with horror that the enormous shadow they had seen during the lightning seemed to be in the direction of old Zhao. Turn around. The future entity shouted urgently. That was the monster's location. What? What about old Zhao? Wang Zichen was bewildered. In that moment, The future entity finally understood why the monster had appeared within the city while old Zhao had not sent any messages. He had entered the monster's signal blocking zone before them. Chapter 38. A Veil of Darkness, the Colossal Octopus. Now, they could only hope for the best. If it came to that, they would have to return to reality and say their goodbyes. The future entity stated calmly, if we proceed, we are merely walking into a trap. Wang Zichen, however, had a revival coin. If he died, it would be the end for him. Very well. Wang Zichen was about to turn the car around. Suddenly, a rumble echoed. A flash of lightning struck down. Under the immense illumination, a shadow of a circular head towering over 100 meters emerged, while countless tentacle-like shadows darted through the sky, writhing like numerous serpents in agitation. Gurgling, the monstrous entity in the sky emitted such sounds. Thunder rumbled. As another flash of lightning illuminated the scene, the gigantic shadow was fully revealed before the future entity and Wang Zichen. Before them lay a colossal octopus, capable of obscuring the very sun itself. Though its appearance bore no distinction from the ordinary octopuses found in seafood markets, a chilling aura enveloped it, as its immense size loomed like a mountain. Astonishingly, this gigantic creature was traversing the land. The rain poured heavily, yet this behemoth seemed to thrive amidst the deluge. A tremendous suction emanated from the great octopus, pulling the vehicle occupied by Future Body and Wang Zichen towards it. Dagger of Termination, go! Future Body swiftly drew the crimson cord from around his neck and launched the Dagger of Termination at the colossal octopus. This weapon, capable of annihilating any living being, darted through the air like a streak of light, piercing the octopus's vast body with the ferocity of a sword. However, in comparison to the octopus's gargantuan form, the dagger appeared insignificantly small, rendering it nearly invisible to Future Body and Wang Zichen. Did the Dagger of Termination fulfill its purpose? The two fixated intently on the creature's form. Shortly after the dagger vanished from sight, the colossal octopus emitted a sorrowful, gurgling sound. Its numerous tentacles began to thrash wildly, and its enormous head tilted back in agony. With a resounding thud, the octopus's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, releasing a mournful wail before countless ink droplets erupted from its thick siphons, mingling with the rain in a dark cascade. Inside the sports car, Wang Zichen gazed in astonishment at the expression of Mu Chenyi. Brother Mu, you used the Dagger of Termination just like that? He asked incredulously. To him, this S-rank item was immensely valuable, even surpassing the worth of resurrection coins. Fear not, I have everything under control, Future Body replied with composure. He had no choice. Without the dagger, he would have perished. Regardless of its worth, the dagger was merely an object, whereas his life was paramount. Just as the two breathed a sigh of relief, a foul odor suddenly permeated the car. Did you pass gas? Future Body inquired, glancing at Wang Zichen. Not at all. This is no mere flatulence, Wang Zichen began, but before he could finish, the stench overwhelmed him, prompting him to cover his nose as his face paled. This smells like ink, he exclaimed, and without further hesitation, he vomited, expelling his lunch in a fit of nausea. Future Body, initially able to restrain himself, succumbed to the sight of Wang Zichen's distress and also began to retch. As they continued to heave, Wang Zichen suddenly cried out in terror, Brother Mu, I'm vomiting black blood. This ink has to be toxic. Toxic? Future Body, still retching, noticed the same black blood emerging from his own body. This is it. We're doomed. Brother Mu, is this within your grasp as well? Wang Zichen murmured with a trace of resentment before his head tilted, and he succumbed to death. The future entity lingered for just a few more seconds under the onslaught of ink before it too met its demise. The future entity has perished. The death playback concluded. Mu Chenyi gradually regained his senses, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon the tranquil surface of the lake. Damn it, that colossal octopus could still self-destruct even after dying? This death feels terribly unjust. After a moment of regret, he turned his attention to the 4 random items available in the personal store. Had this been before the death playback, he would have most likely opted for the B-grade elite combat technique and exchanged it for some currency. However, now he found himself with a new choice. Firstly, the monsters that would be encountered in the new map were creatures that crawled forth from the ocean, all of which were, in reality, seafood. But from whence did this horde of monsters emerge? They could only have come from the oceans of Blue Star or the depths of the sea. Faced with these creatures, the B-grade elite combat technique proved to be nearly useless. Surely, he could not engage in close-quarters combat with oceanic beasts capable of crushing 10 of him with a single blow. After pondering for a moment, he decided to spend 68 points to acquire the Rubik's Cube Master and the Chinquan bag. As he clicked to purchase, a small pouch materialized in his hand. The very next instant, a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, and his cognitive and memory abilities began to clarify amidst this influx of information. Indeed, this was the very reason Mu Chenyu chose the Rubik's Cube Master. A proficient Rubik's Cube solver possesses exceptional spatial reasoning and hand-eye coordination. And upon acquiring the Rubik's Cube Master, Mu Chenyu's mental faculties were significantly enhanced. Since brute strength would be of little use in the upcoming dungeon, he resolved to bolster his intellect. In the new dungeon, when those monsters appeared in the city, the signals within the urban landscape would be jammed, and there was a considerable chance that humanity would lose its sense of direction. Thus, possessing formidable spatial reasoning was of paramount importance. Mastering the Rubik's Cube was secondary. Once he acclimated to his newfound cognitive capabilities, Mu Chenyu glanced down at the Qiankuan bag in his hand. How does one utilize this item? He attempted to open the pouch of the Qiankuan bag. The moment he did so, he suddenly perceived a spatial expanse of 10 cubic meters materializing in his mind. Is this the internal space of the Qiankuan bag? He tried placing his phone inside. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the phone in his hand vanished, only to reappear within the Qiankuan bag. With a mere thought, the phone returned to his grasp. How wondrous! Just as he prepared to experiment further, his phone rang abruptly. Pausing his exploration of the Qiankuan bag, he glanced at the incoming call on his phone. It was an unfamiliar number. Could it be the official representative mentioned by Qi Hui's? Upon realizing that the individual on the other end of the line might be the one who could save his mother, he hesitated no longer and promptly connected the call. Good day, Mr. Mu, a melodious voice greeted him, belonging to a woman named Lin Yuan, an employee of the Huaxia Doomsday Administration and the person in charge of the statistical work he was involved in. Do you have a moment to speak? Yes, I do, but I have a flight at noon. You may come to meet me, or I can come to you, Mu Chenyu replied. However, the name Lin Yuan struck a familiar chord in his mind. My records indicate you are a student at Ganshui University. I will wait for you at the Ocean Cafe across from the east gate of the university. Does that sound agreeable? The woman's voice was gentle. Certainly. I can arrive in about 10 minutes, Mu Chenyu affirmed. Excellent. After hanging up, Mu Chenyu tucked his Qiankuan bag into his coat and proceeded towards the east gate. Chapter 39, SSS Level Prophetic Skill. 10 minutes later, Mu Chenyu arrived at the Ocean Cafe. As he entered, he immediately spotted a strikingly beautiful woman clad in black stockings waving at him. Is the person in charge of the statistics this stunning? Mu Chenyu discreetly glanced at her alluring figure before calmly taking a seat across from her. You must be Mr. Mu. She extended her hand with a smile. Hello. I am Lin Yuan. Greetings, Lin Yuan. Mu Chenyu shook her hand briefly before releasing it. What would you like to drink, Mr. Mu? Lin Yuan inquired, handing him the menu. A latte will suffice, with regular sugar, he responded. Mu Chenyu was not particularly fond of coffee, preferring the sweetness of milk tea. Life was already challenging enough. What was wrong with enjoying something sweet? Lin Yuan paused for a moment, but still ordered a latte with regular sugar for him. Once the coffee arrived, she produced a small notebook and a pen, placing them on the table. Mr. Mu, are you a prophetic player? She asked, looking directly into his eyes. Indeed, Mu Chenyu nodded. May I inquire about the level and name of your prophetic skill? As she posed the second question, Lin Yuan's demeanor grew tense. It was her first time surveying such a rare prophetic skill. My prophetic skill is called Eye of Death. Mu Chenyu paused momentarily. Lin Yuan halted her writing, raising her gaze to meet his. It is an SSS-level prophetic skill. With a small thud, Lin Yuan inadvertently dropped her pen onto the floor, and the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Observing her astonishment, Mu Chenyu calmly lifted his coffee cup and took a small sip. Ah, the taste of pretension. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Yuan realized her lapse in composure. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her tone softening slightly. Mr. Mu, could you please provide evidence of your abilities? For instance, what type of apocalyptic dungeon might we foresee next? Upon hearing the inquiry, Mu Chenyu was momentarily taken aback. It now seemed evident to him why the future entity in the death playback was categorized as an A-grade prophetic skill. This was due to the other party's inability to substantiate before Lin Yuan that their prophetic skill was indeed S-grade. S-grade prophetic skills are capable of predicting the next apocalypse. Of course, if you cannot demonstrate this now, a few days' delay would suffice. Skills of S-grade and above can also be utilized in reality. And you may approach me whenever you are ready. Lin Yuan assumed that Mu Chenyu was currently unable to employ the Eye of Death skill and hastily began her explanation. It should be noted that even S-grade prophetic skills are subject to limitations in reality. For instance, the prophetic skill of the esteemed Mr. Chang Yaqing can only be activated in the 3 days preceding the commencement of the apocalyptic dungeon. There is no need to wait any longer. Mu Chenyu lowered his voice, revealing that the theme of the next apocalyptic dungeon would be the Abyssal Leviathan. Lin Yuan stood in stunned silence. The Abyssal Leviathan? In the days leading up to the apocalypse, there will be relentless rainfall across the globe. However, in a few days, as the first of the deep-sea behemoths emerges from the depths, countless colossal sea monsters, towering hundreds of meters, will invade the land and commence a massacre of humanity within their cities. Mu Qianyi succinctly depicted the vision he had witnessed in the days to come. Whenever a deep-sea leviathan appeared in a city, that city would lose all communication, unable to receive any assistance. This encapsulates the essence of the upcoming dungeon. Is my description sufficiently detailed? Upon concluding, he cast a playful glance at Lin Yuan. Detailed, indeed, far too detailed, she nodded, somewhat dazed. This hardly seems like a prophecy. One might believe that this individual has already experienced this apocalypse. However, Mr. Mu, although she was now largely convinced, her expression remained troubled. We must verify the authenticity of this prophecy before we can hastily conclude the level of your prophetic skill. The notion of an SSS-grade prophetic skill seems rather far-fetched. And it is precisely in assigning a level to prophetic skills that complications arise. I understand your concerns. Mu Qianyi replied calmly. You cannot ascertain the truthfulness of my words, as stories can indeed be fabricated. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment at his remark, but quickly assured him, rest assured, Mr. Mu. Regardless of the level of your prophetic skill, we will ensure your safety. In truth, verifying the accuracy of my statements is rather straightforward. Mu Qianyi suddenly shifted his tone. How so? Lin Yuan inquired with curiosity, following his lead. I have foreseen another event. Mu Qianyi lowered his voice once more, compelling Lin Yuan to lean in closer to catch his next words. I am aware of what Mr. Chang Yaqing will prophesy 3 days hence. One of his prophetic phrases will be, pay heed, listen to their heartbeat. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. If she believed about 60 to 70% of Mu Qianyi's earlier words, then upon hearing his direct prophecy concerning Chang Yaqing 3 days later, her faith in him surged to an astonishing 95%. Could it be that he truly was an SSS-class prophetic player? She found it increasingly challenging to maintain her composure. Mr. Mu, please wait a moment, she said, her voice tinged with urgency as she rose from her seat. The situation had escalated beyond her control as a mere staff member. She needed to relay this information to her superiors immediately. Temporarily setting Mu Qianyi aside, she grabbed her phone and hurried into the restroom. Meanwhile, Mu Qianyi, watching her figure fade from view, lifted his cup of coffee and took a delicate sip. The name Lin Yuan resonated in his mind. Wait. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he quickly pulled out his phone, navigating to the chat with Lin Yu's family. Sending a message. Lin, what is your sister's name again? What is up? Lin Yu responded almost instantly. I must tell you, my sister is a stunning beauty, with a great figure and long legs. Not any less than your secret crush, Su Qianren. My sister has high standards. Not many men have caught her eye. Mu Qianyi replied, cut the chatter, just tell me your sister's name. Lin Yu, don't rush me. I could introduce you to her. But on one condition. You mustn't mention that I set you up, or she might break my legs. Mu Qianyi, no longer wishing to engage in idle banter, directly typed, is your sister named Lin Yuan? Lin Yu. Shocked-faced JPG, how did you know? Chapter 40. Back to Jiangcheng at that moment. Mu Qianyi's phone began to buzz incessantly. Within mere seconds, Lin Yu had sent him a barrage of messages, demanding to know how he was acquainted with his sister. Frustrated, Mu Qianyi silenced his phone, finally enjoying a moment of peace. He glanced at the time. Several hours remained before the flight commenced. If Lin Yuan did not appear soon, he would have to leave. After a considerable wait, Lin Yuan emerged from the restroom, her demeanor restored to normal. Upon noticing her black stockings, Mu Qianyi's gaze held a peculiar expression. Knowing she was Lin Yu's sister made it difficult for him to regard her with the same seriousness as before. According to Lin Yu, she was 26 years old, with her family pressuring her to marry, often criticized by relatives for being an older single woman. Hence, Lin Yu had been eager to matchmake between Mu Qianyi and his sister. Age 3 years older, a golden brick to hold. Age 5 years older, 2 bricks to embrace. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Mu, she said, bowing slightly in apology before gracefully taking a seat opposite him. I have a flight at noon. Mu Qianyi kindly reminded her, subtly indicating that time was of the essence. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Mu, Lin Yuan expressed once more, her tone filled with regret. Never mind. It's quite all right. Mu Qianyi waved his hand and inquired, do you have any further questions? I have just communicated with the higher-ups regarding your concerns. However, it will take a few days to verify your abilities. Considering your safety is of paramount importance, which affects the fate of many, I will personally ensure your protection during this period. How does that sound? Lin Yuan gazed at Mu Qianyi with anticipation. Observing him lost in thought, she quickly added, of course, if you are dissatisfied with my presence, the higher-ups will send someone else in my stead. No need for a replacement. You are quite satisfactory as you are. Mu Chenyi replied, realizing that this was likely an official protective measure given his SSS-level prophetic abilities. Naturally, they would dispatch someone for his safeguard. Curiously, he inquired of Lin Yuan, "What is your primary skill?" "My skill is S-level, air current," Lin Yuan responded, raising her hand to nonchalantly pinch the air around Mu Chenyi's arm. Immediately, he felt a gentle pressure on his arm from the air, but there was no malice behind it, so he merely experienced a mild sensation without discomfort. "Mr. Mu, I can manipulate air. And I have mastered this skill to an exceptional degree, so you need not worry about your safety," Lin Yuan explained, affirming her capability to protect him. Oh, Mu Chenyi was astonished. An S-level skill meant that Lin Yuan was indeed stronger than any player he had encountered before. The individuals he knew, Qi Wei's, Wang Zichen, and Old Zhao, were all A-level players, with Old Zhao being a unique case with dual A-level skills. Once your abilities are confirmed, the higher-ups will send further protection, Lin Yuan quietly hinted. If Mu Chenyi's SSS-level prophetic skill were validated, he would be deemed a national treasure, perhaps even a global anomaly. A one-of-a-kind in the entire Blue Star. "I understand, but I must head to Jiangqing now. Will you accompany me?" Mu Chenyi stated. "Additionally, I need to return to my dormitory to gather some belongings. I have already booked a flight ticket on the same plane as you. If you need to return to school to organize your items, I can assist you. Would that be convenient?" Lin Yuan offered, maintaining a humble demeanor. "That would be inconvenient. However, I am in the boys' dormitory, so you may need to wait for me downstairs for a while. That is of no concern. Your time is of utmost importance." Lin Yuan immediately reassured him. Mu Chenyi glanced at his watch and posed one last question. "Regarding my mother's illness, I wonder if Qi Wei's has informed you. We have dispatched a local A-level healing player to the hospital in Jiangqing. Should he be unable to treat your mother, we will arrange for a higher-level healing player from the capital to assist," Lin Yuan elucidated. "Furthermore, if it is inconvenient for you, we can explain that the hospital has developed a special medication and seek your mother's consent for a trial. If she agrees, we can proceed to treat her effectively." "I'll speak to my mother about this," Mu Chenyi contemplated aloud. "Very well, I shall comply with your convenience." Lin Yuan nodded in acquiescence. Casting a glance at the time, Mu Chenyi drained his cup of coffee and rose, stating, "Let us depart." The two exited the Ocean Cafe, whereupon Mu Chenyi retrieved his phone and dialed his father's number. His mother had just emerged from surgery and was still in a weakened state, rendering her unfit to take calls. After approximately 50 seconds of waiting, his father finally answered. "What is it, son?" The father's voice was steady, yet Mu Chenyi astutely detected a hint of fatigue in his tone. "Father, how much longer do you and mother intend to keep this from me?" he inquired directly. "What?" His father's voice conveyed a slight surprise, but it quickly regained its composure. "Your mother and I are not concealing anything from you. What exactly do you wish to convey?" "My classmate's father is an expert at the Huaxiao Leukemia Research Institute, and he happens to be on a business trip to Jiangqing." Mu Chenyi pondered for a moment before continuing. "My classmate informed me that my mother's name is on the list." Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the conversation. Mu Dad fell into a stunned quietude, unable to fathom that his son had uncovered the truth. "Father, my classmate's father is a specialist. He told me that the research institute has developed a new, effective medication that has successfully treated several leukemia patients, and he has promised that my mother can utilize this special drug." Lowering his voice, Mu Chenyi added, "However, father, this medication must remain confidential for now, so I need you and mother to keep this matter under wraps and not disclose it to other leukemia patients." Beside him, Lin Yuan observed Mu Chenyi with a hint of disbelief at his elaborate fabrication, unable to suppress a blink of surprise. The skill with which he spun this tale made her question the veracity of the prophecy he had recently shared with her. "Is that truly the case?" His father responded with palpable excitement upon hearing the news. The sudden onset of this dire illness in his wife had felt like the world was collapsing around him. Yet he never anticipated that his son, whom he considered unremarkable, would bring forth such a glimmer of hope. "Father, I have booked a flight back home. Please, do not mention the special medication to anyone," Mu Chenyi reiterated earnestly before ending the call. After Mu Chenyi hung up, Lin Yuan could not help but exclaim, "Mr. Mu, you are truly remarkable. Your praise is excessive." Mu Chenyi humbly nodded, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, he sensed an underlying implication in Lin Yuan's compliment. Chapter 41. Has Brother Fanqing found a girlfriend? After concluding the call with his parents, Mu Chenyi pondered momentarily before dialing Wang Zichen. "Hello, Brother Mu. Have you made your decision?" Wang Zichen's voice resonated. "I have," Mu Chenyi promptly replied. "Is Lao Zhao available?" Wang Zichen responded. "What do you mean? Has he become the intermediary for your call to Lao Zhao?" "I am here." Lao Zhao's voice quickly chimed in. Mu Chenyi then remarked, "Old Zhao, I just made a prediction. The next dungeon theme will be the Abyssal Leviathan. Are you preparing to send someone to construct a ship? What the heck? Brother Mu, is your prophetic ability of S rank? Came Wang Zichen's astonished voice from the other end of the line. I had my suspicions, old Zhao responded with a calm demeanor. His prophetic abilities had revealed an overwhelming array of visions, and I had never heard of any prophetic skill as extraordinary as his. Come on, Brother Mu, continue. What do you foresee for the next apocalypse? Mu Qianyi briefly recounted the details regarding the Abyssal Leviathan. For the next apocalyptic dungeon, they had several options. One was to retreat deep inland, away from the coast, or to ascend Mount Everest. The other was to build a ship and venture into the sea. Those monsters preferred to invade the land, so why not defy expectations and head into the ocean? Perhaps this would offer a sliver of hope. After discussing for over 10 minutes, Mu Qianyi conveyed most of what he had learned to old Zhao. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan quietly trailed behind him, her hands clasped behind her back. Once Mu Qianyi concluded his call with old Zhao, they arrived at the base of the boys' dormitory. Numerous male students were milling about, many of whom couldn't help but steal glances at the long-legged Lin Yuan. Coincidentally, one of Mu Qianyi's classmates recognized him and greeted him. Good morning, Brother Fanqing. Upon hearing the name Brother Fanqing, Mu Qianyi's expression darkened. How could he have been so reckless after drinking yesterday? Posting on social media? However, when this classmate noticed the enchanting beauty in black stockings accompanying Mu Qianyi, his eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. Brother Fanqing, is this your girlfriend? Seeing the envy radiating from his former classmate's eyes, Mu Qianyi couldn't help but chuckle. He wanted to clarify that this was the sister mentioned by Lin Yu, but recalling that Lin Yuan was unaware of her brother's connection to his classmate, he refrained from speaking and merely smiled mysteriously. Sometimes, withholding the answer invites endless speculation. He desired for this classmate to ponder the truth on his own. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan curiously regarded the classmate, wondering why he addressed Mu Qianyi as Brother Fanqing. She refrained from asking questions, as her current role was to be Mu Qianyi's bodyguard, responsible for his safety for the next 3 days. Once the elderly Mr. Chang Yaqing publicly made that statement online, stronger players would emerge to protect Mu Qianyi, taking her place. As the classmate watched Mu Qianyi and the enchanting beauty depart, jealousy twisted his features. Suddenly, he promptly shared the scene he had witnessed with his dormitory group. Did you guys know? After Brother Fanqing's unsuccessful confession to Su Qianren yesterday, he immediately found another girlfriend. This new girlfriend is simply stunning. Her figure is absolutely breathtaking. Why didn't you take a picture for us to see? A roommate eagerly replied, filled with curiosity. Come on, it's inappropriate to secretly photograph others. Just capture her silhouette so we can take a look. Reluctantly, he stealthily snapped a photo of Mu Qianyi and Lin Yuan from behind and shared it in the dorm group. As several boys beheld the striking image of the long-legged beauty in black stockings, the entire dorm erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Some even tagged Mu Qianyi in the class group chat, attaching the image. Brother Fanqing, when did you get such a beautiful girlfriend? Brother Fanqing just confessed to the stunning Su, and now he has found another gorgeous girl. Impressive. Brother Fanqing's girlfriend has legs longer than my lifespan. Many who had been sluggish that morning, upon seeing the photo and hearing the gossip, suddenly felt invigorated and began to participate in the chat. As the conversation unfolded, the beauty in black stockings naturally became Brother Fanqing's girlfriend in their discussions. Lin Yujia chimed in. That woman doesn't even have a figure as good as my sister's. At that moment, Mu Qianyi was oblivious to the chatter in the class group. When he returned to the dorm, his 3 roommates were engrossed in a game and hadn't seen the group messages. I have to head home for a bit. You 3 take care of the place while I'm gone, Mu Qianyi instructed. Get lost. Just don't do anything stupid because of that Su Qianren woman. His 3 roommates waved him off nonchalantly. By the way, do you need help carrying your luggage? One roommate asked, removing his headphones and glancing at him. No need. Just one bag. I'm not taking my suitcase. I'll be back in a few days after the Qingming festival. Mu Qianyi replied as he quickly packed up and left the dorm. His roommates, unfazed, continued their gaming. 2 hours later, one of the roommates, perhaps weary from gaming, idly picked up a nearby phone and casually scrolled through it. Upon seeing the 99 messages in the class group, he clicked in. Wow, he exclaimed suddenly. He then turned to the other 2. You guys need to check the class group. This kid Mu Qianyi, I can't believe it. Jealousy has transformed my appearance. The other 2 swiftly browsed the class group and soon found themselves at the top, staring at a photo of Mu Qianyi alongside a tall and beautiful woman. Some boys had even taken a distant shot of the pair from above, but due to poor resolution, the woman's face was not clearly visible. Meanwhile, Lin Yujia incessantly commented in the group about how the woman couldn't compare to his sister. In addition to this, many began to discuss Su Qianren, naturally centering on the topic of her rejection of Mu Qianyi's confession the previous day. The 3 roommates could no longer contain themselves and promptly messaged Mu Qianyi. However, At this moment, Muchini had already arrived at the airport and was about to take off. Welcome to Jiangxing Airport. We kindly remind all passengers to safeguard their personal belongings and luggage as they proceed to the exit. After a 2-hour flight, Muchini and Lin Yuan successfully landed. At the airport's exit, a large banner boldly proclaimed the words, "Welcome, General Manager Mu, to Jiangxing." Muchini cast a casual glance and immediately spotted Wang Zichen, Tao Mu, and Old Zhao standing behind the massive banner. These rascals. Muchini felt a vain throb on his forehead. Wang Zichen quickly noticed him and waved enthusiastically, shouting, "Brother Mu. Over here. We're this way." His voice was so loud that it attracted the curious gazes of many around them. Witnessing this scene, Muchini's expression darkened further. He wasn't blind. He could clearly see that banner. Chapter 42. The balance of 10 million arrives upon meeting the three. Wang Zichen's gaze immediately shifted to Lin Yuan. Standing behind Muchini. "Is this beautiful lady your girlfriend, Brother Mu?" he inquired. "Lin Yuan, an official assigned to protect me," Muchini clarified. Understanding dawned on their faces. Given that Muchini possessed an S-rank prophetic skill, it was natural for him to be a priority for protection, even though his prophetic abilities had yet to be validated. "Brother Mu, is that ocean monster you mentioned over the phone real?" Wang Zichen couldn't help but probe further. "It is indeed real. I witnessed the tragic demise of both of us beneath the ink of a colossal octopus." The mere recollection of the foul odor of the ink made Muchini feel nauseous. "Died beneath the ink?" Wang Zichen questioned, perplexed. "You must be Tao Mu. I've seen you in the footage." "Hello." Muchini extended his hand toward the other young man with yellow hair. Tao Mu hesitated for a moment, but eventually shook his hand. "All right, let us head out. Brother Mu likely has an uncompleted hidden mission. We should plan upon our return," Old Zhao stated. Muchini recalled the second purpose of his visit. The first was to see his mother, but with the intervention of the Apocalypse Management Bureau, her terminal illness was no longer a concern. Now, he needed to prepare to fulfill the second mission, eliminate Leninga. However, the pressing question was how to approach the mayor's wife, Leninga. The three of them climbed into the vehicle for the return journey, with Wang Zichen, who possessed driving skills, at the helm. "Muchini, what are your plans for the operation?" Chen Wanner informed me that merely touching her with the sharp end of the dagger of termination would suffice. Muchini noticed a 4th-level Rubik's Cube resting in the car and felt a surge of excitement as he picked it up to play with it. Thus, he mused. As long as he could get close to her, the mission would prove to be quite manageable. As Lao Zhao was about to speak, he noticed Muchini skillfully manipulating a Rubik's Cube, completing a 4-layered cube in a remarkably short time. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Are you really that proficient with the Rubik's Cube?" "Oh, I just acquired a new skill," Muchini calmly explained as he set the cube down. "What?" Wang Zichen, the driver, was taken aback and immediately turned to him. "Brother Mu, you exchanged your skill for Rubik's Cube expertise? Was it because you didn't draw anything worthwhile?" "Focus on driving," Muchini replied, sharing the 4 items he had drawn with the group. "You could have chosen martial arts." Lao Zhao expressed his confusion upon seeing the skills Muchini shared. While he understood the use of the Chincoin bag, he questioned why Muchini opted for the Rubik's Cube master skill. Even Lin Yuan and Tao Mu looked at him with puzzled expressions, unable to comprehend his choice. "Because I saw the content of the next dungeon, and martial arts wouldn't be particularly useful. It's better to enhance some cognitive abilities," Muchini elucidated. "Brother Mu, you're quite audacious in your decision-making. If I encountered those options, I would undoubtedly choose martial arts. But this succubus is indeed quite alluring," Wang Zichen remarked. Casting another glance at the S-grade pet, Muchini nodded in agreement, finding it attractive, though regrettably too expensive to afford. "Do you intend to carry out this plan alone? Or would you like us to assist you?" Lao Zhao inquired. "I can manage it myself. It's not difficult," Muchini replied. The three of them shared a tacit understanding and refrained from discussing the specifics of their intentions. Having an official present, it felt rather reckless to discuss how to eliminate someone living in reality. "Let us proceed to that beauty salon." Muchini decided to act swiftly to avoid any complications, noting that today was also the day the mayor's wife had her beauty treatment. A few minutes later, Wang Zichen drove straight to the salon. As Muchini alighted from the vehicle, Lin Yuan promptly followed him. "You don't need to accompany me. I'll find you once I'm done." Muchini declined her presence. "Mr. Mu, I've been ordered by the director to ensure your safety." Lin Yuan stood her ground, looking somewhat aggrieved. "I'm not in any danger. Your presence here would only hinder me," Muchini insisted. His mission was not something official personnel should witness. After stating this, he noticed Lin Yuan still standing there, and his tone grew firmer. "So are you here to protect me, or to monitor me?" "Of course. We are here to protect you," Lin Yuan responded, slightly flustered. "If you truly feel there's no threat to your life, I will step back. You can call me anytime you need assistance." As she spoke, she tore a piece of paper from her notebook. jotting down her phone number and handing it to Muchini. "All right, I'll contact you once I'm finished," Muchini said, taking the note without a hint of reluctance before turning to leave. "Miss Lin, would you like a ride?" Wang Zichen called out from the car. "I no longer require assistance. I have acquaintances in Jiangqing." Once Muchini walked away, Lin Yuan reverted to her frigid demeanor, responding with a faint remark before turning to depart in the opposite direction of Muchini. Witnessing this scene, Wang Zichen, seated in the driver's seat, couldn't help but twitch his eye. Upon entering the beauty salon, Muchini approached the receptionist and stated, "Greetings, I am here to see Mrs. Lininga. Her husband, Mr. Liu, has entrusted me with an item for her." Noticing Muchini's youthful appearance, the staff hesitated for a moment before responding, "Please hold on a moment." She picked up the phone to convey Muchini's message. After a brief interval, she looked up at Muchini and said, "Sir, Ms. Lin is currently undergoing a massage. She requests that you wait a moment." "Very well." Muchini was not in a hurry and took a seat in the waiting area. "Sir, may I offer you some snacks or tea?" a staff member inquired as they approached. "No, thank you." Muchini's purpose for visiting was rather grim, which was reflected in his awkward and bashful smile. While seated in the waiting area, as Lininga was delayed in coming out, he began to browse through his phone. At that moment, he noticed a flurry of messages in the class group chat. He also caught sight of a message from Lin Yujia. "Brother Fanqing, why were you asking about my sister's name earlier? And who is that woman beside you? Don't tell me that's my sister." Lin Yujia was not foolish. Through Muchini's earlier inquiry, coupled with the gossip circulating in the group and the photograph resembling his older sister, he swiftly deduced the situation. After Muchini sent him a guess, he chose not to respond further. The nickname Brother Fanqing was coined by Lin Yujia, who was indeed an adversary of his. Now, this fellow had found himself in a predicament at Muchini's hands. Truly, karma had come full circle. In the following moments, he followed Old Zhao's instructions to download a hidden app designed for players and began to follow the account of the esteemed Mr. Chang Yaching online. Moreover, it seemed he could exchange points for money. With this thought, he attempted a transaction on the app, converting a single point. Seconds later, a notification popped up on his phone. "Huaxiao Bank, your account ending in 4 received a deposit of 10,000,000 yuan on April 2nd at 15:14, with a balance of 1,000,214,515 yuan. Chapter 43, Chun Wanner's Revenge. Muchini rubbed his eyes and counted the digits displayed, ultimately confirming that he was now a wealthy individual with millions in savings. Furthermore, if he so desired, he still had over 100 points remaining, capable of being exchanged for billions. He restrained his excitement, pondering how to utilize this newfound wealth. However, he soon hesitated. Should he convert all his points into money? The points will vanish with the host's demise, yet the money transferred will remain. He pondered that if he were to tragically perish within the instance, at the very least, his parents would receive a substantial consolation payment, serving as the last act of filial piety he could offer. Time gradually slipped away as Muchini lingered in the reception area. After a full 3 hours, a graceful and noble woman descended the staircase with elegance. "Who just sought me?" The woman was strikingly beautiful, nearing 50 years of age, yet her skin was as smooth and youthful as that of a girl in her 20s. "It is that gentleman." The front desk attendant gestured towards Muchini's position. It was then that Muchini recognized the enchanting woman he had seen in photographs, and he removed the dagger tied with a red cord from around his neck, approaching her. Lininga noticed Muchini and, upon seeing the dagger with the red cord, furrowed her brow slightly. "Madam Lin, this is something your husband, Mayor Liu, asked me to deliver to you." Muchini deliberately aimed the sharp end of the dagger towards her. "Ah!" Lininga gasped as a small cut appeared on her finger, crimson blood oozing from her fingertip. "What is the meaning of this?" Anger flashed across her face. "Madam Liu." Muchini's tone grew increasingly cold as he whispered in a voice only Lininga could hear. "Reflect upon the sins you have committed, for now, they shall return to you." With that, he reclaimed the dagger and elegantly turned to leave. Lininga stood dazed, watching his retreating figure, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Did this young man know something? Moreover, could the dagger that pricked her finger be poisoned? Hastily, she commanded those nearby to pursue the youth while she sought her driver to take her to the hospital. She needed to thoroughly examine her health. However, her bodyguard soon returned to inform her that the mysterious young man had vanished. After undergoing a comprehensive medical examination at the hospital, she discovered no abnormalities, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, the boy's words from that afternoon continued to gnaw at her, leaving her deeply unsettled. Did he harbor knowledge of her misdeeds? Having committed numerous transgressions, she was naturally apprehensive, for any disturbance felt akin to the foreboding of ghosts at her door. Upon returning home that evening, The sight of her industrious husband and dashing son only deepened her unease. Such a warm scene failed to elicit even a hint of comfort within her, for she was acutely aware that this seemingly harmonious family was a product of her nefarious actions. As dusk fell, her husband unexpectedly left for an urgent matter, leaving her alone on the vast bed, her anxiety intensifying. Unable to find sleep, she sat up and retrieved her phone to occupy her thoughts. She activated a hidden application on her phone, which began to play a video. "Please, spare me. I beg you," echoed the heart-wrenching cries of a girl within the clip. Bang, bang. The footage revealed masked figures wielding sharp weapons, mercilessly striking the bound girl. Each blow resonated painfully in Leninga's ears as the girl's anguished wails filled the space around her. After what felt like an eternity, the horrifying image of the girl's lifeless body, tortured beyond recognition, seared into Leninga's vision. The girl's eyes, nearly bulging from their sockets, stared vacantly towards the camera. How could you be the daughter of that wretched woman? Gazing at the gruesome scene, Leninga gritted her teeth, devoid of any remorse. Just then, a faint voice pierced the silence, whispering, "I died such a tragic death." What voice is that? Leninga sprang from her bed, eyes wide with terror as she scanned her surroundings. Aside from the rustling of the wind through the partially open window, the room was enveloped in eerie silence. "Whoever you are, stop with your tricks and show yourself," she shouted, though her voice trembled with fear. "I died such a tragic death. Why did you kill me? Why did you kill me?" A grotesque, bloodied face suddenly materialized before Leninga. "Ah!" she screamed, frantically fleeing towards the door. Bang! In an instant, she collided with a cold iron lock. The chilling sensation made her pupils dilate in horror. Blood streamed from her nose and in her eyes. The reflection of a frigid torture chamber emerged. "Does it feel familiar?" A haunting female voice whispered in her ear. "My dear, did you think you could escape after condemning me to death, stepmother?" Lu Luan. Leninga's voice trembled as she recognized the owner of that voice. A memory she could never erase. Luan had perished, just like her detestable mother, tortured to death by the very individuals she had sent. Years had passed, and now Luan had returned as a vengeful spirit to haunt her. "My dear mother, what are you afraid of?" The sinister voice echoed around Leninga, as if it originated from all directions. Suddenly, a bloodied hand emerged from the air, gripping Leninga's throat. Gasping, she struggled to breathe as the hand dragged her closer and closer to the torture chamber filled with instruments of torment. Terror filled her eyes. "Do not worry, my dear mother." Chinwaner, the voice took on a frenzied excitement. "I shall return to you all the pain I have endured, multiplied." The voice gradually faded into the air. A bloodstain was left on the smooth floor of the bedroom, while a bloodied hand dragged Leninga's body, slowly disappearing from the room. The next morning, news of the disappearance of the mayor's wife, Leninga, spread throughout the city. Mayor L.V. Mingtian, upon hearing this news, was filled with rage, and a multitude of police officers were dispatched immediately to search the city for the missing Leninga. 3 days later, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task and earning 100 points. It has been detected that this is your first time in the game dungeon, and your reward is doubled. Congratulations, host. You have earned 200 points." Chapter 44. The Blessing of the Puppet Queen. Congratulations, host, for receiving a buff reward. The Blessing of the Puppet Queen. The Blessing of the Puppet Queen. The host will not be affected by any curses. Meanwhile, Mu Chinyu, who was visiting his mother in the hospital, suddenly heard these voices in his mind. The Blessing of the Puppet Queen? Mu Chinyu recalled his first experience in the dungeon, the Puppet Kingdom. The Puppet Queen. Was she referring to Chinwanu? With the newly acquired 200 points, and after deducting the 68 points spent on skills and the 1 point exchanged for money, he now possessed a total of 331 points. He promptly spent 188 points to purchase a top-tier combat skill of B rank. His current information was as follows. Name, Mu Chinyu. Total participation in the apocalypse. 1 special abilities. Eye of Death, SSS rank. Top-tier combat skill, B rank. Master of the Cube, D rank. Blessing of the Puppet Queen. Special items. Dagger of Termination, S rank. Chinkoin Bag, C rank. Revival coins, 0 points. 143. Aside from the S rank succubus, which he could not afford, he had emptied the rest of the personal shop. After acquiring the top-tier combat skill, he felt subtle changes occurring in his body. Sensing the oddity, he quickly informed his mother and went to the restroom of the hospital. Upon entering the private room, he lifted his shirt and was astonished to see the fat that once resided on his belly had transformed into defined abs. And even his existing muscles felt taut. He pinched the flesh on his body. Indeed, it was firm. Moreover, his mind was now filled with numerous combat techniques. Is this the effect of a top-tier combat skill? Truly, worth the 188 points, a skill valued at 1. 8 billion. He felt extraordinarily powerful, capable of single-handedly defeating a tiger. Your body seems to have grown stronger. A feminine voice suddenly echoed beside him. He whirled around, but saw nothing. Chinwana? He tentatively inquired. Yes, I must thank you. If it weren't for you, I would not have understood why that woman killed me. Chinwana's voice was tinged with a sense of lamentation and a hint of vindicated satisfaction. Did you take that woman away? Also, why did she want to kill you? Mu Chinyi felt a sense of curiosity. Although she was a stepmother, could her animosity towards her goddaughter truly reach a point of wishing her dead? She had taken her away, but I would not easily extinguish her life. Instead, I would engage her in playful pursuits. Whenever Chinwana spoke of Lininga, her tone was laced with palpable hatred. After enduring her torment for some time, she had confided in me, revealing that, apart from me, my mother had also been assassinated at her behest. She disclosed that my mother had met a fate akin to mine, subjected to a torturous demise orchestrated by her. The root of her disdain towards me stemmed from my growing resemblance to my mother, thus transferring her animosity onto me. At this juncture, Mu Chinyi could almost hear the sound of her teeth grinding together in fury. Indeed, she deserved death. I had done nothing wrong. Mu Chinyi nodded. Do you know why this woman harbors such hatred for my mother? I am eager to hear more. Mu Chinyi had already begun to suspect the truth. If his assumptions were correct, it likely related to Mayor LV Mingtian. It is because she harbors feelings for my father. Chinwana retorted furiously. Her family's influence is substantial. According to her, the reason that Mayor LV currently holds such a high position is largely due to the backing of her family. Without their support, my father would not possess such capabilities. I have yet to extract much information from that woman, but if my mother's death is connected to my esteemed father, Mu Chinyi, I would like to request another favor from you. Both understood the nature of this request. Mu Chinyi remained silent for a moment before finally agreeing. Very well. Mu Chinyi, you truly are a good person. Chinwana exclaimed joyfully. If I were to survive, I would undoubtedly grow fond of you. Although you may not be the most handsome, your charisma has profoundly touched me. Mu Chinyi thought, compliments are one thing, but why must one also disparage my appearance? Enough of this. I must go play with my new toy. I will reach out again. With those words, Chinwana's voice dissipated into the air. Clearly, her new toy was none other than Lininga, the architect of her demise. As Mu Chinyi observed her disappearance, he felt a tinge of helplessness. He still wished to inquire how she had managed to contact him. Surely, she could not appear before him at will. Furthermore, how had a boss from a Doomsday game dungeon manifested in reality? Could it be? He touched the ender dagger hanging from his neck, deep in thought. Shaking his head, he dismissed any further musings and exited the hospital. Initially, he intended to return home for a brief rest, having spent the entire night at the hospital caring for his mother, leaving him rather fatigued. However, after acquiring top-tier combat skills, he felt invigorated, confident that he could endure 3 more sleepless nights without issue. After his father took over his shift during the day, he left the hospital. Although it was the Qingming festival holiday, Mu Chinyi had little desire to return to school. Uncertain about the possibility of perishing in the next apocalyptic instance, he decided to remain in Jiangsheng to spend more time with his parents. His mother, having received assistance from a healing class player dispatched by the Huaxiao Apocalypse Management Bureau, was nearly recovered, currently staying in the hospital for recuperation. Lost in thought, he wandered into a park and noticed a spot where people were feeding pigeons. He approached and purchased a bag of wheat, pouring it into his palm before squatting down. As the pigeons spotted the food in his hand, they swooped down, perching on him to eat. Observing the flock, his thoughts began to drift. In his childhood, he had envied those who fed the pigeons, yet now, as he engaged in the same act, he felt an unexpected emptiness. Would there be another chance to feed these birds again? He poured the remaining wheat onto the ground and stood up, preparing to leave. Mu Chinyi? A voice filled with curiosity called from behind him. Turning around, he recognized a young woman. He blinked in surprise. Teacher Yi. Teacher Yi, his English instructor from high school, was strikingly beautiful and had been exceptionally kind to him during those years. It could be said that had it not been for her tutoring in English, he might not have gained admission to Ganshui University. Are you back for Tomb Sweeping Day? Teacher Yi inquired, her face lighting up upon seeing him. Yes. Just for a few days until the holiday concludes. Then I'll return to school. Mu Chinyi replied with a smile and a nod. Teacher Yi scrutinized him for a moment, a knowing look in her eyes. Mu Chinyi, it seems you've changed quite a bit over the years. Really? He touched his face, pondering whether the change was more recent. Teacher Yi then playfully pinched his arm. So firm. It appears you've been exercising well. Mu Chinyi offered a sheepish smile in response. Have you had lunch yet? Teacher Yi asked cheerfully. Let me treat you. How about I treat you instead? Mu Chinyi suggested, brushing off the crumbs of wheat from his hands. Let us wait until you earn some money. How about we go for the free-range chicken at the school gate? Sounds good. Mu Chenyu contemplated briefly before agreeing. The restaurant serving the stewed chicken was not far from their location, and as they chatted, they made their way there. Have you found a girlfriend during your 3 years at university? Teacher Yi teased, her gaze playful. Mu Chenyu felt a twinge of discomfort. This was a sensitive topic. For the past 3 years, he had harbored feelings for Su Qianran, and just a few days ago, he had mustered the courage to confess, only to be met with a cruel rejection. What's wrong? Teacher Yi asked, her brow furrowed in concern. I confessed a couple of days ago, but I was turned down, Mu Chenyu admitted, his tone heavy with frustration. Ha. Teacher Yi could not contain her laughter. Mu Chenyu, with a head full of black lines, said, Teacher Yi, are you aware that your laughter severely dampens my hopes and aspirations for love? However, upon hearing this, Teacher Yi burst into even louder laughter. As time passed, the two engaged in a myriad of conversations. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Teacher Yi ordered a whole chicken, when suddenly, Mu Chenyu's phone emitted a notification. It was a post from someone he held in high regard. He opened his phone to find that it was indeed a post from the esteemed Mr. Chang Yaqing, which read, Pay attention, listen to their heartbeat. Indeed, it mirrored the post he had seen through the eye of death. As he was reading, the rustic chicken was served. He scooped a spoonful of chicken soup to taste, and it was as delightful as he remembered. A satisfied smile spread across his face. In the days of affluence, he would often come here with friends to indulge in a meal. Make sure to eat more. I fear it may not be enough since we ordered a whole one. Teacher Yi remarked, observing his enjoyment. She couldn't help but inquire, how long has it been since you last visited? Quite a while, I presume. I can hardly recall. The two began reminiscing about past events, when suddenly, an urgent horn blared outside. Teacher Yi glanced out the door and noticed several armed vehicles had arrived unbeknownst to them. The vehicles halted at the entrance, and a multitude of fully armed personnel disembarked, dispersing the onlookers surrounding the rustic chicken shop. Shortly thereafter, a man in a suit emerged, flanked by several armed individuals. This imposing entourage strode purposefully into the establishment. Teacher Yi, astonished, turned to Mu Chenyu and asked, Do you know why these people are here? The patrons inside the restaurant exhibited no fear, only curiosity and excitement. In Huaxia, the populace does not fear armed personnel or military forces. The suited man first requested that those wishing to take photographs delete their images and cease recording before approaching Mu Chenyu's table. Observing this scene, Teacher Yi felt a surge of anxiety. They are coming towards us. After a few steps, the suited man arrived at their table, specifically before Mu Chenyu, and respectfully bowed. Addressing him as Mr. Mu, Teacher Yi was left in a state of shock. The surrounding diners were equally astonished, all eyes turning toward the seemingly youthful young man. Do you now believe? Mu Chenyu, unfazed by the fact that they sought him out, regarded the suited man with a wry smile. Mr. Mu, we kindly ask you to accompany us. Your safety is of paramount concern to many, thus please accept our protection. The suited man maintained his respectful demeanor. Mu Chenyu pondered thoughtfully, sipping his chicken soup. Moments later, he set down the empty bowl, stood up, and declared, Let us depart. Before departing, he pondered briefly and turned to the astonished Teacher Yi seated across from him, saying, Thank you for the delicious braised chicken, Teacher Yi. Next time we meet, the meal will be on me. Having uttered these words, he strode towards the exit, flanked by the well-dressed man and a contingent of armed personnel who formed a protective escort around him. Goodness, who is this guy? A customer could not help but exclaim. The most taken aback among them was Teacher Yi. While the others remained unaware of Mu Chenyu's circumstances, she, as his English teacher, had paid particular attention to him and was well acquainted with his family background. Yet, who were these individuals accompanying him? Did Mu Chenyu possess another identity? Just as she was engulfed in confusion, another group of armed personnel surged in, carrying printed confidentiality agreements. One approached her with a courteous demeanor, stating, Madam, please sign this non-disclosure agreement, and you will receive a reward of 10,000 yuan for doing so. The surrounding customers were also presented with the confidentiality agreements. What transpired here today must remain concealed from the outside world, especially regarding Mu Chenyu's true identity. A non-disclosure agreement? Teacher Yi gazed at the document on the table, her astonishment deepening. What kind of existence had the once somewhat shy high school boy evolved into? Several hours later, in a comfortable setting, the suited man inquired, Mr. Mu, according to your information, those colossal sea monsters will gradually emerge on land in 3 days? He withdrew his hands from the keyboard and cross-referenced some critical timestamps on the computer. Indeed, Mu Chenyu replied gravely from the sofa opposite him. However, there is one matter I strongly suspect, and I wonder if sharing it will influence your judgment. Please, go ahead. The suited man gestured invitingly. I suspect that the level of the next instance will be cataclysmic. Mu Chenyu lowered his voice. After the coastal regions were invaded by the behemoths, 5 hours later, Jiang City, located between the coastal city and the inland, also faced an incursion. It is inconceivable that humanity would refrain from employing powerful firearms against such monsters. Excluding all coincidences, the fact that the giant could traverse from the coastal city to Jiang City within a mere 5 hours indicates an alarming rate of advance. I glanced at a map of China, and based on their terrifying speed, all continents could be overrun by this horde of monsters within 10 days. Upon hearing Mu Chenyi's words, the suited man furrowed his brows, seemingly struck by a thought. Mr. Mu, are you implying that there will be no safe ground left on land, and the sea beasts will occupy all terrain within 10 days? That is a reasonable interpretation. Mu Chenyi nodded. After all, the time frame I observed was merely a few days following the onset of the apocalypse. According to historical data from previous cataclysmic events, the survival rate for players is less than 0.1. I believe that in this cataclysmic apocalypse, the individuals who manage to survive may indeed be those who, adopting a strategy of retreat as a means of advancement, have taken to the surface of the sea, evading detection by the monstrous entities. Chapter 46. This world-ending apocalypse has already arrived. Mr. Mu, your conjecture is not without merit. The man in the suit nodded in agreement. We shall consider your suggestion. May I inquire your name? Observing the respectful demeanor of the suited gentleman, Mu Chenyi wondered if he was akin to Lin Yuan in his menial role. My apologies for this oversight. The man in the suit expressed a look of regret and subsequently introduced himself. Mr. Mu, I am Lai Wenji, the Deputy Director of the Apocalypse Management Bureau of Huaxia. Deputy Director? Upon hearing this title, Mu Chenyi instantly felt compelled to abandon his relaxed posture. He quietly adjusted himself to a more composed seating position. Over the past few days, he had gleaned some information regarding the Apocalypse Management Bureau, which reportedly consists of a director and 2 deputy directors. The director, often elusive, left the daily management of all players to the deputies. Even as deputies, their authority within Huaxia was exceptionally high. The individual who had respectfully escorted him to Jianshan was, in fact, the deputy director? Was this man merely exhibiting excessive modesty? Or was he somewhat naive? Director Lai, you seem overly congenial. Mu Chenyi replied with a sheepish smile. Surely, you need not personally attend to this matter on my behalf. Mr. Mu, you underestimate your own significance. Lai Wenji shook his head, stating that had the director not been preoccupied with unresolved matters, she would have personally come to meet you. Mr. Mu, should you have any inquiries regarding the Apocalypse Descends game, please feel free to ask me. After saving the records on his computer, Lai Wenji closed it and, in a businesslike manner, addressed Mu Chenyi. I do have a few questions. Mu Chenyi immediately inquired. Is there a possibility that the monsters from the Apocalypse instances could manifest in reality? He was eager to understand how Chen Wanner managed to contact him in the real world. Additionally, he had seen the news regarding the disappearance of the mayoress' wife, Lininga, and was astonished that Chen Wanner could enter reality to abduct her, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. Would there be instances in the future where monsters from the game might emerge in reality to threaten his life? Have you encountered such situations, Mr. Mu? Lai Wenji asked. Puzzled, before promptly elucidating, monsters from the instances can indeed find ways to enter reality. However, their access is governed by certain regulatory constraints. Regulatory constraints? Mu Chenyi recalled the end-of-life dagger around his neck, pondering whether the ongoing connection with Chen Wanner was a result of this S-grade artifact. Yet, he quickly posed another question of immense personal importance. What kind of tasks must one undertake to acquire resurrection coins? Resurrection coins? Lai Wenji paused for a brief moment before promptly elucidating. As long as one emerges alive from the instance, there exists a chance to obtain revival coins. However, based on our statistics, the probability for all prophecy-type players to acquire revival coins is exceedingly low. The higher the level, the lesser the likelihood of obtaining them, particularly with your SSS-level prophetic skills. May I be so bold as to inquire about your current number of revival coins? 1 or 2? Mu Chenyi, taken aback, pondered. The probability for prophecy-type players to obtain revival coins is low, and it diminishes further with higher levels. Sensing Lai Wenji's probing gaze, Mu Chenyi discreetly glanced at the revival coin section of his system, which displayed a solitary 0. A rather reassuring quantity of revival coins. Mr. Mu? Lai Wenji gently reminded him. Well asked, perhaps refrain from asking such questions in the future. Mu Chenyi retorted, his frustration palpable. Is it possible that I currently possess not a single revival coin? He then recounted the tale of how he had been unwittingly betrayed by his mother at the outset, leading to his demise and the subsequent awakening of his system. Upon hearing Mu Chenyi's lamentable fate, the corners of Lai Wenji's mouth twitched. Yet, his expression soon turned grave. In light of this, we must elevate your protection level. He swiftly opened his computer to report the matter. Mu Chenyi nodded in agreement, realizing the necessity of safeguarding his precarious existence. Suddenly, An idea struck him, and he raised his voice. "Oh, I have another question. Please, Mr. Mu, go ahead." Lai Wenji halted his actions. "During my previous instance, I encountered a rumor," Mu Qinyu said, articulating each word carefully. "It is said that when all players perish within an instance, that instance will manifest in reality. Is this rumor true?" "Indeed, it is true," Lai Wenji affirmed with a nod. Mu Qinyu took a deep breath and continued. "I have heard that decades ago, there was an apocalyptic event of catastrophic proportions. Yet it has not materialized in reality. Is this accurate?" "No." Lai Wenji's initial denial caused Mu Qinyu to instinctively exhale in relief. However, Lai Wenji's next statement sent a chill down his spine. That apocalyptic event has already come to pass. Upon hearing this, Mu Qinyu was instantly enveloped in goosebumps. "What on earth is happening?" he inquired, his voice laden with trepidation. Lai Wenji pondered carefully. "By rights, this information is classified and should not be disclosed, lest it incite global panic." Meanwhile, Mu Qinyu's heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. "Brother, your two statements have already instilled considerable fear within me. Let me briefly recount that cataclysmic event," Lai Wenji began, delving into his memories. Participants in that instance initially believed it to be a mere plague-level apocalypse. But as time unfolded, they realized their grave mistake. Unlike the cataclysm associated with the moon's fall, during this apocalypse, the moon's orbit deviated, drawing closer to our blue planet. At that time, all players became acutely aware that the impending cataclysm was themed around the fall of the moon. The moon's approach altered the magnetic field of Blue Star, and I too experienced that apocalyptic event. On that fateful day, countless meteors first struck down upon us, followed by a glimpse of the moon's surface, after which I lost consciousness. In that moment, I pondered in despair, thinking, what hope is there for humanity to survive this? To my astonishment, a player from the beautiful nation, an astronaut, managed to evade the ultimate catastrophe and endured for a month amidst the apocalypse, ultimately returning to reality and preventing this disaster from manifesting in our world. Was that player truly from the beautiful nation? Mu Qinyu felt bewildered. Chapter 47, Eternal Night. The Curse of Time. Indeed, from that day forth, nations with the means began to send several players into space stations to avert any recurrence of such a calamity that could result in total annihilation. Continuing, Lai Wenji added, during the moon's fall, it did not take long for all players to recognize that this instance was classified as an apocalyptic-level event. However, in the cataclysm that unfolded decades ago, where no one survived, many players perished without realizing they were facing extinction. What kind of apocalypse was that? Mu Qinyu inquired. At that moment, all players, upon entering the apocalypse, discovered a singular truth. The sky was shrouded in darkness. It was a world of eternal night. Initially, upon witnessing this eternal night, many were elated, as they believed such a seemingly effortless apocalypse could only be akin to a plague-level disaster. For numerous players with the means, they confidently claimed they could live out their lives in this apocalypse. Their dreams came to fruition. They lived out their lives in that apocalypse? Mu Qinyu asked. Indeed. Lai Wenji nodded. Under normal circumstances, a single apocalyptic instance lasts for 1 month, with only exceptional cases being shortened or extended based on specific conditions. However, that eternal night apocalypse was the first time players encountered an endlessly prolonged duration. In the month leading up to that apocalypse, players, having not yet faced any calamity and with the absence of sunlight in that world, continued to thrive on the wealth they had amassed in reality, resulting in minimal player fatalities, and all were filled with laughter and joy. Yet as the first month of the apocalypse dragged on without cessation, many players began to sense impending doom. The astute among them commenced a frantic acquisition of resources. Nevertheless, a significant portion of players maintained that this apocalypse was merely prolonged due to its simplicity, believing it posed no real threat. However, as time inexorably passed, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, many older players, fearing their lifespans would not withstand the ordeal, chose to end their lives. For once an individual aged to death within the apocalypse, revival tokens held no efficacy. Players would not resurrect in reality. Thus, one by one, players opted to expend a revival token to escape this interminable apocalypse rather than remain trapped within it. As Lai Wenji spoke, his tone grew somber. 70 or 80 years have passed, and nearly all players have succumbed to suicide, yet one individual remains steadfast in their position. This person is the 7th director of our Doomsday Management Bureau. He believes that once all humanity perishes by their own hand, the catastrophe will inevitably descend upon the world. Thus, he chose to stay. At that time, humanity had developed a technique known as the Hibernation Project, which allowed all other players to return to reality through suicide, while he alone remained, encasing himself in ice at the risk of total death. to confront the end of this apocalyptic scenario. And what was the outcome? Mu Chenyi inquired hastily. The result is that he never returned. Lai Wenji replied, his voice heavy. The seventh director possessed over a dozen resurrection coins. Yet he remains forever trapped in that apocalypse. This world-ending catastrophe serves as a curse of time upon humanity. No one can escape its grasp. But Director Lai, why do you assert that this world-ending apocalypse has already arrived? Mu Chenyi questioned. Currently, our blue star has not entered a state of eternal night. That is because... Lai Wenji began to respond. Enough. No more. A youthful female voice suddenly interrupted from the doorway, cutting off Lai Wenji's words. Mu Chenyi turned to the entrance, where a tall woman clad in elevated shoes strode in confidently. She was extraordinarily beautiful, more so than any woman Mu Chenyi had ever encountered, and appeared to be of a similar age to him. A subtle authority graced her features, an expression not typically displayed by someone of Mu Chenyi's age. Who is this woman? Director. Lai Wenji stood respectfully, addressing the woman. What? Director? Mu Chenyi exclaimed, taken aback by the youthfulness of the woman's exquisite face. Indeed. The woman nodded at Lai Wenji before turning her gaze to Mu Chenyi. Mr. Mu, you have just become a player. You are not yet suited to learn about the corrupted soil prophecy concerning the apocalypse. Corrupted soil prophecy? Is that the name of this world-ending catastrophe? Yes, Director. Lai Wenji activated the computer, presenting all the information he had just gathered from Mu Chenyi to the woman. After reviewing the contents for a moment, she fixed her attention on Mu Chenyi. Mr. Mu, you claim your skill is the SSS level, Eye of Death, correct? Yes, Mu Chenyi affirmed, also appraising the stunningly ethereal woman before him. In addition to this prophetic skill, I have heard from my subordinates that you possess an S-level item known as the Dagger of the End. Is that true? The woman continued to inquire. Mu Chenyi frowned. Did Chi Wei say this? Sensing his displeasure, the woman clarified, Mr. Mu, I do not intend to question you. I merely wish to ascertain the skills you currently possess. What you ought to focus on is the fact that I currently possess not a single resurrection coin. Mu Chenyi emphasized this point. It is said that he is of great importance, with his life and safety tied to the fate of the world. Yet who truly cares about the reality that he is devoid of any resurrection coins? You are out of resurrection coins? The woman displayed a look of astonishment. Meanwhile, Lai Wenji informed her that Mu Chenyi had squandered his resurrection coin during his very first dungeon encounter. Upon hearing this, the woman's tone grew somber. That presents quite a predicament. Mu Chenyi gazed at the youthful visage of the woman, who appeared to be around his age, and inexplicably inquired, Director, how old are you? Why had she attained such a position of authority at such a young age? At that moment, Lai Wenji, standing behind her, wore a look of sheer terror and frantically gestured to Mu Chenyi. Observing his frantic expressions, Mu Chenyi felt a tinge of confusion. Subsequently, he noticed the woman's previously icy countenance break into a charming smile. Mr. Mu, why do you wish to know my age? She asked, narrowing her striking eyes. Her tone laced with intrigue. Do you believe I am too young to hold the position of director of the Huaxiao Apocalypse Management Bureau? Mu Chenyi was taken aback. When had he ever thought such a thing? No, I merely observed your appearance. It seems you are of a similar age to me, he clarified, shaking his head earnestly. The woman scrutinized his expression for a moment longer before retracting her smile, her demeanor once again turning frosty. I am 2 years your senior. My surname is Muro. You may address me as Director Muro. Chapter 48. The strongest woman on the surface? Director Muro. Mu Chenyi was astonished to learn that she was only 2 years his senior. At present, he was 21, making her merely 23. Such youth left him questioning whether someone so young possessed the requisite experience to manage such an essential department as the Apocalypse Management Bureau. Mr. Mu, what do you think of the environment here? Director Muro inquired abruptly. Mu Chenyi glanced around the expansive villa, observing the diligent staff engaged in cleaning, with a game room and an esports area nearby, providing ample opportunities for entertainment. It's quite nice, why do you ask? He offered a candid assessment. Since you find this environment satisfactory, a glimmer of light flashed in Director Muro's eyes as she gently parted her lips and spoke softly. Then I propose that you reside here for the next few days. When the next dungeon begins, I will personally ensure your protection. Rest assured, I will keep you safe. Mu Chenyi realized the implications. This woman intended to confine him here. Are you suggesting that I remain here and not leave? He scrutinized her expression, his voice growing colder. Mr. Mu, you are free, but I hope you will consider the greater good. Your survival is of utmost importance. It could yield tremendous contributions to humanity, Director Muro replied. Mu Chenyi chuckled. What a masterful strategist she is. But what if I don't intend to stay here? He gazed at the icy visage before him, one that could drive countless men to madness, his tone growing solemn. Remaining here would essentially be akin to a form of imprisonment, would it not? He understood her insinuation. He was a rare gem, a prophetic talent, not undeservedly dubbed a national treasure. And what does being a national treasure entail? It means being safely nurtured according to someone else's design. As long as he steers clear of perilous places, he would remain unscathed. When danger eventually looms. At the onset of the impending apocalypse, she would carve out time from her busy schedule to protect him personally. If you choose to depart, no one will safeguard your safety. Director Morong's expression remained unchanged, and I cannot provide you with personal protection. Noticing her seemingly mature demeanor, which belied her youth, Mu Qianyi lowered his gaze, catching sight of the towering shoes that added a full 5 centimeters to her height. She appeared quite statuesque. Without those shoes, would she even reach 160 centimeters? Sensing Mu Qianyi's scrutiny, Director Morong instinctively shrank her feet, but soon, a flicker of indignation flashed in her usually cold eyes. Mr. Mu, should you insist on leaving, know that from this moment forth, the level of safety protection provided by our Apocalypse Management Bureau will be downgraded by 1 tier. She stepped back, attempting to evade his gaze on her shoes, her tone laced with irritation. For the subsequent apocalypse scenarios, I shall not extend my protection to you. With that, she clacked away in her elevated shoes. Director, please don't go. Li Wenji hastily pursued her, his anxious voice fading as he distanced himself. Mr. Mu holds high authority. You do not have the right to reduce his level of safety protection. Once Director Morong and Li Wenji had vanished, Mu Qianyi found himself alone in the room. He blinked, pondering if he had indeed misjudged the situation. His remarks had seemingly not incited the director's ire. It appeared that the true source of her annoyance was his glance at her 5-centimeter platform shoes. After a while, Li Wenji returned, slightly breathless. He offered a wry smile to Mu Qianyi and said, Mr. Mu, the director may not be in the best of moods today, but rest assured, we will not restrict your freedom. In reality, you may go wherever you please. Just when you step out, it would be prudent to bring a bodyguard along. In the apocalypse scenarios, you may comfortably remain by the director's side. Director Morong is the only super genius in our Apocalypse Management Bureau with SSS-level combat skills. And she manages this vast organization with remarkable efficiency. If an apocalypse were so terrifying that even Director Morong could not survive, it is unlikely that anyone could protect you. SSS-level combat skills? Mu Qianyi's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that this woman is the strongest individual he has ever encountered? Perhaps even the most formidable player in the entire Blue Star? The most formidable woman on the surface? However, he found himself somewhat intrigued. Just how powerful could a combat skill-rated SSS be? Could it slay the colossal beast encountered in the next dungeon? Director Lai, you just mentioned that if this woman cannot conquer the challenge, then it must be an insurmountable level, correct? Mu Qianyi inquired. Indeed, her combat prowess is unparalleled. If she were to perish, then no one would survive. Li Wenji replied earnestly. Yet, Director Lai, are you not aware that, in the Doomsday Dungeon, intellect is far more crucial than mere combat strength? Mu Qianyi regarded him intently. Li Wenji fell silent for a moment. Quite well. He had just learned a lesson from a newcomer. He gazed at Mu Qianyi and spoke softly. Mr. Mu is a prophetic player, able to perceive many things that escape the notice of ordinary players. It is only natural for him to engage in deeper contemplation. The information we glean from our perspective is undoubtedly limited compared to Mr. Mu's. Old Lai. Mu Qianyi approached and patted his shoulder. Do you know why you cannot compete with that woman, and yet remain merely a deputy director? Li Wenji. Although, could you refrain from calling me Old Lai? Why? He asked, somewhat taken aback. Because your nature is to avoid offending others. Mu Qianyi replied candidly. Learn from Director Morong. Observe how she fearlessly confronts everyone. Despite her modest stature, she is unafraid of ruffling feathers. Li Wenji, I'm drenched in sweat, brother. Is this a topic I am alive to discuss? Bang! A resounding noise suddenly erupted from the doorway, prompting both men to turn their attention towards the entrance. At the door stood a tall and stunningly beautiful woman, Director Morong. With a frostbitten expression, she regarded the two men, her voice as frigid as ice. Mr. Mu enjoys gossiping about others behind their backs. When did this woman turn back? Mu Qianyi's lips twitched slightly as he opened his mouth, preparing to respond. However, Director Morong had no intention of granting him the opportunity to speak. She stated directly, Mr. Mu, you have the liberty to arrange your time over the next few days. Before the competition commences, I will personally come to summon you. She emphasized the word you deliberately. Having uttered this, she afforded Mu Qianyi no chance for rebuttal, shutting the door behind her as she departed. Inside the room, only Mu Qianyi and Li Wenji remained, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Chapter 49. The second dungeon begins. Mr. Mu, may you seek your own fortune. Li Wenji regarded Mu Qianyi with a tinge of sympathy, for in truth, Director Murong holds you in considerable esteem. Upon verifying your information, she immediately set aside her work and flew to Jiangqing. Director Lai, I am quite curious. Mu Chini could not help but ask, how did Director Murong, at such a young age, ascend to the position of head of the Doomsday Management Bureau? Is it that the positions within the Bureau are determined solely by strength, disregarding experience? Experience is indeed considered, but Director Murong possesses certain unique qualities. Director Lai's eyes flickered with a trace of melancholy as he spoke of Director Murong. This story harkens back 3 years, when Director Murong was the radiant princess of our Bureau, exuding joy and serving as the delight of all. However, one fateful day, her mentor, the former director, perished in a cataclysmic disaster despite possessing numerous resurrection tokens, leaving the young Director Murong to shoulder the burden alone. Following this upheaval, she seemingly transformed, willingly assuming all responsibilities within the Bureau. It soon became evident that she excelled in her role, managing the Apocalypse Management Bureau with remarkable efficiency. Upon hearing Director Lai's words, Mu Chini could not help but inquire, why, with several resurrection tokens at hand, could death still occur? In recent days, he had encountered numerous accounts regarding the fatality associated with possessing resurrection tokens. Certain crucial items within the instances, once chosen, would forfeit the opportunity to utilize resurrection tokens. Director Murong garnered universal respect precisely because, whenever a pivotal item emerged during a crisis, it was she who risked her life to seize it. She would not permit anyone else to gamble their lives for such items. As Director Lai continued, he glanced at the documents and posed a question. Mr. Mu, you achieved a perfect rating on your first Doomsday instance, and it states here that you acquired the crucial item, the Dagger of Termination. Is there no restriction regarding the Dagger of Termination? The mention of the Dagger of Termination jolted Mu Chini's memory. He recalled the system alerting him that once he opened that Pandora's box, resurrection tokens would no longer be usable within the Bureau. Did all crucial items within instances carry similar restrictions? To acquire the key items necessary to unravel the instances would indeed impose limitations, specifically the inability to utilize resurrection tokens. Should one perish in an instance, it would signify true death. However, the eventual rewards for successfully navigating the apocalypse would far surpass those of others, a double-edged sword. For Mu Chini, though, this was akin to having no restrictions at all. He chuckled, as he possessed no resurrection tokens whatsoever. Subsequently, Mu Chini inquired about the already impending apocalyptic event. I apologize, Mr. Mu, but Director Murong has instructed me not to disclose this matter to you just yet. So you currently lack the clearance to be informed, Director Lai replied apologetically. Very well. Unable to extract further information, Mu Chini settled for a secondary inquiry. Am I free to leave now? Indeed, Mr. Mu. However, we kindly request that our personnel ensure your safety during your departure. Then let Lin Yuan, the S-rank player, escort me. She should be more than capable of protecting me, Mu Chini suggested. Understood. A few minutes later, Mu Chini departed with Lin Yuan. The official location to which he was escorted lay on the outskirts of Jiangqing, and it would require a half-hour's drive to return to the city. In the ensuing days, he maintained a keen interest in the progress of the shipbuilding undertaken by Old Zhao, for once the apocalypse commenced, the value of the vessel would no longer remain the same. Old Zhao had extravagantly invested over 100 million to procure a substantial seafaring ship, complete with a captain and a crew of several members. As preparations reached their zenith, Mu Chini decided against returning home. After providing his parents with a fabricated excuse of spending the night at a classmate's house, he took refuge in Wang Zichen's residence alongside Lin Yuan the night before the impending apocalypse. The woman, Director Murong, who had promised to seek him out at the onset of the end times, failed to make an appearance. However, for Mu Chini, her absence was fortuitous. A woman with an overpowering desire would only serve to usurp his authority, ultimately jeopardizing the trajectory of the entire scenario. Unlike Wang Zichen and his companions, who placed complete trust in him and adhered to his directives, he relished the loyalty of his allies. That evening, after apprising his family of his decision to stay elsewhere, Mu Chini remained at Wang Zichen's abode. As the clock struck 10, he and his companions were engulfed by a wave of faintness simultaneously. Every player across Blue Star succumbed to slumber, their consciousness transitioning into another realm. Ding. Welcome, host, to this apocalypse. Host name, Mu Chini. He bypassed the personal introduction, directing his attention to the latest information presented below. This apocalypse is a standard one. All items and skills are fully operational. Death's Eye. The host can glimpse the scene of their next demise through Death's Eye. Cooldown time within this scenario, 24 hours. Real-world cooldown time, 7 days. These two announcements were entirely novel. Apart from the indication that skills would not be restricted, his signature skill, Death's Eye, had a cool-down period of 24 hours, equating to a full day. The strongest rainfall since 2006 is imminent. At 8:30 a.m. today, the Huaxia Meteorological Station issued a red alert for heavy rainfall. The familiar voice of the news echoed in his ears, prompting him to open his eyes and reflect upon the displayed time of 9 o'clock. This phenomenon was expected. The commencement of every apocalypse was set for 10 in the evening, but upon entering the apocalyptic scenario, time shifted to 9 in the morning. Upon concluding the scenario, players would awaken to find the time had advanced to the following morning. "Brother Mu, are you all right?" Wang Zichen's voice resonated at his door. Mu Chenyi merely nodded in acknowledgement before closing his eyes once more, silently uttering, "Activate Death's Eye. Provide me with a reason to survive." A chilling female voice, imbued with an undeniable authority, responded, "If not, I shall forcibly take you." The first sense to return through Death's Eye was hearing, allowing Mu Chenyi to recognize the familiar voice. "Director Morong." He then heard a questioning voice from the future. "If I have no reason, will you abduct me against my will? For the sake of safety, I hope you can understand," Director Morong stated. At that moment, Mu Chenyi also regained the vision of his future self from the death playback. Before him stood a tall woman, elevated by 5-centimeter heels. Damn! Why was his attention immediately drawn to her shoes? Subsequently, as he turned to look at Director Morong, the latter had already made his move. Chapter 50, The Holy Clan? Director Morong clasped his hands to form a seal, and then executed an unknown action. To his astonishment, his combat-capable companions, Wang Zichen and Tao Mu, were sent flying through the air, quickly crashing to the ground, rendered temporarily powerless. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan obediently stood behind Director Morong, not daring to show any sign of resistance. What transpired next was rather predictable. Under the pretext of ensuring his safety, Director Morong forcibly took him along, boarding the exclusive armed helicopter of the Apocalypse Management Bureau for departure. Instead of navigating towards the capital in northern Huaxia, the pilot headed straight for the heart of the continent, Mount Everest, the highest peak in the world. "Your prophecy has borne fruit," Director Morong remarked gently as he sat beside him. "We have relocated most of the players here to combat this impending apocalypse. Are you not afraid of total annihilation?" The future self's tone was less than amiable. Anyone forcibly taken and bound would surely feel discontented. "There's no alternative. Entering the realm of the sea is a perilous endeavor. If coming here allows one to survive, then my objective is achieved," Director Morong replied, his tone unwavering. Within just a few hours, the armed helicopter traversed from the coastal city of Jiangsheng to the base of Mount Everest, the temporary headquarters of the Huaxiao Apocalypse Management Bureau. The camp was comprised of numerous tents, and after briefing him on his accommodations, Director Morong hurriedly departed, disappearing into the bustling crowd of the temporary headquarters. She granted the future self significant privileges, allowing him access to any area within the camp. Concurrently, she instructed Lin Yuan to attend to the future self's daily needs and safety. Naturally, Lin Yuan complied, but the future self was far from pleased. His fate had become entirely ensnared in Director Morong's grasp. In the eyes of the future self, remaining on land was likely a road to ruin, especially given the magnitude of this apocalyptic disaster. Yet, until he could foresee new information, persuading that woman, Director Morong, seemed nearly impossible. The living conditions were quite rudimentary. Within the simple tent were merely 2 beds and a writing desk, equipped with paper and pen for him to record his thoughts. Clearly, Director Morong had arranged for Lin Yuan to share the tent with him. Under normal circumstances, the prospect of cohabiting with a beautiful woman would be an agreeable situation for the future self. However, given the current dire circumstances, such thoughts were far from his mind. Certainly, the future entity remained active, diligently monitoring the latest developments concerning the sea creatures each day. The unfolding events appeared to parallel the images he had witnessed during his death replay in reality. After several days of tranquility, the first wave of colossal sea beasts made their way ashore. Although it took these creatures several days to arrive, the observer, Mu Chenyi, sensed that the initial days leading up to the apocalypse were not as straightforward as they seemed. Perhaps those days were critical. He simply had yet to identify what was amiss. Sharing the same sentiment as Mu Chenyi, the future entity chose to investigate the maritime data from the preceding days, while other researchers were engrossed in analyzing images of the massive sea creatures to discern their vulnerabilities. This pursuit indeed unveiled a significant clue. On the night of the second day following the commencement of the apocalypse, at precisely 8:43 p.m., an earthquake registering 8 on the Richter scale struck the Solomon Islands, located in the South Pacific, northeast of Australia, at approximately 12's latitude and 163 longitude. Were it merely an earthquake, it would be unremarkable, as seismic activity is a common occurrence in the Solomon Islands. However, Following the quake, a tsunami ensued, and subsequently, communication was lost. Shortly thereafter, a dense fog enveloped the area, rendering it invisible even to satellites. This alarming news was swiftly suppressed by international authorities to prevent public panic. Yet, as time progressed and the first giant sea creatures emerged on land, the story could no longer be contained. According to reports from the personnel involved, Director Morong, upon receiving the news, immediately boarded a private aircraft with elite operatives from the Apocalypse Administration to investigate. However, once they entered the maritime region, contact with Director Morong was abruptly severed. At this revelation, Mu Chini instantly recalled the colossal sea monsters. When they appeared, cities would lose all communication in an instant. Could it be that Director Morong had ventured into the vicinity of these monstrous entities? After hearing this unsettling news, the future entity exhibited signs of confusion. Wasn't Director Morong supposed to ensure their safety? Why had he left? In that moment, Mu Chini profoundly sensed the unreliability of Director Morong. Nevertheless, the staff reassured the future entity, stating, "Rest assured, there are over a dozen S-class combat players here who will ensure your safety. I do not feel safe at all." The future entity replied, his tone far from amiable. As several more days passed, with more territories succumbing to chaos, the temporary headquarters established at the foot of the mountain began to feel increasingly uneasy. Subsequently, the highest-ranking official issued a command for everyone to prepare to ascend the mountain. To venture out at this moment is evidently a folly. Merely glancing at the red dots on the map reveals that the entire continent is besieged by a multitude of monstrous entities. Logically speaking, the future entity holds the highest authority in this realm, yet even his elevated status remains shrouded in secrecy. Aside from Lin Yuan, who is aware of his prophetic abilities, the others remain oblivious. Nevertheless, the future entity enjoys an exceptionally high level of security within this stronghold. Consequently, during the retreat, Mu Chinin was part of the second group to withdraw. Most of the first group, who ascended the mountain, were merely scouting the way, rendering their journey perilous. Thus, those with a higher assurance of safety were included in the second batch. While ascending, the future entity encountered the legendary Chang Yaqing, an elder adorned with white hair and beard, exuding an ethereal aura. A subtle yet formidable dignity rested upon his countenance, making it difficult for others to meet his gaze. At that moment, he was surrounded by numerous formidable combatants, akin to planets orbiting a sun, who were assisting him in his ascent. In stark contrast, the future entity had only Lin Yuan attending to him. "Rest assured, Mr. Mu, I will ensure your safety," Lin Yuan reassured him, her tone gentle as she sensed his inner discontent. "It is of no consequence," the future entity replied, shaking his head. 2 hours after the first group had departed, the second group finally set out. Just as they were preparing to embark, a thunderous boom reverberated, capturing everyone's attention. Soon after, a thick black mist began to rise from the distance, accompanied by a pungent scent of gunpowder that filled the future entity's nostrils. "It is the Holy Clan. Those brutes." Lin Yuan seethed, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation. "What is the Holy Clan?" the future entity inquired with confusion. "You may perceive it as an anti-human player organization that delights in sabotaging our progress in the game," Lin Yuan elucidated. "There exists such an organization?" Mu Chinin expressed his astonishment. It was the first time he had heard of such a group, as neither Wang Zichen nor Lai Wenji had previously explained it to him. "Mr. Mu, I will cover your ascent. There will be others specifically tasked with confronting these fiends," Lin Yuan stated. Though she was indeed an S-rank combat player, her protective prowess far surpassed mere combat skills. "Very well," the future entity acquiesced, for he observed that Mr. Chang Yaqing had already begun to pack up and hasten up the mountain. He swiftly stowed his belongings in a spatial ring and promptly followed the throng. The future entity soon noted that numerous armed individuals and combat players were making their way toward the swirling black mist, seemingly intent on dealing with the so-called Holy Clan. This was merely a minor interlude. Upon reaching the mountain, the future entity continued to monitor the situation of the colossal sea monsters outside. Each day, these gigantic creatures encroached upon the land, causing vast expanses of territory to succumb to their advance. 2 days later, when the future entity once again gazed upon the map, the red dots indicating enemy presence had proliferated to an overwhelming extent. The land, as depicted on the map, appeared to be largely dominated by colossal sea monsters. Most disconcertingly, it was reported that a gigantic sea creature had emerged at the foot of Mount Everest. Upon receiving this alarming news, several combat-oriented players sprang into action, with one individual swiftly carrying Chang Yaqing and soaring towards the summit. While it typically takes ordinary individuals 6 to 10 weeks to reach the peak, combat players could significantly expedite this journey. Lin Yuan possessed the ability of airflow, allowing her to manipulate her powers as she ferried the future entity rapidly up the mountainside, her speed matching that of the player bearing Chang Yaqing. This peculiar situation drew curious glances toward Mu Qinyu. From the outset, Lin Yuan had been by the side of this individual. Now, in such dire circumstances, he required her close protection. One could not help but speculate about the extent of Mu Qinyu's safety. Over the next few days, Lin Yuan continued to lead the future entity up the mountain. And amidst their ascent, they began to hear ominous thumping sounds, reminiscent of a heartbeat. This was the sound of the approaching colossal sea monsters, a noise with which the future entity was both familiar and sensitive. The resonance of their presence intensified his perception of impending doom. Upon reaching the mountain's peak, they encountered a group accompanying Chang Yaqing, who were shielding him as the external storm grew increasingly ferocious. Elder Chang was engaged in prophetic skills, urging others not to disturb him. As the future entity and Lin Yuan approached, someone came forth to relay information to them. Understood, Lin Yuan acknowledged with a nod, though her gaze inadvertently flickered towards the future entity. It seemed that Mr. Mu also possessed prophetic abilities, and notably, an exceptionally powerful SSS class skill. Yet, since entering the game, Mr. Mu had not utilized his prophetic skills even once. The future entity remained silent, leaving her too apprehensive to inquire further. Given her status, she could only learn such matters if Mu Qinyu chose to disclose them. Feeling her gaze upon him, the future entity said nothing. What could he possibly say? Could he proclaim that their fates were sealed? As the group braved the fierce mountain storm, they cast their eyes toward Chang Yaqing's position. Presently, Chang Yaqing sat cross-legged within a makeshift tent, his eyes tightly shut. This was the first time Mu Qinyu had witnessed another prophetic player employing their skills. When he typically activated the Eye of Death, regardless of how many visions he encountered, only mere seconds passed in reality. After approximately 20 minutes, the two suddenly heard a cacophony of sounds. Had Elder Chang awakened? They quickly turned their attention. Upon awakening, Chang Yaqing's eyes widened in astonishment. His tone urgent, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. He suddenly shouted, "We cannot remain on land. This is a deadlock, a deadlock." After uttering these words, he spat out a large mouthful of crimson blood and collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Observing this, Mu Qinyu was left bewildered. Isn't this prophetic skill exceedingly perilous? After foreseeing the future, one must also vomit, and blood at that? The surrounding players were equally astonished, rushing forward to assist Elder Chang. Severely injured and in a coma, it was uncertain when he would awaken. A healer among the players promptly stepped forward to administer aid. However, 2 hours after Elder Chang fell unconscious, the sky suddenly darkened, and droplets began to fall, pattering upon the snowy summit. Droplets? The future body abruptly realized that they were atop Mount Everest. How could it possibly rain here? Shortly thereafter, a voice echoed, "It's raining black rain." Black rain? The future body seemed to connect the dots and soon detected a familiar foul odor. Oh no, this is the end. A bitter smile crept across his face. This black rain was none other than the ink of the giant octopus from the previous death scene, both malodorous and toxic. Soon, he heard several others around him begin to vomit. His own body swiftly reacted, succumbing to nausea before he too heaved. Ultimately, the future body met his demise. Mu Qinyu soon regained consciousness, and upon seeing Wang Zichen gazing at him with curiosity, he turned away to ponder, his mind replaying the information gleaned from the recent death replay. At that moment, Wang Zichen cautiously inquired, "Brother Mu, did you foresee any particular scene?" Chapter 52. Statistical information. Mu Qinyu observed Wang Zichen's expectant gaze, a mischievous glint flickering in his eyes. "Do you truly wish to know?" "Yes." Wang Zichen nodded eagerly. "I witnessed you being sent flying by the head of the Apocalypse Management Bureau, left uncertain of your fate," he replied. Wang Zichen. At that juncture, Lin Yuan, from another room, overheard their conversation and could not resist asking, "Mr. Mu, did you just mention Director Morong?" "Indeed, I saw her approach to collect me, only to lead to my demise." Mu Qinyu's expression darkened. In the vision he had seen, Director Morong abandoned him and fled, leading to his tragic end on Mount Everest. Lin Yuan was taken aback. "How could that be? The director would never harm you." "Fear not. I have a plan," Mu Qinyu responded before shifting the topic. "By the way, what is Director Morong's full name?" "The director is named Morong Shiner." "How could you not know her name?" Wang Zichen exclaimed, his face lighting up with admiration. "She is quite a formidable woman, beautiful and powerful. If only I could marry her. You would likely meet your end at her hands." Mu Qinyu doused his enthusiasm with cold water. "I doubt you could handle a strong woman like Morong Shiner." He stroked his chin and remarked, "I am different. I believe I can master this situation." Witnessing Mu Qinyu's shamelessness, Wang Zichen rolled his eyes. As Lin Yuan observed the expressions of the two, She silently noted down Mu Chenyi's recent words. Previously, Director Murong had instructed her to record any requests made by Mu Chenyi, regardless of their peculiarity, for submission. Unbeknownst to Mu Chenyi, his mere jest would ultimately reach the ears of Murong Shiner. Mr. Mu, what shall we do next? Lin Yuan inquired. Summon old Zhao and Tao Mu. We are preparing to depart, Mu Chenyi decisively commanded. Time could not be squandered. Based on his recent experience from the death perspective, the pivotal location of this apocalyptic dungeon was the first site to succumb. The approximate coordinates were somewhere in the Solomon Islands, at 12 degrees south latitude and 163 degrees east longitude. Wang Zichen went to inform old Zhao and Tao Mu. Typically, they would separate before the onset of the apocalypse, only to convene once it commenced. This rule had originated from a prior dungeon experience before Tao Mu had joined them. During that instance, old Zhao and Wang Zichen would gather together whenever the apocalypse approached. However, they encountered a particularly unique dungeon where the theme was ghostly pursuit. All individuals selected by the Grim Reaper were to be hunted by vengeful spirits. Unfortunately, Wang Zichen was the ill-fated soul chosen by death, which inadvertently implicated old Zhao. Following Wang's demise, old Zhao became the next target due to their proximity. Better to face a formidable adversary than to be burdened by incompetent allies. After this harrowing experience of dual fatalities, old Zhao resolved never to stay with Wang Zichen before the apocalypse again. Upon learning of their ordeal, Mu Chenyi felt little, as he could ascertain the content of the game before it commenced. Half an hour later, old Zhao and Tao Mu arrived in succession. Hurry in. Brother Mu has foreseen new developments. Wang Zichen called out to them. What is the situation? Old Zhao inquired of Mu Chenyi. We cannot remain on land. Mu Chenyi replied solemnly. I saw us reaching the summit of Mount Everest, yet we still perished. Staying on land leads to certain doom. The content that Elder Chang Yaqing would only predict after 10 days was revealed by him on the very first day. The group displayed expressions of surprise. Wang Zichen could not help but ask, Brother Mu, did you not say that the theme of this apocalypse was a monstrous sea creature? Why can one not survive on land? The sea monsters invade the land. Mu Chenyi declared gravely, and the land will fall within 10 days. Considering the apocalypse lasts for a month, standing firm on land is impossible. The only recourse is to venture into the sea. To which maritime area shall we go? Old Zhao pressed, focusing on the critical point. Now there are two plans. Wang Pengzi, please fetch me some large white paper and a black and a red gel pen. Mu Chenyi patted Wang Zichen on the shoulder. Wang Zichen promptly went to the warehouse to retrieve the necessary tools. Subsequently, Mu Chenyi closed his eyes, recalling the map he had seen in a previous death replay, and began to sketch a world map on the white paper with the black pen. Astonishing! Wang Zichen exclaimed in shock. As Mu Chenyi's pace quickened, the vast expanse of white paper transformed into an increasingly complete world map. Although Mu Chenyi had only studied drawing for a short time in his youth, it was the cognitive skills honed from solving Rubik's Cubes that truly enhanced his mental acuity. His mind was now remarkably sharp. After completing the first map, he immediately set to work on the second, then the third, and the fourth. After dedicating 3 full hours, he had finished 10 maps. Once the maps were complete, he glanced out the window at the rain. It was a gentle drizzle, but the gloomy weather hinted that the rain would soon intensify. There was still some time. He shifted his gaze to Lao Zhao. Lao Zhao. These 10 maps depict the situation of the Blue Star over the next 10 days. The locations marked in red indicate the positions of the sea beasts. Can you deduce their future movements based on this data? Lao Zhao studied the maps for a moment before responding softly. It should be possible, but it will take some time, about an hour. Mu Chenyi recalled the timing of Murong Shiner's appearance in the previous death replay and imposed a 1-hour deadline. Lao Zhao, without further inquiry, acknowledged and took out his laptop, using one hand to begin inputting the rudimentary maps Mu Chenyi had drawn into the computer according to his understanding. Meanwhile, Mu Chenyi focused on the 10 maps, which he had memorized after much effort, hoping they would provide some assistance. An hour passed swiftly, yet Lao Zhao's computer continued to process the data. Nevertheless, he managed to print numerous sheets. Mu Chenyi picked up one of the pages and examined its contents. It detailed various routes of the sea beasts, all marked in purple ink. Watching the rain intensify outside, he suddenly spoke. She is coming. Chapter 53. A conversation with Murong Shiner. She is coming. As soon as Mu Chenyi's words fell, the others looked at him in confusion. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the villa was being pounded. Is someone really here? A complex expression crossed the faces of the group as they gazed at Mu Chenyi. This prophetic skill is truly incredible. It even knows when others will arrive. Mu Chenyi maintained a calm demeanor, though his previous statement was merely a stroke of luck, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. He had merely observed the rain outside. noting its intensity was reminiscent of the moment he encountered Murong Xiner during his last death replay. Wang Zichen approached the peephole, and an expression of profound shock crossed her face. Is it really the director of the management bureau, Murong Xiner? Why has she come to our home? Let her in. Mr. Mu, please come with me, Murong Xiner stated firmly upon entering, her strikingly beautiful face adorned with an air of frosty detachment. Accompany you to death? Mu Qianyi blinked, a hint of anger lacing his tone. Director Murong, do you intend to take me to the foot of Mount Everest to meet my demise? You're aware? Murong Xiner expressed surprise, but quickly continued. The Bureau has numerous powerful combat players stationed there who can ensure your safety. Safety, indeed. Mu Qianyi scoffed, his voice cold. Miss Murong, should you discover the location to solve this instance within a day, would you abandon me for that destination? Murong Xiner furrowed her brow, her long eyelashes fluttering. Not angered, but rather looking at him with sincerity. Mr. Mu, do you foresee something? Remaining on land is a dead end. Mu Qianyi casually recounted Chang Yaqing's prophecy from 10 days hence. You ought to inform those players at the foot of Mount Everest. It's not too late to flee to the sea. After a moment of serious contemplation, Murong Xiner nodded. Very well, Mr. Mu. You should accompany them to the sea. It should be quite safe. Why are you still thinking of having me follow them? Mu Qianyi was speechless. He decisively declared, here's the deal. Miss Murong, you have two choices. Either accompany us to the source of this apocalypse, or follow that group to escape by sea, perhaps prolonging your life until the end of days. He scrutinized Murong Xiner intently. This time, he was determined to seize control of the situation. In the previous death replay, he had been forcibly taken by this woman, leaving him with pent-up frustration. He would not allow history to repeat itself. Upon hearing Mu Qianyi's words, Murong Xiner displayed a look of astonishment. You know the location of the source of the apocalypse? We are preparing to go, so now, reveal your choice, Miss Murong. Mu Qianyi gazed into her eyes. It appeared he was offering her a choice, yet in truth, he simply wished to prevent her from making a decision. Moreover, based on his brief interaction with Murong Xiner, it is highly likely that she would choose to venture towards the source of the apocalypse. Where is the source of the apocalypse? Murong Xiner inquired. That is not a concern for you. Mu Qianyi replied nonchalantly. Whether you accompany us is entirely your choice. However, I must clarify that if you decide to follow, you must heed my commands along the way. Should you refuse to comply, you are free to opt out of joining us. Furthermore, if you choose the first option, only you and the pilot aboard the aircraft may accompany us. No other individuals are permitted. This was the control he sought to maintain. Even though this woman held the position of director in the Apocalypse Management Bureau, she was obliged to follow his lead in this context. Murong Xiner's brows furrowed deeply. This was not her intention for coming here. Yet, the formidable SSS-level prophetic skills of her counterpart compelled her to reconsider. Of course, if you choose not to accompany us, I can gift you these 10 maps. Observing her contemplation, Mu Qianyi escalated his offer, presenting her with the 10 maps he had drawn. These indicate the locations of the colossal sea monster invasions over the next 10 days. The red dots signify the giant sea beasts. If you take this map and escape to the maritime regions, surviving for 10 days should pose no issue. Receiving the 10 maps, Murong Xiner scrutinized the illustrations intently. After a moment, she lifted her gaze and regarded Mu Qianyi thoughtfully before retrieving her phone to capture images of all 10 maps. Once she had photographed them, she dialed a number. Xiaoyu, these maps detail the scope of the sea monster invasions over the next 10 days. I will soon transmit the director's orders to you. Please have Zhuzi and the others use these maps to plan a safe route for the next 10 days, ensuring that Elder Chang and the others can swiftly reach the maritime locations. Do not worry about me. I will lead a portion of our group to the source of the apocalypse. The subsequent tasks will be managed by Lai Wenji. Watching Murong Xiner methodically arrange her responsibilities, Mu Qianyi couldn't help but feel a measure of admiration. However, it was unfortunate that this woman was exceedingly domineering. Had he relaxed even slightly, the command might have easily shifted to someone else. After Murong Xiner concluded her call, he turned to Old Zhao, who was seated before the computer. Old Zhao, have the trajectory maps been completed? Yes, they have been. I discovered something peculiar regarding a location in the Solomon Islands. Old Zhao responded. Is it the location you mentioned as the source of the apocalypse? Mu Qianyi inquired. Indeed. Old Zhao met his gaze. Is this the source you referred to? Mu Qianyi glanced at Murong Xiner beside him and nodded. The Solomon Islands, you mean that chain of islands east of Australia? Murong Xiner finally asked. Yes. We are preparing to depart, Mu Qianyi asserted, resolutely reclaiming the reins of command. He then turned his attention to Murong Xiner. Director Murong, since you arrived via an armed helicopter, would you mind giving us a lift? Murong Xiner felt an urge to glare at him fiercely, but she suppressed the impulse. Mindful of her own image. Not at all. She replied coldly. Subsequently, several individuals assisted Old Zhao in loading various computer equipment onto the armed aircraft that Murong Xiner had arrived in. As they stepped into the plane amidst the intensifying rain, the sole pilot inside displayed a perplexed expression upon seeing them. He glanced at Murong Xiner, bewildered by the unexpected number of passengers. As it had been agreed that only 2 would board. Brother Munin, kindly pilot the aircraft to Australia? Thank you. Mu Chini greeted the pilot directly. Munin? He stared at Mu Chini in terror, bewildered by how this stranger knew his name. Listen to him. Murong Xiner interjected. Upon hearing this, Munin withdrew his gaze from Mu Chini and turned to begin piloting the plane. The aircraft's headlights illuminated the heavy downpour, with rain cascading down in torrents. How long has it been since Jiangxing experienced such a deluge? Wang Zichen mused aloud. If you wish to witness an even more torrential downpour, you may remain here. Moreover, 5 days hence, you may even behold a colossal octopus. Mu Chini quipped from the side. Then I shall accompany you all, Wang Zichen replied, shrinking his neck. The aircraft commenced its journey, soaring towards the sea. Old Zhao approached with a route map, handing it to Munin while pointing to the Solomon Islands and a red line on the map. Follow this trajectory to reach this location. It is a safe route. Munin glanced at Murong Xiner, and upon receiving her affirmative nod, accepted the map. Mu Chini observed the entire exchange, but soon closed his eyes, seeking to rest and conserve his energy. Given the aircraft's speed, they would arrive at their destination in approximately 20 hours, by which time he would be able to utilize his second death eye. As time passed, the airplane fell into a tranquil silence. Apart from the relentless downpour outside, an eerie quiet enveloped the cabin. Lin Yuan sat obediently in her seat, while Old Zhao diligently studied the route he had devised. Tao Mu occasionally feigned indifference as he glanced at his phone, stealing furtive glances at Murong Xiner. Wang Zichen leaned against Mu Chini, both succumbing to a deep slumber. In contrast, Murong Xiner frequently cast glances at Mu Chini, while for the most part, her gaze remained fixed on the tempestuous weather outside. As time drifted by, once mealtime arrived, Murong Xiner retrieved 7 boxed meals from her spatial bracelet. The moment Wang Zichen caught a whiff of the enticing aroma, he jolted awake, his eyes darting to the boxed meals in Murong Xiner's hands. Mu Chini, roused by Wang Zichen's abrupt movement, slowly opened his eyes. The boxed meals were plentiful and still warm. As Mu Chini touched the warm lunchbox, he couldn't help but glance at the bracelet adorning Murong Xiner's left hand. It seemed her spatial bracelet was of a superior quality compared to his spatial ring. After their meal, they resumed their journey. A few hours later, they ventured beyond the borders of their land, gazing upon the boundless, pitch-black ocean, shrouding their hearts in a veil of gloom, especially considering that beneath the waves, a colossal creature might lurk. The armed helicopter appeared minuscule against the vast expanse of the sea. After approximately another 2 hours, they had delved deeper into the ocean, with no land in sight. Suddenly, a sound resonated, thudding like a heartbeat, causing Mu Chini's heart to race. What was that sound? Wang Zichen, roused from his stupor of eating and sleeping, inquired curiously. Listen closely, attune your ears to its heartbeat. Mu Chini intoned the prophecy of Chang Yaqing with a grave tone. A sea monster? Old Zhao immediately identified the source of the sound. As his words echoed within the helicopter, a heavy silence enveloped the occupants. Mu Chini tightened his grip on the dagger hanging from his neck. Thud, thud, thud. The heartbeat persisted, capturing everyone's full attention. Look over there. Tao Mu suddenly noticed something, prompting everyone to gaze out the window. In the distance, at the horizon, a small luminous entity emerged. The normal human visual range is 180 degrees, with approximately 135 degrees of forward sight and about 45 degrees to the side. Thus, under unobstructed conditions, a human eye can see objects up to about 20 kilometers away. This glowing entity hovered slightly above their altitude, roughly 30 kilometers distant, Old Zhao explained. Yet, Mu Chini regarded the luminescent object with a sense of familiarity. Could it be a jellyfish? It's a gigantic sea turtle, Tao Mu exclaimed. I possess a skill called Thousand Mile Eye. I see it glowing and heading towards us. A gigantic sea turtle? Mu Chini looked at Tao Mu in astonishment, realizing he was the first to spot the luminous object and now the first to identify it. Upon hearing Tao Mu's report, Murong Xiner stood up decisively. I'll go deal with it. Sit down. Mu Chini grasped her wrist, his tone calm. The giant sea turtle won't attack humans unprovoked. We should ignore it and continue on our path. He recalled from the previous death replay how the staff had analyzed images and weaknesses of the giant sea creatures, remembering that this colossal sea turtle was non-aggressive. This girl was so reckless. If she angered that gigantic turtle, it surely would not remain passive. Murong Xiner flung his hand away. Do not touch me again, she warned coldly. I suffer from misandry. And should you dare to lay a hand on me once more, I cannot guarantee your safety. Mu Cheney cast a glance at her, responding earnestly, let me remind you once again, in our alliance, you must heed my command, as you agreed not long ago. I hope you will refrain from such reckless actions in the future. Miss Andre? Huh. Miss Andre is not embodied in Morong Shiner's demeanor. Morong Shiner bit her lip. Locking eyes with Mu Cheney, he, undeterred, met her gaze with equal intensity, his eyes betraying no sign of retreat. Their standoff instantly chilled the atmosphere within the aircraft. Wang Zichen, observing Mu Cheney, could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for him. In the entire Apocalypse Management Bureau, no one dared to confront this formidable individual. Brother Mu, you are truly impressive. This tense atmosphere persisted for nearly a minute before Morong Shiner finally averted her gaze, sulking as she settled back into her seat. Arms crossed. Continue piloting the aircraft. Mu Cheney called out to the onlookers. Yes. Moonin promptly focused his attention back on flying. However, internally, he was engulfed in turmoil. This fierce individual dared to reprimand Director Morong directly? What a formidable character. Chapter 55, Arrival at the Island, the second death replay. Just as Mu Cheney had indicated. When they passed by the giant sea turtle, it did not initiate an attack. Everyone craned their necks, marveling at the glimmering, ancient patterns adorning the giant creature's shell. The colossal sea turtle glided through the air, its limbs swaying gracefully as it passed overhead, revealing its white underbelly to the onlookers. Although Mu Cheney had assured them that the giant sea turtle would not attack, a sense of trepidation lingered among the group. Once they finally distanced themselves from the giant sea turtle, a collective sigh of relief escaped everyone, including Mu Cheney. The aircraft resumed its course, heading towards Australia. After more than 20 hours of travel, they arrived at their designated coordinates, the first location to succumb during the apocalypse. Due to their lack of visas, their current situation was akin to illegal entry. Morong Shiner had intended to reach out to the authorities for assistance with visas and passports, but upon arriving at the island, their phones lost signal entirely. They were now cut off from the outside world. As they landed on the island, the previously clear skies transformed into a gloomy overcast, and heavy raindrops fell, instantly soaking their clothes as they exited the aircraft. As the rain poured down, Mu Cheney glanced at Lin Yuan and Morong Shiner, noting that both were unscathed, shielded by a faint, translucent barrier that spared them the disheveled state the boys found themselves in. Quickly, let us head inside, Mu Cheney exclaimed, pointing towards a cave he had spotted, and immediately dashed in that direction. The others, eager to escape the downpour, hurriedly followed him into the cave. Once inside, Mu Cheney retrieved dry clothes from his spatial ring for everyone except the two girls, who remained unchanged. Didn't you say this was the source of the apocalypse? Morong Shiner asked, her brow furrowed in concern. Isn't it? Mu Cheney wrung out his soaked clothes, raising his gaze to the misty horizon beyond the cave entrance. Look, fog is rolling in. Tao Mu was the first to voice his observation. Indeed, the fog is coming. Mu Cheney nodded, his expression growing serious. According to the intel I possess, at 8:43 p.m. on the second night of the apocalypse, there will be an earthquake, followed by a tsunami, ultimately enveloping this place in thick fog, severing all communication with the outside world. It was now 5 a.m. on the second day, leaving them with a mere 15 hours until that ominous hour. However, by 8 a.m., his Death Eye ability would refresh. Munin, you should rest for a bit, he suggested to Munin, who had been awake for over 20 hours. All right, Munin replied, too exhausted to care about the dirt, and promptly lay down on the dry stone of the cave to sleep. Brother Mu, are we going to wait until nightfall? Wang Zichen inquired. No, Mu Cheney shook his head. We'll wait until 8 a.m. when my cooldown period ends. Understanding dawned in everyone's eyes. Let us all take a moment to rest. Lao Zhao, please use the sea beast movement patterns you've researched to identify a safe exit for us, Mu Cheney instructed Lao Zhao. Understood. Lao Zhao retrieved his waterproof computer bag and took out his laptop. Brother Mu, why are we seeking a safe exit? Haven't we reached the source of the apocalypse? Wang Zichen could not help but ask. You fool, this is to carve out a path for our survival. Mu Cheney shot him a glance. I'm not entirely certain this is the apocalypse's source, so I estimate a mere 70% probability. If this is not the true source, or if handling it proves too daunting, we'll leave the Solomon Islands and seek refuge at sea for the next month. Unlike the others, he had but one life. Death would be final. Morong Shiner found a clean stone to sit on, and before the eyes of the group, she removed her drenched platform shoes. The ground was soaked, and despite her skills, she could not keep her entire body dry. She peeled off her socks, revealing her delicate, fair feet. Her actions captured the attention of many of the boys present. Among them, Mu Cheney was not included. At this moment, he was seeking advice from Lin Yuan. Yuan, Do you know what the Holy Clan is? The Holy Clan? Lin Yuan blinked, quickly responding. The Holy Clan is a group that is anti-humanity. This organization comprises certain players whose objective is to ensure that humanity faces annihilation in the apocalyptic dungeon, ultimately bringing this apocalypse into reality. Is there really such an organization? Mu Qianyi expressed his astonishment. Indeed, and these individuals could be anyone in reality. In the real world, they appear quite law-abiding and do not engage in any unlawful activities. But once they enter the game, their true nature is revealed, morphing into malevolent beings who betray their own kind. Lin Yuan explained gradually. Mu Qianyi was taken aback, but soon comprehended that such anti-human organizations would always exist. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many villains in reality. The cave fell silent in the ensuing moments, until suddenly, a chime echoed, signaling the cool down of the Eye of Death. Activate the Eye of Death, he silently recited, and his thoughts gradually plunged into the abyss. A peculiar language resonated in his ears, a jumble of sounds. After a brief moment of confusion, he quickly realized it was Pidgin, the local dialect of the Solomon Islands. He couldn't comprehend it. When he opened his eyes, he found Lin Yuan conversing in English with several black individuals. However, these individuals seemed not to understand English and continued chattering in their native tongue. Just as Lin Yuan patiently prepared to slow her pace and explain in English, one of the black men suddenly drew a gun from his waist. Behind him, many others simultaneously brandished firearms, aiming them at the group. Be careful. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted. The future body felt a violent impact, and then a broad figure shielded him, absorbing the bullets. He looked up to see Wang Zichen, who had thrown himself over him at the moment the gunfire erupted, absorbing the deadly shots. Brother Mu, I'll wait for you outside. Wang Zichen uttered those words before his head slumped, lifeless. The future body hastily glanced around, noticing that apart from Murong Shiner, who had conjured a circular barrier to block the bullets, everyone else had perished in the hail of gunfire. This included Lin Yuan, who was closest to the assailants. Chapter 56. The game enters the second stage. The judgment coin. Lin Yuan was the first to fall, reduced to a sieve by the bullets. The future body turned to look at Lao Zhao, Tao Mu, and Mu Nan. Except for Murong Shiner, everyone lay dead, including Wang Zichen, whom he had cradled in his arms. Meanwhile, Murong Shiner stood frozen in place, her pupils wide with terror. The sudden assault by the group of individuals of African descent caught them completely off guard. 7 paces away, the gun was swift. Within 7 paces, it was both precise and rapid. One of the assailants pointed towards the barrier protecting Murong Xiner, at which point Mu Qianyi noticed that this group had raised their weapons, aiming directly at her. The sound of gunfire erupted, a torrential rain of bullets unleashed upon the barrier shielding Murong Xiner, who, still in a state of shock, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Witnessing the carnage that surrounded her, a flicker of rage ignited within her eyes. Subsequently, she sprang into action. A terrifying current of energy surged forth from her hand, sweeping towards all the attackers. The assailants, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, were paralyzed by fear and attempted to flee. Yet, before the wrathful Murong Xiner, they were no more formidable than mere insects. Countless streams of energy morphed into blades, slicing into their flesh. The assailants screamed in agony before collapsing, their fates uncertain. Yet, Murong Xiner was not appeased. She relentlessly lashed out at their lifeless bodies with her sharp currents. After a considerable time, the future entity approached the enraged Murong Xiner and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. She halted her onslaught and turned to face the future entity. Upon seeing that Mu Qianyi was still alive, a glimmer of surprise crossed her features. You are still alive? Among all present, only Mu Qianyi lacked a revival token. His demise would equate to humanity losing an SSS-level prophetic ability. Moments ago, Wang Zichen had shielded her from the bullets. The future entity cast a complex glance at Wang Zichen's lifeless form. Although he could still be revived in reality, his sacrifice in this illusory realm had been significant. I'm relieved you are unharmed. Murong Xiner expressed her surprise, but soon, her legs faltered, and she closed her eyes, collapsing backward. This was a consequence of prolonged skill usage, leading to exhaustion. Excessive exertion had drained her stamina, resulting in her current state. The future entity supported her, surveying the scene of devastation around them, and then carried the now unconscious Murong Xiner back to the cave. Meanwhile, Mu Qianyi, observing from a distance, noted the weather. However, the overcast sky and relentless downpour obscured his sense of time. Murong Xiner remained in a deep slumber, leaving the future entity to confront the impending challenges alone. As darkness fell, the cave was left with only Mu Qianyi and the unconscious Murong Xiner. Although he possessed exceptional combat skills, Even the most skilled martial artist fears the bullet. Mu Qinyu, aware of his inability to withstand bullets with his body, resolved to remain here until Murong Shiner awakened. After a while, he glanced at his watch. It was 8:23 p.m. Only 20 minutes remained until the impending calamity. He gently nudged Murong Shiner, yet she exhibited no signs of awakening. Time passed slowly, and he noticed the mist outside the cave thickening ominously. The increasingly dense fog exuded a faint aura of malice, prompting him to contemplate whether he should flee at this moment. If he were to leave with Murong Shiner now, following the route left by old Zhao, they would be safe for at least the next 10 days. Conversely, if they stayed, they could be unaware of the perils and upheavals that awaited them. After a moment's reflection, Mu Qinyu gritted his teeth and chose to remain. Leaving this place would also be fraught with peril. It seemed wiser to strive for a glimmer of hope here. As minutes trickled by, Murong Shiner remained unresponsive. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated. Alert, the location of the host, Mu Qinyu, is critical to this instance of the dungeon. A significant change will occur in 10 minutes. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Depart from this location. The host will be unable to conclude this apocalypse. Choice 2. Stay here. The host will have the opportunity to end this apocalypse, but will simultaneously incur the curse of the Sea Tribe. Curse of the Sea Tribe. Should the host perish, reviving in reality will require the expenditure of 10 revival coins. Mu Qinyu mused. Yet another curse that bears no adverse effects for me. Having already made his decision, he scarcely deliberated before selecting the second option. Ding. The host has completed their selection. This area will close in 10 minutes, and the dungeon Deep Sea Behemoth will enter its second phase. Searching for targets. The only awakened player in this area is the host, Mu Qinyu. The host has acquired an item, Judgment Coin. Judgment Coin. You possess a one-time opportunity to gamble fairly with the Grim Reaper. Single-use item. Note. Once the Judgment Coin is utilized, you will be unable to use revival coins and cannot resurrect in reality. A chance to gamble with the Grim Reaper? Not only Mu Qinyu, but even the observing Mu Qinyu was bewildered. What exactly is the purpose of this item? To wager with death seems tantamount to courting disaster. Or perhaps, shall I wager that your gun is devoid of bullets? As Mu Qinyu toyed with the coin that had suddenly materialized in his hand, he observed that its obverse depicted a cherubic angel adorned with a halo, while the reverse showcased a mischievous little devil brandishing a harpoon. Ignoring the seemingly inconsequential note, he pondered the true function of this so-called Judgment Coin. Yet, his primary concern remained its status as a one-time item. Otherwise, he would truly need to devise a method for utilizing this coin. As he studied the Judgment Coin, a dense white mist swirled around him, growing thicker with the passage of time. Gradually, the future entity realized that his field of vision was shrinking, eventually dwindling to less than 5 meters. With a chime, the area was sealed, and the game officially entered its second phase. As the system notification echoed, the surrounding mist seemed to come alive, nearly coalescing into a liquid form. The future entity extended his hands into the mist, yet they vanished from sight, as his visual range had diminished to less than half a meter. At that moment, he could not see his own fingers. Creak, creak. Outside the cave, peculiar sounds began to resonate, akin to the movement of a heavy object, yet distinctly different from the deep-sea behemoths. Chapter 57. The Sunken Atlantis? Startled by the strange sounds, the future entity instinctively drew closer to Murong Shiner. However, due to the oppressive fog, he fumbled for quite some time before finally locating her form. What is happening? Murong Shiner's voice suddenly pierced through the mist, nearly startling the future entity out of his wits. After a moment of stunned silence, he exclaimed in delight, "You're awake? Just woke up. What time is it?" Murong Shiner's voice was still soft upon awakening, but gradually turned colder. About 8:50. We've entered the second phase of the dungeon. The future entity recounted the recent events to Murong Shiner. "Show me the Judgment Coin." She extended her hand towards him. After a brief search through the mist, he finally found her hand and passed her the coin. Upon receiving it, Murong Shiner was also notified by the system. "Let me handle this coin," she stated calmly. "Your skills are quite unique. You shouldn't engage in such dangerous matters." The future entity replied, "What do you mean? First of all, this was given to me by the system. Moreover, I don't have a resurrection coin on me. The side effects of this Judgment Coin are negligible for me. I am the optimal user for this coin. You just woke up and intend to take the reward given to me by the system?" Beneath the swirling mist, the future entity caught a glimpse of Murong Shiner's fiery gaze as she asked, "Do you know how to use this Judgment Coin?" He fell silent. Indeed, he did not know how to wield the Judgment Coin, nor was he familiar with its rules. Thus, he retorted, "If you use it, what function does this Judgment Coin serve?" "I don't know." Murong Shiner shook her head, indicating her lack of understanding, but continued, "However, This coin is undoubtedly related to the subsequent content of the dungeon. Do I not know that this coin is linked to the upcoming dungeon content? The atmosphere was so solemn, as if one were wielding a judgment coin. The future entity's lips twitched slightly, yet he resolutely reclaimed the judgment coin, declaring, "Hand it over. I possess the gift of prophecy. This coin will yield its utmost potential in my possession." Upon hearing his words, Murong Shiner fell into a contemplative silence. Just as Mu Chinny believed that she had no intention of returning the judgment coin, her voice emerged softly. "You may have it, but if possible, I hope you will consult with me when utilizing this artifact." "I shall do my best," the future entity replied, accepting the coin she offered. With the crucial artifact back in his grasp, a sliver of security enveloped him. "Forgive me." A voice, as delicate as a whisper, suddenly pierced the air before the future entity. "What?" He failed to catch the entirety of her statement. "In the moment those indigenous individuals opened fire on you, unsettling memories surged in my mind, causing me to momentarily lose my composure. I deeply regret that my actions ensnared you in this peril and resulted in the demise of Moon Nan and the others." Murong Shiner earnestly apologized. Surprisingly, the future entity found himself taken aback by her contrition. "I never expected that," he exclaimed. "What did you not expect?" Murong Shiner inquired, intrigued. "I never anticipated that someone as proud as you would offer an apology," he responded candidly. "I am human. We all err, and I am no exception," Murong Shiner retorted, her temper flaring at his bluntness. Creak, creak. At that moment, she suddenly heard a peculiar sound emanating from outside the cave, prompting her to furrow her brow. "What is that noise?" "I am uncertain about the source of the sound that began with the second phase of the quest," the future entity replied truthfully. Soon after, he noticed Murong Shiner fumbling for something, and before long, she placed a pair of glasses into his hands. "These are detection glasses. When worn, they will shield you from the effects of the mist." Amidst the dense fog, the future entity groped for a moment before catching the glasses she handed him, donning them upon his face. Ding. Host acquires D-grade item, detection glasses. The description read, "Detection glasses, unaffected by environments that obscure vision such as night, fog, or rain." Once he adorned the glasses, his vision sharpened instantaneously, revealing Murong Shiner before him, also wearing a pair of detection glasses. "I shall rest a moment to recuperate my strength. Would you mind checking the situation outside the cave?" Murong Shiner suggested, massaging her temples. "Very well, it seems we no longer need to speak with such a commanding tone," she thought. "All right." The future entity agreed, turning towards the mouth of the cave. He peered outside, but aside from the scattered corpses, nothing else was visible. So, from where does that creaking sound originate? It was as if his thoughts summoned the noise, for the creaking sound of heavy objects shifting resounded once more. He cast his gaze towards the source of the sound, which emanated from a location near the seashore. At that very instant, he beheld a colossal iron vessel, gradually making its way ashore. This ship had seemingly emerged from the depths of the ocean, and with a resounding roar, it directly ascended onto the land, revealing a gargantuan entity before the future being. He was rendered speechless by this astonishing spectacle. What on earth was this? He swallowed hard, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the scene unfolding before him. And this was merely the beginning. Shortly after the initial ship's arrival, one ship, two ships, three ships, one after another, massive iron vessels, resembling mountains, began to emerge onto the land, while the surrounding thick mist billowed forth from within these ships. With a thunderous rumble, they slowly entered the island, and the future being hurriedly concealed itself, yet still craned its neck to observe the movements of these vessels. With a whoosh, a technologically advanced gate descended like a drawbridge, settling into place. An even denser white fog poured forth, thick enough to nearly condense into liquid. Through the aid of its scanning glasses, the future being discerned an array of highly advanced metallic structures within the gate. Gradually, several humanoid figures emerged from this portal. Humans? The future being widened its eyes in astonishment. What were these entities? Could it be that the source of the deep-sea monstrosities apocalypse was the sunken Atlantis? However, the future being swiftly dismissed this notion, for Atlantis was geographically situated in the Atlantic Ocean, near the Strait of Gibraltar, far removed from the Solomon Islands near Australia. It continued to observe the humanoid figures disembarking from the ship, clad in enormous metallic armor that obscured their true forms. The armor bore a striking resemblance to that worn by the Atlanteans in a certain film about Aquaman. At that moment, a cacophony of garbled sounds emanated from within the armor. The future being could not comprehend it. They were declaring that the toxins in the air had been thoroughly eliminated and that they could now remove their armor. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him, Murong Shiner. The future being was startled, yet quickly regained composure. "You understand what they are saying?" it inquired, astonished. I have acquired an A-grade universal language skill, allowing me to comprehend the languages spoken by humans globally. What they are speaking is the Armadian tongue, which was prohibited over 3 centuries ago, Murong Shiner elucidated. Languages from 3 centuries ago. Have you discovered anything? The future being asked. I am not well versed in the Armadian language. The limited knowledge I possess was imparted by my language proficiency skill, Murong Shiner replied. Meanwhile, during their conversation, the armored humanoid creatures at the ship's gate suddenly activated their armor, which began to open. As the armor opened, the future entity and Murong Exiner ceased their conversation and turned to observe. Beneath the armor stood several strikingly handsome foreign men with golden hair. Were they human? No. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that their necks were adorned with a multitude of tightly packed scales, fish scales. Furthermore, on their backs were fins that corresponded to their physique. Were they merfolk or mutants? The future entity marveled at these bizarre creatures. Given the apocalyptic theme at hand, these beings might very well be the culprits inciting the wrath of those colossal sea monsters. Murong Exiner gazed intently at these half-human, half-monster entities, pondering the origin of this apocalypse and how to employ her judgment coin to bring it to an end. Moreover, the rules of the judgment coin were perplexing. It granted one a single opportunity to gamble fairly with the Grim Reaper. Unlike other artifacts that clearly delineated their usage conditions, the stipulations surrounding the judgment coin left both of them in a state of confusion. While they deliberated, the strange beings appeared to produce a roulette-like device. After manipulating it several times, the device began to emit a luminous glow. Simultaneously, the merfolk directed their attention towards the concealed position of the future entity and Murong Exiner. They could detect our presence. A fierce aura of killing intent suddenly radiated from Murong Exiner, signaling her readiness to strike. Remain calm. The future entity quickly grasped her hand, asserting that if a cataclysmic source of destruction could be resolved through brute force, it would not warrant the title of a cataclysm. After a few words of persuasion, Murong Exiner managed to regain her composure. She then countered, "But now that they have discovered us, what should we do? Should we flee?" "No." The future entity shook his head, his gaze somber. "It must be noted that this island harbors more than just the 2 of us humans." "Are you referring to the natives?" Murong Exiner's eyes brightened. "Let us first approach the natives and observe how these beings intend to deal with them." With that, the future entity swiftly led Murong Exiner away. The merfolk did not pursue them, but instead engaged in a hushed discussion. "Can those 2 humans see us?" "Impossible. The human eye has a limited range of vision. Could it be that the artifacts they wear enable them to perceive us clearly? What should we do now? Should we capture them? Do not act rashly. They cannot escape. Let us first complete the ritual." Indeed, the conversation was clearly overheard by Murong Exiner, who relayed their words to the future entity. "A ritual? Is it a ceremony to summon those colossal sea monsters onto land?" The observing Muchini began to ponder. Murong Exiner shook her head, indicating her own lack of understanding. With the aid of the detection glasses, they arrived at the dwelling of the indigenous people, who, confronted by the dense white mist surrounding them, exhibited signs of trepidation and unease. Their vision obscured, the 2 individuals from the future, however, possessed clarity and could see the indigenous people distinctly. They decided to remain there and observe the intentions of the sea dwellers. The future beings chose an unoccupied room to take refuge in. Although numerous indigenous individuals were present, the thick mist rendered them hesitant to move, thus providing an opportunity for Muchini and Murong Shiner to rest. As they recuperated, they kept a vigilant eye on the situation involving the sea dwellers. Noting that the latter had constructed an altar about 50 meters in diameter by the seaside, adorned with numerous shimmering luminescent objects. Regrettably, due to the demise of Tao Mu, who had the ability to see far distances, they were unable to discern what those radiant objects were. As time passed and the dense mist lingered in the air, the 2 continued to rest. From the insights gleaned through the Eye of Death in previous encounters, Muchini realized that the colossal sea monster would breach the city in 3 days. This indicated that if the altar created by the sea dwellers was indeed a precursor to the giant beast's incursion into human territory, it would likely be completed by tomorrow morning, more precisely, by tomorrow evening. The altar could manifest as early as tomorrow morning. Observing all of this, Muchini's mind began to churn with thoughts. The cooldown period for the Eye of Death in this instance was 1 day. Could it be that this altar was the source of the apocalypse for this doomsday scenario? Contemplating this, he touched the dagger of termination around his neck. This was another card up his sleeve, and he pondered whether the dagger could obliterate the altar and thus thwart the impending doom. Regardless, he felt compelled to attempt it. He shared his thoughts with Murong Shiner, who, after a moment of contemplation, cautioned him, urging, "You must be careful." My mentor disappeared entirely while confronting a catastrophic source of destruction. In the realm of the doomsday scenario, disappearance equated to death. All right, I shall exercise caution, he assured her. At this juncture, emboldened inexplicably, he could not restrain his curiosity and asked, by the way, Director Murong, you mentioned that the indigenous people shooting Wang Zichen and the others triggered unsettling memories for you, causing you to lose control. What precisely are those unsettling memories? Chapter 59. The formation activates its heartbeat. Upon hearing the future being's inquiry, Murong Shiner paused momentarily before lapsing into silence. Ahem, I shall refrain from my curiosity, he remarked, hastily shifting the topic as he noticed her demeanor had reverted to its previous state. There is no point in sharing it anyway. After a moment of distraction, Murong Shiner spoke, revealing her mixed heritage of Chinese and Russian descent. My father is Chinese, and I was raised in Russia with my parents. However, when I turned 10, war broke out in Russia, and my parents perished amidst the hail of enemy gunfire. The memory of their tragic demise has cast a shadow over my life. Consequently, when I witnessed your shooting, I lost control. Had it not been for the protective talisman left by my teacher, I too might have succumbed. As she spoke, the once icy glimmer in her eyes transformed into profound sorrow, unveiling an unprecedented softness within her. In that moment, Mu Qianyi comprehended why Murong Shiner had appeared so stunned when Wang Zichen and the others were shot. It's all right, Fu Tate sighed, feeling a pang of sympathy for the young director who had lost her parents at such a tender age. Shortly after their death, I was sent to the End of Days, where I encountered my teacher, who brought me into the real world, and thus my journey began. Murong Shiner succinctly recounted her past before locking her beautiful gaze onto Mu Qianyi. My teacher fell victim to the source of the apocalypse of catastrophic level. Since the inception of the Apocalypse Management Bureau, humanity has never breached the origin of the catastrophic apocalypse. Therefore, I hope you will succeed. Humanity has never breached the origin of the catastrophic apocalypse? Fu Tate was taken aback, realizing this was information he had not previously known. Sensing his confusion, Murong Shiner elaborated. Up to now, there have been players who survived apocalypses of world-ending and catastrophic levels, yet no one has ever managed to unravel the source of catastrophic or higher-level apocalypses. This is also due to the inadequacy of the skills granted by this game. You must have noticed that nearly all combat skills drawn by players are not particularly formidable. Many cannot even defeat the colossal sea monsters encountered in this instance. Fu Tate nodded in agreement. That was indeed the case. The system rewards all new players with a chance to draw skills, but the vast majority end up with A-level skills, which are not remarkably powerful. For example, Wang Zichen's skill, Big Eater, is of little use, capable of defeating only the weaker green-haired monsters from previous disasters, while stronger beings remain beyond his reach. The S-level skills are slightly more potent, yet still not overwhelmingly so. He sensed that most players would struggle against the nation as firearms. Perhaps this is why societal order has not descended into chaos due to these players. Had everyone drawn high-level combat abilities, such as superhuman powers, disorder would inevitably ensue if such individuals acted with malice. Mu Qianyi, I genuinely hope you survive. If you succeed, you will be the first to unravel the catastrophic apocalypse, and we can proclaim to all humanity that such an apocalypse is not insurmountable. Murong Shiner gazed at him earnestly. The future entity chuckled wryly. Do not impose moral constraints upon me. My intentions are quite simple. I merely wish to survive, and nothing more. His relentless efforts were not fueled by grand aspirations, but rather by the basic desire to live. Were he to possess even a single resurrection coin, he would never have dared to venture into the very source of this apocalypse. A day slipped away in anxious anticipation. By the dawn of the third day, Mu Qianyi and Murong Shiner discovered that the sea dwellers had undertaken two actions. One was to dispatch numerous armored sea beings to bind the indigenous black inhabitants of the island and the remaining tourists, escorting them to the vicinity of the altar. Under the influence of the mist, the indigenous people remained oblivious to the unfolding events as they were forcibly taken towards the altar. Most resisted fiercely. Yet the armored sea beings showed no leniency, wielding a creeping marine plant to strike them mercilessly. It was only upon hearing the anguished cries of their companions that the indigenous people ceased their struggles. Soon, the sea dwellers had restrained everyone, tying them to various pillars. Naturally, the future entity and Murong Shiner could not escape this fate. However, the two had no immediate plans to intervene, opting instead to observe the actions of the sea dwellers, thus allowing themselves to be captured. Remarkably, the sea beings did not confiscate their belongings. After binding them to pillars that had mysteriously risen, they departed. The duo surveyed their surroundings, noting the indigenous people and tourists bound to the pillars. For these individuals, the dense mist rendered their vision utterly impaired. They witnessed the sea dwellers placing glimmering stones upon the altar they had constructed the day before. while murmuring incantations in an unfamiliar tongue. Murong Shiner, positioned beside the future entity, translated, they speak of binding these humans to ensure the smooth performance of the ritual. We shall finally welcome the emergence of the sea god and unlock the great door. The deities will ultimately descend upon the mortal realm. The future entity frowned at this revelation, fixating on the luminous crystals atop the altar, his gaze tinged with confusion. Were these crystals the key to activating the altar? The dagger of termination, still secured around his neck, required no hands for its use. He awaited an opportunity. As he remained uncertain of the judgment coin's function, the dagger of termination stood as his greatest contingency. He pondered for a moment, his eyes fixed on the sea dwellers as they activated the formation before them. The array was in continuous operation, the luminous crystals gradually dissipating, shrinking, and merging into the underlying formation. The energy within these crystals appeared to be depleting steadily. This phenomenon persisted for several hours. The bound humans were left ravenous, and even the future entity and Murong Shiner began to feel the pangs of hunger. However, for these two individuals with robust physiques, they could still endure for the time being. They observed the aquatic beings before them bustling about, seemingly preparing for some ritual. As night fell, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted. Boom, boom. A powerful tremor resonated in everyone's ears, and as the future entity exchanged a glance with Murong Xner, they both perceived the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Listen closely, attune yourself to their heartbeat. This was the sound of the colossal sea monster. Chapter 60, The Death of the Sea God, Global Uprising. Boom, boom. With each pulse of the heartbeat, a wave of trepidation washed over the crowd. Many individuals collapsed on the spot, bursting into tears, while others screamed in terror. A number of indigenous people also began to cry out in a cacophony, and the heartbeat grew louder and louder. Rumbling. The ground began to quake, the entire island trembled, and for reasons unknown, the surrounding mist started to dissipate. As the fog thinned, the vision of the natives and tourists gradually became clearer. When the crowd beheld the bizarre altars before them and the countless kin bound around, they were utterly astonished. Yet, their shock intensified upon seeing those sea dwellers, who, devoid of armor, were exposed to the air. Observing the marine attributes adorning these beings, many were left dumbfounded. Were they human or monsters? Could they be mutants affected by the nuclear waste of a foreign nation? But the next moment revealed an even more astonishing sight. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted from beneath the water, followed by a series of heavy breaths. Hiss, hiss. As if the whispers of abyssal demons echoed, this breathing was profoundly weighty, akin to the very breath of the blue planet itself. Splash! Countless stones were sent flying as a massive mountain began to rise slowly from the depths of the sea beyond the island. Indeed, a colossal mountain gradually emerged from the seabed, its stones exhibiting an ancient brown hue, as if shaped by winds over millennia. The stones coalesced into towering peaks, undulating from low to high. This gargantuan formation ascended from the ocean floor, evoking an instinctive fear within everyone present. The innate terror felt in the face of such enormity. As the future entity gazed upon this immense mountain, their heart raced as if it might leap from their throat. The mountain was so vast that even while tilting their heads back, they could not glimpse its summit. The ground continued to tremble, and many were grateful to be bound to sturdy stone pillars. Otherwise, they would have surely been disoriented by such violent vibrations. The tremors continue, and the mountain rises ever higher. As its elevation approaches that of the towering Burj Khalifa, standing at 828 meters with its 162 floors, an enormous eye abruptly opens at approximately mid-height of the mountain. This eye is larger than the fully open mouth of a whale. Within the eye, a moving pupil is visible, resembling a brilliant moon to the land-dwelling humans, inducing a sense of suffocation among all. This mountain is a monstrous entity. Murong Shiner, beside the future body, speaks with a quiver in her voice. At this moment, Mu Chini, observing the scene, feels a profound sense of dread. This creature is far larger than the colossal octopus he had previously encountered in the realm of the living. Indeed, one could say that the giant octopus appears as a mere small calamari in comparison to this mountain-sized beast. The moon-like pupil shifts slightly, and yet all humans feel as if it is gazing directly at them. What manner of monster is this? Moo! A long, resounding sound echoes, and everyone witnesses the mountain beginning to move once more. The mist that had previously dispersed starts to gather again, as the sea dwellers adopt postures of worship, murmuring incantations. They proclaim that the sea god has finally emerged. Murong Shiner translates this revelation. After a moment of contemplation, the future body softly intones, "Dagger of termination, go." The dagger around his neck begins to tremble. Subsequently, It breaks free from the confines of its red cord and soars towards the titanic creature above. The dagger of termination locks onto the sea god's position and, in an overwhelming display of power, ultimately embeds itself within the deity's form. The rapidity of this occurrence, coupled with the diminutive size of the dagger, renders it nearly imperceptible to all present as it penetrates the vast body of the mountain. The future body feels compelled to act. He senses that if he does not use the dagger of termination to vanquish this beast, it will surely end his life. A chilling spectacle unfolds as the great mountain begins to tilt and collapse, countless boulders tumbling down, obliterating those bound by stone columns into mere pulp. The gigantic creature plunges into the depths of the sea, shrouding the sky in a swirling cloud of dust and unleashing a torrential downpour of small rain. The sea dwellers, taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, frantically evade the falling debris, rushing toward the massive iron ship. The vessel, in timely fashion, opens its gates to provide refuge from the deluge of stone and water. With Murong Shiner's assistance, the future body extricates himself from the stone columns, dodging the descending boulders as he makes his way toward the spacecraft. That colossal beast is not the source of the apocalypse. The future entity, propelled by an urgent pace, exclaimed that the instance was not yet concluded and the blade of termination had yet to return. Initially, he harbored doubts that the altar might be the source of the apocalypse. However, upon witnessing a colossal stone obliterating the altar, those thoughts vanished instantaneously. They raced fervently towards the grand vessel of the sea folk, and just as they were about to cross the threshold, rumble, a tremor, far more intense than the previous quake, erupted. Even the formidable Murong Shiner lost her footing and stumbled into a fissure that had suddenly opened in the ground. The future entity swiftly grasped her hand. Possessing unparalleled martial prowess, he could have effortlessly pulled Murong Shiner to safety, yet the tremors were exceedingly violent. Suddenly, a small stone fell and struck his back, causing both him and Murong Shiner to plummet downwards. Fortunately, he managed to seize a protruding rock with keen reflexes, while his other hand clutched Murong Shiner tightly. At that moment, Murong Shiner also took action. Her gaze flickered and Mu Chini felt a force beneath him, lifting both of them upwards towards the fissure. With a newfound leverage, the future entity instructed Murong Shiner to hold on to his waist, and with their hands freed, she swiftly climbed back to solid ground. Thud! A resonating heartbeat echoed suddenly. Thud! 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 It seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as a cacophony of heartbeats filled their ears. Roar! 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 A series of fierce roars erupted from the depths of the ocean, followed by a magnificent spectacle unfolding before them. Countless sea monsters ascended from the distant waters, leaping into the air and creating a cascade of waves as they swam away. Among these colossal creatures were familiar fish, shrimp, crabs, and even the cephalopod octopuses that Mu Chini had once encountered in Jiangqing. Each of these gigantic sea beasts sprang forth from the ocean floor, splashing water in all directions. Chapter 61. Blue Star is a colossal prison. Just as the future entity and Murong Shiner seemed to grasp something profound, an ethereal sound resembling a baby's cry resonated from the deep sea. This haunting sound was low and melodic, imbued with an aura of mystery. Locking eyes, both sensed the shock reflected in one another's gaze. It was the call of a whale. In this instance, all marine creatures had been magnified 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Considering the already immense size of a whale, how terrifying would it be if its form were similarly amplified? Unbeknownst to them, beneath the island they occupied, a vast, ominous shadow was slowly rising from the ocean's depths. If one were to gaze down from the heights of the sky, they would behold a formidable, terrifying silhouette, with a maw large enough to engulf dozens of islands, poised to consume the entire landmass. Viewed from such altitude, it was a sight to behold. A mournful cry of the whale reverberated once more, and in a magnificent leap, it soared into the sky, its cavernous maw consuming the entire island along with the corpse of the sea deity. With a resounding crash, the ocean rippled in response to its movement, and even the very essence of the blue planet trembled from this act. Simultaneously, violent earthquakes erupted across the globe. Awaiting humanity were the colossal sea beasts that approached the land. Returning to the island, Future Body and Murong Shiner found themselves enveloped in darkness, and in an instant, both lost consciousness. Coughing, Mu Chinyu suddenly sat upright. Surrounding him were Murong Shiner, Wang Zichen, Old Zhao, Mu Nan, Tao Mu, and Lin Yuan, all of whom gazed intently at his awakening form. Perched upon a stone, Mu Chinyu gasped for air, a profound bewilderment flickering in his eyes. What on earth had transpired? What did that final whale call signify, and how had they met their demise? All he could recall was being engulfed by darkness before losing consciousness. He stroked his chin. meticulously reflecting on the vivid scenes from the replay of his death. The timeline was clear. The Sea Dwellers would invade the island tonight and bind everyone to be taken beneath the pillar by the following morning. By nightfall, a series of upheavals would unfold. The colossal creature resembling a mountain, dubbed the Sea Deity, alongside the subsequent horde of gigantic sea monsters, would scatter in all directions. Sea Deity, Sea Deity. He sensed he was on the brink of an epiphany, yet clarity eluded him. Ultimately, he resolved to seek assistance from his companions. He turned directly to the most knowledgeable among them, Old Zhao. Old Zhao, have you ever heard the tale of the Sea Deity? The Sea Deity? Old Zhao furrowed his brow. Are you referring to Poseidon? Mu Chenyu replied, that may not pertain to the mythological figures of Norse lore. He recalled the language spoken by the Sea Dwellers, inquiring further, are you familiar with the Armada language? Upon hearing the term Armada language, even Morong Shiner lifted her gaze to meet his eyes. I have heard of it, though it seems the Armada language has been rendered obsolete, she remarked. Old Zhao, a man of vast knowledge about celestial and terrestrial matters, interjected, why the sudden interest in this language? Does it bear any significant tales? Mu Chenyu inquired. Let me take a look. Old Zhao opened his computer and began to search. Limited by the absence of internet connectivity, he resorted to the stored information within his device. Found it, he exclaimed, as he located the relevant description, prompting everyone to gather around him. The Armada language was utilized by a human tribe over 3 centuries ago, deep within the ancient forests. However, this race was ultimately annihilated, leaving behind only a stone wall inscribed with Armada characters, now housed in the British Museum. Old Zhao elaborated, displaying a photograph of the stone wall for all to see. However, Mu Chenyu did not glance at the photograph. Instead, he turned and called out to Morong Shiner, Director Morong, please come over and translate for us. Morong Shiner, sensing the urgency, approached without hesitation and began to read aloud the inscriptions on the stone wall. Blue Star is a colossal prison. Upon finishing the first sentence, Morong Shiner and the others were momentarily taken aback. Before she continued, her lips parting gently. Within Blue Star lies a hell, where a multitude of demons are confined. At the entrance of this hell stands a sea god, who guards the threshold, preventing these malevolent beings from escaping their cage. In their desperate bid for freedom, the demons seek out their emissaries among humans, bestowing upon them formidable powers and equipment, hoping these emissaries will assist in slaying the sea god who guards the entrance. Thus, the gates of hell would swing open, releasing the demons to wreak havoc upon the world. Yet, the reason these demons yearn to escape Blue Star is that within hell lurks an even more terrifying entity, referred to as the Cataclysm. This Cataclysm devours all, and when it awakens, the demons must sacrifice a portion of their flesh to appease it, for only when the Cataclysm is satiated will it return to slumber. However, should the gates of hell open, both the demons and this dreadful Cataclysm will emerge into the world. The ominous name of the Cataclysm was inscribed upon the stone wall. With that, Morong Shiner concluded her translation. I understand now. Mu Chenyu inhaled deeply. In the previous death replay, he had committed a grave error. He had slain the sea god who guarded the gates of hell. According to the narrative's logic, those aquatic beings must have been the emissaries of the demons within hell, possessing the means to kill the sea god. Their previous arrangement of altars was likely a ploy to lure the sea god forth. He recalled the words of the sea folk as they prepared the altars. Bind these humans. The ritual will proceed smoothly, and we shall finally welcome the sea god's arrival, opening that great door through which the deities will descend upon the world. That great door was undoubtedly the entrance to hell, and their intent to attract the sea god was, perhaps, to slay him and thereby open the gates. Yet, the future entity mistakenly believed that the sea god was allied with those sea folk. Fearing for their lives should the sea god intervene, it acted decisively, using the dagger of finality to preemptively slay the sea god. Shortly after the sea god's demise, those colossal sea monsters emerged. Chapter 62, The Source of Doom, the Key to the Gates of Hell. Perhaps the sea folk had not fully comprehended the situation. They had summoned the sea god with the intent to kill him, yet he had perished unexpectedly. They did not strike. The sea god perished on his own accord. Following the demise of the sea god, the gates of hell stood unguarded, unleashing the demons contained within, which referred to the colossal sea monsters. However, upon their emergence, these sea creatures immediately fled in all directions. Their behavior resembled a panicked retreat rather than an endeavor to conquer the land. What could have instigated their hasty flight? Was it perhaps connected to the foreboding creature of calamity prophesied? He meticulously recalled the details of his experience prior to his death. He seemed to have heard the calls of whales, and then darkness enveloped him, leading to a complete loss of consciousness shortly thereafter. It could be said he departed this world devoid of suffering. At that moment, He found himself pondering the implications of the oceanic beings being magnified infinitely. How would it be if the already massive whale were to grow 100-fold or 1,000-fold? A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could that immense whale be the very embodiment of the dreadful creature of calamity? The reason for their sudden blindness before death was that the whale had consumed the entire island, and he had seen nothing before being swallowed by darkness. The reason the monstrous denizens of the deep fled in disarray was that they were acutely aware that the whale had emerged from the gates of hell as well. Thus, they sought to escape, lest they be devoured whole by that great beast. He recalled the theme revealed to him when the instance transitioned to its second phase, deep-sea behemoth. Perhaps this deep-sea behemoth referred to that gigantic whale. The whale was indeed the ultimate boss, the true origin of this apocalypse. However, the term apocalyptic origin indicated the pivotal point that precipitated this cataclysm. Even if he were to slay that whale, the sea monsters that had escaped from the gates of hell could still wreak havoc upon the world. Therefore, the apocalyptic source referred to those sea folk intent on slaying the sea god, or rather, the key they possessed that unlocked the gates of hell. His mind became as clear as crystal, reflecting insights with newfound clarity. What have you disowned? The crowd gazed at him with curiosity, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. Even Morong Sheener looked at him with bright, eager eyes, just as she had expressed during the death replay. She fervently wished for a human to unveil the mysteries of this catastrophic apocalypse. I might have discerned the origin of this apocalypse, yet it requires further validation. Muchini stated. What puzzled him initially was the purpose of the judgment coin. What was its function? Even during the last death replay, he could not fathom its significance before succumbing to death. He scratched his head, feeling utterly perplexed. Yet, fortunately, he would have another opportunity the following morning to utilize the Eye of Death to gain clarity. Just as he prepared to elucidate to the others the visions he had witnessed, Morong Sheener suddenly glanced outside the cave. Someone is approaching. Lin Yuan immediately stood up, saying, I shall go take a look. No need to look, come back. Muchinyu called her back. As the onlookers gazed at him in confusion, he elaborated, outside. There are indigenous black individuals armed with firearms. In the vision of the future that I witnessed, they opened fire and killed all of you, leaving only myself and Morong Sheener alive. Therefore, he turned to Morong Sheener, gesturing, Director, you should take care of these individuals. Everyone was astounded by the notion that they would all be shot by those outside. Familiar with Mu Qinyu's prophetic abilities, Wang Zichen and old Zhao chose to believe him without hesitation, while Morong Sheener hesitated slightly. Morong Sheener, in the memories I recall, you shared a story with me. Mu Qinyu fixed his gaze upon Morong Sheener's exquisite visage, a veil of compassion appearing in his eyes. You recounted the circumstances of your family and mentioned that your teacher encountered you during a dungeon expedition and brought you back. Morong Sheener was momentarily taken aback. She lifted her head, meeting Mu Qinyu's compassionate gaze. Upon perceiving the emotions within his eyes, her heart could no longer remain tranquil. Aside from her teacher, she had never confided her experiences to anyone else. Yet, Mu Qinyu insisted that in a future vision, she had disclosed her plight to him. Was it possible that in some future moment, she had placed her trust in this man? In the previous death replay, the two had shared a life and death experience. And Morong Sheener was acutely aware that Mu Qinyu possessed no resurrection coin. Should he perish within the dungeon, it would signify his true demise. At that juncture, Mu Qinyu faced two potential outcomes, one being his complete death within this dungeon, the other surviving the cataclysmic apocalypse. The latter was exceedingly difficult to achieve, if accomplished. It would hold epic-defining significance. Thus, Morong Sheener felt a stirring in her heart and chose to share her own tale with the future self who had faced death. However, the events unfolding in the future timeline left the present Morong Sheener in a state of confusion. Ultimately, she heeded Mu Qinyu's words, activating her abilities, and departed the cave with a fierce resolve. Before long, the anguished cries of those armed indigenous individuals echoed from outside. Moments later, Morong Sheener returned, impeccably attired, untouched by the grime that would typically accompany such confrontations. Truly, she was the mightiest woman on the surface, perhaps the strongest entity among humanity's combatants. Had an S-rank combat player faced those armed individuals, they would likely not have emerged unscathed, as exemplified by Lin Yuan. Upon her return, Morong Sheener's expression underwent a subtle transformation. The people outside were indeed the armed indigenous individuals, exactly as Mu Qinyu had described. By adhering to his guidance, they had successfully evaded a significant peril. It is precisely due to the command of the other party that Morong Xiner, the director of the Doomsday Management Bureau, finds herself in a state of confusion, questioning her own judgment. Is her understanding of prophetic players truly as clear as she believed? Before the arrival of Mu Qinyu, she seemed to have been ensnared in a misconception. In her eyes, prophetic players were akin to auxiliary players. After the onset of the apocalypse, prophetic players should retreat into hiding. Only by successfully surviving and conserving their resurrection coins could they maximize their value. However, Mu Chenyi's emergence completely shattered her rigid stereotype of prophetic players. Where could one find a prophetic player, intent on unraveling the origins of the apocalypse, charging to the forefront? It is akin to a frail nurse, not dutifully remaining in the hospital to save lives, but instead wielding 2 Gatling guns and storming the battlefield against the enemy. Nonetheless, with Mu Chenyi at her side, their endeavor to decipher the source of the apocalypse has indeed become remarkably smoother. Could it be that the role of prophetic players is to lead? This notion has opened a new avenue of thought for her. If prophetic players were to partake in the dismantling of the Doomsday Dungeon, she has a faint inkling that such an action would enable more players to survive, albeit at the expense of the prophetic players. In Huaxia, there are merely around 20 prophetic players, rarer than national treasures. Even if she harbored such thoughts, the state would undoubtedly disapprove of her plan. Chapter 63. Diverging paths. After handling the first wave of dangers, Mu Chenyi turned to the others with a serious expression. Next, I need all of you to make a choice. The group, still recovering from Murong Xiner's ruthless elimination of the indigenous threats outside, instinctively straightened their posture upon hearing Mu Chenyi's words. I have confirmed that this is the critical area of the apocalypse, and tonight, it will be sealed off. Mu Chenyi continued. Thus, you have 2 options. The first choice is to leave this place. While doing so increases your chances of death outside. It only requires the expenditure of 1 resurrection coin to return to reality. Upon hearing this, the brows of the group furrowed in unison. From Mu Chenyi's implication, does staying here entail consuming more than 1 resurrection coin? His next statement elucidated their confusion. Tonight, those who remain in this area will enter the second phase. And those entering the second phase will require 10 resurrection coins to revive upon death. 10 resurrection coins for revival? The expressions of the group shifted subtly, particularly for Tao Mu and Mu Nan, whose eyes flickered with a hint of retreat. Now, I ask you to make your choice. If you opt to leave, let Mu Nan guide you off this island. Even if you perish outside, you will only expend 1 resurrection coin. Of course, if you remain here and I ultimately succeed in deciphering this doomsday dungeon, everyone will receive rewards. With that, Mu Chenyi fixed his gaze upon them. I will stay? Murong Xiner was the first to speak. As the director of the Apocalypse Management Bureau, retreat was not an option at this moment. Moreover, the 10 resurrection coins were merely a number to her. She possessed an abundance of them. I shall remain as well, spoke old Zhao, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Mu Chenyi. If my memory serves me correctly, Brother Mu lacks sufficient resurrection coins to survive the second phase. Should he perish, revival in reality would be impossible. If he can exhibit such resolve, why should I not stay? After all, this may be my only opportunity in life to partake in the unraveling of a cataclysmic apocalypse, and I refuse to let 10 resurrection coins cause me to falter. With old Zhao's declaration, Wang Zichen promptly voiced his support. I have faith in Brother Mu's abilities. I too shall remain. Mu Chenyi observed the individual who had shielded him in the previous death playback and smiled gently, appreciating the unwavering support. He then turned his gaze to the remaining 3, Lin Yuan, Mu Nan, and Tao Mu. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan spoke. My sentiments align with old Zhao's. Should we miss this instance, it may lead to prolonged regret. Thus, I choose to join you. A mysterious confidence in Mu Chenyi lingered among them all. When Mu Chenyi looked at Tao Mu, he noticed Tao stammering. I have fewer than 10 resurrection coins. If I fail, not to worry, Mu Nan. You take Tao Mu and leave. Mu Chenyi observed Mu Nan's reluctance to stay, so he took the initiative to have Mu Nan pilot the aircraft away with Tao Mu. Mu Nan had no objections. He had not wished to remain and was contemplating how to refuse if Director Murong insisted. Now, an opportunity to escape had presented itself. Having made their decisions, the group parted ways. They harbored no ill feelings towards Tao Mu's choice, with fewer than 10 resurrection coins. There was no need for such a gamble. After the 2 departed, Mu Chenyi briefly recounted the glimpses of the future he had witnessed to the 4 remaining individuals. According to your account, the whale that issued the cry is indeed the calamity from the stone wall story? Mu Chenyi nodded in affirmation. So, as long as we eliminate it, this instance will conclude perfectly? Wang Zichen inquired. It cannot be killed. Mu Chenyi shook his head. In the previous death playback, he had never laid eyes upon the great whale, and the notion of slaying it with the dagger of termination was utterly absurd. What shall we do then? Murong Xiner asked him. Wait. He rubbed his temples, making a decision. We shall wait until nightfall when the sea dwellers come ashore, and we will seize the judgment coins. For now, there was little else they could do. By the way, do you have any traps or tools prepared? He suddenly realized he knew the location of the altar. This was his advantage. Subsequently, he led the 4 individuals directly to the location of the altar. Prior to the altar being set up, this site was merely a stretch of sandy ground. However, due to the rain, it was now damp and muddy. Upon arriving at the altar's designated spot, Muchini fixed his gaze upon Murong Xinur. After a moment of contemplation, Murong Xinur produced a small spherical object resembling an energy orb and knelt down to bury it in the soil. What is this? One might interpret it as a landmine. And I can remotely control it, Murong Xinur elucidated. A remotely controlled landmine? Muchini thought of the aquatic beings stationed at the altar and nodded in approval. The rain was incessant, and it seemed that such torrential downpours would only cease with the arrival of the thick mist at night. The group hurried back into the cave, seeking refuge from the downpour as they awaited the fall of night. The sky remained perpetually overcast, and had it not been for the time displayed on their phones, they might have found it difficult to discern whether it was day or night. As the heavy rain began to subside, a faint white mist began to permeate the air. The group immediately felt a surge of energy. The situation Muchini had prophesied was unfolding. Were the legendary aquatic beings about to arrive? Ding. Notification. The location of host Muchini is a critical point in this instance. A significant event will occur here in 10 minutes. The host must make a choice. The system's voice resonated as expected, identical to its previous utterances. Subsequently, the system presented 2 options to the group. Familiar with the circumstances from Muchini's prior explanations, they were not taken aback by the choices and unanimously opted to remain. Ding. The host's selection has been finalized. This area will close in 10 minutes. The Doomsday Instance, Deep Sea Behemoth, is about to enter its second phase. The system detected 5 alert players in this area and is extracting the most suitable item for the chosen players. Congratulations to player Muchini for receiving the item, Judgment Coin. Judgment Coin. You possess the right to gamble fairly with the Grim Reaper. Single-use item. As a coin featuring an angel on one side and a demon on the other materialized in Muchini's hand, the surrounding mist began to thicken ominously. 10 minutes later, the area was sealed. Players, please prepare yourselves. The game is officially entering its second phase. Chapter 64. A new round of memory playback. The mist had become utterly dense, and Muchini, relying on the direction from his memories, approached Murong Xinur. Director, may we borrow your detection glasses? I only have 2 pairs. Murong Xinur donned 1 pair herself and handed the other to Muchini. 3 out of the 5 of us cannot discern the situation clearly. Only 2 pairs. In the last death playback, only the 2 of them remained, and he was uncertain how many pairs of detection glasses Murong Xinur possessed. However, after some contemplation, he decided to wear them himself. Casting a glance at the bewildered Wang Zichen and the others, Director Murong, please bring Lin Yuan along. I will accompany Lao Zhao and Wang Zichen, and we shall venture together to the locales inhabited by the indigenous people. He intends to proceed according to the conventional narrative progression. Furthermore, he requires that group to construct the altar. In the previous death playback, the future entity failed to dismantle the altar, allowing those sea people to successfully summon the sea god. Now, they have preemptively buried something beneath the altar, intending to deliver a modest shock to these aquatic folk. He and Murong Xinur supported the other 3 as they made their way to the dwellings of the indigenous black residents. Upon entering the room, Muchini lent his glasses to the 3, enabling them to perceive their current circumstances. Shortly after settling into the indigenous quarters, a sound resonated through the air. Creak, creak. It was the familiar sound of heavy objects being moved. Upon hearing this, Muchini realized that the sea people were about to come ashore. He remained with Murong Xinur, utilizing the detection glasses to witness a colossal iron vessel gliding onto the land. As the ship's hold opened, several sea people emerged, scanning their surroundings with instruments before commencing the construction of the altar. Remarkably, Murong Xinur's energy sphere, a product of the system's reward, evaded detection by the instruments held by the aquatic beings. The sea folk duly established the altar at the same location as in the previous death playback. Observing this, Muchini exhaled in relief. The weariness of the day washed over him. After removing the detection glasses and handing them to Murong Xinur, he addressed the group. Everyone, take a moment to rest. There is little to attend to tonight. With that, he reclined on the sofa and swiftly fell into slumber. In the last death playback, he and Murong Xinur had taken turns resting while keeping watch to prevent any mischief from the sea people towards their human counterparts. However, this evening, the sea folk were focused solely on constructing the altar, attending to nothing else. It was only by the break of dawn that the aquatic beings would begin their endeavors. Observing the peacefully sleeping Muchini, Lao Zhao proposed a suggestion. How about we 4 take turns keeping watch, with 2 supervising and 2 resting at any given time? Wang Zichen and I will form one pair, while Director Morong and Miss Lin comprise the other. Morong Shiner nodded in agreement with this proposition. Despite Mu Chenyi's assurances, the remaining four were too apprehensive to sleep, for all present, including Morong Shiner, were experiencing their inaugural venture into a cataclysmic doomsday zone, and none dared to let their guard down. Thus, upon Mu Chenyi's awakening the following morning, he was greeted by four rather listless individuals. Particularly, Wang Zichen and Lao Zhao bore pronounced dark circles beneath their eyes. "Did you not rest yesterday?" he inquired, astonished. Wang Zichen yawned, his energy visibly depleted. "I did rest, but only managed a few hours of sleep. I am utterly exhausted." Mu Chenyi chuckled softly. "Once they commence their actions, your fatigue will dissipate." Wang Zichen. Ding. The cooldown period for the Eye of Death has concluded. The voice of the system resonated in Mu Chenyi's mind. He glanced at the crowd, removed his detection glasses, and closed his eyes, silently reciting, "Activate the Eye of Death." Boom. A deafening explosion echoed in his ears, and Mu Chenyi, who had just entered the observation perspective, felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. Amidst the chaos, he caught snippets of conversation in the language of the Armada. Fa li wa la, o ra ra la, followed by blue blue, goo 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 mama. After the explosion, he discerned the voices of several sea tribesmen discussing matters nearby. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The detection glasses were now in front of him, revealing a shattered altar, its luminous crystals scattered across the ground. Taken aback, he pondered the situation. Did Morong Shiner detonate the energy sphere? The air was filled with frantic exclamations, and as he turned his head, he noticed the bound indigenous individuals shrouded in thick mist. Before he could utter a word, he observed a colossal iron ship in the distance, its cabin opening to unveil a catfish spirit adorned with a crown. This creature bore a resemblance to the catfish spirit that had sought to eliminate Tang Sung and his disciples. In truth, it could no longer be classified as human, possessing few human traits. Was this the messenger left outside the gates of hell? Mu Chenyi could not dismiss the thought, for the crown atop its head was exceedingly deceptive. In ancient human culture, a crown symbolized supreme authority. He watched as several sea beings approached the catfish spirit, murmuring in their guttural language. The catfish spirit raised a hand, pointing towards Mu Chenyi and the other outsiders, as well as the bound humans tethered to stone pillars. Walla walla walla. The sea beings relayed the news of the altar's destruction to the creature, which gestured towards them, instructing the sea beings to slay them and offer their lives to the deities before summoning the sea god anew. Beside him, Morong Shiner explained to the future entity, her words resonating not only with the future entity, but also with the captive trio of Wang Zichen, Old Zhao, and Lin Yuan. "We shall fight back," Wang Zichen exclaimed, gritting his teeth as he attempted to break free from his bonds. "Calm down." The future entity skillfully employed a dislocating technique from martial arts to extricate himself from the ropes. He flexed his wrist and produced a coin, declaring, "Let me give it a try." System, activate the judgment coin against that catfish spirit. The future entity aimed the judgment coin at the distant creature. Ding. The judgment coin was activated, and the wager was about to commence. Wager rules, equivalent exchange. You may place a bet with the identifier, requiring the opponent to produce an item and offering something of equal value in return. Subsequently, you commence the act of tossing a coin when the coin ceases its rotation. If the face revealing itself is that of an angel, victory is yours, whereas if it displays a devil, the annotator claims triumph. A poignant reminder echoes. Life is priceless and surpasses all else. Should you wager your existence, you may barter any item with your opponent. This marks Mu Chenyi's first encounter with the function of the judgment coin. Chapter 65. The Gambler's Demise. I shall unlock the gates of hell. The future entity proclaimed, articulating the item it desired. In the very moment he employed the judgment coin, both he and the catfish spirit found themselves ensnared within two transparent barriers. The surrounding merfolk were taken aback by this spectacle. Upon witnessing their leader, the catfish spirit, confined, they shrieked in alarm and relentlessly pounded on the barrier, striving to liberate their leader. Yet, regardless of their fervent efforts, they could not shatter the barrier. Detection in progress. The system's voice resonated, and after what felt like an eternity of mere seconds, it finally announced, detection confirms the opponent possesses the key to the gates of hell. Shall we affirm that the opponent presents such a wager? Affirmative. The future entity gazed intently at the catfish spirit. He had triumphed. Indeed, the source of the apocalypse resided within the opponent. However, Mu Chenyi, observing the scene, felt an unsettling apprehension creep in. Wait, if the future entity has won, then he should not be witnessing a scene of death here. The system detects that the host lacks equivalent items to exchange for the key to the gates of hell, automatically selecting the host's life as the wager. The system's voice took on a mechanical rigidity. Please, host, toss the coin. The judgment coin materialized in the future entity's hand, alleviating some tension as he inhaled deeply and hurled the coin skyward. Clang. The coin struck the ground, emitting a crisp sound. Meanwhile, the catfish spirit did not deign to glance at the coin, instead fixating coldly on Mu Chinny, who had imprisoned him. In stark contrast, the future entity's gaze was riveted on the coin, which continued to spin on the ground. Thud. The coin eventually came to a halt, and the eyes of Murong Shiner and others turned toward its resting place. The outcome was unveiled, a devil. The future entity's eyes widened in shock. How could this be? Ding. Host has failed. Life will soon be forfeited. The system's frigid voice echoed, and Mu Chinny was immediately engulfed by a suffocating sensation. The future entity clutched at his throat, gasping for breath, but no matter how desperately he inhaled, not a single breath of oxygen graced his lungs. With a thud, the future entity collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The future entity had perished. Returning to reality, Mu Chinny jolted upright from the sofa, inhaling deeply. As the life-giving air rushed back into his body, he marveled at the sheer beauty of existence. The first person to notice his unusual behavior was Murong Shiner, who was wearing detection glasses. She promptly handed him another pair of these glasses and inquired, "What do you see? How could this happen?" Mu Chinny mumbled to himself, unable to believe that he had actually lost. If the judgment coin could lead to defeat, how could it claim the title of a crucial tool? Was defeat merely a double-edged sword? The footage from this death replay was brief, yet it was likely the last time he would use the Death Eye in this apocalyptic dungeon. The probability of him facing another death replay was minimal. With this in mind, he donned the detection glasses and, with a hint of skepticism, retrieved the judgment coin from his pocket. He tossed the coin and watched as it spun on the ground. Murong Shiner did not comprehend the significance of his actions and remained silent, observing him. Meanwhile, Wang Zichen and the others, lacking detection glasses, could only hear their movements, seeing nothing else. Mu Chinny watched intently as the coin continued to spin on the ground until it eventually came to a stop. The side facing up displayed a demon. Again a demon? He picked up the coin and tossed it into the air once more. After spinning on the ground for a while, it finally settled again. This time, the demon's side was still facing up. His brow furrowed slightly, sensing that something was amiss, so he continued tossing the coin. Each time it landed, it revealed the demon. After 6 consecutive attempts, each resulting in the demon's side facing up, his eyes twitched with frustration. The system's description of the judgment coin echoed in his mind. You possess the opportunity to gamble fairly with the Grim Reaper. Fair. This was simply a tool of doom. Do you understand how to use this coin now? Murong Shiner asked, noticing his actions. This thing is a trap. Mu Chinny nearly succumbed to the urge to throw the coin out the window. Ultimately, he refrained and contemplated for a moment, signaling to Murong Shiner. Please help me keep track of the probability of the demon side facing up. We have about 2 hours left. In approximately 2 hours, the aquatic beings will commence their attack. All right. Murong Shiner had grown somewhat accustomed to following his lead. Thus, the two began tossing the coin repeatedly, and finally, on the 12th attempt, the coin revealed an angelic image. They continued to experiment numerous times. In the midst of this, Wang Zichen, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Brother Mu, what are you two doing?" "We are attempting to determine the success probability of the judgment coin," Mu Chinny explained. Upon hearing his words, Murong Shiner lifted her gaze, looking at him with a hint of melancholy. When I inquired about Mu Chinny, the other party offered no explanation. Yet, when Wang Pengzi asked, an immediate clarification was provided. Is she truly inferior to Wang Zichen? Little did she know, in the eyes of Mu Chinny, Murong Shiner was indeed of lesser worth than Wang Zichen. Wang Zichen would go so far as to shield him from bullets with her very life. The two had conducted several hundred tests, ultimately arriving at a striking ratio. The proportion of the angelic visage to the demonic facade stood at 120, a figure as extravagant as the odds of winning at a casino. This revelation filled Mu Chinny with a profound sense of the malevolence inherent in the judgment coin. Truly, a gambler is doomed to a wretched fate. He felt utterly disheartened. If even crucial items for a catastrophic apocalypse bore such a high failure rate, it was no wonder that no one had successfully navigated such levels of apocalypse. Moreover, based on the experiences of those who had endured hundreds of apocalyptic instances, the key opportunities for overcoming an apocalypse were invariably tied to significant locations and pivotal items within the scenario. This was an unspoken truth accepted by all high-ranking officials within the Apocalypse Management Bureau. Yet, despite the myriad apocalyptic trials humanity had faced, only the plague and catastrophe levels had been deciphered. No one had unraveled the secrets of the destruction level. And the extinction level had officially only manifested once, the fall of the moon. in which only a single individual had survived to the end, let alone decipher that ordeal. Humanity's attempts to crack the destruction level and above had yielded no successes. All such endeavors remained uncharted. Might it be possible that the apocalypses of destruction level and beyond possess certain distinctions? A thought abruptly emerged in Mu Qianyi's mind. What if the destruction level's nature diverged from that of the prior two levels? The pivotal items in the plague and catastrophe levels were designed to dismantle the source of the apocalypse. But what if the essential items in the destruction level were a form of deception, a ruse directed at the players? For all believed that the key items within the scenario were capable of dismantling the apocalypse's source. Indeed, while the Judgment Coin offered a slim chance of success, that probability was minuscule. If everyone relied on such an item to unravel the source of a destruction-level apocalypse, the chances of success would be exceedingly low. This was not a glimmer of hope. It was a gamble with their lives. To Mu Qianyi, unraveling an apocalypse should provide a sliver of hope, and this hope did not necessarily reside within the key items. With this realization, he touched the end blade resting against his neck. The items bestowed during a catastrophe-level apocalypse could very well possess the capacity to dismantle the source of a destruction-level apocalypse. He trusted his judgment. The Judgment Coin could not be devoid of significance entirely, yet in his eyes, it was merely a deceptive tool. He could easily forego the Judgment Coin, instead seeking out the key to unlock the gates of hell from the catfish spirit and utilizing the end blade to obliterate it. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he felt a decisive clarity within himself. Director Morong, please refrain from detonating the energy orb beneath the altar. He spoke. Why? Morong Shiner inquired, her brow furrowed. Because we need to lure out a certain individual. Mu Qianyi recalled the scene from the last death replay, where Morong Shiner had utilized the energy orb beneath the altar to destroy it, prompting a group of sea creatures to summon the catfish spirit. However, upon its emergence, the crowned catfish spirit's foremost intention was to eliminate these humans. The destruction of the altar led the catfish spirit to believe that they would disrupt the ritual, compelling it to deal with them before continuing to summon the sea deity. In this manner, the adversary would not wield the key to open the gates of hell. Conversely, had the ritual proceeded normally, the catfish spirit would likely not have sought to harm them. The objective of these sea beings was to summon the sea deity for the purpose of slaying it and unleashing the demons of the underworld. During the process of vanquishing the sea deity, the catfish spirit would inevitably reappear, and upon its return, it would surely produce the key to confront the sea deity. At that moment, it would be the opportune time for Mu Qianyi to take action. Before he could elucidate this to Morong Shiner, the sea creatures began capturing humans indiscriminately. Mu Qianyi immediately instructed everyone not to resist. As they were gathered together, the armored sea beings apprehended them and bound them collectively. The 5 stone pillars were aligned in a row. A familiar sensation returned to Mu Qianyi. In each death replay, he witnessed this very scene of being bound. This time, being tied up felt like returning home. They can rest for a while. They will not act until nightfall, he addressed the 4 companions. Upon hearing his words, Wang Zichen tilted his head and promptly fell asleep. Exhausted as he was, he instinctively placed his trust in Mu Qianyi. Meanwhile, Mu Qianyi observed with great interest as the sea beings arranged the altar. He noted how they stuffed peculiar stones into the altar and then covered them with a layer of a substance resembling lime, ultimately shaping the altar. As time passed, the group, having eaten breakfast, did not feel hunger. Mu Qianyi remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the time. Soon, night descended. He closed his eyes, listening to the sea creatures murmuring incantations at the altar. Morong Shiner translated for him, explaining that the sea beings were performing a ritual. In the previous death replay, the original host had instructed Morong Shiner to activate the energy orb beneath the altar, disrupting their ritual. However, this time, Mu Qianyi refrained from prompting Morong Shiner to intervene. The moment the ritual reached completion, thud, thud, the sound of a heavy heartbeat reverberated. The heartbeat signified the emergence of a monster. And Mu Qianyi knew full well that what was about to appear was the mountainous sea deity of this instance. As they were aboard the aircraft en route to this location, they encountered a non-aggressive colossal sea turtle. Based on their previous experiences in the apocalyptic dungeon, it became evident that the reason humanity had not faced the wrath of the gigantic sea beasts in recent days was due to the benevolent nature of the colossal creatures that had emerged in the blue planet. They did not attack humans unprovoked. On the night of the 3rd day, which is now, this group of sea people killed the sea god, thereby opening the gates of hell and releasing the murderous colossal sea monsters contained within. These fearsome creatures began their assault on land, mercilessly slaughtering every human in sight. The intensity of this cataclysmic apocalypse was indeed formidable. Should these monsters be unleashed, the difficulty would rival that of an extinction-level event. The sea god must survive, and he must seek that opportunity. The heartbeat of the sea god resonated, causing the surrounding white mist to dissipate, gradually clarifying the vision of all present. Accompanied by a resounding tremor, a mountain began to rise slowly from the ocean depths. "My goodness, a mountain is emerging from the water," Wang Zichen exclaimed, his limbs bound, eyes alight with wonder at the towering giant. That was the sea god, the guardian of the gates of hell. Mu Qinyu explained briefly to the others, managing to dislocate his shoulder to free himself from the bindings. As he untied the others, he urged, "Take cover, the rocks will soon fall." Subsequently, he gestured to Lin Yuan. "Yuan, use your skills to sever everyone's ropes and create chaos." Understood. Lin Yuan harnessed the surrounding air, effortlessly slicing through the ropes, binding all the natives. Upon realizing their newfound freedom, the natives cried out and scattered in all directions. The sea people were evidently unprepared for the humans' escape. Just as some donned armor to recapture the fleeing individuals, a creaking sound echoed as the steel ship's hatch opened, revealing a familiar catfish spirit emerging from within. "Yurala!" The catfish spirit shouted to all. It declared that they should not pursue these humans, for they would soon be sacrificed to the deities. Their priority was to deal with the sea god. Morong Shiner provided translation nearby. "We're not leaving. We shall stay," Mu Qinyu proclaimed, exuding a calm demeanor. At this critical juncture of the dungeon, there was no thought of retreat. Ignoring the others, he remained focused on the actions of the catfish spirit in the distance. The mountain representing the sea god grew taller and taller. Suddenly, a colossal eye opened wide in the midst of the mountain. "My goodness!" Wang Zichen and the others gasped in shock at the sight of the eye. However, Mu Qinyu had long been prepared. This mountain was merely a facet of the sea god, and he remained uncertain of the sea god's full form. If he were compelled to describe it, he would say that this sea god bore a resemblance to the colossal dragons of Western mythology. Unlike the serpentine divine dragon of the Huaxia totem, the Western dragon possessed a body akin to that of a jaguar, with two enormous bat-like wings or similar appendages. 4 legs, a horse-like head, a mouth filled with sharp teeth, and a long, sinuous tail adorned with spikes or barbs. The overall appearance of this mountain resembled the side profile of a Western dragon. As the sea god opened its eye, a sense of impending doom crept into Mu Qinyu's heart, as if the being were poised to take his life. He forcefully suppressed this illusion within himself. The sea god was the guardian of Blue Star and would not unleash a slaughter upon him. While he pondered this, he noticed that the catfish spirit had drawn forth a weapon resembling a trident. It aimed the weapon at the mountain sea god. In that instant, Mu Qinyu's adrenaline surged. "Stop!" he shouted, thrusting his right hand to his neck and pulling out the end of Day's dagger, directing it at the trident in the catfish spirit's grasp. That trident was likely the key to slaying the sea god and unlocking the gates of hell. Yet, just as he was ready to strike, a flash of insight coursed through his mind. No, this trident might not necessarily be the source of the apocalypse. He had but one chance to act. If he used the end of Day's dagger to destroy the trident, what if the instance did not conclude? Moreover, were the effects of the judgment coin truly entirely adverse? As this thought crossed his mind, cold sweat trickled down his back. When utilizing the judgment coin, it had hinted, life is priceless above all else. Only life is invaluable. This was not merely a warning to a gambler, but rather a profound implication directed at him. According to the game's rules, key items corresponded to the source of the apocalypse, and the judgment coin's power could only be unleashed on another. Additionally, among all the aquatic beings he had encountered, most bore only a fragment of oceanic traits, while the catfish spirit exhibited nearly no human characteristics. Aside from standing on 2 feet, it was devoid of any semblance of humanity. The harbinger of demons, the architect of the gates of hell. He steadied the end of Day's dagger, now aimed at the catfish spirit, and his heart grew eerily calm. At this juncture, a single misjudgment could cost him his life, and all of Morong Shiner and the others would lose 10 resurrection coins. Humanity might forever be unable to triumph over the cataclysm of destruction. His heart was now terrifyingly tranquil, the colossal creature of the sea god quivering in the sky, the expressions of shock and terror on Wang Zichen and the others. Morong Shiner's grave countenance, the panicked local natives, and the catfish spirit, fervently raising the trident, all danced vividly in his mind. Damn it! How could he perceive a look of devotion on the face of a catfish spirit? It must come to an end, regardless of the outcome. He hurled the judgment coin high into the air and directed the dagger of finality straight at the catfish spirit. This was his singular opportunity. He had pinpointed the source of doom within this instance. With no more chances to replay the Eye of Death for moral clarity, he had irrevocably committed to this course of action, leaving him with no path of retreat. With a soft thud, the dagger of finality penetrated the catfish spirit's body. The creature's eyes widened momentarily before it slowly collapsed, ultimately succumbing to the void of life. Throughout the annals of human history, no one had ever attained an S-rank reward within a Doomsday instance. Currently, there are but 3 known means to achieve such a reward. The first is to draw S-rank or higher skills from the novice roulette upon entering the game. The second is to procure S-rank items or skills from the personal marketplace, contingent upon possessing sufficient points for purchase, a condition that is exceedingly stringent. The third method involves a player's inaugural participation in a Doomsday scenario classified as catastrophic, where they must demonstrate exceptional personal prowess in obliterating the source of doom, thereby earning the title of MVP, which significantly enhances their chances of receiving an A-rank reward that can directly evolve into an S-rank reward due to the newcomer bonus. The opportunity to acquire S-rank items lies solely within the second and third methods. However, the second method is particularly rigorous, and few can amass enough points to exchange for S-rank items. As for the chance to obtain an elite S-rank item like the Dagger of Finality, it is a rarity that only Mu Chenyu has experienced. The prospect of such an item appearing in the marketplace is dubious at best. Even if players met the conditions for purchase, they would hesitate to buy something like the Dagger of Finality, which could easily become a one-time consumable if misused. With so many points available, it would be wiser to invest in items and skills that offer better value for the effort. The likelihood of a newcomer like Mu Chenyu performing at an MVP level during their first encounter with a catastrophic Doomsday scenario is exceedingly slim, especially when it involves acquiring an item such as the Dagger of Finality. At this very moment, should Mu Chenyu mistakenly identify the source of doom, the blue star might lose its sole Dagger of Finality. Clink! The Judgment Coin, propelled high by Mu Chenyu, landed on the ground, spinning violently for several seconds before finally coming to a halt. If one were to gaze upon this coin, they would discover that the side facing upward was inscribed with the image of a small angel adorned with tiny wings and a halo above its head. The angel above, the atmosphere seemed to still. With a soft murmur, the colossal sea deity glanced at the beings on the island before submerging back into the depths, the rhythmic thumping of its heartbeat gradually fading away. The menacing mountain that loomed before everyone vanished. The fog dissipated entirely, leaving the air infused with the refreshing scent of earth and vegetation. Drip! A single raindrop suddenly fell into Mu Chenyu's palm. Suddenly, the sky began to drizzle gently. And soon, the rain intensified, pouring down with increasing fervor. What was happening? Wang Zichen wore a puzzled expression. At that moment, he was not alone. Confusion enveloped everyone around him. Had they succeeded? Ding! A voice resonated from the depths of every player's mind across the globe. Congratulations to the Huaxia player Mu Chenyu for successfully completing the global Doomsday instance, Deep Sea Leviathan. The dungeon will conclude ahead of schedule. Completion level, perfect. Assisting players, Huaxia Murong Shiner, Wang Zichen, Zhao Taiyong, Lin Yuan. Congratulations to the Huaxia player Mu Chenyu for completing the global Doomsday instance, Deep Sea Leviathan. The dungeon will conclude ahead of schedule. Congratulations to the Huaxia player Mu Chenyu. Chapter 68 Reward, S-Class Skill, Judgment Scale. The system's announcement echoed 3 times. Meanwhile, players across the nation gazed at the torrential rain, consumed by confusion. What on earth had transpired? After 3 consecutive days of heavy rainfall, the dungeon had come to an end? According to the system notification, the individual who had unraveled the source of this doomsday was a Huaxia player named Mu Chenyu. Wait a minute. We haven't even acclimatized to the doomsday yet, and you're telling us it's already over? The system indicated that the theme of this doomsday was Deep Sea Leviathan, which surely meant there would be colossal sea monsters lurking within it, right? But where were they? Where was this Deep Sea Leviathan? They hadn't even spotted a single fish. The recent storms had been so severe that fishermen had refrained from venturing out to sea. All players had remained indoors, watching the relentless downpour for 3 days, only to be abruptly informed by the system that this doomsday had concluded. When had anyone ever experienced such an effortless doomsday? Ding! Following the announcement of Mu Chenyu and his companion's successful dungeon completion, the system chimed in once more, due to the overwhelming difficulty of the Deep Sea Leviathan instance. All players who did not participate in the second phase will receive a resurrection coin as a reward. Upon hearing this news, all players went into a frenzy. Yet, confusion soon followed. What did it mean that the difficulty of this dungeon was excessively high? One could only surmise that, until now, such a notification had never been issued for a Doomsday dungeon. Whether it was a Plague-level Doomsday or a Disaster-level Doomsday, the system had always simply informed players that the instance had been resolved, and they would soon return to reality. This was the first instance where all players who had not participated in unraveling the source of the Doomsday were awarded a resurrection coin. Did this not imply that the difficulty of this dungeon was likely at the level of annihilation? The thought of an annihilation-level doomsday being resolved sent a chill down the spines of all players. Subsequently, they turned their gazes toward the participant list. Apart from the well-known Murong Xiner, the director of the Huaxia Doomsday Management Bureau, who are the others? Wang Zichen, Zhao Taiyong, Lin Yuan, and that enigmatic Mu Qinyi, who has unraveled the source of the apocalypse. They are unfamiliar to everyone. Even if the system notification states that Murong Xiner led the effort to resolve the source of the apocalypse, the acceptance of this information might have been somewhat better. Nonetheless, Murong Xiner was merely an assisting participant. Perhaps once everyone departs from this doomsday scenario, a trending topic online will emerge asking, who is Mu Qinyi? In a coastal city of Huaxia, by the seaside, a group from the Doomsday Management Bureau was preparing to board a vessel for departure. However, upon hearing the system notification, all members of the Bureau halted in unison. The leader among them was none other than Deputy Director Lai Wenji. Upon receiving the system's message, Lai Wenji stood momentarily stunned, ceasing his actions. What name did he just see? Mu Qinyi? Isn't that the one with the SSS-level prophetic skill, humanity's treasure? How did he end up at the source of the apocalypse, and for heaven's sake, manage to resolve this catastrophic instance? And how did Director Murong end up meddling in this affair? At that moment, a youth approached him, curiosity glimmering in his eyes as he inquired, Deputy Director Lai, what is the situation with Mu Qinyi? Deputy Director Lai's expression stiffened slightly, and he casually swatted the back of the youth's head, saying, mind your own business. Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. Upon hearing the boy's pained exclamation, he revealed a satisfied smirk of retribution. Meanwhile, not far from the Solomon Islands, a helicopter hovered above the sea, containing two individuals with rather grim expressions, Tao Mu and Mu Nan. They had never anticipated that Mu Qinyi and his group would actually succeed. They, who could have participated as assistants and received global recognition, exchanged glances, each reflecting profound regret. With a deep sigh, they lamented their lack of courage, resulting in the loss of this extraordinary opportunity. Not just the players from Huaxia. At this very moment, players worldwide who managed to survive were speculating about the identity of the player named Mu Qinyi. Their curiosity piqued about whether this instance truly represented a catastrophic-level apocalypse. Returning our gaze to a small island in the Solomon Islands region, upon hearing the system's notification and the refresh of the Dagger of Termination's usage, Mu Qinyi's face lit up with a relieved smile. He turned to his companions and cheerfully declared, brothers, we have succeeded. Brother Mu, you are incredible. Wang Zichen, the life of the party, exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Even old Zhao wore a long-missed smile, as Lin Yuan joyfully observed the unfolding events. It marked her inaugural participation in a cataclysmic-level dungeon. Only Murong Xiner maintained a composed demeanor, yet within her pupils, the exuberant expression of Mu Qinyi was vividly reflected. This was a moment of brilliance uniquely belonging to him. Ding. Players who assisted received an opportunity to draw an A-grade reward, while player Mu Qinyi was granted a chance to draw an S-grade reward. This marked the first instance where all assisting players could draw A-grade rewards, and an MVP could draw an S-grade reward. Such accolades served to confirm to all that the dungeon's classification was indeed of apocalyptic proportions. At this juncture, Mu Qinyi noticed the judgment coin on the ground. To his astonishment, the side facing up depicted an angelic image, a mere 1 in 20 chance. After some contemplation, he acknowledged that although this token seemed dubious, he decided to pocket it, placing it into his spatial ring. Perhaps it could be utilized for some trickery in the future. Moreover, it was not stated that it would vanish upon exiting the dungeon, so it might very well be taken along. He even entertained the thought of someone stumbling upon this judgment coin, exclaiming, wow, an S-grade item, only to find themselves ensnared in a trap. The mere imagination of it was exhilarating. After securing the judgment coin, Mu Qinyi commenced the lottery draw. Throughout his life, his most fortuitous moment had been during a novice lottery when he won the SSS grade prophetic skill, Eye of Death, wagering his 2 decades of singlehood in the process. Ding. The lottery begins. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the S-grade skill, Judgment Scale. Judgment Scale. The balance's 2 sides represent angel and demon. Through this skill, the host can predict the success rate of their next action. The more the scale tilts towards the angelic side, the higher the probability of success. Conversely, the further it leans towards the demonic side, the lower the success rate. Yet another prophetic skill. Mu Qinyi's pupils constricted in astonishment. Moreover, as an S-grade skill, it suggested that the judgment scale could also be employed in reality. Ding. Points have been tallied. Mu Qinyi glanced at the game panel. Host Mu Qinyi, in this dungeon, you have accomplished the following tasks: survived successfully, obtained the crucial item, Judgment Coin, and before the official commencement of this apocalypse, unraveled the source of this calamity. Accruing a total of 750 points, receiving the one-time item, Judgment Coin, S grade, and the reward skill, Judgment Scale, S grade. Chapter 69, the conclusion of the second dungeon. Host information is as follows. Name, Mu Chenii. Total participation in the apocalypse. 2. Special abilities. Eye of Death, SSS level. Judgment Scale, S level. Elite Combat Skills, B level. Master of the Cube, D level. Blessing of the Puppet Queen. Special items. Dagger of Termination, S level. Judgment Coin, S level. Chincoin Bag, C level. Revival Coins, 0. Points, 893. This time, a generous allocation of points, totaling 750, has been granted. Closer now to the coveted 2,000 points needed for the alluring demon pet. Of course, the personal shop is subject to refresh. That S-level demon pet will vanish upon his return to reality. Brother Mu, you are truly remarkable. You are my superhero, Wang Zichen exclaimed, launching himself towards Mu Chenii and enveloping him in a hearty embrace. Brother Mu, do you know what wonderful item I drew? What wonderful item? Mu Chenii inquired with a smile. I drew the A-level skill, Bear Strength, which perfectly complements my previous A-level skill, Glutton. Now, the fusion of these two A-level skills has transformed into the S-level transformation skill, Iron-Eating Beast King. Wang Zichen proclaimed, brimming with excitement. Upon hearing this, Mu Chenii's expression morphed into one of intrigue. Iron-Eating Beast King? Isn't that a giant panda? Upon envisioning Wang Zichen transforming into a giant panda, his eyelids twitched with amusement. Could you transform for me to see? Without hesitation, Wang Zichen transformed into a larger-than-average panda. Mu Chenii stroked his chin, observing the creature before him. After all, it was still a bear, and its combat prowess should not be underestimated. Moreover, unlike the adorable pandas one might see at a zoo, Wang Zichen's panda exuded a palpable aura of menace. Mu Chenii felt a stark realization. If this panda were to strike him, he might meet his end in an instant. Impressive. Transform back, please. He sighed, pondering his own skills. Why were all the skills he drew so weak? After a long wait for an opportunity to draw an S-level skill, he ended up with a prophetic one. As for the S-level item, Judgment Coin? That was clearly a trap. With a heavy heart, he sighed deeply. When would he ever become formidable? Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the other three individuals present. Upon seeing Old Zhao, his expression turned peculiar. He had just learned from the system notification that Old Zhao's actual name was Zhao Taiyang, which means Dao Taiyang, to shine like the sun. Old Zhao clarified, the A-level skill I drew is Spider Sense, which allows me to detect danger and enhances my cognitive processing speed. Spider Sense? That is indeed a commendable skill. Mu Chenii then turned his attention to the only two women present. Murong Shiner deliberately avoided his gaze, clearly unwilling to disclose her skill. As Lin Yuan observed Murong Shiner's silence, she too chose to remain tight-lipped, revealing no hint of her thoughts. Mu Chenii remarked, "Oh, so this is how we play it, is it?" He shifted his gaze from the two women to the group of sea folk. Clearly, the aquatic beings were taken aback by the unexpected demise of the catfish spirit, yet it was evident that they harbored no intentions of avenging their fallen comrade. After a collective cry of despair, they donned their armor and hastily retreated into their iron vessel. The onlookers watched as the formidable ship swiftly plunged into the ocean, sending up a spray of water before vanishing without a trace. Their escape was remarkably swift. Witnessing their flight, Mu Chenii felt a sense of relief. Had these sea creatures sought revenge for the catfish spirit, a fierce battle would have ensued. Now, it was time to depart from this doomsday scenario. Although they had successfully navigated this trial, a lingering discontent shadowed his spirits. The reason? He had received no reward in the form of a resurrection coin. While players worldwide were bestowed with a resurrection coin for unraveling the source of this calamity, he alone was left empty-handed. Damn it, he felt utterly deflated. After being bound for an entire day, the group exhibited signs of fatigue, settling onto the ground to rest. Wang Zichen, initially brimming with excitement, soon succumbed to lethargy. Once we return, I shall sleep for an entire day and night, she declared with indignation. Then I shall keep you company for half a day, Mu Chenii jested. Before long, the hour of respite came to an end, and simultaneously, the group experienced waves of dizziness. All but Mu Chenii found themselves whisked away into another realm. He stood aghast as he witnessed everyone vanish before his very eyes. Staring at the scene, a sense of déjà vu washed over him. Hadn't he experienced something similar when Shenwan'er had left him behind in the Puppet Kingdom dungeon? What force had anchored him here this time? Lost in thought, he suddenly spotted a colossal creature soaring through the sky. It was a luminous sea turtle, resembling the one they had encountered earlier on the ocean. The turtle hovered above him, rapidly diminishing in size until it transformed into a radiant orb that descended before him. As the light dissipated, an elderly man with a kindly demeanor and a white beard emerged from the orb. "Young friend, I thank you for rescuing my old companion, the sea god," the old man said, bowing slightly to Muchini. "Elder, you are that giant sea turtle?" Muchini inquired, astonished. "Indeed." The venerable old man nodded and handed him a small turtle shell, declaring, "This is my token of gratitude. Had it not been for your intervention, the death of the sea god would have unleashed the gates of hell, releasing a horde of demons and calamities along with them." Just as Muchini had previously surmised, the theme of this apocalyptic dungeon was Deep Sea Behemoth, and this behemoth referred to the calamity that echoed with the cries of a whale. "You flatter me. I merely acted to save myself," Muchini replied with a humble smile, yet instinctively accepted the turtle shell offered to him. One must seize opportunities when they arise. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a one-time special item, Guardian of the Sea Turtle." The system's voice chimed in promptly. "Guardian of the Sea Turtle. This item grants the host the ability to withstand one instance of rule annihilation." Withstand one instance of rule annihilation? What does that entail? Is it akin to a new form of resurrection coin? The system immediately clarified that the Guardian of the Sea Turtle would assist the host in resisting rule annihilation within the apocalyptic dungeon, but after such resistance, one could not return to reality, distinguishing it from a resurrection coin. Not a resurrection coin, then? Muchini mused, somewhat disheartened. It seemed less appealing. Nevertheless, he decided to keep it, for it might yet yield unexpected surprises. "Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed elder." He expressed his gratitude. Chapter 70. The Peculiar Death Replay. "This is not merely a gift, it is my token of appreciation for you." The old sea turtle regarded him with a profound gaze before gesturing. "Return now. Other worlds require your presence." Upon uttering these words, Muchini scarcely had time to respond before he was engulfed by a familiar dizziness, his body being drawn into another dimension. Until, at last, he lost consciousness. Reality. Muchini awoke in Wang Zichen's abode. "Open the system," he silently commanded, and the system interface unfurled before him. This time, alongside the newly acquired special item, Guardian of the Sea Turtle, there were several changes within the system. For instance, the cooldown for the Eye of Death had expired, still set at 7 days. This indicated that he could undertake a death replay before his next venture into the apocalyptic game. Simultaneously, an introduction appeared for the S-rank skill, Judgment Scale. Judgment Scale, Reality Cooldown, 3 days, usable only once in reality. This was comparable to the time frame employed by the venerable Chang Yaqing, and it was indeed a day swifter than his predictions. However, the Judgment Scale bore considerable limitations, as it forecasted the probability of him accomplishing a specific task. Yet, he had devised a strategy for utilizing the Judgment Scale skill. He would predict the likelihood of his survival in the forthcoming dungeon. A higher survival probability would imply a lower difficulty level for the next dungeon, likely a plague-level apocalypse or disaster-level calamity, while a lower survival probability would elevate the challenge. Employing the Judgment Scale in this manner proved to be a judicious choice, allowing him to foresee the grade of the upcoming dungeon. Undoubtedly, the Eye of Death's effects were even more remarkable. He could first utilize the Eye of Death, followed by the Judgment Scale to supplement the dungeon content. Use the Eye of Death. He closed his eyes once more. "No, please, do not kill me. It hurts." A wave of excruciating pain surged through him. As Muchini made contact with the body of his future self, he was overwhelmed by an intense agony. He opened his eyes to find a man with a pained expression before him, wielding a sharp long blade that he plunged mercilessly into his neck. He witnessed the man withdrawing the blade, and a fountain of blood erupted from his throat. After the excruciating pain, the future self met his demise. Damn it! Muchini jolted upright, hastily clutching his neck, only to find it unscathed. The previous scene of blood spraying from his neck was merely a vision of his death, not a reality. Realizing this, he breathed a sigh of relief, albeit still feeling dazed. Wait, did he die at the hands of someone in the next dungeon? Could it be that group known as the Holy Clan? If they were aware that he had unraveled the impending apocalypse, he would undoubtedly be at great risk of being slain by those lunatics. Moreover, from the backdrop of his death, it appeared that he was murdered within a city. A terrifying thought suddenly struck him. Is it possible that this vision was not from the upcoming apocalyptic dungeon, but rather a glimpse into reality, where he would be killed by someone? It is crucial to note that the Eye of Death reveals the scene of his next demise, not merely his death within the game. As this realization washed over him, a chill coursed down his spine. The visage of that man flashed in his mind. A young man who was the architect of his demise. With this thought, he became increasingly vigilant. Although Lin Yuan was assigned to protect him, he still felt a profound lack of security. In the previous vision, he was utterly alone, and he sensed an immobilizing discomfort, an inexplicable sense of unease. He wished to recall more, but despite straining his mind, he could conjure no other images. Upon making contact with the body of his future self, a blade was already embedded in its neck. This was undoubtedly a death scene. It was also the briefest replay of death he had ever encountered. Exhaling deeply, he reflected on the 750 points he had just acquired. Now with over 890 points, he should be able to purchase everything except for S-grade items, right? Following the system's guidance, he accessed his personal shop. Within the system remained 4 items, yet compared to the previous offerings, they had undergone a complete transformation. The first item glimmered with a golden radiance. It was an S-grade item valued at 2,000 points. Muchini cast a glance at it. Teleportation Talisman. Single-use item upon the host facing a life-threatening situation. The talisman transports the host to a place of safety. A valuable item, yet beyond my means, merely a sight to behold. Turning to the second item, I found an A-rank skill. Brother, please stay. Consumption-type skill. The host can make up to 3 individuals of the same sex fall in love with them. Limited to 3 uses. Muchini, what on earth is this? The most critical aspect is that this wretched skill costs him 800 points. An A-rank skill, nonetheless. He dismissed it and moved on to the next. The final 2 were both C-rank skills. He glanced at their descriptions. Mastery of bed techniques. You can make your partner go wild for you. 50 points. Muchini, is this a counterpart to the previous skill? His expression soured. What a ridiculous array of skills. The items in the first column were useful, but his points fell short, while the 2 in the middle were unspeakable. After taking a deep breath and adjusting his mindset, he turned his attention to the last column of skills. Master of Escape. C-rank. You can run very fast, 60 points. It holds a modicum of utility. Muchini felt as if he were selecting a tall individual among a crowd of short ones. Reluctantly spending 60 points to acquire Master of Escape, he now had only 833 points remaining. Alas, unable to spend further, he pondered whether he would even have the life left to use them. However, upon reflection, the brother, please stay skill might prove crucial in certain circumstances. Selling his male charm? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to shake his head. No, absolutely not. Unless he found himself truly cornered by that man in reality, perhaps he could consider redeeming brother, please stay, a skill that could lead to ecstatic results. When the time came to allure his adversary, once they fell for him, he could mount a counterattack. With this notion, he suddenly perceived potential in the skill. Yet, it seemed applicable only to human-made disasters, offering little aid in overcoming dungeons. Withdrawing his gaze from the system, he exited his room. At that moment, Lin Yuan and Wang Zichen awaited him in their own quarters. Brother Mu, it appears you have gained quite a reputation. Wang Zichen exclaimed, promptly raising his phone. On his screen, the dedicated Apocalypse Arrival player application was open. Chapter 71. Gaining fame. Muchini glanced at Wang's phone, where the top trending topic read, Catastrophic Apocalypse Successfully Overcome for the First Time. A milestone for humanity. The second trending topic posed the question, who is Muchini? The third, global players receive a resurrection coin reward. The fourth revealed that the director of the Huaxia Management Bureau, Murong Xiner, was merely an assistant. As Muchini perused these comments, an involuntary shiver of trepidation coursed through him. If the members of the Holy Clan were to see this, would they not come to assassinate him? Has my identity been exposed? He inquired. No, only a select few are aware of your identity. Your information remains confidential for the time being, Lin Wang elucidated. Upon hearing that his identity was secure, Muchini felt a slight sense of relief. Nevertheless, he could not afford to be too conspicuous. The entire world was on the lookout for someone named Muchini, although there were numerous individuals in Huaxia sharing his name. Should any player discover his true identity, it would be impossible not to associate it with him. This thought troubled him. Why must the system announce his achievements globally? The impact he had made was indeed monumental. After all, this was humanity's first successful breach of a cataclysmic apocalypse. Unbeknownst to him, his newfound fame was also bolstered by Murong Xiner, who had been subtly promoting his accomplishments from behind the scenes. Utilizing her position as the director of the Huaxia Apocalypse Management Bureau, she extensively publicized the event of cracking the source of the apocalypse, insinuating that this Muchini, who had achieved such a feat, was indeed an official representative of Huaxia. Since his name had already been revealed, it was only logical to maximize the benefits. Thus, players worldwide became aware of a formidable individual named Muchini, to the extent that even the illustrious director Murong had to assist him. After conversing with Lin Wang and Wang Zichen about the game instance for a while, a phone call came through. Muchini glanced at his phone. It was his mother. He answered the call. Soon, he heard his mother asking when he would return to school. Muchini had already taken a few days off to visit Jiang City. And with the addition of the 5-day Qingming festival, he was due to return to school the next day. Mom, it's just that I'm worried about leaving you while you're still recovering, Mu Chenyi replied. He planned to return next weekend to reunite with Lao Zhao and Wang Zichen. You need not worry about me. Your classmate's parent is truly remarkable. After taking that special medicine for a few days, I feel my health improving significantly. We must express our gratitude to your classmate's mother, she said, her voice brimming with excitement. Initially fearing for her life, she never anticipated that her son would save her. Mu Chenyi chuckled, but he knew his mother's claim of feeling better was merely an illusion. After a single treatment from a healing player, her ailments had been eradicated. The subsequent special medicine she had taken was simply a vitamin supplement. All right, Mom, I will certainly thank that classmate, Mu Chenyi assured her. I've booked a flight back to school for this afternoon. I will return today. I should be able to meet up with Lao Zhao and the others next Saturday for the upcoming apocalypse. Yet, the anxiety from this recent death replay lingered within him. He had received no information whatsoever, not even the theme for the next apocalypse. After explaining the situation to Wang Zichen, who now had sufficient funds, he promptly purchased the most expensive flight ticket from Jiangxing to Ganshui. Lin Yuan naturally intended to accompany him, as her duty was to ensure his safety. Although Wang Zichen harbored a desire to spend a couple of days in Jiangxing, old Zhao reached out to him, suggesting a trip to the outskirts to test the prowess of his transformation ability, the Iron-Eating Beast King, while simultaneously providing him with some training. Consequently, Wang Zichen reluctantly relinquished his plan to travel to Ganshui with Mu Chenyi, reassuring himself that they would meet again next Saturday. After treating Lin Yuan to a meal of clear stewed chicken in Jiangxing, Mu Chenyi boarded a flight back to Ganshui City in the afternoon. Lin Yuan, the elder sister of the Lin Yu family, resided near Ganshui University. Mu Chenyi granted her leave, as he needed to return to school and could not have her shadowing him at all times. Thus, he returned to his dormitory alone, pushing his suitcase. However, upon entering the dorm, he was immediately surrounded by his 3 close roommates. Come clean, how did you manage to woo that leggy beauty in black stockings? One roommate directly interrogated him. Mu Chenyi, taken aback by the mention of leggy beauty, realized they might be referring to Lin Yuan and asked in confusion. How do you know? During this time, he had not paid attention to the class or dorm group messages, thus unaware of his newfound fame among his classmates. Little Orange, tell me honestly, does that beauty have some leverage over you? Mu Chenyi. Noticing his bewilderment, one roommate produced his phone, displaying a photo of Mu Chenyi and Lin Yuan from behind. Here is the evidence. How will you explain this? Upon seeing the photo, Mu Chenyi's eyes widened in surprise. Someone took a candid shot of me? You sly dog. You found a partner and didn't share it with us, your brothers. One of the roommates exclaimed dramatically. No way. You must treat us to milk tea. Yes, I want the mango sago. Another roommate quickly added, hearing their banter. Mu Chenyi chuckled. Forget the milk tea. I'll treat you all to hot pot. His account balance was no joke. And he also had 800 points in his system, equivalent to 80 billion. No way, are you serious? The 3 roommates chorused, you've struck it rich. You didn't land a wealthy girlfriend, did you? Mu Chenyi face-bombed. Thus, after his 3 roommates eagerly helped him pack his belongings, they set off together. After enjoying a delightful meal at a reputable hot pot restaurant outside the campus, Mu Chenyi also treated everyone to milk tea. Little Orange, when will you introduce your girlfriend to us? Since the character Chun in Mu Chenyi's name led to the nickname Little Orange, his friends enjoyed calling him that. I've told you, she is not my girlfriend, Mu Chenyi replied helplessly. If you really want to meet her, just be prepared for retaliation from that rascal of the Lin Yu family. As Mu Chenyi dined with several roommates, Lin Yuan returned home, dragging her weary body. Upon arriving, she promptly retreated to her bedroom and removed the stockings from her legs. Suddenly, a vigorous knocking echoed from outside her bedroom door. Sister, sister. It was Lin Yujia, frantically calling from the doorway. A hint of confusion crossed Lin Yuan's delicate visage as she shed the last of her stockings, revealing her long, bare legs as she approached and opened the door. Without hesitation, Lin Yujia immediately inquired, Sister, have you been out with that Mu Chenyi fellow these past few days? Upon hearing the name Mu Chenyi, a flicker of shock passed through Lin Yuan's eyes, prompting her to instinctively ask, How do you know? Chapter 72, March's Cold Snow. Remember to keep warm, how do you know? Upon receiving her sister's candid response, Lin Yujia's expression stiffened. Goodness. So her sister truly had been out with that rascal Mu Chenyi? He felt as if he had been dealt a stinging blow to the face, just a week prior. He had affectionately dubbed Mu Chenyi Brother Star, and now this fellow had turned around and charmed his sister? Was there anything more absurd than this? Though he had previously suggested introducing his sister to Mu Chenyi, he had believed that she would likely find him unworthy. Yet now, they had spent a full week together? His lips trembled as he spoke. A solitary man and woman leaving their city for a full 7 days. Surely, everything that ought to be done, and that which ought not to be, has transpired? Do you know Mr. Mu? Lin Yuan furrowed her brow. Mr. Mu? Lin Yujia nearly stumbled backward. He took a deep breath, steadying himself against the doorframe to avoid collapsing. Who would have anticipated that his exceptionally talented, strikingly beautiful, and aloof sister would engage in such romantic escapades? Moreover, her partner was none other than Brother Star, the very same Mu Qinyi whom he had recently teased. With difficulty, he articulated, "Sister, do you realize that just 8 days ago, Mu Qinyi confessed to a girl in our class, only to be ruthlessly rejected? Is that so?" Lin Yuan's weariness dissipated slightly upon hearing this gossip. Was there truly a girl with such poor judgment? She had merely intended to ask out of curiosity. However, to Lin Yujia's ears, her words took on a different meaning, as if she were defending Mu Qinyi while disparaging the girl for her lack of discernment. The thought made him feel a surge of indignation. "Sister, Mu Qinyi is my classmate. How could you possibly be with him?" he cried out in anguish. "Mr. Mu is your classmate?" Lin Yuan was taken aback by this twist of fate, then eagerly pursued the gossip. "First, tell me what happened with Mr. Mu's confession." The following day, Lin Yujia cornered Mu Qinyi outside the classroom. "Starry night. Mu Qinyi, I considered you a buddy, yet you dared to pursue my sister?" Lin Yu's tone brimmed with fury. Upon hearing his inquiry, Mu Qinyu's lips twitched slightly. He had already offered countless explanations, yet these individuals remained obstinate in their belief that he was involved with Lin Yuan. Forget it. He was weary of clarifying matters. With this mindset, he retorted so. Thus, Lin Yu's tone shifted dramatically as he added, "Brother-in-law, you must treat me to a grand feast." Mu Qinyu. The swiftness of this change nearly caused him to wrench his back. "Next time, for sure," he mumbled, pushing past Lin Yu and entering the classroom. The moment he stepped inside, every classmate turned to face him, including Su Qianran, the girl to whom he had once confessed his feelings. After all, Mu Qinyu had become the most talked-about topic in their class. However, having faced numerous trials and tribulations, he had grown indifferent to such attention. He confidently sauntered to the back row and took a seat. Just as he settled in and prepared for an exhilarating game of Golden Shovel, a peculiar message suddenly popped up on his phone. It was from Murong Shiner, sent via the hidden software Apocalypse Approaches. Murong Shiner, just now, the esteemed senior from the beautiful nation issued the next prophecy regarding the apocalypse. Check if it aligns with your prophetic skills. Shortly after, she sent him a link. Senior? Mu Qinyu recalled the name. Besides himself, there were only 2 S-level prophetic players in the Blue Star, the venerable Mr. Chang Yaqing from Huaxia and the Master Senior from the beautiful nation. The fact that Senior had issued a prophecy the very next day was astonishing. He glanced at the cooldown time for his judgment scale, realizing he had 2 days before he could use it again. With this thought, he clicked on the link, only to be confronted with a cascade of English text that made him feel as though he was reading Martian script. Amusingly bewildered, he handed his phone to his roommate, who had recently passed the English Level 6 exam. "Could you help me translate this?" His roommate calmly accepted the phone, but upon seeing the string of English words, his scalp tingled with apprehension. He rummaged through his bag and retrieved an English dictionary. "Give me a moment to look up these words." Despite the initial hurdles, with his roommate's assistance, they began to piece together the content. The blogger, known as Senior, had posted a message online that read, "March is cold snow. Take care to keep warm." Upon finishing the translation, his roommate couldn't help but scoff. "Summer is just around the corner. What warmth is there to keep?" However, upon hearing his roommate's remark, Mu Qinyu's brow furrowed in concern. "March is cold snow. Take care to keep warm?" This prophecy evidently conveys that the forthcoming apocalypse will be characterized by a global freeze, with an enduring bitter cold lasting for 3 months. The severity of this impending doom is contingent upon the outdoor temperatures during this frigid period. However, through his deathly vision, the scenes he witnessed do not appear to align with such extreme weather conditions. Instead, he perceives his demise occurring in a city, where he is fatally stabbed by a young man, amidst an environment that is distinctly habitable, reminiscent of springtime, rather than the anticipated icy desolation. If the prophecy of Seguno holds true, and the next apocalypse is indeed a global freeze, then the vision of his death cannot be a manifestation of this impending calamity, but rather an occurrence in reality. The chilling realization sends shivers down his spine, as an overwhelming sense of insecurity engulfs him, compelled by a profound sense of crisis. He swiftly retrieves his mobile device to send a message to Lao Zhao and Wang Zichen. "I feel as though I am to be assassinated." The two do not respond, seemingly engaged in outdoor training for Wang Zichen's transformation skills, as Lao Zhao had mentioned. Subsequently, he relays this message to Murong Shiner, detailing the visions he has foreseen. Upon receiving the message from Mu Qinyi, Murong Shiner quickly replies, "Do not be afraid. I will send you the roster of the Apocalypse Management Bureau. Check if the young man from your vision is among them. Additionally, I will arrange for Lin Yuan to assume the identity of a professor at Ganshui University. For the next few days, you shall reside in the faculty dormitory there, allowing her to care for you. Mu Rongxin's arrangements are nothing short of meticulous. Soon enough, she provides him with the complete list of personnel from the Apocalypse Management Bureau, along with the official roster of all players recorded by Huaxia. The sheer volume of information is staggering. Even if Mu Qinyi were to peruse it in its entirety, it would take him 3 to 4 days. Chapter 73. The situation becomes more complex. The individual who seeks to assassinate Mu Qinyi is highly likely to be a player, possessing access to Mu Qinyi's personal information. And there is a considerable chance that this individual is affiliated with the internal ranks of the Apocalypse Management Bureau. Only personnel from the Bureau could have such access to Mu Qinyi's details, which is why Mu Rongxin prioritized sending him the Bureau's roster. It can be asserted that the 2 lists Mu Rongxin provided to Mu Qinyi carry immense value and significance. Nevertheless, the intrinsic worth of Mu Qinyi himself is exceedingly high, justifying his entitlement to these documents. The next apocalypse is likely to be of pestilential or catastrophic proportions, so it would be prudent for you to refrain from participating in any endeavors to unravel the source of the apocalypse. Mu Rongxin messaged him again. Yet, Mu Qinyi merely glanced at her words before diverting his attention back. First, he must identify the man who aims to assassinate him. Thus, while others attend their classes, he holds his phone, meticulously sifting through the information contained in the roster of the Apocalypse Management Bureau. For the next 2 days, he diligently searched for the assassin who had appeared in the death scene. Yet despite perusing numerous photographs, he could not identify the individual responsible for his demise. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan complied with orders and assumed the role of a professor at Ganshui University, securing a modest apartment of her own. On the very same day, Mu Qinyi moved in. His abrupt abandonment of his roommates provoked a torrent of grievances within their class group chat. In no time, the entire class became aware of Mu Qinyi's cohabitation with the strikingly beautiful new professor, who was also noted for her long legs adorned in black stockings. Initially, Mu Qinyi attempted to clarify that this was all a misunderstanding, but living with Lin Yuan rendered any such explanations increasingly futile. Consequently, he found himself at the center of his classmates' scorn. It was utterly outrageous. How many years of hardship would this lad be spared by cozying up to a wealthy woman? On the 3rd day, Wang Zichen and old Zhao finally reached out, inquiring about his situation and clamoring to visit him in Ganshui City. However, with the protective presence of Lin Yuan, he promptly declined their visit, assuring them that he was perfectly well. As the 4th day dawned, the cool-down period for the judgment scale had concluded. His second prophetic skill was finally available for use. He remained resolute in his initial intent and activated the skill without hesitation. Before him materialized a diminutive scale, with a small angel perched upon one side and a devil standing on the opposing end. What are the odds of my survival in the next instance? Mu Qinyi inquired of the tiny scale. Subsequently, the scale began to tilt. The side with the angels steadily descended, while the devil's end soared skyward. This peculiar behavior of the judgment scale signified one thing. His chances of survival in the impending apocalyptic instance were exceedingly high. Essentially, if he refrained from courting danger, he would likely endure. Relieved by this revelation, Mu Qinyi felt a slight weight lift from his chest. Yet, almost immediately, the haunting image of his death from the eye of death pierced his heart like a dagger. When would that fatal moment transpire? He remained devoid of answers. And throughout the past few days, he had not detected any malicious individuals approaching him with ill intent. Preoccupied with the notion of a potential assassination, he had grown increasingly paranoid, remaining vigilant even while dining to avert prying eyes. Nonetheless, the prophecy of the judgment scale assured him of one certainty. The next apocalypse would likely be themed around an extreme freeze, plunging the world into icy desolation. In such circumstances, his chances of survival were indeed remarkably high. Thus, that very day, he ventured out with Lin Yuan to stockpile provisions for the anticipated disaster. The United States had declared that this apocalypse would last only 3 months, yet it was prudent to amass additional supplies. In fact, Mu Qinyi filled every inch of his Qianquan bag to the brim. Simultaneously, the two of them procured an abundance of winter garments. They were well prepared for the impending apocalyptic dungeon, provided that tomorrow, the prophecy of the venerable Mr. Chang Yaqing confirmed that the theme of the impending calamity would be extreme cold weather. If so, they need not rendezvous with Wang Zichen and his companions in Jiangxing this weekend. On the 5th day, merely 3 days before the apocalypse, Chang Yaqing's online account released a brief message. The seas are frozen, and supplies are critically scarce. This prophecy essentially solidified the theme of the forthcoming apocalypse. Additionally, Mu Chinyu received insider information from an S-level prophetic player, Siguno. It appeared that the theme of this apocalyptic dungeon was indeed extreme cold. Should we procure more supplies? Lin Yuan inquired. That is unnecessary. Mu Chinyu replied with a shake of his head. We have sufficient supplies already. If we were to venture out and purchase more, we might attract the attention of other players, as only players would rush to hoard supplies upon seeing Chang Yaqing's prophecy. Very well, Lin Yuan conceded, dismissing her shopping intentions. At that very moment, countless players were converting their points into currency and racing out to stockpile resources. This icebound theme was, in fact, a boon for the players. 3 months of comfort awaited them. Upon learning of the apocalyptic theme, players felt as though they were celebrating a festival. In the ensuing days, Mu Chinyu continued to attend classes as usual, for the experience of the apocalypse was merely that, an experience. Life in reality must persist. However, on the eve of the apocalypse, while enjoying a meal prepared by Lin Yuan at home, an unexpected video call from his mother interrupted him. Upon seeing the call from his mother, Mu Chinyu's mind was flooded with questions. He answered the call. You rascal, his mother began. Your counselor informed me that you have a girlfriend at university. And I hear she is a professor. The healthy, rosy visage of his mother entered Mu Chinyu's view. What? Mu Chinyu was taken aback. When had the counselor taken it upon themselves to relay such information? He awkwardly replied, Mom, don't listen to the counselor's nonsense. I merely live with someone. Yet, his mother regarded him with a cold, mocking smile. Do you take me for a fool? Living with someone, and you couldn't concoct a more absurd lie? Why leave a perfectly good dormitory to cohabit with a girl? Mu Chinyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Then, he heard his mother inquire, where is this girl from, and how old is she? After all, she is a professor. She cannot be too young, can she? Let me tell you, you must not bring home a woman who is close to my age. If you do not bother coming back to see me. The thought of his mother finding a woman close to her age left Mu Chinyu feeling flustered. Just as he prepared to further explain, Lin Yuan returned from her class. From his mother's vantage point, she could see a tall woman entering the room as the door swung open. Lin Yuan noticed Mu Chinyu was on a phone call and, being considerate, prepared to return to her room. However, Mu Chinyu's mother was unwilling to let this happen. Directly pressing her son, don't you think your mother would like to see her? Before Mu Chinyu could respond, Lin Yuan overheard his mother's words and decided against going back to her room. Instead, she squatted beside Mu Chinyu and waved to his mother on the video call, saying, Hello, Auntie. I am Lin Yuan, Mu Chinyu's roommate. Upon seeing Lin Yuan's youthful and beautiful visage, his mother instantly donned a warm, maternal smile. Ah, hello. I am this rascal's mother. The girl appeared both poised and educated, leaving his mother curious as to how she had come to fancy her son. Soon, to Mu Chinyu's astonishment, his mother engaged in conversation with Lin Yuan, discussing everything from family matters to fashion. As Lin Yuan complimented her with phrases like Auntie, you look so young and beautiful, his mother gradually became enraptured, lost in admiration. They chatted for several hours, and his mother successfully entrusted her precious son to Lin Yuan's care. After hanging up, Lin Yuan placed Mu Chinyu's phone on the coffee table, a hint of fatigue gracing her features, before removing her outerwear and heading to the bathroom for a shower. She needed to refresh herself with a brief nap. For tonight marked the commencement of the apocalypse, and she needed to maintain a good state of mind. Meanwhile, Mu Chinyu remained awake, meticulously inspecting the provisions and heating measures in their home, as well as the fireplace he had constructed 2 days prior. The impending extreme cold would render even the best insulation ineffective. Otherwise, it could hardly be termed an apocalypse. This severe chill was certainly not akin to a typical winter. Once he had confirmed that all preparations were in place, Mu Chinyu retreated to his room, ready to face the new apocalypse. As the clock struck 10 at night, players worldwide simultaneously fell into a stupor, entering a new game instance together. The previously humid weather transformed into an unexpectedly cool atmosphere. Mu Chinyu awakened to a faint, biting chill. Given that reality was transitioning from spring to summer, he had only covered himself with a thin blanket at night. Yet this time, he found himself roused by the cold. Glancing out his window, he observed a white expanse in the sky, with delicate snowflakes gently falling. It appeared that this extreme cold-themed apocalypse was arriving gradually, rather than all at once. As Ganshui City is located in the southern region, it rarely sees a snowflake for years. Thus, when this snow finally fell, many local university students eagerly rushed outside to partake in the spectacle. These students, who typically struggled to rise for their early classes, were seen on the playground by 7 o'clock, reveling in the snowy wonder. Mu Chinyu contacted Wang Zichen and others, and upon confirming that they were well prepared with ample resources, he felt a sense of relief. Standing by the window, he admired the swirling snowflakes outside. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Welcome, host, to this apocalyptic scenario. Host name. This apocalypse is a standard instance. All items and skills can be utilized normally. Death's Eye. The host can glimpse the scene of their next demise through Death's Eye. Cooldown within this instance, 30 days. Real-world cooldown, 7 days. Judgment Scale. The host can ascertain the success rate of a particular action using the Judgment Scale. Cooldown within this instance, 1 day. Real-world cooldown, 7 days. The preceding information serves as a personal introduction, while the latter two pertain to the cooldown period of Muchini's prophetic skills. The Judgment Scale can be used once a day, whereas the cooldown for Death's Eye spans a full month. The duration of this apocalypse is 3 months, meaning he can utilize Death's Eye at most 3 times. In his last usage of Death's Eye, he witnessed a scene in which he was fatally stabbed by an unfamiliar man. Moreover, the environment he observed in the city was not of extreme cold. A bold hypothesis suddenly struck him. Perhaps the death replay he witnessed was an omen of his demise in the upcoming game instance? After all, the Judgment Scale indicated that his survival rate in this frigid weather was remarkably high. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to activate the Judgment Scale. Instantly, an image of the Judgment Scale appeared in his mind, one side depicting an angel, the other a demon. Let me test my survival rate in the next instance. Since the Judgment Scale's predictions pertain solely to him, the prophetic content must involve his participation. Upon his inquiry, the angelic side ascended, soaring to the pinnacle of the scale, while the demonic side plummeted to the lowest point. This portrayal of the Judgment Scale unmistakably conveyed that in the forthcoming apocalyptic instance, Muchini's mortality rate stood at an alarming 100. A certain death. His heart sank to the depths of despair. Such a mortality rate was insufferable for anyone. After a moment of contemplation, he lamented that the Judgment Scale had now entered its cooldown phase. He wondered what kind of vision Death's Eye would reveal to him this time. He hoped that the playback of the death scene would be extended. Activate Death's Eye? He gazed at the snowflakes drifting from the sky, observing the smiling faces of the children outside, as his thoughts gradually transitioned into another realm. MMM. A series of agonizing sounds emanated from the future self. Muchini momentarily lost his focus, but quickly regained his composure. Before him lay a foul-smelling ditch. The foul stench and rancid odor overwhelmed his senses as the future entity extended an arm, laboriously crawling through the putrid ditch. Soon, Muchini discovered that something was lodged in his throat, rendering his legs powerless. Were his legs broken? To make matters worse, he found himself unable to utter a word, transformed into a mute beggar with shattered limbs. The nauseating scent of the filthy water made him want to retch, yet he hurriedly crawled toward the distance. I'm sorry. A voice echoed behind him. I must kill you, or I shall perish. With that, a knife plunged violently into his back. The blade pierced his flesh, and Muchini felt his life force draining rapidly. Trust me, I can change everything. I must change it. The assailant behind him emitted a desperate growl. Soon after, the future entity succumbed to death. Agonizing pain radiated from his back, and Muchini abruptly opened his eyes, slowly collapsing to the ground as his gaze grew increasingly vacant. He had died once more, and still in such a disoriented manner. At that moment, fear enveloped him. What would be the theme of the next apocalyptic scenario? In recent days, he had perused numerous lists provided by Murong Shiner, yet he could not locate the man who had taken his life. Chapter 75. The arrival of heavy snow, the onset of the frozen era. He gazed out the window, where the snowfall had intensified. The thick flakes cascaded down, prompting Muchini to marvel at the rapidity of the snowfall. Just moments ago, he had been preoccupied with the mortality rate of the next scenario. Forgetting that he was amidst an apocalypse, the snow continued to fall heavily, and faintly, Muchini could hear the cheers of university students from the south. He took out his phone and requested a few days of sick leave from his instructor. In a couple of days, the icy conditions would lead to class cancellations. Knock. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at his door, accompanied by Lin Yuan's voice. Mr. Mu, it's time for breakfast. Muchini withdrew his gaze from the swirling snow and stepped out of his room. Lin Yuan had prepared a nutritious breakfast. He sat at the table, staring blankly at the preserved egg and lean meat congee before him. Mr. Mu? Lin Yuan tentatively called out to him. Muchini lifted his head, his gaze landing on Lin Yuan, whose cheeks flushed slightly as she reminded him, the congee is getting cold. Muchini diverted his gaze and methodically stirred the congee with his spoon, pondering the level of the next apocalyptic scenario. As the snow fell in flurries, he decided to remain here and savor the moment, for this upcoming scenario was of a low level. Without the foresight of the Eye of Death, he had no means to venture out in search of the source of the apocalypse. Having battled through 2 crises and even deciphered an apocalyptic scenario, must he not be afforded a moment of respite? Beneath the cheerful sounds of snowball fights wafting in from outside, he savored a spoonful of porridge. This group of naive yet bright-eyed university students remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to send a message to his 3 roommates urging them to stockpile supplies. Logically, he ought not to concern himself with these NPCs. However, they were, after all, his dear companions in reality, as well as in the virtual realm. After messaging his roommates, he took a moment to reassure his parents before shutting his phone, retrieving his tablet, and launching a selection of single-player games he had downloaded in advance. The household had procured several generators, sufficient to ensure their comfort for an entire year. As he engaged in gaming for a while, the sounds of playful snowball fights outside gradually faded away. It seemed that the students had realized the chill accompanying their frolic and retreated to their dormitories. With no classes to attend, he reclined comfortably on the soft sofa. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, noticing his gaming, prepared some fruit and placed it beside him, attending to him as if he were royalty. In this manner, Mu Chenyu began to relish his leisurely time. After Lin Yuan finished her tasks, she joined him on the couch and turned on the television. The blizzard was sweeping across the globe, causing damage to several power plants in Ganshui City, with officials urgently dispatching teams for repairs, urging citizens to remain calm. The news broadcast detailed the local weather conditions. Unlike the players, the general populace remained unaware that this snowstorm heralded an impending apocalypse. Most still believed the storm would soon dissipate. This cataclysm would endure for a full 3 months, and Mu Chenyu had no insight into its progression, as he had not foreseen it. However, observing the lively atmosphere in the class group chat, he noted that everyone seemed to be discussing how long this unprecedented snowfall would last. Some even tagged Mu Chenyu, advising him to exercise restraint to avoid an untimely demise. Indifferent to the banter in the chat, Mu Chenyu glanced out the window at noon, where the world had transformed into a canvas of white. The university library, buildings, and even the Moonview Lake were all blanketed in snow. The temperature had plummeted significantly, but Lin Yuan had prepared the fireplace in advance, ready to stoke the flames at a moment's notice. Their indoor environment remained pleasantly warm. As the snowfall intensified, by nightfall, anyone venturing into the snow would find their calves completely engulfed. This was southern China, after all. Consequently, many began to perceive the unusual nature of this snowfall. And the once vibrant atmosphere in Mu Chenyu's class group chat shifted to a tone of unease and anxious discussion. Fortunately, the shops beneath the dormitory were still open. Anxious students hurried downstairs to procure a substantial amount of supplies, leaving the store's resources nearly depleted, much to the delight of the shop owners. Many of these proprietors expressed gratitude for the heavy snowfall, which had brought them a bountiful windfall. However, these shops would only remain open for a day. As the night wore on, the wind and snow showed no signs of abating, leading many to experience restless nightmares. On the following morning, Mu Chenyu received an exhilarating message from his roommate. Xiao Qingzi, thank goodness you urged us to stock up early. Today all the shops are closed. The school is in a state of inertia, and our entire building is devoid of supplies. Our dorm managed to buy 5 boxes of instant noodles and countless sausages and bread. Huh? Mu Chenyu could only twitch his lips in response, hoping his roommates could survive the next 3 months. Peering out the window, he observed that the world beyond was entirely blanketed in snow, rendering the campus desolate and devoid of any human presence. The winter in the south was bitterly cold, and the students had arrived in thick cotton coats when the semester began, so they were adequately clothed for the season. However, food supplies were bound to dwindle. He lifted his gaze to the still glowing light bulb, letting out a soft sigh. The electricity held for now, but he wondered how long it would last. Once the power failed, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. He wandered to the living room and savored the nutritious breakfast prepared by Lin Yuan before turning on the television. The screen was flooded with news broadcasts, while dramas, films, and advertisements had been suspended. The anchor announced that the government had dispatched troops to various cities to assist in dealing with the disaster. Though the snowstorm had struck unexpectedly, the public was reassured that the nation was diligently formulating a response. Additionally, the power supply in the city was insufficient, urging everyone to conserve electricity. The arrival of the military instantly instilled a sense of reassurance among the populace, diminishing the grievances that had previously echoed in their class group chats. After checking in on Wang Zichen and learning that everyone was safe, Mu Chenyu noticed his mother's inquiry about his well-being. After confirming his safety, he settled onto the sofa, waiting for the cool-down period of the judgment scale to conclude. Chapter 76. The next instance is a cataclysmic apocalypse. While Mu Chenyu waited, Lin Yuan had finished washing the dishes and, with her long legs striding towards him, approached gracefully. Due to the comfortable temperature at home, she wore only shorts and an oversized short-sleeved shirt, her well-proportioned long legs prominently on display. Mu Chenyu found himself momentarily entranced by her fair, luminous legs. silently reminding himself not to indulge in inappropriate thoughts. Just as he was about to avert his gaze, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The cooldown period of the judgment scale has ended. At that moment, Lin Yuan had already settled onto the sofa, her long legs curled up comfortably beside her. She sat there, hugging her knees, gazing at the news on the television. Mu Chenyi turned his head, silently reciting to himself, "Activate the judgment scale." As the skill unfolded, a balance featuring an angel on one side and a demon on the other materialized in his mind. He pondered the probability of the next instance of the dungeon he would partake in being of cataclysmic proportions. This was the flaw in Mu Chenyi's judgment scale. Although he could not directly foresee the next dungeon, he could incorporate his own name into the equation. The level of his next dungeon participation could indeed be interpreted as the probability of his subsequent actions. He applauded his own cleverness. However, a scene that rendered his expression one of terror soon unfolded before him. He observed that the scale representing the little angel soared into the heavens, while the demon's side plummeted to the lowest point. This indicated a probability of 0. The impending level of doom was not cataclysmic. His pupils dilated in shock. He swallowed hard, grappling with the notion that an impending dungeon of nearly certain death was not of cataclysmic proportions. Would the plague level or disaster level scenarios lead to his demise? Such an idea was utterly absurd. Could it be that the only recorded instance of a world-ending cataclysm, in which only one player survived, was about to repeat itself? Since the emergence of the game Doomsday Arrival, there had only been 2 occurrences of world-ending cataclysms. One was temporarily dubbed Eternal Night, a doomsday curse from which no one returned. The other was a decade ago during the Moonfall event, where only a single player emerged alive. Was a third world-ending cataclysm on the horizon? A chill coursed through him. No, he could not definitively ascertain that the next dungeon would indeed be a world-ending catastrophe. For in the 2 instances he had witnessed, he had been killed by others. Perhaps the difficulty of the next dungeon would not be exceedingly high. It could simply be that he met his end at the hands of another. He clung to this thought for solace. Otherwise, confronted with a world-ending catastrophe, he truly did not know how he would survive. The 2 known world-ending cataclysms, the prophecy of filth and Moonfall, left him at a loss for survival strategies, let alone how to unravel them. Cataclysmic doomsdays, however, offered a glimmer of hope, but a world-ending cataclysm was nothing short of a deadlock. "Mr. Mu, what troubles you?" At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed Mu Chenyi's pallid complexion and hurriedly knelt up, inquiring with concern. "I am fine." Mu Chenyi could only force a smile, a semblance of reassurance. Without a resurrection coin, how could he navigate the impending world-ending cataclysm? For other players, a world-ending cataclysm was merely a minor inconvenience, a mere depletion of a resurrection coin. But he had no resurrection coin. He must survive, at least until the end of days, otherwise he shall perish. Even during the last cataclysmic apocalypse, he was compelled to unravel the mysteries of the end, for remaining outside was akin to courting death. He had to gamble with his life. A fierce determination burned within him. All he desired was to live. What fault lay with him? Why was he the one ensnared in this calamity? Lin Yuan clearly discerned Mu Chenyi's unusual demeanor. Her face was etched with concern, especially upon witnessing the fierce glint in his eyes, causing her heart to tremble. Had he foreseen something ominous once again? Outside, snowflakes danced through the air, expending their essence to cast a veil of chill upon the world. Yet, regardless of the warmth enveloping the room, Mu Chenyi's heart remained icy. All he needed was for the cooling period of the judgment scale to conclude, after which he would inquire if the next apocalypse he would participate in was of the world-ending caliber. As noon approached, the wind and snow outside intensified. During lunchtime, a teacher knocked on their door, seeking to borrow food. However, Lin Yuan firmly declined, explaining that their own provisions were insufficient. Even when the teacher expressed indignation, asserting they could purchase it, Lin Yuan remained resolute. After all, in this era of apocalypse, currency held no value. Should they lend food once, it would signal to others that they possessed ample supplies. In these dire times, a heart of compassion was utterly unwise. After dismissing the teacher, Lin Yuan returned to her seat beside him, her expression troubled. This was merely the first request, but certainly not the last. If more teachers come seeking sustenance, I shall have to resort to special measures. What special measures? Mu Chenyi inquired. Lin Yuan's tone turned cold. Eliminate them. After all, they are merely NPCs. And their demise would not affect reality, where they continue to exist. Mu Chenyi, a ruthless individual, yet he admired that. Very well, I shall entrust my safety to you. He exhaled deeply. The probability of his demise within the frozen global instance was equal to his chances of survival in the next scenario. For the time being, he felt little pressure. In this instance, The malevolence of humanity might well surpass the tribulations wrought by natural disasters. Moreover, should the military of the nations fail to manage this calamity, the last vestige of faith among the populace would crumble, leading to a complete societal breakdown. But that was not the present reality. The earlier request for food was merely the beginning. At noon, he and Lin Yuan savored a delightful lunch together. By the afternoon, upon switching on the television, only a single channel remained. Local broadcasts had ceased, leaving only the central station. The hosts on the channel are still diligently working. However, for reasons unknown, perhaps to conserve energy, the presenters within the station have donned thick down jackets, laboriously reading their scripts. Currently, the People's Army has commenced its deployment, and it is anticipated that tomorrow, the troops will arrive in the following cities. Mu Qianyi glanced at the screen and noted that Ganshui City would not receive supply support until the day after tomorrow. The harsh winds and heavy snow have rendered aircraft and trains utterly non-viable for operation. The only means of transporting supplies remains human effort, and solely the military of Huaxia can undertake this task. The channel broadcasted footage of the troops transporting supplies, revealing a group of soldiers dressed in military coats, trudging through the snow with heavy packs on their backs. Chapter 77. The Source of the Apocalypse? Not participating. Upon witnessing the images on the television, Mu Qianyi could not help but feel a surge of respect. This embodies the faith of all Huaxia people. However, he is acutely aware that this apocalypse cannot persist indefinitely. Even the valiant Huaxia army cannot endure in such brutal conditions. Furthermore, all societal functions are at a standstill, leading to an acute scarcity of resources. Even if the soldiers possess unwavering resolve, the desperately needed supplies will not last. This apocalypse is an unsolvable predicament, destined to favor only those players who, forewarned, have adequately prepared their provisions for a comfortable existence. That evening, yet another individual came to their home seeking grain, only to be rebuffed by Lin Yuan once more. The borrower's demeanor shifted, and after hurling a few choice insults at Lin Yuan, he departed. Lin Yuan's expression darkened as she clenched her fists, yet she refrained from resorting to violence. It is not yet time for such actions. Patience is required. Meanwhile, Mu Qianyi perused the class group chat and observed numerous requests for grain from his peers. He even noticed that a particularly sycophantic roommate of his, braving the frigid weather, ventured to the female dormitory to deliver food to his goddess. Seeing this, he merely shook his head and chuckled for a moment. Everyone has their own choices. As long as they refrain from seeking him out, he is content. Perhaps he might show some concern for a real person, given their 2 years of camaraderie as roommates. But as for the NPCs within the game's dungeons, he wished they would stay far away. Time swiftly progressed to the third day. Mu Qianyi, as per his routine, savored a delightful, nutritious breakfast before reclining on the sofa, watching the news on television. He learned that the army had successfully delivered supplies to the cities listed in the initial batch, significantly alleviating the dire circumstances within those urban areas. Yet, given the vast population of Huaxia, the immense resources procured at the cost of soldiers' lives are unlikely to sustain for long. Nonetheless, this news instilled a flicker of hope for countless individuals. As Mu Qianyi continued to watch the broadcast, a notification chimed. Ding. The cooldown period for the judgment scale has concluded. The system promptly relayed this information to him. After a moment of silence, Mu Qianyi prepared himself. He was on the verge of discovering the true outcome. Activate the judgment scale. Once again, a balance appeared in his mind, half angel and half demon. He silently inquired, what is the probability of my next dungeon being an apocalyptic disaster of cataclysmic proportions? This time, the balance did not activate as it typically would. Instead, it remained silent for an extended period. Just as Mu Qianyi thought that this peculiar line of questioning had ceased to be effective, the balance stirred. The side of the little demon soared to the pinnacle, while the side of the little angel plummeted to the nadir. The probability of the impending cataclysmic dungeon was now nearly 100%. The most severe apocalypse, a cataclysm that had only occurred twice in human history, was imminent. Ding. The content of this detection was deemed excessively extraordinary. The judgment balance will be suspended for this apocalypse, resuming normal function only in the next dungeon. Behold, it has been deemed extraordinary. The judgment balance is rendered unusable. Mu Qianyi's eyelid twitched. Well, now he knew his fate. He had merely 3 months and a few days left to live. He lay on his bed, feeling a profound sense of despair. It was over. When Lin Yuan emerged from washing the dishes, she found Mu Qianyi sprawled on the sofa, lounging in a relaxed manner. Mr. Mu? She blinked, puzzled by his apparent despondency. Mu Qianyi lethargically uttered, whatever will be, the mouse is about to perish. Mr. Mu, what troubles you? Lin Yuan inquired with genuine concern. Nothing much. I simply wish to give up on life. Mu Chenyi replied, his expression devoid of hope. Lin Yuan. Ding ding. At that moment, Mu Chenyi's phone emitted an unusual ringtone. This particular tone only sounded when Murong Shiner sent him a message. He glanced at his phone and saw a message from her. Mr. Mu, we have located the source of this dungeon's apocalypse. Would you like to join us? Initially, he had no desire to engage. A minor catastrophe could be dealt with at leisure. However, a sudden realization struck him, and he bolted upright. No, he could not unravel the source of this apocalypse just yet. He immediately dialed Murong Shiner. Seconds later, she answered the call. Mu Chenyi, are you coming? Do not go. You all must refrain from pursuing that apocalyptic source. Mu Chenyi insisted. The situation is rather intricate. You may be able to decipher the source in 2 months. He had just recalled that the cooldown period for his Death Eye ability was 30 days, equating to 1 month. In this dungeon, he could use the Death Eye a maximum of 3 times. Having already employed it once, he had 2 opportunities remaining. Moreover, his Death Eye revealed visions of his next demise, and based on the 2 prior visions, he foresaw his death occurring in the forthcoming dungeon during that cataclysmic apocalypse. If possible, he hopes to witness the remaining 2 scenes of the Eye of Death in this dungeon. If Murong Shiner and her team manage to decipher the source of this apocalypse prematurely, what is there left to see? Mu Chenyi. Although this apocalypse is merely of disaster level, it is global in scope. Unraveling the source of this calamity would yield substantial rewards. If we do not act swiftly, players from other countries will. Murong Shiner. Mu Chenyi spoke with gravity, revealing that his recent skill had unveiled unsettling news. What news? Murong Shiner's tone turned serious upon hearing this. Brace yourself. Speak freely. I have endured much. Have you ever faced an apocalyptic event of world-ending proportions? Certainly, what apocalypse? Murong Shiner hesitated, and then incredulity seeped into her voice from the other end of the line. Did you just say a world-ending apocalypse? Hearing her astonishment lightened Mu Chenyi's mood slightly. He articulated each word deliberately. I foresee that the next apocalypse will be of world-ending magnitude. Like a thunderclap. Silence. Murong Shiner fell silent for a long while. Minutes passed, and just as Mu Chenyi began to think the signal had faltered, Murong Shiner's trembling voice emerged. Are you certain? I wish it were false. Mu Chenyi sighed with a bitter smile. However, the level of the next dungeon is indeed confirmed to be world-ending, and I have glimpsed 2 scenes from the next dungeon. Yet even so, I remain perplexed about the theme of the forthcoming apocalyptic dungeon. Chapter 78. Murong Shiner prepares to visit. This is the most terrifying aspect. Mu Chenyi has invoked the Eye of Death twice, yet he is still oblivious to the theme of that world-ending apocalypse dungeon. In the first vision, he was slain by a man, and in the second, he met his demise in a foul sewer at the hands of the same individual. It seems these 2 men are one and the same. He was killed by the same person? The very notion of being murdered is peculiar, for it signifies that his death was not due to a natural disaster, but rather human malice. Could it be that this world-ending apocalypse is not a natural calamity, but a man-made catastrophe? I understand now. I will come to find you immediately. By the way, could you tell me why we should refrain from unraveling this apocalypse just yet? Murong Shiner inquired. Mu Chenyi informed her of the cooldown period for his prophetic ability. After receiving this information, Murong Shiner replied, Very well, I will tend to my affairs here and expect to reach you in 2 days. Please ensure your safety during this time. The 2 conversed a while longer before Murong Shiner hung up. After the call ended, Mu Chenyi lifted his gaze to find Lin Yuan, who was covering her mouth, staring at him in shock. Mr. Mu, is it true that the level of the next apocalypse is indeed world-ending? Lin Yuan dared to voice her thoughts only after he hung up the phone. Yet her trembling tone betrayed her profound fear. Yes. Mu Chenyi nodded. Then, what shall we do? Lin Yuan's expression grew frantic. The arrival of an apocalyptic event signified far more than a mere resurrection coin. It represented the grim possibility of a cataclysm descending into reality. Should all players perish within this apocalyptic scenario, the end would indeed manifest in the real world. That would be the true apocalypse, not merely the trivial disturbances of the current instance themed frozen global. The phrase apocalyptic event served as the gravest intimidation for all players. Upon hearing Mu Chenyi's affirmation, Lin Yuan's complexion turned ashen. In truth, I have already formulated some ideas. There's no need for you to be overly concerned, he reassured her, recalling how he had been treated like royalty by her in recent days. You have a plan? Lin Yuan's face regained some color as she gazed at Mu Chenyi with hopeful anticipation. Indeed, I've been contemplating this matter for the past few days. Although the next instance is an apocalyptic event, it differs from the previous instance, Moonfall, which offered no glimmer of hope, Mu Chenyi explained. In truth, he was uncertain about the presence of hope. After all, In the two visions he had witnessed, survival lasted no longer than 2 minutes. Hearing Mu Qinyu's words, Lin Yuan felt a flicker of solace within her heart. She looked at Mu Qinyu's cheek and nearly forgot that he was the sole individual capable of deciphering the apocalypse. What others could not accomplish did not imply that Mu Qinyu was incapable. Although Mu Qinyu wished to express, "I truly cannot accomplish that either." "Very well, Mr. Mu. I place my trust in you." She suppressed her inner unease and prepared to turn towards the kitchen. "What would you like for lunch? I will prepare a meal for you." "I desire ribs." Mu Qinyu replied without a hint of hesitation. Lin Yuan proceeded to the kitchen. At this very moment, far away on an island in Europe, Morong Shiner gazed at a massive crater formed by a fallen meteorite, gradually lowering her phone. Surrounding her were a group of workers burdened with various mechanical packages. "Everyone, cease your work." After ending her call, she raised her hand to halt their actions. "Change of plans. We shall no longer explore. Seal off this area. If players from other nations appear here, detain them," she commanded. Upon hearing Morong Shiner's orders, the onlookers wore expressions of confusion. What did this mean? They had spent several days uncovering that a meteorite's descent had plunged the world into extreme cold, overcoming numerous challenges to finally locate the source of the apocalypse, only for the director to instruct them to halt. Many turned their gazes toward Deputy Director Lai Wenji. In the past, whenever Director Morong made an incomprehensible decision, the staff would refrain from questioning him directly and instead turn to the more approachable Deputy Director Lai Wenji. At this moment, Lai Wenji too found himself perplexed by Morong Shiner's decision, prompting him to step forward and inquire, "Director, what prompted such a decision? It took us considerable effort to arrive here." Upon recognizing that it was Lai Wenji who posed the question, Morong Shiner's icy demeanor softened slightly. She lowered her voice to a whisper, audible only to him, and said, "A certain individual has foretold an alarming prophecy, and I must make a trip to Ganshui City." Upon hearing the mention of a prophecy, Lai Wenji's mind immediately conjured the image of the formidable figure who had recently unraveled an apocalyptic threat. What did he predict? He asked, equally quietly. Morong Shiner's eyes flickered as she considered the possibility of eavesdroppers among their ranks. She retrieved her phone and typed a message. Lai Wenji glanced over and was taken aback by the small text displayed. "The next apocalyptic instance is of world-ending magnitude." At the sight of those words, Lai Wenji's pupils constricted in shock. The next apocalyptic scenario would indeed be of such catastrophic scale? Even a man of his extensive experience felt a wave of fear wash over him upon receiving this news. His voice trembled as he asked, "Is this true? Has his prophecy faltered? Is that your only concern?" Morong Shiner countered. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Lai Wenji appeared to age several years in an instant. "Do you know the theme of the next apocalypse?" he inquired. "Uncertain. I need to verify the details of his prophecy," Morong Shiner replied. She had another plan in mind for this return, to safeguard Mu Chani, ensuring he could safely predict the remaining 2 prophecies and acquire more information regarding the forthcoming world-ending apocalypse. "Director Lai, I entrust the forthcoming period to you. Remain vigilant here. For at least the next 2 months, we cannot allow the source of this apocalypse to be compromised," she stated with grave seriousness. After uttering these words, she felt a twinge of strangeness. It was her first time assigning a task that involved safeguarding the source of an apocalypse. "Understood," Lai Wenji readily agreed. "Should players from other countries arrive, you may inform them about the impending apocalypse, allowing them to prepare in advance. I will promptly relay any information I receive." Morong Shiner said, concerned that once she departed, Lai Wenji and the others might struggle to maintain control over the area. "What if they inquire further?" Lai Wenji questioned. "They will believe it," Morong Shiner asserted with conviction. Chapter 79. Power outage. The revelation of the world-ending apocalypse instilled an acute sense of urgency within the hearts of all players. The survival rate during an apocalyptic event is essentially 0. Thus, once all players perish within it, reality will inevitably succumb to this doom. However, it seems that during humanity's first encounter with such an apocalypse, no one survived. Previously, he had heard the term corrupted earth prophecy from Morong Shiner, which is connected to the first cataclysmic event. Deputy Director Lai Wenji informed him that this apocalyptic event has indeed arrived. It remains unclear how it has come to pass, as there have been no significant global occurrences recently. The 2 notable events are the discharge of nuclear wastewater by the nation of the rising sun, and perhaps global warming. Additionally, the lunar cataclysm requires no deliberation. Starting off with a moon crashing directly upon one's head leaves little room for play. One would perish instantly. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the room was tapped again. Mu Chini peered through the peephole and saw a male professor dressed in a down jacket standing outside. The professor, Lu Zhilin, was the vice dean of their academy. At that moment, Lu Zhilin was huddling and rubbing his hands together at the door. Upon seeing the visitor, Muchini's eyes flickered. He shared a bit of animosity with this individual, yet soon realized that the other was there to borrow food. Lu Jilin had already come yesterday for the same reason, but Lin Yuan had turned him down. Why was he back today? Who is it? Lin Yuan emerged from her room, her face adorned with a mask. I'll handle this. Muchini opened the door. Lu Jilin visibly froze for a moment upon seeing Muchini. Why was it this guy? He had expected Lin Yuan to answer the door. Professor Lu, what brings you here? Muchini inquired with a somewhat sardonic smile. Upon realizing it was Muchini, Lu Jilin's pitiful demeanor shifted, and he straightened his back. Adjusting his glasses, he presented a courteous smile. Ah, it's you, Mu. I am here to see Teacher Lin. Is she at home? Isn't that obvious? On such a frigid day, would she be anywhere but home? I'm sorry, Professor Lu, but Teacher Lin is unwell and resting in her room. If you have something to convey, I can relay it for you. A disingenuous smile graced Muchini's face. Who among us is not capable of feigning politeness? Upon hearing this blatant dismissal, Lu Jilin's expression faltered slightly. Yet, a flicker of indignation surged within him. As the vice dean, could he not handle a mere student from his own academy? He straightened his expression and feigned seriousness. I have an urgent matter to discuss with Teacher Lin. You should let her come out. However, Muchini regarded him with a now stern expression, the smile fading from his face. Professor Lu, I've stated that Teacher Lin is unwell and resting. It would be rather inappropriate for you to disturb her, wouldn't it? Mu, didn't you fail a course during your freshman year? Lu Jilin seethed with internal fury, yet his expression bore a cold smirk. You wouldn't want your credits to fall short, would you? Perhaps a year of retaking classes in your senior year? Muchini, however, soon found himself laughing in anger. The very teacher who had failed him in his freshman year was none other than Lu Jilin. He had scored a commendable 80 on the exam. Yet the instructor had still marked him as failed. Who would believe that one could fail a subject after achieving an 80 on the exam paper? Lu had awarded him not a single point for his participation. This was solely due to an incident in class when Lu, amidst his lecturing, interjected with his personal grievances, vehemently criticizing national policies in front of the entire class, praising Western nations, and declaring that if given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly relocate abroad. How could Muchini tolerate such hypocrisy from someone who bites the hand that feeds him? He could hardly fathom how a person of such questionable character could hold a position as a university lecturer. Thus, he rose in defiance, shaming Lu before their peers. This confrontation led Lu to harbor a grudge against him, culminating in Mu's failure in the final exam. Reflecting on this, Mu felt a surge of indignation. Could he truly be intimidated by a mere game instance? Moreover, it remained uncertain whether he would even reach his senior year. With this thought, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Lu's face. The crisp sound echoed throughout the corridor, enhanced by his exceptional combat skills. Mu's strike left Lu's face swollen. Lu stood frozen, clutching his face, utterly taken aback that this student dared to strike him. Did the student not care about his graduation? Get lost. Muchini glared at him coldly. Lu, rubbing his face and shaking his sleeve, fixed a fierce gaze upon Mu, spitting out his words with venom. If you want me to leave, I shall. With that, he turned on his heel and departed, not glancing back, as though resolved in his decision. Before long, Lu's figure vanished from the corridor. Muchini stared at the scene in a daze. But soon a flicker of caution crossed his eyes. A barking dog does not bite. Lu Jilin was far more cunning than he had anticipated. From what Mu understood, Lu was certainly not one to let matters rest easily. Very well, let the chips fall where they may, he mused. After all, Lu was merely an NPC within this instance and should not pose a significant threat. As noon approached, the first batch of supplies arrived at Ganshui University. Each student received a few boxes of compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of mineral water, but that was the extent of it. Nevertheless, Mu sensed that such supplies would not last long. Perhaps, before too long, they would cease altogether. Yet, despite this, the current allocation of resources alleviated considerable pressure for many at the university. Students who have not hoarded supplies have nearly exhausted their provisions. The air conditioning units in every dormitory have been incessantly running at the highest setting. Nevertheless, the temperature remains chillingly low. Many students are left to huddle in their beds, relying solely on their body heat to ward off the cold. Every day, Muchini observes his class group discussing this predicament, with the most fervent topic being when this heavy snowfall will finally cease. This unexpected snowstorm has profoundly shocked the local residents of the South. Have you never seen snow? Well, take a good look and enjoy it to the fullest. However, what Muchini did not anticipate was that this lively atmosphere would shift on the 4th day. On the following morning, after savoring a steaming, nutritious breakfast, he noticed the room was unlit and approached the switch, preparing to turn on the light. Don't turn it on. Lin Yuan called out from the kitchen doorway. What's wrong? Muchini paused his actions. The power is out. When I woke up this morning, everything outside was pitch black, so I had to secretly connect to the generator, Lin Yuan explained. They had purchased a generator in advance, ensuring the outage would not affect them. However, illuminating their space would only serve to announce to everyone that they had power while others did not. Thus, Lin Yuan could only use the electricity discreetly. Is the power really out? Muchini was taken aback by the news. Realizing why he felt something was amiss upon waking, the darkness outside revealed that the dormitory buildings were devoid of lights. All right, if there is no power, then so be it. Muchini retrieved his phone, finding that the network was still functional. Meanwhile, the members of his class group were actively discussing the blackout. Since the power had only just gone out, their phones still had some battery life remaining. The news reported that certain areas were experiencing a severe power shortage, necessitating the outages. However, power would be briefly restored for charging phones and boiling water every day from 12 to 12:30 p.m. and 6 to 6:30 p.m. This information flashed across the group chat. For the moment, the network remained stable. Should it falter, humanity might regress to a primitive state. While Muchini was engrossed in various online comments, a friend request notification suddenly appeared. Upon seeing the profile picture, his hand nearly faltered, almost dropping his phone. The image was unmistakably familiar. For 2 years in college, he had longed for a message from the person behind it. The owner of this avatar was none other than Su Qianran, the girl whose rejection 2 weeks prior had earned him the nickname Star Brother, and the one who had captured his heart so fully for 2 years. His roommates often called him a simp, but he viewed it as love. Until now, he realized that his roommate was indeed correct. After experiencing numerous life and death situations and witnessing an increasing array of events, his perspective had matured significantly. He was no longer the desperate sycophant he once was. Upon seeing the friend request from the other party, his initial impulse was to delete it. However, as his finger hovered over the screen, he inadvertently accepted the request instead, with a resounding slap to his own face. He muttered a refusal while his body betrayed him with an honest reaction. Moments after he accepted, a message from Su Qianran arrived. Su Qianran, are you still at school? Muchini, yes, what is the matter? Su Qianran, well, when Lu Luming came over previously, he mentioned that you had stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies. I was wondering if you could lend us some food. Rest assured, we are willing to pay for it. We wouldn't ask for it without compensation. If you prefer not to accept money, we can treat you to a meal after this snow disaster is over. Muchini stared at the abundance of words, somewhat taken aback. Having known each other for 2 years, this was the first time Su Qianran had sent him such a lengthy message. In the past, he would have eagerly offered his stockpiled food, personally delivering it to the girls' dormitory. But now, he could only chuckle at the thought. Besides, it was Su Qianran's roommate who had divulged his stockpiling to her. Lu Luming, his roommate, generally maintained a good relationship with him. It was unlikely that he intended to betray him with such information. Perhaps Lu Luming was hoping to use this situation to bring him and Su Qianran closer together. After all, having witnessed their 2-year saga of unrequited affection, Lu Luming surely didn't want to squander the faint opportunity for his brother's love, which had yet to even begin. After contemplating for a while, he typed a response. I'm sorry, but my food supplies are running low as well. You might want to seek assistance elsewhere. He bore no animosity toward her. Although his efforts had not swayed her, they had certainly touched himself. To claim he felt no resentment would be disingenuous. However, it was equally true that she had bestowed no favors upon him. Frankly speaking, he had never even held her hand. Now, with disaster looming, why should he be obliged to assist her? Moreover, once the act of lending food commenced, it would likely lead to countless further requests. Clearly, Su Qianran did not anticipate his immediate rejection, as there was a pause in her response. After a while, she replied, all right then, sorry to bother you. Muchini, no problem. After exchanging those words, silence enveloped them once more. Su Qianran did not inquire why he had chosen to delete her previously. After all, to her, Muchini had always been an inconsequential presence. Even upon hearing that he had found a beautiful and knowledgeable girlfriend with whom he was living, she remained indifferent. After all, how could someone who is inherently indifferent stir any waves within her heart? Muchini also recognized this, feeling a surge of frustration welling up inside him. How utterly despicable I am. The self-indulgence of the past 2 years left him particularly disheartened. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, and a gust of cold wind rushed into the room, causing Muchini to shiver instantly. What on earth is happening? Lin Yuan, concerned for Muchini's safety, rushed out of the room at once. Upon seeing the figure at the doorway, a joyful expression graced her face. Director, you've arrived. Hearing Lin Yuan's voice, Muchini immediately turned to look. A stunning woman, with delicate snowflakes adorning her hair, was brushing off the accumulated snow from her clothes as she stepped inside. Her charming face wore a frosty demeanor, and tiny snowflakes clung to her long eyelashes, making her appear as if she had emerged from a frigid wonderland. She possessed a tall and curvaceous figure, and if one were to overlook her 5-centimeter heels, this extraordinarily beautiful woman was none other than Murong Shiner, the director of the End Times Management Bureau. Less than 2 days after their phone call, she had returned from distant Europe, braving such inclement weather. If this were to be penned as a novel, it would surely become a heartwarming tale of love. Murong Shiner's earlobes were flushed from the cold, yet she exhibited no signs of shivering, seemingly unfazed by the chill. "Director Murong, why did you break the door?" Muchini approached, touching the damaged door with a twitch of his eye. "I can fix it," Lin Yuan exclaimed hurriedly. Director Murong must have her reasons for doing so. Muchini glanced helplessly at Lin Yuan, realizing that she had spoiled Murong Shiner. Unperturbed, Murong Shiner strode into the room, her snow boots crunching on the ground as she looked around. "Muchini, where's your room?" He pointed to the innermost room. Without hesitation, Murong Shiner grasped his arm and led him inside, stating, "We need to talk in there. Lin Yuan, remember to fix the door." With that, she pulled Muchini toward the far room, her urgency suggesting something more than a mere discussion. "Hey, don't you have a disdain for men? Don't speak." Bang! The door slammed shut, cutting off Muchini's voice. Watching this unfold before her, Lin Yuan stood in a daze. How has Director Murong transformed into this? Chapter 81. Special side quest. In a certain room within the faculty apartment of Ganshui University, Muchini's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Just moments ago, after Murong Shiner had pulled him into the room, she began to remove her clothing. Beneath the weighty coat of the other party lies a form-fitting ensemble that accentuates her figure, complemented by her angelic and breathtaking beauty. Which innocent young man could possibly withstand such temptation? During the forthcoming period, I shall remain by your side. Reveal to me all the visions you have foretold. As Murong Shiner swiftly shed her attire until only her undergarments remained, Muchini averted his gaze in trepidation. "All done." Murong Shiner's voice resonated, and when Muchini turned back, he found her clad in a loose and comfortable home outfit. The tight-fitting garments and heavy coat she had discarded were already secured within her spatial wristband. Upon witnessing this, Muchini felt a pang of disappointment while simultaneously exhaling in relief. "I, too, cannot elucidate the contents of those 2 death visions. At one point, I even believed I had been murdered." Turning to matters of substance, he adopted a serious demeanor. "Previously, you mentioned that you had foreseen your demise at the hands of a man. I will provide you with the roster of personnel from the Apocalypse Management Bureau of Huaxia, as well as a list of all players within Huaxia. Have you gleaned any insights?" Murong Shiner extracted a writing desk and positioned it opposite Muchini's bed, taking a seat on the chair while her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon him. "I have not gained any insights. I have not identified this individual at all," Muchini replied, shaking his head. During this period, he had scoured numerous lists, yet none of the descriptions or photographs of players bore any resemblance to the man who had taken his life. Thus, it is highly probable that this man does not exist in reality. Or, even if he does, he may not be a player within the Apocalypse Descending game. Muchini recounted the details of the 2 death reenactments to Murong Shiner, who diligently recorded them with pen and paper drawn from her spatial wristband. Once she concluded her notes, Murong Shiner raised her gaze and inquired, "The locations you foresaw in these 2 instances are distinct, correct?" Muchini squinted in recollection before responding. "Indeed, they are quite different. The first occurrence transpired beside a street. Although my view was limited, it was still along the city's thoroughfare. The second instance, however, unfolded within a filthy drainage ditch. While it, too, was in the city, it was clearly set against a different backdrop. Based on his physical sensations during those moments, it seemed that his legs were incapacitated and he was rendered mute, coupled with the apparent identity of a beggar. It truly marked the nadir of his existence." After absorbing Muchini's explanation, Murong Shiner fell into contemplation, her pen tapping rhythmically against the notebook as she grappled with her thoughts. This world-ending level instance differs significantly from the previous Moonfall scenario. It is likely a special instance. Murong Shiner ceased her pen tapping. "A special instance?" Muchini inquired, puzzled. "Indeed." Murong Shiner elucidated, "Special instances typically impose restrictions on most skills and items possessed by players. Consequently, special instances often feature particularly unique content. After the commencement of the apocalyptic dungeon, numerous special instances have emerged. It has merely been 7 months since the last highest-tier event, classified as the Cataclysmic Apocalypse. At this juncture, Murong Xiner inscribed a few characters on the paper, Death Train. The phrase piqued Muchini's curiosity as he scrutinized the small script. Murong Xiner nodded, elucidating. "This refers to a special instance of cataclysmic level from 7 months ago. During that event, all players who entered the Death Train were prohibited from utilizing any skills or items, with the exception of prophetic abilities. In this dungeon known as the Death Train, all players were confined within a compartment reminiscent of a high-speed train. Each individual occupied 2 seats, yet this did not imply that they could sit comfortably across both. Rather, beside each player sat an entity that was intangible yet visible and audible. These entities would strive to attract your attention, and the moment you displayed any acknowledgement of their presence, they would consume you whole. Is it truly that challenging? Muchini felt a chill run down his spine. To endure an entire week beside an unseen yet perceptible entity while feigning ignorance of its existence seemed an insurmountable task. The methods of demise among players were varied and peculiar. Many would awaken to find themselves startled by an entity encroaching upon their face, leading to their exposure. Others, returning from the restroom, found an entity occupying both seats, leaving them uncertain where to sit. Some players attempted to sit beside the entity, but were startled into revealing themselves by the entity's deliberate shrieks. In summary, the myriad ways of exposure resulted in an alarmingly high mortality rate during this cataclysmic apocalypse. Ultimately, no player could unravel the source of the apocalypse. And aside from prophetic players, all others lost their skills, rendering them akin to ordinary individuals. Consequently, many players met their untimely end, filled with regret. Murong Xinur recounted the grim circumstances within the Death Train. Upon hearing her description, Muchini reflected on his own previous experiences of death replay. In those recollections, it seemed that the future body indeed could not employ any skills. Not only were skills inaccessible, but the future body appeared crippled, rendered voiceless. What about the last special instance? He inquired. I mean one that was not of cataclysmic level. The last special instance? Murong Xinur pondered for a moment before replying. It was a game called Cupid's Werewolf, a 12-player werewolf game. Werewolf. Muchini felt a sharp twitch at the corner of his eye. What kind of apocalyptic instance is this? In this game, 12 players are divided into groups, and due to Cupid's Werewolf killing mode featuring a third-party element, the 12 players are split into 3 factions. Murong Xinur elucidated. Through a game of werewolf, if one faction emerges victorious, all players from the other 2 factions perish. Since the mortality rate of this game does not reach that of a catastrophic apocalypse, it is classified as a disaster-level apocalypse. Chapter 82. The Audacious Lu Zhiling. Murong Xinur continued. Similarly, this instance of Cupid's Werewolf is a special instance, where all players are forbidden from using any skills or items. Naturally, prophetic skills remain permissible. When encountering a special instance, the advantage of prophetic skills is exceedingly significant, particularly in a werewolf game. If the prophetic player belongs to the good faction, with 2 prophets in the good camp, how can the werewolves prevail? Conversely, if the prophetic player is a werewolf, the werewolf faction can discern who the divine roles are, granting an immense advantage to the werewolves on the hunt. If a particularly potent prophetic skill is employed, one may directly expose 4 werewolves in the first round. The werewolf faction would be eliminated on the spot. The influence of prophetic players in special instances is profoundly disproportionate. Moreover, if the next world-ending apocalypse is also a special instance, then among the entirety of Blue Star, the player most likely to survive would be Muchini, who possesses an SSS-level prophetic skill. Muchini seemed to grasp this concern as he lifted his gaze and met Murong Xinur's eyes for a brief moment. Murong Xinur lowered her head once more and softly implored, Muchini, you must survive the next apocalypse. That is a world-ending apocalypse. The mere thought of the despair felt during Lunar Fall left her devoid of confidence. She sensed that she, too, would likely not survive the forthcoming world-ending apocalypse. Seeing the hopeful light in Murong Xinur's eyes, Muchini could only manage a wry smile. He must exert every effort to survive. Of course, should he receive revival coins as a reward upon the conclusion of this apocalypse, it would be a different matter. If, during this global freezing-themed apocalypse, he still does not receive revival coins, then he will have to fight valiantly in the next world-ending instance. With a precipice behind him, he could only advance. Subsequently, he and Murong Xinur exchanged further insights regarding special instances. Murong Xinur shared numerous narratives about special instances. However, most special instances share a common feature. They strip players of their skills and render their real-world connections unusable. Due to their points, players are predominantly affluent individuals, wielding considerable advantages in human society. However, within the confines of special instances, such advantages dissipate entirely. Take for instance Murong Xinur. Despite her significant influence across the entirety of Huaxia, within the special instance, be it the Death Train or Cupid Werewolf, her advantages hold no weight, and she must engage in the game like any ordinary player, devoid of any skills. Should the next instance reflect an apocalyptic scenario, It could very well be humanity's inaugural encounter with a world-ending special instance. A typical apocalyptic event evokes a profound sense of despair. One must ponder, what would a special instance of such magnitude entail? Comparatively, the challenge of overcoming it would surely be insurmountable. As the two conversed until midday, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Mu Qinyu decisively rose and exited the room. Lin Yuan had prepared a meal, and it would be absurd to remain there discussing their demise instead of partaking in the feast. Upon leaving the room, Mu Qinyu noticed that the apartment's main door had been repaired. Realizing this, he cast a glance at Lin Yuan, pondering whether she possessed a skill to mend doors. His gaze then shifted to the lavish spread on the dining table. Perhaps due to Murong Shiner's presence, Lin Yuan had prepared an extravagant meal of 8 dishes and a soup. Each dish appeared exceptionally appetizing, exuding delightful aromas and boasting vibrant colors. He could hardly contain his eagerness as he sat at the table, picked up his chopsticks, and began to savor the food meticulously. Murong Shiner emerged shortly after, taking a seat beside him and serving herself a bowl of chicken soup. Noticing Lin Yuan standing nearby, Mu Qinyu beckoned her, inviting, "Come join us for a meal." Just as Lin Yuan was about to take a seat, a loud banging on the door erupted from outside. Bang, bang, bang. The individuals outside seemed to be exerting all their strength to pound on the door. "Mu Qinyu, open the door this instant," came Lu Zhiling's furious voice from beyond the threshold. Accompanied by the sound of heavy objects striking the door, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with resignation. The newly repaired door. Mu Qinyu set down his chopsticks and approached the entrance, peering through the peephole. He spotted 5 or 6 male teachers from their academy standing outside. Leading them was none other than Lu Zhiling, his face magnified in the peephole, nearly filling the lens. Creak. Mu Qinyu swung the door open. Lu Zhiling stumbled forward, landing at his feet in an undignified position. Looking down at Lu Zhiling from his elevated stance, he teased, "Lu Laosher, how is it that you stumble while walking? Have you perhaps been up to no good, leaving your legs weak?" Lu Zhiling rose to his feet in a somewhat disheveled manner, his face contorted with fury as he prepared to unleash a torrent of invective. However, a fleeting glance caught his eye, and he was abruptly drawn to the exquisite woman seated at the dining table behind Mu Qinyu, elegantly sipping chicken soup. What a stunning beauty! A glimmer of avarice flickered in his gaze. Over the years, he had exploited his position to indulge in countless affairs with female students. Yet none compared to this paragon of allure. Soon, however, jealousy surged within him, overwhelming his thoughts. How dare Mu Qinyu attract such attention? It was one thing for that new beauty, Lin Yuan, to be enamored with him, but now another had appeared? Contemplating this, a cunning idea took shape in his mind as he beckoned to the 5 or 6 men he had brought along. "This place is so warm. There must be plenty of resources here. Search. Teacher Lu, are you planning to resort to force?" Mu Qinyu feigned surprise, his tone laced with mockery. "To hell with you. I'll take what I want." Lu Zhiling spat, his words dripping with vulgarity, shedding the pretense he usually maintained at school. In this moment of impending doom, he no longer felt the need to maintain any facade. Meanwhile, the men behind him had also noticed Murong Shiner, and they were instantly captivated by her celestial beauty, gazing at her in awe. After nudging Mu Qinyu, Lu Zhiling strode purposefully towards Murong Shiner, his mouth watering at the sight of her. Murong Shiner sensed his gaze and subtly furrowed her brow. Lin Yuan, sensing an impending threat, quietly retreated a few steps, distancing herself from Lu Zhiling. Even Mu Qinyu regarded Lu Zhiling with astonishment, unable to comprehend the man's reckless bravado. Chapter 83, Must Not Know. "Give you 3 seconds to take your motley crew and leave," Murong Shiner declared coldly. Oh, Lu Zhiling was taken aback. This little beauty had quite the fiery temper. Did she possess some hidden strength? With this thought, he glanced at the 5 burly men behind him. 6 against 3, the odds were in his favor. Bolstered by newfound confidence, he declared, "Little beauty, in this blizzard, the law can't save you." 3. Murong Shiner wiped her mouth, her gaze fixed on Lu Zhiling. 2. Wait. Are you actually counting down? 1. With the countdown complete, a lifeless body was hurled through the doorway, crashing into the group outside. As they beheld the bloodied corpse before them, the men outside were rendered speechless, never having witnessed such brutality. "Eradicate the threat completely, or it will lead to complications," Murong Shiner murmured. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan struck. The air around them compressed instantaneously. Bang! The men outside felt as though their throats were constricted, ultimately succumbing to the loss of breath and collapsing to the ground. Lin Yuan's method of murder was rather gentle, at least not as violent as Murong Shiner's. "I will step out to handle the body." Lin Yuan seemed to have done this numerous times before, skillfully grasping a broom as she exited. This scene made Mu Qinyu's eyes twitch. Several minutes later, Lin Yuan returned. Noticing Mu Qinyu's peculiar gaze, She could not help but softly explain. This is a privilege granted to us. In the apocalyptic instance, if ordinary NPCs threaten our survival, we are permitted to eliminate that threat, though it is illegal in reality. Of course, it is illegal in reality. Murder is a criminal act. However, Mu Qinyu pondered another layer. Was Lin Yuan led astray by Murong Xiner? Or had she always been inclined that way, merely unable to express her true nature in his presence? With such thoughts, he observed the expressions of the two women becoming somewhat peculiar. Let us eat first. He sighed. He initially believed the matter would conclude there, yet unexpectedly. Someone tagged him in a professional group chat that evening. Mu Qinyu, didn't Dean Lu go to your place? Why hasn't he returned yet? Mu Qinyu glanced at the person tagging him, a female teacher who was quite close to Lu Jieling. He chose to ignore her. However, it was evident that she was not inclined to relent easily, as she then tagged Lin Yuan. Instantly, the lively chat in the group fell silent. All eyes fixated on this unfolding drama. Mu Qinyu turned to Lin Yuan, inquiring, Yuan, where did you hide Lu Jieling and the others' bodies? In the public restroom behind the teacher's office building. I tossed them into the cesspit. The snow has probably covered them by now, Lin Yuan replied. In such a snowstorm, the heavy snowfall would swiftly bury the bodies. After lunch, Murong Xiner again pulled Mu Qinyu into the bedroom, where they continued to analyze the peculiarities of the earlier special instance. By the way, Murong Xiner, when do you plan to tell me about the prophecy of the filthy earth? Midway through their conversation, Mu Qinyu suddenly asked. Murong Xiner fell silent. After a moment, she softly replied, I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that for now. Why? Mu Qinyu chuckled in disbelief, perplexed. Is it that if I were to know, Blue Star would explode? I am doing this for your own good. Murong Xiner stated calmly. For my own good? Mu Qinyu narrowed his eyes. Is keeping such an important matter from me your idea of goodwill? Murong Xiner, you must understand, the next instance is going to be a cataclysmic apocalypse. Lives will be lost. If we fail, humanity itself will perish. At that moment, why were you still being so secretive with me? His voice was not suppressed, and even Lin Yuan in the living room could hear it distinctly. Seeing the two argue, Lin Yuan immediately shrank back, curling up on the sofa. Mu Qinyu. Murong Xiner raised her gaze to him and urged, calm down. I cannot remain calm. Mu Qinyu stood up, slamming his hand on the table. I genuinely fail to comprehend why you wish to conceal this matter. Humanity has encountered apocalyptic events twice in history. Must you hide one of them from me? One of these calamities was the fall of the moon, while the other, besides being a curse of time, remained shrouded in mystery for him. He was genuinely anxious now. The next apocalypse would be cataclysmic. Despite possessing the exceedingly rare and globally unique SSS-grade prophetic skill, he felt as vulnerable as an infant when faced with an impending world-ending catastrophe. Lives would be at stake. Anyone who knew their fate would likely not face it with composure. Please, hear me out. Murong Xiner grasped his sleeve and insisted. Sit down and listen attentively to my explanation. Observing the earnestness in her eyes, Mu Qinyu took a deep breath and settled back down. You must have heard Deputy Director Lai Wenji discuss the first apocalyptic event humanity faced, correct? He nodded. Previously, Lai Wenji had informed him that apocalypse had already occurred, with no survivors left. Furthermore, this apocalypse harbored a hidden condition. Murong Xiner looked at him intently and explained. All who are aware of the details of this apocalypse will be targeted by it. Once singled out, their lives are at risk. What? Mu Qinyu expressed mild astonishment. Is that truly the case? Indeed, she continued, bitterness lacing her tone. Now you understand why I have been reluctant for you to learn about this, including myself. Deputy Director Lai has also been marked. All who are privy to the polluted Earth prophecy are under threat. Your current strength is alarmingly insufficient. Should you come to understand this apocalypse, relying solely on Lin Yuan will not suffice to ensure your safety. Despite possessing the most formidable prophetic skill, Mu Qinyu's inherent weakness was undeniable. His only weapon was the dagger of termination, yet its strategic importance outweighed its immediate utility. Using the dagger to kill was akin to wielding a dragon-slaying sword to butcher a chicken. Is this truly the case? Mu Qinyu furrowed his brow, taken aback by the complexity of the first apocalyptic event. Merely being aware of its existence posed a threat to life? Perhaps it was better that he remained uninformed. Chapter 84. The officially lost news. The apocalypse has truly arrived. With Murong Xiner's arrival, their teacher's apartment now housed an additional occupant. Initially, there were only 2 rooms in the apartment, yet Murong Xiner insisted on residing there. Naturally, Lin Yuan relinquished her room for Murong Xiner. She felt too intimidated to share a room with her. Consequently, Mu Qinyu had no choice but to accommodate her, and the two ended up sharing a room. Upon entering, Lin Yuan immediately set up her bedding on the floor, obediently making herself comfortable. Muchi truly lacked the audacity to allow a young lady to sleep on the floor while he reclined on the bed. Consequently, he offered Lin Yuan the comfort of the bed, opting instead for the cold hard ground. Thus, 2 days elapsed. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, the official channels, which had consistently disseminated updates, fell silent. This revelation left many university students in stunned disbelief. If the authorities were mute, could it be that the end had truly arrived? Soon enough, the chat group was inundated with requests for food. However, at this juncture, everyone had come to understand the paramount importance of sustenance. How could anyone possibly lend their provisions to others? Furthermore, Muchi observed within the group that numerous dormitories had descended into chaos over food disputes. Those famished would not concern themselves with niceties. In the throes of hunger, a person is capable of any act. Due to the severe scarcity of resources, many had forsaken their slightly warmer beds, venturing out of their dormitories to gather snow and melt it for water. As time progressed, the number of individuals seeking food grew exponentially. Countless classmates approached Muchi, yet he had to decline, citing his own meager supplies. With the emergence of the first instances of food theft, the situation spiraled out of control. Everyone began frantically seizing the provisions of those around them. Even the closest of roommates turned into adversaries in the heat of the struggle for sustenance. All were university students, and aside from a select few accustomed to stockpiling snacks, most had scant provisions. 7 days into the apocalypse, the authorities had only provided assistance once or twice, and 2/3 of the students had depleted their food supplies. Among the remaining third, very few were willing to share their rations. By this point, such foolishness was rare. With the officials rendered silent, food had become synonymous with survival. On the arrival of the 8th day, an even more frenzied turn of events unfolded, as many resorted to force, breaking into shops, disregarding the store owners who were unable to flee, and commenced a ravenous pillaging of resources. Only after raiding all the food supplies from the school stores did this madness finally subside. Yet, this tranquility was short-lived. By the 10th day, the electricity, which had only flickered intermittently, was extinguished entirely. Henceforth, it seemed that power would be a distant memory. This predicament rendered the once vibrant class group eerily silent. Only a few voices dared to break the stillness, and Muchi discerned that his 3 roommates had also sensed the gravity of the situation. They began to secure the dormitory door, feigning inactivity. However, this was perhaps for the best, as his roommates possessed ample resources and would not come seeking his supplies. Moreover, Murong Shiner had completely settled in, revealing that the Apocalypse Management Bureau had dissuaded several foreign players, including a team from the United States. As various nations came to comprehend that the forthcoming instance was of apocalyptic proportions, their expressions turned grave. The origin of a catastrophic apocalypse, concealed beneath the despair of utter annihilation, remained beyond their grasp. However, upon encountering the nation of the adversary, the players from the Huaxiao Apocalypse Management Bureau could not restrain themselves and swiftly dispatched them back to reality through sheer force. No one from other countries questioned the assertions of the Huaxiao Apocalypse Management Bureau, for on the international stage, Huaxiao stood as the sole entity to publicly proclaim the prophecies of S-rank players to the world. It can be said that players across the globe have benefited from Huaxiao and the venerable Mr. Chang Yaqing. In certain respects, Huaxiao epitomizes authority. Unlike the master senior of the beautiful nation, who demands payment for each prophetic revelation, Mr. Chang Yaqing consistently shares his prophetic insights without charge, given his esteemed reputation. When representatives from other nations heard Huaxiao claim that retaining the source of this globally freezing apocalypse was beneficial, they regarded it as credible. When Huaxiao declared that the next apocalyptic instance would be of world-ending caliber, it was indeed of such magnitude. Furthermore, the personnel from the Huaxiao Apocalypse Management Bureau remained stationed on the European islands, safeguarding the source of the apocalypse from destruction. On the morning of the 11th day, Mu Chani was engrossed in a game on his phone while Lin Yuan sat beside him, watching a short drama previously downloaded on television. Just as he connected 2 matching tiles, a message suddenly popped up. Lin Yuan instinctively glanced in his direction, and fortuitously, Mu Chani's phone screen was facing her, allowing her to discern the name displayed, Su Qianran. Is it this woman? The intrigue in her eyes nearly overflowed. Her brother had previously mentioned this matter to her, and even showed her Mu Chani's moments on social media. He had anticipated that Mu Chani might delete the post the following day, so he had taken a screenshot in advance. When she inquired about it, he promptly retrieved the photo from his phone's gallery. In the image, several empty beer bottles were captured alongside an atmospheric light, accompanied by Mu Chani's melancholic words, "When the clouds disperse, will there be a sky full of stars?" Upon viewing this photo, Lin Yuan was profoundly shocked. Is this truly the same Mu Chani who was once spirited, commanding, and unyielding in the face of disaster. The first in the world to unravel the mysteries of a world-ending apocalypse? This is Mu Chani. How could he have transformed into such a lovesick individual? Thus, she, akin to discovering a new realm, incessantly probed her brother about Mu Chani. Subsequently, Lin Yujia showed no restraint in revealing the 2 years Mu Chani had devoted to pursuing Su Qianran, embellishing the tale for his sister. Upon learning of Mu Chani's illustrious deeds, Lin Yuan felt as though she had discovered an entirely new side of him. Her curiosity regarding the gossip between Mu Chani and Su Qianran was piqued. A fleeting glance revealed Mu Chani adjusting his phone screen to the chat interface, causing her gaze to shift from the television drama to the contents of his device. The narrative unfolding on the screen was merely a fabrication. Nothing could rival the allure of reality. Although she understood that such a peep was morally questionable, she found herself unable to resist the temptation. Suddenly, a message from Su Qianran appeared on the phone screen. Mu Chani, can we chat again? Is there truly no extra food on your end? To which Mu Chani replied, none left, please do not contact me again. A flicker of intrigue crossed Lin Yuan's eyes. Was this a retort from a lovesick admirer? However, she was acutely aware that the NPCs within the game mirrored the nuances of real-life individuals. Indeed, should a snowstorm apocalypse materialize in reality, Su Qianran's words to Mu Chani would echo as if spoken by the genuine Su Qianran herself. As Chapter 85 commenced, Lin Yuan straightened in her seat upon reading another message from Su Qianran. Mu Chani, I sincerely apologize for rejecting your confession in public 2 weeks ago. Upon reflection, while I do not harbor feelings for you, I realize I should not have allowed someone as courageous as you to lose face before so many. My decision at that moment may have been misguided, and I am truly sorry. I do not expect your forgiveness, but I hope you can interact with me as you would with an ordinary classmate, if that is acceptable. Mu Chani stared at the screen, his response delayed. Lin Yuan, witnessing this exchange, felt a sense of foreboding. If spring breezes possess a tender affection for flowers, could a lovesick admirer not be moved? Dear friend, having already tasted the bitterness of unrequited love, must you endure such anguish once more? Yet, Mu Chani did not disappoint her expectations. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, I am treating you as an ordinary classmate, and I'm sorry, but I have little food left to spare. As Lin Yuan read this message, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt a pang of regret for Mu Chani. In this resource-scarce frozen apocalypse, with merely 2 months left until their escape, wouldn't it be reasonable for him to request something from Su Qianran in exchange for food? After all, he had pursued her for 2 years. Was it not time to reclaim some semblance of investment during this dire scenario? Su Qianran, I apologize for the disturbance. Observing the conversation between the two, Lin Yuan smirked, convinced that Su Qianran would soon seek out Mu Chani again. The apocalypse would not conclude, and food would inevitably run out. When Su Qianran found herself hungry, she would once more turn to Mu Chani. But Mu Chani seemed unfazed, continuing to engage with the game interface. Bang! The bedroom door suddenly swung open, revealing Morong Shiner, her hair disheveled, emerging from her room. Upon noticing Mu Chani sprawled on the sofa, she approached him. Observing her disheveled appearance, Mu Chani paused his gaming and straightened up from his reclined position. What do you intend to do? He inquired. I have given it considerable thought over the past few days, Morong Shiner began. Once a special instance is activated, any skills and items, with the exception of prophetic ones, become unusable. Thus, apart from being able to utilize the Eye of Death skill, all your other abilities, including your superior combat techniques and your lethal dagger, will be rendered ineffective. Her gaze was piercing. Even your talent as a master of the cube will vanish. Your enhanced cognitive abilities will diminish, and the physical augmentations you've acquired will dissipate, reverting you to the version of yourself that had not trained for years. Mu Chani retorted, no matter one's background. Upon receiving skills as rewards from the system, individuals can instantly transform into societal elites, but should they lose these skills, they are rendered insignificant. Morong Shiner disregarded his expression and stated earnestly, therefore, let us entertain a hypothetical scenario. In the next cataclysmic instance, you will lose all your capabilities, and you will enter as the ordinary university student you were 2 weeks prior. What are you trying to convey? Mu Chani asked darkly. The enhancements gained from training within the instance will also reflect in reality. Morong Shiner's gaze fixed on him. With less than 80 days remaining until the conclusion of this instance, if you undergo specialized training during this time, I can facilitate a transformative change in you. An ordinary person. What do you mean? A sense of foreboding crept into Mu Chani's heart. For the upcoming period, I will suppress the skills associated with your superior combat techniques and focus on your physical and mental training. Morong Shiner looked at him, her voice soft yet resolute. I shall conduct intensive training with you, Mu Chani exclaimed. I barely have a few days left to live, and you wish to torment me further? Wait. Can I refuse? You cannot. She replied. You must train, and you will assist me. Ah. A few minutes later, anguished cries echoed from Mu Chenyi's room. Mu Rongxiner was not merely speaking. She truly subjected Mu Chenyi to rigorous training. Strength training, speed training, and even the most excruciating flexibility exercises. Mu Chenyi, tormented in his room, was on the verge of succumbing to despair. After the evening session, Mu Rongxiner personally massaged the sore, fatigued muscles of the collapsed Mu Chenyi. Initially, it may be challenging, but it will become easier with time, she reassured him. Will it cease to be painful after a while? Mu Chenyi asked weakly. No. Mu Rongxiner shook her head and remarked, if you persist for a while, you will become accustomed to it and will no longer scream as you do today. Upon hearing her words, Mu Chenyi rolled his eyes in exasperation and buried his head in the blanket. It was uncertain whether Mu Rongxiner had once acquired the skill of massage, but her small hands were surprisingly painful as they pressed against him. The pain was intense, yet it remained within a tolerable range compared to the agony experienced during training. He felt as though his bones were being cracked under her ministrations, a sensation that compelled him to moan involuntarily. An hour later, observing the peacefully slumbering Mu Chenyi, Mu Rongxiner turned to leave the room, wishing Lin Yi good night as she settled on the sofa. Please prepare some bone broth for him. I shall rest for a while as well. She pinched the bridge of her nose, acknowledging that aiding Mu Chenyi in his training had taken a toll on her own stamina. Thus, she wearily returned to Lin Yi's bedroom. Unbeknownst to many, she had previously unraveled a catastrophic source of calamity and acquired an A-grade skill, divine massage technique. This skill encompassed exceptional massage techniques that, when frequently applied to the same individual, could enhance their physical constitution. When she first obtained this ability, she presumed she would never have the opportunity to utilize it. As the head of the Huaxiao Apocalypse Management Bureau, her responsibilities were immense, making the application of such a skill seemingly impossible. Little did she anticipate that after years of tranquility in Huaxia, a player of SSS rank like Mu Chenyi would emerge. In a similar vein, Lin Yi naturally took on the responsibility of caring for Mu Chenyi. In the days that followed, Mu Chenyi underwent rigorous training under Mu Rongxiner's guidance daily, reaping significant benefits. After acquiring top-tier combat techniques, he felt a considerable surge in his strength. The sensation of growing stronger each day became somewhat intoxicating for him. This was not to imply that Mu Chenyi harbored a penchant for masochism. Rather, he relished the gradual empowerment of his body, which was far more gratifying than the immediate boost received from skills. Chapter 86. Miss Su, you wouldn't wish to starve, would you? Time had progressed to the 15th day of the apocalypse. After several days of turmoil, the outside world had descended into chaos. During his training breaks, Mu Chenyi took note of the external environment, which had spiraled into utter madness. The act of seizing food had become a commonplace occurrence, and it seemed as though everyone anticipated their impending demise. The campus was rife with absurdities, with reports of couples found frozen to death outside becoming increasingly frequent. As if foreseeing their own mortality, humanity's primal instincts were unleashed, leading to instances of coercion and aggressive behavior. It is crucial to recognize that this snow disaster had only persisted for a mere 15 days, yet centuries of societal civilization had crumbled in its wake. In this apocalyptic state, survival became arduous, and the authority of societal governance was severely challenged. In an environment where few are willing to uphold their principles, the escalation of crime and violence knows no bounds. This is merely the beginning. Far graver events are destined to unfold. Such a scenario is the norm in most global catastrophes. While Mu Chenyi may harbor some disquiet within, for Lin Yuan and Mu Rongxiner, they have grown numb. Should the offenders from the apocalyptic scenarios be transported back to reality, it is likely that countless individuals would face life imprisonment. This underscores the role of law in our world. However, aside from restraining and preventing crime, the law also emphasizes the socialization of criminal behavior, a notion that many fail to comprehend. The internet is rife with self-proclaimed advocates of justice who, upon witnessing heinous acts reported in the news, invariably declare that this murderer deserves the death penalty, and that the unscrupulous fiend should likewise face execution. In reality, capital punishment is seldom enacted, and even in Western nations, it has been abolished. From the perspective of benevolence, punishment is intended to liberate the heart from guilt. Excessively harsh penalties may not serve as deterrents and could, in fact, yield counterproductive outcomes due to the absence of a mechanism for error. Conversely, executing a criminal can, in some respects, offer a form of liberation and an evasion of guilt for the offender. Public opinion and moral condemnation constitute integral components of a criminal's punishment, and, of course, rehabilitation and atonement are equally essential facets of this process. On the night of the 15th day of the apocalypse, Mu Qianyi lay in his room, groaning in pleasure as Murong Shiner provided him with a massage. Lin Yuan, having long since acclimated to this scenario, sat in the living room, applying a facial mask while engrossed in a short drama on her fully charged phone. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Lin Yuan, phone in hand, made her way to the entrance. Peering through the peephole, she recognized a pitiful-looking girl standing at the door, arms crossed. Su Qianran. Lin Yuan identified the girl instantly. What was she doing here? Had she not given up on Mu Qianyi? She glanced beside Su Qianran to confirm that no one accompanied her. Someone seeking Mu Qianyi at such a sensitive time? A hint of amusement flickered in her eyes. Was this not a case of walking into a trap? No. This was not a den of iniquity. Yet, to guard against any potential hidden threats, she remained cautious and opened the door warily. Evidently unprepared for the door to swing open, Su Qianran instinctively took 2 steps back. Lin Yuan initially disregarded her, instead scanning the corridor for any concealed figures. Upon confirming the absence of hidden individuals, she sighed in relief and turned her gaze towards Su Qianran. Before her stood a petite southern girl, whose diminutive stature belied an admirable physique. With a visage that exuded an air of delicate vulnerability, she was truly a sight to behold, evoking a profound desire to cherish her tenderly. To my surprise, Mu Qianyi seemed to be drawn to this type. However, a flicker of peculiarity crossed her eyes soon after, for it appeared that Director Murong also possessed a similar inclination. Yet, Director Murong often donned excessively high shoes, nearly matching her own height, which had prevented him from displaying the feminine grace embodied by Su Qianran. Observing Su Qianran before her, Lin Yuan noted that, after a prolonged absence from bathing, the latter's hair appeared slightly greasy, and there lingered an indescribable odor about her. Please, step inside, Lin Yuan urged, stepping aside to allow her entry. Cautiously, Su Qianran made her way into the room, and as she crossed the threshold, a wave of warmth enveloped her. What a cozy room, she marveled, glancing at Lin Yuan in astonishment. Outside, the chill was palpable, with the entire blue star seemingly blanketed in snow. How could this place remain so inviting? Her gaze soon fell upon the source of the warmth, a fireplace and an air conditioner that was still operational. Wait, why is there a fireplace here? And how is the air conditioning functioning? Is there no power outage here? Suddenly, Lin Yuan closed the door with a resounding thud, observing Su Qianran, who had entered as if fleeing from calamity. The bathroom is over there. You should take a shower, as you are quite unpleasantly odorous, she remarked with a smile. Su Qianran was momentarily taken aback. Was it customary to insist on bathing upon entry? Yet, upon hearing Lin Yuan's comment, she felt her cheeks flush, and in a soft, hesitant voice, she inquired, Teacher Lin, may I ask where Mu Qianyi is? Ah! A captivating cry suddenly echoed from behind one of the tightly shut doors. The source of the voice was none other than Mu Qianyi. Su Qianran's thoughts raced. What on earth was happening in there? Though inexperienced, she had not lived under a rock and could not help but entertain vivid imaginings. But wasn't Mu Qianyi's girlfriend the very person standing before her? What could possibly be occurring within those confines? He's occupied. You should take your shower now. By the time you finish, he should be done as well, Lin Yuan insisted, encouraging her to cleanse herself. Yet, Lin Yuan's amiability towards Su Qianran stemmed largely from the knowledge that she was, after all, Mr. Mu's cherished moonlight. She eagerly anticipated Mu Qianyi's reaction upon seeing Su Qianran shortly. Within the confines of the house, Su Qianran appeared hesitant to defy Lin Yuan, accepting her fate with a pitiful demeanor as she clutched her coat and made her way to the bathroom. There are disposable towels inside. Just open and use them. Also, there's a set of my pajamas in the cabinet. Remember to wear them when you come out, Lin Yuan reminded her, watching as she entered the bathroom. Su Qianran dared not linger in the shower for too long at someone else's house. Thus, after a mere 10 minutes, she emerged with her hair damp and her clothes clutched in her arms. Upon stepping out, her gaze immediately fell upon Lin Yuan, who was scrutinizing her from head to toe. Lin, Teacher Lin, her voice dropped, her wet hair cascading down. After casting a few glances at her commendable figure, Lin Yuan remarked, Miss Su, surely you do not wish to find yourself starving one day? Su Qianran was taken aback. What does that mean? Teacher Lin, you haven't yet informed me of Mu Qianyi's whereabouts, she said, lowering her gaze to conceal her glistening eyes. He should still be busy, Lin Yuan replied dismissively. Yet her gaze remained fixed upon Su Qianran, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, Miss Su, you have yet to answer my question. Chapter 87. Is this still the obsessive admirer? Su Qianran opened her mouth to respond, but just then, the sound of a door creaking open interrupted her, prompting her to look over. To her astonishment, the person entering was not Mu Qianyi, but an exquisitely beautiful woman who appeared as if she had been sculpted by the hands of Nuwa herself. This striking woman exuded a chill, giving off an aura that discouraged approach. After casting a fleeting glance at Su Qianran, she turned to Lin Yuan and said, "Yuan, please go in and take care of Muchini." With that, she wearily retreated into her own room. There was no hint of confusion regarding Su Qianran's presence, as if she had sensed her existence even while in the other room. Su Qianran stood there, dazed, watching Murong Shiner enter another bedroom. "She is my direct superior at work." Lin Yuan provided a brief explanation and then, with a persuasive tone, inquired, "Miss Su, would you not wish to ensure you have enough to eat in the future? We have plenty of food here, along with hot water for bathing." Her words were enticing. Yet Su Qianran remained cautious. "What exactly do you want me to do?" "Quite simple." Lin Yuan flashed a gentle smile. "Mr. Mu is in need of a little aid to attend to him. Why not stay and take care of him?" Su Qianran blinked. "Just to care for him? Is that not sufficient?" Lin Yuan tilted her head, countering. "Do you perhaps wish for something more with Mr. Mu?" Before Su Qianran could respond, Lin Yuan quickly added, "Of course, even if you did, it would ultimately depend on Mr. Mu's wishes. I would not dare to presume on his behalf." Lin Yuan's demeanor was exceedingly enigmatic. Unable to contain herself any longer, and recalling the stunning woman who had just entered the other room, Su Qianran boldly asked, "Teacher Lin, are you not in a relationship with Muchini?" "Certainly not." Lin Yuan blinked. "I am merely Mr. Mu's bodyguard, tasked with looking after his daily needs. So, you still have a chance." Listening to Lin Yuan's teasing remarks, Su Qianran chose to maintain her silence, exercising her rationality. This topic was one she dared not engage in. Yet her heart stirred considerably at the words of the other. Lin Yuan was merely Muchini's bodyguard. Could it be that Muchini harbored some remarkable hidden identity? Yet, how could such an extraordinary individual pursue her for 2 years like a sycophant? Naturally, she was aware of Muchini's 2 years of courtship. However, regarding such a menial role, she neither agreed nor accepted, for, in her eyes, suitors like Muchini were in abundance, and she felt no inclination to refuse. Moreover, having such a devoted attendant by her side greatly diminished the disturbances around her. 2 weeks prior, when Muchini genuinely confessed his feelings, she was taken aback. Yet, her vexation did not stem from his confession, but rather from the loss of a laborer to run errands. Perhaps a lingering sense of guilt compelled her not to keep him hanging any longer. Under the scrutinizing gaze of numerous onlookers, she callously rejected him, in a manner devoid of compassion, such that had Muchini possessed even a modicum of dignity, he would likely not approach her again. However, she overlooked one crucial aspect. A sycophant is unworthy of dignity. Had Muchini not entered the coming of the apocalypse that fateful night and endured such trials, none could ascertain whether he would have truly awakened to his situation. Perhaps the following day, upon waking from a drunken stupor, he would still harbor affections for Su Qianran, clinging to her like a lapdog. This matter was uncertain. Even Muchini himself might not know if he would remain infatuated upon his awakening. "Oh, you are here to seek refuge with us, aren't you?" Lin Yuan suddenly inquired. "Seek refuge?" Su Qianran instinctively shook her head in denial. She had merely come to borrow some food, having been famished for an extended period, while her entire dormitory had vacated their beds in search of sustenance. She had even heard that 2 of her roommates had resorted to exchanging their bodies for food. This was a lamentable situation, devoid of food. The only commodity they could offer was their own bodies. Su Qianran had yet to reach that desperate point, but already someone had made her an offer. If she were to relent, she could stave off hunger for a few days. This time she sought out Muchini, hoping to test the waters with the sycophant who had pursued her for 2 years. Yet, she never anticipated that outside people lived in a state of constant hunger and cold, while here, the temperature was as warm as spring, with hot water for bathing and food to eat. In reality, she would have scoffed at such comforts, but this was the apocalypse. These were exceedingly rare luxuries. It is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to revert from extravagance to frugality. If she could reside in such a splendid environment, why would she continue to live a life fraught with uncertainty? Thus, upon hearing the inquiry directed at her, she instinctively shook her head, only to pause and transform it into a nod. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered with a glimmer of triumph. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to dash toward the kitchen. The soup I stewed. A few minutes later, she emerged with a small pot in hand. The aroma wafting from the uncovered pot was irresistible, causing Su Qianran, who had long been deprived of a satisfying meal, to swallow hard. "Follow me." Noticing her reaction, Lin Yuan discreetly pushed open the door to Mu Qinyu's room. Inside, Mu Qinyu lay languidly on the bed, every part of his body exuding a desire for stillness. However, upon noticing the girl beside Lin Yuan, his languor dissipated instantly. What brings you here? He asked, furrowing his brow as he sat up, surprised to see Su Qianran. She seeks refuge with us, wishing to stay here, Lin Yuan explained, placing the bone soup on the nearby table. We already have 3 people here. There's no space to sleep. Mu Qinyu shook his head, casting a complex glance at Su Qianran before firmly refusing. Su, please go back. Su Qianran bit her lip. Yuan, please bring me the soup. Mu Qinyu turned his attention away from her, focusing instead on Lin Yuan. All right. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment that Mu Qinyu had indeed rejected Su Qianran. She had anticipated a more entertaining spectacle. She placed the soup before Mu Qinyu, cautioning, "Be careful, it's hot." Mu Qinyu accepted the porridge, blowing on it before taking small sips. After a while, he looked up at Su Qianran, still rooted in place, and inquired, "Why haven't you left yet?" Su Qianran bit her lower lip, and after a moment of contemplation, she said softly, "Mu Qinyu, you've deceived me." "What have I deceived you about?" he asked, frowning. "You told me your supplies were running low," she replied, a hint of grievance in her voice. "Yet I just saw that you have plenty of food here. Who knows how long this snow disaster will last?" Mu Qinyu observed her, his calm gaze seemingly unaffected by the woman before him. "With one more mouth to feed, our supplies will diminish more each day." He had come to terms with their situation. 2 weeks prior, Su Qianran had clarified their relationship. Thus, there would be no further connection between him and this woman. This held true in the game as well as in reality. Naturally, he would not seek vengeance against this NPC, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the real Su Qianran, merely because of the apocalyptic circumstances they faced. Yet, upon hearing his words, Su Qianran pondered deeply, her expression filled with turmoil. Finally, she whispered, "No? The snow disaster will end soon. You must believe me. And what if it doesn't? Mu Qinyu replied, "Trust me, this will soon come to an end. And you have taken me in. I still have a purpose," Su Qianran asserted with a newfound determination. "What purpose?" came the query. "In truth, I possess a modicum of medical knowledge," Su Qianran replied. "Medical knowledge?" Mu Qinyin could not help but sit up straighter. "Where did you acquire such skills? Your field of study has no connection to medicine whatsoever. Where could Su Qianran have learned such rudimentary medical skills? Surely, she lacks a medical license." Indeed. Su Qianran blushed and stammered. "It's akin to what you might find in a novel that speaks of extraordinary abilities emerging during an apocalyptic scenario." Upon hearing this, Mu Qinyin and Lin Yuan exchanged a knowing glance, both recognizing the shared thoughts reflected in each other's eyes. Mu Qinyin nodded for her to continue. "Thus, I might be one of those chosen ones, possessing healing abilities, if you can comprehend," Su Qianran said, her gaze hopeful as it rested on Mu Qinyin. Noticing Mu Qinyin's silence, she hurriedly added, "Truly, if you doubt me, I can demonstrate. Just let me make a small cut on your finger, and I shall heal it with my powers." As she spoke, a sphere of milky white energy began to coalesce in her hand. Witnessing her actions, both Mu Qinyin and Lin Yuan were convinced. She too was a player. The realization made Mu Qinyin's eyelid twitch. However, he recalled that Murong Shiner had provided him with a list of all players, and Su Qianran was not among them. This indicated that she was a newcomer. What absurdity was this? His ex-girlfriend, who had failed to confess her feelings, had also joined the game? Resigned, he turned to Lin Yuan and said, "Please register her identity. And during this remaining time of chaos, let her rest in the living room." "Understood." Lin Yuan nodded, extending her right hand towards Su Qianran. "Miss Su, please follow me." Seeing their calm demeanor, Su Qianran was bewildered. "But I'm glowing. How can they remain so unfazed by such an extraordinary phenomenon?" In a daze, she followed Lin Yuan into the living room. Upon arrival, Lin Yuan skillfully produced a small notebook and faced Su Qianran. "Miss Su, what is the level and name of your skill?" "Huh?" Su Qianran was taken aback, her eyes widening in realization. "Are you all players like me? Have I finally found my group?" However, recalling the elaborate tale she had spun about being an extraordinary being, she couldn't help but cover her flushed face in embarrassment. How mortifying. "Indeed, the 3 of us are players." Linny nodded, then squinted her eyes and said, "I currently do not have a contract here. Once we leave this dungeon, I will provide you with a confidentiality agreement." A confidentiality agreement? Su Qianran was still reeling from the shock of discovering that all 3 were players. "Yes, Mu Qinyin's identity is rather special. You cannot disclose any information regarding him to other players," Lin Yi stated gravely. "Mu Qinyi?" Su Qianran was taken aback. "His identity is special, and there is a need for a confidentiality agreement? Wasn't he just her devoted admirer? All right, Miss Su, please tell me about your skills and level. If you have any questions regarding this dungeon afterward, feel free to ask me." Seeing no other option, Su Qianran divulged her acquired skill, S rank, Divine Healer. As it was a healing skill, it was categorized as supportive. "Now, Do you have any further inquiries? After recording Su Qianran's information, Lin Yi tucked away her notebook and regarded her with a smile. I have a few questions. Su Qianran began to inquire about the game, Apocalypse Arrival, to which Lin Yi answered each one in turn. In truth, Su Qianran's fortune was already quite favorable. The apocalypse she encountered for the first time was merely a low-level disaster apocalypse. In fact, this catastrophe might not even qualify as a disaster level. If the number of deceased players remained low, it could very well be classified as a plague-level apocalypse. Aside from novice players, Season 1 seldom perished during a plague-level apocalypse. They were all old hands at this, and with the predictions of Mr. Chang Yaqing from Huaxia, it would be quite unreasonable if any were to die. As Su Qianran delved deeper into the intricacies of Apocalypse Arrival, she thought of Mu Cheney and couldn't help but ask, Teacher Lin, what are your skills and Mu Cheney's? My skill is S-rank, airflow. As for Mu Cheney's abilities, I'm afraid I am not authorized to disclose that information, as I have signed a confidentiality agreement regarding it. If you truly wish to know. Lin Yi shook her head, unless Mr. Mu tells you himself. Chapter 89. The Source of the Apocalypse Unveiled? Everyone returns to reality thus. Su Qianran successfully integrated into the household of the three. After Morong Shiner inquired about Lin Yi and Su Qianran's skills, she ceased her questioning. Upon hearing Director Morong's inquiry, Lin Yi realized why Director Morong had shown little curiosity about Su Qianran. It was because she had recognized Su Qianran as a player upon entering their room. Since she was one of their own, it was no wonder Director Morong exhibited such an attitude. Su Qianran's presence merely meant an extra meal was prepared, and life continued as usual. However, due to the earlier confession, Mu Cheney chose to act as if Su Qianran did not exist, continuing his daily training with Morong Shiner's assistance. Meanwhile, Su Qianran watched in astonishment as Mu Cheney trained each day. On the 20th day of the apocalypse, chaos reigned outside. Yet the small room they occupied remained as warm as spring, providing an unparalleled sense of comfort. Su Qianran often reflected on her fortunate choice. One day, observing Mu Cheney's daily training, she could not help but approach Morong Shiner and implore, Sister Morong, I wish to train daily like Mu Cheney. Could you possibly take me along? Morong Shiner glanced at her with a furrowed brow and replied coolly, I'm afraid I am quite busy and cannot afford to attend to another. Had they not spent a few days in each other's company and developed a modicum of familiarity, her response might have been as curt as a single word, leave. Her assistance to Mu Cheney in enhancing his strength stemmed from the impending apocalyptic event of world-destroying magnitude. The stronger Mu Cheney became, the greater their chances of survival. Yet, it was evident that Su Qianran did not possess the qualities necessary to endure in such a catastrophic scenario. She was unwilling to squander time on someone she deemed unlikely to thrive. Upon receiving the refusal, Su Qianran dared not press further. Over the past few days spent with the trio, she had discerned Lin Yuan's profound respect for this woman. Clearly, Morong Shiner was a formidable figure. It was amusing that such a powerful individual was dedicated to the one-on-one training of Mu Cheney, igniting in Su Qianran a curiosity and desire to explore his character. It was rather ironic. After 3 years of unrequited affection, Mu Cheney had never garnered Su Qianran's attention, yet now, due to a singular apocalyptic instance, he found himself the focus of her considerable interest. Meanwhile, Mu Cheney's strength continued to burgeon. As the second month approached, an inexplicable tension enveloped the room. Of course, Su Qianran remained oblivious to the reasons behind it. She merely sensed a marked decrease in conversation among the three, without understanding why. The school had gradually morphed into a hell's cape, with increasing criminality outside, and some individuals even approached their door. Fortunately, Lin Yuan effortlessly dealt with them, as per usual, wielding a broom to dispose of the corpses. Su Qianran watched in bewilderment. Was it truly permissible for officials to kill? Noticing her confusion, Lin Yuan took the opportunity to explain the concept of killing NPCs within the apocalyptic scenario. Upon hearing this, Su Qianran could not stifle her inquiry. So, you all regarded me as an NPC before. Would they have eliminated her had she not revealed her skills? Indeed, we were unaware of your identity, Lin Yuan replied, blinking. However, you are now one of us. You have drawn an S-rank healing skill, and our agency is in dire need of talents like you. Once we exit the scenario, you must certainly join our official ranks. Su Qianran nodded, recognizing that joining the official agency was indeed her path forward. As time gradually slipped away, the outside world descended into a chaotic state that defied description. It was the night of the 30th day, and in approximately 10 hours, Mu Cheney would awaken to activate the Eye of Death. The group had prepared diligently, and to avert any unforeseen complications regarding Mu Cheney's prophecy, Morong Shiner refrained from allowing him to train that day, instead urging him to conserve his energy. According to Morong Shiner, All players with prophetic abilities expend a considerable amount of stamina and mental fortitude when utilizing their skills. Although Mu Chenyi did not tire physically, he experienced significant mental strain. In the death replay, he endured the agonies identical to those of his future self. Each manner of demise he would face had to be personally felt, leaving him to wrestle with the haunting fears of death upon returning from the replay. Numerous times, he found himself recoiling from the sensation of dying. Yet, the thought of his parents losing their only son and the sorrow his friends would endure in reality anchored him, compelling him to grit his teeth and confront the dread to unlock the Eye of Death. That evening, Su Qianran keenly sensed the gravity of the atmosphere enveloping the group. Even during dinner, silence prevailed, and Mu Chenyi's expression bore a somber pallor. "What time tomorrow morning?" Murong Shiner inquired softly. "At 8:10, Mu Chenyi replied, glancing at the countdown for the Eye of Death within the system. "Rest assured, I will personally oversee your safety and ensure no one disturbs you," Murong Shiner promised. Consequently, Mu Chenyi finished his meal early and retired for the night, the hours passing in silence. Due to his early slumber, Mu Chenyi awoke with an abundance of energy around 4 in the morning. After awakening, he gazed out into the pitch-black night, donned his coat, and quietly opened his room's door to step into the living room. Noticing Su Qianran peacefully asleep on the sofa, he made his way to the window, observing the gently falling snow outside. For some inexplicable reason, an unsettling feeling stirred within him, unrelated to his abundant energy. It seemed as though an ominous event loomed on the horizon. "Mu Chenyi," a soft voice called from behind him. "I'm sorry to have woken you," he said apologetically upon seeing Su Qianran awake. "It's all right," she replied, slipping on her clothes and padding over in her slippers to join him by the window, watching the snow together. The beauty of the moment had been envisioned countless times in Mu Chenyi's dreams, a longing he had cherished deeply. Yet now, as the anticipated moment unfolded, his heart remained untouched by any waves of emotion. He had grown indifferent. "Mu Chenyi, are you still angry with me?" Su Qianran asked softly. "No," he responded. Mu Chenyi shook his head. It was all in the past. His thoughts were now primarily focused on the impending cataclysm. Upon hearing his response, Su Qianran tilted her head, gazing at his profile. For some inexplicable reason, she felt that the current Mu Chenyi, with his profound gaze, exhibited a maturity and allure that he had never possessed before. At that moment, he seemed to radiate a unique charm that captivated her. Had he appeared in such a manner before, she would likely have been deeply drawn to him. Her heart inexplicably quickened, and she blushed, turning her gaze towards the window. The two fell into silence once more. Time passed unmeasured. Suddenly, Su Qianran exclaimed, "The snow has stopped." The contemplative Mu Chenyi was jolted back to reality. Looking out the window, indeed, the relentless snow that had persisted for a month had ceased. Not a single flake remained. What on earth was happening? Ding! The system's voice suddenly resonated in the ears of all players. "Congratulations to the Saint Clan player Qian Boyu for completing the Global Apocalypse Scenario Frozen World. The instance will conclude prematurely. Completion grade, excellent." The announcement echoed thrice. Upon hearing the system's notification, Mu Chenyi's gaze first went blank, then turned to horror. If the source of this apocalypse had been resolved prematurely, then his Eye of Death, he quickly glanced at the description of the Eye of Death. Eye of Death. The host can see the imagery of their next demise through the Eye of Death. This instance has been completed. It cannot be used again. Reality cooldown time, 7 days. The Eye of Death could no longer be utilized within this instance, because someone had completed the apocalypse. The opportunity he had awaited for a month to use the Eye of Death was now lost. A flicker of despair crossed his eyes. Why? Why had the source of the apocalypse been resolved ahead of time? Hadn't Murong Shiner informed him that measures were taken to secure it? Under normal circumstances, he should have had 2 more opportunities to use the Eye of Death in this apocalypse scenario. Meanwhile, Su Qianran remained oblivious to Mu Chenyi's turmoil. Her face lit up with excitement. "It's finally over. We can return to reality." Almost immediately after her words, 2 doors swung open. It was Murong Shiner and Lin Yuan. They too had heard the system's announcement, their expressions marred by concern. "Murong Shiner, what is going on?" Mu Chenyi dropped the formalities and addressed her directly. "I just inquired, and according to Lai Wenji, this was orchestrated by the Saint Clan. But I'm still unclear about the details," Murong Shiner replied, her face reflecting guilt. "I heard." Mu Chenyi squinted his eyes, still not deaf. "Just a moment ago, the system had proclaimed in a resounding voice that Qian Boyu of the Holy Tribe had successfully cleared the global ice-encased dungeon. Apologies, did you complete it the second time?" Murong Shiner reiterated her apology, then nervously inquired about the matter that weighed most heavily on her mind. "The dungeon has concluded, and it can no longer be utilized." Mu Chenyi replied with a stern expression, shaking his head. In the real world, upon the conclusion of the dungeon, The return point was precisely where they had entered, leaving Morong Shiner separated from Mu Chenyi and Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, Su Qianran had entered the dungeon from the girls' dormitory. Thus, the room was left with only Lin Yuan and Mu Chenyi. Ding! Congratulations to host Mu Chenyi for successfully surviving the apocalypse, global ice encapsulation, receiving a reward of 7 points. This was the sole voice from the system. Aside from this, Mu Chenyi received no additional rewards. Typically, surviving a dungeon yields meager rewards, merely simple points. Unless it was a newcomer surviving for the first time, due to the doubling of rewards, they might receive a few revival coins or even a chance for a lottery. Upon returning to reality, the cooldown for the Eye of Death reset. Yet Mu Chenyi did not initiate it immediately. Instead, he chose to wait. He was awaiting an explanation from Morong Shiner. Furthermore, before embarking on the next apocalyptic event, he only had one remaining opportunity to use the Eye of Death, which he was reluctant to squander. After waiting in the room with Lin Yuan for some time without receiving a call from Morong Shiner, they were instead greeted by a knock at the door from Su Qianran, who had come to join them. Lin Yuan, momentarily lacking the disposition to entertain her, instructed her to sit on the sofa and wait as she and Mu Chenyi continued to await further news. Su Qianran, sensing the tense atmosphere, obediently settled on the sofa, refraining from interrupting them. After approximately half an hour, Mu Chenyi's phone rang. Upon seeing it was Morong Shiner, he answered directly. Mu Chenyi, this is a dereliction of duty from our Apocalypse Management Bureau. For the past month, they have diligently guarded the source of the apocalypse, but today, the Holy Tribe took advantage of a gap during personnel rotation to infiltrate. Morong Shiner's voice came through the line. Mu Chenyi could not contain his question. Why? Aren't these members of the Holy Tribe supposed to prevent humanity from damaging the source of the apocalypse? Isn't their aim to bring the apocalypse into reality? Why have they suddenly turned to sabotage? What is this, a reversal of the heavenly principles? Morong Shiner fell silent for a moment before responding softly. They may have learned of our guardianship over the source of the apocalypse. You know, these individuals thrive on opposing us. The Holy Tribe revels in contradicting humanity. The more the Huaxia Apocalypse Management Bureau endeavors to safeguard the source, the more they seek to wreak havoc. The roles of both parties have been fundamentally reversed this time. This time, the Holy Clan has triumphed. I will soon utilize my last remaining opportunity, murmured Mu Chenyi, wishing for good fortune. May all of humanity be blessed, added Morong Xiner. Mu Chenyi was at a loss for words, his frustration causing him to terminate the call abruptly. He slowly closed his eyes, inwardly reciting, "Awaken the Eye of Death." The final Eye of Death before the cataclysm. Let it commence. A wave of dizziness washed over him. Ding dong. The sound of an alarm clock resonated, and gradually, Mu Chenyi's vision began to clear. Upon opening his eyes, he found his future self gazing intently at his hands, scrutinizing them closely. Subsequently, the future self rose slowly, surveying the surroundings. Mu Chenyi, watching from a distance, followed the gaze of his counterpart, taking in the scene around them. It was a modest rental unit, cluttered with empty beer bottles and strewn with garbage, a testament to the untidiness of the body's owner. Then, the future self made his way to the bathroom, where he encountered a mirror. Standing before the glass was a disheveled man with a beard, his unkempt hair resembling a bird's nest. This appearance was somewhat indescribable. Yet Mu Chenyi was acutely aware that this was not his true self. Could it be a special instance? Furthermore, would he be inhabiting another's body this time? However, before he could thoroughly examine the visage reflected in the mirror, he suddenly noticed the expression of terror etched on the face of the future self. Yes, sheer horror. The future self stared incredulously at the reflection, his body beginning to tremble violently. With a voice quivering in dread, he exclaimed, "No, it shouldn't be like this." Chapter 91, Killed by the Same Person. What exactly should not be like this? Mu Chenyi found himself utterly perplexed. What was the future self so afraid of? Moreover, the replay presented by the Eye of Death remained peculiar, akin to the previous 2 death replays. The future self collapsed onto the sofa behind him, his gaze fixed on the mirror, his voice a fearful shriek. No, it shouldn't be like this. What is happening? Witnessing this spectacle, Mu Chenyi could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed, and the future self abruptly turned to look at the door. Before him stood several mysterious figures clad in black, their faces obscured, rushing towards the future self. Upon seeing these figures, the future self sprang up from the sofa in a panic, waving his hands frantically. "No, you cannot kill me. I must see you all." Then, without warning, a sharp blade plunged violently into the future self's chest. The future entity lacks exceptional combat skills, having taken possession of an unremarkable middle-aged man, devoid of any martial prowess. As the blade pierced his abdomen, The words he intended to utter became lodged in his throat. Gasping, the future entity coughed up blood, his eyes wide with terror. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open, and Mu Chinny, who had been observing, shifted his gaze towards the doorway. Upon recognizing the newcomer, adrenaline surged through him. For it was the young man he had encountered before, the very same individual who had likely killed him on 2 prior occasions. The perils of the death gaze he had experienced were inflicted by this young man. In that moment, the future entity gazed in despair as the young man approached him. "I'm sorry," the young man uttered. "We are all striving to survive." With that, he drew a dagger and plunged it directly into the future entity's chest. Agonizing pain seared through him as his heart shattered. With a look of bitter defiance, the future entity fixed his gaze upon the young man, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Life extinguished. Returning to reality, Mu Chinny clutched his throat and slowly fell to the floor. Once again, he found himself in a peculiar tableau, feeling as if he had witnessed everything yet grasped nothing. Nevertheless, from the 3 death replays he had observed, he could faintly deduce certain details, such as his identity upon traversing to this peculiar instance. It appeared he was an unsuccessful middle-aged man, as evidenced by the disarray of his rented room. Unlike the previous 2 instances where he had embodied a beggar, subsequently slain by the same young man, this time he was a fully intact individual, with his voice intact, albeit slightly aged. Curiously, he sensed that the characters he had inhabited previously were not the disheveled middle-aged man he had just seen in the mirror. The sole similarity between the previous death replays and the present moment lay in the fact that he was slain by the same individual. "Mr. Mu?" Lin Yuan called gently to him. Turning to face her, he nodded and resumed his contemplations. The information he had gathered remained insufficient. He still lacked clarity regarding the unique mode of the next instance. However, returning to reality, he found that his prophetic skill, the Judgment Scale, had refreshed and would be available for use in 3 days. Yet, in contrast to other more comprehensive prophetic abilities, the Judgment Scale offered only 2 responses, yes or no. It posed a binary question. How could he leverage this Judgment Scale to extract more information? One lingering question remained from this death replay. He recalled that the future entity had appeared utterly horrified upon seeing himself in the mirror. Why does the future self tremble in terror upon glimpsing his own reflection? Has he recognized his own identity? This reflects a profound disparity in information between the future self and himself. The future self possesses knowledge that eludes him, and the playback of the 3 instances of the death eye is peculiar. Compared to earlier death recollections, these recent ones provide an exceedingly scant amount of information. If the previous death recaps were akin to being fed delicately, then these recent portrayals resemble rice scattered across the floor, compelling him to peck at it grain by grain. While prior recollections enlightened him on the manner of his demise, the current 3 lacked such comprehensiveness. The most vital piece of information conveyed is that his assailant is a young man, whose visage he has firmly etched in his memory. Furthermore, this young man hails from an affluent background, as evidenced by the multitude of black-clad subordinates at his command. In stark contrast to the earlier 2 encounters where the young man acted alone, the 3rd instance saw him dispatch numerous minions to subdue him before delivering the fatal blow. He rubbed his temples, feeling as though his mind were enveloped in fog. Yet, he gleaned little from this. Moreover, this is an apocalyptic cataclysm of cataclysmic proportions. The mere thought of such a terrifying doomsday sent shivers through his very soul, instilling a sense of dread. Additionally, after the conclusion of the previous global freeze apocalypse, he did not acquire a resurrection token, indicating one crucial fact. In the next apocalypse, he must fight with unwavering resolve. He massaged his brow, allowing his gaze to drift toward the personal marketplace. With each apocalypse instance concluded, the 4 items in the personal marketplace refresh. As he accrued 7 points during the global freeze scenario, he now possesses a total of 840 points, sufficient to exchange for an impressive A-grade skill or item. Upon opening the personal marketplace, the first reward still shimmered with a radiant golden glow. Nano Armor, SS grade possessing formidable destructive power. A single individual embodies an entire army. Price, 2,800 points. Excellent, but beyond his means. Next, Keyboard Warrior, D-grade. Your sarcastic prowess will be enhanced, and your typing speed will increase significantly. Price, 15 points. Mu Chinny mused. Even this system dabbles in sarcasm. He set it aside, uncertain of its merit, as he intended to exhaust all his points before entering this impending apocalyptic event. Is sarcasm truly a skill? Ineffective command. Single-use item illegal operations are strictly prohibited upon use. All players within a 10-kilometer radius are barred from employing any skills for 10 minutes. Price, 800 points. What is this? Mu Chinny scrutinized the item, a twinge of irritation flaring in his eye. This thing blurs the lines between friend and foe. Nonetheless, it is likely to be of little utility in the forthcoming apocalypse. Thus, it was not within his realm of consideration. Naturally, if the fourth item proved to be excessively outrageous, he would still opt to purchase the second item along with this one, amounting to precisely 815 points. Chapter 92. Humanity's perception has been manipulated. Mucini cast his gaze upon the fourth item. However, upon observing it, his expression morphed into one of peculiarity. Cosmic Telescope. Single-use item. It allows you to perceive things beyond your comprehension. Price: 840 points. Mucini. What is this? Why is it so exorbitantly priced? If I were to purchase it directly, would it not drain my resources entirely? Not a single drop left. Furthermore, the description of this telescope suggests it reveals things beyond his understanding. What does that even mean? Is this cosmic telescope capable of unveiling certain phenomena within the universe? He felt a twinge of curiosity about this item. Nevertheless, its steep price deterred him from considering a purchase. He scrutinized the 4 items he had drawn this time. Aside from that keyboard warrior, the rest were quite costly. Excluding the nano armor from consideration, his intention was to spend all his points. For if one were to perish without utilizing their funds, it would indeed be a significant loss. He contemplated the ineffective command and the cosmic telescope, falling deep into thought. The next dungeon was an apocalyptic level, a special instance where all participants were prohibited from using skills, rendering the ineffective command redundant and of little consequence. However, the cosmic telescope intrigued him. He pondered whether items could be employed normally within the forthcoming apocalyptic special dungeon. If the items were rendered useless, then exchanging them would be futile. After reflecting for a while, he ultimately refrained from making a decision. If all else failed, he could always convert his points into currency later. After all, 840 points equated to a staggering 8 billion. However, should everyone perish in this cataclysm, no amount of money would hold any value. Setting aside these considerations for the moment, he needed to focus on how to utilize the judgment scale in 3 days, as well as review the prophetic content from the esteemed Mr. Chang Yacheng and the illustrious Master Seguno from the beautiful nation. This time, even if it required purchasing, he was determined to acquire Master Seguno's prophetic content. Information is of paramount importance for any dungeon. Otherwise, prophetic skills would not be so scarce. He communicated his intentions to Murong Xiner, emphasizing the necessity of obtaining Master Seguno's prophetic insights. Murong Xiner confirmed receipt of his message. Subsequently, Mucini requested a week's leave from school and booked a flight back to Jiangxing for that afternoon. He wished to spend some time with his parents. After savoring the finest culinary experiences in Ganshui City with Lin Yuan, they boarded the plane. As before, Wang Zichen and Old Zhao were there to greet them. However, for reasons unknown, Tao Mu did not accompany them this time. No sooner had Mucini disembarked than he received 2 messages from Murong Xiner. Both pieces of information were in English, and Mucini surmised they might pertain to the prophecies of the enigmatic Seguno. He promptly placed his phone before the most cultured individual present, Old Zhao. Upon viewing the content on the screen, Old Zhao's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and he translated directly. This is the original statement translated by Master Seguno. Humanity's perception has been distorted. Remember to keep your eyes wide open. What does it mean that humanity's perception has been distorted? The group was bewildered, and Wang Zichen could not restrain his curiosity, asking, Brother Mu, why does this Seguno sound so cryptic? What did your prophecy depict? There is another statement. Old Zhao interjected, his tone grave. It states that after uttering this prophecy, Master Seguno coughed up blood and was subsequently admitted to the ICU, remaining unconscious to this day. What the hell? Wang Zichen exclaimed. Is this situation for real? Did the prophet just collapse? Did he collapse? Mucini replied solemnly. Under the catastrophic end-of-the-world scenario, is it possible not to? Xiaoyi, do you know something? Old Zhao inquired, gazing at Mucini. Indeed, Mucini nodded, his voice heavy. The next level of apocalypse is of the world-ending caliber. What? Wang Zichen's eyes widened in astonishment. Since joining the game, he had yet to encounter an apocalypse of such magnitude. 10 years had passed since the moonfall, during which numerous apocalyptic events had transpired. Moreover, he had only been part of this game for 10 months. Fear not, I shall be here, Mucini reassured him, patting his shoulder. I am confident I will perish before you. Wang Zichen wore a despondent expression. Could you not tell me that you can decipher this apocalypse? At the very least, ensure that this damn world-ending apocalypse does not descend into reality. I will do my best, Mucini replied with a wry smile. Perhaps influenced by the looming threat of the world-ending apocalypse, the atmosphere among the 4 was notably subdued compared to their previous encounters. After sharing a rather quiet hot pot meal, Wang Zichen accompanied Mucini and Lin Yuan back to Mucini's residence. Lin Yuan had received strict orders to protect Mucini, insisting on staying by his side. Reluctantly, Muchini brought her home, feeling hesitant to explain the situation to his parents as he had taken leave without their knowledge. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, eager for her first meeting with Muchini's parents, had brought numerous gifts. Together, they carried the presents to the residential community where Muchini lived. Upon reaching the apartment, Muchini knocked on the door. "Who is it?" His mother's voice called from within, followed by the sound of her hurried footsteps. "Mom, it's me," he shouted through the door. "Son?" A voice filled with confusion emanated from my mother as she swung open the door. "You wretched child, didn't you just return last week? Why are you back again today?" Her scolding abruptly ceased upon catching sight of Lin Yuan, who stood behind Muchini. "Yuan?" Her tone shifted, tinged with surprise and disbelief. "Hello, Auntie. I came with Muchini to visit you." Lin Yuan beamed with a sweet smile, clad in comfortable loungewear, embodying the role of the dutiful daughter-in-law. Come in, come in." My mother promptly stepped aside, her eyes widening at the sight of the numerous items in their hands. "Oh dear, why did you bring so much?" With enthusiasm, she ushered Lin Yuan into the living room and onto the sofa. Their previous conversation had been delightful, and Lin Yuan's high emotional intelligence quickly ensnared my mother's affections, eliciting smiles that lingered on her face. Meanwhile, Muchini found himself sidelined. His mood dampened as he resorted to scrolling through his phone in silence. As their conversation continued, my mother suddenly recalled something. Whipping out her phone to text my father, "Remember to buy a big fish at the market on your way back. Also, our son has brought home his fiancée. So tidy yourself up before you return, don't embarrass him." Having sent the message, she resumed her cheerful banter with Lin Yuan. Before long, my father returned, carrying a sizable fish. He appeared somewhat excited, glancing around the room as if searching for something. Upon spotting Lin Yuan seated gracefully on the sofa, his eyes lit up, and he momentarily set the fish aside, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Seeing his father, Muchini rushed forward, "Dad." Yet, he was met with his father's rough hands, which playfully pushed him aside without a glance, as he made his way towards Lin Yuan. "Hello, uncle." Lin Yuan greeted him politely, rising to her feet. "Ah, hello. My father replied, his face adorned with a warm, grandfatherly smile. Meanwhile, Muchini felt utterly isolated. Wait, she is not even your daughter-in-law yet. In the ensuing days, the three of them coexisted harmoniously, with Muchini seemingly an outsider in this familial dynamic. My parents ceased to question Muchini's reason for taking leave. To them, it simply sufficed that their son had brought home his fiancée. Ultimately, Muchini and Lin Yuan settled in at home. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed. Ding. The cooldown for the judgment scale has concluded. A sudden message from the system reached him. His judgment scale was set to arrive a day earlier than that of the venerable Mr. Chang Yeching from Huaxia. However, he had no intention of employing it just yet, opting instead to await Mr. Chang's prophecy. Thus, he bided another day. To his astonishment, Mr. Chang had not posted his next prophecy online that morning. What could have transpired? Just as he prepared to inquire with Murong Shiner, she preemptively sent him a message. Master Chang's prophecy has concluded, and he has fallen into a coma. A few healing-oriented players have already gone to attend to him. Before losing consciousness, he uttered a phrase. A decree descends from above, and the populace shall perish. A decree descends from above, and the populace shall perish? Muchini found himself perplexed. What sort of prophecy was this? It felt entirely dissimilar to the prophecy of the esteemed senior from the beautiful nation. Senior's prophecy stated, "Human cognition has been distorted. Remember to keep your eyes wide open." Yet, Mr. Chang Yeching's prophecy declared, "A decree descends from above, and the populace shall perish." He compared the two prophecies side by side, but discerned no discernible differences. Understood. The next cataclysmic apocalypse would be that of the Riddler. Has Senior awakened? He inquired of Murong Shiner. Not yet. Some healing players speculate that Master Senior may be unable to participate in the next apocalypse. Murong Shiner quickly replied. Upon reading this, Muchini furrowed his brow. Both S-rank seers had succumbed to unconsciousness following their prophecies. Was this due to their individual conditions, or a consequence of the S-rank prophetic skills? Could it be that the S-rank prophetic skills were too rudimentary, leading to a backlash when foreseeing a cataclysmic apocalypse? His SSS rank Eye of Death prophetic skill exhibited no side effects. However, he also possessed an S-rank judgment scale. If he utilized the judgment scale, would he too succumb to unconsciousness? Contemplating this, a sense of trepidation arose within him. Perhaps it would be wiser not to employ the judgment scale? What if he too fell unconscious after its use? Moreover, he was uncertain as to what precisely the judgment scale could prophesy. Should he seek to predict his chances of survival in the forthcoming apocalyptic instance? At present, he was utterly befuddled by this impending apocalypse. Even if he were to predict that probability, it would likely result in a 100% mortality rate. He pondered whether he should utilize the judgment scale. If he were to use it and subsequently faint from severe injury, he would have no choice but to forego the next cataclysmic apocalypse and simply lie down and await his demise. After much consideration, he ultimately dared not proceed with its use. He meticulously compared the prophecies of Mr. Chang, Yeching, and Master Senior once again. Human cognition has been distorted, and a decree descends from above. What does the term above signify? Senior also prophesied. Remember to keep your eyes wide open. In the heavens, a decree shone brightly. Suddenly, he recalled the cosmic telescope he had acquired from the mall's draw, which was said to reveal things beyond one's comprehension. Humanity's understanding had been distorted. Could this cosmic telescope prove useful in the impending quest? With a desperate resolve, he decided to expend all his accumulated points to purchase the telescope. As he stared at his depleted balance, a twinge of regret crept in. This was a staggering 8 billion. Yet, he reasoned, having made the purchase, if an apocalyptic event were indeed to befall reality, no amount of wealth would suffice. On April 19th, Saturday morning at 8 o'clock, a pivotal moment. There remained just 14 hours until the apocalypse struck. Mu Chenyi finished his breakfast at the bun shop and went for a morning jog in the forest park. Along the way, he visited Wang Zichen and spent the morning gaming with him. At noon, he called upon Lin Yuan and his parents to enjoy a meal at the chicken stew restaurant outside his high school. He pondered whether he would ever have the chance to savor this dish again. Each time he returned home, he yearned for a taste of it. After their meal, they returned home. Since his parents had a day off, they stayed together, and Mu Chenyi chose to accompany them in watching television. A news segment aired, announcing a rare meteor shower to grace the night sky. In the evening, while his mother prepared dinner, Mu Chenyi reached out to Murong Shiner. However, she had no news to share. When she inquired if he needed assistance, he abruptly ended the call. The upcoming apocalypse was something she could not aid him with. The state, too, may offer no support. Ultimately, it all rested on his shoulders. That evening, his mother had prepared a lavish feast, and the four of them enjoyed a delightful conversation. At 9 o'clock, Mu Chenyi addressed his parents. Mom and Dad, Yuan and I have some matters to attend to, and we shall not return tonight. His parents exchanged knowing glances before teasingly regarding the two. You young ones have your affairs. We shall not interfere. Thus, Mu Chenyi and Lin Yuan set off without a hitch, planning to weather the impending doom at Wang Zichen's home. Upon arriving at Wang Zichen's residence, they found him engrossed in the television. What a pity, he lamented. I'll miss the meteor shower tonight due to the apocalyptic quest. Hearing this, the two exchanged surprised looks as the television broadcasted. At 10 o'clock tonight, a meteor shower will fall over the enemy nation, and residents of certain coastal cities in Huaxiao will also catch a glimpse. It will not be too late to watch the replay tomorrow morning. Mu Chenyi gently patted his shoulder. Wang Zichen nodded helplessly and returned to his room with him. As the clock struck 10, players across the globe simultaneously succumbed to slumber. Ding! Welcome, host, to this apocalyptic scenario. This apocalypse constitutes a unique instance. All skills and items, save for those of prophetic nature, are rendered unusable. This instance introduces an entirely new mode, wherein every player, in the form of a soul, will randomly inhabit the body of an ordinary human, experiencing an entirely novel identity. Given the peculiar nature of this scenario, players are presented with two choices. Choice 1. Consume a resurrection coin to exit the apocalypse directly and return to reality. Should you lack even a single resurrection coin, you shall meet your demise. This choice requires only one resurrection coin. Choice 2. Participate in this apocalypse. Should you fail the fundamental task, it will cost you 10 resurrection coins to return to reality. If you possess fewer than 10 resurrection coins, you shall perish. Once chosen, there is no retreat. Please select wisely. Chapter 94. Who am I really? All items and skills are rendered unusable. By using one resurrection coin, one can exit this instance. As Mu Chenyi contemplated the two choices, he found little need for deliberation. With no resurrection coins to his name, the first option would lead to his immediate death. Thus, for him, it was no longer a matter of choice. He opted for the second option. Ding! Player Mu Chenyi has made a choice. Now, let me elucidate the rules of this special instance. Main task: survive. Fundamental task: eliminate 8 players. Upon slaying 8 players, you may choose whether to exit the game and return to reality. Each player is afforded 2 opportunities for resurrection, with each revival resetting their identity. A friendly reminder: strive to utilize your initial identity for killing. With each death, the weight of your identity diminishes. For instance, if your first identity is that of a millionaire, your third identity may, due to this diminished weight, transform you into a beggar. Hint 1. Do not reveal your identity as a player or the content of the Doomsday Arrival game to any non-player ordinary individuals, or you shall be obliterated. Hint 2. Keep your wits about you. Under no circumstances should you kill any non-player ordinary individual, or the body you inhabit will meet a swift and untimely demise. Identity matching is about to commence. Ding. Matching successful. At the sound of this notification, Muchini perceived a dramatic transformation in his surroundings. As everything seemed to shrink around him, it felt as though his soul had been pulled from his body. Time passed without his notice, and he felt as though he had been in slumber for an eternity. Ding. Your identity is that of the only son of a CEO of a publicly traded company. You are accustomed to arrogance and mischief, leveraging your father's indulgence and power to commit numerous wrongdoings. Warning, warning. You are under the curse of the rules. Curse of the rules. You must kill a player within 2 hours, or you shall suffer a fatal backlash. The countdown commences. 11,959, 11,958, 11,957. He begins to scan the vicinity for other players and detects one located 165 meters away. A series of sounds from the system gradually rouses Muchini from his stupor. Rubbing his head, he slowly comes to terms with the grim reality that he has entered a cataclysmic end-of-the-world scenario. Upon observing the barrage of notifications from the system, a sense of confusion washes over him. What are the rules? Is this akin to a survival game? Must he eliminate 8 players to survive? That seems implausible. If slaying 8 players guarantees survival, surely someone would manage to do so during this apocalypse. How then could this game be deemed a world-ending catastrophe? A true apocalypse is characterized by the inevitable demise of all players. If, as the game suggests, killing 8 players ensures success, it lacks the merit to be classified as a cataclysm, especially considering that each player is afforded 2 opportunities for resurrection. Such favorable conditions should not lead to universal failure among participants. There must be something amiss with this apocalypse. As he prepares to delve deeper into his thoughts, an excruciating pain suddenly radiates from the back of his head. Caught off guard, he instinctively cradles the area, writhing in agony on the soft bed. A low growl escapes his lips, and within mere seconds, cold sweat drenches his body. 2 minutes pass. It feels as though he has been submerged in water, gasping for breath upon the bed. After enduring this torment, he finds his mind clouded. It is a peculiar sensation. Recalling anything demands tremendous effort. Is it as if he has succumbed to dementia? Struggling to retain memories, his mind feels sluggish, embodying his current state. He senses that his cognitive speed has significantly diminished, with each thought requiring immense concentration. He must rally himself. This is an apocalyptic scenario. Biting his tongue to awaken his senses, he realizes that his dull mind seems to be his greatest adversary. Could this mental sluggishness be a curse associated with the apocalypse? Yet, he bears the protection of the puppet queen, impervious to any curse's influence. Forcing himself to adjust to this lethargic mental state, he casts another glance at the system. The countdown timer pulsates relentlessly, as if dancing upon his consciousness. 10,854, 10,853. This state of disarray persisted for 11 minutes, and now he has 108 minutes remaining to eliminate other players. Clutching his head, he sits up, the silk-like fabric of his nightwear sliding down his skin, and reaches for the garments hanging on a nearby rack. However, upon glimpsing the attire, he felt an uncanny familiarity, as though he had encountered it before. Yet, due to the affliction of dementia, he struggled to recall the origins of this garment. Once adorned in the clothing, it fit him perfectly. He ambled slowly to a grand full-length mirror, yearning to behold the visage of the form he now inhabited. Yet, as he approached the mirror, he beheld an exceedingly familiar countenance. Thud! Muchini abruptly stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground. He fixated intently on the mirror's reflection of this strikingly recognizable youthful face, his body quaking with disbelief. What on earth was transpiring? He gazed at the visage that had been the harbinger of his demise thrice, his eyes brimming with incredulity. In the previous 3 death sequences, it was this very youthful man who dealt him the fatal blows. In the first death replay, this young man plunged a dagger into his neck, his face reflecting an expression of reluctance. In the second death replay, as he was being slain, the young man uttered, "Trust me, I can change everything, I will surely change it." In the third death replay, upon witnessing his own likeness, the future self exhibited profound terror, evidently recognizing his own identity. Subsequently, he was subdued by those dispatched by the young man, ultimately meeting his end. From these actions, upon encountering the first character he had possessed, he comprehended the dreadful truth. I have slain myself. And who exactly am I? Chapter 95. This is a deadlock. Muchini gradually regained his composure. He scrutinized his reflection in the mirror, sinking into contemplation. However, due to the sluggishness of his cognitive faculties, he spent a considerable amount of time unraveling the enigma of having killed himself. The realization that he had taken his own life clarified why, in the first death replay. Upon witnessing the young man's assault, the future self cried out, "No, do not kill me." I am for the future self understood that the individual before him was, in fact, himself. He longed to convey this to the other, knowing that should the young man end his life, his own existence would be irrevocably extinguished. Yet, the young man did not afford the future self an opportunity to speak, swiftly delivering the fatal blow. The second replay, where the future self remained mute, need not be discussed. In the third death replay, why did the future self become so terrified upon seeing his own visage? Because he recognized that during his prior possession of the young man's form, he had ultimately killed himself. The future self was acutely aware that he was fated to perish by his own hand, which is why he exhibited such profound fear. Finally, all became elucidated. Thus, based on the preceding 3 death replays, he also grasped the singular truth. According to the rules of this apocalyptic dungeon, each individual possesses 2 chances for resurrection. His subsequent identities upon revival will be that of a disheveled middle-aged man and a beggar. The game dictates that the later the resurrection, the lesser the weight of the identity. Presently, he embodies the sole heir of a publicly listed company, signifying a liberation of wealth. His current status is exceedingly elevated, theoretically. As long as he avoids mistakenly harming himself while eliminating other players, he possesses a substantial opportunity to accomplish the task of slaying 8 players. However, as he pondered this, his mind grew sluggish due to prolonged contemplation. Thus, he found himself standing before the mirror for an extended period, sensing that he had forgotten something. "What is it?" he murmured to himself. 9,724. 9,723. A glance at the countdown jolted his memory. Indeed, he had yet to utilize the Eye of Death. Time could not be squandered any longer. Bewilderingly, he had wasted 20 minutes. He immediately turned his attention to the introduction of the Eye of Death. Eye of Death. The host can witness the scene of their next demise through the Eye of Death. Cooldown within this dungeon. This life form can only use it once. Real-world cooldown, 7 days. Can it truly be used only once? Does this refer to the character he is currently inhabiting? Furthermore, aside from the Eye of Death and the Judgment Scale, all other skills and items are rendered unusable, including the Cosmic Telescope he had previously exchanged for, along with all items and skills obtained thus far. Upon realizing this, there was no need for further hesitation. He intently affirmed within himself, "Use the Eye of Death." In that instant of utilizing the Eye of Death, his previously muddled thoughts crystallized into clarity. The fog of confusion dissipated. His consciousness was thrust into a new scene. A series of violent coughs erupted as Mu Chinyi felt a shift in his body, overwhelmed by extreme fatigue. He slowly opened his eyes to find himself in a cramped room of less than 10 square meters, furnished with an exceedingly disordered small bed and cluttered in one corner with numerous empty bottles from drinks long consumed. Coughing and clutching his mouth, the future self endured the agony of his deteriorating condition, which had drained his physical strength to its nadir. The observing Mu Chinyi was taken aback by the abysmal state of the future self's physical condition. Yet, with his mind now lucid, he seized this opportunity to swiftly recall all the information he had received regarding this apocalyptic scenario. Had he overlooked anything? Primarily, he had released the Eye of Death rather hastily. When he was controlling the body of that young man, he should have first assessed his surroundings and the information at hand, such as identifying the player over 100 meters away whom the system had scanned. With no definitive information at hand, he activated the Eye of Death, resulting in an exceedingly limited scope of knowledge. This predicament primarily stemmed from the chaos that ensued in his mind while controlling the young man, leading to numerous erroneous judgments. What could possibly be the cause of this mental disarray? He surmised that he was not alone in experiencing such confusion. It was likely that all players suffered similarly, their cognitive faculties stalling and their capacity for contemplation diminishing. This represented a unique challenge of apocalyptic proportions. However, he possessed the ability to momentarily restore his cognitive clarity during the brief moments of utilizing the Eye of Death, a luxury that others lacked. Additionally, he still had a judgment scale at his disposal, which he had overlooked while inhabiting the young man's body. Merely contemplating the use of the Eye of Death had cost them over 20 minutes. As Mu Chinyi pondered, the future entity stirred. It slowly drew back the covers and extended a pair of withered hands, trembling as it retrieved a vial of medicine from the adjacent cabinet. It poured out 2 capsules, took a sip from a filthy cup filled with murky liquid, and swallowed the medication. It seemed to choke, prompting a fit of violent coughing. Amidst the coughs, an urge to vomit surged within the future entity, which, unwilling to soil the bed, hastily descended and rushed to the cramped restroom, where it began to heave desperately before the squat toilet. After a convulsive bout of retching, it expelled not only the recently ingested medicine, but also copious amounts of dark, viscous matter, as well as the bitter bile from its stomach. After what felt like an eternity, it finally lifted its head to gaze into a small, cracked mirror. There, it beheld the visage of an elderly man, his hair ashen and skin resembling desiccated bark. The old man's breath was feeble, as if he were on the verge of death. Mu Chenyi, observing from a distance, felt a pang of distress. This was an absurd sight. Yet, to his astonishment, the future entity erupted into laughter upon seeing its own reflection. Ha ha ha. The laughter was tinged with madness, its emotions fluctuating wildly. Mu Chenyi stood transfixed, bewildered by this revelation. Was this truly his future self? Had he succumbed to madness? Unbeknownst to the future entity, its exaggerated laughter provoked another bout of dry heaving. With a violent retch, it expelled a copious amount of black blood onto the toilet, the dark crimson stain starkly contrasting against the white porcelain. At this juncture, the future entity surrendered to despair. It reached out with its emaciated hand, gripping the nearby dental tools tightly. Extracting a toothbrush, it clutched it fiercely, positioning the bristles against the coarse wall. With a rasping sound, the future entity began to etch words into the wall using the base of the toothbrush. Yet, due to its frail condition, it took a considerable amount of time to complete even a single line. After a full 5 or 6 minutes, Mu Chenyi finally recognized the 4 crooked characters etched above. This is a deadlock. Chapter 96, A Different Era? This is a deadlock. The 4 uneven characters on the wall were inscribed with great effort by the future self. After accomplishing this, the future self was completely drained of energy. Collapsing to the ground, utterly unwilling to move, Mu Chenyi gazed at these 4 characters, lost in contemplation. A deadlock? What could it mean? Did this indicate that the current instance was indeed a deadlock? He continued to observe the future self, who had not yet rested for long. Suddenly, a series of frantic knocks echoed from outside the room. The future self, panting, leaned against the wall to rise. Stumbling, he made his way to the door, withdrawing the inserted lock. Upon seeing the lock, Mu Chenyi, who was watching, felt a flicker of suspicion. It appeared to possess an air of antiquity. When the door opened, a woman in her 30s stood outside, clad in a white shirt and a pink, knee-length, pleated skirt. Upon seeing the future self's disheveled state and the filthy, chaotic environment of the room, she waved her hand in front of her nose with disdain and exclaimed, "Old man, hurry up and pay the rent. If you don't, I'll have you thrown out today." At her words, the future self gasped, clutching his chest, and hunched over to approach the bedside table, opening its drawer. Inside, he found a small package wrapped in newspaper. Trembling, he carefully unwrapped the layers of paper. Within, he discovered stacks of cash. However, these bills appeared quite worn, as if they had passed through many hands. The woman in the pink skirt's eyes lit up upon seeing the money wrapped in the newspaper. She stepped forward, snatched the paper from Mu Chenyi's hands, and began counting the bills. Once she finished, she stuffed the cash into her skirt pocket and, looking down at the future self, remarked, "This is your rent for the next 7 days. Remember to pay again after that." Then, casting a disdainful glance at the bottles cluttered in the corner and at the ailing future self, she muttered, "Old fool, just don't die on me." With that, she flicked her ponytail and turned to leave. The future self could only watch her retreat slowly, remaining motionless. After the woman departed, perhaps influenced by the sluggishness of his thoughts, the future self lingered in silence for a long while. Meanwhile, Mu Chenyi sensed something amiss. Wasn't the attire of that woman rather too vintage? He recalled the photographs of his parents in their youth, and her outfit bore a striking resemblance to his mother's style in her 20s. Moreover, the room he currently inhabited brimmed with a sense of antiquity. Yet, these mere observations were insufficient to lead him to any profound conclusions. After sitting in place for a while, the future entity slowly rose to his feet, his frail hand reaching for the snakeskin bag in the corner, which contained empty plastic bottles. He slung the bag over his shoulder and exited the room. The corridor was permeated with an unidentifiable stench, and as he traversed this narrow path, he observed numerous doors akin to his own. The complete lack of soundproofing allowed him to frequently hear the cacophony emanating from various rooms. As he walked, he turned his head to survey his surroundings. He noticed many households furnished with modest sofas, and most televisions were antiquated color sets, reminiscent of a bygone era. In addition to the televisions, he saw many men lounging shirtless, with fans whirring and wielding wooden hand fans, an item he had only encountered at his grandparents' home. Despite the nostalgic ambience, the future entity remained unfazed, continuing on with his snakeskin bag. Meanwhile, the observer, Mu Chenyi, was profoundly shaken. A daring thought struck him suddenly. He recalled the images he had witnessed while inhabiting the young man earlier. At that time, he had been reclined on a plush, comfortable bed, clad in a tailored suit. Furthermore, it appeared he resided in a luxurious hotel. The environment surrounding him unmistakably suggested he was in a prominent establishment of the present. Yet now, the scene surrounding the elderly man he had embodied seemed to belong to 2 or even 3 decades past. Such imagery he had previously encountered only in television dramas and films, as he was not of that era and had no means of experiencing it firsthand. Could it be that the individual he was currently inhabiting was not in the same time and space as the young man? However, he soon found himself perplexed again. The elderly man he had possessed carried a lowly status, likely being the first or second beggar he had embodied in the cycle of death. Yet he distinctly remembered that during the initial playback of his death, the beggar had witnessed a landscape filled with towering skyscrapers. He had indeed been murdered in a modern metropolis by the young man. During the second playback, he had been too preoccupied with the filthy waters around him to notice his surroundings. In the third playback, the identity of the uncle he had possessed seemed to indicate a second embodiment. Although his rented room was also disheveled, it was far superior to the current elderly man's abode. However, the era of that uncle's lodging was indeterminate, but it was evidently not from the 90s or 2000s. With no further information at hand, he could only continue to observe the actions of the elderly man he had inhabited. Through the peripheral vision of the future entity, he glimpsed the world outside the rented accommodation, an expanse devoid of any skyscrapers. Clearly, the future entity was affected by a sluggish mind and had failed to perceive any anomalies. He traversed the corridor, and as he approached its exit, a blinding light surged into his vision. Unable to resist, he squinted, gradually stepping into the brilliance. A surreal sensation enveloped him, akin to emerging into a sunlit world after a night spent in darkness. It felt like a rebirth. The cries of various vendors reached his ears. Green bean cakes, 12 yuan per pound. Lemonade, today a special, only 8 yuan a cup. As he stepped out into the world, a dramatic transformation unfolded before him. He had unwittingly passed through a grand entrance and found himself on a bustling food street. Mu Chenyi beheld radiant young women adorned in vibrant attire, clad in charming short skirts, some in stockings while others revealed their fair legs, shimmering under the sun's rays. He observed tricycles squeezing into the thoroughfare, and numerous youths clutching small bowls filled with delicacies or cups of milk tea, savoring their treats. This scene was all too familiar to Mu Chenyi. During weekends at Ganshui University, he frequently ventured to this very street with his roommates to indulge in street food and milk tea. Yet, witnessing it now sent a chill down his spine. He could now ascertain that the door the future entity had just crossed marked a transition from one era to another, as if he had leaped from the 1990s straight into 2024. At this moment, the future entity appeared completely oblivious, seemingly unaware of having traversed a portal through time. He hoisted a bag made of snake skin filled with empty plastic bottles, walking step by step towards a familiar location. However, the surrounding youths recoiled at the sight of the disheveled old beggar, covering their noses in disgust. The future entity remained unaffected, as though he had grown accustomed to such disdain. This behavior instilled a sense of dread in Mu Chenyi, who observed the future entity with a chilling realization. It was as if the future entity had seamlessly merged with the old man, embodying him completely. There were no discernible flaws in his performance. While it might have taken time for him to adapt to the identity of the young man he had once inhabited, in assuming the role of this elderly beggar, he appeared inherently to be the old man. This was the most unsettling aspect. Moreover, Mu Chenyi sensed that it was not merely that the future entity portrayed the old man convincingly. Rather, it seemed that the humanity of Mu Chenyi was gradually diminishing within the future entity. To be precise, the future entity was slowly transforming from Mu Chenyi into the old beggar, a profound metamorphosis that penetrated both body and soul. This disconcerting transformation left Mu Chenyi engulfed in an inexplicable panic. This apocalyptic scenario was indeed bizarre. It is indeed unsettling to witness the gradual erosion of his humanity, transforming him into an entirely different individual. Thus, how might he survive this apocalyptic cataclysm? Having experienced the dulled cognition of a young man afflicted by dementia, his prospects for survival in this end-of-the-world scenario appear exceedingly bleak. He can solely rely on this fleeting recollection of death to analyze this exceptional instance. As he continues his journey, upon exiting the bustling food street, the scenery outside undergoes a remarkable transformation. The towering edifices around him vanish in an instant, and the cacophony of lively vendors fades away without a trace. Mu Chenyi observes that the structures surrounding him have morphed into antiquated residential buildings, while the ground has been replaced by a concrete path. The once vibrant milk tea shops and diverse eateries have now reverted to traditional dining establishments and noodle houses. With his prior suspicions lingering, Mu Chenyi finds himself less astonished at this moment. Unbeknownst to the future self, he appears to have completely assimilated into this existence. becoming an elderly man who survives by scavenging for empty plastic bottles. As he strolls along the road, he approaches a trash bin, rummaging through it to extract the discarded plastic bottles, which he places into his bag before continuing onward. This endeavor persists for several rounds until his bag is filled to capacity with empty bottles, at which point he ceases his collection and purposefully heads in a specific direction. Ultimately, he arrives at a recycling station, where he sells the contents of his bag for a modest sum of 22 yuan. Afterward, he conceals his wallet within a newspaper, tucking it into the collar of his clothing, and departs the recycling station with his bag in hand. Rather than returning home, he ventures away from his dwelling in the opposite direction. Having crossed an asphalt road, the buildings around him once again undergo a metamorphosis. In a blink, they rise majestically, transitioning from their original brick and stone architecture to modern constructions of steel frameworks and reinforced concrete. Many edifices showcase expansive glass windows and transparent materials, their reflective surfaces glimmering in the sunlight, creating a dynamic aesthetic. Before him stands a contemporary bus stop. Yet, the future self remains oblivious, approaching the bus stop and skillfully rummaging through the trash bin. However, the bin has transformed into 4 categorized recycling containers, and his first choice is the one designated for recyclable waste. At this sight, Mu Chenyi is momentarily taken aback. Has the future self not noticed the change in the appearance of the trash receptacles? Previously, while rummaging through bins in a world reminiscent of the 1990s, he encountered a large bin, but now, in this modern realm, he is faced with categorized metal trash containers. The future self, however, remained oblivious to its surroundings. Upon observing this, Mu Chenyi was now entirely convinced that the future self had undergone some unforeseen transformation, resulting in a complete loss of its humanity. Utterly assimilated by the old man, those elegantly dressed individuals waiting for the bus recoiled in disgust upon witnessing the appearance of the future self, instinctively covering their noses. The future self, having endured such disdainful gazes countless times, had grown accustomed to the contempt and derision. After rummaging through 4 trash bins without finding a single plastic bottle, it reluctantly slung its sack of snakeskin over its shoulder and proceeded toward the next bin. This seemed to be the essence of its existence. The future self persisted in its search, while Mu Chenyi observed as it traversed through various epochs, ultimately amassing a substantial collection of empty plastic bottles. The monotony was palpable. Yet, Mu Chenyi dared not relax his vigilance, constantly scanning the environment for a means to unravel the impending apocalypse. Regrettably, his efforts yielded no fruitful results. He wished to document the path taken by the future self, but the ceaseless shifts in the world across different eras rendered his memory devoid of the prowess of a Rubik's Cube master, incapable of retaining the chaotic geographical locations. The afternoon of that day arrived. The future self, appearing fatigued, seated itself before a modern edifice. As it observed the vehicles incessantly traversing the road, Mu Chenyi experienced a sudden jolt of realization. He recognized this place. It was the very location where he had been slain during the first death replay. The future self seemed to sense something as it raised its gaze toward the towering structure. Etched prominently above the massive building were the words, Tian'an Construction Group. Upon seeing this inscription, Mu Chenyi recalled that during his prior embodiment as the young man, he had learned that the latter was the son of a public company's owner. Could this company be the very Tian'an Construction Group before him? Not long after taking a brief respite, the future self noticed a familiar figure emerging from the entrance of the Tian'an Construction Group building, advancing in its direction. Chapter 98. Are you me? The future self squinted at the recognizable silhouette, slumping to the ground, showing no inclination to move. The familiar figure was none other than the young man Mu Chenyi had first embodied. It appeared that he was indeed the young heir of the Tian'an Construction Group. Mu Chenyi's mind raced, pondering that since this young man had just exited the Tian'an Construction Group, it implied that his original self resided within the upper floors of this building. Before employing the Eye of Death, he recalled that the system had located other players nearby, with the closest one positioned over 160 meters away. Noting the proximity between the future self and the Tian'an Construction Group, it was evident that they were nearly at the same distance. The realization struck him. The location of the first player the system had identified was, in fact, himself. When he first wielded the Eye of Death, he was right here, felled by this young man. It was indeed he who had brought about his own demise. Yet now, he comprehended that this beggar was, in fact, himself. Surely he would not slay himself again? With this thought, his gaze returned to the future self. Upon seeing the young man, the future self momentarily froze, but uttered not a word, remaining seated in quiet repose. The young man approached, scrutinizing him from head to toe. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Are you me?" The future self merely lifted his eyelids, offering no reply. However, Mu Cheney understood that this silence was not due to a lack of voice. Rather, the future self had been thoroughly assimilated by this bizarre world, causing him to forget that he was, in essence, the counterpart of the young man. It was only a fleeting sense of familiarity that prompted the future self to cast a lingering glance at the young man. Not receiving an answer, the young man furrowed his brow and reiterated, "Are you Mu Cheney?" Still, the future self remained mute. Subsequently, the young man shook his head and turned to depart. As he left, the future self raised his head once more, gazing curiously at the retreating figure. Mu Cheney, such a familiar name, he murmured softly, having sufficiently rested. He stood, grasping the snakeskin bag filled with empty plastic bottles, and slowly made his exit. As night fell, the future self traversed the world of the past, purchasing 3 steamed buns for a mere 1 yuan at a bun shop, before moving into the modern era, where he spent 8 yuan on a cup of milk tea. He then settled onto a street-side seat, munching on the buns while sipping his milk tea. Witnessing this scene, Mu Cheney felt a sharp pang in his heart. The future self truly knew how to indulge. After a long day, the future self returned to his minuscule rental room of merely 7 or 8 square meters, laden with a half-full snakeskin bag, and succumbed to slumber. Reflecting on the future self's day, Mu Cheney was engulfed in contemplation. There was an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. He recalled that when he had possessed the young man earlier, the system had warned him that he needed to kill within 2 hours, or he would face death. Yet, it appeared that the elderly man he now inhabited bore no such constraint. Observing the future self control this elder throughout the day, it seemed he had committed no acts of violence, and there appeared to be no indication of the task to slay 8 individuals. Moreover, Mu Cheney was further perplexed about how many people his first possessed character had actually killed. Now that the first character was established, determining the subsequent 2 possessed figures, he wondered how many other players had met their end at the hands of the initial character, without the risk of mistaken identity. As long as he eliminates 8 players, he shall escape from this cursed apocalyptic realm. The following morning, the future entity gradually awakened, retrieving a piece of yesterday's hardened bun and sipping on some hot water while consuming it. After finishing his breakfast, he entered the restroom to relieve himself. However, during this moment, he noticed the 4 characters' deadlock etched into the wall, momentarily taken aback. He found it peculiar that such an inscription had suddenly appeared on the wall. The future entity had lost all memory of performing this action yesterday. Witnessing this scene, Mu Cheney felt a chill within. When the future entity initially took possession of this elderly man, some remnants of Mu Cheney's memories lingered, but as time progressed, the future entity gradually forgot everything, including his identity as a player and the fact that this world was a cataclysmic apocalyptic scenario. Observing these developments, Mu Cheney could not help but feel concerned about the trajectory of the future and ponder how he should confront this situation. What if, upon embodying this elderly man, he too became assimilated by this world? He realized that the most terrifying aspect of this apocalyptic scenario was the potential to distort his memories and perceptions. Perhaps this aligns with the prophecy of the esteemed Master Senior from the beautiful nation, which warned, humanity's cognition has been altered. Remember to keep your eyes wide open. The alteration of cognition indicates that his brain's capacity for thought had been significantly diminished, and once he became an elderly man, his original understanding was entirely replaced by that of this old man. Gradually, he began to completely transform from Mu Cheney into this elderly figure. He would forget everything about Mu Cheney, thus becoming the elderly man. This is the essence of cognitive alteration. As for the reminder to keep one's eyes wide open, he speculated on its significance. Perhaps it referred to the initial possession, during which the system detected 2 players among the surroundings, both of whom were himself. Therefore, one must remain vigilant to avoid self-destruction. In addition to Master Senior, the venerable Mr. Chang Yaqing from Huaxia also made a prophecy. A divine decree descends from above. Humanity shall perish. According to Mu Cheney's understanding, this implies that something would appear from the heavens or the cosmos, something that would lead to the destruction of all humankind. For instance, the previous incident of the moonfall resulted in the moon crashing onto the blue planet, annihilating all its inhabitants save for that lone astronaut. Yet, based on his current grasp of all available information regarding this apocalypse, it seemed that this catastrophe bore no relation to Mr. Chang Yaqing's prophecy. Or had he overlooked some crucial information? As Mu Cheney contemplated, the future entity set out once more from the rental unit, preparing to collect empty bottles for sale. Except for the absence of the woman demanding rent, every action of the future entity was indistinguishable from that of the previous day. Upon leaving the rental unit, he found that the once modern food street had transformed into a thoroughfare for automobile repairs. Everywhere around is filled with repair workers, who are either mending electric bicycles or fixing cars. As the future self of Mu Chenyi passed by a repair stall, he suddenly caught a strong whiff of beer. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a familiar figure. Chapter 99. Do not kill anyone. The figure appeared to be a middle-aged man, who was bowing his head to repair a bicycle. Mu Chenyi yearned to control his future self to turn around and scrutinize the figure, yet the future self eluded his command and continued to walk past the repair stall. He could only helplessly brush shoulders with the middle-aged man. Although he could no longer see the individual, Mu Chenyi was convinced he had not erred. The middle-aged man was indeed the character he had possessed during his second reincarnation. In the playback of the Eye of Death, he had inhabited the body of that middle-aged man. Had the future self encountered his second possessed character while traversing through different eras? Mu Chenyi initially thought this was merely a coincidence. However, on the subsequent path, the future self again encountered a young man, representing the modern world, who was leading a group of men in black, striding forcefully in a particular direction. The young man was clad in a light blue tracksuit, wielding a baseball bat in one hand, and a dagger hung at his waist. This young man was the character he had embodied first. Witnessing this scene, Mu Chenyi felt a flicker of speculation. Had the young man discovered other players detected by the system, and was he now on a mission to kill? Simultaneously, Mu Chenyi felt a surge of curiosity. How many players had the future self slain? Had the task requirements been met? However, it seemed unlikely that the task had been completed, for if it had been, the future self should have vacated this apocalyptic realm by now. In the following moments, the future self once again encountered the middle-aged repairman. This time, Mu Chenyi observed the man drinking, thus revealing his full face. The middle-aged man seemingly had fully immersed himself in the realm of repair work, becoming wholly assimilated into that identity, diligently repairing the bicycle before him. Had the middle-aged man also been assimilated? Mu Chenyi pondered. Aside from the young man he first controlled, it appeared that the other two characters he was destined to inhabit would swiftly become assimilated. As for the young man, it could not be said that he was assimilated, given his time constraint of merely 2 hours, during which he needed to eliminate as many players as possible. Was the difficulty of this apocalyptic scenario rooted here? After all, the two subsequent identities he would assume were considerably weaker, making it far more challenging to eliminate other players compared to the first identity. Thus, while inhabiting the young man, must he kill an even greater number of players? But was it truly that simple? In the ensuing period, the future self that Mu Chenyi observed encountered the young man and the middle-aged man numerous times. The future self had completely forgotten about the two individuals and had transformed entirely into an old beggar. His days were now consumed by a monotonous cycle of collecting bottles, selling them, purchasing steamed buns, and indulging in milk tea. His appetite had diminished, and 3 buns sufficed for his daily sustenance. Thus, 7 days elapsed. On the morning of the 8th day, as he awoke and commenced his breakfast ritual, he was suddenly interrupted. The door was forcefully kicked open, and to his astonishment, the same woman from before stood there. However, unlike their previous encounter, she was now adorned in modern, fashionable attire, embellished with rings and bracelets. With a disdainful gaze, she surveyed the shabby rental room and snapped, "Old man, it's time to pay the rent." As he lifted his gaze, he noticed not only this woman, but also 2 robust men standing behind her. "How much?" he inquired, rummaging through the nightstand for the newspaper containing the rental information. Before he could retrieve the money, one of the men stepped forward, pushing him aside and snatching the newspaper from his hands. The man presented the paper to the stylish woman, who, with her manicured fingers, flipped it open. Upon seeing the aged currency within, her brow furrowed, and she exclaimed, "This amount wouldn't cover a day's rent. Get him out of here." Perplexed, the future self expressed his confusion, yet these individuals offered no explanations. Instead, they physically ejected his blankets and mattress from the premises, along with a sack of empty plastic bottles that had been tucked away in the corner. The bottles clattered against the floor of the corridor, producing a crisp sound. "You old fool, if you can't pay, go sleep under the bridge and spare us your presence." The fashionable woman berated as she, along with the 2 men, continued their rent collection. The money he had prepared for 7 days' rent was now lost, taken under the pretext of damaging property due to his mishap with the toothbrush that marred the bathroom wall. This unexpected turn of events left him silent. He quietly gathered the bottles, placing them into the sack, and shouldered his bedding as he departed from the rental unit. Outside, the street had transformed once again into a bustling food market, yet this time, it did not seem to transport him to another era. Mu Chenyi witnessed all of this unfold. He understood that the future self had suffered misfortune. On the very day the rent was due, the world shifted back to reality, causing the rent to skyrocket beyond his means. Thus, the future self was cast out. Following the woman's suggestion, he found himself beneath a vast bridge, carrying his bedding and sack of bottles. With no money to his name, He spread out his bedding beneath the bridge and prepared to venture forth in search of empty bottles once more. He had not eaten today and had to sell empty bottles. Otherwise, he would go hungry by nightfall. Just as he spread out his bedding, preparing to set off, a resounding bang echoed through the air. Startled, he raised his head to see a group approaching, led by a young man clad in a light blue tracksuit, wielding a baseball bat. Upon spotting him, the young man raised the bat and swung it down with force. The bat struck the back of his body with a resounding thud, and in agony, he collapsed to the ground. The young man, seizing the moment, drew a dagger from his waist and plunged it mercilessly into his back. With each stab, it was as though he were reliving the moments of his second death. "I'm sorry, I'm just trying to survive." He heard the young man's voice before darkness enveloped him. As the blows continued, his breath grew faint. Meanwhile, Muchini, watching in horror, felt a tempest brewing within him. What in the world was happening? The young man in the light blue tracksuit, wielding the baseball bat, was none other than the very person he had seen the following day. How could this same figure reappear on the seventh day to take his life? At that moment, Muchini felt the weight of an enormous conspiracy unfolding around him. He sensed the future self's essence gradually dissipating, on the verge of death. If he returned now, he would revert to the state of an elderly man suffering from dementia. His thoughts would spiral into chaos, and his perception would be forever altered. In a state of urgency, he whispered to himself, "Do not kill anyone. Do not kill anyone." Chapter 100. It is not space that has become chaotic, but time. Do not kill anyone. Muchini repeated fervently, attempting to implant this thought into the mind of the young man. He now harbored a terrifying suspicion. But this conjecture could only be confirmed during his next death replay, when his mind would be capable of deeper reflection. Thus, under the incessant mental suggestion, the future self gradually lost vitality. The future self was once more slain by the young man. The future self met its demise. Wow! Muchini jolted awake, and the first thing he saw was his own reflection in the mirror, the familiar visage of the young man. This very young man had taken his life in all 4 death replays. But before he could ponder further, a heavy gloom descended upon him, and his mind became chaotic once more. Yet Muchini was prepared. He recalled his thoughts from before awakening, mechanically repeating, "Do not kill anyone. Do not kill anyone." As he recited these words, he strained to gather his remaining mental faculties, reflecting on the recent event of the future self being killed by the young man. He recalled that previously, the future self had encountered a young man in a blue tracksuit wielding a baseball bat with menacing intent to kill on the following day. Yet, astonishingly, on the 7th day, it was this very young man who brutally took the life of the future self. Until now, he had doubted that the chaos stemmed from a disturbance in space. However, it now appeared that the true turmoil resided within the timeline itself. It was the flow of time that had become disordered. No wonder the future self had laughed maniacally upon seeing his reflection on the first day, inscribing the ominous words "deadlock" in bold characters, for he had already foreseen that on some future day, he would be slain by the first young man whose essence he would inherit. Merely contemplating this left Muchini's mind in a state of bewilderment, rendering him momentarily dazed. When he finally regained his composure, he noticed that another 10 minutes had slipped away. 8,512. 8,511. The countdown continued, and he understood that time was of the essence. Each moment spent in contemplation was a luxury he could not afford, as he had further inquiries to pursue. Thus, he silently repeated to himself not to harm anyone while donning his attire and vacating the opulent chamber. Casting a glance at the system's report concerning the players in his vicinity, he followed the recollections of the young man and summoned a few subordinates. After gathering his companions, he descended to the lower floor. Sure enough, across the street, he spotted a beggar. The system promptly alerted him that this individual was a player, and eliminating him would extend his time limit by 2 hours. With a derisive smile, he rummaged through his pockets and approached, generously handing over several large bills. Observing the beggar's bewildered expression, Muchini recognized that the old man had succumbed to assimilation. After uttering a brief remark of gratitude, he turned and departed. Subsequently, he disregarded the incessant beeping of the system and commenced his search for new players. The system quickly transmitted information regarding the nearest players to him. At that moment, his subordinates had also arrived, and with a grand gesture, he led them toward the location of the closest player. The surroundings remained unchanged, consistently reflecting the modern era. This peculiar constancy puzzled Muchini. Did it mean that only upon the death of the young man's identity and subsequent assimilation would the world manifest a new visage? After all, it was only after his assimilation that he would remain unaware of such alterations. With these thoughts exhausting his mental faculties, he again found himself lost in contemplation. At that moment, one of his subordinates, noticing his dazed state, waved a hand in front of him. Boss? Muchini snapped back to reality, his eyes lighting up at the sight of his subordinate's gesture. It was unexpected that these ordinary individuals could rouse him from his stupor. He withdrew several banknotes from his pocket and stuffed them into the young man's jacket pocket, speaking, "From now on, every time I zone out, you interrupt me, understood?" The young man had never encountered such a scenario. He eagerly accepted the money, beaming with a nod and a bow. "Yes, boss." Under the system's guidance, Muchini soon arrived at the entrance of a rental apartment. The system alerted him that a player was inside. He ordered his subordinates to force open the door, and several of them rushed forward. Following the recent display of generosity shown to one of his men, they swiftly pried open the door with ease. Muchini noticed that the corners of the apartment were littered with empty beer bottles, and on the disheveled bed lay a scruffy middle-aged man. Upon noticing their intrusion, the man hastily stood up, flustered. Muchini approached him directly, looking down imperiously. "Do you recognize me?" The middle-aged man trembled and shook his head. Observing this reaction, Muchini furrowed his brow. Had this individual been assimilated as well? In the 4 instances of death replay he had witnessed earlier, the future bodies had retained their consciousness. Yet, these 2 individuals he had possessed, an old beggar and this middle-aged man, appeared devoid of any awareness related to Muchini. Could it be the system's interference? Indeed, this apocalyptic event should not allow such glitches. If he did not harbor murderous intent towards the next character he possessed, he would encounter individuals who had been completely assimilated. In essence, the souls within these 2 bodies were no longer his. This realization plunged him into contemplation once more. "Boss." His subordinate aptly roused him from his reverie. Instantly alert, he cast an appreciative glance at his young companion, then retrieved several banknotes from his pocket, tossing them to the middle-aged man for the door repairs. With that, he turned on his heel and departed with his subordinates. At that moment, the system's countdown continued relentlessly in his mind. 2,445, 2,444. With just over 20 minutes remaining. At this pace, he could only encounter one more player. Should he fail to act violently this time, his time would cease, and his current identity would perish, forcing him into the next middle-aged man's body. Yet, he had never intended to kill. A flicker of suspicion ignited within him. He needed to meet one more person to solidify his theory. Thus, guided by the system, he made his way towards the nearest location. Approximately 10 minutes later, he arrived at a familiar food street. "Get out. You think you can rent my place without money, you old fool." A familiar voice echoed in his ear. He turned in that direction and indeed saw a fashionable woman, the landlord who had previously evicted the elderly man. He also caught a glimpse of the old man hastily emerging with a blanket wrapped around him. The moment he saw the old man, the system immediately alerted him that the individual was a player. Chapter 101. There are no other players. Upon seeing the old man, Muchini smiled. Just as he had anticipated, the so-called task of eliminating 8 players was nothing but an elaborate ruse. In this world, he was the sole player. Those purported other players were merely different versions of himself across various timelines. For instance, the elderly man before him. It was only a short while ago that he had seen this man resting beneath the Tianan construction group. Yet now, he encountered him in a different location. Why were there 2 old men? Because he understood that these were not 2 separate individuals, but rather the same man existing in different timelines. The system had detected that all the players surrounding him were facets of his own self. Or rather, they were his 2nd and 3rd incarnations, existing within disparate timelines. No, to be precise, these incarnations resided in a world representative of the modern era, allowing him to perceive them. If that old man and the scruffy middle-aged man existed in a past timeline, he could not utilize the identity of the young man to encounter either of them. Different space-time, different timelines. What manner of world was he ensnared in? He lifted his gaze to the sunlight overhead, momentarily lost in thought. "Boss." His younger companion called out at an opportune moment. He regained his focus and nodded to the younger man, seizing the remaining time to contemplate his next move. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not resort to murder. Moreover, he still had to navigate through 2 incarnations. However, the system warned that if he failed to eliminate enough incarnations, he would be obliterated by the rules. This posed a formidable dilemma. Yet, in a world where he was the only player, any act of killing, even under the system's directives, would equate to self-destruction. Should he eliminate himself, time would close its loop, and his mission would inevitably fail. A bitter smile crept upon his face as he realized he was trapped in a deadlock. No wonder the apocalyptic scenario instilled dread within everyone. Aside from the lone astronaut who survived the last lunar catastrophe, no one else had endured, including the first apocalypse. Known as the prophecy of filth, he took a deep breath. Even if he had unraveled the essence of the situation, what did it matter? The clearer the truth became, the deeper his despair grew. He was utterly bewildered, uncertain how to survive in this terrifying, apocalyptic scenario. What options remained for him? The prophecy of the esteemed Master Seguno from the beautiful nation had already been revealed, yet the ominous predictions of the venerable Mr. Chang Yaching from Huaxia, declaring a heavenly decree that the populace would perish, had yet to unfold. Thus, where lay the key to breaking this impasse? Lost in thought, he found himself drifting into a stupor once more. Boss. It was his subordinate who roused him from his reverie. Upon regaining his composure, he glanced at the countdown timer, now dwindling to mere minutes. Without hesitation, he retrieved a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the stylish woman, the landlord. I am renting this place for the elderly gentleman. The card contains 200,000, and the password is 6 zeros. With that, he disregarded the woman's astonished and bewildered gaze, forcibly placing the card into her hand before turning to leave. He was uncertain if he had acted correctly, but the only course of action now was to ensure a better fate for the two souls he had been possessing. This was the sole deed he could undertake. In the final moments of the countdown, he dismissed his underlings, choosing to remain alone within the confines of the vehicle. During those last fleeting seconds, a profound desire to eliminate other players surged within him. He struggled to suppress this almost instinctual urge, and he noticed a familiar elderly figure passing by his car. Clutching a snakeskin bag, this was the third elderly man he had possessed. If he so wished, he could alight from the vehicle and slay him, prolonging his current identity. Yet, he refrained, forcibly restraining this primal impulse, gritting his teeth as he awaited the final seconds of the countdown. 0003, 0002, 0001, 0000. As the countdown reached its conclusion, he closed his eyes, surrendering to a state of complete oblivion without a trace of pain. Muchini was seized by a throbbing headache, a remnant of the previous night's indulgence. He struggled to sit upright, surveying the cluttered surroundings filled with empty beer bottles, his expression one of bewilderment. Warning, please eliminate 8 players promptly, or you shall be erased by the system. Warning, please eliminate 8 players promptly, or you shall be erased by the system. Ding. Identity match successful. You are an unappreciated mechanic, yearning for advancement yet perpetually idle, thus succumbing to the allure of intoxication. The system inundated him with a deluge of information. Involuntarily, he murmured, "Do not kill anyone." He immediately sat upright, seizing the opportunity before he was fully assimilated by the middle-aged man, his cognitive faculties still intact. He swiftly rummaged through the man's memories, retrieving a pen from the bedside table to inscribe the phrase "Do not kill anyone" upon the headboard. Once this task was completed, he turned his attention to the system, contemplating the usage of the Eye of Death. Eye of Death. This identity may be utilized only once. He dared not linger, fearing he might forget the existence of the Eye of Death. Thus, he decisively commanded, "Activate the Eye of Death." In the next moment, clarity surged through his mind, yet his thoughts began to dissolve. A chime echoed in his ears, due to the host's failure to eliminate 8 players. The host is about to be erased by the rules. The voice of the system resonated within him. Subsequently, he opened his eyes to behold the room of his rented apartment. Before he could ponder further, a sharp pain struck him. The future body, extinguished. Startled, the now middle-aged Mu Qinyu jolted awake from his bed, immediately raising his hands to inspect them. The replay of death had been alarmingly brief, but it had revealed to him the cause of his demise. Within the replay, the system had uttered a solitary phrase, due to the host's failure to eliminate 8 players. The host is about to be erased by the rules. He was obliterated for not completing his task. Had he ultimately perished under such merciless regulations? What was he to do? After all, if he were to eliminate other players, the final victim would inevitably be himself. He began to doubt the righteousness of his actions. If he refrained from killing other players, he would be slain by the rules. Conversely, if he did take lives, he would ultimately destroy his own. It seemed an inescapable dead end. This apocalyptic scenario was nothing short of a path to annihilation. Where then lay the hope for survival? Trembling within, he longed for life. He glanced at the warning etched upon the headboard, advising against killing anyone, and slowly succumbed to a haze of confusion. Chapter 102, The Hope of Survival. Mu Qinyu pondered deeply. In this bizarre world, everything felt amiss. The ceaselessly shifting timeline and the ever-changing environment enveloped him. He felt ensnared in a stalemate. How could one conceive of a solution while ensconced within such rules? Was there truly no glimmer of hope in this apocalyptic realm? As he deliberated, he remained unaware that his thoughts were gradually being assimilated by the mindset of the middle-aged man. When Mu Qinyu finally recognized this transformation, he realized that the weight of his reflections had caused him to lose all memories of his former identity. His expression shifted from one of complexity to a sudden dullness. Mu Qinyu, now accurately described as the middle-aged man, surveyed the stacks of beer boxes beside him. He retrieved a bottle, opened it, and began to drink while dressing. He had completely lost all awareness of his previous self, having been fully transformed into the middle-aged man. Once he was ready, he set off to his repair shop, embarking on the tasks of the day. Thus, Mu Qinyu lived as a middle-aged man, commencing a new chapter in his life. Each morning, he would head to the shop, return at noon with a modest takeout meal, enjoy a couple of beers, and then continue his work in the afternoon. His life seemed to have settled into a tranquil rhythm. However, the following day, an unexpected incident occurred. A young man, accompanied by a band of followers, burst into his home, vandalizing the front door and leaving behind a sum of money far exceeding the cost of the door, claiming it was payment for the damage. This windfall filled the middle-aged man with joy. He used a small portion of the money to repair the door and spent the remainder on an extravagant feast of beer and barbecue, indulging in a delightful meal. It had been years since he had enjoyed such a carefree repast. As he savored the barbecue, tears streamed down his cheeks. After this event, his life returned to its previous calmness. As the fifth day arrived, for reasons unknown, the middle-aged man was suddenly overwhelmed by an intense desire to kill, with the target being an elderly beggar who passed by his shop daily. Yet, each time he contemplated murder, he recalled the warning on his bedside table, "Do not kill anyone." Thus, he resisted the urge to slay the old beggar, maintaining his composure. The fifth day proved to be exceptionally arduous. The middle-aged man exerted tremendous willpower to refrain from ending the beggar's life. That night, as usual, he drank several bottles of beer and lay down in bed. At that moment, he was oblivious to the countdown flashing in his mind. 0003, 0002, 0001, 0000. At the instant the timer reached 0, the middle-aged man lost all sensation. Ding. Identity match successful. You are a beggar who survives by scavenging, residing in a chaotic environment. Living day by day. You must kill 8 players to escape this world. Survival time for this identity, 10 days. Countdown begins. 239, 5959, 239, 5958. The voice of the system echoed, and the consciousness of Mu Qinyu briefly revived. Having just regained the ability to think, Mu Qinyu surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had transformed into the old beggar. The corner was still cluttered with bags of empty plastic bottles, and the room was filthy and disordered, merely 7 or 8 square meters in size. For Mu Qinyu, it felt as though he had inhabited this space for a week, rendering him intimately familiar with everything here. Having learned from past experiences, he dared not dwell too much on his current state. If he continued to ponder, he might suffer the same fate as the middle-aged man before him, becoming assimilated after excessive contemplation. Thus, he ceased his reflections and turned his gaze to the Death Eye, which could only be used once. He silently intoned, "Activate the Death Eye." He intended to delve into the replay of death for further contemplation. As the prophetic skill activated, his thoughts descended into silence. What manner of place is this? This is the inquiry echoing in his mind. Upon hearing his own voice, Mu Qinyu immediately opened his eyes. The scene before him became vividly clear in an instant. Then, he beheld a sight that would forever be etched in his memory. Before him lay the juncture between 2 worlds. On one side of the sky, the realm of night was represented, while the other half basked in the light of day. To the left, the darkness was illuminated by countless flickering lights, while to the right, the day thrived with exuberance, alive with the essence of life. Meanwhile, the future entities stood in a daze, uttering not a single word. Beep, beep, beep. The system's voice resonated wildly in the future entity's mind, alerting him that he was situated within a temporal rift and urging him to retreat within 1 minute, lest he be engulfed by the rift and torn asunder by the chaotic currents of time. The alarm blared incessantly in his mind. Alongside this cacophony, another voice emerged. Due to the host position being beyond a special location, all skills and items would temporarily revert to the instance location, and upon doing so, they would be sealed once more. The system urged the host to vacate the temporal rift post-haste. The warning echoed relentlessly in the future entity's ears. Yet, thoroughly assimilated by the elder, the future entity seemed utterly oblivious to the system's alarms, standing foolishly in place, gazing at the enormous fissure in the skyline. Observing this, Mu Qinyu's mind raced with thoughts. What exactly is this place? The system just referred to it as a spatial rift. Moreover, within this rift, all his skills and items had been unleashed. Suddenly, a crucial realization struck him. It seemed he could survive. The basis for this thought lay in the fact that during the second instance, the deep-sea behemoth, he had acquired a vital one-time special item, the Guardian of the Sea Turtle. The Guardian of the Sea Turtle, it can shield the host from a single instance of obliteration by the rules. And since he had failed to complete the task of eliminating 8 players, he was to be erased by the rules. However, within the instance, all his skills and items were rendered ineffective. Only within this temporal rift did those restrictions cease to apply. If the Guardian of the Sea Turtle could be utilized, might he not survive such a rule-induced obliteration? Chapter 103. Instance Time Reversal enters the second phase. Mucini pondered the feasibility of this idea. However, several formidable challenges lay ahead. First and foremost, the time he could remain within the rift was insufficient, limited to less than a minute. This meant he must ensure the Elder's identity entered the temporal rift in the final minute of his life, the very last minute of that time constraint. Thus, the Elder's possession would be eradicated by the rules before the temporal rift could annihilate him. Fortunately, he could employ the turtle's protection within the rift to evade the rule's obliteration. Once the rule's extermination was thwarted by the turtle's safeguard, he could then exit this temporal fissure, avoiding the chaotic currents within. Yet, the most pressing dilemma remained, by that time. He would undoubtedly have been assimilated by the Elder, devoid of any personal memories. How could a completely assimilated Elder act according to the plan? Moreover, there was another matter. During his observations of the Elder's previous deaths, the Elder had never reached the position of this temporal rift. Why had he arrived here this time? He began to contemplate the actions he had undertaken. If he were to claim that he had altered anything, it would merely be that during the first possession, he refrained from committing murder and even assisted the Elder in paying rent. The Elder was evicted on the 7th day, which meant that the young man had helped pay the rent on the 7th day of the Elder's timeline. These were the only changes he had made. Given the Elder's possession lasted for 10 days, if he could bring the Elder to this location 3 days after paying the rent, would that suffice? The lingering question remained. How could he freeze time at the last minute to accomplish this series of events? Writing it down seemed futile. For once he was entirely assimilated by the Elder, all his actions would likely be disregarded. This included inscribing messages on the wall, a feat that had already been attempted by the future entity in the 4th death replay. However, there existed a rather arduous alternative. During the previous 2 possessions, including the death replay, Mucini had discerned a rule. When he utilized too much of Mucini's persona to ponder problems during possession, it rapidly depleted his cognitive resources, leading to his swifter assimilation by the possessed character. This phenomenon applied to every character. Only during the initial possession of the young man did this not manifest, as he was more prone to daydreaming. But what if he conserved his cognitive resources and allowed himself to be temporarily assimilated into the Elder? Could he not let Mucini's consciousness slumber? Awakening Mucini's consciousness would be quite simple, for there was a significant distinction between his original consciousness and that of the possessed identity. His original consciousness could perceive the system's existence, while the Elder's possessed consciousness could not. Therefore, he could, at the final moment of the 10th day, utilize the system's countdown to awaken his original consciousness. Yet, this action bore elements of risk. What if his original consciousness failed to awaken? Or, should he awaken too late? How would he manage to enter the temporal rift in the final minute? Yet now, he found himself devoid of any alternatives. This was his sole means of survival. As he continued to ponder, this death replay reached its conclusion. Beep, beep, beep. The countdown has concluded, and the host is about to be engulfed by the turbulent currents of time and space. The elderly man paid no heed to the system's voice, staring vacantly as a stream of light pierced his being. In an instant, this luminescence obliterated the old man's life. The future form has perished. Upon returning from the abyss of death, Mucini's thoughts gradually became clearer. However, as an unsettling realization dawned upon him, he swiftly submerged these thoughts into silence once more. He could not afford to contemplate any further, lest his consciousness be irrevocably lost, and the essence of Mucini fade into oblivion. Shortly after Mucini concealed his awareness, the elderly man, somewhat dazed, sat up, rubbed his eyes, and surveyed his surroundings. He took a sip from a nearby cup and clumsily made his way to the restroom. Bang! The door to the room swung open violently, revealing the landlady, clad in a white shirt and a pink, knee-length, pleated skirt. Had Mucini's consciousness still been alert, he would have recognized that they were situated within a bygone timeline, for the landlady's attire bore an air of antiquity, or perhaps retro charm. "Old man, hurry up and pay the rent, or I'll have you thrown out today," the landlady barked, repeating her usual demand. The elderly man, flustered, hastily retrieved a newspaper wrapped with cash from the bedside table, only to have it snatched away by the landlady. "This is 7 days' worth of rent," she declared before departing. After watching her leave in silence, the elderly man remained wordless, quietly picking up a snakeskin bag in the corner of the room that contained empty plastic bottles, and ventured outside to collect more. It seemed as if the cycle had resumed. The elderly man spent yet another day gathering empty bottles. Notably, as he passed by the Tian and Jian construction group, a young man mistook him for a beggar, tossing several red bills in his direction. However, Before the elderly man could do anything with the money, a scruffy-looking man swiftly approached, snatched the cash from his grasp, and fled. The elderly man could only watch helplessly as the thief vanished from sight, powerless to act. After this incident, the elderly man's life returned to its monotonous routine. Just as in the scenes from Mucini's fourth death replay, the old man lived out each day in this manner, while the consciousness unique to Mucini remained in a perpetual slumber, never to awaken. On the morning of the seventh day, unable to pay his rent, the elderly man was unceremoniously ejected by the fashionably dressed woman. Coincidentally, the young man returned and witnessed this unfolding scene. "I'll pay for this old man's rent. I have 200,000 in my card, and the password is 6 zeros, the young man declared, stepping in to assist. Subsequently, the elderly man observed the fashionable woman, now with a forced smile, bidding farewell to the young man. Once he had departed, the woman glared at the elderly man, clutching his bedding in a state of confusion, and spat out, "Damn old fool, having done all sorts of wickedness in your youth, you still manage to encounter a benefactor in your old age." She disdainfully spat at his feet before turning on her heel and leaving. The elderly man could only clutch his blanket as he returned to his rented room. It seemed that as long as he was not driven away, everything was bearable. After that incident, the following days passed without further troubles, until the final hour of his life, which coincided with the 10th day of Mucini's possession of his body. Warning: you must eliminate 8 players within 1 hour, or you will be erased by the system. In the early morning, Mucini's consciousness was roused by this announcement. Without the luxury of surprise at his awakening, he immediately sat up, casting a fleeting glance around his surroundings before resolutely heading outside. He was already aware of the location of the boundary between the black and white of the skyline, the so-called time-space rift. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, he arrived at the threshold where night met day, halting to sit cross-legged on the ground. He emptied his mind, daring not to entertain any thoughts. With only 40 minutes remaining, he needed to enter the rift at the last possible moment. Time trickled away. Mucini sensed that, despite not engaging in any thoughts, his cognitive load was diminishing due to his control over the elderly man's body. Realizing this, he further cleared his mind, wagering that his thought capacity could endure until the very last instant. At last, beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning, the host has failed to complete the task. You will be obliterated by the rules in 1 minute. The system's voice successfully jolted Mucini back to the remnants of his consciousness. He abruptly opened his eyes and sprinted towards the time rift before him. The elderly man's speed was maximized under his direction. Just as he was about to lose his final awareness, he plunged into the time rift. The host found himself within the rift, where the surrounding skyline transformed into a dichotomy of day and night. Because the host was located outside a special area, all skills and items would temporarily revert to the instance location, where they would subsequently be sealed once more. Please exit the time-space rift as soon as possible. As the system delivered this message, the final vestiges of Mucini's thoughts dissipated entirely. In that moment, he was utterly assimilated into the elderly man's consciousness. The old man stood dazed, bewildered by his surroundings. He was astonished at how he had arrived here. Beep. The host Mucini has failed to complete the task of eliminating 8 players and is on the verge of erasure by the rules. However, the system detected a guardian turtle's protection on the host and automatically consumed it, preventing the host from being obliterated. Congratulations, the host has successfully survived in the chaotic time-space. The first phase of the instance, time reversal, has concluded, and the host Mucini is about to enter the second phase. Chapter 104. The game has only just begun. The copy of Time Reversal has entered its second phase. At the moment the system's voice echoed, Mucini's cognitive capacity was fully restored. The elder was once again under Mucini's control. As he gazed upon the imminent temporal turbulence approaching him, he had no time to ponder and hastily exited the fissure in time. He stepped into the world of daylight. This time, he no longer needed to worry about insufficient cognitive capacity, for his body was entirely his own, and his thoughts belonged solely to him. As the host, Mucini had entered the second phase, and all items and skills were now available for use. A notification appeared. You are the sole player to have entered the second phase of Time Reversal. Should the host perish in this instance, the apocalypse will descend upon reality. Upon arriving in this fractured world, Mucini discovered that everything around him had come to a standstill. This included vehicles that had been in motion, pedestrians, and even the birds soaring in the sky, all frozen in their actions. A marvel to behold. Simultaneously, before him stood a door pulsating with waves of energy. Please step through the portal to enter the second phase, the system prompted. Mucini gazed at the door, remaining silent for a moment before cautiously approaching and stepping inside. The instant he crossed the threshold, he felt a sensation of being pulled. April 19th, Saturday morning at 8 o'clock, Recovery of Chapter 93's significant timeline. A rich aroma blossomed in his mouth. Mucini immediately opened his eyes. Soon, he realized he was holding a bun, bringing it to his lips. Wait, why did this scene feel so familiar? He stared at the bustling reality outside the breakfast shop, momentarily lost in thought. As a realization struck him, he pulled out his phone to check the date. April 19th. Wasn't this the day he had entered the apocalyptic world from reality? Had he traversed back? No. He squinted at the system. At that moment, there was no personal shop option. Only a notification remained. You have entered the second phase of the instance. Time reversal. He had not returned to reality. He was still ensnared in this apocalyptic world. As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a wave of helplessness and despair. Damn it. After enduring such arduous times, was he now being told he had merely completed the first phase? Even achieving that first phase had cost him dearly. Wagering his life countless times, hoping his consciousness would awaken from the elder's body. He had gambled that he could slip through the temporal fissure at the last moment, exploiting a loophole in the rules, allowing the guardian within him to stave off annihilation by the very laws that sought to erase him. Each step he took was akin to walking a tightrope. A single misstep could lead to utter demise. And yet, he found himself only at the second phase of the apocalypse. The game has only just begun, hasn't it? He cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Though he appeared to be in reality, one could never predict what unforeseen calamities might threaten his life. He activated the system and gazed into the Eye of Death. At that moment, the description of the Eye of Death had changed. The Eye of Death. The host can glimpse the scene of their next demise through the Eye of Death. This can only be used once in the current instance. Cooldown period, 7 days. It still could only be utilized once. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to use it immediately. He glanced at the ordinary people around him enjoying their breakfast, grabbed a nearby napkin to wipe his mouth, and, seizing the opportunity for concealment, he silently invoked the Eye of Death within his mind. Unbeknownst to anyone, his eyes shimmered with a crimson glow. In 10 minutes, we shall witness a meteor shower that occurs only once in centuries. Our reporters from Jiangxing are stationed at the nearest peak, ready to bring you a live broadcast of this celestial event. This is the finest vantage point in Jiangxing for viewing the meteor shower. Upon hearing that familiar announcement about the meteor shower, Mucini opened his eyes to see Wang Zichen preparing to turn off the television. Stop. The future entity called out to Wang Zichen. Wang Zichen hesitated, turning to him in confusion. Brother Mu, what is the matter? The future entity fixated on the meteor shower broadcast, urging Wang Zichen, in 10 minutes, take me to the nearest highest point. I want to witness this meteor shower. But we are on the brink of the apocalypse. Wang Zichen replied, bewildered. Trust me. The future entity insisted earnestly, influenced by the future entity's conviction. Wang Zichen gritted his teeth and relented. He swiftly grabbed a set of car keys hanging on the wall and headed to the backyard to unlock his fastest vehicle. Get in, he called out as the future entity hopped into the car without delay. Lin Yuan joined them as well, and the trio sped towards the nearest hillside. Brother Mu, you've been acting strangely all day. What on earth is going on? Wang Zichen inquired while driving. The future entity shook his head. This situation is quite perplexing. I will explain once we have verified it. Chapter 105. Death Replay. The source of the apocalypse is the two-dimensional foil. Observing everything, Mucini gleaned some information. The second phase of the time reversal instance bore no resemblance to reality. From Wang Zichen, he learned that they still believed a new apocalypse would commence at 10 o'clock that evening. However, only the future entity was aware that he had emerged from the first phase of this apocalypse. Perceiving that Wang Zichen and the others might very well be NPCs within this catastrophe. For the system had previously informed him that he was the sole player to enter the second phase. The remaining players either surrendered outright or perished in the initial phase. Consequently, the future entity refrained from disclosing their NPC status to them. It appeared that the future entity had spent an entire day investigating the nature of this cataclysmic second phase, but yielded little in terms of findings. Until he chanced upon news of the meteor shower. It was then that he surmised that the origin of this apocalyptic event might be linked to the meteor shower. This conjecture was all that Mucini could glean through the Eye of Death. However, he harbored one lingering question. Wasn't this meteor shower also manifesting in reality? As this thought struck him, he was suddenly reminded of the prophecy by the venerable Mr. Qingshan from Huaxia. A divine decree descends from the heavens. The populace shall perish. Could this divine decree be the meteor shower itself? While he pondered this matter, Wang Zichen had already driven the future entity and Lin Yuan to a small hill. The future entity took out his phone to check the time, which displayed a striking timestamp, 21:58:12. It was 9:58 p.m., merely 1 minute away from the meteor shower's anticipated descent at 10 o'clock. Yet, even at this moment, many could already perceive streaks of crimson light cascading from the sky. It was a resplendent meteor. The future entity, unwilling to delay, promptly retrieved the cosmic telescope he had previously exchanged for in reality. This telescope was a one-time use item, but the future entity was unperturbed by the cost of several hundred points. He immediately activated the telescope and aimed it at his eyes. As he employed the telescope, a countdown appeared upon its surface: 59, 58, 57. This countdown indicated that the telescope could only be utilized for 1 minute. After that, this disposable cosmic instrument would be rendered inoperative. Through the perspective of the future entity, Mu Chenyu gazed up at the meteor. The telescope's description stated it could enable the user to perceive that which lies beyond conventional understanding. With the aid of the cosmic telescope, the future entity swiftly discerned a thin, inconceivable transparent sheet nestled within the crevice of the meteor. Indeed, it was a delicate sheet, smaller than a bank card. This transparent paper, wedged within the stone fissure, evoked in Mu Chenyu the belief that even the most sophisticated human instruments would fail to detect it. What could this be? Suddenly, a faint sound echoed as the meteor began to fracture, scattering toward the land of the enemy. Beneath the breathtaking brilliance of the crimson light lay a concealed threat to all humanity. In the pitch-black sky, adorned with countless stars, the meteor transformed into myriad smaller meteors, cascading like raindrops, leaving behind trails of dazzling light. The future entity could even hear the jubilant cheers of those surrounding him. At this moment, countless couples embrace one another, and numerous families gather together, filled with anticipation and joy, gazing at the exquisite stream of light. This is a romance and mystery belonging to the cosmos, a fleeting moment of beauty brought forth from the universe that almost everyone yearns to witness. Except for the future entity. For the future entity, having observed through the cosmic telescope, beheld a moment when a meteorite split apart. Within it, a delicate sheet of paper began to emit a blinding white light, rapidly extending outward. With a soft pop, almost instantaneously, this sheet enveloped the entire blue planet. If precise instruments were employed for calculation, it would reveal that this sheet enveloped the whole blue planet in a mere 0.1 seconds. In the next instant, the future entity was struck by a sensation of sluggishness. This feeling was all too familiar, reminiscent of the early stages of time reversal, akin to the onset of dementia. More accurately, it was a sense of mental disarray. The future entity, influenced by this sensation, became momentarily dazed, as did Mu Chenyu, who also sensed the peculiarity. However, at that moment, Mu Chenyu focused intently on the cosmic telescope, for within it, he beheld a scene that transformed his understanding. He witnessed through the telescope's lens that as the paper was released, the very fabric of the universe began to collapse, a process of infinite contraction and disassembly. The individual dimensions within the originally three-dimensional space began to curl and compress, as the entire expanse was gradually devoured and dismantled by this thin, luminescent sheet of paper. The universe was transitioning from a three-dimensional entity into a two-dimensional plane. Moreover, this dimensional reduction was not confined to the blue planet. It expanded outward into the cosmos at the speed of light, until the 1-minute usage time of the cosmic telescope concluded. The vision of the universe's collapse vanished before Mu Chenyu's eyes, replaced by the sight of a meteor shower streaking across the sky. In that moment, Mu Chenyu unmistakably recognized the origin of this thin sheet of paper. It was the legendary weapon employed by advanced civilizations to enact dimensional strikes upon lower civilizations. Two-dimensional foil. The instant he identified this weapon, the vision dissipated. The future entity met its demise in what appeared to be the real world. Cough, cough, cough. After concluding the use of the Eye of Death, Mu Chenyu was jolted awake by his own saliva. His vigorous movements drew curious glances from those around him enjoying breakfast. With a countenance fraught with uncertainty, Mu Chenyu retrieved his phone, settled the bill, and prepared to leave the breakfast establishment. "Classmate, you've paid twice." The cashier called after him. He merely waved his hand dismissively, no need for change. Having said that, he exited the breakfast shop. His gaze flickered, and his expression was one of unprecedented calm. He had come to understand. The so-called first phase of time reversal was, in fact, within the realm of the two-dimensional foil. The limitation on his capacity for thought stemmed from the fact that the two-dimensional foil represented a transformation of three-dimensional beings into two-dimensional entities. Given that his cognitive abilities were inherently three-dimensional, it was inevitable that his intellectual faculties would be suppressed within the realm of the two-dimensional foil. He retrieved his mobile phone and promptly dialed Morong Shiner. Moments later, she answered the call. At this juncture, Mu Chenyu had no time for idle chatter. He spoke with a commanding tone. "Assist me in investigating a company that may have gone bankrupt from the 1990s or 2000s, called Tiannan Construction Group. Remember, focus on the son of the group's owner." Chapter 106. The two-dimensional world enough said, expedite your investigation. Once completed, send me the information. I have other matters to attend to, he concluded, hanging up before she could respond. He then fell into contemplation. He had not anticipated that the source of this apocalypse would be the two-dimensional foil. Now, he comprehended why the venerable Mr. Chang Yaqing had prophesied the descent of a divine edict from the heavens, heralding the demise of humanity. The decree from above was embodied in that thin sheet of two-dimensional foil. When the foil descended, all living beings on Blue Star would be reduced to two-dimensional forms, aligning with the prophecy of humanity's impending doom. Now, the predictions of the esteemed Master Senior from the United States and Mr. Chang Yaqing from Huaxia had both come to fruition. He stroked his chin, realizing that the information he sought from Murong Shiner was crucial. In reality, after finishing breakfast, he had intended to go for a morning run in the forest park, followed by an entire morning of gaming with Wang Zichen, and then dining with his parents on a clear broth of free-range chicken. However, he could no longer afford such leisure, for once the meteor shower graced the night sky, all would be transformed into two-dimensional beings, a fate not unlike death itself. Activate the judgment scale, he pondered aloud. The judgment scale, akin to the eye of death, could only be employed once in this instance. As he spoke, a vision of a scale, half angel and half demon, materialized in his mind. Could I employ the dagger of termination to obliterate the source of the apocalypse, the two-dimensional foil? He inquired. Upon voicing this question, the angelic side of the scale tilted slightly upward, while the demonic side descended somewhat. This indicated a minuscule probability. The chance of success was less than that of failure. This revelation subtly informed Mu Chenyi that the dagger of termination could inflict damage upon the source of the apocalypse, the two-dimensional foil. Yet it alone could not utterly destroy it. Although the validated probability of success was minimal, Mu Chenyi felt a surge of elation rather than despair. He had acquired the information he sought. His earlier inquiry about whether the dagger of termination could dismantle the source of the apocalypse, specifically the two-dimensional foil, not merely any two-dimensional foil, had yielded a precise answer from the judgment scale. The likelihood of success was indeed less than that of failure. This is tantamount to revealing to him that the transparent thin paper, known as the two-dimensional foil, nestled within the crevice of that stone, is indeed the source of this cataclysmic apocalypse. If one can thwart or dismantle the two-dimensional foil, the impending doom may be averted. Prior to this revelation, he might have harbored doubts whether the origin of this apocalypse stemmed not from the foil itself, but from some entity that unleashed it. However, upon receiving this crucial information, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. His purpose for wielding the judgment scale had been fulfilled, for he had uncovered the root of this impending calamity. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he dialed Wang Zichen's number. Hey, Brother Mu, are you looking to play some games with me? Wang Zichen inquired promptly upon answering the call. Forget about gaming. The apocalypse is upon us. Hurry and drive over to pick me up. We need to pay Old Zhao a visit. I'll send you my location now. Mu Chenyi swiftly orchestrated the plan. What apocalypse? Wang Zichen paused momentarily before exclaiming, never mind. We can discuss it in person. I'm getting dressed to come and fetch you. After they hung up, Mu Chenyi sent his location to him. A mere 10 minutes later, Wang Zichen's vehicle arrived before him. To Old Zhao's, Mu Chenyi declared as he settled into the passenger seat. Where's Lin Yuan? Wang Zichen asked, noticing only Mu Chenyi's presence with a hint of curiosity. Probably chatting with my parents. Mu Chenyi replied nonchalantly. Wang Zichen. Nonetheless, he refrained from probing further and drove them towards Old Zhao's stronghold in the countryside. Upon their arrival at Old Zhao's residence, they were greeted by the sight of an enchanting lady accompanying Old Zhao, who was indulging her in a candlelit dinner. Both Wang Zichen and Mu Chenyi were momentarily taken aback. Wait, is this really the Old Zhao we know? Old Zhao, equally surprised by their unexpected visit, felt a tinge of embarrassment, a rare occurrence for someone so unflappable. He waved his hand, instructing the lady, you go ahead and wait for me upstairs. I need to talk to them. The lady cast a curious glance at Wang Zichen and Mu Chenyi before gracefully ascending the stairs. Once she was out of earshot, Wang Zichen, with an odd expression, remarked, I was wondering why Brother Mu was so eager for me to come. Turns out you're here to catch a woman. Cough, cough. Mu Chenyi interrupted him with a cough. I truly have business with Old Zhao. It's not what you're thinking. What business? Old Zhao inquired, adopting a serious demeanor as he turned to Mu Chenyi. I wish to gather information regarding the two-dimensional foil, Mu Chenyi stated promptly. In the process of the three-dimensional world transitioning into the two-dimensional realm. Do you possess any information on this matter? While he initially contemplated seeking insights from Murong Shiner, he ultimately deemed Old Zhao to be the more reliable source. Two-dimensional foil? Why do you inquire about that? Old Zhao regarded him with a perplexed expression. Is the next cataclysmic apocalypse not due to the invasion of the two-dimensional foil into the blue star? You are quite astute. Mu Qinyu commended him with a thumbs up. Lao Zhao, wait a moment. This news is rather alarming. He needs to take a breather. After a brief pause, he furrowed his brow and remarked, the expansion speed of the two-dimensional foil has reached the speed of light. If one wishes to survive, one must escape in a spacecraft capable of achieving such velocity. Yet our current technological capabilities fall short. Is there truly no way to impede the release of the two-dimensional foil? Mu Qinyu inquired softly. Unless your dagger of annihilation can resolve the issue, we are doomed, Lao Zhao responded, raising his hands in resignation. Mu Qinyu shook his head. His dagger of annihilation could not dismantle the two-dimensional foil. By the way, you asked what the two-dimensional world is about? Lao Zhao questioned again. I am merely curious about the operational mechanism of the two-dimensional foil. Mu Qinyu reflected on the world he inhabited. In that realm, his three-dimensional thoughts were perpetually suppressed. A sensation exceedingly uncomfortable. There are two interpretations, Lao Zhao declared, opening his computer to create a planar model, illustrating a cube. The first pertains to a mathematical model, delineating the disparity between 3 and 2 dimensions, with the addition of an extra dimension, length, width, and height, as commonly described. If we consider 2 dimensions as a plane formed by length and width, then height constitutes the third dimension. I comprehend that. What is the second? Mu Qinyu inquired. The second requires contemplating how a two-dimensional being perceives a three-dimensional entity. Lao Zhao continued, retrieving a comic book from the cabinet beneath his computer. This was a narrative comic, chronicling the tale of a warrior slaying a malevolent dragon. You all must have seen this book, right? Lao Zhao lifted the comic. Both Mu Qinyu and Wang Zichen nodded. Chapter 107. The Three-Dimensional Perspective of Two-Dimensional Beings. This comic narrates the journey of a young warrior who overcomes various formidable foes to rescue his princess, culminating in a climactic duel with the dragon, the ultimate antagonist. After recounting the story, Lao Zhao opened the book to its first page, stating, all the creatures within this comic can be understood as two-dimensional beings, as they exist within a two-dimensional plane. Upon hearing this, Mu Qinyu raised an eyebrow. This was indeed the first time he had encountered such an explanation. As three-dimensional beings, we can freely browse through this comic, gaining insight into the past and future of these two-dimensional creatures. When we turn to the first page, we witness the young warrior preparing to rescue the princess. Yet upon reaching the final page, we find the warrior and princess living a life devoid of modesty after the rescue. Lao Zhao continued to flip through the comic, elucidating. Thus, I can interpret that before two-dimensional beings, we can alter their timeline. For we can peruse this comic at will, flipping to any point in their timeline. Hearing Lao Zhao's words, Mu Qinyu's eyes suddenly sparkled with understanding. It seemed he was beginning to grasp the concept. In truth, this could also elucidate the distinctions between us three-dimensional beings and those of the fourth dimension. Lao Zhao set aside his comic book and spoke slowly. If a point represents a zero-dimensional entity, then the movement of that point into a line signifies a one-dimensional object. The transition of a line into a plane embodies a two-dimensional entity. Furthermore, when a plane evolves into a three-dimensional rectangular prism, it represents a three-dimensional object. At this point, Wang Zichen, who had remained silent, expressed his confusion. Isn't a three-dimensional object merely a rectangular prism in motion? Mu Qinyu interjected. The movement in 4 dimensions does not pertain to physical movement in the conventional sense. To be precise, it refers to the transition from the past to the future. This movement along the timeline is what signifies the transformation from 3 dimensions to 4 dimensions. Indeed, Lao Zhao acknowledged Mu Qinyu with appreciation and continued, for us, three-dimensional beings, the 4th dimension is time itself. Should we ever have the opportunity to traverse from the future to the past, what one might call a time machine, we would, in a sense, have discovered the means to become 4-dimensional beings. Of course, this notion is regarded as a paradox in online discussions and cannot be considered formal scientific evidence. That is already quite significant, Mu Qinyu replied. Now we just need to confirm the information from Murong Shiner. As this thought crossed his mind, his phone chimed with Murong Shiner's distinctive message alert. She had sent him a lengthy series of messages. Upon opening them, Mu Qinyu read, "Is this the person you asked me to find, image? This individual is Gao Feiping, the son of Gao Hongyi, the owner of Tianan Construction Group. However, in 1987, during the national crackdown on criminal elements, those involved in organized crime were eliminated. Gao Feiping, under his father's protection, had committed numerous atrocities, including the abduction of women, which became second nature to him. Eventually, during the court proceedings, Gao Hongyi was sentenced to death, while Gao Feiping received a life sentence. Later, due to good behavior in prison, he was released after 20 years. At the age of 45, he regained his freedom. But his criminal past rendered him unable to secure legitimate employment. Many companies and shop owners shunned him upon discovering his criminal background. Consequently, he could only learn the trade of a mechanic under the tutelage of a repairman. However, a year ago, at the age of 61, Gao Feiping was discovered by an enemy from his past. In a brutal act of revenge, his adversary severed his Achilles tendon, rendered him mute by forcing cement into his throat, and cast him into a filthy drain, leading to his tragic demise. The police discovered his body a day later, and his murderer was subsequently brought to justice. In addition to this account of Gao Feiping, Mu Qinyu also received several photographs from Murong Xiner. Among them were images of Gao Feiping at different stages of his life: youth, middle age, and old age. The three photographs corresponded strikingly with the three characters he had embodied during the first phase of time reversal. Could it be? A glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes. He understood everything now. In the initial phase of the time reversal, he inhabited the youthful, middle-aged, and elderly forms of Gao Feiping. It is no wonder that when he took possession of Gao Feiping's elderly self, the landlady scolded him as a wretched old man, lamenting his past misdeeds and suggesting that in his old age, he might still encounter benefactors. When he regained the consciousness of Mu Qinyu, he found this peculiar. It transpired that the landlady was already aware of Gao Feiping's numerous transgressions in his youth, which explained her disdainful demeanor towards him. The more extravagant Gao Feiping's youth had been, the more tragic his elderly years became. In fact, during his second death replay, he witnessed a future where the old man had become mute, his tendons severed and discarded into a foul ditch. This was one of Gao Feiping's potential fates, marking a specific temporal node in his existence. Thus facilitating his transmission to this juncture was entirely reasonable. The so-called first phase of time reversal was unequivocally confirmed to be the internal world of the two-dimensional foil. In simpler terms, it represented the world he experienced after the two-dimensional foil enveloped the blue planet. Within this internal realm, his identity was that of Gao Feiping, encompassing his youthful, middle-aged, and elderly selves. Should he kill either his middle-aged or elderly form, he would perish instantly, for the three entities he inhabited were, in essence, manifestations of himself. The reason he perceived various timelines, architectural marvels, and surrounding scenery while inhabiting Gao Feiping's elderly self was due to it being a realm within the two-dimensional foil. The two-dimensional foil is a superweapon that transforms the three-dimensional world into a two-dimensional one to execute a dimensional strike. Old Zhao had previously remarked that four-dimensional beings possess an additional temporal line compared to three-dimensional beings, while three-dimensional beings surpass two-dimensional ones by an elevated dimension. This elevation corresponds to the timeline of two-dimensional entities. Consequently, within the world of the two-dimensional foil, there exists a transformation from three-dimensionality to two-dimensionality. From the perspective of two-dimensional beings, the inclusion of the three-dimensional line results in an immensely chaotic timeline. The various disordered timelines that Mu Qinyu experienced within Gao Feiping's body, witnessing scenes and structures from diverse eras, can be attributed to this phenomenon. For instance, in the previous comic featuring the dragon-slaying hero, if all the pages were aligned on the same plane, from a three-dimensional perspective, it would amalgamate the hero's entire journey into a single flat surface. Thus, in the eyes of the dragon-slaying hero, all the enemies he had confronted throughout the narrative, including various stages of his own self, would be congregated in one location. This would lead to the dragon-slaying hero, who initially faced adversaries one by one, being thrust into a chaotic brawl against all his foes from different timelines simultaneously. The originally progressive plot would be manifested at a single location and temporal node. This encapsulates the myriad timelines and distinct versions of himself that Mu Qinyu beheld during the first phase of inhabiting Gao Feiping. Therefore, this so-called first stage of time reversal is indeed a colossal trap. Chapter 108. Seeking the key artifact, Mu Qinyu pondered the reason behind the dungeon's title, Time Reversal. Perhaps, at the stroke of 10 in reality, the two-dimensional foil had already enveloped the entire blue star. Yet, instead of an immediate cataclysm, it granted a fleeting glimmer of hope to the inhabitants of Blue Star. This sliver of hope manifested in the form of transporting all players into the realm of the two-dimensional foil, which was perceived as an apocalyptic dungeon by every player. Only those like him, who survived the first phase, could advance to the second phase, allowing time to reverse and return to Saturday morning, a mere 14 hours before the arrival of the two-dimensional foil. However, as the system indicated, he was the sole player who had survived to the second phase. His survival under the impending doom meant that the apocalypse would not fully manifest in reality. Yet, if he were to perish, the two-dimensional foil would inevitably descend upon the world. To survive amidst the spread of the two-dimensional foil, one potential escape was to board a spacecraft capable of light-speed travel. fleeing Blue Star, or even the solar system. Regrettably, such technology remained unattainable. Thus, he was left with the alternative, to confront the challenge head-on and defy the two-dimensional foil. Should he succeed in obliterating the source of this catastrophe, the apocalypse would not materialize in reality. Yet, he was to confront the very origin of the cataclysmic dungeon, a source that humanity most feared. His audacious undertaking was unprecedented. There had never been anyone before him, nor would there be anyone after. To embark on such a perilous quest. Old Zhao, do you know where the meteor shower will ultimately land tonight? He inquired. There's a meteor shower tonight? Old Zhao replied. Puzzled, Mu Qianyi thought. It was surprising to see Old Zhao so unreliable for once. Was his mind consumed by that beautiful woman from earlier? Old Zhao, haven't you been following the news? Interjected Wang Zichen. Tonight, a rare meteor shower will grace the skies above the enemy nation. Old Zhao's eyes twitched as he turned to his computer. After a moment, he unearthed some information. In a place called Sakura Village within the enemy nation, scientists predicted that the meteor shower would eventually descend upon this village. Just a day prior, the villagers had evacuated under the protection of the enemy nation, and now Sakura Village was cordoned off, with no one permitted to enter. No one permitted to enter? Mu Qianyi frowned. That posed a significant complication. It seemed he would need to reach out to Morong Shiner once more. With that thought in mind, he dialed her number again. This time, the call was answered almost instantly, and Morong Shiner's voice came through. What is it? I need to access Sakura Village in the enemy nation. I require your authorization to gain entry, Mu Qianyi stated succinctly. What do you intend to do in the enemy nation? Morong Shiner inquired. Regarding the impending apocalypse of cataclysmic proportions, I must explicitly inform you that the meteor shower occurring at 10 o'clock tonight bears significant relevance to this impending doom, declared Mu Qianyi earnestly. As for his motivation to venture into the land of the enemy, it stemmed from a critical realization. The essential artifact for this apocalyptic event had yet to manifest. Each apocalypse is accompanied by a pivotal item. He had previously encountered the End's Dagger during the finale of the Puppet Kingdom and the Judgment Coin during the trial of the Abyssal Behemoth. Yet, in this current cataclysm, the crucial artifact remained elusive. Even after progressing into the second phase of the Time Reversal Dungeon, he had not yet encountered this vital item, leading him to suspect that it might be connected to the location where the meteor shower would fall, namely, the Cherry Blossom Village in the enemy's territory. Previously, using the Judgment Scale, he had foreseen that the End's Dagger, which could unravel the source of the apocalypse, was insufficient to combat the two-dimensional foil, making the search for this key item paramount. After a moment of contemplation, Morong Xing finally spoke. I shall go to find you now. Let us journey together to the enemy's land. I hope that when I arrive, you will clarify matters for me. Very well. Mu Qianyi readily acquiesced. He was the sole player who had entered the second phase of time reversal, uncertain whether he was in reality or within the confines of the game. Yet he prepared himself to treat everyone as non-player characters. He resolved to utilize every resource at his disposal to thwart this impending apocalypse. Whether this was true reality or merely a game, he alone held the key to unraveling the origin of the catastrophe. Subsequently, Mu Qianyi sought to deepen his understanding of the two-dimensional foil, even resorting to online inquiries about how to prevent its emergence. He felt a twinge of madness for posing such a question to strangers on the internet. Having personally traversed the two-dimensional realm created by the foil, he was uniquely aware of its nature. In that world, three-dimensional thought was incessantly suppressed, plunging time into utter chaos. Should three-dimensional consciousness be completely assimilated into two dimensions, he too would become utterly disoriented within the timeline. Humanity must not meet such a fate. Meanwhile, observing Mu Qianyi's silence, Wang Zichen could not restrain himself and inquired of Lao Zhao. Pray tell, who was that woman just now? A former acquaintance, merely a friend, Lao Zhao replied coolly. A friend? Did you two share a candle at lunch? Wang Zichen gestured towards the candle on the table, his round face quivering as he exclaimed, Are you mocking me? Lao Zhao retorted, Please refrain from insulting yourself. In a fit of exasperation, Wang Zichen erupted, resembling a frenzied, plump cat. Did you not tell me you had no interest in women? I am not a bodhisattva. Why would I lack interest in the fairer sex? Lao Zhao countered before turning away, choosing to ignore him. Upon witnessing the unperturbed demeanor of old Zhao, Wang Zichen felt a twitch in his eyelids. The sight of the two, so relaxed amidst the tension, even elicited a light chuckle from Mu Qianyi, who had been on edge. If they were to return to reality alive, he would undoubtedly share the tale of old Zhao's secret affair with Wang Zichen. After approximately an hour, as the clock struck 10, an armed helicopter appeared on old Zhao's surveillance. It descended near old Zhao's stronghold, and from it emerged a tall woman, Morong Shiner. Inside the room, Wang Zichen inquired, Brother Mu, do you need assistance? Shall I accompany you? Old Zhao, standing nearby, also regarded Mu Qinyi, evidently contemplating joining the endeavor. Chapter 109 A pen? Mu Qinyi glanced at both of them and nodded. You may accompany me. Their presence could undoubtedly be of assistance. After Old Zhao ascended to settle the beauty, he soon returned, and the trio set off together. Once outside, Mu Qinyi waved at Murong Xiner. Long time no see. I thought I would never see you again. Noticing only the three of them, Murong Xiner furrowed her brows and glanced behind them. Where's Lin Yuan? She asked. Not spotting Lin Yuan, she instinctively assumed that Lin had disobeyed orders and left Mu Qinyi without permission. With you here, her protection is unnecessary. Let's head directly to the enemy's territory. Mu Qinyi replied, weary of further discussion, and boarded the helicopter. This time, the pilot was a woman, who smiled and nodded at him. Mr. Mu, it is an honor to finally meet you. The so-called honor referred to Mu Qinyi's previous annihilation of the Apocalypse's source during the catastrophic event. Mu Qinyi nodded, aware that any social niceties within this setting held no significance. Subsequently, Wang Zichen and Old Zhao boarded the helicopter. Murong Xiner was the last to enter, having fought alongside the two previously, understanding their roles well. The helicopter ascended, its course distinctly set towards the enemy's land. Can you explain now? Murong Xiner inquired. Seated opposite Mu Qinyi, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing his expression. The meteor shower that night was caused by a meteorite crashing to the earth, ultimately exploding and scattering into a meteor shower. So, Murong Xiner retorted upon hearing his response. This event was discovered long ago. Is there a danger associated with this meteorite? Not particularly, Mu Qinyi replied, his gaze lowering. It merely conceals a two-dimensional foil. What does it conceal? Murong Xiner asked, slightly confused. Miss Murong, that meteorite harbors a two-dimensional foil capable of transforming the entire blue star from a three-dimensional realm into a two-dimensional one. Once the foil is unleashed, the entire blue star will be downgraded to a two-dimensional existence. Old Zhao intervened with timely clarification. How could that be? Murong Xiner was somewhat astonished, promptly straightening her posture and regarding Mu Qinyi with a serious gaze. Is this true, Mu Qinyi? Did your prophetic abilities reveal this vision? Mu Qinyi nodded silently. What did you see? Murong Xiner inquired, seeking consensus. Should we intercept that meteorite? No. Mu Qinyi shook his head. Once I arrive at the Cherry Blossom Village in the enemy country, I will have a method to deal with this two-dimensional foil. He was the sole player to have entered the second stage, essentially the only one capable of resolving the two-dimensional foil issue. How confident are you? Murong Xiner asked. 100%. Mu Qinyi replied nonchalantly. The reason for his absolute certainty was that failure was not an option. Humanity would perish. It was no longer a matter of whether he possessed resurrection coins. The moment he entered the second stage, it was evident. In previous apocalyptic scenarios, upon entering the second stage or acquiring crucial items, he would typically face some constraints, such as the system warning him that resurrection coins were unusable, or that he would need to expend 10 resurrection coins to escape, etc. However, in this apocalypse, the only notification he received was, time reversal. Dungeon has only one player remaining. Upon your demise, the apocalypse will manifest in reality. Aside from this, the system provided no further warnings regarding his mortality or the futility of resurrection coins. For if he were to die, all of humanity would perish. Even 1,000 resurrection coins would be of no avail. After several hours of flight, at 3 o'clock that afternoon, the group arrived above the enemy country. Prior to their arrival, Murong Xiner had utilized her authority to resolve all matters, allowing them to land not far from the Cherry Blossom Village. Before they even disembarked, Mu Qinyi observed many soldiers in military attire surrounding the village, preventing any unwelcome intrusions. Once Murong Xiner alighted first, several soldiers approached her, bowing and speaking in a subservient manner. Thanks to her mastery of languages, she fluently conversed with them in Japanese. After a round of communication, the leading soldier gestured to his troops, chattering indistinctly. Subsequently, the soldiers parted to create a passage. Let us go. Murong Xiner signaled to the three. The pilot remained behind, while Wang Zichen assisted Old Zhao in carrying the computer, and the four entered the Cherry Blossom Village together. Once inside the village, Mu Qinyi began to search the area. As he looked around, he urged the others, please help me find any peculiar items left behind. Peculiar items? The others exchanged skeptical glances, surprised that Mu Qinyi had traveled such a distance for something so unusual. Wang Zichen even jested, Brother Mu, if one didn't know better, they might think you came here for a crucial item in the dungeon. Mu Qinyi, you guessed quite accurately. Stop talking. Hurry up and help me search. Mu Qinyi glanced at the time on his phone. This Cherry Blossom Village was vast, and he had his reasons to speculate. Yet he was uncertain whether he could locate the crucial item here. Thus, for the next while, everyone began to search thoroughly. After an hour, Muchini still had not discovered any key items. Therefore, Murong Shiner directly contacted the officials from the Ghost Country to bring in several players to assist in the search. From Muchini's words, it seemed that only players could uncover the peculiar item they were seeking. Several hours passed. The sky gradually darkened, and everyone began to feel hunger pangs. Murong Shiner took out food from her spatial bracelet to offer to everyone. However, Muchini abstained from eating. He remained focused on his search. Despite his own growing hunger, he felt that without finding the crucial item, they all could face dire consequences. After 2 more hours of searching, he had nearly scoured the entire Cherry Blossom village, yet the key item remained elusive. At this moment, despair crept into his heart. Could it be that he had guessed wrong, and the crucial item was not in Cherry Blossom Village? Or perhaps, such a key item did not exist at all in this apocalyptic scenario. He glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock at night. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, and the players from Ghost Country had retreated to avoid the imminent danger of falling meteors. With no other options, he reluctantly called for Murong Shiner and the others, preparing to leave. They returned to the aircraft, and the prospect of returning home was no longer realistic. They could only temporarily rent a nearby room. Brother Mu, what exactly are you searching for? Wang Zichen approached him, unable to contain his curiosity. Muchini wearily lifted his gaze to meet Wang Zichen's eyes. Upon noticing the crooked pin hanging from his collar, he reached out to adjust it. I'm not looking for anything. I might have guessed wrong. Ding. At the moment Muchini touched the pen, a sudden voice echoed in his ears. Chapter 110. You can definitely do it. A voice from the system resonated in Muchini's mind. Ding. Congratulations. You have discovered the key item for this instance. A magical pen. A magical pen. Its purpose is unknown, but it is indeed remarkable. Muchini. A key item? He stared at the pen hanging from Wang Zichen's collar and abruptly yanked it away. Where did you find this pen? He demanded, holding it up to Wang Zichen. I picked it up off the ground. It looked quite new, so I took it. Wang Zichen replied, puzzled. What's wrong, Brother Mu? Upon hearing Wang Zichen's explanation, Muchini's eyelid twitched violently. You picked it up off the ground, you say? This is exactly what I was looking for. He gritted his teeth. This guy had nearly led him astray. However, this was also his oversight. He presumed that all players could view the information of crucial items upon acquiring them through the system. Yet, he neglected the fact that he was the sole individual to advance to the second phase of time reversal. It could be said that only he would receive prompts from the system when he touched a key item, while the other players were merely NPCs. Naturally, they could not utilize the system to identify vital objects. He had searched tirelessly all afternoon, nearly digging 3 feet into the ground of Sakura Village. You all return. I must address that 2-dimensional foil. Muchini took the extraordinary pen and, after a brief exchange with Wang Zichen, turned and made his way into Sakura Village. He aspired to be the first to encounter the 2-dimensional foil. Brother Mu, it's dangerous there. Wang Zichen called out urgently. Have no fear, I am well aware. Muchini replied, waving his hand behind him. Beneath the luminous moonlight, a solitary figure ventured deeper into the Sakura Village, where meteor showers descended. The troops of the enemy nation, upon recognizing him, did not hinder his passage, instead clearing a path for him. Due to the encroaching night, Sakura Village was cloaked in darkness, rendering the surroundings pitch black. His silhouette gradually merged into the shadows, akin to stepping into an unfathomable abyss. Meanwhile, Murong Shiner had made a reservation for nearby accommodations over the phone. Owing to the meteor shower tonight, the lodgings near the enemy nation were exorbitantly priced, and Murong Shiner spent a considerable sum to secure a room. However, upon returning after booking, she discovered that Muchini was missing. Where's Muchini? She inquired of Old Zhao. He has gone inside. Old Zhao gestured towards the interior of Sakura Village. What is he doing in there? Murong Shiner's beautiful eyes filled with astonishment and concern. He must not remain there during the meteor shower. I will go in and bring him out. With that, she turned and dashed towards the depths of Sakura Village. Old Zhao and Wang Zichen exchanged glances but did not attempt to stop her. 2-dimensional foil, 3-dimensional world, 2-dimensional world. Muchini arrived at the center of the village, where the surrounding houses stood desolate. The quiet of the night, coupled with the eerie silence of the abandoned dwellings, created a chilling atmosphere reminiscent of a horror film. Muchini was not particularly courageous. In the past, he would never have dared to venture into such an environment alone, not even into a haunted house at a park. However, with the fate of humanity resting solely on his shoulders, he realized there was little left for him to fear. What if there were indeed spirits? He was unafraid of the 2-dimensional foil. Would he truly fear a mere wandering soul? He gazed up at the vast starry sky and retrieved the cosmic telescope he had previously acquired with a substantial amount of points. The cosmic telescope would only be functional once the 2-dimensional foil reached Blue Star. Otherwise, this one-time use special item would last merely 1 minute. He waited in silence, anticipating the arrival of 10 o'clock, yearning for the meteor to fall within his line of sight. At that moment, he resembled a vigilant guardian, as if he were humanity's sole swordbearer. Muchini, a voice echoed from afar, causing him to momentarily doubt his hearing. Muchini, where are you? This time, he discerned it clearly. It was a woman's voice, seemingly belonging to Murong Xin'er. What could she possibly want? Turning around, he saw Murong Xin'er approaching him, wielding a bright flashlight and calling out to him. What brings you here? He inquired, immediately raising his hand, gesturing for her to return. You shouldn't be here. Why shouldn't I be here? Murong Xin'er stood before him, gripping his arm. Come back with me. It's too dangerous here. The meteor shower is about to commence. I will be fine. You should go back. Muchini freed himself from her grasp, his tone growing more forceful. Listen to me. Hurry back. Muchini, are you hiding something from me? Murong Xin'er pressed her lips together, her expression serious. You've been acting strangely all day, and I sense that you are concealing something from us. In the past, you would always share all the information you had. Return now. I will explain everything tomorrow. Muchini was reluctant to disclose the matter to an NPC. If you don't tell me why, I won't leave. Murong Xin'er insisted earnestly. What trouble have you encountered? Perhaps we can assist you. Observing her stubbornness, Muchini sighed softly and said, If I told you I am currently experiencing the second phase of an apocalyptic catastrophe, and that you are all merely NPCs, would you believe me? We're all NPCs? Murong Xin'er's pupils dilated in surprise. She clearly did not anticipate such a revelation from him. I alone can confront the source of this apocalyptic disaster. What I must do now is to save you all in the real world. Muchini glanced at the time, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Go back, trust me. Wait. Murong Xin'er, though still somewhat shocked, began to accept this unsettling reality. She then removed a necklace from around her neck and handed it to Muchini. This is an SSS level item. It can safeguard you. Instinctively, he accepted it. Ding. You have acquired the SSS level item, Guardian of the Divine. Guardian of the Divine. It can help the host avoid one instance of fatal harm, with a total of 3 uses. 13. The 13 indicates that this item has been used twice, leaving only one opportunity remaining. This was given to me by my teacher. Murong Xin'er stepped back, gazing at him intently. I believe what you say, just as I mentioned to you earlier. If I had to choose the person with the greatest chance of surviving this apocalyptic disaster, I would undoubtedly choose you. Stay strong. You must survive. She extended her fist, encouraging Muchini. Good. Muchini donned the necklace, nodding earnestly. I will certainly succeed. He had to succeed. It was imperative. Chapter 111. Divine Creation. Unraveling the Apocalypse of Annihilation. Murong Xin'er waved goodbye, choosing not to linger, and turned to leave. Thus, Muchini found himself alone in Sakura Village once more. The air returned to silence. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes to attune his state of mind. After searching for the special artifacts all afternoon, he felt quite fatigued. Yet, it was precisely in such moments that he needed to muster his spirit. According to the judgment scale, his dagger of termination was incapable of addressing the source of this apocalypse. He couldn't be certain if the miraculous pen in his possession could compensate for this inadequacy. The impending apocalypse of annihilation was unlike any ordinary cataclysm. It promised certain death. There was no glimmer of hope in this annihilation. The fact that he had survived the initial phase by encountering a time-space rift and exploiting a fleeting bug to endure the rules of existence was sheer luck. Now, confronted with the two-dimensional foil employed by a superior cosmic being to exert a dimensional strike on inferior life forms, he felt utterly unprepared. Glancing at the time, it was already 21:58. Due to his proximity to the falling meteorite, he could barely lift his gaze to see a blazing super meteorite streaking through the sky toward him. In an instant, he retrieved his cosmic telescope and activated it. As he did, the telescope began its countdown. Muchini immediately aimed the observation port at the colossal meteorite. The two-dimensional foil was beyond human comprehension. No object could detect its presence before its eruption. However, through the cosmic telescope, Muchini perceived the delicate, translucent sheet, akin to a postcard. A celestial decree descended, and the populace was doomed. He murmured, gripping the dagger of termination tightly around his neck. He aligned the telescope with the thin two-dimensional foil and unleashed the dagger of termination. With a whoosh, a sound pierced the air. The dagger surged toward the meteorite with unstoppable momentum. More precisely, it targeted the fissures within the meteorite, where the two-dimensional foil had yet to be released. He fixed his gaze intently through the cosmic telescope at the two-dimensional foil. A soft pop echoed. The dagger of termination, traveling at nearly the speed of light, penetrated the meteorite, making contact with the two-dimensional foil. Had he succeeded? The thought flickered through Mu Chenyi's mind. The dagger of termination could annihilate any object, and upon eliminating the source of the apocalypse, it would refresh its usage count. Nevertheless, the dagger of termination is merely classified as S rank. As this thought crossed his mind, he beheld a terrifying spectacle through the cosmic telescope. The meteorite suddenly fractured into countless pieces, transforming into a meteor shower, and amid this chaos, the two-dimensional foil erupted with a dazzling white light. Witnessing this scene, his pupils dilated in shock. This was the precursor to the explosion of the two-dimensional foil. Once it detonated, in a mere 0.1 seconds, the entire blue star would be reduced to a two-dimensional realm. No, he screamed in despair. Whoosh! A blinding white light enveloped the entire world, and beneath this radiant brilliance, he lost consciousness entirely. Time passed. How long? He could not tell. Am I still alive? This was Mu Chenyi's first thought. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a space of pale gray. He abruptly sat up and surveyed his surroundings. This was a room-sized expanse of light gray, with a single sheet of white paper positioned before him at the center. Aside from this paper, there was nothing else in sight. He stared blankly at the scene, momentarily bewildered. After a brief pause, he stood and began to explore the area. Yet, after only a few steps, he collided with a wall. He then turned and walked in another direction, only to encounter another wall. He was trapped within this space. Who am I? What am I to do? He murmured to himself. His mind was devoid of memories, his vision consumed by the pale gray surroundings. After a moment, he redirected his attention to the white paper before him. What purpose does this paper serve? Confusion washed over him. Suddenly, a noise broke the silence. A ballpoint pen tumbled from his collar and fell to the ground. What is this pen? He whispered, crouching down to retrieve it. He then fell into a daze. Lost in thought, he maintained this posture for what felt like an eternity. As time dragged on, he felt a pang of hunger. He lowered his gaze. But aside from the white paper and the pen, there was nothing to be found. I am so hungry. He sat on the ground, idly picking up the pen and doodling on the paper. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. In his memory, he seemed to have enjoyed playing with a square-shaped toy. Was it called a Rubik's Cube? Unconsciously, he began to sketch a Rubik's Cube onto the sheet of paper. As if a divine act, at the moment he completed his drawing, something miraculous occurred. One face of the cube suddenly protruded from beneath the white paper. It astonishingly broke free from the pale gray world. Mu Chenyi was utterly stunned by this revelation. As the Rubik's Cube completely departed from this muted gray world, a torrent of memories surged violently into his mind. My name is Mu Chenyi, and I am participating in a game known as Doomsday Arrival. With this particular session being a cataclysmic dungeon called Time Reversal, memories flooded his consciousness with fervor. Gradually, the bewilderment in his eyes began to shimmer with newfound clarity. Did I not witness the explosion of the two-dimensional foil and meet my demise? He glanced at his hands and then at the Rubik's Cube emerging from that sheet of white paper. Would the emergence of a three-dimensional object from a two-dimensional realm lead to the expulsion of the three-dimensional entity? Observing this phenomenon, a sudden realization struck him. Am I inhabiting a two-dimensional world? Indeed, the muted gray space he found himself in was a two-dimensional realm. Thus, the three-dimensional object. The Rubik's Cube, which he had sketched with that magical pen on paper, was expelled from this two-dimensional world due to its superior dimensionality. This disruption shattered the equilibrium of the two-dimensional realm and restored his memories. Therefore, did he effectively avert the apocalypse? Ding! The system's voice resonated as expected. Congratulations to the Chinese player Mu Chenyi for successfully completing the global cataclysmic dungeon Time Reversal. Dungeon concluded. Completion level unknown. The sole survivor within this dungeon is Mu Chenyi. Congratulations to the Chinese player Mu Chenyi for successfully completing the global cataclysmic dungeon Time Reversal. Dungeon concluded. Completion level unknown. Congratulations to the Chinese player for the termination of the Doomsday Source, the two-dimensional foil, by the Dagger of Termination. Usage count of the Dagger of Termination refreshed. Chapter 112. The name Mu Chenyi reemerges. Mu Chenyi watched as notifications appeared before him, relief washing over his expression. With a thud, he collapsed onto the ground, instinctively covering his face with his hands. He had survived. All of humanity had survived. He yearned to weep and release his pent-up emotions, but as he opened his mouth, only a choked sound escaped. In the real world, April 20th, Sunday morning at 8 o'clock, on Blue Star, many ordinary people remained oblivious to the fact that they had nearly missed witnessing today's sun. At this moment, all players awakened from the game dungeon, fervently discussing this unprecedented special dungeon. Goodness, this dungeon was utterly vile. The task instructed me to eliminate 8 players. I easily dispatched the first 2 with my initial identity. Yet after 4 hours passed, I could find no trace of the other players. Can you believe it? My second and third identities turned out to be those very players I had slain. I was killed by my own hand. Can you even fathom that? I wasted 10 resurrection coins for nothing, remarked a player of considerable prowess to his companion. I too, after vanquishing 2 players, discovered to my dismay that both were my own selves. The anguish of being bested by my own hand twice was unbearable. His companion wore a grim expression. Numerous players, akin to the 2 of them, engaged in fervent discussions on a dedicated software platform. The predominant topic of conversation revolved around the experiences of those who opted to participate in the instance, with the majority lamenting their own demise. Comments on the forum poured in one after another. Has anyone not killed themselves? Step forward and share the criteria for success. I, having spared myself from such fate, found myself possessing the second identity when the 2-hour time limit elapsed, subsequently feeling as though all cognitive ability had abandoned me. This apocalypse is exceedingly bizarre. Upon our entry, our minds felt as though they had been struck senseless, rendering thought nearly impossible. I remain utterly perplexed regarding the conditions for breaking free from this calamity, though I await the official explanation with keen anticipation. Fortunately, I had the foresight to abstain, using a resurrection token to exit directly. Upon the revelation of this constraint, I sensed an unsettling disquiet surrounding the instance. It appears that many of you perished within. Numerous players who opted for the first choice expressed relief at their decision. Yet soon, a soul-searching query arose. I observed that none have returned to reality. An ominous premonition creeps in. Could it be that no players survived this cataclysm? When this comment surfaced, a profound silence enveloped the entire discussion forum. Undeniably, this remark instilled a palpable anxiety among all players. Indeed, while we discuss this instance, not a single soul has claimed survival. Is it truly the case that no one triumphed in this apocalypse? The very theme of this calamity remains shrouded in mystery. In summary, we entered in a haze of confusion, exited in a similar fog, and lost 10 resurrection tokens in the process. Those who felt a sense of dread promptly tagged the official agency for the apocalypse in Huaxia, with some even addressing Director Morong Xiner. A clarifying statement from the authorities is urgently sought. In past game instances, whenever a player succeeded, the system would announce it. Yet this time, no such report has emerged. If indeed a player survived, the system remains silent. Why the unease? To speak candidly, this apocalypse is peculiarly unsettling, perhaps even catastrophic in nature. Previously, I had witnessed the esteemed Elder Chang Yaqing prophesy the descent of a divine decree, foretelling the fall of the celestial realm, yet within the instance, I observed no such decree. Thus, the inquiry of whether any players survived has ascended to the pinnacle of trending topics. Following closely, the second most pressing question pertains to the level of this apocalyptic instance. It is not solely ordinary players who are anxious. Officials from various nations are equally perturbed. Several leading nations have commenced communications, inquiring whether any of their players have emerged unscathed from this world-ending catastrophe. Prior to this moment, the authorities had refrained from announcing that this cataclysm was of an apocalyptic scale. The first reason was to prevent panic, allowing ordinary players to approach this game with a calm demeanor. After all, who knows if a fortunate soul might miraculously survive? The second reason was to keep the Celestial Clan unaware of the situation. Generally, in an apocalyptic event of this magnitude, ordinary players have no chance of survival. Even if they were aware of the impending doom, it would serve only to instill fear without any constructive outcome. Thus, the leading nations chose to conceal this information to prevent the Celestial Clan from interfering once they learned of the apocalyptic nature, which could lead to the demise of all players. As the top nations exchanged information, they simultaneously realized that none among them had any surviving players. Upon discovering this alarming news, the leaders of these nations began to panic. Are we, the Blue Star, facing annihilation? Meanwhile, Morong Xiner, the head of the Apocalypse Management Bureau of Huaxia, immediately reached out to Mu Chini, who was residing at Wang Zichen's home in Jiangqing. At that moment, within a villa in Jiangqing, a young man lay in a state of unconsciousness on the second floor. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, and Wang Zichen's voice called out, Mu, are you still alive? Director Morong couldn't reach you and sent me here. After knocking for a considerable time without receiving a response, Wang Zichen exchanged a worried glance with Lin Yuan. Does Mu Chini really have no revival coins? Could he have actually perished? Without further hesitation, Wang Zichen swiftly grabbed the spare key and unlocked the door with ease. Upon entering, they found Mu Chini lying on the bed, his breathing steady. He is still breathing. Lin Yuan sensed the change in Mu Chini's condition instantly. She covered her mouth, her voice laced with shock and disbelief. He survived the apocalyptic event. Mu. Wang Zichen rushed forward, lifting the unconscious Mu Chini to examine him. However, no matter how he moved him, there was no sign of awakening. Quick, find a healer from your Apocalypse Management Bureau, Wang Zichen shouted. I'll take him to the hospital. Okay. Lin Yuan, visibly flustered, watched as Wang Zichen hurriedly carried Mu Qinyi towards the car. At that moment, she hastily retrieved her phone to inform Murong Xiner of the situation. Just as she found the contact information, a notification rang out. Ding. Notification. 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 The distinct voice of the system echoed in the ears of players worldwide. Huaxiao player Mu Qinyi has deciphered the source of the apocalyptic dungeon, Time Reversal. He is the sole survivor of this instance. The Sanctuary of Mu Qinyi. All players under the protection of Mu Qinyi shall receive rewards. Collective reward. 1 opportunity for an A-grade skill lottery, 10 resurrection coins, and 200 points. Owing to the player Mu Qinyi clearing the highest level dungeon in this realm, Doomsday approaches. The game is poised for an upgrade. Chapter 113. The Oracle. Eliminate Mu Qinyi. Due to the upgrade of Doomsday approaches, the next dungeon will open in 1 month. As this news echoed in the ears of all players, the entire player forum erupted in chaos. What on earth is happening? Drooling JPG, Mu Qinyi is incredible. Goodness, this young man, astonishing. I can't believe it. My system has indeed added 10 resurrection coins, along with an opportunity for an A-grade skill lottery. Brothers, is there truly no one among you who recognizes that this impending apocalypse is of cataclysmic proportions? The question is, can this situation even be resolved? Once again, it is this Mu Qinyi. It seems he was the one who dismantled the previous cataclysmic apocalypse. Even our esteemed Director Murong from Huaxiao had to lend him assistance. Goodness, is this fellow truly that formidable? After dismantling the source of the cataclysm, he is now tackling the source of the apocalypse, directly prompting a system upgrade. I must know, who exactly is Mu Qinyi? My last inquiry yielded no fruitful results. There are numerous individuals named Mu Qinyi in our nation. A person of such caliber must be of the utmost secrecy. How could one even investigate them? I wonder if the government will eventually provide us with an explanation regarding this apocalypse of world-ending magnitude. I feel utterly bewildered and have perished without understanding. Can the Huaxia Doomsday Management Bureau provide any commentary? Aside from players within Huaxia, the entire world is abuzz with discussions about this individual named Mu Qinyi. Since the game's inception, Doomsday Approaches has consistently opened a dungeon every week, commencing every Saturday night at 10 o'clock and concluding early Sunday morning around 8. However, this time, because Mu Qinyi has unraveled the most challenging dungeon, the entire game is set to undergo an upgrade, and all players will receive exceedingly generous rewards. Moreover, the previously weekly Doomsday events will now commence only after a month. A month of respite. This is something that players of the past could scarcely fathom. Yet now, due to Mu Qinyi's triumph over the apocalyptic event, it has become a tangible reality before everyone. However, as the excitement and joy of the players receiving their bountiful rewards began to wane, a few individuals started to harbor concerns. What changes will transpire following the upgrade of Doomsday Approaches? Many players have become accustomed to the weekly ordinary Doomsday events of moderate difficulty and have gradually adapted to this rhythm. No one knows what alterations the Doomsday system upgrade will bring. Across various forums, some rejoice while others fret. At this very moment, in numerous cities. Perhaps these cities exist within the realm of Huaxia, or perhaps beyond its borders. Many players, engrossed in their work and lives, have simultaneously become aware of this news. Strangely, however, these players did not display any signs of joy upon receiving the collective rewards. Instead, their faces were shadowed with a grim expression. Among them was a man named Lu Qinyi, an adult gentleman. Lu Qinyi is the principal shareholder of a bakery and has been a participant in the game Apocalypse Descends for many years. Today, after emerging from the apocalypse, he arrived at his bakery as usual. His establishment is a renowned chain with 200 outlets across the city. In the morning, he, as per his routine, found the nearest bakery, took a piece of bread, and began to savor it for breakfast. While nibbling on the bread, he strolled outside. However, after a brief walk, his game system suddenly alerted him with a notification. A person named Mu Qinyi had astonishingly deciphered the source of the world-ending apocalypse. This was no trivial side quest. It was a cataclysmic event. Why would anyone be capable of unraveling such a dire apocalypse? His expression darkened significantly. He took out his phone and opened a rather clandestine application. This software was distinct from the public application used by all Apocalypse Descends players. It was more discreet and featured dynamic, tech-inspired icons upon opening. Once inside, he accessed a group chat labeled Holy Clan. Upon entering the chat, the label group leader prominently appeared next to his name. He was indeed the leader of the Holy Clan. After composing his thoughts for a moment, he swiftly sent a message. Has anyone investigated the identity of this Mu Qinyai? Almost immediately, a flurry of comments flooded in. All were inquiries regarding the individual named Mu Qinyai, and as he scrolled through, he noted approximately 135 entries, among which was Mu Qinyai from Ganshui University. The name was far too common in Huaxia, and for the Holy Clan to filter it down to just 135 individuals was quite an achievement. 2 weeks had passed since Mu Qinyai had last unraveled a cataclysmic apocalypse. Lu Qinyai, group leader, continue the search. We must locate this Mu Qinyai. Members of the Holy Clan understood. After closing his phone, Lu Qinyai returned home, burdened with thoughts. Upon arriving, he proceeded directly to the basement. The basement had been transformed into a vast space resembling a small plaza. At the center of this plaza stood a shimmering crystal. This crystal radiated a faint halo, reminiscent of a magical gem. Lu Qinyai approached the magical crystal, clasped his hands together, and with utmost reverence, proclaimed, "Master, please bestow your divine oracle." As he uttered those words, the ripples on the crystal began to brew, reminiscent of dye dispersing upon a blank canvas, gradually radiating outward. Ultimately, these ripples coalesced into a line of small characters that slowly materialized before Lu Qinyu. This string of text boldly proclaimed, "Kill Mu Qinyi." Chapter 114. The Sword of Annihilation. Kill Mu Qinyi. This was a divine decree that had appeared upon the crystal. Subsequently, the hue on the crystal underwent another transformation. The original text began to vanish, and the colors began to swirl, ultimately generating a vivid image. In this image, a human figure distinctly emerged, that of Mu Qinyi, the very individual who had unraveled the cataclysmic apocalypse. Upon witnessing this image, Lu Qinyu swiftly retrieved his phone and captured the scene. He then promptly dispatched the likeness of Mu Qinyi to the group chat. "All members, please identify who this Mu Qinyi is and send me his information within 3 minutes." After sending the message, he respectfully bowed to the crystal and gradually exited the basement. At that moment, within the pale gray two-dimensional realm, Mu Qinyi's consciousness had once again regained its three-dimensional form, and he approached the gray wall. This time, he encountered no obstruction and effortlessly passed through the wall. Dawn broke. A blinding ray of sunlight compelled him to raise his hand to shield his eyes. When he opened them once more, he found himself within a vast meteorite crater. Was this the result of yesterday's meteor shower? He surveyed his surroundings, realizing that the world had not been transformed into a two-dimensional realm by the two-dimensional foil. Simultaneously, he noticed that the SSS-grade necklace, the guardian of the divine, gifted to him by Murong Shiner, had shattered. Had the singular opportunity been utilized? He squinted, unprepared for this scenario. In his conjecture, 2 possibilities emerged. The first was that after being trapped in the two-dimensional realm, his body remained in the external world. Thus, the meteorite had struck his physical form, with the guardian protecting him. The second possibility was that the explosion of the two-dimensional foil could have directly killed him. But due to the guardian, he was forcibly drawn into the two-dimensional realm. He inclined towards the latter, for the two-dimensional foil indeed sought his demise. The effect of the dagger of termination must have manifested, as its power was to annihilate all entities, a force aligned with the very fabric of reality, impervious even to the two-dimensional foil. However, when the foil was destroyed, the residual shockwaves converged solely upon him. Yet, thanks to the SSS-grade protective necklace, he survived the explosive aftermath, his body forcibly transported into the two-dimensional realm. After all, for the two-dimensional foil, as long as Mu Qinyi perished, this cataclysmic instance would leave no survivors. The two-dimensional foil can still descend into reality. Alas, he has obtained the crucial artifact, constructing three-dimensional objects within the two-dimensional realm, thereby disrupting the equilibrium of that world and restoring his three-dimensional consciousness. Only the key artifacts may be transported into the two-dimensional world. His ability to depict three-dimensional forms can solely be attributed to the intervention of a master of the Rubik's Cube who saved his life. He reflected upon the items consumed during this ordeal. The guardian of the sea turtle shielded him from annihilation by the rules. The cosmic telescope allowed him to perceive the two-dimensional foil embedded within a meteorite. The divine guardian mitigated the explosion of the two-dimensional foil. And the dagger of termination obliterated the source of doom, the two-dimensional foil. A miraculous pen enabled him to illustrate the three-dimensional objects. Thus, accounting for the restored usage of the dagger of termination, he expended 2 top-tier life-preserving artifacts to survive this cataclysmic apocalypse. Moreover, he utilized the Eye of Death a total of 7 times, acquiring a wealth of information and effectively circumventing nearly all avoidable dangers. Such a narrow escape. Is this, time reversal, truly a scenario where players can survive? It seems that even if someone manages to endure the first phase, they would be utterly powerless in the second phase. After all, without the cosmic telescope, they would remain oblivious to the very source of the apocalypse. Even with the cosmic telescope, by the time they discerned the two-dimensional foil, it would have already detonated. It is imperative to note that the expansion speed of the two-dimensional foil is at the speed of light, enveloping the entire blue planet in merely 1 second. Taking a deep breath, he turned his gaze towards the system's rewards for this occasion. Congratulations! You have unraveled this apocalypse. Reward 1. Obtain the title of Savior. This title may be adorned upon your head, visible solely to players in reality. Would you like to equip it? No. Muchini declined to wear it. Yet the corner of his eye twitched. What a ludicrous reward. Reward 2. Divine Resurrection Coin. Divine Resurrection Coin. SSS grade, an exclusive resurrection coin for the brave. This coin disregards all rules and conditions, transcending all levels of apocalypse, and does not impede the host's prophetic abilities. Upon the host's demise or mission failure, it can safely extract the host from the instance. Note, the host may also utilize the resurrection in reality. For real-life resurrection, the host can choose to teleport within a radius of 10,000 kilometers from the point of death. Muchini. His eyes gleamed with excitement. This is indeed a remarkable item. Its function appears akin to that of a standard resurrection coin. However, the fact that it disregards the level of apocalypse and any conditions signifies that his margin for error is exceedingly high, allowing him to boldly confront the source of doom and obtain critical artifacts. The restrictive conditions associated with those key items, such as the prohibition on using resurrection coins, would not apply to him. Others may hesitate to seize the key artifacts upon sight, as doing so would render them unable to utilize resurrection coins. Yet, he need not concern himself with such matters. Moreover, the most crucial point is that he can resurrect in reality. Upon resurrection, he can teleport within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, a truly remarkable life-saving artifact. Reward 3. 10,000 points. Unlocking the exclusive item, Oblivion Blade, within the personal shop. A staggering 10,000 points. Muchini's eyes sparkled. Does this not imply that the succubus is now closer to him? Ahem. While the succubus is a minor concern, his primary interest lies in the SS-grade nano armor. However, what is this about unlocking the exclusive item, Oblivion Blade, in the personal shop? What exactly is the Oblivion Blade? Yet, his next skill enlightened him on the nature of the Oblivion Blade. Reward 4. Clearance reward. The host acquires the SSS-grade skill, Sword of Oblivion. Sword of Oblivion. You possess the qualification to become the Blade Bearer. Your personal shop will permanently refresh the Oblivion Blade. Muchini. Is this skill related to the so-called Oblivion Blade in the personal shop? It seems he can only investigate the matter of the Oblivion Blade in the personal shop after leaving the instance. This time, there were only 4 rewards in total, and Muchini felt somewhat dissatisfied. After narrowly escaping from this apocalypse, he received merely 10,000 points and a Divine Resurrection coin. For now, he can only anticipate what the Oblivion Blade in the personal shop entails. Chapter 115. With 100,000 points, why not seize them? Muchini waited in place for a while. Based on his past experiences of unraveling the origins of the apocalypse, it is typical for individuals from this world to seek him out after the conclusion of an instance. During the first apocalypse, it was Chun Wanner who approached him. In the second, it was an old friend of the sea god, a great turtle, who gifted him the turtle shell of protection. He wondered if anyone would come to present him with something this time. However, after waiting in vain, he had no choice but to return to reality, the real world. As Muchini regained consciousness, he felt himself being cradled in someone's arms, swaying back and forth. Where am I? Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a rather large, round face right before him. Wang Zichen, he called out. Brother Mu, you're awake? Wang Zichen's eyes brightened, and he immediately set Muchini down. Muchini, akin to a child, abruptly transitioned from a reclining position to standing, as if forcibly rebooted. Just as he was about to speak, a notification chimed. Ding. Notification, notification, notification. The system's voice resonated. Subsequently, Muchini, along with Wang Zichen and players across the globe, heard this announcement. They also received the news of Muchini's solo conquest of the apocalypse-level catastrophe, with all players receiving rewards. However, the difference was that Muchini did not receive the collective reward. After hearing the system's announcement, Wang Zichen lifted his head to gaze at Muchini. Muchini has unraveled the apocalypse-level catastrophe? Honestly, when he first beheld Muchini alive, his initial thought was that Muchini had merely survived like the sole survivor of the last apocalyptic event, the fall of the moon. He wouldn't dare to consider the possibility that Muchini had unraveled the source of that cataclysm. Was such a feat even within human capability? Take the last apocalypse. For instance, when a moon plummeted directly from the sky, Surely, one could not claim that the end's dagger, a mere trinket, could obliterate the moon, could they? One might inquire if the dagger possessed such power. Moreover, in the fall of the moon was not the source of the apocalypse. Contemplating this, he stared blankly at Mu Qinyi, as if gazing upon a deity, truly a celestial being. Mother, there exists a living deity here, he thought. Why do you gaze at me so? Mu Qinyi, with a half-smile, returned his gaze. Ah, Brother Mu, what is the situation? How did you conquer this instance? Wang Zichen, snapping back to reality, could not suppress his curiosity. In this instance, upon my first embodiment, I exterminated the two characters behind me. This instance is exceedingly difficult. It is normal for you all to struggle. As Mu Qinyi recalled the oppressive mindset confined within a two-dimensional realm, a headache began to throb. To advance through the first phase, one essential requirement exists. A life-preserving item must be possessed, and when annihilated by the rules, one must retreat into a temporal rift, utilizing that fleeting minute to survive with the item. Only then could one progress to the second phase. Yet, how arduous it is to enter the temporal rift. Firstly, one can only enter the rift during the final minute of the third embodiment. Secondly, there lies the threat of assimilation by the two-dimensional entities. Among the three embodiments he experienced, the individual in the third was the most susceptible to assimilation. A modicum of thought would lead to immediate assimilation by the third embodiment. Furthermore, finding the temporal rift in the last minute poses a daunting challenge. Even if a few individuals fortuitously stumbled upon the rift ahead of time, knowing its location, maintaining one's sanity during the third embodiment becomes a significant hurdle, not to mention possessing a life-preserving item is an even greater challenge. Consequently, he was the sole survivor from the first phase. Upon hearing Mu Qinyi's elucidation, Wang Zichen's eyes widened in disbelief. What? That was merely the first phase for all players? And this first phase is so treacherous, it is practically a guaranteed death sentence, offering no chance of survival whatsoever. Furthermore, since we cannot eliminate ourselves, how can the system's basic task still demand we slay 8 players? Is this not an utterly cruel task? Mu Qinyi nodded in agreement, affirming that it was indeed excessively cruel. He had utilized 5 death replays just to navigate this single step. Who could have anticipated that the first phase existed within a two-dimensional foil, with all 3 embodiments representing the same individual, albeit from disparate timelines and locations? Brother Mu, Wang Zichen inquired, so what exactly is the source of this apocalypse? The two-dimensional foil, Mu Qinyi replied. The two-dimensional foil? Wang Zichen's voice rose in incredulity. What on earth does the apocalypse have to do with the two-dimensional foil? The first phase exists within the realm of the two-dimensional foil, while the second phase pertains to the world prior to the release of the two-dimensional foil. Mu Qinyi briefly recounted his experiences and elucidated the relationship between the two-dimensional and three-dimensional worlds. Wait a moment, my mind is a bit foggy, Wang Zichen confessed. Feeling utterly bewildered, Mu Qinyi chuckled softly. I just received notice that this respite will last an entire month. However, the cooldown for my Eye of Death remains at 7 days. Doesn't that mean I can utilize the Eye of Death 4 times before the next apocalypse? He was not in a rush to use it. Instead, he opened his personal shop to investigate the nature of the Annihilation Sword. The personal shop refreshed with each apocalypse instance, and upon opening it, he noticed that the originally 4 slots had transformed into 5. The topmost slot was not gold, but a striking crimson hue. It displayed a long sword, beneath which a line of small text read, Annihilation Sword, priced at 100,000 points. How much? He squinted, thinking he might have misread. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A total of 5 zeros. 100,000? His face twitched involuntarily. That's outrageous. 100,000 points? Why not just go rob a bank? He recalled that he earned merely 10,000 points for overcoming a cataclysmic level apocalypse, meaning he would need to survive 10 such apocalypses to redeem this item. The thought of the difficulty in time reversal made every fiber of his being recoil. Moreover, even for solving a disaster-level apocalypse source, he only earned a paltry 100 points. I would have to solve 1,000 disaster-level apocalypse sources. What kind of absurdity is this? Demanding such a steep price? He clicked on the Annihilation Sword's description. Ding. Annihilation Sword. Exclusive to the sword bearer, you are the last bastion of a civilization, wielding the Pandora's box capable of annihilating 2 civilizations. Use with caution. There was no rating, nor was there any detailed item description, just that single line of text. Wielding the Pandora's box capable of annihilating 2 civilizations? Mu Qinyu's eye twitched as he recalled the Dark Forest theory. Setting aside the first item, Mu Qinyu prepared to examine the subsequent offerings. With a total of 10,000 points, he could essentially exchange for whatever he desired. However, upon viewing the second item, his expression darkened considerably. Enchantress Daji, SS level skill, you may enchant any male, including male animals, causing them to fall hopelessly in love with you. This skill may only be used 3 times, priced at 2,000 points. Enchant. Males. He felt that this system consistently presented him with such frivolous matters. It seemed reminiscent of a previous occasion, albeit this time. Could it be directed towards animals? In an effort to avoid being taken advantage of by a dog, he decisively turned his gaze to the third column. I am a gambler. Grade A item shout, I am a gambler. And during the next probabilistic event, the chances of success would reach 51. A one-time item, priced at 500 points. Muchini's eyes sparkled. This item appeared to be of little use, and indeed, it was rather insignificant. However, unlike other players, he possessed an item known as the Judgment Coin. He recalled the introduction of the Judgment Coin. It grants you one opportunity to gamble fairly with the Grim Reaper. Yet, in reality, this so-called fairness only afforded a mere 5 chance. Winning once in 20 attempts hardly seemed equitable. Nevertheless, with the addition of the I am a gambler item, the value of the Judgment Coin suddenly amplified. At the very least, it was no longer the burden it once was. Initially, he intended to use this item to deceive others, but it now appeared that it could be utilized for his own benefit. After all, he currently had 1,000 points, and 500 points was but a trifle. With a grand gesture, he promptly purchased it. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the fourth column. Maple Manipulation. Grade A skill. This skill allows one to wield maple leaves as weapons and grants the ability to manipulate them. Priced at 800 points. A supernatural ability? Muchini blinked. What he truly lacked was combat prowess, and this maple manipulation seemed rather promising. However, the conditions for using this skill were rather stringent, as it only allowed for the manipulation of maple leaves. If it permitted the control of all types of leaves, it would be acceptable. Yet, if it were limited solely to maple leaves, he would need to ponder it further. Maple leaves are not ubiquitous, and this skill is also subject to seasonal constraints. He decided to defer consideration for now. He prepared to examine the fifth column when a voice called out, interrupting Muchini's contemplation. He looked up to see Lin Yuan approaching him, phone in hand. Mr. Mu, you are awake? Upon seeing Muchini in a state of consciousness, Lin Yuan couldn't help but exhibit a look of joy. She waved her phone, saying, Director Murong is looking for you and wishes to inquire about some matters. Hand it over. Muchini took the phone. What is it, Director Murong? After picking up the call, he spoke in a relatively relaxed tone. Silence ensued. There was no response from the other end of the line. Muchini glanced at the phone, which indeed displayed that Director Murong was on the line. Hello? He tentatively called out. After a prolonged pause, the voice of Murong Shiner, somewhat agitated, finally broke the silence. Muchini, thank you for your hard work. Her tone carried a hint of tremor, clearly reflecting her inner turmoil upon receiving the system's notification. She shared the same sentiment as Wang Zichen, believing that Muchini had a substantial chance of surviving the apocalyptic event. However, she never anticipated that he would directly unravel the source of the apocalypse. It has been somewhat arduous. I wonder if our country offers any compensation for my efforts. I wouldn't ask for much, just around 180,000 points would suffice. Muchini jested. That is assured. The rewards for your previous dismantling of the destruction-level apocalypse source are expected to be available for application by tomorrow. This time, the rewards should take approximately 2 weeks, Murong Shiner replied. Is there really a reward? Muchini inquired with surprise, having merely spoken in jest. The fact that the nation would reward him for dismantling the destruction-level apocalypse source intrigued him. What kind of reward could it be? He asked eagerly. Destroying the source of the destruction-level apocalypse grants a reward of 2,000 points, Murong Shiner elucidated. But since you have unraveled the source of the extinction-level apocalypse, you are entitled to at least 10,000 points. 10,000? Muchini nodded. Although it was indeed a significant amount, it still fell short of acquiring that elusive annihilation sword. Muchini, I have some matters to attend to today. I shall visit you again tomorrow morning. For now, please coordinate with Lin Yuan regarding the details of the instance and ascertain the current situation of this extinction-level instance, Murong Shiner said hastily. Understood. Muchini replied affirmatively. Shortly thereafter, Murong Shiner terminated the call, preparing to inform her superiors of Muchini's achievement. Of course, there was little need for her to relay the information, as the entire world was already aware that Muchini had successfully navigated the extinction-level apocalypse, compelling the system to initiate an upgrade. Upon hanging up, Muchini noticed Lin Yuan gazing at him with admiration. Mr. Mu, you are truly remarkable, she exclaimed, unable to contain her awe. Muchini smiled modestly. Just fortunate. You are far too humble, Mr. Mu. I have yet to hear of anyone who could unravel the sources of both the destruction-level and extinction-level apocalypses simply by luck. Lin Yuan remarked, blinking her eyes. It is undoubtedly your exceptional prowess. Muchini's eyelid twitched, forcing himself to suppress a smile. Mr. Mu, How exactly did you manage to dismantle this apocalypse? Lin Yuan inquired, pulling out her personal notebook. Subsequently, Mu Chenyi recounted his experiences, omitting the 7 uses of the Eye of Death. As he narrated, both Wang Zichen and Lin Yuan listened with bated breath, particularly captivated by the extinction-level apocalypse known as time reversal, the first of its kind encountered in human history. Lin Yuan diligently recorded every word Mu Chenyi spoke. Once finished, she returned to her bedroom, intending to transcribe the information onto her computer and submit it to the authorities. I am feeling a bit hungry, Mu Chenyi said, patting his stomach. It had been several days since he had consumed a proper meal. Let us go out to eat. Wang Zichen embraced his shoulder. Mu Chenyi shook his head. Let me make a prediction first. Just give me a few seconds. Although the next apocalyptic dungeon would not commence for another month, he intended to peer into the forthcoming instance with his Eye of Death, as well as observe the situation post-upgrade of Apocalypse Descends. Suddenly, there came a series of knocks at the door. Could it be old Zhao and the others? Wang Zichen, puzzled, descended the stairs to answer it. Meanwhile, Mu Chenyi closed his eyes, silently invoking, activate the Eye of Death. The familiar sound of knocking echoed in his ears. Chapter 117. Death Replay. Death awaits beyond the door. As Mu Chenyi felt his vision return, he found himself still in place. Had he not activated the Eye of Death? Just as he prepared to reinitiate it, he was struck by the horrifying realization that he could not control his own body. Was he truly ensnared within the Eye of Death? Why had it commenced at this very moment? A foreboding sensation washed over him. At that instant, through the lens of his future self, he observed Wang Zichen had reached the ground floor, standing before the villa's entrance. Wang Zichen peered through the peephole, his eyes brightening as he eagerly swung open the door. Suddenly, a sharp blade pierced Wang Zichen's neck. His eyes widened in shock as he slowly fell backward, ultimately succumbing to the void. Wang Zichen, the future self on the second floor, roared in fury upon witnessing this scene. The bloody blade was retracted, and a sweet-faced girl, seemingly around 16, stepped through the door, her visage adorned with a ghastly smile. The sound of the bloodthirsty blade slicing through flesh was simply exquisite. She languidly extended her delicate tongue to taste the blood upon the blade. Witnessing this, the observing Mu Chenyi felt a chill creep down his spine. The future self was not faring any better. He glanced at Wang Zichen's lifeless body, his heart heavy with despair. This was reality. Wang Zichen was dead, and there was no hope of resurrection. Who are you? The future self questioned the girl, while discreetly exchanging for skills from his personal shop. Mu Chenyi, you've been rather audacious lately. The girl licked her lips, the remnants of Wang Zichen's blood still staining her mouth, rendering her appearance disturbingly alluring. First, she had dismantled a cataclysm-level apocalypse, and now, she had unraveled a world-ending catastrophe. Licking the blood from her lips, her expression morphed into one of madness. My master is displeased, so you must perish. With that, she hurled the blade directly at the future self. Utilizing his superior combat skills, he swiftly evaded the lethal strike. Yet that blade, with a mere flourish, found its way back into the girl's grasp. Armed with the weapon, she ascended the stairs, poised to confront the entity of the future. Come. The future entity, unyielding, turned to open a window, gesturing towards the maple tree outside. As it was the transition from spring to summer, the leaves were still a vibrant green. However, at the wave of his hand, all the verdant foliage from the maple tree was violently swept towards him. The emerald leaves formed a whirlwind, slicing through the air with a sharpness that was inexorably directed at the girl. Though the future entity had only recently harnessed his powers, his control was not yet refined. The girl, taken aback by this unexpected maneuver, instinctively withdrew her stance and raised the blade defensively before her. The clash of leaves against metal resonated with a sound reminiscent of steel meeting steel. In her haste, she found herself retreating repeatedly. It must be noted that while the limitations of this ability were considerable, the potential strength of this skill surpassed that of many other Class A abilities under optimal conditions. Are you not coming to assist? The girl called out over her shoulder. I'm here. A youthful voice responded, as a man, contrasting in age to Mu Chenyi, stepped forth. His legs were bound with metal, and as he appeared, the 2 metallic pieces beneath him ignited with flames. Turbocharged? The future entity was taken aback, swiftly retreating. At that moment, Lin Yuan was also alerted by the sounds of the struggle. She opened her room door and, upon witnessing an attack directed at Mu Chenyi, did not rush to intervene, but instead pressed a button at her waist. This device summoned nearby allies for support. Almost immediately, a whirlwind of energy enveloped her. Yet, before this energy could coalesce into a formidable attack, a powerful gust of wind surged through the window behind her, abruptly disrupting her energy skills activation. Little girl, your opponent is me. A gruff voice called from outside the window. Instantly, a middle-aged man, cloaked in a tempest, climbed through the opening. Feng Liuzi, it's you. Lin Yuan's expression shifted as she recognized him. How dare you, members of the Holy Clan, show your faces in reality. There is little choice. A certain young man has been rather audacious lately. Feng Liuzi shrugged, casting a resigned glance towards the future entity. Lin Yuan, observing his demeanor, felt a heaviness in her heart. Indeed, they were here for Mr. Mu. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to protect Mu Chenin at all costs. With that thought, she ceased her engagement with the adversary and maneuvered to shield Mu Chenin. Alas, your abilities have been rendered ineffective against me. The man exhaled deeply, raising his hand to unleash a gust of wind that disrupted the carefully cultivated airflow of Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, the future self deliberately maneuvered the maple leaves to obstruct the advance of the young man and the sweet girl, while also making his way towards Lin Yuan. Mr. Mu, you should leave first. This guy's skills are quite restraining on me. Lin Yuan, noticing the future self's actions, quickly shouted, I've called for reinforcements. They will arrive within 2 minutes. She did not wish for Mu Chini to join her, as that would only hinder him. Restraining? The future self narrowed his eyes upon hearing her words, then drew the end of Day's dagger from around his neck. Go. He aimed the dagger at the wind flame and released it. Regardless of whether it was the source of doom, survival was paramount. The dagger swiftly pierced towards Windflame. Seeing this unfold, a flicker of terror crossed Windflame's eyes. He could sense that this dagger would claim his life. He raised his hand in a futile attempt to block it, yet under the relentless nature of the rule-bound artifact, all his efforts proved fruitless. With a piercing sound, the end of Day's dagger embedded itself in Windflame's chest, and his life force began to wane. Stop dawdling, come help. The future self shouted to the astonished Lin Yuan. He had used the dagger to liberate her, hoping to create a 2-against-2 scenario. Lin Yuan immediately sprang into action, utilizing the airflow to hinder the girl and the young man. With her assistance, the future self finally gained a moment to breathe. He swiftly purchased the seduction of Daji from his personal shop. Following the system's guidance, he placed his right hand near his lips and made a kissing gesture towards the distant young man. Seduction of Daji, activate. The sweet girl, Lin Yuan, the young man. However, the next moment, the young man found himself inexplicably, perhaps, falling in love with the boy before him. It was a love that surged from the depths of his heart, overwhelming him to the point of tears. Yet soon, he gritted his teeth and roared, for my master. Duty surpasses all love. As he spoke, tears of heartbreak streamed down his face while he brandished his large sword towards the future self. Chapter 118. How to Break the Deadlock. The future self's expression darkened. I spent my points, kissed you, and even disgusted myself. And yet you dare come charging at me to take my life? However, he could not afford to remain passive. He shielded Lin Yuan behind him, scanning the surroundings for tools that could aid him in combating his foes. The girl, unaffected by the seduction, realized the future self's tenacity and called for her teammates once more. A sense of crisis surged from the depths of the future self's heart. Swish, swish. Suddenly, countless figures sprang forth from every corner of the room, lunging towards Mu Chini with lethal intent. These shadowy beings were clad in identical dark armor, which seemed to pulsate with a fluid-like motion, exuding a palpable sense of advanced technology. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yuan's expression darkened. Have you all lost your minds? You even brought the Radiant Light Holy Team into this. A sweet-voiced girl shouted, by the decree of the Master, eliminate Mu Chini at all costs. With fervor, she charged forth, exclaiming about responsibilities, missions, and bonds, rushing towards the future entity. The pressure upon the future entity intensified. At that moment, a thunderous sound of rotors resonated from above. An armed helicopter appeared above the villa. Warning, cease your assault immediately. A cloaked figure emerged from the helicopter, brandishing a megaphone to caution all the members of the Holy Clan below, before leaping down towards the villa's window. It was the esteemed Dugu. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with joy upon recognizing the man. However, sensing the encroaching enemies closing in on her and Mu Chini, a resolute determination flickered in her gaze. She then summoned a powerful current of energy, seizing the future entity and hurling it towards the Dugu. Dugu, this is Mu Chini. You must protect him. Lin Yuan yelled out to the man outside the window. In the next instant, countless blades pierced through her body. The weapons of the Radiant Light Holy Team transformed Lin Yuan into a veritable porcupine. With a swift strike, the Radiant Light Holy Team had claimed her life. Meanwhile, the future entity, propelled by the force of the energy, soared towards Dugu. Upon hearing Mu Chini's name, a look of shock crossed Dugu's face. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly retrieved a light sword from an unknown spatial storage device. Standing upon the blade, he propelled himself towards the future entity, resembling a celestial swordsman in his grace. The future entity, not idle, quickly manipulated the surrounding maple leaves to ensure its safety. In an instant, Dugu grasped its shoulder. "All right, you are safe now," he began, but before he could finish his sentence, thud, a colossal golden arrow descended from the heavens, piercing through the future entity's head in an instant. In its final moments, Mu Chini, who had been observing, heard Dugu's exasperated voice. "The celestial arrow? You would dare to unleash this?" And then, the future entity lay lifeless. Reality struck. Mu Chini abruptly opened his eyes. As he did, he saw Wang Zichen, who was already at the door, preparing to open it. He could almost foresee that the moment Wang Zichen opened the door, a blade would pierce through his neck. "Wang Fatty," he shouted down to Wang Zichen. "What's wrong?" Wang Zichen halted his action of opening the door and turned, looking at him with confusion. Mu Chini silently exchanged for the maple leaf skill in the personal shop and then unobtrusively opened the window beside him. "Come up first. I just remembered something I need to discuss with you." He gestured for Wang Zichen to approach. He was now fully aware that the group who had ambushed him was currently observing every move of theirs within the villa. However, Wang Zichen glanced at the door. Ultimately, he heeded Mu Chini's words and ascended. "As for the person outside, let them wait for now." "What's up, Brother Mu?" Wang Zichen inquired as he stepped forward. At that moment, the knocking from outside grew increasingly urgent. "Just a moment, coming right up," Wang Zichen called down. Suddenly, Mu Chini smiled. "Wang Zichen, what A-class skill did you draw?" "I haven't drawn yet. I plan to wash my hands in the golden basin tonight, and then make my draw," Wang Zichen chuckled. Mu Chini patted him on the shoulder. "Follow me. I have something wonderful to show you." He then shouted to the person knocking at the door, "Give us a minute. We'll be right there." Without bothering to knock, he directly pulled Wang Zichen and pushed open the door to Lin Yuan's room. At that moment, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Yet, he maintained a facade of calm. In the recent death replay, he had seen all the enemies he was about to face. The 2 men and 1 woman were merely the surface. Lurking around was that so-called Radiant Holy Squad. Even if he managed to escape, there was still something called the Heavenly Arrow waiting for him. Surrounded on all sides, he possessed the Divine Resurrection Coin. But the Shrine's Resurrection Coin would not influence prophetic skills, so his death eye only revealed the scenario where he did not use the Divine Resurrection Coin. His mind raced with frantic strategies. What should he do? Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, who was working in the room, was evidently taken aback by Mu Chini's sudden entrance. She looked at him, puzzled. "Mr. Mu, do you have any additional information to share?" "Indeed, there is something I forgot to mention regarding the 2-dimensional foil," Mu Chini said as he walked over to Lin Yuan, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Mr. Mu Yu." Lin Yuan felt a tingling sensation at her waist, her entire body stiffening. Why was Mr. Mu suddenly touching her? Wang Zichen was still nearby. No, that wasn't the point. The real issue was why Mr. Mu was suddenly acting so intimately with her. Wang Zichen stood by, utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, Mu Chini had told him he had something good to show him and had specifically called him to Lin Yuan's room. Initially, he was filled with anticipation, but now, "My dear fellow, while you regard me as a brother, you perceive me as a mere jester, do you? Is this truly the splendid sight you wish to present to me?" He is utterly undone, never anticipating that Mu Chini would flaunt affection right before his eyes. "Miss Lin, I must say you still exude a captivating charm." At this moment, Mu Chini displayed a look of infatuation, his hand already pressing the button at Lin Yuan's waist. With a click, the button was activated, and Lin Yuan suddenly snapped back to reality. She lifted her gaze, meeting Mu Chini's extraordinarily calm eyes. This gaze was a far cry from the adoration he had just expressed. In an instant, upon catching Mu Chini's glance, Lin Yuan understood completely. A seductive smile graced her lips as she wrapped her arms around Mu Chini's waist, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her enchanting eyes gazing at him with emotion, adding an air of allure and playfulness that epitomized the charm of a mature woman. Beneath her exquisite visage, filled with longing and excitement, she sweetly remarked, "To share a delightful evening with Mr. Mu is indeed an honor for me." Mu Chini replied, "No, my dear. That expression of yours hardly seems feigned." He winked at Lin Yuan, who returned the gesture, her flushed cheeks adorned with a radiant smile, reminiscent of the unattainable moonlight he once yearned for. It must be noted, Lin Yuan's beguiling demeanor nearly unsettled Mu Chini's resolve. "You two carry on. I shall go and open the door." Wang Zichen, unable to bear the sight any longer, turned to leave. "Wait." Mu Chini gently squeezed Lin Yuan's hand, saying, "Let us all go together." "No." Wang Zichen exclaimed in exasperation. "Brother Mu, must you flaunt your affection before me? Let us go together." Mu Chini insisted, as he opened the window of Lin Yuan's room, casually waving his hand to catch a few falling maple leaves. Lin Yuan noticed his actions, her eyes narrowing slightly, while Wang Zichen, due to his blind spot, remained oblivious to what Mu Chenyi was doing. He continued to shout, "The people outside are waiting impatiently. Let us hurry and open the door." Seeing Wang Zichen rush towards his demise, Mu Chenyi smiled and nodded. "Very well, let us welcome our guests." With that, he toyed with the maple leaves and descended the stairs. Wang Zichen cast a curious glance at him and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Mu Chenyi walked, recalling the angle and position from which that girl had attacked. Upon confirming these details, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "They're coming," he called out, ignoring the peephole as he swung the door open. In an instant, a fierce wind surged toward his throat. With a piercing sound, a sharp object penetrated flesh. However, this time the outcome has changed. A sharp blade halted half a meter in front of Mu Chenyi, unable to advance any further. The sweet girl who had slain Wang Zichen in the replay of death now gazed incredulously at Mu Chenyi with her beautiful eyes. Around her neck, a cluster of blood-soaked, emerald-green maple leaves appeared strikingly vivid. "Damn it!" An enraged voice bellowed from behind the door as a young man charged towards Mu Chenyi, his fist poised to strike with lethal intent. Yet, Mu Chenyi was acutely aware that the true weapon of this assailant lay in the devices beneath his feet. He flicked several maple leaves from his hand, aiming directly for the man's legs. Caught off guard, the young man could hardly fathom that Mu Chenyi anticipated his moves. In a moment of panic, he abandoned his feigned assault and retreated several steps. Mu Chenyi then slapped Wang Zichen on the shoulder and exclaimed, "What are you dawdling for? Transform." Wang Zichen promptly recognized the imminent threat and activated his iron-eating beast king, transforming into a panda significantly larger than an ordinary national treasure. After Mu Chenyi and Lin Yuan climbed onto his back, he indicated the opposite direction of the flirtatious figure. "Wang Fatty, run that way. Reinforcements should arrive in about a minute." "Hold on." Glancing at the time, Mu Chenyi's gaze caught sight of an armed helicopter hastily approaching from the distant horizon. After transforming, Wang Zichen, now a panda, adeptly carried the two of them away, his agile limbs showcasing the rigorous training he had received from old Zhao. He moved with remarkable grace, swiftly navigating through the rows of villas. The security guard, who had been leisurely lounging and watching short videos, suddenly witnessed a dark shadow dart past him. Years of experience kicked in, prompting him to switch off his phone and sit upright. What on earth was that? He wondered as he rushed to the window. But in the next moment, he beheld a scene that shattered his understanding of reality. A gigantic panda, bearing two individuals on its back, leapt over the fence and sprinted away into the distance. Following closely, a man wearing windfire wheels leaped 4 to 5 meters high in pursuit of the panda. Slapping himself in disbelief, the security guard muttered, "I'm done for. I've watched too many short videos and now I'm hallucinating." But then, he quickly realized the absurdity of his thoughts. He pulled out his phone and captured a photo of the panda, its voluptuous rear swaying as it ran, sending it to his social media with the caption, "Brothers, you might not believe this, but I just saw a panda carrying 2 people. However, he soon recalled a short video he had recently watched featuring a panda that, despite being a bear, exhibited formidable attacking power. He immediately sent a message to the residents group. "Attention, all members. Please do not venture outside. A panda has breached the premises. It may inadvertently harm anyone. Prioritize your safety and refrain from leaving your homes." Responses flooded in. "What? A giant panda?" Shock-faced JPG, fragmented melody. "What? A giant panda? Where is it?" Thor, security. "Xiaozhong, what are you waiting for? Hurry and share the location. Little one wants to drink. I want to see the giant panda. I want to see the giant panda. Northern Abyss. Hee, I'm such a fool." Witnessing the fervent discussions among the residents, Xiaozhong, the security guard, turned pale. His intention was to ensure everyone's safety, yet they reacted as if they had never encountered such a sight before. Well, to be fair, he had never seen a lively panda outside either. At this moment, Wang Zichen was running at full speed. Even a leopard alongside him would likely struggle to keep up. Behind him, a man relentlessly pursued, accompanied by several members of the luminous holy team clad in radiant armor, who had initially been lying in wait around the villa for a second assault. However, they were taken aback when Mu Chenyi, unbeknownst to them, had discovered their presence and was now riding a panda away. Thus, they had no choice but to chase after him to intercept. Meanwhile, Mu Chenyi pondered how to counter the impending heavenly arrow. With this thought, he activated his personal profile. Name, Mu Chenyi, total participation in the apocalypse. For special abilities, Eye of Death, SSS rank. Sword of Annihilation, SSS rank. Judgment Scale, S rank. Maple Leaf, A rank. Master Martial Arts, B rank. Cube Master, D rank. Escape Master, C rank. Blessing of the Puppet Queen. Special items, Dagger of the End, S rank. Judgment Coin, S rank. I am a Gambler, A rank. Bag of Holding, C rank, revival coins. 0 divine revival coins. 1 title, savior, not equipped, points. 8700 Chapter 120, the summoning technique. After reviewing his items, Mu Chenyu felt a chill sweep through him. This is bad. It seems I lack the tools and skills to combat the heavenly arrow. Must I expend the divine revival coin I just acquired before it has even warmed up? At the same time, an armed helicopter appeared directly above them. A man wielding a sword soared toward them. It's Senior Dugu. We are saved, Lin Yuan exclaimed. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's voice, Mu Chenyu's expression darkened. The moment Senior Dugu took to the skies with his sword was precisely when the heavenly arrow had aimed at him. No, I must find a way to save myself. He frantically brainstormed strategies in his mind. Indeed, it seems there is something in the personal maul that he has yet to examine. He vaguely recalls that it resembles a trumpet-like artifact. However, what use could a trumpet possibly serve at this moment? Mu Chenyu contemplated allowing Wang Zichen and the others to escape first, considering that the celestial arrow was aimed directly at him. Should he perish, he still possessed a God-given revival token. Thus, with a sense of resignation, he glanced at the final trumpet-like artifact in his personal maul. Summoning technique. S-rank artifact. By loudly calling out the name of one's father into the trumpet, one can transport any being from this plane to their presence. Limited to entities existing within this plane, beings from other dimensions cannot be summoned. Usable 3 times, 33, priced at 2,100 points. Mu Chenyu. He decisively exchanged for the summoning technique. A white trumpet materialized in his hand. Lin Yuan, noticing the item in Mu Chenyu's grasp, looked at him with surprise. Taking a deep breath, Mu Chenyu directed the white trumpet and shouted, Morong Shiner, come to my aid. In desperation, the strongest individual he could think of from Blue Star was indeed Morong Shiner. At the very instant he invoked the summoning technique, a golden arrow of light descended from the heavens, hurtling towards him. The sensation of impending death enveloped him once more. Yet, in the next moment, this life-threatening crisis dissipated. Before him appeared a radiant orb of light. As the illumination faded, a breathtaking figure emerged, revealing Morong Shiner, summoned by Mu Chenyu's invocation. After a brief moment of astonishment, Morong Shiner grasped the situation. She lifted her gaze to see a light arrow directed at Mu Chenyu, her eyes widening in surprise. The celestial arrow, from the Holy Clan? Without hesitation, she raised her hand. A luminous aura enveloped her form, launching an assault against the incoming celestial arrow. With a resounding crack, a dazzling firework erupted in the sky, while Morong Shiner, seizing her opportunity, turned her attention toward the radiant Holy Team. The Holy Clan dared to manifest in reality, and thus, they would meet their demise. Chapter 121. A single glance could lead to ruin. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Retreat. At that moment, the radiant Holy Team also recognized Morong Shiner's presence. They had faced off against her countless times within the dungeon, most often culminating in their defeat. However, in the confines of the dungeon, they could resurrect in reality using revival tokens. Yet in this realm, upon Morong Shiner's arrival, they understood that their mission to eliminate Mu Chenyu had failed. The members of the radiant Holy Team began to organize their retreat. Morong Shiner unleashed her skills to pursue them for a time, but ultimately, she allowed the majority of the radiant Holy Team to escape, leaving behind 6 gruesome corpses. In truth, had she chosen to pursue relentlessly, she could have significantly increased her chances of annihilating the Radiant Saint squad. However, in the interest of safeguarding Mu Chenyu's safety, she pursued for a while before turning back to his side. The appearance of Morong Xiner brought a sigh of relief to Mu Chenyu. At least this crisis had been averted. Mu Chenyu, your identity has been discovered by them. Morong Xiner spoke gravely. Please accompany me to the base, and I will provide you with a detailed account of the cursed soil prophecy. Upon hearing Morong Xiner's words, Mu Chenyu raised an eyebrow. Is the Holy Clan related to the first apocalypse? He understood that the cursed soil prophecy was a remnant left by the failure of the first apocalypse. Let us return first, he decided. Morong Xiner produced a wheel. At that moment, the elder Dugu, who had killed Feng Liuji, returned. He appeared somewhat surprised upon seeing Morong Xiner, and then noticed Mu Chenyu, who was being protected by her. Who is this person? He wondered. Director. He nodded toward Morong Xiner. She acknowledged him with a slight nod and activated the wheel in front of him. This will serve as the key to a teleportation array. As it activated, a brilliant light enveloped her, Mu Chenyu, Lin Yuan, and Wang Zichen, who had transformed into a panda. A dazzling beam of light flashed before them. When Mu Chenyu regained his sight, he found himself in a cozy room, accompanied by the now restored Wang Zichen, Lin Yuan, and Morong Xiner. You two rest here for a moment. Morong Xiner commanded Wang Zichen and Lin Yuan, before turning to Mu Chenyu with a softer tone. Come with me. With a serious expression, Muchini nodded and followed her. After exiting the charming room, they traversed a long, dimly lit corridor. Upon reaching the entrance of a secret chamber, Murong Xaner retrieved a ring from her hand and placed it into a recess on the chamber door. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a luminous barrier at the outer layer of the room. In here, they will not hear our voices, Murong Xaner assured, as she took Muchini by the arm and guided him inside. As Muchini passed through the delicate barrier, he felt a cleansing of both body and spirit. The chamber housed a book and a white stone. This stone is a crucial artifact brought out at great cost by the 7th director of the Apocalypse Management Bureau before his demise, Murong Xaner softly explained, gazing at the white stone within a glass dish. Crucial artifact? Muchini pondered. He had heard of the 7th director, the hero who sacrificed himself during the first apocalypse. Though tragically, he had ultimately failed. Murong Xaner gazed at Muchini's solemn expression and began to elucidate. The reason we refer to it as the prophecy of the corrupted earth is due to the involvement of a terrifying entity. Who exactly is the being you just mentioned? Muchini inquired. We do not know what it truly is, Murong Xaner replied, placing her hand gently upon the glass dish containing the white stone. It could be a civilization or perhaps an unknown and dreadful creature from the cosmos. Yet, this enigmatic existence has given rise to the holy race and has become the formidable antagonist in our first apocalyptic cataclysm. Is there no information whatsoever? Muchini furrowed his brow. None. However, all who are aware of its existence, whether by witnessing this stone or hearing the prophecy, will inevitably attract its attention. Murong Xaner stated gravely, since you have deciphered the origins of 2 apocalypses, you have already been marked by it, and there is no need for me to withhold anything from you now. What do you mean? Muchini blinked in surprise. So, you are finally willing to disclose the truth. Previously, the information you possessed was under absolute confidentiality due to the presence of individuals from the Holy Race within our Apocalypse Management Bureau. Among all the S-rank players I trust, only Lin Yuan remains oblivious to this matter and has not been detected by it, which is why only Lin Yuan can safeguard you. Murong Xaner continued. Now that your identity has been revealed to it, we can elevate our protective measures for you. I intend to assign Deputy Director Lai Wenji and Dugu Jianyun to protect you. Both are our finest combatants. What do you think? To have a deputy director and a sword immortal guarding him? Muchini's eyes twitched slightly. These 2 individuals were indeed formidable and signified the official regard for his safety. To prevent the holy race from using your parents as leverage against you, we have already taken measures to protect them. They have been relocated to a secure location. So you need not worry about that, Murong Xaner added, ensuring Muchini was fully briefed on his circumstances. Thank you very much. Muchini nodded. This time it was our negligence. A mere 10 minutes ago, an explosion occurred in the heart of the capital. Many civilians captured videos online, claiming they witnessed supernatural beings from the holy race causing chaos in the city. I must address this issue immediately, Murong Xaner explained. However, I did not anticipate that their actions were merely a diversion to eliminate you. Fortunately, you possess a teleportation device. Muchini's eyes twitched again. You certainly have made quite a few blunders, he retorted. The last time during the global freeze apocalypse. It was due to their negligence that I was unable to utilize my 2 death eyes. Murong Xaner could only apologize once more. Now, may you share with me what you know regarding the so-called prophecy of the corrupted earth? Muchini shifted the conversation, his concern for the origins of the first apocalyptic event evident. The thought of a sword hanging over his head sent chills down his spine. Please hold on for a moment. Murong Xaner stepped to the innermost part of the room and gently tapped a protruding metal object on the wall. Subsequently, the metal transformed into a small camera that scanned her pupils. Identity confirmed. Murong Xaner. Application approved. Following the mechanical voice, a tray was ejected. Upon it lay an ancient parchment scroll. Inscribed on the scroll were a series of small characters, just as Muchini was about to take a closer look. Don't move. Murong Xaner promptly halted him. You lack the necessary clearance. If you approach, the system will retaliate. Muchini had no choice but to stop. Murong Xaner cautiously retrieved the parchment scroll and a disc hidden beneath it. The presence of a disc beneath the scroll intrigued Muchini. Muchini, do you wish to first examine the prophecy inscribed on the scroll or the footage brought back by the 7th director before his demise? Murong Xaner held the scroll in one hand and the disc in the other. Why do you ask? Muchini chuckled at her solemn demeanor, wondering if the order of viewing would yield different outcomes. However, facing his jest, Murong Xaner nodded earnestly. Indeed, the sequence in which one views the information will lead to divergent insights. To be precise, each individual, after encountering both, will receive distinct feedback. Moreover, there have been instances where individuals, having viewed both the prophecy and the video, succumb to emotional breakdowns, ultimately leading to suicide or madness. Is it truly that perilous? Mu Chini inquired, a sense of gravity settling upon him. Furthermore, Morong Xiner continued with a serious tone. No one is permitted to view either piece of information a second time. All who have watched both the video and the prophecy have met with emotional collapse and demise. Hearing her words, Mu Chini felt a weight in his heart. One more glance could lead to obliteration? Was it truly that dangerous? What was your reaction when you first beheld the prophecy and the video? Mu Chini asked. I cannot disclose the imagery I witnessed in the video to you. Otherwise, what you perceive will mirror my description. Morong Xiner shook her head. Each individual witnesses a unique vision, but if I share mine, you will only see what I describe, thus missing your own revelation. However, once you have viewed the video, we can discuss our respective experiences, and I shall provide you with the accounts of all players within the Doomsday Management Bureau who have seen the footage. Mu Chini swallowed hard, the gravity of her expression weighing heavily upon him. Moreover, he could not discuss it with her before he had viewed it. The pressing question now was whether a mere glance would lead to his own obliteration. Mr. Mu, please make your choice. Morong Xiner stated earnestly. Shall we first delve into the prophecy or the video? Observing her expression, Mu Chini bit his lip. The atmosphere had grown excessively mysterious, leaving him feeling somewhat anxious. After contemplating for a moment, he shook his head and replied, May I revisit this in a week? He intended to first utilize the Eye of Death to discern the situation. Upon hearing Mu Chini's words, Morong Xiner appeared momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly shook her head and stated, I do not recommend this course of action, as it holds no significance. Why? Mu Chini inquired. 20 years ago, there was an S-class prophetic player from the nation of the enemy. At that time, they invested considerable resources to persuade us to reveal this prophecy, Morong Xiner elaborated. And did you comply? Initially, we were reluctant to acquiesce. Morong Xiner objected. The nations of the world united against the enemy. And while we often granted many countries free access to prophecies and videos, this did not extend to the enemy nation. Chapter 122. The images viewed by Mu Chini, the people of the enemy nation, are inherently despicable. Morong Xiner stated coldly. They exhibit cruelty and brutality towards the weak, yet display a servile demeanor akin to a lapdog when confronted with the strong, concealing a venomous ruthlessness beneath. When the abominable prophecy first emerged, the enemy nation promptly defected. At this point, Morong Xiner gritted her teeth and continued. This wretched group nearly betrayed their nation, becoming loyal hounds to the prophecy. However, they later discovered that it could not manifest upon Blue Star, and when the world united against them, they enacted an unexpected move. They assassinated their own prime minister, claiming he had been bewitched by the prophecy, leading them astray. They professed a desire to abandon the darkness and return to the embrace of the Blue Star family. Surely no one believed that. Mu Chini could not help but ask. Of course, no one believed it. A flicker of weariness crossed Morong Xiner's eyes. Yet what could be done? We cannot simply annihilate the enemy nation. Even if we agreed, the international community would never permit such an abhorrent act of genocide to occur. Mu Chini inhaled deeply, harboring a profound animosity towards the enemy nation as a citizen of Huaxia. If given the chance, he would indeed wish to bear a shell and sink their island. And what transpired next? He inquired. Subsequently, the enemy nation bowed in apology to all. Morong Xiner paused momentarily. You know, they excel at this. Mu Chini nodded in agreement. Indeed, the enemy nation is quite adept at apologizing. They are professionals in this regard. After committing heinous acts, they feign profound remorse, weeping and wailing in contrition, only to repeat their transgressions once more. Returning to the S-class prophetic player from the enemy nation, Morong Xiner resumed. At that time, we sought to ascertain whether a prophetic player, having witnessed the abominable prophecy in foresight and then again in reality, would meet the same fate as others, succumbing to death after 2 encounters. Thus, we proactively invited them to our vicinity. Yet we were acutely aware of the prophetic abilities possessed by those who engage in divination. Consequently, we imposed a restriction that they must reside in Huaxia and endure an apocalyptic experience before they could foresee and observe the prophecy of the corrupted soil. This measure was also to prevent that little rascal from foreseeing our affairs while still in his homeland. Upon hearing Morong Xiner's explanation, Mu Chini nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was a rather distasteful aspect of divination players. They could glimpse future events, particularly the S-class players who could perform prophecies in reality. Forcing this individual to reside in Huaxia and experience an apocalypse before viewing the prophecy was, without doubt, a prudent course of action. In truth, we had no intention of allowing that person to leave alive. After all, it was the land of our adversaries. And we had already devised a plan to orchestrate an unfortunate accident for him. Morong Xiner continued. However, after the prophecy concluded, that little rascal viewed the prophecy of the corrupted soil once more. Subsequently, like other players, he succumbed to emotional collapse and took his own life after watching it twice. Did witnessing the prophecy within the vision count as viewing it in reality? Mucini fell into silence. It appeared he truly could not utilize the Eye of Death to witness it twice. Moreover, the crucial point was that the Eye of Death might not even present him with the content of the prophecy of the corrupted soil. After all, the Eye of Death depicted the scene of his next demise. Well, I suppose I shall take a look now, he sighed. What shall we view first? Morongshiner inquired. Let us start with the video. Mucini replied, his curiosity piqued, for he wished to understand why the video, which was the last perspective of the seventh director before his demise, presented different images to each viewer. Moreover, this was a recording contained within a disc. All right, come with me. Morongshiner approached him, took hold of his arm, and led him towards a side of the room. Ultimately, they arrived before a structure reminiscent of a gaming pod. Lie down. Morongshiner placed the disc into the recess atop the gaming pod and pushed it in. Thereafter, the pod creaked open. A holographic projection? Mucini's eyelids fluttered at this sight. He had anticipated something akin to watching a video on a phone or television, but instead, they were engaging in such an immersive experience. This was a holographic device that had been developed for some time, designed to maximize the reception of the visuals contained within the disc. Morongshiner patted him and gestured towards the entrance of the pod, instructing, first, place your legs inside. Once you're settled, I will close the hatch. Mucini swallowed hard, feeling that this contraption did not appear particularly safe. Nevertheless, he obediently placed his legs into the pod and reclined within. I'm closing the door now. MHM. With a creak, the hatch of the gaming pod gently closed. Mucini's vision was abruptly enveloped in darkness. Immediately, metallic sounds echoed, and Mucini felt his hands and feet, his entire body, ensnared by cold instruments. Even his head was encased in something akin to a helmet. Realizing he was being restrained, a jolt of alarm surged through him. Why did it feel as though he were being delivered to a dissection apparatus? Beep beep, the machine began to activate, receiving images. As this sound resonated, Mucini felt a sudden flash of brightness before it swiftly faded into darkness. The image reception completed, and after 5 seconds, playback would commence. Please prepare yourself. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The imagery began to unfold. With the crackle of electricity, Mucini sensed his body slipping from his control. The surrounding world gradually came into focus. Huff, huff, huff. This was a faint sound of breathing. Mucini quickly realized it was emanating from his own mouth. Or rather, from the mouth of the seventh director. As his vision returned, he perceived a haze around him, with the seventh director's hands bracing against the ground. He beheld a pair of muscular, powerful arms. Huff, huff. The breathing of the seventh director resonated in his ears. Then, the seventh director lifted his head, and Mucini's sight became entirely clear. Before him loomed a colossal shadow. This shadow obscured the sky, as if it were propping up the heavens themselves. Roar. The shadow emitted a deafening roar. Mucini struggled to discern the outline of the shadow before him, but in the dim light, he could only faintly perceive an extraordinarily immense silhouette. That shadow raised a hand, which seemed to rend the very fabric of reality. Suddenly, a fissure tore through the sky, and the once endless starry expanse revealed another scene to Mucini. Within the rupture, it appeared as though another universe had emerged. On the other side of this cosmos, a gigantic celestial body, radiating a soft blue luminescence, came into view, surrounded by a massive, technologically advanced spacecraft approaching the blue planet. Chapter 123, The Divine Observes You. At this moment, the seventh director, from Mucini's perspective, was rendered powerless, merely watching as the spacecraft breached into this world. The technological spacecraft crossed the rift into the realm of the blue planet, evoking thoughts in the observing Mucini of a potential entity in the cosmos. A wormhole capable of bridging vast distances in the universe. It utilized the folding of three-dimensional space to bring the most distant points closer together, traversing immense distances. As the spacecraft entered this temporal and spatial realm, countless metallic insects erupted from within it. Mucini felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. The oppressive sensation left him gasping for breath, yet he could only watch helplessly as these metallic creatures began to devour the earth, consuming everything on the blue planet. From the perspective of the seventh director, desolation enveloped the shattered landscape around him. He had lost count of how many years he had lain dormant, but upon awakening, all that filled his heart was an unparalleled despair, devoid of any extraneous emotions. This despair seemed to infect Mucini as well. He too felt an overwhelming sorrow gnawing at his heart. He wished to clutch his chest, Yet for the current holographic projection of himself, such an action was nearly impossible. Suddenly, the enormous silhouette of a monstrous entity in the sky roared once more, and beneath the blanket of dark clouds, torrential rain began to pour from above. The seventh director was instantly drenched by the downpour, and his vision blurred amidst the deluge. The nameless supermonster continued to bellow. Abruptly, the screen went black. Beep, beep. The viewing session concluded. With the sound of machinery, Mu Chinin felt the world before him brighten instantly. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that the hatch had already been opened. He leaned against the metal sides, assisted by Murong Shiner as he exited the holographic device. How do you feel? Murong Shiner inquired. Mu Chinin seemed poised to respond when he suddenly felt something slide down his face. Raising his hand to touch it, he discovered it was wet. Had he actually shed tears? It's a natural reaction. Everyone sheds tears upon witnessing the initial imagery. It's an instinctive response, experienced by all players, Murong Shiner elucidated. Mu Chinin nodded earnestly and looked up at her. What did you see? You should look at this first. Murong Shiner handed him a parchment. He lifted a corner of the parchment and, upon reading a line of small text, furrowed his brow and read aloud. God is watching you. Was this a jest? His eye twitched in disbelief. Had he not already been observed? However, upon hearing Mu Chinin's words, Murong Shiner gasped. What? You saw that line. What is wrong with it? Mu Chinin queried with curiosity. Murong Shiner's voice trembled as she replied. Had I known this, I would not have allowed you to see it. What on earth is happening? Mu Chinin asked, his brow nearly knitting into a knot. After the appearance of the prophecy of the tainted earth, a total of 23 players had encountered the phrase God is watching you. Her tone was strained as she continued, but shortly thereafter, all 23 players perished within a week. All perished? Mu Chinin was taken aback. Those who had seen this prophecy would die within the ensuing week? You cannot be serious, he couldn't help but ask. There is no need for me to deceive you in this matter. At this moment, Murong Xner wore a grave expression, assuring, we will do our utmost to protect you. But this manner of death is utterly unpredictable. How so? Because the ways of dying are bizarre and varied. Among these 23 individuals, some were struck dead by falling billboards while shopping, others met their demise by being run over by out-of-control trucks, and still others perished in their sleep, choked by their own saliva. In short, their deaths were all inexplicably peculiar, with the commonality being that they were all accidental. Mu Chinin exclaimed, choked to death by saliva? That seems utterly outrageous. Murong Xner replied, there are even more outrageous circumstances. This peculiar phenomenon not only affects the real world but also extends into the game's dungeons. Those who draw this prophecy may also face death within the dungeon. There was a player who experienced this firsthand. It was during a relatively simple plague-level dungeon where survival was nearly guaranteed as long as one did not act foolishly. Yet, this unfortunate soul, one night while sleeping soundly, found that a crucial doomsday item had spawned beside his pillow. Consequently, the system determined that he was unable to use his resurrection coin due to his attempt to retrieve the vital item. Ultimately, he was crushed to death by a lamp that fell from the ceiling within the dungeon and could not be revived in the real world. Such absurdity? Mu Chinin gasped. His mouth agape. This is even more exaggerated than the case of choking on one's saliva while asleep. However, he possessed the divine resurrection coin. Surely, it could not lead to an unexpected outcome? Murong Xner nodded firmly, her gaze unwavering. Mu Chinin, we will protect you with all our strength. Although many claim that those who witnessed this prophecy are under the watchful eye of the Grim Reaper, with no hope of survival, you are different. You are Mu Chinin, the only individual who has unraveled the mysteries of apocalyptic scenarios. Mu Chinin thought to himself, why do I feel that Murong Xner has more confidence in me than I do in myself? Yet, to be frank, he was overwhelmed with anxiety. By the way, what did you see in the video along with the prophecy? He inquired, suppressing his inner turmoil. In the video he viewed, a wormhole appeared, accompanied by an immense creature, which tore apart the fabric of space. Beyond the rift, a colossal extraterrestrial sphere loomed, dispatching a spaceship towards Earth. Thus, the first apocalyptic event might be the invasion of a civilization from hundreds of years, or perhaps even further into the future. Could it be the Trisolaran fleet? Moreover, that gigantic creature was likely the vanguard sent by that civilization to facilitate their passage through the wormhole. Is that the case? In the video I witnessed, humanity regressed to a primitive society, where all were enslaved, while a select few governed us all. Murong Xner whispered, I also saw a spaceship station nearby. So, this time it truly is a civilization invasion? Mu Chinin asked, articulating the images he had perceived. Although each individual saw different scenes, they all pointed toward the same ominous fate. If that is the case, I would not have spoken to you previously, and even now we remain uncertain about what he truly is. Murong Xiner let out a bitter smile. So what other reasons could there be? Mu Chenyi inquired. Murong Xiner elucidated. While the scenes we both witnessed were indeed similar, it does not imply that other players perceive the same as a civilization invasion. Among the other players, some witnessed a monstrous incursion, others observed a supervolcanic eruption, and still others saw a cataclysmic flood engulfing the globe. Each player's vision was distinct, akin to fragments of various apocalyptic scenarios. Chapter 124. The gaze of the divine fragments of various apocalyptic scenarios? Mu Chenyi found this notion somewhat perplexing. Do you mean to say that the video disc transmitted by the 7th director can showcase numerous different end-of-the-world scenes? Murong Xiner nodded affirmatively. Have you never attempted to allow two players to view the video simultaneously? He asked. We have tried. Yet the footage seen by each individual was disparate. Even the images captured from their pupils were distinct. Murong Xiner explained. Mu Chenyi wondered if the Management Bureau had not explored his suggested approach. Upon hearing Murong Xiner's words, his expression turned peculiar. Play it again. I shall enter once more to take a look. He feigned an intention to dive back into the game. Murong Xiner halted him with urgency, her tone laced with alarm. What do you intend to do? Watching it again will lead to your demise. Rest assured, I will not perish. Absolutely not. Murong Xiner insisted. Blocking him. There have been countless players like you who were undeterred by superstition and sought to test their fate, yet they all met their end. Mu Chenyi found himself thwarted in his attempt to enter, and he could only helplessly explain. I feel that what you just articulated sounds somewhat familiar. Familiar? Murong Xiner gazed at him in confusion. Yes, it bears a resemblance to the world-ending calamity I once encountered, as if our 7th director had succumbed to some form of illusion, or rather, become ensnared in a certain realm. Mu Chenyi articulated, recalling his own experience during the world-ending catastrophe of time reversal. Were it not for entering the second phase, he would have perhaps remained oblivious to the fact that the first phase was merely the inner world of a two-dimensional foil. Within those fragmented realms, the thoughts of all individuals were indeed chaotic. Particularly for him, due to the repeated experiences of death, he became acutely sensitive to the disarray of thought, the myriad timelines, and the diverse spatial visuals. The imagery of the first world-ending scenario described by Murong Xiner evoked a sense of déjà vu within him. Thus, he yearned to view the video once more, seeking to discern whether the 7th director's death replay mirrored the various ways he himself had perished, similar to what he had witnessed through the eye of death in time reversal. He speculated that all the footage being observed now was merely an illusion, a deliberate facade orchestrated by the so-called him. This is the experience gained by Mu Chenyi after enduring an apocalyptic event of cataclysmic proportions. Indeed, the apocalypse is no trivial matter, yet it surely adheres to certain patterns. Does it not? He shared his thoughts with Murong Xiner, elucidating the similarities between two catastrophic apocalypses and recounting all the events he experienced during the first phase of the time reversal scenario. Murong Xiner began to ponder deeply. Having only recently encountered Mu Chenyi, she was still oblivious to how he had unraveled the mysteries of the apocalypse. Hearing his assertions now compelled her to reflect. After a few moments, she gazed at Mu Chenyi with incredulity. Are you implying that you survived such a dreadful apocalypse and even deciphered its source? Mu Chenyi replied, perplexed. You have spent these few minutes contemplating this. Sensing his astonishment, Murong Xiner recognized the gravity of her question and cleared her throat. So, you hypothesize that the two apocalypses share commonalities, which leads you to wish to revisit them. Indeed, Mu Chenyi nodded, confident that he would not lose control of his emotions. Nor would he contemplate self-harm. Murong Xiner pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No, that would be far too perilous. But did you not say that upon witnessing that prophecy, I would perish within 7 days? Mu Chenyi blinked, suggesting, wouldn't it be better for me to view this video again? Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope? Murong Xiner continued to shake her head. Absolutely not. You are being excessively rigid. Mu Chenyi sighed in exasperation. I, the person directly involved, fear not death. What is it that you dread? I fear you might die right before my eyes. Murong Xiner replied earnestly. Mu Chenyi's expression twitched. The issue was, if he chose not to watch the video, he could quietly perish after returning home. Yet with Murong Xiner's resolute stance, he could only helplessly inquire, what must transpire for you to allow me to view it again? Unless you can provide a compelling reason, she replied. Very well, I hope to see a living version of myself next time. Mu Chenyi waved his hand dismissively. Allow me to escort you to your residence. Murong Xiner, shifting the topic, stated shortly. I will send you a description of the images viewed by all players along with the prophecy. If you are truly interested, you may delve into it. Mu Chenyi nodded silently. Subsequently, Murong Xiner personally guided him back to the previous room. Mu Chenyi, this is the safest place in Huaxia. indeed in all of Blue Star. The Holy Clan will remain unaware of your presence here. You may reside here for the time being. Mu Chenyu surveyed his surroundings, but quickly furrowed his brow. I cannot possibly remain here indefinitely, can I? It is far too perilous outside, she replied. Very well. I shall temporarily reside here. He contemplated briefly and waved his hand. He also had certain matters he wished to investigate. All right, should anything arise, you may communicate with Lai Wenji. I shall take my leave now. Murong Xiner exhibited a rather bureaucratic demeanor, which inexplicably caused discomfort to Mu Chenyu. Please, go about your business, he gestured dismissively. After watching her depart, he wearily settled onto the bed. Brother Mu, what is the current situation? How did the Holy Clan discover your whereabouts? Wang Zichen inquired at that moment. Mu Chenyu proceeded to elucidate the circumstances surrounding his pursuit by the Holy Clan. It seems we may have to reside here for a while. In truth, living here is not entirely disagreeable. Their preparations are quite sufficient. Nearly on par with my own accommodations, Wang Zichen maintained an optimistic outlook. I am indeed a bit fatigued. I shall lie down for a while, Mu Chenyu remarked, rubbing his temples. Ever since the onset of the apocalyptic catastrophe, he had yet to enjoy a proper respite. Very well, do take a moment to rest. Wang Zichen indicated towards Lin Yuan in the kitchen. Once the meal is ready, I shall come to fetch you. Understood. Mu Chenyu nodded and retreated into his room, preparing to collapse into slumber. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. The player is affected by the gaze of the divine curse. Blessing of the Puppet Queen. Consumed. Remaining uses. 910. Ding. The player is affected by the gaze of the divine curse. Blessing of the Puppet Queen. Consumed. Remaining uses. 810. Mu Chenyu. Chapter 125 Chenwana. What trouble have you stirred up? Mu Chenyu was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. The blessing of the Puppet Queen was akin to a skill of his, capable of negating all curses, yet now it was being depleted. This consumption was attributed to something known as gaze of the divine. As he pondered this perplexity, a feminine voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Ah, why is the blessing I bestowed upon you being consumed? Upon hearing this voice, Mu Chenyu's eyes widened. Chenwana? Indeed. Following her words, a woman resembling an older sister appeared before him, clad in a police uniform. She was none other than Chenwana, the final boss he had encountered in the initial dungeon, Puppet Kingdom. After descending, she circled him, her expression somewhat peculiar. Mu Chenyu, what trouble have you attracted? It feels as if some terrifying entity has ensnared you. Mu Chenyu shrugged. Is there any way to resolve this? With my current strength, I cannot assist you. Chenwana replied, shaking her head. The level of this curse surpasses the priority of my blessing upon you. Mu Chenyu inquired, so, does this mean I am doomed? Essentially, yes. Chenwana extended her delicate hand towards him. How about you return the dagger of termination to me? After all, you are on the brink of death. Is there truly no other way? Mu Chenyu felt a pang of reluctance, but ultimately removed the dagger of termination from around his neck and placed it in her hand. However, Chenwana had not yet completed her sentence before her tone abruptly halted. She incredulously placed the dagger of termination before her, examining it closely. What are you looking at? Mu Chenyu inquired, puzzled by her actions. Wasn't it merely an ordinary little dagger? Brother, what have you done with this thing? Chenwana's voice trembled with agitation, barely concealing her astonishment. Why does the dagger of termination emanate an aura of catastrophic level? What catastrophic aura? Mu Chenyu responded. Perplexed, he had only heard of such a level once before, in the deep-sea behemoth dungeon, which spoke of a super monster capable of devouring many giant beasts. Wasn't it a colossal whale? After the sea tribesmen had slain the sea god, they unleashed the demons imprisoned in hell. The being that consumed these demons was referred to as catastrophe. The catastrophic level denotes an exceptionally high rank. It signifies that should such a creature emerge, it could effortlessly obliterate the world in which you reside. At that moment, Chenwana's eyes reflected disbelief. You actually used the dagger of termination to slay a being of catastrophic level? When did the dagger become so formidable? How was I unaware of this? Perhaps, Mu Chenyu mused, uncertain if the two-dimensional foil could be classified as a being of catastrophic level. It seems you managed to survive. Chenwana swallowed hard and said, if I absorb this catastrophic energy, I can elevate the level of the blessing I grant you. And its priority would certainly surpass the curse afflicting you. You can still absorb it? Mu Chenyu was taken aback. Moreover, it was the first time he learned that after the dagger of termination slayed the source of doom, it could siphon energy from within. Yes, I am bound to the dagger of termination. Whatever being you have slain, I can absorb the energy contained within. Chenwana nodded as she brought the dagger to her lips. Then, she opened her mouth and began to absorb the energy within. Mu Chenyu observed as layers of luminous white energy, resembling gas, flowed from the dagger of termination into Chun Wan-er's mouth, ultimately vanishing. After a while, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The player is affected by the gaze of the god, curse. Blessing of the Puppet Queen, consumed. Uses remaining. 710. Another layer of the blessing of the Puppet Queen was depleted. At that moment, Shenwana noticed the changes occurring in Muchini. She halted her energy absorption and turned to him, saying, "It will take me about half a month to absorb this energy. Why don't you come with me to my realm? Once I finish absorbing, I will amplify your blessing." To your realm? Muchini blinked. You mean the Puppet Kingdom? Yes, normally, it would be impossible to take you to another dimension. However, since your realm is undergoing an upgrade, under normal circumstances, you will be free to traverse any region for the next month, Chinwaner explained. Upon hearing her words, Muchini nodded. Then I shall accompany you to your world, but I need to inform Wang Zichen and the others. After Chinwaner enhanced the blessings of the Puppet Queen for him, he was no longer in danger and could return later. There was no need for you to go, they have already arrived. As soon as Chinwaner finished speaking, a series of knocks echoed at the door, followed by Wang Zichen's voice. Mu, the meal is ready. Are you coming out to eat? I won't eat, Muchini replied, glancing at Chinwaner. After a moment's contemplation, he opened the door. I need to go somewhere for about half a month. Where are you going? And why is there a woman in your room? Wang Zichen caught sight of Chinwaner, who had her back turned to him, and asked in confusion, Who is this? Chinwaner did not disappoint. She turned around, her face beaming with joy as she waved at him. Wang Fatty, long time no see. At the sight of her, Wang Zichen's face turned pale with fright. He plopped down onto the ground. Terror etched across his features as he stared at Chinwaner. A ghost. A ghost. With that, he scrambled to escape, leaving in a panic. Bang. The door was slammed shut, and it was Chinwaner who had done so. She smiled at Wang Zichen, her expression dangerously playful. Wang Fatty, it's one thing not to greet an old acquaintance, but why are you running away? Wang Zichen, sitting on the floor, cautiously scooted backward, his face a mask of despair. Please spare me. I truly have never offended you. All right, don't frighten him anymore, Muchini interjected, unable to watch any longer. Who knew he was this timid? He seemed quite bold when we were together before, Chinwaner shrugged. Having overheard their conversation, Wang Zichen began to regain his composure, his expression shifting to one of incredulity as he looked at them. Wait, what is going on with you two? The dagger of termination is linked to Chinwaner, hence she can manifest in reality, Muchini explained. So Chinwaner is now on our side? Wang Zichen exclaimed in shock. Muchini nodded. Yes, you can think of it that way. In any case, she will not harm you. Chapter 126. The 3 days of tribulation immediately after. Muchini disclosed to Wang Zichen that he had been cursed and that only Chinwaner could save him. He also mentioned his impending departure for half a month. You're leaving for half a month? Wang Zichen glanced at Chinwaner, still hesitant to voice his concerns. Would Muchini survive while away with this creature? Don't worry, I will return, Muchini reassured him, then spoke softly. Also, do not inform Lin Yuan about Chinwaner. If she finds out, it will be as if the Inn Management Bureau knows as well, knowing Morong Shiner as he did. If that woman learned he was associating with someone like Chinwaner, she would likely disapprove of such a risk. And why should he let others dictate his actions? After settling matters with Wang Zichen, he seemed to have an epiphany and continued, Of course, if old Zhao arrives. You can inform him that I shall forego dinner and take my leave. Upon finishing, he signaled to Chinwaner, who regarded him with a smile that was neither here nor there. All settled? Let's go? Muchinyu nodded in agreement. Observing this, Chinwaner placed her hand upon Muchinyu's shoulder. Under Wang Zichen's watchful gaze, the two vanished in an instant. Wang Zichen, why haven't you called Mr. Mu to dinner? On the other side, Lin Yuan, having completed the meal, approached upon noticing the absence of the two. However, upon seeing only Wang Zichen, she was taken aback. Where is Mr. Mu? Wang Zichen, recalling Mu Qinyu's earlier instruction to keep the truth concealed, fabricated a response. Oh, he sprouted wings and flew away. Lin Yuan stared blankly in disbelief. Ding. Location change detected. The cooldown for the Eye of Death has been adjusted to 1 hour. The system's voice resonated in Mu Qinyu's ears. He surveyed the unfamiliar room, blinking in astonishment. I can use the Eye of Death now? If memory serves. You possess a prophetic skill with a 1 hour cooldown, correct? Chinwaner inquired. Indeed. Mu Qinyu affirmed with a nod. Chinwaner pointed towards one of the rooms. You shall reside there for the time being. Meals will be provided thrice daily. As for leaving, that is not an option for now. Moreover, I shall bestow upon you a protective blessing, effective once every hour. Should you encounter a fatal event, you will be safe for the subsequent hour. Use your prophetic skill to avert any potential death incidents. After 3 days, once I have cultivated to a level commensurate with this blessing, I shall neutralize the curse afflicting you. In half a month's time, my blessing will fully suppress the curse, and even if you were to encounter a calamity-level curse, I would be able to shield you. Once these arrangements were made, Chen Wan'er bestowed another blessing upon Mu Qinyu before entering the room with the dagger of termination. She intended to absorb the calamity-level energy contained within. After she had entered, Mu Qinyu, in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances, activated the Eye of Death. Bubbles surfaced with a gurgling sound. When he opened his eyes, he beheld his future self reclining comfortably in a bathtub, enjoying a bath, even humming a tune. What is that sound? The future self sat up in the bathtub, straining to listen. A tingling sensation coursed through his body from the flowing water. As the future self realized the moment his body came into contact with the electric current, he immediately stood up in shock from the bathtub. He became aware that he was currently under the curse of divine scrutiny. To avert the risk of electrocution, he hastily exited the bathtub, disregarding the pleasure of his bath, and rushed outside. However, he was oblivious to the treacherously slippery floor beneath him. In an instant of carelessness, his foot slipped, and he fell headfirst towards the ground. Logically, with his exceptional balance from top-tier combat skills, such a rudimentary blunder should have been impossible. Yet, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to the curse, his calves and both hands suddenly seized up simultaneously. This spasm robbed him of his equilibrium, causing the back of his head to collide violently with the toilet. Thus, the future self met his untimely demise. When Mu Qinyu opened his eyes, his expression became quite peculiar. Was this death too trivial? Was this truly the curse of divine gaze? It seemed rather unreasonable. Nonetheless, he realized that by simply wiping down his body during his bath, he could successfully evade this fatal incident. After surviving the imminent peril, he would enjoy an hour of safety before employing the Death Eye again to avoid the next inevitable demise. With this in mind, he returned to his room and casually washed himself in the bathroom, refraining from indulging in a bath. Ding, announced the system. The host has evaded the fatal incident of divine gaze. The effect of Blessing of the Puppet Queen is now activated for the next hour. The host will be immune to the curse's influence. The system notification relieved Mu Qinyu greatly. He had now grasped the pattern of these fatal incidents. As long as he altered the lethal aspects within these scenarios while still fulfilling the event, he would successfully evade death. Subsequently, he set an alarm for 40 minutes and took a nap. Shortly after awakening, he resumed using the Death Eye. This time, he witnessed his demise unfold as he choked on a fish bone. Just after viewing this grim vision, lunch was delivered. It consisted of 3 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup, specifically a crucian carp soup. Hungry, Mu Qinyu drank the soup, meticulously removing every fish bone before cautiously sipping it down. Ding, the system chimed. The host has evaded the fatal incident of divine gaze. For the next hour, the host will remain unaffected by the curse. Once again, the familiar system announcement echoed. And with his prior experiences, Mu Qinyu had become well acquainted with the process. Thus, in the following 3 days, he dared not sleep for more than 40 minutes at a time, and every hour, he would utilize the Death Eye to verify the next potential scene of his demise. Within over 60 death reenactments, he encountered a myriad of fatal scenarios. Choked by bread, succumbed to a creature that burrowed into his ear and bit him to death, crushed by a falling light bulb from above the bed, or perhaps, as he stepped down from the bed, twisted his ankle and struck the corner of the nightstand, bleeding to death from the injury. These were but a few of the myriad ways in which one could meet their demise, all of which were inconceivable to Mu Qinyu, yet achievable by the gaze of the divine. After enduring 3 days of torment, a melodious chime resounded. Henceforth, the host shall not perish in this realm. The Eye of Death can no longer be employed. Shortly after this enchanting announcement, Chen Wan'er finally emerged from her seclusion. The sight of her filled Mu Qinyu with unparalleled excitement. He was liberated from the cycle of repeated deaths. Thanks to the creature you vanquished with the Dagger of Termination, I have absorbed a portion of its energy and can now protect you in this realm, she said as she approached him and bestowed upon him a layer of blessing. Mu Qinyu felt the curse of the gaze of the divine, which had loomed over him, dissipating significantly, although it had not entirely vanished. In this realm, the curse was greatly suppressed. To completely break this curse, I must reach the threshold of a half-step cataclysm level, Chen Wan'er explained, but in about 10 days. Once I have fully absorbed the energy from the Dagger of Termination, I will achieve that level, and alleviating your curse will become much simpler. Very well, I shall remain here for a while longer, Mu Qinyu sighed in relief. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to die, Chen Wan'er reassured him, gently touching his chest. I am counting on you to assist me in slaying a cataclysm-level creature, so I can transcend to that level myself. Perhaps, more than anyone else. I am reluctant to see you perish so soon. Mu Qinyu was at a loss for words. May I venture outside? He inquired. I would advise against it. Chen Wan'er shook her head. The outside is teeming with puppets. If I do not exert control over them, they may pose a threat to you. Of course, if you are determined to go out, I can disguise them as humans, as they appeared when you first entered. However, you must be cautious to conceal your identity. Should they discover you are human, they will revert to their puppet forms and attack. Is it that dire? Muchini felt a cold sweat break out. Then I shall remain here, he conceded, prioritizing his safety. With a satisfied smile, Chen Wanner returned to her chamber, resuming the absorption of the cataclysm-level energy from the dagger of termination. Meanwhile, Muchini was left to pass the time in his room, engaging in solitary video games, treating it as a vacation. Moreover, as he was within the puppet kingdom realm, he had not received any information from the real world. He was unaware of the events that had transpired outside, nor had he received the messages that Murong Shiner had promised to send him. Otherwise, he might have taken the opportunity to delve into the videos concerning the prophecy of the defiled earth and the contents of the parchment. Nevertheless, he held little hope for such an endeavor, due to the prophecies and visions that have been studied by the end of days administration of Huaxia for decades. If one individual could unravel them alone, the so-called would not evoke such trepidation and speculation among so many. 13 days slowly slipped away. It has been 16 days since Muchini arrived in this world, and during this time, Chen Wanner also emerged once to inform him that the time in this world corresponds one-to-one with reality. In other words, 16 days have also passed in the real world, marking the passage of over half a month. There remain 14 days until the so-called system upgrade concludes. Should Muchini return to reality, he would be limited to using the Eye of Death only 2 more times. On this day, the transformed Chen Wanner emerged from her seclusion. When Muchini beheld her once more, he was taken aback by the aura she exuded. Chen Wanner still wore a smile, yet this time, Muchini sensed that this woman could take his life at any moment. Muchini, I am immensely grateful for the energy you helped me gather using the dagger of termination. Chen Wanner smiled, though a hint of distress lingered in her tone. Initially, I had intended to dispose of you once I had fully utilized your energy. However, to my surprise, after absorbing this energy, I became intertwined with your fate. Muchini responded, you intend to burn the bridge after crossing it? Is this world truly so perilous? That was my initial thought. Yet the energy I absorbed now bears your causal link. Should you perish, all the energy I acquired would dissipate, Chen Wanner lamented. Now, it seems I cannot kill you. Rather, I must ensure your safety. Muchini gazed at her with a grim expression. Why do you look at me like that? I have assured you I mean you no harm. Chen Wanner playfully chided, extending her delicate hand to pat him lightly on the shoulder. In that instant, Muchini felt a dizzying sensation. In the real world, upon regaining his senses, he found himself in the very room from which he had departed, the chamber within the end of days administration where he had resided prior to his departure. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the blessing of the Puppet King. All curses of disaster level and below shall have no effect on you. God's gaze, curse eliminated. The series of notifications from the system made Muchini realize that his life was now safeguarded. At long last, he had survived. He exhaled deeply, instinctively touching the area around his neck, where the dagger of termination hung securely. Chen Wanner had returned it to him, having been away from reality for half a month. He wondered about the current state of affairs. With this thought, he opened his mobile phone. On the screen, apart from messages from Wang Zichen and Old Zhao, there was an inquiry from Murong Shiner about his whereabouts, as well as a lengthy document she had sent him. After responding to Wang Zichen and others to inform them of his return, he conveyed to Murong Shiner that the curse afflicting him had been resolved and inquired when he might once again view the video. Having said this, he reclined on the soft bed, perusing the documents sent to him by Murong Shiner. She had provided an extensive array of video descriptions, spanning millions of words and comprising testimonials from over 1,000 individuals. As he sifted through these narratives, Muchini felt a shiver run down his spine. Such a plethora of text could easily constitute a lengthy novel. The prophecies contained merely 9 sentences, as most individuals reported similar visions, leading to a tally of only 9 significant predictions, collectively known as the corrupted soil prophecies. He disregarded the extensive exposition of millions of words and chose to examine the 9 prophecies first. The inaugural prophecy boldly proclaimed, "The deity watches over you." Notably, it was marked as having been witnessed by 24 individuals, of whom he was precisely the 24th. As he continued to scroll, the second prophecy revealed itself. It cannot be chosen. It cannot be defeated. This it referred to the deity. What could it possibly mean that it could neither be selected nor vanquished? This second prophecy was notably popular, with 45 individuals having encountered it. The third prophecy declared, all beings are its followers. Did this refer to the Holy Clan? Yet, what authority did the Holy Clan possess to represent all beings? Moreover, The phrase suggested that this so-called it existed on a spiritual plane. Contemplating this, Mucini's mind conjured images of a mythological series, the Cthulhu mythos. The Cthulhu entity epitomized the second prophecy's assertion of being unable to be chosen, unable to be defeated. He tucked this thought away and pressed on to the fourth prophecy, which read, Fear. No one dares to gaze into their own heart. Oh no. It increasingly resembled the Cthulhu mythos. What should he do? Mucini narrowed his eyes. Cthulhu was the very source of all fear. However, in the videos he had seen, Cthulhu did not belong to this particular narrative. His mind became even more perplexed. What calamity of apocalyptic proportions had descended into reality? He glanced at the fifth prophecy. Run quickly. It is growing larger. Flee from Blue Star. A cascade of questions flooded Mucini's mind. Was this truly a prophecy? It was indeed expanding? Could it be that it was a tangible presence? He noted that a staggering 124 individuals had also witnessed this prophecy, confirming its place among the 9 corrupted soil prophecies. Determined to persist, he prepared to delve further. Yet, before he could finish, a new message popped up. Morong Shiner, you have returned? Where are you now? He exited the mobile interface and replied, I am in a place of disappearance. Subsequently, he directed his attention to the prophecies of the defiled earth. His gaze fell upon the sixth prophecy, the night descends, and malevolent thoughts are born. This indicated that during that apocalyptic event, amidst the eternal night, humanity's darkest thoughts were brought to the forefront. Mucini felt a sense of confusion, yet he shifted his focus to the seventh prophecy. The outcome is predetermined, and time cannot be reversed. Mucini furrowed his brow. How does this prophecy sound eerily reminiscent of the predictions in Time Reversal? In the first phase of Time Reversal, everyone was trapped in a two-dimensional world. That was a predetermined outcome, seemingly irrevocable. However, placed in this context, it exudes an air of ambiguity. Unable to comprehend it, he shook his head and glanced at the eighth prophecy. Upon reading the eighth prophecy, his pupils dilated in shock. The eighth prophecy boldly declared, humanity requires a sword-bearer, and he possessed the opportunity to become that sword-bearer. Oh, but the opportunity was rather limited. As he lacked the 100,000 points needed, he decided to discuss this matter with Morong Shiner when she arrived, to see if the administration could provide him with those points. Having settled this in his mind, he turned his attention to the ninth prophecy. Yet, the ninth prophecy revealed a string of indistinct symbols. Accompanying this prophecy was a note from Morong Shiner. This string of symbols does not belong to any language. It is merely a series of unreadable garbled text. Given Morong Shiner's mastery of all languages, her assertion indicated that this string of symbols was intentionally obscured. Such theatrics. Mucini scoffed. At present, all 9 prophecies of the defiled earth had emerged, which were as follows. Prophecy 1. The deity gazes upon you. Prophecy 2. He cannot be chosen, nor can he be defeated. Prophecy 3. All beings are his followers. Prophecy 4. Fear. No one dares to confront their own heart. Prophecy 5. Flee quickly. He is growing larger. Escape from the Blue Star. Prophecy 6. The night descends, and malevolent thoughts are born. Prophecy 7. The outcome is predetermined, and time cannot be reversed. Prophecy 8. Humanity requires a sword-bearer. Prophecy 9. A string of garbled text. Mucini scrutinized the 9 prophecies, contemplating their commonalities. Suddenly, a knocking echoed from the door. Mucini, it's me, came the voice of Morong Shiner. He set his phone aside and approached the door, opening it to reveal Morong Shiner, slightly breathless and appearing as if she had rushed back. Did you run back? Mucini gazed at her with a peculiar expression. Where have you been all this time? Morong Shiner let out a sigh of relief and raised her hand to gently touch his chest. What are you doing? Mucini grasped her hand, his eyes wide with astonishment. Thanks to your influence, I obtained an A-level skill for detecting physical conditions, akin to a medical type. Morong Shiner explained. I want to see if you're injured. No need. I am quite aware of my own body. Mucini interjected before shifting the topic. By the way, did Wang Fatty tell you where I went? He said you grew wings and flew away. Mucini. He had merely asked that rotund fellow to concoct a plausible excuse for his departure, not to spin such an extravagant tale. Anyway, I need to discuss something with you. He decided not to dwell on the previous topic and handed her the 9 prophecies of the cursed soil displayed on his phone. What is it? Morong Shiner picked up the phone and realized he was showing her the materials she had sent him half a month ago. Look at the 8th prophecy. Humanity needs a sword-bearer. I know, so what? Morong Shiner looked up at him, her expression tinged with confusion. Mucini shared the first item from his personal store with her. This. Morong Shiner was left speechless upon seeing the emblem displayed. This is what I obtained after deciphering the source of the apocalyptic calamity, and it corresponds with the prophecy. Mu Qinyu continued, observing her reaction. I painstakingly unraveled the origins of the cataclysm, only to receive this trinket. To redeem it with my current points would take an eternity. These points were provided by the nation. Murong Xiner's tone turned serious. With only a few days remaining until the next apocalypse, I will expedite the accumulation of 100,000 points for you before it begins. All right, I await your news. Having successfully planned, Mu Qinyu waved his hand. Do you have anything else? If not, you may leave. I have nothing else. Murong Xiner gazed into his eyes, her voice low. The sudden strike by the Holy Clan last time exposed most of their members. We have dealt with many of them, yet capturing them alive has proven impossible. Every member has committed suicide upon our capture. That is to be expected. It aligns with my assumptions about him. Mu Qinyu was not surprised. Murong Xiner narrowed her eyes, wishing to inquire further about what Mu Qinyu knew, but ultimately decided to keep her questions to herself. Contact me if you need anything. With that, she exited the room. Chapter 129. Death Replay. The Demon Lord. After Murong Xiner left, Mu Qinyu plopped down onto the bed, perusing the millions of words in the script she had sent him. He knew he would be occupied with this matter for some time, as it pertained to his research on that deity. Every existence bears its vulnerabilities, and the two-dimensional foil is no exception, nor is that deity. However, prior to this, he glanced at the system's introduction. The Eye of Death can be employed, cooldown period, 7 days. In reality, he can utilize the Eye of Death 2 more times. Activate the Eye of Death. He silently commanded within himself. He is the one who bears the title. Could he indeed be the prophesied individual? In the distance, Mu Qinyu faintly heard someone shouting. Quickly, put him down. He is the one with the title. It was another voice. As Mu Qinyu listened to the cacophony around him, it seemed the future entity was encircled by a multitude of individuals. His vision gradually returned. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find the future entity bound tightly to a wooden stake, surrounded by numerous villagers clad in archaic attire. The sky above was shrouded in a gray haze. He could even see a thick fog enveloping the outskirts of the village, obscuring his view of the world beyond. The villagers had firmly secured the future entity before a bonfire. Yet, he soon realized that this was not the set of a period drama, but the 5th apocalypse instance. According to the system, the Doomsday Approaches system would undergo a month-long upgrade, and what he now faced was the instance following this upgrade. His gaze swept the surroundings, quickly discerning that the villagers appeared emaciated and frail. Wait, could this be another special instance? How could these villagers manage to bind him, a master of unparalleled combat skills? Admittedly, there were no maple trees around, but even if he could only employ his top-tier martial arts, this famished group should pose no threat to him, should they? He felt a profound sense of confusion. While Mu Qinyu pondered his predicament, the villagers hurriedly approached and assisted him to his feet. Great title holder, we mean no offense. The foremost elder of the villagers addressed him with trepidation after releasing the future entity. Moments ago, these individuals had referred to the future entity as the title holder, and Mu Qinyu noticed something above the future entity's head. There, a title of savior gleamed brightly, nearly blinding him. Was it because of this title that the villagers revered him as the title holder? Title holder, you have offended Lord Upper Ghost. We implore you to resolve this matter personally. Otherwise, at least half of our village will perish, pleaded the elder beseechingly to the future entity. Lord Upper Ghost? What is that? Mu Qinyu mused inwardly upon hearing this title. Could it be that the theme of this doomsday instance revolves around ghosts? His gaze swept around the desolate wilderness, surrounded by thick, mysterious fog that enveloped the village, obscuring any view of the outside world. The villagers appeared quite peculiar, behaving in a manner that was far from normal. What on earth are you doing here? He exclaimed, bewildered. Is this still our homeland? Is this still Blue Star? Mu Qinyu felt a disquieting sense that this place did not resemble Blue Star at all. Did such a location truly exist on Blue Star? Just as he pondered whether he had entered a peculiar instance, he suddenly felt an elderly village chief's iron grip firmly clutching his hand. Despite the formidable strength of his future self, he found himself utterly immobilized by the elder's grasp. Goodness, this old man possesses an incredible amount of strength. Mu Qinyu was left stunned. It became evident to him why his future self had been bound by these villagers. This was not a special instance at all. The impeccable combat skills of his future self remained unaffected. All of its abilities and items were still at its disposal. It was merely the overwhelming strength of these elders that rendered him helpless. Perhaps binding him was not entirely unjust. He gestured toward Wang Zichen, who was also tied up nearby. At that moment, Mu Qinyu realized that Wang, too, had traversed to this strange realm alongside him. Indeed, revered title holder, the elder, seemingly the village chief, beckoned a few young men beside him. The youths approached and swiftly untied Wang Zichen. Once freed, Wang immediately dashed to Mu's side. Brother Mu, it appears they recognize your title. The future self nodded gravely, then turned to the villagers. Collectively, you are no match for the Demon Lord. How then can I hope to contend? But you are a title holder. The village chief replied, somewhat puzzled. Every title holder from the city is a formidable demon-slaying master. Only you possess the ability to vanquish such fiends. Upon hearing the elder's words, Mu Chenyi, who was observing, immediately grasped several crucial pieces of information. This apocalyptic theme was undoubtedly linked to demons. However, the exact level of this instance remained uncertain. It seemed he would have to utilize the judgment scale upon his return. Nevertheless, an instance capable of leading to his demise could not possibly be of plague level. It must at least be of disaster level, if not annihilation level. He tried to avoid contemplating the possibility of a world-ending catastrophe, as such an apocalyptic scenario would be insurmountable for any human being. Another revelation was that those who held titles seemed to receive certain privileges in this world. Yet, becoming a title holder appeared to be exceedingly difficult. It was likely that he was the sole individual in all of Blue Star to possess a title, and that was only acquired by surviving an annihilation-level apocalypse. Additionally, the title of Savior, apart from the shimmering emblem above his head, bore little practical significance. Why did these people assert that title holders were so formidable? If we must discuss combat prowess, without the use of items, he may not even be able to defeat Wang Zichen. Furthermore, considering that both the future entity and Wang Zichen were captured by this group of villagers, it appears that Wang Zichen is not a match for these individuals either. Remarkably, these villagers can even subdue the Bear King. Chapter 130. The weather is arid. Beware of fire hazards. Wang Zichen possesses an S-rank skill, the Iron-Eating Beast King, which allows him to transform into a giant panda. With such a formidable skill, how could he be unable to contend with this group of villagers? Just how formidable are their combat abilities? Upon witnessing the future entity's hesitation, the village chief gritted his teeth and declared, bearer of the title, you must personally confront Lord Shangwei. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to take action against you. The future entity was taken aback. Just moments ago, these villagers had released him because of his title of savior, and now they were resorting to such tactics? What did this mean? Were they forcing him into a perilous situation? Upon hearing the chief's words, all the young villagers solemnly encircled the future entity and Wang Zichen. As if at a single command from the chief, they would immediately assault them. The observing Mu Chenyi noted that while these villagers showed deference to him as the title bearer, there was a limit to their respect. He recalled that upon his arrival in this instance, the villagers had mentioned, bearer of the title, you have offended Lord Shangwei. We implore you to resolve this matter personally. Otherwise, at least half of our village will perish. Though his information was limited, it was evident that the primary reason the future entity had been bound by these villagers was due to his offense against this so-called Lord Shangwei. This Lord Shangwei may very well be the key to this instance. He continued to observe. I can only try my best, but I cannot guarantee that I can slay Lord Shangwei, the future entity expressed. As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers began to whisper among themselves. This title bearer seems incredibly weak. He lacks strength and cannot even defeat a 12-year-old child. How could he possibly contend with Lord Shangwei? If he not only fails to slay Lord Shangwei, but also angers him, what will we do? Their murmurs were loud enough for the future entity to hear clearly. Silence. The village chief bellowed, striking the ground with his staff. The air fell into an immediate hush, indicating the villagers' respect for their chief. Bearer of the title, please do not hold our ignorance against us. Kindly proceed to vanquish the demon, and we shall prepare meat and warm wine for your triumphant return. He turned back, addressing the future entity with utmost respect. Very well. The future entity had no choice but to acquiesce. Should he refuse, these villagers could easily bind him and offer him to Lord Shangwei. Under the relentless pressure of the villagers, the future entity was compelled to embark on a journey with Wang Zichen in search of the elusive Lord of the Ghosts. Observing from a distance, Mu Chenyi watched as the future entity and Wang Zichen slowly moved toward the fog that enveloped a certain direction of the village. Under the nearly coercive gaze of the villagers, upon entering the mist, Mu Chenyi noticed that the surrounding fog grew increasingly dense. The village they had just departed from appeared to be shrouded in some protective force, for it was scarcely veiled in mist. However, once they left the village, the fog thickened, gradually obscuring their vision. This mist was unlike the white fog they encountered during the second phase of the deep sea giant in the Solomon Islands, which resembled water vapor. Here, the fog was gray and oppressive, reminiscent of the eerie atmosphere intentionally crafted in horror films. This led Mu Chenyi to further suspect that they had traversed into another realm, as this place bore no resemblance to Blue Star. After walking for about 10 minutes, the fog had become so dense that they could scarcely see anything. Wang Zichen, gripped by fear, clutched the future entity's arm and trembled, saying, "Brother Mu, should we not just return? The villagers will not let us go." The future entity shook his head and retorted, "Do you wish for those villagers to bind us and wait until nightfall when the ghosts arrive to drain our blood?" Wang Zichen's voice diminished in volume. At that moment, a soft, ghostly voice resembling that of an elderly woman emerged from the mist, cautioning, "Be wary of fire in dry weather." Subsequently, the future entity and Wang Zichen noticed a staggering figure approaching through the fog, holding a red lantern. "Do not look," the future entity exclaimed, swiftly turning Wang Zichen's face away as they continued to move forward. That was the lantern-holding old woman, one of the night-walking spirits. If one gazed at her red lantern for 3 seconds, she would teleport right before you, sever your head, and place it within her lantern until another unsuspecting soul came along. The future entity explained, "Brother Mu, you are quite impressive to know this." Wang Zichen, unable to look further, expressed a measure of admiration. Not only Wang Zichen, but even Mu Chenyi, who was watching, was left dumbfounded. How does the future entity know this? I had no inkling of the details he just shared about the lantern-holding old woman. Mu Chenyi pondered. If you had read millions of words of lengthy novels, you would know as well, the future entity responded enigmatically. "What lengthy novel?" Wang Zichen inquired, puzzled. "The prophecy of the contaminated soil. But it is perhaps best that you remain unaware. Knowing too much may not bode well for you." "Very well," Wang Zichen conceded, and upon hearing the exchange, Mu Chenyi's eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue. The reason the future entity recognized the old woman with the lantern was due to the tales depicted in the Prophecy of Filth. In the videos of the Prophecy of Filth, each player perceives a unique vision, and if someone has described the presence of the lantern-bearing old woman, it implies that the vision experienced by that player corresponds to the scenes within this apocalyptic dungeon. Does the Prophecy of Filth possess such a feature? Contemplating this, he resolved to delve into the nearly 10 million words of the story collection after watching this death replay, for perhaps the anthology contained insights pertinent to this dungeon. "Brother Mu, do you know what kind of breed that blood-sucking upper demon is?" Wang Zichen inquired. "I am uncertain. I have 3 hypotheses regarding that upper demon-esque breed. But only by encountering it can one ascertain the truth," replied the future entity. "Can we defeat it?" Wang Zichen asked hopefully. "Or does that upper demon possess any weaknesses?" "I do not know. I am merely acquainted with them, yet I am unaware of how to vanquish them." The future entity shrugged. Seeing the future entity at a loss, Wang Zichen's countenance paled. "Does this mean our chances of dying here are considerable?" "One could say so," the future entity nodded. Chapter 131. The Blood-Drinking Mouse. "Fear not. You have resurrection coins, do you not? If you perish, you shall simply return," the future entity reassured, giving Wang Zichen's shoulder a comforting pat. Just as the two were conversing, a voice echoed ominously behind them. "The air is dry, be wary of fire." It was the old woman's voice, and by its proximity, she was merely a meter behind them. Their bodies stiffened in unison. When had this lantern-bearing old woman approached them? "The air is dry, be wary of fire." The old woman's voice grew closer, and they could almost feel her whispering in their ears. The observing Mu Chenyi also sensed an odor so foul it resembled that of someone who had neglected their feet for years, nearly causing him to retch. Yet, despite the overwhelming sensation, the future entity and Wang Zichen stood rooted to the spot, paralyzed with fear, too terrified to turn around. They both felt as though the old woman's murky gaze was fixated intently upon them. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. "The air is dry, be wary of fire." As faint footsteps echoed, the old woman's voice gradually faded into the distance. Once her voice completely vanished from their ears, Wang Zichen and the future entity exhaled in relief. Mu Chenyi could sense that the future entity's back was drenched in cold sweat. This fog was exceedingly perilous. It seemed that the only safe haven was that village, though even that was not guaranteed to be secure. At this moment, Wang Zichen ceased his incessant chatter, and the two proceeded silently into the depths. The impenetrable gloom of the fog loomed ahead like the gaping maw of an abyss, beckoning them to step into its depths. The two travelers continued their journey for approximately half an hour when a cave, radiating a spectral purple glow, suddenly emerged before them. "Is this the fabled ghost cave spoken of by the villagers?" Wang Zichen's voice trembled slightly as he beheld the cave. "This must be the place. If we head north for the next 15 minutes, we shall reach the realm of the ghosts." The future entity nodded, leading the way into the cave. The interior was suffused with an eerie purple light, reminiscent of souls seeking vengeance. Displaying remarkable composure, the future entity descended the cave's steps, while Wang Zichen clutched his collar, retreating behind him like a timid bride. Together, they ventured deeper into the abyss. Perhaps due to their leisurely pace, it took them about 5 minutes to finally arrive at the cave's depths. Upon their arrival, They were simultaneously struck dumb by the sight that greeted them. Before them lay an altar, atop which stood a statue of a weasel. The statue bore the head of a weasel, yet its body was distinctly human. Surrounding the statue were numerous burning candles, all half consumed, as if someone were maintaining a constant vigil for this weasel figure. Goodness, a weasel's grave, Wang Zichen exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing this, the future entity observed the scene intently, murmuring, a weasel's head on a human body, and it delights in bloodletting. This is the blood-sucking weasel, a creature known for its gregarious nature. Are these blood-sucking weasels formidable? Wang Zichen inquired, curiosity piqued. They are not particularly strong, but before the future entity could finish, a cacophony of high-pitched shrieks erupted from all directions. Suddenly, countless agile, pale yellow figures surged forth from the shadows. To their astonishment, they discovered that the source of the commotion was an army of weasels. Numerous glowing eyes fixated intently on the future entity and Wang Zichen. A horde of younglings. Wang Zichen exclaimed, a mix of rage and amusement surging within him as he transformed into the mighty Iron Eater King. With a resounding roar, the colossal panda swung a mighty paw at the swarm of weasels. How could he be bested by these wraiths when he could easily deal with these small creatures? The future entity raised a hand to intervene but reconsidered, allowing Wang Zichen to test the waters, knowing well that the latter had plenty of revival tokens at his disposal. Initially, the future entity anticipated that the weasels would impart a harsh lesson to Wang Zichen. However, to his surprise, with a single, colossal swipe, Wang Zichen managed to crush 2 weasels that failed to evade in time. The surrounding weasels, witnessing this, hastily scattered in panic, fleeing into the distance. Humph! Mere weasels dare to act so brazenly before your mighty bear. Wang Zichen reverted to his human form, straightened his chest, and gently nudged the future entity with his arm. Inquiring, by the way, Brother Mu, what were you about to say? I was about to mention that the Rafer blood-drinking rats are a type of creatures akin to feed. The future entity replied in a hushed tone. Have you ever heard of raising little ghosts? The Rafer blood-drinking rats are among the preferred fodder for those who cultivate ghosts. These ghost keepers generously nourish the rats with copious amounts of blood, ultimately feeding these ferrets to another fierce spirit. Are you suggesting that these ferrets are raised by humans? Wang Zichen's eyes widened in astonishment. The future entity nodded. Suddenly, a haunting sound echoed from the shadows. Both individuals turned to see a pallid young man, who appeared to be suffering from some ailment, slowly emerge from the darkness. Clapping his hands, he chuckled, I never expected to encounter someone knowledgeable in this field. However, since you have slain my livestock and trespassed upon my territory, are you prepared for death? At this juncture, his tone turned icy, and a palpable aura of menace radiated from him. Perceiving the terrifying presence of the young man, Wang Zichen's voice weakened as he explained. We did not intend to intrude here. It was the villagers who sent us. Unbeknownst to him, the young man's demeanor grew even colder upon hearing this. So you are in league with those beasts? His fury became increasingly evident. He raised his hand, and a luminous halo suddenly appeared above his head. Mu Chenyi, who was observing, quickly glanced upwards. Above the young man's head were inscribed several small characters. Intermediate Ghost Keeper. What is this? A title holder? This young man seems to be the title holder the villagers spoke of. Suddenly, a chilling woman's laughter reverberated throughout the cave. The sound was haunting and sharp, sending shivers down one's spine. Where did this laughter originate? The future entity and Wang Zichen instantly became vigilant, as if facing a formidable adversary. The voice of the vengeful, spirit-like woman echoed through the cavern. Wang Zichen and the future entity huddled together, bracing themselves for the apparition of this malevolent ghost. Meanwhile, Mu Chenyi noticed that the young man, designated as an intermediate ghost keeper, displayed no fear upon hearing the woman's sinister laughter. Instead, he revealed a look of longing and admiration. Indeed, it was an expression of affection. Soon after, a stunningly beautiful female ghost, clad in a red bridal gown, gracefully floated forth from the shadows. Her face bore no expression, yet her ethereal form, devoid of feet, unmistakably revealed her ghostly essence. Arwan, Arwan, the young man called out, tears streaming down his face as he beheld the ghostly figure. He gazed with longing and deep affection at the specter known as Erwan, as if she were his entire universe. The future entity exchanged a glance with Wang Zichen, who inquired with his eyes, do you recognize this apparition? The future entity responded with a flicker of familiarity. She seems somewhat familiar, though I've forgotten her name. After all, having perused millions of words in a collection of short tales, who could possibly remember every detail? Erwan, if you eliminate them, we can remain together, eternally intertwined. The young man cast a reluctant glance at Erwan before his eyes, now brimming with murderous intent, shifted towards the future entity and Wang Zichen. Erewhon exhibited no emotion, resembling a mere automaton obedient to commands. Upon hearing the young man's words, Erewhon raised her clawed hand, adorned with sharp nails, and lunged at the future entity and Wang Zichen, her intent unmistakably lethal. Confronted by the terrifying aura emanating from Erewhon, the future entity's heart whispered a single word: insurmountable. Thus, he decisively extracted the dagger of termination from around his neck. Go! The dagger soared into the air as if possessing a soul of its own, ultimately plunging forcefully into Erewhon's body. With a resounding thud, under the dagger's lethal influence, Erewhon's form dissipated like smoke, her essence vanishing within mere seconds. The dagger of termination, having failed to eradicate the source of the apocalypse, likewise disintegrated into nothingness. Erewhon, witnessing Erewhon's effortless demise and the gradual extinguishing of her essence, the young man emitted a heart-wrenching howl of despair. No, he collapsed to his knees, crawling desperately towards the spot where Erewhon's figure had faded. He raised his hands, seemingly attempting to grasp her spirit, but his efforts were in vain. Erewhon's essence completely evaporated before his eyes. Hey, brother, you initiated the attack. We were merely acting in self-defense, Wang Zichen called out, observing the other's despondent state. Erewhon, my Erewhon. The young man stared blankly at the scene, his entire being appearing as though it had been rendered senseless. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Countless yellow weasels emerged from all directions, gazing intently at their master. Cautiously, the weasels approached, sniffing the air. The young man remained a hollow shell, kneeling in place, as if his soul had perished, leaving only his corporeal form behind. Seeing their master in such a state, the weasel's luminous eyes sparkled with delight. They scurried to the young man's side, beginning to gnaw at the flesh and blood upon him. Yet, even amidst this, he exhibited no reaction, appearing impervious to pain, his gaze vacant and devoid of life. The weasels, exhilarated by their feast, hastened their consumption of their master's flesh. This bizarre spectacle, however, stirred unsettling memories within the future entity. The future entity seemed to have an epiphany, his expression suddenly changing as he shouted, "This is dire. We must stop this pack of ferrets from devouring their master. If this fellow is consumed, he will undoubtedly transform into a vengeful spirit, and these ferrets will in turn become his masters." Upon hearing the future entity's urgent declaration, Wang Zichen reacted swiftly, instantly morphing into the iron-eating beast king, striking down upon the mangled corpse of the young man with a powerful slap. The sound of squeaks filled the air as numerous ferrets were instantly killed by his blow. Even the young man succumbed to his strike. Blood and flesh splattered across the ground. Witnessing this carnage, the frenzied ferrets disregarded Wang Zichen's assault, desperately licking the blood-soaked ground. "This is bad. We're out of time," the future entity exclaimed upon witnessing the scene, urgently calling out to Wang Zichen. "Hurry, carry me out of here. We must flee now." "Understood," Wang Zichen responded, swiftly hoisting the future entity onto his back and frantically climbing towards the cave's exit, paying no heed to the pursuing ferrets behind them. To their astonishment, they managed to escape the cave without incident. Once they re-entered the mist, they fled in the direction they had come from. After running for a solid 5 minutes, the future entity glanced back, but saw nothing. It seemed they were safe. Both man and bear breathed a sigh of relief. However, as they caught their breath, a cacophony of drums and gongs suddenly erupted before them. What could possibly cause such a noise in this place? They wondered, just as a terrifying sight materialized before their eyes. A red bridal palanquin appeared, surrounded by festive crimson decorations. Upon witnessing this, a phrase echoed in Mu Chenyi's mind. On that year, she married in a grand procession of red, initially intending to evade it. They found the red palanquin relentlessly pursuing them, clinging to them like a stubborn adhesive. "Brother Mu, do you recognize this thing?" Wang Zichen asked, his voice trembling. "I do not." "We must move quickly," urged the future entity. Wang Zichen hastened his pace. Yet the red palanquin and the incessant sounds of celebration clung to them like a shadow, refusing to be shaken off. They retraced their steps for 2 hours. Yet the village remained elusive. "We're lost," the future entity remarked gravely. In truth, they were not merely lost, they were utterly disoriented. "Let us turn back and confront them. I wish to see what these beings intend," the future entity declared resolutely, acknowledging that the relentless pursuers would never allow them to escape this place. "Very well," Wang Zichen complied, pivoting to face the approaching sounds of drums and gongs. However, when they beheld the place resonating with the sound of drums and gongs, they discovered that those circling the palanquin were not merely humans, but beings with human bodies and the heads of weasels. These weasels wore eerie and rigid smiles upon their faces. Upon seeing this peculiar assembly, the two instantly comprehended the situation. No wonder these creatures pursued them relentlessly. They were indeed the very weasels that had just devoured their master. Gentlemen, today is the joyous occasion of our village chief's granddaughter. You must join us for the feast. One of the weasels approached with a smile and addressed them. The future entity, however, paid him no heed, fixating intently on the crimson palanquin. The joyous occasion of the village chief's granddaughter? Could it be that the exquisite woman seated within was the very ghost they had encountered earlier? That woman was indeed the granddaughter of the village chief. At that moment, as an observer, Muchini found certain details to be ambiguous. However, the mention of the village chief's granddaughter invoked memories of the villagers who had previously bound him and Wang Zichen, as well as their leader, the village chief. Brother Mu, the bride within the palanquin cannot be that ghost you just vanquished, can she? Wang Zichen inquired beside the future entity. When the ghost named Erwan had appeared, she was clad in a red wedding dress. Coupled with the presence of these weasels, they could not help but speculate about the true identity of the bride within the palanquin. No, the bride inside is also a weasel, the future entity replied, shaking his head. I have already discerned this type of specter. These weasels not only consumed their master, but also absorbed the soul of that female ghost. They have now entirely replaced both. Their objective is to fulfill their master's lingering desires. Only by resolving these desires can they completely inherit their master's power and thereafter roam freely, unburdened by the repercussions of karma. What were their master's desires? Wang Zichen inquired. To eliminate us, the ghost slayers. The future entity replied somberly, and the culprits within the village. Once they have feasted upon our flesh and blood, they shall then turn their hunger towards the villagers. At these words, Wang Zichen's complexion paled further. Gentlemen, we kindly request that you accompany us. The leader of the weasels spoke once more. Wang Zichen turned to the future entity with a look of desperation. What should we do now? Let us follow them for the time being. The future entity replied calmly. We cannot escape now. The dagger of termination has already been expended. We can only take one step at a time. Wang Zichen warily glanced at the humans transformed from the weasels and nodded, falling in step beside the future entity. The weasels, with the two in tow, continued to beat their drums and gongs as they made their way towards the village. The future entity cast one last lingering glance at the crimson palanquin, and through the curtains, he faintly discerned a graceful silhouette within. Having wandered through the mist for far too long, both the future entity and Wang Zichen had lost their sense of direction, compelled to follow behind the crimson palanquin in a singular direction. After approximately 10 minutes, the two individuals noticed that the gray mist before them had significantly dissipated. Not far in front of them, a silent village emerged. The observing Muchini recognized that this was the very village that had expelled the future entity and Wang Zichen. However, now the village was enveloped in eerie silence, devoid of any light. The villagers appeared too frightened to turn on their lamps, which rendered the sound of the drumming and gongs they had been following particularly unsettling. In the stillness of the deep night, a wedding procession, vibrant and lively, advanced towards the village. The faces of the yellow-skinned creatures radiated with joyous smiles, as if they were genuinely celebrating a wedding. Brother Mu, do you think the villagers have fled? Wang Zichen quietly inquired beside the future entity. They dare not run. The future entity replied, shaking its head. This village is likely under some form of protection. The yellow-skinned creatures cannot freely enter. If I am not mistaken, their intention for keeping us alive is precisely this. What do you mean? Wang Zichen asked, puzzled. What is their purpose in keeping us? Just as he was about to press further, a wedding participant, grinning broadly as he observed the weasel-like creature, approached them. Esteemed guests, please assist us in opening the village gate. The yellow-skinned creature cheerfully invited. The future entity narrowed its eyes, and at that moment, Wang Zichen realized that this was the very reason the yellow-skinned creatures had spared their lives. These creatures were evidently bound by some constraints, preventing them from entering the village directly. However, if they could persuade the two to open the gate, it would be the villagers who would suffer the consequences. Open the gate. Wang Zichen glanced at the future entity, seeking confirmation. Yes, we must. If we do not, both of us shall meet our demise. The future entity replied solemnly. Although we are fated to perish in the end, let us first witness how this tale unfolds. Upon hearing this, Wang Zichen stepped forward and gently pushed open the village gate. It was merely a pair of unlocked wooden doors that swung open with ease. Strangely, the yellow-skinned creatures remained unable to enter. As Wang Zichen opened the gate, Muchini observed the expressions of greed and excitement blooming on the faces of the yellow-skinned creatures. Indeed, they could no longer maintain their facade. Yet, almost immediately, the yellow-skinned creatures masked their avarice, reverting to their jovial smiles as they drummed and marched toward the village. Wang Zichen swiftly stepped aside, taking refuge beside the future entity as they both watched this unfolding scene. They soon noticed that the group carrying the bridal sedan chair did not immediately feast upon their prey. Instead, they made their way to the courtyard of the village chief. With a resounding kick, they burst open the gate to the chief's yard before storming into his home. "What are you planning to do?" The village chief, with a face full of terror, was forcibly brought out by two anthropomorphic weasels. To his shock, they ruthlessly pressed him into the foremost seat. At that moment, the chief noticed the future entity and Wang Zichen observing from a short distance. Upon seeing them, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, suddenly rising in fury. Pointing at the two, "You two dare to assist these specters in slaughtering humanity. May you meet a wretched end." In an instant, a sharp claw sliced through his throat. The village chief gasped his last, his head tilting as his body slumped into the chair. After dispatching the chief, the weasel seemed entirely unconcerned, continuing to clear the room of tables and chairs, even arranging a plethora of steaming dishes upon the tables, as if hosting a grand feast. Wang Zichen exchanged a glance with the future entity, both bewildered by the origins of this banquet conjured by the weasels. After a considerable time of bustling about, the tables were laden with an array of culinary delights. The enticing aromas wafting through the air reached even their noses outside. Yet neither felt any hunger. Instead, they were gripped by a chilling dread. "Brother Mu, perhaps we should flee?" Wang Zichen quivered. "We cannot escape. They will not let us go. We must remain vigilant." The future entity replied solemnly. Wang Zichen could only suppress his fear and follow closely beside the future entity. Chapter 134. No one can escape. Once the weasels had set the banquet, one approached the future entity and Wang Zichen, gesturing toward them. "Esteemed guests, please enter." Wang Zichen instinctively recoiled. The weasel's eyes flashed with a glint of murderous intent upon noticing his reaction. "Very well, let us proceed." The future entity grasped the hesitant Wang Zichen, forcefully leading him into the chief's courtyard. Wang Zichen whispered urgently, "Brother Mu, if we enter, we are surely doomed. If we do not enter, we will die immediately." The future entity responded quietly. "When you retreated, I sensed this creature's murderous intent toward you. We must go in and observe. There is no need to rush." Wang Zichen swallowed hard, placing his trust in the being that had unraveled the apocalyptic calamity. The two stepped into the courtyard, and as they did, a weasel guided them to a small table meant for just two. "With so many large tables, why must we sit here?" Wang Zichen queried, perplexed. "Esteemed guest, all seats are reserved. I beg your understanding." The guiding weasel replied with a smile that did not reach its eyes. Just as Wang Zichen was about to protest further, he noticed the future entity shake its head. Consequently, he held back his words. "Esteemed guests, please enjoy your meal." The weasel licked its lips and gestured for the two to dine. "Is it not a tad premature?" Future Body chuckled lightly. "The guests have yet to arrive in full. Dining now would be contrary to etiquette. Let us wait a moment for everyone to gather." The weasel paused for a moment, yet its smile remained intact. "Indeed, please allow me a moment. We have already gone to fetch those esteemed guests." With that, it turned and departed. Wang Zichen, observing the yellow-furred creature's exit, leaned closer to Future Body and whispered, "Brother Mu, what is the situation now? I have a hypothesis." Future Body stroked his chin thoughtfully, postulating, "That spirit named Erwan is surely the beloved granddaughter of the village chief. The young man, an intermediate ghost tamer, must have once harbored affections for Erwan when she was still human. However, the village chief chose not to wed her to him, but rather to another. Thus, he was consumed by resentment. His gaze fell upon the lifeless figure of the village chief seated at the head, narrowing slightly. He killed Erwan and her fiancée, transforming her into a ghostly entity, and then raised those blood-drinking weasels to siphon the villagers' blood daily while using them to nourish Erwan. His love for her was genuine. Upon her demise at our hands, he was engulfed by grief, leading to a backlash from the blood-drinking weasels. Having consumed his flesh and blood, they inherited both his and Erwan's powers, but also bore the weight of their lingering desires. Only by aiding the intermediate ghost tamer and Erwan in overcoming their obsessions can they fully inherit their combined strengths. The actions of this group of weasels are, in essence, a means to help the two resolve their entanglement. The observing Mu Chini felt a shiver run through him upon hearing Future Body's deductions. His knowledge was considerably less than that of Future Body, yet the latter's reasoning was undoubtedly grounded in truth. However, he was currently witnessing a death replay. Thus, the demise of Future Body seemed almost inevitable. As their conversation unfolded, a trembling voice echoed from outside the courtyard. "Please, do not kill me." The two quickly noticed several weasels pursuing a man who stumbled into view, clutching two bloodied heads in their claws. The owners of the severed heads bore expressions of unyielding disbelief, their eyes wide open and fixed on the scene before them. Thud, thud. The weasels placed the two heads upon separate seats, then pushed the quaking man into one of the chairs. His body trembled uncontrollably. Yet soon he caught sight of Future Body and Wang Zichen seated at a small table in the corner. His pupils widened in horror upon recognizing them. Future Body regarded the bloodied heads placed before him, his expression thoughtful. "Please, do not harm my child. I beg you, do not harm my child." Another anguished cry resounded from outside the door. Subsequently, the two witnessed a woman clutching a child being herded into the courtyard by several weasels. "I apologize, esteemed guest, but this child is not permitted to partake in the banquet," one of the weasels sneered, snatching the infant from the woman's arms and departing into the distance. The fate of the child in the clutches of the weasels was all too predictable. "No." The woman struggled fiercely. With a sharp snap, one of the weasels displayed impatience, severing her head with a swift motion. It then lifted the woman's head and placed it beneath a table, distinct from that of a man nearby. This gruesome scene left Wang Zichen trembling, and he leaned closer to the entity from the future, asking, "Brother Mu, if we had just refused them, would they have treated us the same way?" "Indeed," the future entity replied, observing the villagers with a tone of certainty. "They are reenacting a wedding that occurred perhaps years, or even decades ago." "What do you mean?" Wang Zichen inquired, perplexed. Just as he spoke, a weasel entered, clutching a skull caked in mud, and placed it beside the corpse of the village chief at one of the tables. At this sight, a glimmer of understanding flashed in the future entity's eyes. "Now I comprehend completely," it exclaimed, patting Wang Zichen's shoulder and gesturing towards the tables. "You can observe that these individuals appear to be deliberately assigned to specific seats, each possessing their own designated spot. What does that signify?" Wang Zichen still could not grasp it. "I just told you, they are reenacting a wedding that transpired before." The future entity narrowed its eyes. "Even the seating arrangement of the esteemed guests at that previous banquet is being meticulously replicated. Did you notice that infant who was barred entry?" It whispered. "During the earlier wedding, that child had not yet been born. Hence, they lacked the right to enter." And the skull near the village chief's corpse. "Generally, during village feasts, the elderly sit at the innermost tables. Given that this wedding occurred many years prior, some of the older individuals have since passed away. Yet, to maintain the authenticity of the reenactment, the weasels have even exhumed those buried in the earth to occupy the seats. However, the weasels exhibited a certain rigidity in their invitation process. If anyone resists, they will have their heads severed and displayed," the future entity remarked with an odd expression. "Only those too fearful to oppose can survive to attend this banquet." Chapter 135. On the brink of becoming the sword-bearer, what if someone departs the village and never returns? Wang Zichen could not help but voice his concern, wondering if the weasels would venture out to seek those who had left. The future entity shook its head. "That, I cannot ascertain." But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. An elderly man, driven into the courtyard by the yellow-skinned creatures, immediately noticed the duo of the Future Body and Wang Zichen. Upon seeing them, he erupted in furious indignation, exclaiming, "You two traitors! You are the ones who have allowed the specter to enter." His voice resonated through the courtyard, prompting the villagers seated nearby to turn their gaze towards the pair. As they beheld the two, a profound hatred flickered in the eyes of the villagers. For they had lost far too many loved ones. Had it not been for these two, their fate would not have been so dire. "Kill them!" cried one man in a fit of rage. Subsequently, disregarding the menacing yellow-skinned creatures lurking nearby, the crowd lunged fervently towards the two. "Huh!" The Future Body let out a cold chuckle, his gaze icy as he regarded the advancing villagers. Facing the wrath of the multitude is nothing but a trifling affair. "Brother Mu, what shall we do now?" Wang Zichen inquired, observing his companion's demeanor. "Transform into a panda and carry me away," retorted the Future Body, exasperatedly nudging him. "Do you wish to remain and be pulverized by these brutish fellows?" Wang Zichen, perplexed, complied with the directive and transformed into a steel-eating beast king. Once mounted upon the steel-eating beast, the Future Body prepared to flee. However, as they reached the courtyard entrance, several yellow-skinned creatures barred their path. "Esteemed guests, is it not rather improper for you to depart before the banquet has commenced?" they jeered. "Are you not concerned about the mob pursuing us?" The Future Body pointed toward the villagers, who were relentlessly chasing after him, furrowing his brow in inquiry. Yet the yellow-skinned creatures merely responded with insincere smiles. "This is a matter among esteemed guests." Titled 1. A robust villager had, unbeknownst to the Future Body, seized a shovel and lunged toward him with tremendous speed, aiming a vicious blow to his head. The velocity and strength of the attack were formidable. In that moment, the onlooker, Mu Cheney, comprehended why these ruffians had previously managed to bind the Future Body and Wang Zichen. He could sense the Future Body desperately attempting to evade the strike. However, The shovel's speed was astonishingly swift. Despite his quick reflexes, he narrowly dodged a fatal blow to his head, only to be struck on the shoulder. Ah! The future body gasped in pain, feeling as though the bones in his shoulder had shattered. Wang Zichen, perceiving the distress, prepared to evade with the future body in tow. Yet the burly man was not satisfied. He raised the shovel once more, delivering a harsh blow to the rear of the steel-eating beast. Ow! Wang Zichen yelped in agony, his front hooves rising. The future body tumbled to the ground. Nevertheless, driven by the muscle memory of his elite combat training, he swiftly righted himself using only one arm. Little did he realize, to the robust villager, his movements resembled that of a snail's crawl. The robust villager struck precisely with his shovel, forcefully impacting the crown of the future entity. The force was just right, leaving him dazed but unharmed. The future entity met its demise. The pain was excruciating. For heaven's sake! Mu Chani clutched his head as he sat up in bed, tears streaming down his cheeks, his nose nearly running. It was no surprise he reacted this way. Anyone would be overwhelmed by such a blow to the head. After resting for a while, he gradually recovered from the torturous pain. Cursing under his breath, he began to ponder the information he had acquired. Firstly, the theme of the upcoming apocalyptic instance was ghosts, and both he and Wang Zichen had been assigned to a village. Given the situation of the village, it seemed that the next apocalypse might also be regional in nature. After all, they were both within that village, and apart from Wang Zichen, he could not spot any other players. Additionally, there was another piece of information that might be significant. The villagers' combat abilities appeared excessively formidable. It felt as if each villager could easily overpower him. This thought made his crown throb with pain. He was uncertain whether the villagers' enhanced average strength was a unique rule of this instance or a consequence of the system's upgrade. It was common knowledge among global players that the system began upgrading after he transcended the cataclysmic level apocalypse. However, how the system would upgrade and what form it would take remained an enigma. After witnessing the replay of his demise, Mu Chani couldn't help but ponder if the villagers' overwhelming combat prowess was linked to the game's system upgrade. It seemed that while the essence of the apocalypse remained unchanged, the average combat strength within had significantly increased. The skills extracted by the system had long been criticized for their inadequacy. Even Morong Shiner, hailed as the strongest in Blue Star with her SSS-grade combat skills, could potentially be felled by a mere bullet from a handgun. If she was so vulnerable, one could only imagine the plight of most players. The rewards from the game The Apocalypse Descends, whether skills or items, were simply too weak in terms of combat effectiveness. This inadequacy was precisely why all players found themselves incapable of unraveling the terror of the apocalypse. Essentially, most solutions to the apocalypse required both reasoning and luck. The foundational combat power granted by the system was far too feeble. Many players, upon receiving system rewards in the form of skills, might attain elite status within human society. Yet in the face of a horrifying apocalypse, they would be as fragile as fledglings. Take, for instance, his experience during the second apocalypse, Deep Sea Behemoth. If players possessed formidable combat abilities, they could easily overpower monsters, slaying one monster at a time, or taking down pairs with ease. What was there to fear about the apocalypse? However, due to the debilitating combat power, the difficulty of overcoming the apocalypse became absurdly high. Even he had barely managed to clear it, relying on a few rule-type items to scrape through. Thus, he felt that the upgraded system might enhance the combat prowess of all players. Take the villagers in the Death Replay as an example. Suddenly, his phone rang with a distinctive tone. Was it a message from Morong Shiner? He opened the player-exclusive application and saw a message from her. Your application for 100,000 points has been successfully submitted and is expected to be credited in 3 days. Remember to purchase the Annihilation Sword in a timely manner. Mu Chenyu was taken aback. Wasn't it stated that the application for points related to the apocalyptic and cataclysmic levels would take 2 weeks? How long had it been since the sword bearer had made that request? Perhaps only an hour? And yet, the application was approved almost instantly? It was evident that the nation held this sword bearer in high esteem. Chapter 136. I will safeguard our Blue Star. Mu Chenyu replied with an acknowledgement and proceeded to open his phone's notes. Why do I have the feeling that those villagers are not entirely virtuous? He pondered as he documented the scenes he had witnessed in the Death Replay, stroking his chin in contemplation. Ultimately, he possessed far less information than the future entity. Presently, he had 2 hypotheses concerning the young man and the ghostly state of Erwan. The known information indicated that Erwan was indeed the granddaughter of their village chief. The young man, who raised ghosts, held the title of Intermediate Ghost Master. He was infatuated with Erwan, unwilling to let her soul dissipate even after her transformation into a ghost. However, one pressing question remained. What was the source of the apocalypse? Based on the experiences of the future entity, it was apparent that this apocalypse was likely regional, and its level would probably not reach the catastrophic extremes of a world-ending event. With that thought, he summoned the judgment scale. "What are the odds of me encountering a cataclysmic apocalypse next time?" he inquired. The side representing angels ascended into the heavens, while the weight of demons outweighed that of angels, indicating an exceedingly low probability, almost approaching zero. If the next apocalypse was not cataclysmic, then it must be disastrous. Mu Chenyu stroked his chin, aware that the cool-down period for the judgment scale was extensive, allowing for only one use in reality, which had made him hesitant to employ it. In contrast, the Eye of Death could still be utilized again after 7 days. Ghosts. He squinted, contemplating the additional information regarding this impending apocalypse. Could the young man be the source of the apocalypse? After all, he had used the dagger of termination to slay the ghostly Erwan, yet the dagger had not reset. No, that intermediate ghost master could not possibly be the source. There was a crucial point to consider. Whenever he had previously used the dagger of termination, it retained the body of any creature it had slain. Thus, if he were to slay the intermediate ghost master with the dagger of finality, and if the body were to remain, the horde of weasels would ravenously devour the man's lifeless form, ultimately leading to a successful usurpation of their master. Tragedy would inevitably ensue, and they might even fall victim to the spirit known as Erwan. Contemplating this, he felt a sharp pang in his jaw. So, what precisely is the origin of this apocalypse? Furthermore, this particular cataclysm is exceedingly peculiar. How is it that in a regional apocalypse, there are only 2 players? Moreover, this apocalypse does not quite seem to align with the essence of Blue Star. What has the Apocalypse Descends system truly upgraded into? Has it been transformed into an alternate dimension or a dimensional barrier, effectively transporting them into a parallel universe? He tapped out the gist of this prophecy on his mobile device and sent it to Murong Xiner. The primary intent was to alert her that the theme of this apocalypse revolves around malevolent spirits, and barring any major unforeseen circumstances, it is essentially confirmed to be a catastrophic level apocalypse. A plague level is out of the question, as the mortality rate of this apocalypse is considerably high. Additionally, during the initial moments of this cataclysm, he recalled hearing the village chief mention that the future entity and Wang Zichen had done something that incited the wrath of the Great Ghost. This strongly suggests that this apocalypse follows a rule similar to that of the first puppet kingdom he participated in. If they violate the rules, they essentially transgress the threshold of death. The future entity and Wang Zichen have evidently crossed that line. The so-called threshold is not difficult to surmise. It can only pertain to 2 possibilities. The first relates to the blood-sucking rat, aptly named for its penchant for vampirism. The villagers refer to them as the Great Ghost, which leads to speculation that a certain pact exists between the villagers and the weasels. He conjectured that this pact entails the villagers offering their blood to the weasels. Failure to provide such offerings would enrage the weasels, triggering the conditions for death. His second hypothesis posits that Wang Zichen may have killed a weasel. This notion is inspired by a renowned book concerning the graves of weasels. In that narrative, the protagonist inadvertently brought fear upon the villagers by slaying a weasel, resulting in the villagers binding them outside, terrified of having angered the weasel spirit. How remarkably similar is this to his and Wang Zichen's experience? Ultimately, the protagonists were compelled to delve into the lair of danger, bearing witness to a series of ghostly events. Scratching his head, he realized that this was all the information he had gathered. However, he still possessed an opportunity for a death replay in 7 days. Not to mention a divine resurrection coin in his possession, which alleviated his anxiety. Having previously endured an apocalyptic event of world-ending proportions, coupled with the vast information amassed during his last death replay, he could only say that he had never fought such a bountiful battle. He remained confident in his ability to survive the next apocalypse. Before proceeding, he needed to examine the nearly 10 million words of the story collection to find any references to the blood-drinking rat and the ghostly bride, Erwan. He opened the software previously sent to him by Murong Xiner and delved into it. Within the software, all visuals witnessed by players in the videos were meticulously categorized. He merely selected the keywords related to ghosts, and swiftly, over 100 short stories about spirits emerged. He began to peruse them one by one. Soon, he discovered that each player had indeed encountered different spectral visuals. Moreover, many of these visuals included introductions to various ghosts. Engrossed, he diligently noted down numerous names of these entities, intending to memorize them later. Thus, Mu Chenyu spent 3 arduous days immersed in study. Meanwhile, Wang Zichen and Old Zhao, having received news of his return, came to visit him. Mu Chenyu promptly shared all the information he had gathered with Wang Zichen and Old Zhao. Simultaneously, On that very day, Murong Xiner approached Muchini with a bounty of 130,000 points. Muchini, I present these points to you. Aside from the exchange for the Annihilation Sword, the remaining points are rewards for your contributions during this period, she stated earnestly. I hope you will continue to safeguard Blue Star and contribute to humanity. Upon receiving the points, Muchini nodded solemnly. Indeed, I shall protect our Blue Star. He then accessed his personal store and directly redeemed the Annihilation Sword item. Now, the only item left unredeemed in his personal store was Daji's enchantment. However, following the absurd maneuver witnessed in the death replay, he abandoned the idea of acquiring this skill. It was far too unreliable. The enchanted individuals had rushed at him, shouting something about bonds, leading to his demise. Chapter 137. Your dimension is too weak. Ding. Successfully exchanged for the Annihilation Sword. Congratulations, host. You have become the Sword Bearer of Blue Star and earned the title, Sword Bearer of Blue Star. Sword Bearer of Blue Star. Title. While wearing this title, the host possesses godlike abilities within the confines of Blue Star. Furthermore, you may wager the entirety of Blue Star's civilization in a one-for-one exchange with another civilization. Note, you will be invincible within the realm of Blue Star. This title can only be worn within Blue Star and cannot be worn in the apocalyptic dungeon. Would you like to equip it? Upon hearing the system's inquiry, Muchini blinked. This ability sounded rather formidable. To be invincible within Blue Star, what a concept. He decided to give it a try and softly uttered, equip. Immediately, Wang Zichen and Old Zhao observed a radiant aura emanating from Muchini's head. It was none other than the halo of the Sword Bearer of Blue Star. Brother Mu, Wang Zichen exclaimed, astonished. At that moment, Muchini felt an immense surge of power coursing through him. Ding. The host's current status, Sword Bearer of Blue Star. You have acquired the divine ability of words manifesting reality. Words manifesting reality? Muchini narrowed his eyes and tentatively spoke. Send me back home. Whoosh. He suddenly felt his body vanish from the room he was in. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in his humble abode in Jiangxing. What the hell? He exclaimed, astonished. This ability to manifest reality seemed extraordinarily formidable. He approached the window, gazing at the clear blue sky outside, and experimentally called out, Is it raining in Jiangxing? To his astonishment, the previously clear sky abruptly transformed, unleashing a torrential downpour. Dark clouds swiftly engulfed the entire sky over Jiangxing. What on earth was happening? The people of Jiangxing were left dumbfounded. Wasn't the sky just fine moments ago? How could it suddenly start raining? Meanwhile, within the confines of his room, Muchini was also validating this godlike ability. He softly uttered, Take me back to where I was. In an instant, his body flickered and returned directly to the base of the Apocalypse Management Bureau in Huaxia. Upon seeing Muchini again, Wang Zichen couldn't help but inquire, Brother Mu, where did you just go? Meanwhile, Lao Zhao and Murong Xiner looked at him with puzzled expressions. I was testing the Swordbearer's abilities. Muchini's face gleamed with excitement. Spending 100,000 points seemed incredibly worthwhile. Truly, one gets what one pays for. He could now be considered the strongest being on Blue Star. Grant me superhuman abilities, he whispered. Instantly, he felt a surge of power, his muscles swelling and filling out his previously somewhat sagging clothes. He attempted to pinch the metal door frame, and to his amazement, it began to bend slightly under the pressure of his fingers. He truly possessed superhuman capabilities. He even realized he could fly like Superman at will. Cancel superhuman abilities. Considering the overwhelming strength, it was difficult to control, so he opted to revoke that skill. As he uttered those words, his inflated clothing deflated instantly. After a moment's contemplation, he quietly said, Grant me immortality. Immediately, he felt changes within his body, a transformation rendering him impervious to harm. Even if a nuclear blast struck him, he would remain unscathed. Alas, if only this ability could be carried into the apocalypse scenarios. Not to mention Cthulhu monsters. Even if a two-dimensional foil appeared before him, it would merely be a matter of a single phrase. What effects does being a swordbearer have? Murong Xiner couldn't restrain her curiosity upon witnessing Muchini's transformation. I feel terrifyingly powerful now. Muchini replied with a grin. Wait for me a moment. I'm going to wipe out the minor Holy Clan. Upon finishing his words, he quietly commanded, Take me to the stronghold of the Holy Clan. In the next instant, his body underwent a transformation, and he found himself enveloped in a dimly lit environment. Everything appeared obscured. Without hesitation, he invoked the privilege of the sword-bearer, illuminating the entire space. The moment his words echoed, the underground warehouse was completely aglow. Before him, he beheld a multitude of men clad in warrior attire kneeling before a colossal crystal. As the light flooded the area, all the warriors lifted their heads, staring blankly at him. By the heavens, exclaimed the foremost warrior. Ah, So it's the little brat's handiwork. A wicked smile danced upon Muchini's lips. His disdain for this nation extended to all its inhabitants. He wished for their collective seppuku. With a mere gesture, he commanded. Under the influence of his words, the warriors suddenly widened their eyes and drew forth their blades. In unison, they performed seppuku. What a sight to behold, indeed. A captivating display akin to a splendid work of art. As he observed the demise of these warriors, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Muchini's gaze. He contemplated whether to erase the entirety of the warrior island from the Blue Star or to eliminate the inhabitants and relocate the isle to his own domain. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided against such drastic measures. Once he had dealt with these warriors, his attention shifted to the crystal behind him. What was this crystal? He approached it and tapped on its surface. Suddenly, a line of small letters flashed across the enormous crystal, sword-bearer of the Blue Star. Ah! Muchini blinked in surprise and retorted, "Are you the so-called deity? If the entity could be deemed a god, then could not his current powers be referred to as divine as well? Your dimensional level is far too weak. They will not grant you the time to develop." Another line of text appeared within the crystal. What did dimensional level too weak mean? Muchini furrowed his brow, pondering whether the term referred to the entirety of the Blue Star. "You will come to understand your frailty once you step into a new realm," the crystal proclaimed. "The Blue Star is exceedingly fragile." After delivering this message, the crystal began to shatter. It fractured into countless pieces. Witnessing this spectacle, Muchini blinked in astonishment. The truth of the crystal's words was undeniable. He had already experienced it. During the cycle of death, the future body and Wang Zichen could not even defeat an ordinary villager. Those villagers possessed immense strength, dispatching the two with just a few shovels. Their power was indeed woefully inadequate. Chapter 138. The Birth of Malevolent Thoughts. The arrival of night after casually discarding the shards of crystal into the sacred toilet of the Yasukuni shrine, Muchini suppressed the murderous intent surging within him. He employed his skill of teleportation to transport himself to the secret bases of various holy clans scattered across the globe. His thirst for vengeance was insatiable. Having narrowly escaped death at the hands of the holy clans, he resolved to eradicate them entirely. Thus, he relentlessly utilized his teleportation ability, wreaking havoc upon several secret bases of the holy clans throughout Blue Star. Each time he encountered one of these clandestine locations, he found similar crystals. However, apart from the first instance at the stronghold of the holy clans, located on the island of the treacherous nation, which issued a warning through the crystal, the others shattered spontaneously upon his arrival. Truly, the nation that first betrayed all humanity was indeed exceptional in its treachery. 2 days had passed since he commenced the destruction of all holy clan bases. After 2 days of relentless slaughter, Muchini's aura of malevolence intensified, and he found himself consumed by an almost frenzied rage. When Murong Shiner beheld him once more, she was taken aback by the palpable aura of death that surrounded him. "Muchini, what has become of you?" she asked, her expression a mixture of concern and confusion as she scrutinized him. Muchini cast her a cold glance. "Do I require your inquiries while I conduct my affairs?" Taken aback by his tone, Murong Shiner's brows furrowed slightly. "Where have you been these past few days?" she inquired softly. "We have all been quite worried about you." "The holy clans are nearly extinguished," Muchini replied nonchalantly, exuding an air of superiority akin to that of a sovereign. "As for your concern for me, I have no need for it at this moment." As he spoke, his gaze suddenly fell upon Murong Shiner's exquisite and delicate visage. This girl was indeed strikingly beautiful. A flicker of wicked desire flashed in his eyes. Previously, he might have harbored reservations regarding her strength, refraining from harboring any untoward thoughts. Yet now, as the wielder of the sword for Blue Star, he was a genuine, living deity. He was the ruler of Blue Star itself, and whatever he desired must belong to him. The entirety of Blue Star was his. So why should he not claim this beautiful woman before him? With this thought, he narrowed his eyes and approached Murong Shiner step by step. "Muchini, what are you planning?" Murong Shiner took a slight step back, her voice tinged with panic as she regarded the youth before her. She sensed an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from him. She felt that even the most effective means of self-preservation would be futile in the presence of this godlike being. He had truly become a deity. "Obey, do not move," Muchini commanded, his words resonating with an authority akin to that of a divine edict. In an instant, Murong Shiner felt her body had become utterly unresponsive to her will. "Muchini, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Her tone was somewhat hurried, her beautiful eyes fixed on the unfamiliar figure before her. Muchini chuckled lightly, stepping closer and gently lifting her chin with his right hand. "Miss Murong, I just happen to be in need of a warm bed servant." Upon hearing his words, Murong Shiner's eyes widened in shock. "Muchini, what are you planning to do?" At that moment, the redness in Mu Chenyi's eyes revealed his faltering grasp on reason. He suddenly scooped Murong Shiner into his arms, carrying her directly into the inner room. Bang! Once inside, he forcefully shut the door behind them and tossed the immobilized Murong Shiner onto the soft bed. Mu Chenyi, are you still yourself? Murong Shiner struggled to maintain her composure, her crystalline gaze fixed on him. Mu Chenyi would not act like this. Just a few days ago he told me he would protect our blue star. He wouldn't he force someone like this? Huh? A wicked smile curled at the corners of Mu Chenyi's lips as he unfastened the buttons of his shirt, sneering, of course, I intend to protect my blue star. But right now, I am merely exercising the rights bestowed upon me by God. As he spoke, he removed his shirt and began to loosen the belt of his trousers. Mu Chenyi, there are many things I need to discuss with you. As he leaned closer, Murong Shiner quickly interjected. Did you go to Jiang City a couple of days ago? It has been raining heavily there, and that storm has spread across the nation. Now, much of Huaxia is shrouded in gray skies and torrential rain. If this downpour continues unchecked, the entire world may soon be engulfed in this catastrophe. I need to know, does this matter relate to you? By the time she reached this point, Mu Chenyi's hand had already slipped beneath her collar. A moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold coins. What does that have to do with us? He retorted, his eyes now thoroughly clouded by desire and malice. It must be said that Murong Shiner was indeed extraordinary. Under the immense influence of his darker instincts, he found himself utterly defenseless against such exquisite beauty. Moreover, he was now a god. Was there anything a god desired that could not be attained? He could take whatever he wished, do whatever he pleased. He was the sword-bearer of Blue Star, a being entirely unrestrained. Murong Shiner's voice was now urgent, striving to keep her tone steady as she laid everything out clearly. Mu Chenyi, if you desire me, I can fulfill all your wishes. But I want to know, does the heavy rain in Jiang City have anything to do with you? The entire sky of Blue Star is cloaked in darkness, and I fear he is about to appear. The entire sky shrouded in darkness? The desire in Mu Chenyi's eyes suddenly faltered. The murkiness in his gaze momentarily cleared. Is the sky indeed cloaked in darkness? He murmured softly, then raised his gaze to the title of Blue Star Sword-Bearer above his head. Cancel the title, he uttered quietly. In an instant, the overwhelming power dissipated. The radiant title no longer hovered above him. Simultaneously, the malicious thoughts and desires that had been burgeoning within him diminished significantly. As night fell, the sinister whispers of his darker self echoed softly. Did wearing this title alter his very mindset? He squinted, reflecting on how, upon donning the Blue Star Sword-Bearer title, he had become exceedingly self-serving and capricious, as if he were an entirely different being. Although he had ascended to godhood, he felt estranged from his true self. Turning his gaze towards the window, he noticed, just as Murong Xiner had recently mentioned, that the sky outside had darkened, as if the impending storm that surrounded Jiang City was set to unleash itself upon the capital. In light of this, he reinstated the Sword-Bearer title and issued a divine decree. Cease the torrential rain over Jiang City. Chapter 139. The Prophecy of Senior. Flames scorch the earth. 9 suns suspended in the sky. Upon witnessing the sky outside turn clear, Mu Chenyi decided to revoke the title. It was toxic and should not be worn for too long. He let out a long sigh. Although he had relinquished his dominion over all, he had regained his essence, rather than remaining a puppet of the sword-bearer. After resolving the crisis he had inadvertently caused, he turned to see Murong Xine curled up on the bed, hugging her legs. Did his primal instincts almost lead him to violate her? Approaching the bedside, he noticed the traces of tears lingering in the corners of Murong Xine's eyes, causing a pang of guilt to twist within him. Had he truly bullied her to such an extent? He pinched his right hand, the soft, spherical sensation still lingering at his fingertips. Had he realized a moment later, would he have succumbed to actions both right and wrong? With this thought, he stealthily slapped himself, regretting that he hadn't awakened sooner. Ahem, I just stopped that storm outside, he said as he sat on the edge of the bed. Murong Xiner lifted her head slightly, and upon meeting Mu Chenyi's somewhat awkward gaze, she blinked and wiped the remnants of tears from her eyes. Mu Chenyi, have you returned to normal? Sort of. While wearing the sword-bearer title grants immense power, it also affects my consciousness, Mu Chenyi sighed. Thus, I decided to relinquish this title for now and will don it again when necessary. After all, brief usage won't impact my emotional state. Listening to Mu Chenyi's explanation, Murong Xiner gazed at him intently for a prolonged moment. Why are you looking at me like that? He asked, perplexed as he touched his cheek. Mu Chenyi, you are truly remarkable, Murong Xiner replied, her tone softening. I might understand why. Among the billions on Blue Star, it was only you who awakened the SSS-level prophetic skill. If any individual were to acquire the capabilities of the sword-bearer, it is likely that the vast majority would unrestrainedly indulge their desires and avarice. Yet, uniquely, it is you who possesses such remarkable intelligence, enabling you to navigate through apocalyptic trials while simultaneously exhibiting an extraordinary fortitude to master your primal instincts. Morong Shiner extolled your virtues unabashedly, prompting a slight twitch at the corner of Mu Qinyu's mouth. He had just offered an apology. No, I ought to be the one expressing gratitude, he murmured. Morong Shiner gradually donned her attire, expressing her relief that the sword-bearer is you. Mu Qinyu managed a dry chuckle. There is also something else I need to discuss with you. After she finished dressing, Morong Shiner picked up her phone and opened a link. This morning, Master Sagano from the United States issued a prophecy. As she spoke, she unveiled a web page brimming with English text, placing it before Mu Qinyu. He gazed at the screen, recognizing a few words and the visage of Sagano, yet the remainder of the content eluded his comprehension. I do not understand. Could you assist me with the translation? Seeing his confusion, Morong Shiner took the phone back and read aloud. He prophesied, flames scorch the earth, 9 suns suspended in the sky. Mu Qinyu furrowed his brow. This prophecy feels rather peculiar, does it not? It seems to confirm that the next apocalyptic scenario will revolve around a theme of sustained global heat. However, the imagery I witnessed during the death replay depicted a theme of spirits. Morong Shiner, observing his contemplative demeanor, articulated her own bewilderment. It is entirely dissimilar, Mu Qinyu remarked, now questioning whether the apocalyptic scenario he viewed during the death replay pertains to a subsequent catastrophe. Previously, when he witnessed the prophecy of the world-ending scenario, time reversal, he had not yet experienced the global freezing theme. He speculated that this prophecy might mirror the one preceding the global freezing apocalypse. Since he did not perish in the ensuing apocalyptic scenario, the death replay directly showcased the one thereafter. Let us await the prophecy from Elder Chang Yaqing, he concluded. However, Chang Yaqing's prophecy would not emerge until 3 days prior to the next apocalypse, following the vision of his death. It must suffice, Morong Shiner nodded. After she departed, Mu Qinyu continued to peruse materials pertaining to spirits. Yet, as he searched, Sagano's prophecy echoed in his mind. Flames scorch the earth, 9 suns suspended in the sky. The notion of 9 suns aloft in the heavens seemed to evoke a mythological narrative. Contemplating this, he could not resist the urge to search for keywords associated with extreme heat. In the sweltering heat, Mu Qinyu swiftly perused a collection of over a dozen brief tales. Upon completion, he diligently set about memorizing the names of the spirits. Given the life or death significance of this task, he meticulously recorded these names in a notebook, which he would consult daily, fervently reciting their meanings. As he absorbed the majority of the tales concerning the foul earth prophecy, his curiosity about venturing once more into that machine intensified, eager to uncover what additional videos might reveal. Regrettably, the authorities consistently forbade him from taking such risks. Nonetheless, he deemed this matter not urgent. In his perspective, those who succumbed to death after merely 2 viewings of the video were merely victims of a curse akin to that of the previous death god, which posed no genuine threat to him. Thus, several days passed, and with only 5 days remaining until the next apocalypse, Mu Qinyu prepared for the final cooldown period of the Eye of Death. As the cooldown concluded, he activated the Eye of Death punctually. Esteemed title bearer, I implore you to rid us of the upper spirit, granting our village peace once more. Upon regaining his sight, he was met with the reverent gazes of the village chief and the villagers. Rest assured, I shall eliminate it. The voice of the future entity echoed within him. Following its guidance, he glanced sideways to behold Wang Zichen standing nearby. There was, however, a puzzling aspect concerning the title bearer. As the sole title bearer in Blue Star, the system had informed him when bestowing the savior title that only players could perceive this designation. Ordinary citizens of Blue Star were incapable of seeing the title hovering above him. Yet, the villagers within the instance could clearly see it, prompting him to question whether this title was visible to all creatures within the instance or solely to the NPCs of this particular scenario. After the future entity spoke, it tugged at Wang Zichen's clothing. Let us depart. Why the sudden urgency, Brother Mu? Wang Zichen inquired. Do not speak, just come with me. The future entity interrupted, and with the villagers respectfully bidding them farewell, it forcibly led Wang Zichen to the village's entrance. Upon opening the village gate, they ventured outside. A gray mist enveloped the world, and they soon found themselves shrouded within its embrace, the lively village gradually fading from view. Once they had distanced themselves from the village, Wang Zichen could no longer contain his curiosity. Brother Mu, why did you suddenly pull me away? The village is so safe. Remaining in a room all day is no different from awaiting death, the future entity replied calmly. Our constitution differs from that of the villagers. They can spill a bowl of blood at their doorstep and recover with a meal the following day, while our bodies cannot mend so swiftly after such loss. Their constitution is different from ours. Wang Zichen queried, his tone tinged with confusion. Do you truly believe that any man could easily subdue the iron-eating beast king, now embodied in you? Is it real or merely a jest? Wang Zichen harbored unwavering trust in Mu Qinyi, and upon hearing such words from him, he found himself convinced to a degree. Indeed, the ordinary individuals here generally possess greater strength than those from Blue Star. Presently, I can command their respect through my title. Yet should conflict arise, they would soon discover we are but paper tigers, the future body remarked, observing from the sidelines. Mu Qinyi gleaned the rationale behind the future body's actions. It appeared that neither the future body nor Wang Zichen had yet provoked the ominous Lord of Spirits. Hence they were not met with disdain by the villagers. To maintain an aura of intimidation before these villagers, the future body chose to reveal his identity as a title holder, seeking to instill a perpetual sense of reverence among them. This was also a strategic retreat, for in a prior death replay, he had met his demise at the hands of the villagers wielding shovels. The villagers had acted so brazenly, emboldened by their knowledge of the previous future body's prowess. By openly displaying his status and strength, the future body sought to blur the lines of his true capabilities in the eyes of the villagers, who would likely assume he was as formidable as any other title holder, thus deterring them from acting as they had before. At the very least, he would not suffer the same dismal fate as in his last death replay. The future body and Wang Zichen continued their journey towards the cave, encountering the old woman with a lantern along the way. However, the future body was well aware that as long as they did not fixate on her, they would encounter no trouble. With the old woman's frail voice cautioning against fire, they gradually distanced themselves from her. Just as in the prior death replay, they successfully arrived at the cave. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the many glowing eyes of the weasels surrounding them. Wang Zichen, transform into the iron-eating beast and deal with this pack of weasels, commanded the future body. Understood. Wang Zichen promptly morphed into a giant panda, swatting the ravenous creatures one by one. The future body, not idle during this commotion, retrieved a handful of vibrant green maple leaves from his cosmic bag, freshly plucked from a maple tree before entering the instance. What are you doing? A familiar young man emerged from the shadows, his expression cold. Observing Wang Zichen's relentless assault on the weasels, he barked, "Halt this instant." Wang Zichen glanced at Mu Qinyi, and seeing no objection, he continued to deftly pursue and dispatch the weasels within the cave. Erwan, the young man, witnessing the future body and the giant panda preparing for a confrontation, gritted his teeth and summoned his beloved. The stunning apparition materialized, coalescing at the young man's call. As soon as Erwan appeared, she extended a pair of sharp claws, lunging towards Wang Zichen. "I will handle her. You continue to slay those weasels," future body declared, then raised his hand to throw a handful of maple leaves. The emerald leaves transformed into a flurry of blades as they soared into the air. However, when these blades struck Erwan, they emitted a series of clear metallic sounds. Witnessing this scene, the onlooker Mu Qinyi was left astounded. Was Erwan's body made of iron? After a moment of hesitation, Erwan swung her claws towards future body. In a hurried response, future body retrieved all the remaining maple leaves from the universe bag and hurled them into the sky. The myriad of leaves danced through the air, swiftly morphing into instruments of death under the control of the maple skill. Countless leaves surged towards Erwan, yet she paid them no heed. Despite the cacophony of metallic clashes against her form, the leaves inflicted no harm whatsoever. At this point, future body's eyes twitched in frustration. What was the purpose of bringing a bag full of maple leaves to this apocalyptic instance? Reluctantly, he drew the end blade from around his neck. Having learned from previous experiences, he aimed the blade not at Erwan, but at the young man instead. Go. The end blade sped forth, far surpassing Erwan's movement. With a soft thud, it pierced the young man's chest at an inconspicuous spot. A heart-wrenching moment unfolded before Mu Qinyi's eyes. The end blade did not regenerate. Was this young man not the source of the apocalypse? Thus, what exactly was the origin of the apocalypse? At that moment, Erwan, as a spirit, also became aware of the young man's demise. Her previously expressionless face suddenly manifested a flicker of panic. Future body, noticing Erwan's change in expression, narrowed his eyes. "Ah!" Erwan let out a wail, her entire ghostly form lunging towards the young man's lifeless body. She cried out in despair, pressing herself tightly against him, arms outstretched in a desperate embrace. Ultimately, Erwan too lost her breath, collapsing gently atop the young man. Remarkably, her form solidified into a tangible entity. A tragic love story, once mere ancient myth, now unfolded vividly before Mu Qinyi's eyes. As he beheld their lifeless figures, countless pairs of glowing eyes emerged around him. It was the weasels. Upon witnessing their master's demise, they sprang forth immediately. Wang Zichen, Do not allow those weasels to feast upon their bodies. Future Body realized the gravity of the situation and urgently shouted at Wang Zichen. Chapter 141. Companionship of Humans and Spirits, Demons Among Us. As the future entity spoke, a frenzy of weasels erupted, ravenously gnawing at the two corpses strewn upon the ground. Despite Wang Zichen's efforts to crush one with a swift slap, the sheer number of these audacious creatures proved overwhelming. Even with the future entity employing the maple leaf skill to assist, the onslaught could not be entirely halted. There were always weasels slipping through the cracks in their defense, feasting upon the flesh and blood of their fallen master before meeting their demise at the hand of Wang Zichen. Upon their death, the weasels' bodies transformed into twinkling stardust, vanishing into the ether, taking with them the human tissue they had consumed. As the relentless weasels continued their gruesome feast, the future entity discerned an unsettling truth. Grasping Wang Zichen's fur, he urged, "Take that man's arm and run." Responding swiftly, Wang Zichen seized the unscathed arm of the young man with his mouth and fled, carrying the future entity with him. If they could not prevent the weasels from feasting, they could at least carry away a morsel. Just as Wang Zichen secured the arm, the corpses of the young man and Erwin were devoured entirely by the voracious weasels. Having finished their grisly meal, the weasels turned their insatiable gaze toward the arm held within Wang Zichen's jaws. "Back to the village," urged Mu Chenyi, patting his companion. With remarkable agility, Wang Zichen ascended from the cave and raced towards the village. Their speed was astonishing, yet shortly after leaving the village, the air was filled with the cacophony of weasel shrieks. Countless pairs of glowing eyes emerged from the cave behind them, fixated upon their escape. The weasels pursued with unyielding determination, their eyes locked on the arm Wang Zichen clutched. If they could consume that arm, they would inherit their master's formidable power. The chorus of weasel cries intensified, yet Wang Zichen obeyed the future entity's command, fleeing without a backward glance. The future entity's gaze was fixed on the path ahead, scanning for potential escape routes. The weasels appeared to grow cunning, encircling them in a bid to trap the pair. "Give me the arm, you just keep running," commanded the future entity as he retrieved the young man's arm from Wang Zichen's mouth, conjuring several freshly gathered maple leaves that swirled around him, shielding him from the oncoming weasels. While the weasels posed no real threat to him, their fixation on devouring the flesh from the arm in his possession was perilous. Amidst the hazy mist, the duo, a man and his bear, were relentlessly pursued by a throng of weasels. Their journey from the village to the cave had already spanned nearly an hour. However, amidst Wang Zichen's frantic sprint as he transformed into the iron-eating beast king, they soon discerned a village emerging beyond the thinning mist, a beacon of hope within their grasp. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation, believing salvation was imminent. Yet, in this moment of dire urgency, a frail, aged voice resonated nearby, cautioning, "Beware of fire in this dry weather." To their astonishment, an old crone, bearing a red lantern, materialized before them, moving at a leisurely pace. Upon sighting the lantern-bearing crone, the future body urgently advised, "Do not look at her, just circumvent." Wang Zichen swiftly adjusted their course. The village loomed near, and if they could bypass this lantern-wielding figure, they would surely survive. However, they were unprepared for the crone to flicker and reappear in their path once more. This time, the observing Mu Chenyi could even discern the deep wrinkles etched upon her visage, resembling the crumpled skin of an orange. Her eyes squinted into mere slits, and as her parched lips parted, the same haunting words escaped her toothless mouth, "Beware of fire in this dry weather." The crone had positioned herself directly in their path. At that moment, propelled by sheer momentum, even as Wang Zichen reacted, they collided squarely with the old woman. The red lantern she carried plummeted onto Wang Zichen's panda head, igniting his fur in flames. "Beware of fire in this dry weather." The crone's narrowed eyes fixated on them, as though they were mere pets. "Damn, this old hag is trouble," the future body muttered, springing from the iron-eating beast king's form. He retrieved a maple leaf from his waist and hurled it fiercely at the crone's head. With the finesse of a master martial artist, his body moved in perfect harmony, soaring through the air in a flawless arc. With a resounding crash, the future body's head was swiftly encased within the crone's lantern. The future body met his end. In the real world, Mu Chenyi grimaced, rubbing his still aching neck as his mind rebooted. He had just witnessed the entire sequence from the future body's perspective, where the crone's swift strike had severed the future body's head from his torso with unnerving ease, as if she were accustomed to such grim tasks. Much like a seasoned vendor pouring oil into a coin slot. Why did that crone impede us? Mu Chenyi pondered as he sat up, contemplating the narrative's progression. According to the storyline, this lantern-bearing hag should not have been involved in their plight. He gently caressed his neck, and the visage of the lantern-bearing old woman surfaced in his mind. Her cheeks resembled the gnarled bark of an ancient tree, devoid of any expression, merely uttering a singular phrase. The air is arid, be cautious of fire. How peculiar, he mused, stroking his chin. Never mind. That particular scenario was a matter for a much later time. For now, he must prepare ice blocks to endure the impending heat scenario. Utilizing the advantages bestowed upon him as a sword-bearer, he fashioned himself a frigid chamber, simultaneously amassing a vast supply of ice blocks, ice cream, and an array of heat relief items. To speak of 9 suns would be trivial. Even against 20 suns, he believed he could survive this sweltering environment. Little did he anticipate that all his meticulous preparations would dissolve into mere vapor 2 days later, following the prophecy foretold by the venerable Mr. Chang Yacheng. 3 days before the commencement of the apocalyptic scenario, Mr. Chang Yacheng disseminated the following proclamation on a public network platform: with spirits and humans entwined, demons walk among us. Chapter 142. A tale of unfinished love between humans and spirits. With spirits and humans entwined, demons walk among us. In stark contrast to the fiery devastation predicted by the esteemed Master Senior of the beautiful nation, who spoke of flames scorching the earth and 9 suns suspended in the sky, these proclamations could not be deemed even remotely similar. Many who awaited Mr. Chang's prophecy were left utterly bewildered. What was happening? What on earth had transpired? Why were 2 S-rank prophetic players offering such divergent visions regarding the next apocalyptic scenario? Conversely, upon witnessing Mr. Chang's prophecy, Mu Chenyi quietly employed his verbal manipulation abilities to seal the icy chamber. He even began to doubt whether Senior had misrepresented the situation, fabricating a false prophetic message. What nonsense about 9 suns suspended in the sky? This next apocalyptic scenario would not entail extreme heat at all. In stark agreement with Mr. Chang's prophecy, he contemplated the phrase, with spirits and humans entwined, demons walk among us. The spirits and humans entwined perhaps referred to the young man and Erwan. As for the notion of demons walking among us, he squinted, finding the implications rather intriguing. The phrase bore 2 interpretations. The first suggested that demons roamed the earthly realm, concealing their true identities, leaving humanity uncertain whether they were human or demon. The second interpretation alluded to the malevolent thoughts harbored within the hearts of humans. Some individuals possess such intense wickedness, committing heinous acts. In the realm of humanity, can they not also be considered demons? Mu Chenyi pondered deeply. In the 2 death replay scenarios he had witnessed, the first depicted him slaying the girl, prompting the young man to sacrifice himself for the sake of Erwan. The second replay showed him killing the young man, leading Erwan to likewise sacrifice herself for him. Through this convoluted chain of events, could it be that the true villain was none other than himself? No, that girl has transformed into a specter. Upon completing the first death replay, he initially believed that the young man was a villain, his grotesque affection for the girl even leading him to turn her into a ghost, denying her the chance to reincarnate. However, after witnessing the second death replay, his perspective shifted dramatically. After all, if this love was merely unrequited on the part of the young man, why would the girl, upon witnessing his demise, willingly dissipate her own ghostly powers, just to perish alongside him? Is this not the very essence of love? He had forcefully severed the bond between these star-crossed lovers, a union of human and spirit. Since both were indeed in love, and neither was the source of the apocalypse, he was left with 2 conjectures regarding the true origin of this calamity. One possibility lies with the old woman carrying the lantern, who obstructed them at the village's threshold in the second death replay. The other possibility points to the village chief, who just so happens to be the girl's grandfather. Both figures align closely with the notion of companionship between humans and ghosts, a demonic presence among mortals. The lantern-bearing crone wanders the earthly realm, while the young man and the girl exist in their ethereal bond. As for the village chief, it is needless to say, he is indeed the girl's own grandfather. Perhaps it is he who orchestrated the separation of this young couple. With this thought, a tale began to unfurl in his mind. In an ordinary village, a pair of childhood sweethearts grew up together, sharing their affections. The boy promised the girl that he would marry her once she came of age. Yet, fate took a cruel turn upon reaching maturity. Her grandfather insisted she marry a man she utterly despised. The girl vehemently opposed this, but was met with her grandfather's unyielding refusal. She confided in the boy, who confronted her grandfather to plead for their love. However, the grandfather, filled with discontent, wielded his authority to banish the boy from the village. Unable to escape the fate of marrying a man she did not love, the girl resorted to a shocking act. She took her own life on the day of her wedding, plunging the ceremony into chaos. The boy, expelled from the village, was devastated upon hearing the news of the girl's tragic end. Grief-stricken, He wished to join her in death, to accompany her into the afterlife. Yet, just as he contemplated this, he learned of the existence of a ghost-raising master. It was said that such a master could extract the souls of the deceased and resurrect them in another form, albeit as specters. Thus, the boy forsook his suicidal intentions and embarked on a quest for knowledge. He sought out a ghost-raising master and, fortuitously, discovered that he himself possessed a rare talent for this craft. Consequently, at a tender age, he ascended to the rank of an intermediate ghost raiser. Eager to apply his newfound abilities, he returned to the village cemetery, where he drew forth the girl's soul from her lifeless body. As he extracted the girl's soul, she beheld her most beloved before her and could not contain her ecstatic joy. In the realm between life and death, they reunited. What was thought to be the beginning of happiness soon turned into a grim reality, as the boy realized that the girl could not perpetually maintain her regained sanity and was at risk of dissipating into nothingness at any moment. To revive her, the boy employed his knowledge to rear a multitude of weasels, training them into blood-drinking creatures. Only these monstrous weasels could sustain the girl's spectral form and restore her consciousness from her former life. This explains why, when the future entity and Wang Zichen first encountered the girl's ghost, her gaze was vacant, her expression devoid of emotion. However, following the boy's demise, the girl's former awareness was restored, leading her to ultimately join him in death. Returning to the tale, these blood-drinking weasels required copious amounts of blood for their growth. Thus, the boy set his sights on the village chief, the very one responsible for their separation, as well as the complicit villagers. Utilizing his identity as a medium-level ghost tamer, he displayed his power before the villagers, crafting an imposing persona of the great ghost lord, coercing each villager to offer a bowl of their blood daily for the weasel's sustenance. Over time, fear of the great ghost lord took root in the hearts of the villagers, culminating in the apocalyptic scenario within the game. Yet, two questions linger. Firstly, where is the key item in this apocalyptic instance? Secondly, what role does the lantern-bearing old woman serve in the narrative? As the future entity and Wang Zichen approached the village, why did the old woman impede their progress? The primary uncertainty lies in whether her obstruction was merely a coincidence of their second encounter or a deliberate act. The information available remains scant. It appears that only by entering the apocalyptic instance could he begin to unravel these mysteries. Until he steps into that realm, all current knowledge may prove to be illusory. If the opportunity arises, he plans to use the Eye of Death upon entering the instance to ascertain whether slaying the lantern-bearing old woman would bring an end to the game. Chapter 143, System Upgrade. Regional apocalypse commences. Mu Qinyu curled himself within the soft embrace of his bed. Reality was indeed preferable. How delightful it was to rest. Had he not participated in the coming of the apocalypse, he would likely still be at school, secretly pining for Su Qianran. No, had he not joined, Blue Star would have transformed into a two-dimensional world. Apart from him, no one could thwart the two-dimensional foil within the time reversal apocalyptic instance. However, he had scarcely reclined when a message from Murong Xiner arrived. Mu Qinyu, have you seen Elder Chang's prophecy? I have. It is entirely different from Seguno's, yet somewhat aligned with my own prediction. I sense Seguno has deceived us, Mu Qinyu replied. Seguno did not lie. Many players from the beautiful country are already preparing their underground bases for the summer. Murong Xiner replied frequently. Did not lie? Mu Qinyu's expression was somewhat peculiar. If there was no deceit, why did the content of his predictions differ entirely from that of the other party? Could it be due to this system upgrade? Perhaps they had been directly segregated? The eastern and western hemispheres divided, resulting in two distinct apocalyptic instances? Mu Qinyu was filled with doubt. Yet their participation in the upcoming ghost-related apocalyptic instance seemed inevitable. Thus, he made thorough preparations. Prior to the onset of the apocalypse, he sought out Wang Zichen and Old Zhao in Jiangcheng, along with Lin Yuan, who functioned as a caretaker. As for Murong Xiner's original promise of protection from her esteemed predecessors, Dugu and Deputy Director Lai Wenji, they were recalled by Murong Xiner. Protecting the deity of Blue Star, was this a jest? Mu Qinyu had even resolved that once this apocalypse concluded, he would return to Ganshui University to continue his studies. As time passed, on the night of the apocalypse's commencement at 9 o'clock, the system's voice resonated in everyone's ears. Ding! The apocalypse has arrived. Game upgrade complete. Detecting if a sword bearer exists on Blue Star. Ding! Detection confirmed the presence of a sword bearer on Blue Star. The game officially enters the second phase. The upper limit of player strength on Blue Star is lifted, and the abilities and powers acquired in the new instance can be carried back to reality. Players' strengths will be categorized into formal levels, 7 types: ordinary, quality, epic, legendary, mythical, catastrophic, and cosmic. All skills and items below a level are classified as ordinary. while A-level and SS level correspond to quality in varying degrees. SSS level skills and items correspond to epic. Prophetic skills are excluded from level classification. The apocalyptic instance will commence regional segmentation, divided into 8 major areas: Asia, Europe, North America, South America, Africa, Oceania, Antarctica, and the Pacific. Notice, each region's apocalyptic instance is distinct. Players are advised not to heed the prophecies of players from other regions. If no players survive in any of the 8 regions during the apocalyptic instance, that apocalypse will descend upon that region. Until a player enters that region and unravels the source of the apocalypse instance, the impending doom will persist in reality. Upon conclusion of this apocalyptic instance, the personal shop will refresh, with all items and skills corresponding to the 7 levels. The new instance will connect to other parallel worlds, marking Blue Star's inaugural entry into the second phase, with the initial instance being of novice difficulty. Notice, this novice difficulty instance presents the best opportunity for you to enhance your strength. Swordbearer effect. The Swordbearer on Blue Star receives a 50 boost to the total battle power of all players. Notice, the total battle power of the Swordbearer is of utmost significance, pertaining to the survival of Blue Star. System update data compilation complete. As the countdown to the next apocalypse commenced, 5735, 5734, 5733, the system unexpectedly initiated its countdown. This countdown heralded a new round of doom set to commence at 10 o'clock. Upon the announcement of this news, players worldwide erupted in excitement. Why had the dungeon transformed into a regional threat? Many players from Asian countries expressed their elation online. Players from the land of Kimchi proclaimed, "The savior, Muchini, belongs to our great Han Empire. The universe is under our dominion, save for the stationed American forces." Meanwhile, players from the land of the rising sun cheered, "Excellent. We are also part of Asia, and can cling to the robust support of Huaxia." Numerous nations across Asia radiated a vibrant atmosphere, especially with such formidable allies like Muchini, who possessed the prowess to counter world-ending catastrophes. Naturally, Muchini noticed the online commentary and discreetly retrieved the title of Blue Star Swordbearer. Utilizing his authority, he unilaterally designated the land of the rising sun to the Pacific region. After all, with no players present in the Pacific, should doom befall that area, it would spell disaster. If the land of the rising sun considered itself so grand, then let them face their own regional apocalypse alone. Subsequently, he began to assimilate all the information regarding this system upgrade. The modifications brought forth by this upgrade were numerous, particularly the regional apocalypse, which was indeed intriguing. Moreover, the accompanying rules were equally fascinating. If all players within a certain region perished, the apocalypse would manifest in reality, unless other players could re-enter the dungeon and dismantle its source of doom. For instance, if no players survived in Africa, an apocalypse would emerge in reality. This occurrence would profoundly disrupt the lives of the African populace, prompting many to seek refuge in safer continents, such as Asia, Europe, or the Americas. To prevent this situation from escalating, players from other regions would have to devise a means to resolve the African apocalypse, restoring normalcy. However, the challenge of dismantling an apocalypse far exceeded the struggle to survive within it. The prospect was daunting. If those who could not survive the dungeon's apocalypse struggled, who could guarantee their ability to unravel its source? Furthermore, such a thankless endeavor would likely be met with reluctance from most players. Additionally, there was another significant development: the removal of the upper limit on power thresholds. Among the 7 tiers of classification, he was unfamiliar with 6. Yet one tier stood out clearly to him: the Calamity level, just beneath the Cosmic level in severity. He was perhaps the sole individual aware of the true implications of the Calamity level. The colossal whale-like creature capable of consuming all monstrous beings in deep-sea Leviathan epitomized the Calamity level. In time reversal, the two-dimensional foil capable of transforming the entire solar system into a flat world is deemed catastrophic in nature, signifying an invincible force. What then could a cosmic-level entity embody? Furthermore, the protagonist is acquainted with a being of half-catastrophe status, Queen Puppeteer Chinwaner from the Puppet Kingdom. In Chapter 144, titled Entering the Instance, the Eerie Village, it is revealed that Chinwaner attained the status of half-catastrophe after absorbing the energy from the dagger that ended the two-dimensional foil. Regarding other classifications, it appears that globally, only Morong Xiner possesses an epic level, while the rest are of superior quality. The protagonist, endowed with the A-level combat skill Maple, is likely categorized as a lower tier of superior quality. In addition to these revelations, the system conveyed an important message. As this marks the initial instance of the second phase, it qualifies as a novice instance, presenting players with an optimal opportunity to enhance their capabilities. However, during the death playback, The protagonist did not perceive any such opportunities for growth. Is the system encouraging him to become a mid-level ghost master like that young man? As these thoughts lingered, the countdown reached its conclusion. Ding! The countdown has ended. All players have entered the apocalypse. Prior to the onset of the apocalypse, Mu Qianyi glanced at Wang Zichen and old Zhao beside him before closing his eyes. Ding! The host has successfully entered the apocalypse. You and Wang Zichen are two wanderers who, by chance, have arrived at the Eerie village. You inform the villagers that you will reside here for a month, after which you will depart. The fundamental task of this instance: survive. Survival duration: 1 month. Note: placing a bowl of blood at your doorstep before nightfall each day will enhance your survival rate. All abilities acquired during this instance can be transported back to reality, provided you survive until the end of the month. The system's notification concludes. Mu Qianyi slowly opened his eyes, finding himself in a house resembling a village. He lay on a hard, cold bed with an uncomfortable pillow. Beside him, a portly figure snored loudly. Upon catching a glimpse of the plump man's profile, his eyes twitched involuntarily. This rotund individual was Wang Zichen, his companion in this instance. He swiftly slapped Wang Zichen awake. Stop sleeping. We've already entered the instance. Huh. Wang Zichen groggily opened his eyes, sitting up abruptly. Goodness, this bed is incredibly hard. It's painful on my backside. He rubbed his chubby posterior. Cover me for a moment. Let me foretell. Mu Qianyi whispered. All right. Wang Zichen promptly agreed, while also surveying the surroundings. Where on earth have we landed? Is this still within the country? As he observed the bleakness of the outside world, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Mu Qianyi shot him a silent glare, turning his attention to the Eye of Death within his mind. The Eye of Death grants a vision of one's next demise. Current apocalyptic cooldown: 24 hours. Real-time cooldown: 7 days. It allows for a daily glimpse into death. He then contemplated his second prophetic skill, the Judgment Scale. Current apocalyptic cooldown: 24 hours. Real-time cooldown: 7 days. This skill also had a daily limitation. However, the Judgment Scale possessed additional functions. He decided to first examine the playback of his demise. Thus, he placed his hand upon his chest, inwardly reciting, "Activate the Eye of Death. To become a ghost tamer, one must spend their days in the company of spirits. Your affinity with spirits is too low. I do not recommend pursuing the path of a ghost tamer." A familiar voice resonated. Mu Qianyi gradually opened his eyes to behold a familiar young man before him. The sight startled him greatly, for this young man was none other than the one who bore the title of Intermediate Ghost Tamer within the cave. At that moment, a girl named Erwan affectionately linked her arm with the young man, resting her head upon his shoulder. The young man then placed a book before the future self. This is the Ghost Tamer's record, given to me by my master. It contains the comprehensive methods from beginner to advanced ghost taming. If you truly wish to become a ghost tamer, take this book and study it. The future self expressed his gratitude and accepted the Ghost Tamer's record. No need for thanks. You are a benefactor to both Erwan and myself. Should you have any further inquiries, feel free to ask. The young man smiled kindly. Erwan, with a playful demeanor, called out to him, "Ajia." So, the young man's name is Ajia? Yet, it soon dawned on Mu Qianyi that the nicknames of the boy and girl were likely Ajia and Erwan, although their actual names probably contain the characters for Jia and Erwan. I do have another question. The future self tucked the book into his embrace and inquired, "What levels correspond to the progression from beginner to advanced ghost tamer?" The progression from beginner to advanced ghost tamer corresponds to the levels from lower epic to upper epic. Ajia regarded him with mild curiosity, clarifying, "Only a master ghost tamer can correspond to the legendary level." Upon hearing Ajia's explanation, the future self's eyes twitched with astonishment. There is only one epic level individual in Blue Star, Mu Rong Xinr. Yet here, the lowest tier of ghost tamers holds the status of lower epic. The disparity is staggering. I have yet another question. What other professions exist here aside from ghost tamers? The future self continued to inquire. In addition to ghost tamers, there are exorcists and talisman masters. Exorcists and talisman masters are our old adversaries, the ghost tamers. However, if you wish to shield your mind from disturbances, I suggest you consider becoming a talisman master, for they are less susceptible to the influences of spirits. In contrast, ghost tamers and exorcists, due to their constant interactions with the supernatural, often experience mental disturbances, much like myself. Ajia pointed to himself as he continued. Moreover, the titles of the 4 major professions confer significantly extended lifespans as one ascends in rank, as is the case with me. Although I am merely a mid-tier ghost tamer, the formidable ghostly energy within me has granted me a lifespan of 300 years. How does one become a talisman master? The future entity inquired. This endeavor is somewhat challenging. The talisman masters in the city charge exorbitant fees, and to become their apprentice, the monthly tributes would suffice to purchase a villa in town. The young man shook his head. Conversely, ghost tamers have relatively low fees, though they demand not currency but your lifespan. Despite his explanation, the future entity remained resolute in the desire to become a talisman master. Nevertheless, becoming a ghost tamer could serve as a fallback, he mused. As an observer, Muchini was eager to interject. Could either of you elucidate what the source of this impending apocalypse truly is? He was anxious, and it appeared that the future entity had formed an alliance with Agia and Erwan. Did they share a common adversary? Was the source of the apocalypse truly the village chief from that eerie village? Had he torn apart their bond? Or was the source that enigmatic old woman with the lantern? Chapter 145. Divine Talisman Master. Suddenly, Agia's words faltered. But what? The future entity inquired hastily. There is another profession you might consider, though it typically only accepts those deemed fortunate. You could test whether you possess the requisite affinity, Agia replied hesitantly. What profession? Divine Talisman Master. Divine Talisman Master? Indeed. Agia elucidated. The Divine Talisman Master is an extension of the Talisman Master profession, though I have heard that one must bind to a deity within a temple to draw upon their power to achieve this status. Divine Talisman Masters are formidable beings of unmatched prowess within their tier. Upon hearing this, Muchini felt a spark of interest. Perhaps he possessed the potential to become a Divine Talisman Master? Never mind, I cannot become one, the future entity replied, shaking his head. Why not? Agia pressed, unable to contain his curiosity. Brother Mu, do you not wish to grow stronger? The validation for becoming a Divine Talisman Master is free. You might just be the fated one among many. I cannot become a Divine Talisman Master, the future entity reiterated, insisting on discussing Talisman Masters instead. Muchini was perplexed. Why is it that you cannot? I wish to see your expression when you dismiss the opportunity to choose the superior path of a Divine Talisman Master. Which sounds exceedingly impressive. The charm casters are adept at employing incantations to engage adversaries. One might liken them to sorcerers. However, these sorcerers possess a notable vulnerability. Their physical constitution is rather frail, rendering them fearful of close encounters with their foes. Agia remarked, conversely, that the exorcists exhibit remarkable physical prowess, akin to born warriors, embodying the principle of overwhelming strength against multiple foes. A single exorcist can effortlessly challenge a demon of equal rank. Moreover, due to their innate cultivation of physicality, the terror-inducing effects of demons are rendered ineffective against them. The divine spellcasters, on the other hand, represent a synthesis of both types. They possess exceptional physical attributes, alongside incantations imbued with divine intent. Among their ranks, a divine spellcaster of the same tier is invincible, a trait shared among all those bearing titles. Upon hearing this, the future entity activated its title of Savior. As the title of Swordbearer of Blue Star could only be donned within Blue Star, the future entity was left with the title of Savior to display. When Agia beheld the Savior title hovering above the future entity, his eyes widened in astonishment. Savior? How did you come by such a unique title? He incredulously inquired. What of this title? The future entity questioned in return, puzzled. Are there others besides me who hold special titles? Indeed, but they are lamentably few. Agia swallowed hard, his gaze towards the future entity shifting. No wonder you could dispatch the Lantern Granny. It turns out you are one of the special title bearers. From the sidelines, Muchini gasped. You killed the Lantern Granny? Is it true? The Lantern Granny is the source of the apocalypse. His eyes sparkled with realization. Having anticipated that the future entity would first eliminate the Lantern Granny for a test, and succeeded. My slaying of the Lantern Granny is unrelated to this title. Let us discuss the matter of special title bearers, the future entity said, idly toying with the dagger of judgment. The presence of the dagger in the future entity's possession signified that it had indeed vanquished the source of the apocalypse, the Lantern Granny, and the item had refreshed as a result. Special titles are bestowed only upon the completion of deeds that significantly impact the world. Agia trembled as he spoke. Prior to this, I had only heard of one special title bearer, Duke Shero of the Rock Empire, who reportedly destroyed a bone dragon's lair and was subsequently granted the divine title of Bone Dragon Terminator. Your title, however, is that of Savior, which, in comparison, seems far superior. What utility does being a special title bearer confer? The future entity inquired eagerly. The advantages are immense. Agia lowered his voice. I once heard my teacher say that ever since Duke Shero acquired the title of Bone Dragon Terminator, his mastery of divine spell casting has become exponentially more effective. And in combat, the Bone Dragon title bearer exerts dominion over all other titles. This matter pertains to all title bearers. Advanced title bearers possess the ability to suppress those of lower ranks, while special titles supersede all others. This hierarchy is why the distinction among us title bearers is so pronounced, rendering instances of the weak triumphing over the strong exceedingly rare, if not entirely absent. Observing the exchange, Mu Qianyi listened intently, captivated by revelations he had never encountered before. He began to ponder the true significance of being a title bearer. After all, according to the prior system upgrade notifications, the advent of the apocalypse had unlocked multiple realms, and the power limits imposed on all players in Blue Star had been lifted, allowing everyone to surpass their previous capabilities. He speculated that this might present an unparalleled opportunity for him to enhance his strength. Yet he was perplexed as to why the future entity claimed it could not become a sorcerer. He hoped for clarification in due time. However, he had never sensed any utility in his special title. Frowning, the future entity inquired, "How can I activate it? You lack both ghostly and divine power. Thus activation is impossible. Moreover, you are significantly weak. Although I cannot fathom how you manipulate leaves, your abilities barely rank among the lower echelon of quality. Any ghost of decent quality could easily vanquish you." Ajie replied matter-of-factly. "How can I acquire ghostly and divine power?" asked the future entity. "This brings us back to our initial discussion." Ajie chuckled lightly, stroking the hair of Erwan beside him. "You must become one of the following: a ghost keeper, exorcist, talisman master, or sorcerer. Aside from the sorcerer, who cultivates divine power, the other three professions focus on ghostly power." The future entity nodded in understanding. Glancing at the ghost keeper it held, "I shall first venture out to see if I can become a talisman master. If that proves unfeasible, I will return to learn how to become a ghost keeper." It concluded after a moment of contemplation. "You are welcome to seek me out anytime. I intend to remain here with Erwan indefinitely. Once you resolve to become a ghost keeper, return to me," Ajie said, personally escorting the future entity out of the cave. As Mu Qianyi followed the future entity's perspective after exiting the cave, he noticed that the surrounding mist had significantly dissipated, rendering the previously obscured view nearly clear. He beheld a vast plain devoid of any wild grass, stretching endlessly, while Ajie and Erwan resided on a small hillock. Chapter 146. Mission completion rate not achieved. Perfectly outside the cave, Wang Zichen was rubbing his hands together in anticipation of the future entity's emergence. Upon seeing it, his eyes lit up. "Brother Mu, you have finally come out. Let us hurry back to the village. I am freezing." Indeed, after bidding farewell to Ajie and Erwan, the future entity set off on the path back to the village with Wang Zichen. "Brother Mu, what did you discuss with that couple?" Wang Zichen inquired curiously during their journey home. "I received some news about this world from him, and thus." The future entity conveyed everything it had witnessed and heard to Wang Zichen, including the matter concerning the four great professions. "Then we must choose the spellcaster," Wang Zichen exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "The spellcaster is the mightiest among the four professions. If we can become spellcasters, wouldn't we dominate all players upon returning to Blue Star? Not so simple." The future entity shook its head. "We cannot become spellcasters. There are prerequisites." "What prerequisites?" Wang Zichen could not help but inquire. Even the observing Mu Qianyi perked up his ears, listening intently. "We need to clear the dungeon, and it must be with a perfect rating. However, after I just defeated the Lantern Witch, my clearance rating was only excellent. Hence the system informed me that the spellcaster profession cannot be unlocked," the future entity explained. "What?" Wang Zichen was perplexed. "We have defeated the source of the apocalypse. Why is the clearance rating only excellent? Perhaps the system suspects we exploited loopholes." The future entity replied solemnly. "I utilized the foresight advantage several times, almost deducing through elimination that the source of the apocalypse was the Lantern Witch. Thus, the system believes we had a significant chance of cheating, resulting in a lower clearance rating. Previously, within the Puppet Kingdom, my clearance rating was perfect. Therefore, I surmise that the clearance rating may be related to the secrets we uncovered. For instance, we are unaware of why the Lantern Witch is the source of the apocalypse. We must provide an explanation to the system. We need to fully comprehend the entire sequence of events. Only upon definitively establishing that the Lantern Witch is indeed the source of the apocalypse can we claim a perfect clearance." Previously, Mu Qianyi achieved a perfect clearance rating in the Puppet Kingdom because he not only investigated Chen Wanner's background, but also learned of the cruel murder committed by the mayor's wife. And he was acutely aware of the fact that Chen Wanner was wrongfully killed. So, if our clearance rating is not perfect, we cannot become the most formidable spellcasters among the four great professions? Wang Zichen asked. "Yes, that is correct." The future entity nodded. Their conversation reached Mu Qianyi's ears, and he now understood why the future entity stated he could not become a spellcaster. The reason lay with the system. It not only demanded they eliminate the source of the apocalypse, but also required them to comprehend why the source was indeed the source. Now, he had confirmed that the Lantern Witch was the source of the apocalypse. However, the reason behind it remained elusive to him. Nevertheless, Muchini felt no panic. He now knew the answer, and upon returning to reality, all he needed to do was document the process. This task was considerably simpler than at the outset. What shall we do now? Wang Zichen inquired. The future entity retrieved a book on becoming a spirit caretaker. Our only course of action is to become spirit caretakers. I intend to visit the towns of this world to see if there is a way to obtain the cultivation manual of the Talisman Master. If I cannot acquire it, we will have no choice but to train as spirit caretakers. After completing the task, the system allowed us only 30 days of stay. Within this time frame, we must strive to enhance our capabilities, ideally reaching an epic intermediate or even advanced level. The mightiest being of Blue Star, Morong Xiner, attained merely an epic lower rank through her SSS level ability. However, if they successfully cultivate this manual and earn the title of Junior Spirit Caretaker, they could directly ascend to an epic lower rank, matching Morong Xiner's strength. Very well, I shall accompany you. Wang Zichen agreed. Time is of the essence. Let us depart swiftly. The future entity and Wang Zichen returned to the Eerie village, where the village chief, having discerned their feat of slaying the upper ghost lord through the dissipating mists, respectfully prepared a bountiful meal for them and guided them out of the village, pointing towards the path leading to the town. According to the villagers, before the upper ghost lord's arrival, they would periodically venture to the town to exchange for food. However, after the upper ghost lord appeared, they dared not leave the village, for none who ventured forth returned alive. The future entity contemplated the village chief for a moment, suspecting that the reason this doomsday instance had not achieved a perfect rating might be connected to him. Yet, with the source of the apocalypse now vanquished and the rating established as excellent, there was no need to dwell on this matter. Enhancing their strength was paramount. Thus, he and Wang Zichen packed provisions for several days and set off towards a place called Craftwood Town, as directed by the village chief. Meanwhile, the observing Muchini suddenly had a realization. Wait, the future entity has slain the source of the apocalypse, yet the doomsday has not abruptly ceased? Instead, it has granted the future entity and Wang Zichen a month to strengthen their powers. Could this be the so-called novice reward? However, the novice reward was likely tied to the difficulty of this doomsday instance, and their resolution of the apocalypse's source might not lead them back to reality immediately. It could pertain to breaking through their power limits. The Eerie village essentially functioned as their novice village for entering the second phase of the instance. Just as Muchini pondered why the future entity had not returned, darkness suddenly enveloped the future entity's vision. A searing pain surged throughout his body. The future entity met his demise. What on earth? Muchini jolted upright from his bed. Beside him, Wang Zichen looked at him in confusion. Brother Mu, what happened? Did you foresee something? Give me a moment, Muchini replied, rubbing his temples, still trying to comprehend the unfolding situation. If his eyes did not deceive him, it appeared that a colossal entity had just emerged from the ground, devouring both the future body and Wang Zichen in one fell swoop. What on earth was that creature? Lurking along the route from the village to the town? He surmised that the reason the peculiar villagers had been unable to reach the town over the years might be related to a man-eating specter that haunted the path to Jiangmu town. Chapter 147. Was the lantern-holding old woman not the lantern-holding old woman? Muchini pondered for a moment before turning to Wang Zichen and inquiring, Fatty Wang, have you noticed the mist outside? Yes, the fog out there is quite thick, but it seems there is nothing amiss in this village, Wang Zichen replied. Muchini narrowed his eyes and suddenly declared, I have a task for you. What is it? Investigate the villagers related to the village chief, particularly his granddaughter. Muchini spoke calmly, emphasizing the urgency of the matter, preferably before the village chief became aware. What? They just arrived. Wang Zichen exclaimed, his mouth agape. You want me to investigate the village chief's family right after we got here? However, he quickly grasped the nature of prophetic players. Following Muchini's lead was undoubtedly a wise choice. He was certain it would lead to some form of sustenance. Thus, he nodded. Do you need me to engage with the villagers right now? Yes, go ahead. Once Muchini confirmed, Wang Zichen wasted no time and exited to gather information. Meanwhile, Muchini delved deeper into thought. It was established that Erwan was the village chief's granddaughter, and Ajia harbored significant animosity towards the chief and the entire village. He had previously speculated that Erwan was the chief's granddaughter, and the wedding from years past was of paramount importance. Rubbing his temples, he questioned why the lantern-holding old woman was the source of the apocalypse. What role did she play in this intricate web? Several doubts arose in his mind. First, if the village chief opposed his granddaughter's marriage to Ajia, how had Ajia and Erwan come to know each other? Their relationship resembled childhood sweethearts, with a profound emotional bond. Yet, rather than facilitating their union, the village chief had coerced his granddaughter into marrying another. Another point of concern was Aegea's seemingly smooth ascension to becoming a mid-level ghost tamer. Moreover, after Aegea revealed his ghost-taming talent, why did his mentor allow him to leave? What had become of Aegea's mentor now? Perhaps this figure could provide numerous explanations. Yet Mu Chenyu sensed a nefarious undertone underlying the situation. Wait, spirits accompany the living, and demons walk among us. He muttered to himself. Demons walk among us. Demons walk among us. The source of the apocalypse, however, is the ghostly lantern-holding old woman. Mu Chenyu inhaled sharply, suddenly struck by a terrifying realization. That lantern-holding old woman was not a mere specter. From the eerie prophecies, he discerned glimpses of a sinister apocalypse, notably mentioning the existence of the Lantern Elder. In these prophecies, the players who beheld this scene described the Lantern Elder as a spectral entity wandering through the mists. Whenever a human takes notice of her, her throat emits a parched warning, cautioning against the flicker of flames. Should anyone gaze upon her for more than 3 seconds, she swiftly beheads them, transforming their head into a lantern. The method of protection is straightforward. Do not fix your gaze upon the Lantern Elder. One may listen to her whispers without meeting her eyes, and she will quietly depart. In essence, the Lantern Elder does not seek conflict unless one stares at her persistently. The sequence unfolds as follows. What are you looking at? What of it? Care to take another look? A glance may lead to demise. However, during his second death replay, the Lantern Elder's behavior diverged significantly from the recorded accounts. In this replay, after they had dispatched Erewhon and Aegea, they fled in a frenzy with Aegea's severed arm, pursued relentlessly by a weasel. Just as they were about to reach the village, the Lantern Elder suddenly obstructed their path. Even though the future entity and Wang Zichen refrained from looking at her, she repeatedly barred their way, as if intent on preventing their entry into the village. This was utterly at odds with her supposed non-confrontational nature. It became evident that the Lantern Elder they encountered was not the spectral being they had anticipated. Coupled with the insights he had gained, it was clear that this Lantern Elder was the harbinger of the apocalypse, echoing the prophecy of the venerable Mr. Chang Yaqing. Humans and ghosts coexist. Demons roam the earth. The phrase demons roam the earth could now be interpreted as humanity, harboring demons within their hearts. Thus, the Lantern Elder they encountered was merely a human masquerading as a specter. Upon this realization, goosebumps erupted across Mu Chenyi's skin. Indeed, he should have considered this possibility during the second death replay, for in that replay, the Lantern Elder actively obstructed them, preventing them from bringing Aegea's remaining arm into the village, seemingly intent on allowing that arm to be devoured by the bloodthirsty weasels, thereby facilitating the transformation of those yellow-furred creatures into malevolent beings. The notion that the Lantern Elder they encountered was a human transformed sent a torrent of thoughts racing through his mind. He finally comprehended why, in each death replay, the future entity invariably encountered the Lantern Elder upon approaching the cave. She was, in fact, the ultimate antagonist, guarding her territory, safeguarding Aegea and Erewhon. Yet, the true objective of the Lantern Elder, and why she was the source of the apocalypse, remained a mystery to Mu Chenyi. However, it was increasingly clear that the yellow-furred creatures were perhaps not those nurtured by Aegea, but rather a population that the Lantern Elder had deliberately led Aegea to cultivate. After that group of yellow-skinned creatures devoured their master, the old woman with the lantern would finally achieve her goals. However, the information at hand was still insufficient. He found himself relying heavily on conjecture, hoping that Wang Zichen would soon bring him some valuable news. After all, having learned from past experiences, he was determined to comprehend the full scope of the situation this time, striving for a flawless resolution. He suspected that the sorcerer was merely a new player reward following the system upgrade, and he must secure it for himself. Initially, he believed that, given Wang Zichen's abilities, the information would soon be at his fingertips. Yet, to his astonishment, the next time he laid eyes on Wang Zichen, he was being escorted to their room by a group of villagers. These villagers approached with an air of righteous indignation. Another outsider stepped forward. They bellowed towards their chamber. Peering out the window, Mu Chenyi saw that Wang Zichen was bruised and battered, being supported by 2 young villagers, while their room was surrounded by the peculiar villagers of this strange settlement. With a sigh, he stepped forward and opened the door. Upon seeing Mu Chenyi appear, the villagers' fury intensified. "We offered you both shelter, yet you chose to investigate our village chief," one villager shouted, demanding to know their intentions. The surrounding villagers glared at Mu Chenyi, their expressions suggesting they could pounce upon him at any moment. Chapter 148. The Village Chief's Tale. Mu Chenyi surveyed the angry villagers, who seemed poised to take action. "Humph," he said, his expression darkening as he coldly inquired, "What do you intend to do with my attendant?" "Your attendant?" The villagers exchanged bewildered glances. Even Wang Zichen, caught in their grasp, appeared taken aback. When did he become Muchini's attendant? Yet, he wisely chose to remain silent, sensing that Muchini had a purpose behind his words. Your attendant was prying into our village chief's private affairs. We graciously welcomed you. Yet you chose to investigate us instead. What are your true intentions? A villager retorted, his tone still accusatory. It was I who instructed him to inquire. Muchini stated nonchalantly, openly admitting his role. You. The crowd erupted in anger. How dare he confess? Brothers, seize him and bind him as well. A villager shouted. Do you dare lay a hand on me? Muchini thundered, and suddenly, a radiant title materialized above his head. From his pocket, hundreds of maple leaves surged forth, swirling around him like a miniature tornado. This spectacle left the villagers utterly stunned. One individual trembled as he exclaimed, He is a title holder. Title holder? The villagers were taken aback, their once menacing expressions transforming into ones of trepidation and caution. It was as if a ravenous wolf had suddenly transformed into a meek lamb. The once assertive villagers, who had come to confront the so-called title holder, now found themselves engulfed in fear and trepidation. Release my attendant at once, bellowed Muchini in a furious tone. The two young men who had been restraining Wang Zichen immediately loosened their grip and stepped back. Wang Zichen, bruised and bewildered, stared blankly at Muchini, utterly taken aback. What was happening? If his memory served him correctly, Muchini should have been weaker than he was. Yet, he now found himself in a state of confusion. Just moments ago, this group of villagers had mercilessly beaten him, but now, confronted with someone they deemed weaker, they suddenly exhibited deference? Upon noticing the intensity in Muchini's gaze, he quickly comprehended the situation and hurriedly positioned himself behind Muchini. I am a title holder from Jiangmu town, and I have come to investigate reports of your village harboring a pack of weasels, Muchini proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating with authority. At the mention of his words, the villagers' skepticism vanished in an instant. They promptly knelt before him, exclaiming, We are wronged, my lord. That pack of weasels is being raised by a man known as Shang Gui, and if we do not offer a bowl of our blood each night, he threatens to kill us. We implore you to champion our cause. Wang Zichen stood there, befuddled. He recognized each word Muchini had uttered, yet could not grasp the meaning when they were strung together. Why did it seem as though he and Muchini were engaged in entirely different games? While they were both participating in a survival game, it felt as if Muchini was playing a hacked version. I intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, yet all I received in return was your scorn, and you have reduced my attendant to this state. Muchini remarked coldly. I shall no longer feign. I am indeed a title holder. My purpose here is not only to vanquish Shang Gui and dispel the surrounding fog, but also to investigate his affairs. My lord, please command us, and we shall obey your every directive. The villagers, upon realizing Muchini's intent to confront Shang Gui, displayed their eagerness and swore their loyalty. Muchini, regarding these villagers with a discerning eye, pressed on, Who among you can provide detailed information about the village chief's family? Once he posed the question, a heavy silence enveloped the villagers. They exchanged glances, yet none dared to speak. Just as Muchini began to grow impatient, an elderly man, trembling and leaning on a cane, emerged from the crowd. My lord, I grew up alongside the village chief and possess some knowledge of his circumstances, the old man began, his voice quavering. Speak clearly and thoroughly, Muchini urged, his gaze fixed intently on the elder. The village chief, originally named Song Nanmu, was orphaned at a young age and raised on the charity of the village. My own parents assisted him for a time, the elder recounted slowly. Later, his intelligence and ingenuity came to the fore. During his travels, by a stroke of fate, he saved the daughter of a renowned exorcist. The exorcist's daughter fell head over heels for him, and, feeling indebted for her life, ultimately pledged herself to him. Consequently, the village chief and the exorcist's daughter settled in the town. However, their bliss was short-lived, as the exorcist met his demise during a ghost hunting expedition, falling victim to a malevolent spirit's backlash. Fearing retribution, the village chief and his wife returned to our village, leading a life of ordinary folk. Years later, they welcomed a daughter named Song Qin. Following Song Qin's birth, due to her mother's declining health, they lost the ability to bear more children, which made them particularly devoted to their only daughter. Yet, when Song Qin turned 15, she fell for a poor lad from the neighboring stone village. The village chief and his wife disapproved of the impoverished suitor, fearing that their daughter would suffer should she marry him, and thus denied their union. Nevertheless, their daughter Song Qin seemed resolute in her affection for the young man, and she eloped with him. This incident reportedly caused the village chief's wife to become so furious that she nearly fell ill. At this juncture, the elder paused, his expression darkening. Little did anyone expect that this was merely the beginning. 2 years after Song Qin's elopement, a tragic news arrived. Song Qin and her beloved had unknowingly offended someone, and while conducting business, they were ambushed by a malevolent spirit. Only their daughter was left at home, fortunate to survive under the care of a hired nanny. Following the clues left by the couple, the nanny journeyed from the town to our village, delivering the barely one-year-old girl into the hands of the village chief and his wife. Upon learning of their daughter's death, the village chief and his wife were utterly heartbroken, pouring all their emotions into their granddaughter, whom they named Song Ruan. Upon hearing this name, Mu Chun-yi held his breath, realizing that the crux of the tale was approaching. Under the care of the village chief and his wife, Song Ruan grew up happily. However, the elder sighed deeply. Little did anyone anticipate that Song Ruan would follow in her mother's footsteps. She developed an infatuation for an orphan named Jia from our village. Chapter 149. Who is the lantern-holding old woman? The elder cleared his throat, prompting a nearby villager, who had been engrossed in the tale, to immediately offer him a bowl of water. After taking a sip, the elder continued. The village chief and his wife, having already lost one daughter, could not bear to see their granddaughter repeat the same fate. Therefore, the village chief took matters into his own hands and betrothed his granddaughter to Hao Tao, the eldest son of the Hao family, who were well off and considered a suitable match. Moreover, Hao Tao was honest and simple, posing no threat to their granddaughter. To secure this marriage, the village chief did not hesitate to wield his authority to expel Jia from the village, hoping to dissuade his granddaughter from her infatuation. However, as the elder glanced at the villagers surrounding him, he sighed. The events that followed are well known. On the day of her grand wedding, Song Ruan hanged herself. Even the village chief's wife, unable to bear the weight of such sorrow, soon departed from this world, leaving the chief all alone. At this juncture, the villagers exhibited expressions of sympathy. They all envied the village chief for his prosperous life and the authority he wielded over the village. Yet, who could have imagined that his existence was so tragically desolate? Silence enveloped the crowd. Even Wang Zichen wore a countenance of compassion. Only Mu Chunyi squinted his eyes, pondering aloud. Do you not find this occurrence rather coincidental? What do you mean? The villagers lifted their heads, gazing at him with perplexity. Both his daughter and granddaughter fell in love with the same impoverished lad and eloped, Mu Chunyi murmured. I have never believed in the tale of a princess falling for a knight. This appears to be more of a trap. Princesses are wed to princes. No princess ever marries a knight. He closed his eyes, envisioning a character from this narrative. Subsequently, he opened them and turned to the elder. Old sir, are you certain that your story does not overlook any significant figures, particularly women? How could there be other women involved in the village chief's family matters? The elder's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. However, upon recognizing the esteemed individual before him, his demeanor softened. The village chief married only one wife throughout his life, even after she lost her ability to bear children and eventually passed away. He did not take another wife or concubine. Mu Chunyi fell into contemplation, waving his hand as all the maple leaves hovering above him began to return to the spatial pouch at his waist. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers gasped in awe. Truly, a remarkable title holder, he murmured. But who is the lantern old woman? He pondered. His greatest suspicion regarding the lantern old woman was that she was the village chief's wife. Who among you knows where the village chief's wife's grave is located? He inquired, raising his gaze to the crowd. The villagers exchanged glances, and the elder who had been narrating the tale cautiously asked, esteemed title holder, do you have any connection between the ghost and the grave of the village chief's wife? The ghost bears a significant relation to the unjustly deceased Song Ruan. Do you not see the connection? Mu Chunyi retorted coldly. What? The villagers gasped in astonishment upon hearing his words. Lead the way quickly. I have no time to waste here. Mu Chunyi feigned looking at the sky, intentionally urging them on. I must return to Craftingwood Town by tomorrow. I need to deal with that ghost today. Seeing the title holder's commanding presence, a young man respectfully offered, Sir, the grave lies on the back mountain. Allow me to guide you. Very well. Mu Chunyi nodded with an air of arrogance. There is no turning back now. He can only muster his courage and rely on the reputation of the title holder to intimidate this group of villagers. If they discover that he is merely a paper tiger, his fate would be sealed. A robust man called out, Title holder, please follow me. I must hasten, for we must return to the village before nightfall. Very well. Mu Chunyi clapped Wang Zichen on the shoulder and whispered, Transform and carry me. The villagers were running too swiftly, and he feared he would not be able to keep pace. Without delay, Wang Zichen transformed into the iron-eating beast king, bearing him forward to catch up with the villagers ahead. Many surrounding villagers, intrigued by the spectacle, also pursued them. Simultaneously, a few villagers made their way to the village chief's home, intent on informing him of the unfolding events. Thus, A throng of villagers surged toward the cemetery on the back mountain. After a good 5 or 6 minutes of running, they finally arrived at the cemetery. Upon reaching the site, the leading man guided Mu Qinyi to the innermost grave. As they stood before it, they beheld an inscription on the tombstone, wife of Song Nanmu. Lu Shi, Wang Zichen, uncover this grave. Mu Qinyi dismounted from the iron-eating beast king and gave Wang Zichen a playful pat on the head. Do not worry, it is empty, Mu Qinyi reassured him. Upon hearing this, Wang Zichen steeled himself and approached, using his powerful paw to lift the entire grave. At that moment, the villagers trailing behind finally arrived, along with the breathless village chief, Song Nanmu. Seeing Mu Qinyi about to disturb the grave of his deceased wife ignited a fierce rage within him, and he bellowed, "What do you think you are doing?" But before he could finish, Wang Zichen had already uncovered the coffin within the grave. Wow! All the villagers who witnessed the interior of the coffin gasped in astonishment. In that instant, Mu Qinyi also beheld the revelation before them. The coffin was utterly empty. An empty coffin. In light of the spectacle, Mu Qinyi clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Old woman with the lantern, it is indeed you. How is this possible?" Village Chief Song Nanmu, upon realizing that his wife's coffin was devoid of contents, approached in disbelief, staring intently at the vacant coffin, incredulously murmuring, "No, I personally placed her inside. How could she have vanished?" The villagers buzzed with speculation. Song Nanmu, I have several questions for you. Mu Qinyi directed his gaze toward the village chief, his tone composed. Do you recall how your parents met their demise? Song Nanmu was taken aback. He lifted his gaze to Mu Qinyi, and upon noticing the glimmering title above his head, he comprehended that this individual was the title holder who had come to the village to exorcise evil, as the villagers had recently informed him. My parents were murdered by monsters when I was very young. He gritted through clenched teeth. Now for the second question. Mu Qinyi scrutinized him intently. Your wife's father is not merely an exorcist. He is, in fact, a ghost-raising master, is he not? Boom. Like a clap of thunder, Song Nanmu's gaze shot up towards him. How do you know? Chapter 150. The Approaching Truth. What? The surrounding villagers were incredulous upon hearing the village chief's admission. Mu Qinyi observed the village chief, who seemed utterly defeated, as he continued. The reputation of ghost-raising masters is notoriously dreadful. That is why you falsely claim that your father-in-law is a great exorcist. In truth, he was not killed by a ghost while on the path of exorcism. He perished instead from the backlash of the very spirits he raised. Am I correct? Song Nanmu slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant, nodding slightly. In reality, your father-in-law did not die, nor did your wife. Mu Qinyi suddenly uttered a statement that took Song Nanmu by surprise. What do you mean? He lifted his head abruptly. The lifespan of titled individuals is exceptionally long, potentially spanning hundreds or even thousands of years. They will stop at nothing to enhance their power. Mu Qinyi elaborated slowly. Your wife, in her quest for advancement, likely resorted to some form of dark sorcery. She employed this dark art to harm numerous loving couples. To master this sorcery, the last pair she harmed must share her bloodline, one being human and the other a ghost. Mu Qinyi analyzed based on visions he had observed through his eye of death. In pursuit of her goal, she probably covertly orchestrated her daughter and granddaughter's lives with those two young men, did she not? This was the question he had been grappling with. But now it all made sense. A princess would not wed a knight. She would only marry a prince. Yet, what if the king decreed that the princess marry the knight? The desolate graveyard now hinted at the complexity of the village chief's wife. Coupled with the revelation he gleaned from the death replay regarding the lantern-bearing old woman being the source of doom, he could firmly deduce that the village chief's wife was indeed the old woman masquerading as a ghost. Every single element, including village chief Song Nanmu, their daughter, their granddaughter Song Wansu, and Ajia, were mere pawns in the old woman's game. The old woman feigned marriage to Song Nanmu, then manipulated her daughter into falling for a poor lad from the neighboring village. After orchestrating their demise, she repeated the scheme with her granddaughter and Ajia. On the other hand, she enlisted the village chief as the villain, severing the ties between the two lovers. Subsequently, she incited her granddaughter to commit suicide in a tragic act of love. Before all this, Mu Qinyi had harbored a perplexity. Why? Upon Ajia returning as a mid-level ghost raiser, did Song Wansu's spirit linger? Logically, a soul should dissipate within 7 days after death. Now he understood. Following Song Wansu's death, her spirit had been preserved by the lantern-bearing old woman. Moreover, this old woman, or rather, her father, might very well be Ajia's master. When Ajia returned to the village graveyard, the lantern-bearing old woman restored Song Wanwan's soul to her body, allowing Ajia to successfully extract it and transform it into a ghostly entity. Subsequently, the old woman, in collaboration with her father, discreetly advised Ajia to rear weasels as a substitute for the blood-drinking rodents, which would serve as nourishment for the ghost. However, unbeknownst to Ajia, he and Song Wanwan were, in fact, the true sustenance. A powerful ghost master possesses a lifespan that spans hundreds, if not thousands, of years, and it is entirely plausible to complete this elaborate scheme to elevate one's rank in less than a century. This encapsulates the entirety of the narrative arc. Commenced the judgment scale. Mu Chenyu silently intoned. In his mind's eye, the image of a balanced scale, half angel and half demon, materialized once more. As of now, what is the probability of my achieving a perfect completion? He inquired of the judgment scale. As the little demon ascended, the angelic side of the scale tilted downward. Not quite reaching the bottom, yet perilously close. The weight of the angel exceeded that of the demon, indicating a substantial probability, at least over 90, of his flawless passage through the instance. This also suggested that his deductions were largely correct, though still not without minor flaws. So, what had been overlooked? Let us proceed. Mu Chenyu clapped Wang Zichen on the back, then called out to the villagers, "Everyone, I am heading to the cave to confront the upper ghost. Please return to the village and await my news." He surmised that the final piece of the puzzle might lie with Ajia and Erwan. Upon hearing that Mu Chenyu was finally willing to slay the ghost, the villagers erupted in excitement. Ah, where are we going? Wang Zichen was bewildered. Hadn't they just arrived in this apocalyptic setting? How could they be off to vanquish a ghost so soon? That way, Mu Chenyu pointed out a path. Oh, understood. Wang Zichen, still in the form of an iron-eating beast king, took Mu Chenyu's directive seriously and dashed toward the cave's location. In just a few minutes, the figures of the two vanished into the thick mist. Once enveloped in the fog, their pace began to slow. Brother Mu, what is the situation now? Wang Zichen inquired cautiously as he navigated the mist. Mu Chenyu had no intention of withholding information and recounted everything he knew in detail. Since he had the opportunity to earn a perfect reward, he was determined to ensure Wang Zichen reaped some benefits as well, to share in the spoils of the system. Only he could rely on the dagger of termination to defeat the lantern-bearing old woman, thus claiming the lion's share of the rewards while allowing Wang Zichen to savor a taste of the bounty. So, are we now on our way to meet that star-crossed couple of human and ghost? Wang Zichen couldn't help but exclaim after listening to Mu Chenyu's account. Indeed, Mu Chenyu clarified, we are still a step away from perfect completion, so we must gather the final piece of information. Upon hearing this, Wang Zichen immediately vowed with unwavering confidence, "Oh, I understand. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. The air is arid. Be cautious of fire." Suddenly, a ghostly voice echoed in their ears. What the hell? Wang Zichen felt as though his soul was about to escape him, for he had noticed a figure of an old woman emanating a crimson glow before him. Thanks to Mu Chenyu's earlier explanation, he understood that this lantern-bearing crone was the ultimate boss of the apocalyptic dungeon. Do not gaze upon her. This is the lantern old woman. If you stare at her for more than 3 seconds, she will twist your head off and place it into her lantern, Mu Chenyu exclaimed. However, his words were not directed at Wang Zichen, but rather intended for the lantern old woman herself. This entity was not a mere specter, but a spirit master in disguise, capable of comprehending human speech. Therefore, he had to feign ignorance regarding her true identity. All right, I see. Wang Zichen understood Mu Chenyu's intent and turned his panda-headed figure away, avoiding the gaze of the lantern old woman. Thus, the two of them cautiously distanced themselves from this enigmatic boss. Throughout their escape, Mu Chenyu kept a firm grip on the dagger of termination at his chest. Should the lantern old woman resort to underhanded tactics against them, he would have no choice but to confront her, risking an imperfect completion of the dungeon. Chapter 151. The Truth Before Long. The two stumbled upon a cave. Having encountered numerous caverns before, Mu Chenyu recognized that they had finally reached their destination. He gently patted Wang Zichen, signaling him to proceed inside. Wang Zichen carried him downwards, and soon they noticed a statue at the cave's base, featuring a weasel's head atop a human body. At their arrival, a multitude of glowing eyes appeared around them, fixated intently on their presence. Brother Mu, what should we do now? Wang Zichen inquired, a hint of fear lacing his voice. Mu Chenyu did not respond, but instead dismounted and surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, he shouted, Ajia, I know how to save Song Wanwan. From behind a stone wall, a young man abruptly emerged from the shadows, his slightly reddened eyes locked onto Mu Chenyu. Did you just say you know how to save Erwan? Ajia, please don't act impulsively. I need to ask you a few questions. Mu Chenyu regarded the youth before him. In the third death replay, this young man had personally gifted him a manual on spirit mastery, which indicated that he possessed a fundamentally good nature. Can you truly save Erwan? Ajia's voice trembled, devoid of the hostility that had characterized their previous encounters. I can save her, Mu Chenyu asserted with conviction. For in the third death replay, Ajia had revealed that the future entity was the savior of both himself and Ruan. He surmised that the key to rescuing the two individuals from their dire predicament must be linked to the demise of the old woman with the lantern. If you can save Erwan, I am willing to repay you with unwavering loyalty, Ajia declared promptly. First, I have a question for you. No, you should bring Song Ruan out. I wish to pose a few inquiries to her. Muchini contemplated momentarily before gesturing dismissively. Are you looking for me? A melodious voice resonated, and soon, a girl gracefully emerged from the wall. Wang Zichen, positioned behind Muchini, was taken aback despite having mentally prepared himself. He instinctively recoiled behind Muchini. The girl possessed a delicate and charming visage, her expression vibrant and alive, a stark contrast to the lifelessness they had previously encountered. Song Ruan, I am eager to know one thing. When you were with Ajia, did your grandmother initially approve of your relationship? Muchini inquired. Song Ruan seemed taken aback by the question, and even Ajia, standing beside her, was momentarily stunned. Ajia blinked and turned to Song Ruan. Erwan, did your grandmother approve of us at the beginning? Yes, Song Ruan nodded gently. My grandmother told me that a girl should boldly pursue her love and live for herself. Thus she supported our relationship. However, later on, I do not know why, after my grandfather mentioned a marriage prospect, my grandmother suddenly opposed my relationship with Ajia. I was perplexed at that time, and my subsequent suicide was largely influenced by my grandmother's unexpected reversal. Is that so? A cold glint flickered in Muchini's eyes upon hearing this, as everything began to align. Now, I have a second question for Ajia. He turned his gaze towards Ajia and asked, was your master, who taught you to become an intermediate ghost tamer, male or female? Male, of course. What of it? Ajia replied, puzzled. Oh, so that means Ajia's master is the father of the old woman with the lantern, making him the father-in-law of the village chief. He continued his interrogation. Who taught you to raise the blood-drinking mice? My master did, Ajia responded, his patience wearing thin. Are you going to help me save Erwan or not? And who are you exactly? Sensing Ajia's rising anger, Song Ruan quickly grasped his hand, gently caressing it in a soothing manner. How many have you raised? Muchini pressed on, unfazed. I bought 25 initially, but over the years, they have bred considerably, perhaps around 100 now? Ajia speculated. 100? The corner of Muchini's mouth twitched. In the second death replay, the weasel that had chased him and Wang Zichen numbered at least 1,000. Yet, the owner claimed there were only 100? I must assert that there are at least 1,000 weasels in your vicinity. Muchini fixed his gaze on him. Impossible. Ajia's brow furrowed even deeper. How could I not know how many I have raised? Because they are not yours at all. Muchini spoke sharply, immediately following with, one last question. Do you recognize the old woman with the lantern outside? She is a spirit I captured to protect this place, Ajia replied. Upon hearing this, Muchini smiled. Well then, it seems we have successfully completed our challenge. Just as Ajia looked at Muchini in confusion, ready to ask more, a faint voice echoed from above their cave. The weather is dry. Beware of fire. When Muchini and Wang Zichen turned back, they beheld an elderly woman holding a red lantern, slowly approaching them, her squinted eyes fixed intently on the group. Who allowed you to enter? Quickly leave. Ajia, seeing the lantern-bearing old woman, could not contain his anger. Yet, the old woman seemed unfazed, continuing her advance. The weather is dry. Beware of fire. Well, Song Ruan, aren't you going to greet your grandmother? Muchini's demeanor became considerably more relaxed, as this did not hinder his search for the other party. However, the necessary procedures could not be overlooked. My grandmother? Song Ruan's expression was one of surprise. Lu, how long do you intend to keep up this charade? Muchini's gaze remained fixed on the old woman, his tone icy. To enhance your cultivation, you would even sacrifice your own flesh and blood. You are more detestable than the spirits themselves. Upon hearing Muchini's words, the old woman's movements halted for a moment. Gradually, she raised her head, her squinted eyes wide open, her murky gaze locking onto Muchini. Undeterred, Muchini met her stare with cold indifference. Who are you? And why do you thwart my grandmother's plans? The old woman inquired slowly, her tone accusatory. What wicked practices have you engaged in? Muchini narrowed his eyes, questioning why one would intertwine love with spirits, especially when one had a blood relation. Why should I tell you? The old woman dropped her pretense, letting out a fierce scream as her hands morphed into deadly blades, lunging violently at Muchini. Sigh. Although I have completed the challenge perfectly, I still wish to add something as proof of my success. But since you seek your own demise, there is little I can do. Muchini sighed, drawing the dagger of termination from around his neck. Go. He aimed the dagger at the old woman who had discarded her red lantern. Chapter 152. Perfect completion. Attaining the title of Divine Sorcerer. Ding. Congratulations to host Mu Chini for successfully completing the instance. Human Spirit Taboo. Completion level. Perfect. Ding. Congratulations to player Wang Zichen for assisting in completing the instance. Human Spirit Taboo. Completion level. Perfect. Rewards for host Mu Chini will be issued after the end of this apocalypse, granting him the qualification to become an unrestricted divine sorcerer. Rewards for player Wang Zichen will be issued after the end of this apocalypse, granting him the qualification to become a low-tier divine sorcerer. Player Mu Chi and Wang Zichen completed the dungeon in under 2 hours, an unprecedented feat. They have 29 days and 22 hours remaining in this dungeon. Due to their actions in slaying the daughter of the ghost-raising master Lu Manian, they now face the enmity of the master himself. The system presented a choice: to remain in the dungeon or return to reality. With the sound of the system echoing around them, Mu Chi found himself once again holding the dagger that had ended the life of the Lantern Granny. Glancing at the corpse on the ground, Mu Chi smirked. Simultaneously, at the moment of the Lantern Granny's demise, a streak of light surged forth and entered Song Wanwan's body. Her ghostly form visibly began to rejuvenate. As her body restored, the surrounding weasels emitted anguished cries, with several disintegrating into nothingness upon their true master's death. Unable to maintain their original state, they perished one after another. Feeling her transformation, Song Wanwan joyfully exclaimed to Ajia, "Ajia, I feel so much stronger. All those restraints have vanished, and now I no longer need to consume those weasels daily to sustain this state." "Is that truly so?" Ajia asked, his voice trembling with delight as he touched her body. "Enough of your affection," Mu Chi interjected, feeling a pang of jealousy as he witnessed their tender interaction. "I have something to inquire of you. Answer me truthfully." "Senior." Ajia abruptly turned, kneeling before Mu Chi and bowing 3 times. "From this day forth, you shall be my rebirth parents. Wherever you direct me, I shall follow. If you command me to do something distasteful, I shall comply without question." Mu Chi felt exasperated. "I do not wish for such obedience. First, tell me how one becomes a god spellcaster." "A god spellcaster?" Ajia hesitated before responding. "Senior, it requires innate talent. However, if you wish to try, you can seek out a guild called the Divine Spirit Society in Craftwood Town. With a fee, they will guide you to sense a deity." Divine Spirit Society. Mu Chi noted this name carefully. "Senior, might I ask how you came to know that the Lantern Granny was my grandmother?" Song Wanwan interjected curiously. "No, you need not know." Mu Chi evaded her question. Song Wanwan was taken aback. "By the way, I do have a matter for you to assist me with." Mu Chi directed his request at Ajia. "Senior, please command me." Ajia replied eagerly. "There is a man-eating monster on the road from the village to Craftwood Town. I require your assistance in dealing with it," Mu Chi stated, looking at him intently. "Can you manage that?" "Senior, are you referring to the giant-mouthed burrowing beast?" Ajia asked. Ajia recognized the name of the creature and immediately declared, "The giant-mouthed burrowing beast is an epic-level moderate monster. I can only match its strength, but I cannot slay it. Allow me to take charge." Upon hearing their conversation, Song Wanwan stepped forward, saying, "I feel that my current power is nearly at the legendary level. I believe I can easily vanquish that monster." Ajia, standing beside her, expressed his concern. "Do not worry. I am indeed quite formidable now," Song Wanwan said, clenching her fist, her expression adorably fierce. The 2 single men nearby could hardly bear to watch. Mu Chinyu and Wang Zichen both covered their eyes in disbelief. "Senior, when do you plan to confront the giant-mouthed burrowing beast?" Ajia finally could not restrain his curiosity. "Tomorrow. We shall set off in the morning, and I will come to find you with this bear," Mu Chinyu confirmed, primarily wishing to wait until the Eye of Death could be used once more for assurance before embarking. While enhancing one's strength is undoubtedly crucial, preserving one's life is of paramount importance. They still had 30 days to remain here, equating to nearly 30 uses of the death replay, an opportunity that must be wisely seized. After finalizing the departure time with Ajia and Wanwan, Mu Chinyu and Wang Zichen exited the cave. "Shall we return to the village now, Brother Mu?" Wang Zichen inquired. "Indeed," Mu Chinyu replied, observing the dissipating mist around them. Despite being accompanied by Ajia and Wanwan on their journey to Jiangmu Town, unforeseen issues were likely to arise. As the fog gradually thinned, they swiftly returned to the enigmatic village. At that moment, several villagers awaited at the entrance, eagerly gazing into the distance. Upon spotting Mu Chinyu and Wang Zichen, the villagers erupted in cheers. The title holder has returned triumphantly. Sitting atop the iron-eating beast king, Mu Chinyu waved to the crowd. "Dear friends, I have dealt with the specter. I shall depart for the town tomorrow and require one more night's stay in the village." Title holder, "Stay at my house. I have just slaughtered a chicken." Title holder, "I will soon be butchering a pig. Please reside at my home." the villagers clamored, eager for the honor of hosting the title holder, for such a privilege could be boasted about for a lifetime. However, Mu Chenyu declined their offers, shaking his head. I shall stay in the same room as before. Please do not send me food tonight, nor disturb me. With that, he and Wang Zichen returned to their humble abode. This simply won't do. How can the title holder reside in such a rudimentary place? The villagers exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of their earlier oversight. When the two had first arrived, the villagers had hastily arranged accommodations, underestimating their significance. Who could have anticipated that one of them was a title holder come to exorcise demons? Ignoring the villagers' opinions, Mu Chani returned to his room, retrieving some provisions brought from the real world to share with Wang Zichen. For a while, the two remained sequestered in the room, waiting patiently. An intriguing incident occurred. Many villagers had forgotten about Mu Chani's slaying of the specter and placed a bowl of their own blood at their doorsteps. However, upon awakening the next day and discovering the blood congealed in the bowl, they suddenly realized the Lord of the Spirits had been vanquished by the title holder. Chapter 153. Entering Jiangmu Town. Ding. The cooldown for your Eye of Death has ended. Mu Chani, clutching his waist, sat up from the rigid bed, internally reciting, activate the Eye of Death. Subsequently, he lay back down to sleep. Recently, the prevalence of specters had made entry into the town cost 100 coins. What? You have none. Begone. The soldier, clad in armor, shoved Future Body and Wang Zichen, causing them to stumble. Brother, how about we trade some goods with you? Wang Zichen offered, pulling out a few pieces of white bread and smiling apologetically. My brother and I just arrived from afar, and we've exhausted our funds along the way. Might you consider a concession? What rubbish is this? The soldier, seeing the bread in Wang Zichen's hands, felt insulted and barked, Get lost. If you linger here, I'll make sure you regret it. Seeing the soldier's refusal to relent, Future Body had no choice but to pull Wang Zichen away. If I had known, I would have asked those villagers for some money. This is simply revolting. Wang Zichen grumbled. Given the circumstances, we must devise alternative solutions. Future Body responded with a calm demeanor. He gazed toward the city wall, where the gate bustled with comings and goings, and above it, the words, Jiangmu Town. The wall bore an ancient charm, evoking a sense of time travel to antiquity. Shall we return to the village for some coins? Wang Zichen suggested. As title holders, how could we not muster a mere 100 coins? What would the villagers think of us? Future Body countered. Moreover, it's getting late. By the time we return, night will have fallen, and this world's darkness is perilous. Perhaps you should reveal your savior title to those guards. Surely, they would grant you passage, Wang Zichen proposed. I am unworthy of such a title. Future Body's eyelid twitched in distress. If I possessed the strength of a special title holder, it would be different, but even a mere villager could easily best us. Revealing my special title before so many would be tantamount to courting death. What then shall we do? Wang Zichen despondently hung his head. The guard had mentioned that due to the rampant specters, the fee of 100 coins was enforced. In the realm of the future, lingering outdoors may render us prey to malevolent spirits. Wang Zichen, startled by this prospect, turned pale and asked, What shall we do now? The future entity replied, We must devise a means to enter the city. Otherwise, the night in this world is perilous. With our current capabilities, we would scarcely serve as a morsel for the specters. As the future entity spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the throngs of individuals entering and exiting through the city gates. It was unfortunate that they were too feeble at present. Otherwise, they could have resorted to a brazen robbery for the mere 200 coins required for entry. One wondered how long they would remain outside Craftwood Town. However, as night descended, the flow of people began to dwindle. The soldier who had been guarding the gate soon noticed the lingering presence of the future entity and Wang Zichen. Furrowing his brow, he approached them and inquired, Why do you linger here? The night is rife with spirits. Do you wish to become their sustenance? The future entity quickly fabricated a tale of woe, saying, Sir, we were abducted by a merchant caravan and, seizing an opportunity when the master was distracted, my brother and I escaped from the convoy. We are utterly destitute. The soldier probed further, From whence do you hail? To which the future entity replied, Our home is in Geta Village, though we are lost now. Sir, could you guide us back to Geta Village? A few tears welled in the corners of his eyes. What manner of place is Geta Village? The soldier pondered momentarily, then murmured, There is no such place near Craftwood Town. At this realization, a glimmer of insight flashed in the soldier's eyes, unnoticed by both the future entity and Wang Zichen. Sir, is there anything else you wish to convey? The future entity pressed. Enough. The soldier interrupted. Remaining outside is tantamount to awaiting death. I have a proposition for you, a job that pays 200 coins daily. Will you accept? If so, I shall escort you into the town. Yes, indeed. Both the future entity and Wang Zichen eagerly nodded. Very well, stand by the gate. When the time comes to close it, I shall call for you, the soldier asserted. By the way, my name is Zhao Dezuzu. You may address me as Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao, you are truly a benevolent soul, the future entity extolled with fervor. Zhao Dezuzu feigned modesty with a nod before resuming his duties at the gate, scrutinizing those entering and exiting the city. By this hour, most were entering, for as night fell, few dared to venture outside. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, the moment to close the gates finally arrived. Zhao Dezuzu removed his soldier's armor and approached the two, saying, "Follow me." He then led them into Craftwood Town. At long last, the opportunity to enter the city had presented itself, and both the future entity and Wang Zichen could scarcely contain their excitement. Having qualified to become spellcasters, all they needed was to locate the guild mentioned by Jia, where they could commune with the deities and fulfill their aspirations of becoming spellcasters. Jiangmu Town, akin to the ancient city walls that encircle it, is adorned with structures steeped in a rich historical ambience. Some time-worn marble stones have been arranged to form the streets, flanked on either side by courtyards of varying sizes. In stark contrast to the eerie tranquility of the village at night, Jiangmu Town boasts bustling thoroughfares illuminated by glowing lanterns, teeming with passers-by and exuding a vibrant atmosphere. Brother Zhao, aren't the residents here afraid of being devoured by malevolent spirits when they venture out at night? In our village, once darkness falls, everyone retreats to their homes, inquired the future entity, feigning astonishment. Zhao Dezu's expression bore a hint of disdain. Your village merely posts a ghost-repelling talisman at the entrance, while our town is protected by a ghost-repelling formation personally arranged by a master sorcerer. Can they possibly be compared? What exactly is a ghost-repelling formation, Brother Zhao? The future entity asked. According to national regulations, every village must possess a ghost-repelling talisman, while every town must be equipped with a ghost-repelling formation. The talisman can only ward off minor spirits of epic and quality grades, whereas the formation can suppress most legendary spirits. Would you not agree that such a formation is impressive? Zhao explained, delineating the hierarchy of spirit classifications: ordinary, quality, epic, legendary, mythical, disaster, and cosmic grades. Upon hearing Zhao Dezu's remarks, the future entity did not blindly extol its virtues but continued to express confusion. Brother Zhao, what are those lower-tier spirits, such as the fecal grade and greasy grade? At this inquiry, the last vestige of Zhao Dezu's wariness dissipated. He waved his hand dismissively. You know about the titled beings, right? That classification pertains to their levels. You seem rather uninformed. Nevertheless, you understand that the ghost-repelling formation can fend off exceptionally powerful spirits, while your village's talisman can only deter weaker ones. Does that clarify things for you? The future entity nodded eagerly. I understand now. Meanwhile, Wang Zichen, nestled behind the future entity, refrained from speaking. I am about to take you to a place where you can earn your keep doing simple chores and still have money to spare. Zhao Dezu's declared as he strode down the street, pausing at a wonton shop to call out, Hey boss, 3 bowls of wontons, please. Coming right up. The proprietor responded promptly. Zhao Dezu's then turned to the future entity and Wang Zichen with a reassuring smile. Rest assured, these wontons are on me. Brother Zhao, you are truly kind. The future entity exclaimed, though internally, a note of caution began to stir. In this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Was Zhao Dezu's generosity a bit excessive? The 3 bowls of wontons arrived swiftly, and the future entity gazed hesitantly at the clear broth. Zhao Dezu's took a sip, observing the two who remained still, and urged, Go on, I've insisted you enjoy this. With a deep breath, the future entity reassured himself. This is the lively town, surely. Zhao Dezu's would not dare to drug him in front of so many witnesses. With that thought, he picked up his spoon and began to eat. Wang Zichen, seeing him partake, quickly followed suit. 3 individuals began to savor their wontons when suddenly, a commotion arose. Make way! Make way! A horse-drawn carriage barreled into the narrow town street, prompting numerous pedestrians to step aside in reverence upon recognizing the insignia on the carriage. The vehicle careened past the wonton shop, allowing the trio inside to glimpse its passage. The future entity turned to Zhao Dezuzu, noticing the glimmer of envy in his eyes. Brother Zhao, is it permissible for a carriage to roam freely within the town? He feigned curiosity as he inquired. In truth, he was well aware that such brazen behavior was unequivocally prohibited. Earlier, he had observed several carriages entering through the town gates, noting that the drivers dismounted upon entry, clearly indicating that the use of carriages within the town was forbidden. The carriage that passed must belong to someone of considerable standing. It was none other than the renowned ghost exorcist master, Li Yuntian. Both the ghost exorcist and talisman's master possessed the right to operate carriages within the town and to establish academies for disciples. Zhao Dezuzu elaborated, his tone imbued with envy. To attain the title of a master is to possess not only a spacious courtyard but also immense privileges. Our esteemed master Li Yuntian boasts a courtyard exceeding 200 square meters and has taken 12 beautiful concubines. Moreover, his academy is home to over 100 disciples. Each disciple contributes 200 taels of silver annually, a sum substantial enough to purchase a modest dwelling on the town's outskirts, not to mention the considerable number of disciples. Upon hearing this, the future entity raised an eyebrow, eager to inquire about the path to becoming an apprentice under such ghostly or talismanic masters. However, as he began to speak, a wave of dizziness overtook him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Zhao Dezuzu. The wontons are poisoned. This was the last coherent thought of the future entity. With a thud, both he and Wang Zichen collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Once they lay there, the benevolence previously etched on Zhao Dezuzu's face was replaced by a sinister grin. He approached the two, smirking as he slapped the face of the future entity. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He then exchanged a knowing glance with the wonton shop owner. The proprietor nodded, retrieving several lengths of coarse rope from the kitchen. Together with Zhao Dezuzu, they bound the two and tossed them onto a rickshaw. The passers-by outside the wonton shop witnessed this scene, yet they appeared desensitized, merely glancing before resuming their own affairs. Meanwhile, Zhao Dezuzu pushed the rickshaw carrying the future entity and Wang Zichen, eventually arriving at a secluded courtyard named Chunyuang Lu, where he sought out the steward. Two young lads. Fit and healthy. You are a regular customer. Let's settle on a price. The plump one for 100 taels, the lean one for 80 taels. Agreed. Thus, the comatose future entity and Wang Zichen were sold without any knowledge of their circumstances. The following morning, as the observing Mu Qinyu regained his vision, the future entity awakened. First swatting a mosquito that had alighted on his face, and then abruptly turning to gaze at Wang Zichen, who lay asleep upon a mound of grass. As he surveyed his surroundings, it became evident that they were in a dimly lit room, resting upon a small pile of grass. Wang Zichen, drool pooling at the base of his neck, was in a deep slumber. He checked his person, and fortunately, the Qinkuan bag in his pocket remained intact. Wang Fatty. He gently shook Wang Zichen's arm. Wang Zichen slowly stirred awake, shaking his head before looking at the future entity with confusion. Mu brother, how did you end up here? The future entity pondered briefly before explaining, we were deceived yesterday. We must now be imprisoned. Imprisoned? Wang Zichen sat up, glancing around and patting his stomach. Let us eat something first. The future entity retrieved some compressed biscuits and mineral water from the Qinkuan bag. Just as they began to nibble on the biscuits, the future entity's ears perked up as he heard footsteps approaching from outside. He swiftly stowed away the biscuits and water into the Qinkuan bag and exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Zichen. Wang Zichen nodded in understanding, narrowing his eyes. Bang! The door to the room was suddenly kicked open, revealing a man with the title of a lowly ghost tamer, who scrutinized the pair. Awake, are you? Someone has sold you here. From today onwards, you are residents of the Spring Garden, and I am called Yuren. You may refer to me as Butler Yu. Spring Garden? Wang Zichen exclaimed, a brothel. Upon hearing this, a flicker of irritation crossed Butler Yu's face. Our establishment is a legitimate venue of refinement, not to be compared with those sordid brothels. Now get up. Meanwhile, the observing Mu Qinyu scrutinized the lowly ghost tamer's head. Though ghost tamers are one of the 4 major professions, they are despised by humanity. Yet here stood the steward of a brothel, embodying such a detested vocation. Butler Yu, we have come to Jiangmu town seeking the Divine Society. If you could assist us in reaching the Divine Society, we would be eternally grateful. The future entity rose, cupping his fists in respect. Oh dear. Butler Yu exaggeratedly feigned surprise. Seeking the Divine Society, are you? Why not claim to be divine spellcasters instead? You truly dare to speak such boldness. His expression then turned icy. Regardless of whether you are of the Divine Society, even if you were the Lord's own son, you are now our ghost slaves. If you do not follow, you shall go hungry today. With that, he turned and left. The future entity and Wang Zichen exchanged a glance and had no choice but to follow him. The current developments have exceeded their expectations, leaving them to navigate each step as it comes. Chapter 155. The ghostly servants. They noticed that Steward Yu did not depart directly, but rather entered several other thatched cottages, awakening numerous youths of a similar age to theirs. Unlike their humble abode, these cottages contained wooden beds, and the youths appeared utterly drained, their faces bearing signs of fatigue, dark circles under their eyes, and skin of a jaundiced hue, all of which hinted at their indulgence in activities detrimental to their vitality. Observing their condition, Wang Zichen could not help but whisper to his future self, Brother Mu, do you think these fellows misbehaved last night? The future self shook his head, burdened with unspoken concerns. Ultimately, Steward Yu escorted a group of over a dozen youths, akin to the future self, into the Spring Garden Pavilion. As they walked, the steward instructed, "Whatever you witness here, keep it to yourselves, understood?" "Understood," the youths responded in unison. Upon entering through the back door of the pavilion, they were greeted by a warm breeze, followed by the sight of fluttering sheer curtains. A delicate fragrance wafted into the youth's nostrils, accompanied by the melodious strains of string instruments. Enchanting and uplifting, evoking a sense of tranquility. Within, they beheld an array of exquisite furnishings and decorations, intricately carved wooden beds, embroidered screens, and priceless jade ornaments. Beneath the gauzy veils, the youths glimpsed graceful silhouettes. The previously listless youths felt their spirits lift as they beheld those figures, their once dull gazes now sparkling with life. Even Wang Zichen's eyes glimmered with excitement as he eagerly observed the silhouettes beneath the screens. "Today, I must have that chubby one." At that moment, from behind one of the screens, a slender figure rose, her delicate fingers pointing towards Wang Zichen's position. After gesturing, she turned and walked towards the adjoining room. "You, go to that room." Steward Yu commanded Wang Zichen. "Me?" he exclaimed, astonished. "Hurry up," the steward urged impatiently. "Coming, my dear," Wang Zichen replied, excitement radiating from him as he dashed towards the room. However, halfway there, he turned and waved to his future self. "Brother Mu, see you soon." From the future self's perspective, Wang Zichen discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with him. The future self understood instantly. Wang Zichen had not been ensnared by the allure of beauty. As a player seasoned by over 6 months in apocalyptic scenarios, he certainly recognized that something was amiss here. His earlier act of feigning infatuation was merely a strategy to lower everyone's guard. In the ensuing moments, various women continued to select youths to enter, all of whom excitedly followed suit. Of course, the future self was not exempt from this fate. He was also singled out by a woman, and under the threatening gaze of the steward, he reluctantly stepped into the chamber she had entered. Upon her arrival in the room, he immediately beheld a woman draped in tattered cloth upon the bed. Her countenance was adorned with an alluring charm, and with her captivating, fox-like eyes, she beckoned him playfully, saying, "Come, dear newcomer, why not show some affection to your sister?" The vixen, who thrived on drawing the life force from men as her means of cultivation, could ensnare any man who succumbed to her allure, rendering him a mere puppet thereafter. This thought echoed in both the future self and the observing Mu Chenyu's minds. Having encountered such tales within the collection of the Prophecy of Filth, once entangled with this vixen, one would irrevocably become her marionette. Contemplating this, he touched the dagger of the end that hung around his neck. "Come play with me, darling." The vixen writhed restlessly, her seductive eyes seemingly on the verge of melting. However, the future self did not gaze upon her. Instead, his attention turned to the bustling street outside. The Chun Garden Pavilion, where they found themselves, was undoubtedly the most vibrant location in Jiangmu town, teeming with a throng of people. After solidifying his plan, he silently uttered an apology to Fatty Wang and suddenly drew forth the dagger of the end. "Go." The dagger soared forth with a piercing swiftness. With a soft thud, it embedded itself into the vixen's chest, much to her incredulity. The dagger vanished, leaving her lifeless form to slump onto the bed, ultimately transforming into a pristine, three-tailed fox spirit. Indeed, she was a vixen. The future self approached and stowed the vixen's body into a spatial bag, swiftly moving to the window, relying on his superior combat skills to leap forth. Utilizing a few footholds and executing a series of graceful tumbles, he successfully landed on the marble street below. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively parted, gazing at the future self with astonishment. He scanned the crowd, quickly locating a narrow alleyway, and slipped inside. Shortly after his escape, the steward, devoid of any lowly ghost-taming skills, burst out of the Chun Garden Pavilion, shouting, "Quickly! Capture that little thief! He has stolen our precious belongings." Upon his command, a squad of guards emerged from the pavilion, pursuing the direction of the future self. These guards charged recklessly, toppling many citizens who stood in their path. Witnessing the brazen behavior of the Chun Garden Pavilion's personnel, the townsfolk could only retreat in silence, brimming with indignation. Hours later, before the entrance of a certain church in Jiangmu town, the future self gazed up at the sign, feeling a lump in his throat. Is this the Divine Society Guild? For several hours, he employed a myriad of methods, disguises, and alterations to evade the pursuit of the Spring Garden Pavilion. After inquiring for directions multiple times, he finally located the Divine Society. Gazing at the structure resembling a church, he inhaled deeply and stepped inside. However, he was immediately confronted by a guard who blocked his path, demanding, "What is your purpose here?" The future self explained, "I have come to become a spellcaster." Upon hearing this, the guard's expression turned to one of contempt. Begone. Since when does a beggar aspire to be a spellcaster? The future self inquired. What are the requirements to become a spellcaster? How much does it cost to enter? Previously, Ajia had informed him that after finding the Divine Society, one merely needed to part with a sum of money to have the opportunity to become a spellcaster. It certainly isn't something a beggar like you can afford. Now leave. The guard, seeing that Mu Chini was reluctant to depart, rolled up his sleeves, prepared to take action. Thus, the future self had no choice but to retreat for the time being. Unable to contend with the inhabitants of this world, fleeing was his only option. Once he escaped, he began contemplating a strategy to infiltrate the Divine Society. Observing this, Mu Chini resolved that after witnessing this replay of death, he must inquire with Ajia about the cost of entry into the Divine Society. Otherwise, knowing only that money was required would leave him in the dark as he was now. Chapter 156. The Divine Society. Hours passed once more. In a dim alleyway, the future self huddled in the shadows, gnawing on a compressed biscuit, his gaze fixed upon a colossal cathedral not far away. The Divine Society was nearly deserted at night. This was his opportunity to gain entry. Seizing the cover of darkness, he stowed his food in a spatial bag and cautiously approached the side of the Divine Society. The cathedral was enclosed by a surrounding wall, with only 2 entrances at the front and back. However, the security was stringent. Even at night, both entrances were heavily guarded. Therefore, he chose a wall and, taking advantage of the night, climbed over it. With no patrolling soldiers, perhaps the inhabitants of the Divine Society had not anticipated that someone would dare to risk their life to infiltrate the church. The future self concealed his form within the air, lurking behind the structure. Utilizing his acute senses honed through mastery of martial arts, he crept toward the cathedral like a poised leopard. After 20 minutes of careful navigation, he finally approached the church and vaulted over the wall, landing inside through an open window. The room he entered was tightly shut, and as he tumbled in, he spotted a boy seated at a desk, engrossed in writing a letter. Just as the future self entered, their eyes met for a fleeting moment. 5 seconds later, the boy shrieked, "Help! An assassin!" The boy shouted as he dashed out, his speed astonishingly swift. Even the future self, employing his utmost velocity to intercept, found himself incapable of hindering the boy's effortless escape. "Help! Someone is trying to kill me. Help!" The boy's voice, still unbroken due to his tender age, was piercingly shrill, echoing throughout the entire church with each frantic cry. Meanwhile, the future self, drenched in sweat from the relentless pursuit, glanced at a colossal statue in the center of the church. Resolute, he abandoned the chase and sprinted directly towards the magnificent figure. Upon reaching the statue, he beheld an angel adorned with 6 resplendent wings. In its grasp was a weapon unknown to him, and atop its head rested a halo-like ornament. Its exquisitely sculpted visage could rival even the finest jade in beauty. A 6-winged angel? Just as the future self contemplated his next move, a battalion of armed soldiers erupted from all directions. "Kill the blasphemer of the seraphic goddess!" They roared, swiftly closing in on him. Countless sharp weapons plunged into his body in an instant. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the crystalline statue before him, his hands limply resting upon its surface. The seraphic goddess? He lifted his head to meet the statue's eyes, and suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for signing a contract with the deity, seraphic goddess, acquiring a low-tier divine rank, seraphic goddess." The onlooker, Mu Chini, also heard this proclamation. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from the future self's body. However, at that moment, his life began to ebb away. What? This individual actually awakened the fate of the seraphic goddess? The surrounding soldiers stared in horror at the unfolding scene, their weapons clattering to the ground as they trembled in disbelief. "Kill the sorcerer lord. We are all destined for hell," they stammered. Who would have anticipated that this fearless soul would approach the statue of the seraphic goddess and boldly forge a contract with it? And now, those who sought to eliminate the sorcerer lord were all doomed. Blood began to seep from the future self's mouth, crimson foam spilling forth, until finally, the future self succumbed. The statue of the seraphic goddess. Mu Chini awoke from the cycle of death, rubbing his neck. Fragments of the soldier's discourse and the voice that had resonated in the future self's mind replayed in his thoughts. The seraphic goddess was a low-tier deity? Surely, this would be perfectly suited for Wang Zichen. While it could also suit him, he realized he had more excellent options available, for the system had bestowed upon him unrestricted divine rewards upon his completion of the trials. With this revelation, he solidified a plan within his heart. Gazing at the slumbering Wang Zichen, he once again raised his hand, delivering a playful slap that was one of the latter's favorite indulgences. "Who goes there?" Wang Zichen abruptly stirred, adopting a defensive stance. "Ready yourself, we must embark." Mu Qianyi revealed an innocent smile. All right, Wang Zichen said, adjusting his hair. Mu Qianyi retrieved a notebook and a pen from his bag, pulling out a pristine sheet of white paper that unfurled before them. He then commenced to sketch. Thanks to his adept cognitive abilities, honed through the mastery of the Rubik's Cube, he had retained a significant portion of the layout of Craftwood Town from the scenes of his future self's escape during the death replay. His sense of direction was remarkable. Anywhere his future self had traversed, he could accurately depict from memory. Thus, under Wang Zichen's astonished gaze, Mu Qianyi meticulously rendered an almost complete representation of Craftwood Town. After the future self had fled from Chun Garden Tower, it had passed through numerous locales within the town. What is this, Brother Mu? Wang Zichen inquired, utterly bewildered. This is the map of Craftwood Town. Mu Qianyi pointed to a prominent structure at the center, explaining, this here is the Divine Assembly, where a statue of the Seraphim Goddess resides. By touching the statue and gazing into her eyes, one can establish a connection and awaken as a spellcaster. Me? Wang Zichen exclaimed in disbelief, pointing to himself. Indeed, the Seraphim Goddess is a lower-tier deity, perfectly aligned with the rewards you have received from the system, Mu Qianyi affirmed. Nodding, he continued to indicate on the map, here is the East Gate, where every individual must pay 100 coins to enter the city. There is a tea house here that remains open until 2 in the morning. This tea house allows unlimited tea for 50 coins. Once you pay, you can linger until 2 in the morning without issue. Between 2 and 4 in the morning, the Divine Assembly is least protected. The journey from the tea house to the assembly takes precisely half an hour. If we leave the tea house at 2, we can stealthily approach the Divine Assembly. Once you awaken as a spellcaster of the Seraphim Goddess, you will be a distinguished guest of the assembly. Mu Qianyi's finger traced the route from the tea house to the Divine Assembly, his expression earnest. We must not delay. We shall set our plan into motion tonight. Chapter 157. Executing the plan. Mu Qianyi had pondered whether to linger for another day to utilize the Eye of Death once more to gauge the level of peril. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately dismissed this notion. Time waits for no one, and he could not afford to tarry. Primarily, the Eye of Death reveals the scene of his next demise, while the future self in the death replay represents the genuine events he would soon encounter. In other words, had he opted for increased safety by activating the Eye of Death tomorrow morning, it would indicate that today marked the second day of his entry into this instance. According to system notifications, he still had 29 days remaining in this world. If he only activates the Eye of Death tomorrow morning, then during the death replay, the future self, having undergone the same experiences as his original self, such as remaining in the village for the entirety of the second day, will not commence action until the third day. Should he choose to remain for an additional day, 2, or even 3 for safety, the onset of the future self's actions in the death replay will be postponed to the 4th, 5th, or 6th day. It is crucial to note that the system has afforded him a mere 29 days. This period represents the novice reward time, which is exceedingly precious. If he allows fear of death to dictate a cautious approach, the remaining time in the dungeon will dwindle day by day. Therefore, he resolved not to remain in the eerie village any longer for the sake of safety. The singular experience of the Eye of Death functioning as a death replay was sufficient for him to refine his strategy. He intended to exert his utmost effort to gain substantial strength within this novice reward dungeon. Moreover, he possessed a divine resurrection coin, enabling him to undertake slightly riskier endeavors in pursuit of power. Having solidified his plan, he patted Wang Zichen on the shoulder. Go ask the villagers for 500 coins. Do not request too much, 500 will suffice. All right, Wang Zichen replied, turning to exit the room. After a brief interval, he returned with 500 coins in hand. They offered much more, but I only accepted 500. Wang Zichen placed the coins into a small pouch and handed it to Mu Qianyi. Well then, let us set forth to find a Jie and a Ruan, Mu Qianyi declared, tucking the pouch into his bosom. On the journey from the eerie village to Craftwood Town, they would encounter a creature known as the giant-mouthed burrowing beast, necessitating a Ruan's protection to confront this subterranean beast. The two traveled for a while before arriving at the underground cavern where a Jie and a Ruan resided. After explaining their situation, the three of them, along with one spirit, embarked on their journey. However, due to a Ruan's aversion to sunlight, she directly entered a Jie's body, intending to emerge only during the battle, as a brief exposure to sunlight would not significantly affect her. Thus, only the three of them continued onward across the desolate expanse. Along the way, a Jie confided in Mu Qianyi his desire to dwell eternally within the underground cavern. He assured Mu Qianyi that should he need assistance in the future, he could always seek him out in the cavern. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianyi pondered for a moment and asked softly, "What if I were to borrow some money from you to help us gain entry to the Divine Assembly?" A Jie's expression stiffened. He then managed a wry smile, saying, "Now you've touched upon my predicament. Since returning to the village, I have remained utterly penniless. What do you eat, then?" Wang Zichen could not help but inquire from the side. The cultivation of ghostly energy allows one to forego sustenance, merely requiring the conversion of this energy into the vitality needed by the human body. This, Ajia explained, is the reason our lifespans significantly exceed those of ordinary individuals. Is it true that a divine spellcaster also need not consume food? Wang Zichen inquired further. Indeed, yet a sufficient reserve of divine power must be maintained. To reach a state of complete sustenance independence, one must at least attain the level of a mid-tier divine spellcaster. As the trio continued their conversation while walking, Mu Chenyi suddenly raised his hand, halting the two others. "Right here, we are almost there." This was the very spot where he and Wang Zichen had met their demise. As the future body had not reacted in time and had been devoured whole by the massive subterranean beast, Erwan, Ajia decisively summoned Erwan, forming a hand seal. "Ghost spirit, manifest." He executed the gesture, swiftly releasing a soft halo ahead. The halo expanded, ultimately blossoming into a multitude of glowing starlight that merged with the soil beneath. Then, a breathtaking phenomenon unfolded. As the starlight penetrated the earth, a vast silhouette radiating blue luminescence emerged from the previously barren soil. This enormous azure outline was none other than the colossal subterranean beast, illuminated directly by the starlight. Erwan. Good. Just as Erwan emerged into the sunlight, she immediately took action, a long whip materializing in her hand, striking down forcefully upon the glowing soil. Crack! The whip struck the ground. Oh! The ghostly beast beneath the soil let out a wretched cry as its illuminated form began to writhe violently under the starlight's influence. The earth beneath Mu Chenyi and the others trembled, akin to an earthquake. With their limited strength, Mu Chenyi and Wang Zichen leaned on each other, barely managing to remain upright. Crack! Another lash. Erwan levitated into the air, her delicate face etched with frost as she relentlessly swung the whip, striking the ground over and over. The colossal subterranean beast continued to howl in agony. The creature, fully aware of its imminent defeat, attempted to flee into the distance. Erwan, however, had no intention of letting it escape. She coiled the whip and charged forward. Crack, crack, crack. A flurry of rapid-fire lashes descended like lightning upon the subterranean beast, each strike compelling it to endure further torment. The beast's cries echoed, yet Erwan showed no mercy. Soon, both Erwan and the colossal beast vanished from the sight of the three. This left Wang Zichen in a state of astonishment, staring at the unfolding scene, before turning to Ajia with a complex gaze tinged with sympathy. "Brother, you have endured much," he said earnestly, patting Ajia on the shoulder. Ajia, his lips twitched violently as he gazed into Wang Zichen's pitying eyes. He explained, "Don't overthink it. I understand, I understand." Wang Zichen sighed, patting his shoulder. "Men are all proud. I know that. You need not explain." Ajia? Wait, what do you know? Chapter 158. The benevolence of the child of fortune. After an estimated 7 or 8 minutes, Erwan dragged a severely wounded earth-burrowing beast before the group. With a thud, Erwan unceremoniously tossed the creature at Ajaya's feet and stated, "Ajia, I just noticed that this earth-burrowing beast possesses quite decent talents. You only need 2 more for your ghostly attributes. This fellow qualifies to be one of your spirits." Oh, Ajaya's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he approached the beast. Comparable in size to a giant shark, the creature bore a resemblance to a dog, complete with 4 limbs and sharp claws. But its most striking feature was undoubtedly its enormous mouth capable of swallowing an elephant whole. Upon noticing Ajaya's arrival, the beast instinctively recoiled, but quickly nodded in acknowledgement after sensing Erwan's predatory gaze nearby. It realized that should it decline, that madwoman would undoubtedly strike it down. Today, it seemed, would be its downfall. "Excellent," Ajaya exclaimed with excitement, drawing a circular slave contract formation beneath his feet. This was the contract to bind the earth-burrowing beast as a ghostly servant. Generally, ghost masters utilize 2 types of formations to contract spirits: the slave contract and the equal contract. The slave contract signifies that the spirit ultimately becomes a servant of the ghost master, a bond that can only be severed by the master, leaving the spirit powerless to dissolve it unilaterally. Moreover, should the ghost master perish, the spirit bound by the slave contract would vanish without a trace. Conversely, the equal contract establishes a parity between the ghost master and the spirit, allowing both parties the right to terminate the agreement at any time. If the ghost master dies, the spirit regains its freedom and is not compelled to accompany the master into the afterlife. Ajaya had entered into the latter type of agreement with Erwan. This explains why, in the earlier death replays witnessed by Mu Chenyi, after the future entity used the dagger of termination to slay Ajay. Erwin did not perish immediately, but chose to accompany Ajay in death. Typically, ghost masters without formidable backing would find their first contracted spirits to be of the equal type, as their weakness precludes them from demanding a slave contract. Only those with substantial influence can coerce spirits into such agreements. Another crucial point is that ghost masters are forbidden from contracting spirits of higher rank than themselves. At the time of Ajay's agreement with Erwin, she was merely a feeble specter, not even qualifying as a low-level ghost master. However, after years of nurturing and feeding on the flesh of bloodthirsty rodents, Erwin's strength gradually aligned with Ajay's, endowing her with the power of a mid-level spirit. After Muchini dealt with the lantern old woman, the energy she had previously siphoned from the blood-drinking rats was entirely returned to Erwin due to the covert contract she had signed with him. This resulted in Erwin's rapid ascent in power, bringing him to the precipice of mastery, just one step away from reaching the level of a grandmaster. Since Erwin had formed a contract with Ajay during his weaker days, the bond would remain intact regardless of Erwin's newfound strength, unless he chose to sever it willingly. Consequently, Ajay now stood as a rather exceptional spirit master among his peers. The contract was consummated without any hindrance from the earth-burrowing beast, leading to the successful establishment of a slave pact. After binding the creature, Ajay raised his hand and returned the earth-burrowing beast to the sanctuary designated for nurturing spirits. Brother Mu, we are safe now. Let us continue our journey. Ajay, having captured a spirit, felt a surge of joy and expressed his delight to Muchini. Congratulations. Your strength has grown once more, Muchini replied, sharing in his companion's happiness. Brother Mu, had it not been for you, Erwin might not have survived. If you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to call on me, Ajay said earnestly, looking intently at Muchini. However, Muchini waved him off dismissively. He had only 29 days left before departing, rendering such a promise largely inconsequential to him. Just as he was about to dismiss the moment, a notification chimed. Congratulations. The host has received the benevolence of the Child of Fortune. The benevolence of the Child of Fortune, a friendly gesture from a top-tier Child of Fortune within a realm, granting you a portion of luck enhancement. By heavens! Muchini exclaimed, his eyes widening. Had he not encountered something akin to this before? Previously, he had received a similar buff known as the Blessing of the Puppet Queen, which had now been renamed the Blessing of the Puppet King. To his astonishment, he had once again acquired the benevolence of a Child of Fortune. Surely, it referred to Ajay? He glanced at Ajay's youthful face, pursing his lips in realization. My word, you are indeed the most enigmatic of them all. Due to the sunlight, Ajay absorbed Erwin and the earth-burrowing beast within him, and the trio resumed their journey toward Craftwood Town. To ensure they faced no further dangers along the way, Ajay planned to escort Muchini and the others to the city gates before parting ways. After several hours of arduous travel, Muchini finally navigated through the throngs of people and beheld the ancient city walls once more, the gates of Craftwood Town. To his dismay, Zhao Dizhus, the very individual who had sold him and Wang Zichen, was standing at the city gates, collecting entrance fees. Upon sighting his adversary, Muchini clenched his teeth, vowing that once he and Wang Zichen became spell masters, he would exact a thorough reckoning upon this scoundrel. Brother Mu, there exists a protective formation within the city that can detect Erwin and the earth-burrowing beast within me, so I shall not accompany you inside, Ajay stated. After Ajay finished speaking, he waved goodbye to the two, saying, I shall take my leave now. I wish you both the best in becoming spellcasters soon. Farewell. The two waved back at him. This parting might indeed be their last. Once Ajay departed, Wang Zichen turned to Muchani, asking, Old Mu, what shall we do now? The term Old Mu was a shift in his address towards Muchani, as calling him Brother Mu felt too distant. He preferred to address him in the same familiar manner as Old Zhao. Let us enter the city, Muchani declared, retrieving 201 from his wallet, and together they joined the queue to enter the city. The line was not long, and they were soon at the front. Muchani handed the 201 to the gatekeeper, Zhao Dezhu. Noticing the two unfamiliar faces, a glimmer of interest flashed in Zhao Dezhu's eyes as he reached out to detain them, asking, Where do you two hail from? Muchani's gaze turned icy. This fellow had indeed set his sights on them again. Previously, he had concocted a fictitious place called Geta Village, revealing their lack of background and identity, which led Zhao Dezhu to collude with the wonton shop owner, drugging them and selling them to Chunyu Tower. Sir, we are here to visit relatives. Our sister, Chun Rongrong, married the steward of Taomu Tavern, Li Xueli, 2 years ago. See, Muchani explained with a smile, mentioning two individuals who genuinely existed in Jiangmu Town. Upon hearing Muchani's explanation, a flicker of regret crossed Zhao Dez's eyes. He then smiled, saying, Ah, so you are the little brothers of Steward Li. Come on in. I shall waive the 101. Please send my regards to Steward Lee. Surprised by this unexpected kindness, Mu Chani raised an eyebrow and replied, Thank you, brother. We shall treat you to drinks at the tavern another day. Absolutely. Zhao Dezu responded with a grin. Thus, Mu Chani and Wang Zichen entered the city without spending a single coin. Let us head straight to the tea house, Mu Chani urged, leading Wang Zichen to the tea house he had envisioned in his memories. The time was now a little past 5 in the afternoon, with several hours remaining until nightfall. Wang Zichen had no objections. Following Mu Chani was undoubtedly the right choice. When they arrived at the tea house, it was at its busiest. Steward, we would like 2 cups of tea, Mu Chani called out as he placed 101 on the counter. Certainly, esteemed guests, please take a seat, and your tea will be served shortly, the steward replied, accepting the money and retrieving 2 empty tea cups, setting them before the two. This was the hallmark of the tea house. For 51, one could purchase a cup containing some tea leaves, allowing for unlimited water refills, but no additional tea leaves. Besides tea, the tea house also offered some snacks, such as fennel beans. Mu Chenyu and Wang Zichen found themselves short on funds. Mindful of the necessity to reserve some money for unforeseen circumstances that might arise in the evening. Thus, they refrained from making further purchases. After placing their teacups on the table and taking their seats, the waiter promptly approached to serve them with steaming hot water. Please wait a moment, esteemed guests. The tea will be ready in 10 minutes. Thank you very much. The two of them cradled their teacups, listening intently to the discussions of those around them. Have you heard? Lord Tao of the Divine Spirit Society has taken 2 more concubines. A frail man whispered to a small group nearby. Lord Tao is over 500 years old. Who would have thought he still possesses such vigor in that regard? Though his age may sound considerable, 500 years is merely middle age for a master. Upon hearing this, the crowd responded with knowing, lewd smiles. Those servants following Lord Tao are indeed fortunate. It is said that when the ordinary concubines age and lose their charm, Lord Tao gifts them to his subordinates, the man continued, prompting the surrounding listeners to perk up their ears at this tantalizing topic. Although Mu Chenyu found himself uninterested in such matters, he listened attentively, absorbing insights about this unfamiliar world. From the moment he entered this realm, he realized it was vastly different from Blue Star, with its inhabitants possessing far superior strength. This might explain the evolution of the Apocalypse Descends game. Following the upgrade, the Apocalypse dungeon expanded beyond the confines of Blue Star to encompass countless dimensions and planets. He pondered whether, should he become a spellcaster in this world, he could still cultivate the so-called divine powers upon returning. All players from the Huaxiao region had been transported here. Surely some would unravel the source of the apocalypse. If they too could escape from the eerie village akin to a novice village, would they find their way to Craftwood Town and encounter him? Not every player could achieve a flawless completion. If they failed to do so, they would have to resort to training in the 3 professions, Spirit Master, Curse Master, or Exorcist. The commonality among these professions was the cultivation of ghostly power. What would transpire when such players returned to Blue Star? As for Mu Chenyu, his greatest advantage over the other players lay in the fact that he had unraveled the source of the novice village's apocalypse in less than a day. In fact, thanks to the convenience of the Dagger of Termination, he had not even needed to seek out the so-called key items to clear the dungeon. It was certain that crucial items existed within the dungeon by the time those players discovered them and eliminated the source of the apocalypse. Akin to the old woman with the lantern, days would have passed. It could take anywhere from 10 to 20 days, or even close to a month. And at the very least, they would require 3 to 4 days. Afterward, as those players entered the city and sought methods to become spellcasters or pursue one of the other 3 major professions, even more time would elapse. Thus, he must make the most of these additional days he has over other players. While sipping tea, he familiarizes himself with this world. From what he learned from Agia, he has gathered considerable information regarding his surroundings. Primarily, this realm leans towards ancient technology. There are no firearms or advanced machinery, only the 4 principal professions. Accompanying the common folk are various supernatural entities, where mortals strive to survive amidst these apparitions, while the powerful exploit them to solidify their dominance. Consequently, this world mirrors a feudal society, characterized by dynasties that govern the populace and a hierarchy of official positions. Most title holders are affiliated with the ruling dynasty, enjoying immense benefits and privileges, while the commoners find themselves in a state of oppression. It is a brutal world, devoid of any semblance of justice, where the strong possess long lifespans and indulge in all luxuries, while the weak are left to struggle for survival in the margins. He recalled from his previous death replay that within the spring garden of Jiangmu Town, there existed both fox spirits and ghost tamers, indicating that tranquility was scarce even there. His expression remained composed as he lifted his teacup for a sip. The first cup was strong, But as more hot water was added, the tea became increasingly diluted. As he savored the beverage, the sounds of the surrounding patrons filled his ears. Time passed slowly, and night gradually fell. Fewer patrons remained in the tea house, many having left after a few cups. By nightfall, only 2 or 3 people lingered, and today, Wang Zichen and Mu Qinyu sat at their table. Their teacups significantly diluted. They had steeped their tea numerous times, with both having made several trips to the restroom. The shopkeeper lifted the curtain and, noticing Wang Zichen and Mu Qinyu still seated, twitched his lips but approached to refill their hot water. Esteemed guests, our tea house closes at 2 o'clock tonight and reopens at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. He did not intend to rush them, but politely informed them that overnight stays were not permitted. Understood. Mu Qinyu nodded courteously, seeing that they showed no intention of leaving. The shopkeeper carried the kettle and returned to the back to continue boiling water. As long as there were patrons in the tea house, the water must keep boiling. Chapter 160. Wang Pengzi awakened the divine essence of the seraphim. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Esteemed guests, our tea house is closing. The shopkeeper conveyed this message to Mu Qinyu and Wang Zichen. Mu Qinyu glanced at the time and immediately pulled Wang Zichen. Let us go. It's time for the plan to commence. In the previous death replay, the future entity would enter the Divine Assembly Church around this time, and he had overlooked a boy burning the midnight oil in a room while attempting to climb through a window. This time, he would not repeat that mistake. 2 figures donned their cloaks of night and swiftly maneuvered through the streets of Craftwood Town. Bathed in moonlight, the silhouettes, one stout, the other slender, stretched long as per Mu Qinyi's meticulous plan. After half an hour, they successfully arrived before a church. Can you scale this wall without transforming? Mu Qinyi inquired, gesturing towards the imposing barrier. Wang Zichen lifted his gaze to the towering wall, his face quivering slightly. I'm not confident about climbing over, he admitted. However, if I were to enter in the form of the Iron Eater King, it would create quite a commotion. Damn it. Mu Qinyi cursed under his breath, realizing he had no choice but to scale the wall himself. Once inside, he found no one else around, prompting him to climb back out and hoist Wang Zichen onto his back. Wang Zichen was heavy, yet Mu Qinyi, fortified by his exceptional martial prowess, managed to bear the weight, albeit with great effort. Stay still, Mu Qinyi warned in a hushed tone, gritting his teeth as he struggled to carry Wang Zichen inside. With a soft thud, they both tumbled onto the grass. Wang Zichen's weight bore down on Mu Qinyi, making him feel as if his bones might splinter. He nearly feared that his divine revival coin would be crushed beneath Wang Zichen's bulk. My apologies, old Mu, Wang Zichen said as he helped him up. Let us go. Mu Qinyi grunted, clutching his aching side and limping towards the church. Wang Zichen quickly followed. Soon, they arrived at the previously open window. After signaling Wang Zichen to be quiet, Mu Qinyi peered cautiously inside. Indeed, he spotted a youth seated at a table, illuminated by candlelight. Engrossed in writing, none other than the boy who had previously caused the exposure of their future body. Upon recognizing him, Mu Qinyi crouched down again, feeling the weight of the end of Day's dagger in his possession. After a moment's reflection, he decided to return the dagger to its sheath. This was not his intent. He sought to infiltrate and enable Wang Zichen to inherit the divine power of the Seraphim Goddess. However, if he were to resort to murder, it would alter the nature of his mission entirely. He gestured to Wang Zichen to wait, and then remained silent, concealed beneath the window. The youth possessed no combat prowess, and entering through another route could lead to disorientation or encounters with other title bearers. Thus, in Mu Qinyi's eyes, this youth represented their opportunity for breakthrough. Like patient cheetahs, they waited beneath the window. After about an hour, they observed the boy extinguish the candle and lie down on his bed. He had finally succumbed to slumber. Yet, Mu Qinyi and Wang Zichen continued to wait patiently, refraining from rushing inside. After another half hour, Mu Qinyi cautiously peeked out, confirming the boy was soundly asleep. He exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Zichen. Subsequently, he stealthily and gently climbed through the window, entering the young man's room, while Wang Zichen followed closely behind him. The two managed to enter the room effortlessly. Mu Qinyi, wielding a formidable and terrifying power, opened the door, and together with Wang Zichen, they departed from this chamber. Upon leaving, they beheld the magnificent statue of the Seraphim Goddess standing majestically in the center of the hall. Be quiet, let's move. The two furtive figures progressed cautiously along the path. What should have taken mere seconds stretched into 2 minutes as they endeavored to remain silent. Upon reaching the statue of the Seraphim Goddess, Mu Qinyi contemplated the actions of the future entity in his mind, then instructed Wang Zichen, touch this statue and gaze into the eyes of the Seraphim Goddess. Wang Zichen complied without hesitation. Moments later, a radiant aura suddenly erupted from Wang Zichen, and a unique energy surged within him. Ding! Congratulations, host. on forming a contract with the deity, Seraphim Goddess, thereby acquiring a low-level divine rank, Seraphim Goddess. The system's voice resonated in Wang Zichen's mind. Instantly, he felt his physical attributes beginning to enhance. Once a divine spellcaster forms a contract with a deity, they can instantly become a low-level divine spellcaster or possess epic-level combat prowess. Wang Zichen gazed in astonishment at the transformations occurring within him, stammering incoherently to Mu Qinyi. Old Mu, I'll be relying on you for my divine being later. Mu Qinyi patted his shoulder. At that moment, the surrounding soldiers noticed the commotion within the cathedral and quickly surrounded the two. However, upon seeing Wang Zichen glowing with radiance, all were left in astonishment. Some soldiers knelt instinctively, murmuring, "It is the esteemed divine spellcaster, the esteemed divine spellcaster." In their hearts, the divine spellcaster was no different from the exalted deities. As the first soldier knelt, the others hastily laid down their weapons, bowing in reverence to Wang Zichen, who had inherited divine power. "Old Mu, it seems I have also acquired a title." Wang Zichen exclaimed in delight, promptly displaying his title, Low-Level Divine Spellcaster. Upon seeing the title above Wang Zichen's head, Mu Qinyi's eyes gleamed with recognition. It appeared his conjecture was indeed correct. At that moment, a robed man pushed through the cluster of soldiers, approaching Wang Zichen and Mu Qinyi. Upon witnessing the radiance emanating from Wang Zichen, a flicker of joy crossed his eyes. Yet, his expression quickly darkened. "How did you two manage to enter?" "Senior, my brother has always dreamed of becoming a divine spellcaster, but the financial requirements are exorbitant, beyond our means, leaving us no choice but to resort to this desperate measure," Mu Qinyi hurriedly explained. "The number of spellcasters in this era is exceedingly scarce. Surely this fellow cannot incapacitate Wang Zichen as a form of punishment?" Upon hearing his words, the man's expression softened considerably. He spoke in a low voice. "The required payment must not be diminished. You must ensure that this sum is paid in the future." Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Wang Zichen, his demeanor now markedly gentler. "I am Zhan Hongxi. You may call me Elder Zhan." "What is your name?" "Elder Zhan." "I am Wang Zichen," came the polite response from Wang Zichen. "A splendid name indeed." Elder Zhan chuckled, a smile blooming on his face akin to that of a chrysanthemum. Chapter 161, A Requiem of Death, Journey to the Imperial Capital. "Excellent, excellent. Do you have a place to stay at present?" Elder Zhan inquired amiably. "No. My brother and I have wandered here," Wang Zichen replied, shaking his head. "If you do not mind, I can arrange a residence for you. You may stay here for the night, and tomorrow morning, I shall accompany you both to register your information, if that is agreeable." Elder Zhan continued to smile, his face radiating sincerity. "Then we shall humbly accept your offer." Mu Qinyi promptly grasped Wang Zichen's sleeve, making the decision for both of them. Elder Zhan cast a discontented glance at Mu Qinyi, finding him rather bothersome. Yet, when he looked back at Wang Zichen, his expression reverted to one of warm springtime. "Come with me." After saying this, he turned to the soldiers surrounding the church, declaring, "The negligence in guarding this sacred place warrants death. But in light of our guild's fortune in acquiring the prodigious talent of Wang Zichen, your merits and faults shall be balanced. Now, be gone." "Thank you, Elder Zhan." "Thank you, Mr. Wang Zichen." The soldiers expressed their gratitude in haste. Elder Zhan merely snorted in response before leading Mu Qinyi and Wang Zichen away. They did not depart from the vicinity of the Divine Association, but instead arrived in front of a villa, where Elder Zhan arranged for them a room with twin beds. "I apologize for your temporary accommodation. Once your title badge arrives tomorrow, the state will provide you with housing," he said, slightly apologetic towards Wang Zichen. "Thank you, Elder Zhan. We are already quite content," Wang Zichen replied gratefully. "It is getting late. You should rest. I shall return to summon you in the morning," Elder Zhan stated before closing the door and leaving. In the room, only Wang Zichen and Mu Qinyi remained. "Old Mu, our current location in Jiangmu town is still too small." Mu Qinyi spoke earnestly. "My deity knows no bounds. If possible, you must leverage your title holder status to take us to a larger city, where we may encounter more formidable deity titles." "Very well." Wang Zichen readily assented. "Let us sleep. Today's endeavors have been fruitful. Now we await my prophecy for tomorrow." After Mu Qinyi spoke these words, he activated the scales of judgment. Scales of judgment. "What is the probability that Wang Zichen and I will meet our demise at the hands of that Zhan Hongxi?" he inquired of the scales. Subsequently, one side, representing the angels, ascended into the air, while the other side, signifying the little demons, plummeted to the lowest tier. The weight of the demons surpasses that of the angels, indicating an exceedingly low probability, almost approaching zero. In other words, the likelihood that Zhan Hongxi caused their demise is minimal, almost non-existent, which further suggests that Zhan does not intend to harm them. Upon arriving at this conclusion, Mu Qianyi finally felt a sense of relief and peacefully succumbed to sleep. The night passed in silence. The following dawn arrived. Ding! The cooldown period for the Eye of Death has concluded. The announcement, akin to a chime, roused the slumbering Mu Qianyi just as dawn broke. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at the seemingly lifeless Wang Zichen beside him, yawning as he declared, "Activate the Eye of Death. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow a seraphic goddess as spellcaster to live and reach the imperial capital." A resolute voice interjected. Upon hearing this pronouncement, Mu Qianyi's vision gradually began to return. As he opened his eyes, he immediately beheld the fiery figure beside him. Wait, a fireman. He looked again and found a blazing entity beside him. To his astonishment, this fiery being bore a spectral visage above its head, a stunning woman, radiating a myriad of colorful auras. She was none other than the seraphic goddess. It was evident that this fireman was Wang Zichen. He stared in awe at the flames enveloping Wang Zichen. If it weren't for the constraints of his future body, he would have been tempted to give a thumbs up in admiration. Humph, that accursed spirit summoner. Aside from summoning minor spirits, what other tricks do you possess? Show them all. Wang Zichen scoffed, hurling fiery projectiles towards a sinister man across from them. The act of throwing fireballs resembled that of a goblin engaging in mischief. The dark figure opposite displayed remarkable agility, deftly maneuvering through the barrage of fireballs while gradually advancing towards the duo. "Old Mu, you go ahead. I'll hold him off," Wang Zichen shouted, his form suddenly transforming. Mu Qianyi, observing from the sidelines, was astonished to see Wang Zichen morph into a blazing Iron Eater king. "Can you defeat him?" inquired the voice of the future body. "I cannot overpower him. I can only delay him for 10 minutes at most. Old Mu, you must leave quickly," Wang Zichen urged anxiously. Yet, the future body did not retreat. Upon hearing Wang Zichen's inability to contend with the man, he promptly brandished his end-of-days dagger. "Go." The dagger transformed into a streak of light, plunging fiercely into the chest of the sinister man. "Old Mu, how could you expend the end-of-days dagger?" Wang Zichen exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded. "It's merely a waste of a revival coin for me if I perish, but that dagger is far more valuable than any coin. No time for idle chatter. We must take a detour to the imperial capital, as there may be pursuers behind us," the future body decisively concluded. Wang Zichen could only retract his title and don a garment, for his attire had been incinerated by the recent invocation of the celestial angel goddess's powers. Subsequently, the two of them began to take a circuitous route toward the imperial capital they had mentioned. Meanwhile, the observer, Mu Qianyi, was assimilating the information he had received. Firstly, the future entity and Wang Zichen were inexplicably drawn to this imperial capital, which, by its very name, suggested it was the heart of the nation within this realm. Mu Qianyi surmised that their objective in seeking the capital was likely to secure a more favorable divine opportunity for the future entity. As the largest city in the nation, the imperial capital would undoubtedly be the congregation point for deities. Moreover, on their journey, they had been ambushed by an unknown spirit tamer. This tamer had proclaimed that the celestial angel goddess's divine spellcaster must not reach the imperial capital, indicating that Wang Zichen was indeed the target. It was evident that Wang Zichen's command over the divine title of Celestial Angel Goddess was still rather unrefined. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to merely hurling fireballs in a panic, akin to tossing goblins. After absorbing all the information, Mu Qianyi continued to observe. Following their encounter with the corpse, the future entity and Wang Zichen fled the scene. Along the way, the future entity produced a map of this world, meticulously selecting their route to the imperial capital. The vigilant Mu Qianyi immediately committed the entire map to memory, engraving it in his mind. Chapter 162. Have outsiders come? Subsequently, the future entity and Wang Zichen began to take a detour, no longer daring to follow their previous path. From their conversation, Mu Qianyi gleaned another piece of information. Their journey from Craftwood Town to the imperial capital was known only to a select few within the Craftwood Town's divine assembly. Thus, the two harbored suspicions that a spy had disclosed their whereabouts to some organization of spirit tamers. In this world, it seemed that apart from Ajia, all spirit tamers were malevolent beings of the most despicable kind. Ajia's immunity to this corruption was likely connected to his bond with Erwan, as his primary spirit was his beloved, and love can transcend all. Of course, this was mere conjecture. Mu Qianyi himself was uncertain whether love could indeed conquer all. Regardless, Ajia had not succumbed to wickedness, perhaps due to his status as the child of fortune. After several days of circumvention, Mu Qianyi observed the future entity and Wang Zichen traversing a considerable distance, during which they encountered formidable spirits and other title bearers. Yet, thanks to Wang Zichen's divine spellcaster title, they managed to avert several calamities. At long last, after enduring 46 trials, they arrived at the imperial capital, the largest city of this dimensional empire. Upon entering the city gates, Wang Zichen presented a letter of introduction from the Divine Assembly. After a thorough inspection by several guards, they were granted passage within. Only 7 days remained until the impending apocalypse would conclude. The future entity murmured, "We must hasten our pace and proceed directly to the Divine Assembly." Through several days of observation, Mu Qianyi discerned a crucial fact. Originally, Wang Zichen had remained in Craftwood Town, where the Elder Zhan insisted that Wang Zichen master his divine power before permitting him to depart. Consequently, the two were compelled to linger in Craftwood Town for nearly 20 days. Just a few days prior, Elder Zhan had bestowed upon them a letter of introduction and a token granting access to the pantheon of the Divine Assembly. This token was designated for Mu Qianyi, enabling him to enter the pantheon and explore the possibility of establishing a connection with the hundreds, if not thousands, of statues within. However, Elder Zhan did not harbor any illusions that Mu Qianyi might ascend to the rank of a divine spellcaster like Wang Zichen. Today, with merely 7 days remaining until the conclusion of the instance, the two finally made their way into the imperial capital. Upon their arrival, the future entity eagerly consulted the map and urged Wang Zichen to hasten toward the location of the Divine Assembly. At this juncture, it was likely that the majority of players had unraveled the Doomsday instance and convened in various cities. Perhaps some players had already joined the Divine Assembly and awakened the statues. The imperial capital far exceeded Craftwood Town in scale. The two traversed the bustling city for a full 3 hours before finally reaching their destination, the Divine Assembly in the inner city. This grand edifice resembled a palace, and as the future entity and Wang Zichen approached, they momentarily questioned whether they had mistakenly entered royal territory. However, upon seeing the 5 prominent characters spelling out Divine Assembly above the palace gates, they confirmed they were indeed in the right place. Exchanging glances, they recognized that this Divine Assembly was undoubtedly the ancestral home of divine spellcasters, with architectural styles reminiscent of the nation's grandeur. Wang Zichen pondered what the palace itself might resemble. He observed that individuals entering and exiting were required to display their credentials unless they bore the title of divine spellcaster above their heads. Since they possessed only one credential, Wang Zichen exhibited his title while the future entity held the document provided by Elder Zhan, and together they entered the Divine Assembly. They were greeted by a young staff member named Xiaowan. "Welcome. Are you here to observe the statues?" Upon reviewing their letter of introduction, her eyes widened in surprise as she glanced at the future entity beside Wang Zichen. Given that Wang Zichen bore the title of a junior divine spellcaster, it was evident that the individual mentioned in the letter was indeed the future entity. "Yes, we have come to observe the statues. This letter serves as our introduction," the future entity stated, indicating the contents of the letter. "You are from 21 days ago," Xiaowan murmured, squinting slightly. "If this were a week ago, your possession of this introduction letter would have granted you access to the sanctum. However, a serious incident occurred a week ago, resulting in the sanctum being closed to all." "What grave incident occurred?" inquired the future entity. "Oh dear." Xiaowan glanced around cautiously, then pulled the two into a secluded corner, whispering to them, "This incident transpired a week ago. Our association's president had discovered a prodigious talent in a certain rural area. It was said that the president recognized this man as potential to become a master of divine incantations. Thus, he personally brought the man back to our association. Little did we know, this man turned out to be a treacherous ingrate. Upon entering the sacred hall, he established a connection with the only statue of the supreme deity within, the statue of Pangu. When we realized this, everyone was astounded by the talent of this ingrate. However, before the president could rejoice in his discovery of a super genius, an unforeseen calamity struck. At this juncture, Xiaowan furtively scanned the surroundings again, lowering her voice to continue. "I was present at the scene when this ingrate awakened the essence of the Pangu deity. Suddenly, countless divine essences erupted from the hall, brilliant beams of light shooting skyward. Astonishingly, over 80% of the divine essences within the hall were seized. The president, sensing something amiss, rushed into the hall, only to witness a group led by this ingrate escaping through a portal. The president expended considerable effort to capture a foreigner from the portal. After intense interrogation, the foreigner revealed the truth." Xiaowan paused momentarily. "What did the foreigner say?" Wang Zichen inquired eagerly. Xiaowan rubbed their introduction letter between her fingers and explained. The foreigner claimed they hailed from another world. Upon completing certain specific tasks, they would gain the opportunity to acquire divine essence through the statue, just as this ingrate did. Upon hearing this, Wang Zichen exchanged a glance with the future entity. Could it be that the foreigner also originated from Blue Star? He mentioned that they came from a nation called Blue Star in Russia, asserting that if someone became a master of divine incantations within 24 days and hailed from a village, there was a 99% chance they were from Blue Star. At this point, Xiaowan's previously cautious demeanor morphed into a strange smile. So, what do you say, fellow denizens of Blue Star? Chapter 163. Time is of the essence. As Xiaowan uttered those words, a colossal shadow abruptly enveloped the two. A chill coursed through them, and the future entity's pupils dilated in alarm, gripping Wang Zichen as they attempted to evade to the side. Yet, the enormous shadow moved with blinding speed, engulfing both the future entity and Mu Chenyu in an instant. By the time Wang Zichen regained his composure, they found themselves trapped within an iron cage. Two individuals from the Blue Star. This introduction letter states that you hail from a place known as Geta Village, and that 21 days ago, one of you awakened as a seraphic goddess, enchantress. Subsequently, the other seeks to attain divinity, hence your arrival at the imperial capital. Xiaowan, her demeanor icy, approached the cage and tossed the letter before the two men. What further words do you have to utter? Sensing the chill emanating from Xiaowan, Wang Zichen and the future entity felt their minds constrict. They had never anticipated that another player would seize the opportunity before them, nor could they fathom the betrayal that led to their downfall. Observing the scene, Mu Chenyu felt a pang of bitterness. The future entity had squandered too much time. Under normal circumstances, he and Wang Zichen would undoubtedly have been among the first globally to complete the mission, and they would have done so with perfect ratings. This meant that when the dungeon world expanded to encompass the entire realm, both he and Wang Zichen would have been among the first to enter, potentially becoming the pioneers in this endeavor. However, due to Wang Zichen's awakening of the seraphic goddess's divinity, he had been detained by that old man, Zhan, resulting in their arrival at the imperial capital on the 24th day after the dungeon commenced. By this point, numerous players had already exited the dungeon with perfect completion ratings. Exemplified by that Russian player, it appeared that the Russian had utilized a group teleportation device to usher a majority of players into the sanctuary, seizing the divine essence of the supreme deity Pangu, while allowing many of his followers to also partake in the spoils, awakening 80% of the statues within the sanctuary in one fell swoop. This event had transpired a week prior, or rather, on the 17th day after the dungeon's commencement. One cannot deny the ruthlessness of that player, yet this misfortune also ensnared the future entity and Wang Zichen. This incident served as a stark reminder for Mu Chenyu. Time was indeed of the essence, as his adversaries included not only the indigenous inhabitants of this world, but also those players from Blue Star. Meanwhile, due to the confinement of the future entity and Wang Zichen, the surrounding native enchantresses converged, glaring at them with fury. How dare these outsiders come here? Let us slay them. These brutes have stolen our divine essences. They must not be allowed to escape unscathed. The cacophony of voices nearly overwhelmed the two men. After 2 minutes of vehement accusations directed at them, the uproar abruptly fell silent. A venerable elder emerged slowly from the crowd. After casting a cold glance at the two, he spoke in a low voice. That fat one is also an enchantress. We may retain him for inquiries. The other, the slender one, shall be executed. As his words echoed, the cage surrounding the future entity and Wang Zichen vanished. Wang Zichen was enveloped in a halo of light, while the future self remained exposed before all. Observing the furious gazes of countless spellcasters surrounding him, the future self managed a bitter smile, drew a dagger, and plunged it into his own heart, thereby ending his life. Had he not taken this drastic step, he would have endured even greater suffering. Under the watchful eyes of all the spellcasters, the future self murmured, "The main timeline self, I am counting on you." With that, he concluded his existence. The future self met his demise. In the meantime, the main timeline's self, Mu Chenyu, slowly opened his eyes, gazing at his own hands. Echoing in his mind were the poignant words of the future self, "The main timeline's self, I am counting on you." This phrase carried profound significance. The future self had also come to realize that he had, in a sense, become a subplot, having lost the ability of the Eye of Death. This was precisely why, when faced with adversity, he resorted to the termination dagger, viewing it merely as a one-time tool for killing. By losing the use of the Eye of Death, he, in a certain sense, was expanding the territory for the main timeline, or rather, his true self. Returning to his thoughts, Mu Chenyu began to ponder the useful information gleaned from the Eye of Death. There existed a considerable distinction between them, the players and the indigenous inhabitants. The players had the opportunity to receive a reward of becoming spellcasters if they could flawlessly complete the dungeon. The process for them to become spellcasters was quite simple. By caressing the statues while gazing into their eyes, they could attain divinity and become spellcasters. For the natives, however, becoming a spellcaster was an arduous endeavor, yet for the players, it merely required locating the statues to achieve that goal. Perhaps this was part of the novice reward? Presently, The challenge was that Wang Zichen would likely not be easily released by that Elder Zhan, should he need to hurry to the capital. With this thought, he prepared to slap awake the slumbering Wang Zichen beside him. However, before his hand could reach him, Wang Zichen grasped it tightly. "Old Mu, is this how you used to wake me up?" Wang Zichen looked at him with a face full of grievance. Mu Chenyi replied, "Let me first outline the plan." Acting as if nothing had transpired, he spoke earnestly. "That Elder Zhan will certainly insist on keeping you until you become familiar with the use of the spellcaster abilities. This will delay me significantly." Continuing, he retrieved his notebook, unfolded a fresh sheet of paper, and sketched out a map. This map illustrated the entirety of the nation. With his pen, he traced a route, which led from Craftwood Town to the imperial capital. "Is this a map?" Wang Zichen leaned in closer. "Yes. It depicts the route from Craftwood Town to the imperial capital." Mu Chenyi nodded, yet his hands remained in motion. Upon hearing the mention of the imperial capital, Wang Zichen's excitement surged. "Old Mu, when shall we venture to the imperial capital?" At Wang Zichen's words, Mu Chenyi's brow arched slightly. However, he turned to Wang Zichen and clarified, "It is I who shall go, not we." Chapter 164. Obtaining the introduction letter. Upon hearing Mu Chenyi's statement, Wang Zichen's expression froze. "Old Mu, you won't take me along?" "I cannot bring you with me." Mu Chenyi explained the situation regarding Elder Zhan, then earnestly added, "Thus, I require your assistance in requesting an introduction letter from Elder Zhan, at least to grant me access to the Divine Assembly's sacred hall in the imperial capital. Otherwise, the advantage we gained by leaving early will evaporate. Once I acquire the divine essence of the Penga God, I shall return to find you, and then we can hide together." This was also one of Mu Chenyi's plans. After that group of Russians appeared and seized 80% of the divine essences from the sacred hall, the entire empire would commence a massacre against these outsiders. Moreover, after obtaining the Pengu God's divine essence, he could not remain in the imperial capital. If that traitor were to be captured and revealed all players, he would not escape unscathed either. Thus, staying in the imperial capital would only lead to a dead end. Therefore, his strategy was to first venture to the imperial capital to acquire the finest Penga God divine essence, and then make a swift escape. Listening to Mu Chenyi's plan, Wang Zichen's tone wavered with uncertainty. "Old Mu, do you think Elder Zhan will write us an introduction letter?" "This is simple." Mu Chenyi shot him a glance. "You can simply become his disciple. He will surely fulfill the wishes of his apprentice." Wang Zichen's face was a canvas of confusion. "Wait, Old Mu. Are you selling out your brother?" "Fear not. It is merely for you to be his disciple for a few days. Once I return, we shall leave together." Mu Chenyi gently patted his shoulder with earnestness. Wang Zichen opened his mouth, yet ultimately could only nod in agreement. At this moment, he indeed needed to remain here to enhance his prowess as a spellcaster, while Mu Chenyi sought more potent and growth-oriented divine essences in the imperial capital. If not for his concern for Mu Chenyi, this would undoubtedly be a mutually beneficial arrangement. With the plan set, Mu Chenyi folded the map and tucked it into his notebook, securing it away. Now, they awaited Elder Zhan's arrival to seek them out. About half an hour later, a knock echoed at their door. Wang Zichen glanced at Mu Chenyi before stepping forward to open it. Elder Zhan stood at the threshold, and upon seeing Wang Zichen, a smile instantly brightened his face. "Young Wang, are you ready to accompany me to the church to register your information?" "Certainly, Elder Zhan," Wang Zichen responded, adopting a compliant demeanor. Elder Zhan then cast a glance at Mu Chenyi, his tone growing somewhat frigid. "You are not a spellcaster. Remain here." Mu Chenyi nodded in acquiescence. Thus, Wang Zichen followed Elder Zhan out, leaving Mu Chenyi alone in the room, pacing back and forth. Along the journey, he occasionally took out the map to glance at it, sketching his route to the imperial capital. Relying on his memory, he was confident of reaching the capital within 3 days. Yet, as 3 days elapsed, the timeline of this world's instance had progressed to the 6th day. The Russian player, who had seized the majority of the divine powers, would not arrive until the 17th day. I held an advantage of 11 days. Moreover, he still had the opportunity to utilize the Eye of Death 3 or 4 more times. He couldn't fathom how he could possibly lose. Now, all hopes rested upon Wang Zichen. As soon as Wang Zichen resolved matters with Elder Zhan, he could depart from Craftwood Town at any moment. Wang Zichen did not disappoint him. During lunch, he returned bearing a letter and a pouch of coins. It was an introduction letter granting him access to the Divine Assembly's temple, and the pouch contained several dozen taels of silver, sufficient for his round-trip expenses. Wang Zichen handed the items to him and remarked, "I have just investigated the route to the imperial capital. It is said that this afternoon, a convoy of exorcists is set to transport some goods to the capital. They have a designated route and can reach the capital in 2 days. But the fare is 5 taels of silver. What do you prefer, joining that convoy or traveling alone?" "Arriving in 2 days?" Mucini felt a twinge of temptation, especially with a group of exorcists for protection. As long as they did not encounter any master-level specters, the chances of danger along the way were minimal. Contemplating this, he made a decision. He would join the convoy to the imperial capital. The time within this instance was exceedingly precious. And although he possessed a safe route to the capital, that safety was guaranteed only after several days, specifically on the 20th day of the instance. It did not imply safety in the immediate 2 days. Therefore, traveling with the convoy significantly increased his survival chances compared to venturing alone. I have taken Elder Jean as my master. I cannot leave Craftwood Town now. The rest is up to you, Wang Zichen said bitterly. In truth, he too wished to set off alongside Mucini. Do not worry. I will return to fetch you, Mucini reassured him, patting his shoulder before embarking on his journey. Half an hour later, upon following the map to the convoy Wang Zichen mentioned, he found the group preparing to depart. He hurried forward to speak with one of the convoy leaders. Greetings, I wish to accompany you to the imperial capital. With that, he presented 5 taels of silver. Apologies, but we are at full capacity. You should return. The leader shook his head, pushing his hand away. I'll offer 10 taels. Mucini quickly produced another 5. This is not merely a matter of money. It does not conform to our regulations, the leader replied, shaking his head again. However, he took the 10 taels from Mucini's hand and pocketed them, adding, of course, regulations can be adjusted under certain circumstances. Mucini's lips twitched. You may take the carriage in the middle. There should be an available seat inside, the leader directed him. Mucini nodded in agreement and stepped into the carriage. The carriage was somewhat cramped, already accommodating 5 other passengers, leaving him with the sole remaining seat. Thus, as the carriage began its journey, the convoy of the escort agency set off. Several hours later, as dusk approached, the carriage halted at a place known as the Dark Night Forest, where they rested for the night. At dawn the next day, the carriage resumed its travel, while Mucini closed his eyes, internally reciting the incantation to open the Eye of Death. Within the realm of the Eye of Death, the escort agency's group successfully arrived at the imperial capital. However, upon reaching the outskirts of the city, a contingent of soldiers unexpectedly stopped them. A group of soldiers approached and began to inspect the carriage at the rear of the escort agency, creating quite a commotion. The future entity and others poked their heads out of the carriage, intrigued by the ruckus. Yet, as several elderly spellcasters appeared near the carriage, the future entity and the others sensed that matters were taking a turn for the worse. What secrets did the escort agency's carriage harbor? Chapter 165. A series of twists and turns soon. Under the scrutiny of the spellcasters, a terrifying specter suddenly emerged from within the carriage and fled into the distance. The powerful spellcasters joined forces to vanquish the ghoul on the spot. Consequently, all individuals from the escort agency, including the future entity, were apprehended and imprisoned in the capital due to the specter's ominous presence. Everyone was cast into the dungeon. Despite the future entity producing a letter of introduction, it proved futile. The severity of the incident was unparalleled. The most fortified capital of the empire had nearly allowed a ghoul to infiltrate its confines. Thus, the entire escort agency could not escape blame, and all members were destined for the guillotine. Later, through bribing the jailer, the future entity learned the root cause of the incident. It turned out that while passing through the Dark Night Forest, the ghoul had developed a craving for a type of fodder known as sunset grass that was stored in their carriage. Consequently, the ghoul had stealthily feasted on the fodder within the carriage, and astonishingly, no one had noticed the anomaly during the journey. It was only upon their arrival at the imperial capital that the subsequent events unfolded. Upon learning this, Mucini, an observer of the scene, was left dumbfounded. For the very place where their escort agency had spent the night was indeed the accursed Dark Night Forest. This meant that the ghoul had already infiltrated their carriage. He could only exclaim, "Let me down, I wish to disembark." The ensuing events unfolded rather straightforwardly, as the future entity and all members of the escort agency were led to the guillotine, culminating their ill-fated existence. The future entity met his demise. Within the carriage, Mucini slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the 5 individuals beside him, all of whom were soundly asleep, prompting him to admire their remarkable quality of slumber. Sitting in such a cramped space, unable to stretch his legs, was more torturous than enduring 20 hours on a hard train seat. He pondered how these individuals managed to persevere. According to the visuals from the death replay, the carriage would arrive in the imperial capital by tomorrow afternoon. And from now until then, the journey was assuredly safe. With this thought, he closed his eyes once more to rest. Today marked the 4th day in the timeline of the instance, with 13 days remaining until the Russians breached the temple. However, it was certain that those Russians would not wait until 13 days later to unravel the source of doom in the novice village. It was likely that players had already deciphered the source of calamity. after the Russians invaded the temple and seized 80% of the divine power. Their ability to leave unscathed suggested a deeper conspiracy at play. He contemplated waiting until tomorrow morning to review the playback from the Eye of Death before devising a way to depart from the escort agency. For remaining with them was a path to demise. The creature in the carriage, feasting on fodder, was no trifling matter. The day swiftly passed as they continued their journey. At dawn the following day, Muchinyu eagerly activated the Eye of Death the moment the cooldown ended. The future avatar successfully departed the convoy, avoiding a catastrophic search that could have led to total annihilation. Yet, as he entered the city with hope, seeking the divine assembly with an introduction letter to choose a statue in the temple, a grim revelation struck. Without a token, entry into the temple was forbidden. The future avatar lacked the necessary qualifications. To enter the temple, a sum of 500 taels of silver was required. The only slight advantage of the introduction letter was that it allowed him to enter the temple for a mere 100 taels of silver. Nevertheless, even this 100 taels was an astronomical sum for him. Wang Zichen had already given him all his money, and after spending 10 taels to enter the escort agency, he was left with just over 30 taels, still far from the amount needed to enter the temple. With over 60 taels remaining, where could he possibly procure such a sum? Furthermore, even if he managed to save enough, other players would inevitably arrive, and his chance at the Panga deity statue could be snatched away at any moment. Returning to Craftwood Town to ask Wang Zichen for money, or to inquire with Old John for a token, would result in another 6 days passing. Thus, he had no choice but to rely solely on himself. Meanwhile, the observing Muchinyu suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Old John had not provided him with a token this time. Previously, when Wang Zichen had accompanied him to the imperial capital, Old John had given them both an introduction letter and a token. Yet this time, Old John had merely deceived him with the introduction letter. Perhaps it was due to Wang Zichen not being with him? With this thought, anger bubbled within him. So, this was how he intended to swindle him? In a mere few days, he would surely abduct your prized disciple. With this realization, a sense of melancholy washed over him. He merely aspired to become a spellcaster. Why must there be such tumultuous tribulations? Meanwhile, the future self was not idle. He sought opportunities to earn money. Yet aside from the meager income from menial labor, acquiring the remaining 60 taels of silver seemed insurmountable. In his desperate quest for wealth, the future self ultimately fell prey to a band of swindlers. They enticed him with promises of a lucrative venture that would yield substantial returns. Had it been in the past, Muchinyu would have easily discerned their deceit. However, in his eagerness for monetary gain, he chose to trust the con artists. Ultimately, after investing a significant sum of silver, the swindlers absconded with his funds. Consequently, the future self found himself destitute, lacking even the means to secure lodging. This unfortunate turn of events compelled him to embrace a life of wandering and beggary. Within a mere 5 days, his journey from possessing over 30 taels of silver upon arriving in the imperial capital to becoming a beggar had transpired. By this juncture, the timeline of the quest had reached the 11th day, with the future self having endured 3 days of homelessness. As the quest approached its 14th day, an unexpected individual appeared, astonishing even the observing Muchinyu, the deputy director of the Huaxia Doomsday Management Bureau, Lai Wenji. Lai Wenji approached the future self, informing him of an impending collaboration between Huaxia and Russia, which would enable a majority of players who had achieved perfect completions to become spellcasters. Upon hearing this news, the future self quickly realized that the recent upheaval was a byproduct of this joint effort. A portion of Russian territory lies in Asia. Thus, a significant number of Russians were also assigned to the Asian Doomsday Quest. Subsequently, Lai Wenji inquired whether the future self had achieved a perfect completion. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Lai Wenji extended an invitation for him to join the organization. Chapter 166. The benefactor becomes a fugitive. The future self, recognizing that he had lost his initial advantage of time, reluctantly agreed to join a team composed of 2 leading nations. Within this group, he encountered the mightiest individuals from Huaxia, indeed from across the globe, including Morong Shiner, one of the masterminds behind this initiative. Ultimately, the plan was set to be executed by a Russian named Alec, who possessed an A-rank skill known as breath simulation, allowing him to mimic any aura. He dedicated time to mastering the essence of a spellcaster. Consequently, through diligent efforts, the players uncovered the movement patterns of the leader of the Divine Association, and positioned Alec to ambush him along his predetermined route. Then, the leader of the Divine Association discovered Alec and was astonished to sense the aura of a spellcaster emanating from this mortal. Thus, while he was astonished by the celestial beauty of Alec, he endeavored to bring him back to the imperial capital, placing him within the sacred temple. At that moment, Alec, equipped with the pinnacle artifact from Huaxia, the crowd teleportation device proceeded to transport everyone to the temple, where they collectively acquired divine essences and awakened as divine spellcasters before departing together. This comprised the entirety of their scheme. In a previous timeline of Mucini, this plan had been flawlessly executed. However, there was an unfortunate soul left behind, who subsequently betrayed all the players. To this day, he remains oblivious to the identity of this unfortunate individual, nor does he know whether this person ultimately met their demise. Upon encountering the future entity, Murong Shiner feigned ignorance, and even Lai Wenji, while introducing the future entity to everyone, fabricated a name for it. After all, the name Mucini was known globally among players and was considered extraordinarily astonishing. Having cracked the apocalyptic level of destruction and then unraveling the world-ending calamity, it was likely unparalleled worldwide. Therefore, Mucini's identity remained confidential, with Lai Wenji discreetly advising the future entity to seize a more potent divine essence upon entering the temple. At that juncture, it would be a race of swiftness. Nevertheless, the future entity understood that while there were many top-tier divine essences, the strongest one was singular, the essence of the Panga god. In comparison to the Panga god, all other essences were mere secondaries. Thus, the plan commenced. Alec, from Russia, encountered the leader of the Divine Association in the outskirts on the 16th day of the instance. Upon seeing Alec, the leader was astounded and promptly took him back. Alec entered the Temple of the Divine Association, and at first glance, he beheld the grandest statue at the center, representing the creator god, Pangu. Enchanted, he delayed activating the group teleportation device, awakening the essence of the Pangu god, first before using the device to transport all players involved in the plan into the temple. The moment the future entity entered the temple, Mucini observed through its perspective the colossal figure at the center, wielding an axe. The giant was bare-chested, his muscular form exuding a palpable sense of power. However, compared to other statues imbued with divine grace, the statue representing the Pangu god bore no semblance of divinity. He knew that the essence of the Pangu god had been seized by the Russian named Alec. Consequently, he opted for another top-tier essence, that of the Kunping demon. After all players awakened their divine essences, the previously lifeless statues within the temple instantly multiplied by approximately 80%. According to the natives' accounts, upon the death of a divine spellcaster, their essence would return to the statue. Yet, after the player's ordeal, it was likely that this realm would suffer a significant loss of divine essences. Just as everyone was about to teleport away, the leader of the Divine Association, sensing something amiss, burst in. He extended a large hand and forcefully seized an unfortunate individual from the crowd. Mucini recognized the identity of this unfortunate soul, a man from Huaxia named Zhu Zihao, an official associated with the Bureau of Apocalypse Principles. Logically, one would expect that official players would never betray their own, even in death. Thus, the question arose, had Zhu Zihao betrayed them because he was a traitor, or was he one of the members of the Holy Clan that he had eliminated? He firmly etched the identity of this betrayer into his memory. As the future entity departed the temple alongside the masses, they swiftly scattered in various directions post-teleportation. This was an unexpected turn for Mucini, perhaps stemming from a fear of being captured en masse. As a compatriot of Huaxia, Murong Shiner immediately took his hand, disregarding even Lai Wenji. She subsequently informed him that he must remain close to her at all times henceforth, facilitating her ability to safeguard him. The future entity revealed a secure location to Murong Shiner, an area where Wang Zichen resided. They needed to congregate there and seek refuge with that lad Jia. As he was the child of fortune, danger seldom targeted such individuals, and even if it did, peril would transform into opportunity. Murong Shiner readily acquiesced, following the designated route. The future entity and Mucini took 3 days to return to Craftsman Wood Town along the previously established safe path, eventually locating the diligently training Wang Zichen. However, when Wang Zichen saw Murong Shiner present, he was momentarily stunned. Wait, I thought you were off on important business. He paused. We'll discuss this later. We must seek out a GF first. The events transpiring in the imperial capital had yet to reach Craftsman Wood Town, and they needed to depart swiftly. Thus, the future entity led Wang Zichen and Murong Shiner to the cave where Jia and Erwan resided. Upon spotting Murong Shiner, Jia was taken aback by her beauty and cautiously inquired of the future entity, "Who is this enchanting lady?" His surprise was compounded when Erwan, out of jealousy, pinched his side. "We intend to stay here for a fortnight to hide. Is that all right with you?" he asked. "Why hide? Have you offended someone?" Jia could not help but question. "Well, the individual we've offended is quite formidable, and we dare not venture outside." The future entity nodded. "Haha, feel free to hide as long as you haven't crossed the empire," Jia jested. However, upon uttering this, he noticed that everyone wore solemn expressions. Why do you all look like that? Could it be that you've truly become wanted criminals of the Empire? He gazed at their faces, disbelief etched upon his features. Dear friends, if a savior turns into a fugitive and comes to my home seeking protection, what am I to do? Awaiting a response, urgency mounting. Chapter 167. The Oracle of the Sword-Bearer. Eliminate all stowaways. Ultimately, Ajay chose to spare a few individuals. The future entity exhaled in relief, believing that they could survive until the conclusion of the instance. This sentiment was shared by all present. They began to cultivate their divine powers. And perhaps due to talent or the advantage of becoming spellcasters several days early, Wang Zichen was the first to ascend to the rank of intermediate spellcaster. Murong Shiner and the future entity achieved the same breakthrough simultaneously. This occurred on the 29th day of the instance. According to the usual patterns, they would merely need to endure one more day to depart this realm as spellcasters and return to reality. Even the future entity pondered whether this death in the side quest might be a prelude to the next instance. After all, they had reached the final day. And as long as they survived the last day, all players could return to reality. Yet, an unforeseen event transpired. On the 30th day of the instance, with mere hours remaining until its conclusion, a vast, profound vortex suddenly emerged high in the sky above the cave. This vortex seemed to encapsulate the expanse of the starry sky, and the future entity and companions distinctly sensed that it was approaching them. Let us go. The future entity nudged Wang Zichen, who promptly transformed into the Iron Eater King, leading the group in a swift escape. The celestial vortex remained suspended above, motionless. The group raced across the desolate plains at great speed. Just as they were about to exit the vortex's range, a tremendous sound erupted from the sky. They soon noticed a colossal spear piercing through the vortex, hurtling towards them. The Oracle of the Sword-Bearer. Eliminate all stowaways. With a swift thrust, the spear pierced through Murong Shiner and the future entity's bodies, as if threading through a skewer of candied hawthorn, simultaneously impaling Wang Zichen, transformed into the Iron Eater King. Beneath them, the future entity's eyes widened as he felt the life within him ebbing away. In the end, he collapsed upon Wang Zichen's lifeless form, breath fading. Thus, the future entity met his demise. What was that spear? Inside the carriage, Mu Chenyi opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Just as the spear attacked them, a voice seemed to resonate. The voice declared, the Oracle of the Sword-Bearer. Eliminate all stowaways. He himself was the Sword-Bearer, fully aware of the powers that came with that title. In his homeland, the Sword-Bearer was akin to a deity, possessing the ability to manifest his will. Could it be that this world also harbored a sword-bearer? As the sword-wielder struck them down just as they were about to depart, he eliminated all the clandestine travelers. Were these players truly all mere trespassers? He placed a hand upon his chest, where a long spear had just pierced him. Back in Blue Star, the system of Apocalypse Arrival had proclaimed, detection of a sword-wielder in Blue Star. The game has entered its second phase. It now appeared that this statement implied that only regions housing a sword-wielder could advance to the second phase. What would transpire in the absence of such a figure? He pondered whether, following the game's update, if Blue Star lacked a sword-wielder, the game would remain in its initial phase or lead to the utter destruction of Blue Star. Truthfully, if he could, he yearned to locate the sword-wielder of this realm and inquire about the various planes of existence. He was uncertain if his next dungeon experience would also lead him to a plane with a sword-wielder. Furthermore, he had much more to contemplate. Firstly, the overall strength of this plane surpassed that of Blue Star by 2 tiers, yet it possessed one additional element, the presence of supernatural beings. Here, they had the opportunity to grow stronger. But what of the situation in the beautiful country? In North America, an oppressive, scorching apocalypse loomed. And how would their group of players become stronger under such conditions? Unlike their Asian counterparts, who thrived in a world filled with supernatural entities and had the choice of 4 distinct professions: spellcasters, curse practitioners, exorcists, and spirit nurturers, players in the beautiful country faced the relentless heat. How could they enhance their abilities? Thus, he could not help but question whether the supernatural and the heat were merely components of the grand backdrop of 2 distinct realms. Since the Apocalypse Arrival dungeon had indicated that this was a novice reward phase, it surely aimed to bolster the strength of Blue Star players. Perhaps, in the sweltering environment of the beautiful country, there existed professions akin to their own, spellcasters, and the like, that could similarly enhance their power. Otherwise, if there were no professions to strengthen the players in the beautiful country's dungeons, it would render the game rather inequitable. It was unlikely that the game developers would allow such an imbalance. As his thoughts gradually coalesced, Mu Chenyi began to reflect on the events of his previous death replay. In that instance, his future self had struggled financially in the Imperial City, ultimately resulting in the loss of the divine essence of the creator god, Pangu, to the Russians. This time, he could not afford to repeat such poor decisions. How could he ensure his financial stability? He stroked his chin, his mind conjuring images of the mischievous spirit sneaking feed from the rear cart. It seemed that within the escort agency, there were numerous exorcists. With this thought in mind, he excused himself under the pretext of needing to relieve himself and departed from the cart he occupied, making his way toward the cart transporting the feed. As he neared the rear cargo cart, he perked up his ears. After listening intently for a considerable time, he indeed discerned the sound of gnawing emanating from one of the carts. This noise must belong to the spirit that had stealthily infiltrated the cart, nearly causing the demise of everyone aboard. With this realization, he squinted his eyes. In a previous replay of his death, he had left the cart alone, neglecting the spirit, which resulted in the entire party being victimized and ultimately led him to suffer imprisonment. However, he was also unable to gather enough wealth to enter the temple and become a spellcaster. Now, having left the cart, the calm demeanor on his face transformed into one of panic. He rushed to the primary overseer of the escort agency, hastily shouting outside the cart, "Sir, sir, I have made a discovery." "What is it?" The head of the convoy, somewhat impatient, lifted the curtain of the cart and glanced at Muchini. "Sir, please come here." Muchini feigned vigilance, casting a wary glance around before gesturing at him. "You had better have something of importance." The overseer descended, his expression cold, warning, "Otherwise, you'll learn how to write the word regret." With that, he nimbly leaped to the ground, approaching Muchini. Subsequently, Muchini leaned in closer and relayed his discovery of unusual sounds coming from a cart at the back. Upon hearing this, the overseer's tone grew increasingly frosty. "Are you certain?" Muchini nodded, mumbling, "If we allow something sinister to enter the imperial capital, it will spell disaster for us all." At this, the overseer's pupils dilated. He immediately shouted to those around him, "Halt all progress. All exorcists and talisman masters within the agency, gather here at once." As many from the escort agency sprang into action, the overseer patted Muchini on the shoulder, saying, "Come, point out the cart. If your claims are true, you will be greatly rewarded." With that, he pulled Muchini toward the rear cart. The members of the agency, understanding that something significant had transpired, leaned out of their carts, curiously peering about. Meanwhile, the exorcists and talisman masters displayed their titles as they accompanied the overseer and Muchini to the back of the cart. Upon arriving at the rear of the cart, Muchini immediately pointed to the cart from which he had heard the sounds. "That one. I heard something gnawing inside. Everyone, be alert." The overseer bellowed. "Amau, go lift the cart cover." The members of the escort agency quickly fell into a state of alertness, and a fellow named Amau stepped forward, forcefully pulling back the cover that concealed all the items. As the cover of the carriage was lifted, a creature resembling a gray monkey, with a mouthful of sungrass, appeared before everyone. It was the Zhi Mao monkey monster. "Let us take action." The leader swiftly shielded Muchini behind him, seizing his weapon and charging forward. Surrounding them, the ghost hunters and talisman practitioners sprang into action. While the ghost hunters advanced wielding their weapons, some talisman practitioners produced paper talismans. They began to form intricate hand seals, channeling their energy into the talismans, which instantly radiated a brilliant light. Subsequently, they hurled the talismans at the carriage. Boom, boom. The tremendous explosions resonated, and before the ghost hunters could reach them, the Zhi Mao monkey monster and all the remaining sungrass in the carriage were reduced to ashes. "By the heavens, you talisman practitioners have obliterated everything," the leader grumbled as he returned. Thus, the creature that threatened the lives of everyone aboard was effortlessly vanquished. After reprimanding the talisman practitioners, the leader, bearing the title of Ghost Exorcist, approached Muchini. "We will arrive at the imperial capital within a few hours. It is unlikely that anyone will discover this Zhi Mao monkey monster. You have saved the lives of everyone in our carriage, and our escort agency owes you a great debt of gratitude." Upon hearing the leader's words, Muchini timidly inquired, "Can this favor be redeemed for cash?" The escort agency leader? Naturally, Muchini successfully redeemed it. Ultimately, the leader presented him with a banknote worth 500 taels of silver, in addition to the 10 taels he had spent when boarding the carriage. As he gazed at the 500 tael banknotes in his possession, a smile graced his face. At last, he had gathered enough money. Even without a letter of introduction, he had secured a chance to enter the sacred temple. The journey ahead was devoid of further mishaps, and they arrived at the imperial capital without incident. This time, no ghosts were detected, and the escort agency safely entered the imperial city. After bidding farewell to the escort agency's convoy, Muchini promptly made his way toward the headquarters of the Divine Spirits Association. In all prior instances of death replay, the divinity of Pangu God had been seized by that Russian Alec. Yet, this time marked his closest proximity to the Pengu god divinity. Of course, he was not in a rush, as he had already determined the timing of Alec and his associates' plan, allowing him to enter the Divine Spirits Association headquarters at any moment. He intended to spend the night first, waiting for the Eye of Death to assist him in refining his subsequent plan. Thus, he settled into an inn near the headquarters of the Divine Spirits Association. Judgment Scale? What are the odds of me obtaining the Pengu god divinity? Before executing his plan, he consulted the Judgment Scale. The small angel within outweighed the small demon. Upon seeing the success rate exceed 90%, he felt significantly reassured. A day passed. The following morning, as soon as the cooling period of the Eye of Death concluded, he promptly made use of it. Good child, do you wish to take me as your master? Upon regaining his vision, Mu Chenyi beheld a familiar face before him. Having undergone numerous deaths and respawns, he instantly recognized the identity of the man standing before him. This man was none other than the president of the Divine Association. Disciple greets master. The future entity knelt down with a resounding thud, calling out the title of master. Very well, very well. The president, with a face full of gratification, assisted the future entity to his feet, gently stroking him as he said, Good child, good child. Mu Chenyi shared the same sensations as the future entity. And when the president's large hands caressed him, an uncomfortable feeling washed over him. The Pengu god, throughout history, has had but one individual attain his divine essence. The president, having personally helped him rise, spoke. The Pengu god can create and destroy, severing all obstacles. No one can instruct you in the use of such divine abilities. Not even I. Therefore, I can only do my utmost to aid you in familiarizing yourself with the powers of the Pengu god, enabling you to swiftly enhance your strength. Follow me. Subsequently, the president led the future entity to the headquarters of the Divine Association, where he gathered all the high-ranking members. There, he publicly declared the future entity as the next president of the Divine Association, a position that would take effect immediately upon his death. Furthermore, the news of his personal acceptance of the future entity as his disciple would be disseminated across the globe. After the meeting, he departed with the future entity to a unique structure located behind the headquarters. This edifice bore some resemblance to the pyramids of Blue Star, yet upon entering, the future entity discovered that its interior space was immense, easily the size of a football field. This is my residence, and from today onward, you shall dwell here as well, where I will personally guide your training every day. The president pointed to a steaming pool resembling a hot spring outside the space, and said, That is the gathering pool. Every divine spellcaster who trains within it can achieve twice the result with half the effort. From today, you shall train there. In the ensuing days, the future entity diligently trained alongside the president. Concurrently, his mastery of the Pengu god's divine essence grew ever stronger. Now, apart from the titles of Blade Bearer of Blue Star and Savior, which he could not utilize, he had also acquired the title of low-level divine spellcaster, Creator God Pengu. When invoking the Pengu god title, the future entity could conjure a heaven-splitting axe, theoretically capable of cleaving anything in two. As his proficiency with the heaven-splitting axe improved, it became remarkably deft in his grasp. While others wielded flying swords, he commanded a flying axe. According to the president, the Pengu god's divine essence is distinct from most. At every stage of cultivation, it grants a unique characteristic enhancement. For instance, it is said that upon becoming a master of divine incantations, he would acquire a fragment of the power of the Pengu deity, endowing his physique with immeasurable strength. Once he achieves mastery, his rank would ascend directly to the threshold of semi-mythical status. Although he still has a considerable journey ahead to reach this esteemed level, attaining mastery would instantly elevate him to semi-mythical. Semi-mythical, indeed. Mythical status is second only to the catastrophic tier. Furthermore, through days of diligent training, not only has the future self adeptly mastered the divine essence of the Pengu deity, but the observer, Mu Chenyi, has also become proficient. The connection between Mu Chenyi and his future self is profound. He harbors an instinctive belief that once he attains the divine essence of the Pengu deity in reality, he will instantaneously command the powers of a divine incantation master with perfection. Realizing this, Mu Chenyi subtly perceives that this may indeed be the true golden opportunity afforded by the skill known as the Eye of Death. The phenomenon of death replay is not merely a simple visual of death. It encompasses every experience that the future self has undergone, allowing him to empathize deeply, including the wisdom gained by the future self. Thus, in the ensuing 7 days, the future self devoted himself to training. Given that the timeline for his quest to become a divine incantation master is on the 6th day, the current time has progressed to the 13th day of the quest. On this 13th day, the guild leader sought out the future self once more. Come, I shall take you out for some practical experience. The guild leader identified a locale inhabited by lesser spirits, intending to personally guide the future self in honing his skills, attempting to wield the divine essence of Pangu in combat. The future self willingly acquiesced. Consequently, the two departed the imperial capital and arrived at a village. The guild leader positioned the future self at the entrance of a spirit-infested cave, instructing, "Within this cave resides a bear spirit. Your task is to slay it. Throughout your battle, I shall offer no assistance. All must rely on your own strength." "Understood, master," the future self replied, turning to enter the spirit's lair. Upon crossing the threshold, he activated his title, the Heavenly Opening Axe, the original name of the axe wielded by the Pangu deity, manifested in his grasp as he scanned his surroundings with vigilance, wary of ambushes. Venturing deeper into the cave, he indeed encountered a creature resembling a zombie bear, soundly asleep. Unlike ordinary bears, this creature bore gray-black fur and was marred by numerous scars, some oozing dark blood, closely resembling the undead bears depicted in films. He cautiously approached the bear, but as he drew within 5 meters, an overwhelming sense of dread surged through him. Reacting purely on instinct, he abruptly rolled to the side, tumbling across the ground several times before finally coming to a halt. Just moments after he had barely pressed himself to the ground, a sharp arrowhead grazed his scalp. If the future entity had not reacted in the nick of time, that arrow could have easily pierced his skull. "Who goes there?" the future entity bellowed. At that moment, the slumbering bear before him began to fade away. Realizing the vanishing spectral bear, the future entity deduced, a ghost tamer? The bear's disappearance mirrored the scene when Ajia subdued the colossal underground beast. "There must be a ghost tamer lurking here. Talented sorcerer, I'm afraid we cannot allow your growth to continue." A figure gradually emerged from the shadows. The future entity glanced toward the shadow and could not help but quip, "Why do you ghost tamers have such a penchant for emerging from walls?" Ajia did the same when he appeared in that eerie village. Perish. Another arrow shot forth towards the future entity. At that moment, the observing Mu Chini discerned the origin of the arrow. Behind the ghost tamer floated a diminutive angel with a dark halo. To be precise, it was a fallen angel. Standing about 50 centimeters tall, she wielded a bow aimed directly at the future entity. Mu Chini recognized this fallen angel. She belonged to a category of spirits. In this realm, there exists a group of little angels who reside in a secluded paradise, living in communities as a distinct race. However, those who commit grave transgressions are cast into the abyss. If fortunate enough to survive there, these little angels would absorb the essence of spirits and transform into fallen angels. Fallen angels are considered a type of spirit and can be bound by ghost tamers. They are among the most elite of contracted spirits. The ghost tamer before him not only had a spectral bear under his command, but also managed to contract a fallen angel. Alarm bells rang in the future entity's mind as he dodged the fallen angel's arrows, fleeing towards the cave's exit. The president was outside. He needed to seek the president's protection. "You aren't intending to find Yi Songhai, are you?" the ghost tamer sneered. "Yi Songhai is already entangled with several elders of our ghost tamer alliance. You might as well resign yourself to death." With that, he raised his hand and summoned a swarm of stinging bees. The buzzing horde pursued the future entity relentlessly. "The president is entangled?" The future entity's expression darkened. Yi Songhai was the president's name. The swarm moved with astonishing speed. He swung the sky-opening axe, slaying several, but the remaining bees seized the opportunity, burrowing into the future entity's clothing and viciously stinging his skin. "Ouch, it hurts." The future entity felt a wave of numbness wash over him, his movements slowing considerably. At the very moment his movements ceased, an arrow suddenly shot forth, aimed directly at his head. Bang! The future body met its demise. Chapter 170. The Swordbearer of Blue Star, bring us back. Gasping for breath, Mu Chini abruptly sat up in bed, clutching his head and inhaling deeply. One cannot deny that the sensation of being struck down was rather exhilarating. In the first phase of the Pangu deity's divinity, he possessed only the formidable Open Heaven Axe, a tool of great power, yet it felt somewhat inadequate. The combat methods available to a low-tier spellcaster were still too limited, relying heavily on his exceptional martial prowess. Moreover, why was there a spirit-raising master present in the realm of the future body? His brow furrowed as he recalled his earlier journey to the imperial capital with Wang Zichen, during which they encountered a spirit-raising master intent on pursuing them. It appeared these masters were affiliated with an organization known as the Spirit-Raising Master Alliance, whose objective was to eliminate all talented spellcasters, including Wang Zichen and now himself. As this realization struck him, his eyelid twitched. This time, the future body had not employed the dagger of termination. Perhaps it had not anticipated such an easy demise. He rubbed his temples, astonished that he had fallen to the hands of a spirit-raising master. Furthermore, aside from the spirit-raising masters, once he acquired the Panga deity's divinity and became a spellcaster, he would face two more formidable challenges. The first was the players from the 17th day of the instance. Should Zhu Zihao be captured by the Spirit Association's president, Yi Songhai, his identity would likely be exposed. The second challenge awaited them as the instance drew to a close, where they encountered the Swordbearer's oracle. That spear had decimated them all. To survive with the abilities of a spellcaster, much lay ahead of him. He approached the wash basin to freshen up, tidying his appearance before checking out downstairs. Upon leaving the inn, he made his way towards the headquarters of the Spirit Association. With the assurance provided by the death replay, he was confident he could become a spellcaster. However, it seemed his demise might have been orchestrated by the Spirit-Raising Master Alliance. At this thought, he couldn't help but express some frustration towards President Yi. Why, as a leader, was your whereabouts so easily revealed? It was precisely because of such exposure that the players from Blue Star discovered his location, leading to the Russians' subsequent looting of the entire temple statues. Now, his movements had once again been detected by the Spirit-Raising Master Alliance. Was he a glowing light bulb, illuminating everywhere he went? With a sigh, he resolved to pursue his path as a spellcaster. He organized the silver notes and recommendation letter in his possession and approached the Spirit Association. The grand entrance required verification. He extracted his recommendation letter, and after the guards scrutinized it, they granted him passage. Upon entering the Divine Assembly, he was unambiguously determined to locate the path leading to the sacred temple. The temple itself was an immense palace, meticulously designed to prevent multiple divine sorcerers from awakening their divinity simultaneously, which could lead to undesirable interactions. Thus, only one individual was permitted to enter for the awakening at a time. Others were barred from entry. With a letter of introduction, one could gain entry by paying a fee of 100 taels, albeit necessitating a wait in line. The same attendant, adorned with a name badge, glanced at Mu Chinyi's letter and gestured towards a distant queue comprising over a dozen individuals. Upon seeing the line, Mu Chinyi felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Each individual was allotted a mere quarter of an hour within the temple. However, typically, if no one awakened during that time, they would remain for the full duration before exiting. A quarter of an hour equated to 15 minutes, which meant he would have to wait outside for long hours. However, there was no alternative. He resigned himself to the queue. After paying the 100 taels, he dutifully took his place at the back of the line. As he had anticipated, he waited for over 4 hours until the person ahead of him emerged from the temple, disheveled and covered in dust. At that moment, the adjacent hourglass suddenly flipped, commencing the countdown. Once the sand within the hourglass completely fell, he would be compelled to exit. Thus, without further delay, he stepped into the fabled sacred temple. He would be the first among all players to enter this hallowed space. It was merely the 6th day of the game, and he had successfully entered the Doomsday instance in the Asia region, the most auspicious of grounds. Upon his entry into the hall, he beheld colossal statues from all directions. Although he had glimpsed these figures through the perspective of his future self, experiencing them firsthand was profoundly overwhelming. Each statue represented a character chronicled in Chinese mythology: the three-eyed Erlang Shun, the Monkey King Sun Wukong wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, and the Kuanping soaring to the heavens. Every mythical being from the rich tapestry of Chinese lore was present, all residing at the pinnacle of divinity. His gaze then gravitated towards the central figure, a giant holding the heavenly axe and gazing at the cosmos, the creator god, Pangu. At last, the moment had arrived. He took a deep breath and began to approach Pangu's statue step by step. The surrounding statues seemed to animate, all fixated upon him. Tap, tap. Within the expansive hall, only the sound of his footsteps echoed. Tap. As he stood before the statue of Pangu, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Blue Star Swordbearer, take us back. What was that voice? Mu Chinyi halted, turning to survey his surroundings. Yet, wherever his gaze fell, there were only the still, unmoving statues. Could it be that he was merely imagining things? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the familiar voice echoed once more beside him. Blue Star Swordbearer, take us back. This time, Mu Chinyi truly understood. He heard someone calling for him, the Swordbearer of Blue Star, along with the command, take them back. These statues, were they asking him to return them? Mu Chinyi's pupils contracted. Could it be that these statues originally belonged to Blue Star? Indeed. The figures depicted were all characters from Chinese mythology, yet they now appeared in this dimensional realm. Furthermore, this realm boasted the so-called Swordbearer. The implications were chilling upon reflection. Suppressing all thoughts swirling within him, he approached the statue of the Pangu god. He reached out to touch the thumb of the Pangu goddess' foot, raising his gaze to meet the eyes of the statue. Moments later, a chime resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for signing a contract with the creator god, Pangu. thus obtaining the divine status of the creator god, Pengu of Blue Star. Noticing that the host possesses the title of Sword Bearer of Blue Star. The compatibility between the host and the creator god Pengu is 9,999. Note, this compatibility level is the highest, at 100%. The host will fully transform into Pengu. A hidden special quest has been activated. Hidden special quest. Exclusive to Sword Bearers of Blue Star, you possess the ability of Summoning Generals. Please bring all Blue Star deities back to Blue Star. Summoning Generals. When a player stands before a statue of a Chinese deity, you can designate them as the representative of that deity without requiring a perfect evaluation in the instance. Note, you can control the divine qualifications of all deities you have summoned. Hint, you can command the transfer of their divine status to others at any time. Chapter 171. Becoming a divine spellcaster. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Mu Qingyu's eyes nearly bulged out. This is simply astonishing. His hands trembled slightly. This ability seemed even more extraordinary than acquiring the divine status of Pengu. The Summoning General's aspect, was it not akin to another level of the investiture of the gods? Whoever he designates becomes a deity, and he can revoke that status at will. He exhaled deeply and accessed his personal details from the system. Host information is as follows. Name, Mu Qingyu. Combat power, epic level. Total participation in the apocalypse, 4x special abilities, Eye of Death, SSS level. Sword of Annihilation, SSS level. Judgment Scale, S level. Fengyu, A level. Master Martial Arts, B level. Cube Expert, D level. Master of Escape, C level. Blessing of the Puppet King, Favor of the Child of Destiny. Special items, Dagger of Termination, S level. Summoning Father Technique, S level. I Am a Gambler, A level. Qinkuan Bag, C level. Revival Coins, 0 Divine Revival Coins. 1 Titles, Sword Bearer of Blue Star, not equipped. Savior, not equipped. Low-level Divine Spellcaster of Creator God Pengu, not equipped. Points, 36600. Having reached this point, I shall casually add a few more words. As Mu Qingyu perused the information, he noted not only the newly acquired titles, but also a line indicating his battle prowess, epic level combat strength. It appeared that this extraordinary combat ability was bestowed upon him by the divine essence of the Pengu deity. Before he could act further, a robust beam of light suddenly erupted from above, piercing the heavens. This luminous pillar signified the celestial alteration triggered by the Pengu deity's divine selection of him. Amidst this cosmic phenomenon, he vaguely sensed a figure hastening towards him from outside the temple. Upon noticing this silhouette, his previously calm demeanor briefly faltered, giving way to a hint of panic. He took his role seriously. The figure approaching him was none other than Yi Songhai, the president of the Divine Spell Society, who approached Mu Qingyu with evident delight and inquired eagerly, "What is your name?" "Senior, I am called Mu Qingyu." He spoke truthfully, for certain divine spellcasters possess the ability to discern lies. Furthermore, during his previous death replay, the future entity had not concealed his name. "Very well. Do you wish to take me as your master?" Yi Songhai regarded him with satisfaction. The ensuing events unfolded just as depicted in the death replay. Mu Qingyu successfully became Yi Songhai's disciple, prompting the latter to convene an urgent meeting to declare nationwide that he had acquired an exceptionally talented pupil. Ultimately, he led Mu Qingyu to the pyramid, where, as seen in the death replay, he imparted the knowledge of mastering the divine essence of Pengu. Having previously become thoroughly acquainted with the usage of the Pengu divine essence during the death replay, Mu Qingyu, after feigning unfamiliarity for a brief moment, revealed his remarkable talent without pretense. Astounded by such brilliance, Yi Songhai devoted himself to instructing Mu Qingyu with even greater care. Once he became a divine spellcaster, Mu Qingyu sensed a steady enhancement in his physical abilities. With each training session, not only did his divine power amplify day by day, but his physique also underwent a transformation. It felt as though his internal organs had been tempered. He believed that even if a bullet were to pierce his abdomen, under the protection of his divine power, his vital organs would remain unscathed. Due to his cultivation of divine power, Mu Qingyu perpetually felt a sense of satiety, no longer requiring the daily sustenance that ordinary mortals needed to maintain their health. That evening, Mu Qingyu activated the judgment balance and posed the question, "What is the probability of my successfully escaping the imperial capital alone within a week?" The weight of the little demon on the scale far outweighed that of the little angel. This indicated that, given his current sensitive identity, the likelihood of escaping the imperial capital alone was nearly zero. Upon realizing this, his heart sank. The night passed in silence. The following morning marked the 7th day of the instance. As soon as the cooldown of the death eye concluded, Mu Qingyu activated it. "What? Do you not wish to undertake the trial?" The visage of Yi Songhai materialized before Mu Qingyu, a hint of despondency etched upon his features. Could you divulge the reasons behind your reluctance to engage in the trial? Yi Songhai's expression of disappointment receded as he inquired, puzzled. Teacher, you may find my words hard to believe, the future entity struggled to articulate, just as I resolved to accompany you for the trial. An inexplicable sense of trepidation washed over me, as if it were a warning from the Penga deity, divine essence. It felt as though this trial could prove perilous. He added, is it true that the Penga deity's divine essence possesses such capabilities? Yi Songhai pondered, momentarily taken aback. Yet soon, a glimmer of realization crossed his gaze. Wait here for a while, I shall investigate. With that, Yi Songhai's form vanished in an instant before the future entity. As the future entity sensed Yi Songhai's formidable prowess once more, he began to deduce the extent of Yi Songhai's combat abilities. Legendary peak, perhaps even mythic. To attain such a status, one would be considered akin to a native of the Blue Star. Recognizing the gravity of Yi Songhai's capabilities, the future entity felt an increased urgency to remain cautious. Yi Songhai's absence was brief. After merely an hour, he returned, bloodied yet composed. Fortunately, your divine essence possesses a sensitivity to danger. This trial has been tampered with by the Spirit-Raising Guild. A traitor among the deities has divulged my whereabouts. I require a few days for investigation. During this time, feel free to move about, but be sure to conceal your identity when outside, he instructed, handing the future entity a token. This token represents the authority of the Deity Council's president and will assist you in navigating most troubles. Understood, teacher. The future entity nodded in affirmation. After imparting his advice, Yi Songhai retreated to his quarters, donned a fresh set of garments, and departed the pyramid with a somber demeanor. Notably, he left the grand door of the pyramid ajar. The future entity, stroking his chin and studying the token in his possession, was pleasantly surprised by this unforeseen boon. Yi Songhai had previously restricted his movements, likely out of concern for his safety. However, following this incident, Yi Songhai erroneously assumed that the future entity's Penga deity essence endowed him with foresight into danger, granting him newfound freedom. Now, he could traverse the sanctum at will. Rather than rushing to depart, the future entity chose to wait a day before leisurely exiting the pyramid. Subsequently, he left the Deity Council and strolled through the streets of the Imperial City. Chapter 172. The B-Plan naturally, on his first day out. The future entity refrained from recklessly seeking out other players. Instead, he meandered through the city, indulging in myriad delicacies and purchasing fine garments before returning to the pyramid. The following day, the future entity continued to wander about, discreetly observing whether anyone was tailing him. After a day filled with exploration, he returned once more to the pyramid. With the arrival of the third day, marking the 15th day of the instance, having skipped the 12th trial, 3 days had subsequently passed. He began his morning with a brief period of leisure. Upon sensing that he was not being followed, he turned on his heel and made his way towards the outer city. While he had ventured to the outer city during the previous 3 days, those excursions had been merely to indulge in the exotic cuisine of another realm. This time, however, he was driven by a specific purpose. Recalling the memories from a prior death playback, he sought out a location where players from Huaxia congregated. He discovered a tailor shop where Lai Wenji, the deputy director of the Huaxia Doomsday Administration, was employed, leveraging his skill in garment making to earn a living. Entering the tailor shop, he feigned interest in selecting ready-made garments. Eventually, he spotted an article of clothing that possessed a distinct style and realized it had been crafted by Lai Wenji. Thus, he inquired of the shop assistant, "This garment has a rather unique style. Who is its creator?" "Esteemed guest, this piece was made by a new tailor we just hired. Would you care to try it on?" The shop assistant promptly responded, his demeanor shifting to one of respect upon noticing the valuable attire the future entity wore. "I have no interest in this garment," the future entity replied nonchalantly, "but I am quite intrigued by your tailor. Take me to meet him." The shop assistant appeared somewhat hesitant. "I have no shortage of funds." The future entity's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. "If you do not take me to him, you shall regret it." However, he then produced a silver coin and slipped it into the shop assistant's collar. Employing the age-old tactic of offering a sweet reward after a firm reprimand, the shop assistant, feeling the weight of the silver coin in his pocket, immediately wore a flattering smile. "Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. I shall inquire in the back for you." He departed. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a smile. Addressing the future entity, "Esteemed guest, please follow me." Upon receiving a nod from the future entity, he promptly led the way. Before long, he brought the future entity to a small room, explaining, "Esteemed guest, the tailor Lai is waiting for you inside. I shall take my leave now. Go ahead." The future entity gestured for the shop assistant to leave. Once the assistant's figure vanished from view, the future entity lifted his pant leg, opened the door, and stepped over the threshold. Inside the room, the familiar figure of Lai Wenji was bent over, diligently working on clothing. Esteemed guest, may I inquire what brings you here? Lai Wenji asked without lifting his head. The future entity surveyed the surroundings, recalling that it was here during a previous death playback. That Lai Wenji had taken him in when he had fallen to the depths of destitution. In those days, he secluded himself within this small room, and he even discovered that beneath the bedboard in the corner lay an underground chamber. The future entity wandered about, the sound of footsteps echoing. With a teasing tone remarking, "Director Lai, how is it that you reside in such a place?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lai Wenji instinctively lifted his head. The moment he beheld the future entity, his expression transformed with surprise. "Muchini. Director Lai, it has been a long time." The future entity smiled warmly. When old acquaintances meet, emotions run high. "Muchini, I heard that you have joined the Divine Association and taken the president of the association as your mentor. Initially, I thought it was merely a coincidence of names, but the directors are adamant that this disciple of the president must be you. Only you could achieve such feats." Lai Wenji paused his actions, speaking with palpable excitement. "These are trivial matters. I have come to you with something of great importance." The future entity reached into his pocket, producing a map which he laid before Lai Wenji. "This delineates the territory of the Divine Association. I am aware of your plans, yet aside from those, there is another issue." "You know our plans?" Lai Wenji was initially taken aback, but upon considering Muchini's formidable prophetic abilities, he felt a sense of relief. "Well, it is only natural that Muchini would be aware of this. What is the issue?" he inquired. "The probability of the plan's success is quite high. However, this realm harbors a particular individual known as the Sword-Bearer," the future entity whispered. "Sword-Bearer? Isn't that your title?" Lai Wenji's eyes widened in disbelief. "Allow me to briefly explain the Sword-Bearer's capabilities," the future entity continued in a hushed tone. "When in his native realm, the Sword-Bearer possesses invincible power, capable of slaying any creature at will. In my prophetic vision, it was this Sword-Bearer who, just as we were about to depart from this realm, struck and annihilated us all." "What?" Lai Wenji clearly did not anticipate such alarming news. "Are you certain?" He swallowed hard, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Certain. Is there any way to resolve this?" The future entity shook his head. "What remains uncertain is when this realm's Sword-Bearer discovered our presence. Moreover, since I joined the Divine Association midway, I cannot guarantee the success of your plan in 2 days. The butterfly effect triggered by my involvement has undoubtedly altered matters. Thus, I am uncertain if this mission can proceed smoothly. Muchini, you are now a member of the Divine Association. Do you believe you can escort us into the temple?" Lai Wenji asked. "I am unsure if you have managed to ascertain the whereabouts of the president of the Divine Association. I am more interested in knowing how prepared you are for your current mission." "It is rather challenging," Lai Wenji replied with a wry smile. "Thus, we can only initiate Plan B." "What is Plan B?" the future entity inquired curiously, and even the observing Muchinu perked up. Previously, he had no recollection of any Plan B. Plan B entails that all players who arrive in the Imperial capital pool their resources together, as it requires a fee of 500 taels of silver to enter the temple. Therefore, everyone is devising ways to earn money. Once we gather enough for one person, we will have Alex stand in line to enter the temple and seize all the divine attributes within. By the way, Muchinu, since you have entered the temple before, how many statues are there inside?" Lai Wenji suddenly asked midway through. Before Muchinu could respond, a chilling voice echoed from the doorway. "Muchinu, my dear disciple. It turns out you are the Sword-Bearer from another realm." Chapter 173. Forced Retaliation. Muchinu, my dear disciple. It turns out you are the Sword-Bearer from another realm. A familiar voice suddenly rang out behind the future entity. Upon hearing this voice, the future entity's adrenaline surged uncontrollably. The owner of this voice was none other than his esteemed master, Yi Songhai, the president of the Divine Spirit Association, who had vanished for 3 days. He never anticipated that Yi Songhai had been tailing him all along. The future entity slowly turned around, gazing at Yi Songhai, whose previously amiable demeanor had turned grim. He asked with some difficulty, "When did you discover my identity?" A profound sense of confusion enveloped him. He had never exposed himself. Why had Yi Songhai uncovered his identity? "During my investigation into the traitors of the Divine Spirit Association, I inadvertently found an elder who had been in contact with you. From him, I learned of your group of outsiders," Yi Songhai replied, disappointment etched on his face. He had hoped to nurture an extraordinary talent in his twilight years, only to realize he had invited a wolf into the fold. "Knowing of the outsider's existence, why did you suspect me and follow me for 3 days?" The future entity still failed to comprehend. He had been exceedingly cautious, spending the first 2 days merely enjoying himself. And it was only on the 3rd day that he sought out Lai Wenji. Why had Yi Songhai kept such a close watch on him? "Although I have been investigating your identity, Yi Songhai sighed. I lacked conclusive evidence. Yet, every time I considered that you are a prodigy awakened to the Pengu God, divine attribute, I could not rest easy. Thus, I resorted to this desperate measure of secretly following you. I never expected you would indeed be an outsider, a sword-bearer from another realm. Alas, considering our past as master and disciple, I shall spare you, but you must take your own life. Yi Songhai clasped his hands behind his back. At that moment, the future entity's face turned ashen, and he let out a deep sigh, turning to Lai Wenji beside him. I am truly sorry, Director Lai. I have implicated you as well. Alas, this is not your fault. Lai Wenji sighed deeply, retrieving a weapon from his spatial ring, his expression turning grave. But I shall not surrender easily. Even in death, I will take a piece of this fiend, he declared, lunging towards Yi Songhai. In contrast, Yi Songhai wore a disdainful smirk, fully confident that the two before him were no match for his prowess. However, as Yi Songhai focused on Lai Wenji, the future entity silently placed a hand upon its neck, feeling the small dagger known as the Dagger of Termination. Go! It hurled the dagger directly at Yi Songhai. An overwhelming sense of dread surged within him. By the time Yi Songhai realized the imminent threat, the dagger had already embedded itself in his chest. He stared blankly at the gaping wound, slowly collapsing to the ground, his eyes forever unblinking. As one of the mightiest beings in this realm, he could scarcely fathom that he had been slain by two mere ants of epic caliber. Following Yi Songhai's demise, the future entity approached and retrieved the storage bag from the fallen foe. After stowing the body within, it turned to the bewildered Lai Wenji. Stop dawdling. Quickly take me to Murong Shiner and the others. Ah, yes. Lai Wenji, disregarding his attire, hurriedly gathered his belongings and departed with the future entity. Muchini, are you sure we won't face repercussions for killing this fellow? He inquired anxiously as they walked. If we do not eliminate him, we are as good as dead. The future entity replied coolly. Yi Songhai has always been elusive within the Divine Spirit Society. If they lack definitive proof of his death, we may have a few days to conceal it, and in that time, we shall seize our opportunity. There was no turning back now. With a heavy heart, Lai Wenji nodded and quickened his pace to lead the future entity. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at an orphanage, the residence of Murong Shiner. However, instead of entering through the main entrance, Lai Wenji guided the future entity through a small dog hole in the side wall. The future entity, heedless of soiling its garments, followed suit. Upon entering the orphanage, they made their way directly to the kitchen. The reason for their destination was clear. Murong Shiner held the position of chef here, fondly referred to as the kitchen mistress. In truth, Muchini believed she would be better suited as a masseuse, for her massage skills were truly unparalleled. He recalled the last time she had treated him. It had been an experience bordering on agony. Upon reaching the kitchen, the future entity and Lai Wenji encountered a plump matron chef. The matron resembles those in university canteens, yet the future entity, having experienced several deaths before, recognizes this woman as Murong Xiner in disguise. Murong Xiner's original appearance was so striking that it could easily attract unwanted attention here. The matron, however, was not as conspicuous. Upon encountering the future entity, Murong Xiner displayed evident surprise. What brings you here? She removed her apron and approached the two. Muchini had just dispatched the president of the Divine Spirit Society. Will this affect our plans? Lai Wenji succinctly inquired. The president of the Divine Spirit Society? Murong Xiner muttered, suddenly turning to the future entity. You killed the president? With no other option, the future entity, Little Bear, shrugged. Did you use the Dagger of Termination? Murong Xiner pondered, realizing that with Muchini's strength, he likely had no choice but to resort to the dagger. Yes, but it matters not, the future entity responded calmly, explaining, Yi Songhai's death will inevitably be exposed, thus we must expedite our plans. Our plans? Indeed, said the future entity. You will provide me with the group teleportation device. I will conceal my identity and take it into the temple, subsequently bringing you all in. Once you have received your rewards, I will escort you out. This plan was indeed far superior to their previous one. Murong Xiner reflected, however, that places you in the most perilous situation. Haven't I often found myself in the most dangerous of scenarios? The future entity chuckled lightly. The last world-ending catastrophe, and the one before that, did I not resolve both? Did I hide behind any of you during those events? If he feared danger, Blue Star would have long since transformed into a two-dimensional world. Hearing the future entity's words, both Murong Xiner and Lai Wenji fell silent. They truly lacked the authority to command the individual before them. Just trust me. The future entity extended his right hand towards Murong Xiner. Oh, and gather all the surviving Huaxia players from the instance. I have a way to make those who did not achieve a perfect clearance into Incantation Masters. Chapter 174. The new mechanism of the Eye of Death, you have a method to make all Huaxiao players into incantation masters? Murong Xiner furrowed her brow at the future entity's assertion. You must be joking. Conversing with you is quite laborious. The future entity flicked his outstretched hand. Hurry. Hand over the group teleportation device. Seeing his insistence, Murong Xiner could only smile wryly and handed the device to him. Upon receiving it, the future entity revealed his watch and stated, You gather them. At 6 in the evening, I will summon all of you to the temple. With that, he turned and departed, leaving the remaining matters for Murong Xiner to handle. After leaving the orphanage, the future entity spent the rest of the day outside. Around 5 o'clock, nearing 6, he returned to the Divine Association and approached the entrance of the temple, where he found the gatekeeper. I require entry for a while. Please ensure all idle individuals are removed from this vicinity. With that, he revealed the token bestowed upon him by Yi Songhai. Upon seeing the president's token, the gatekeeper promptly responded with respect and turned to open the grand doors of the temple. After ushering out the ordinary individuals who were searching for statues, the future entity stepped inside alone. Once again within the temple, the future entity retrieved his watch. Observing the time, just minutes shy of the appointed hour of 6, he produced the group teleportation device and positioned himself at the center. As the clock struck 6, he activated the device. A radiant beam of light flickered, transforming the group teleportation device into an item usable solely for return. Numerous players from Huaxia, along with several from Russia, were also transported to this location. Upon witnessing the multitude of statues within the hall, the future entity pointed directly at Murong Xiner, Nuwa's divine essence. He then glanced at the other familiar Huaxia players, bestowing upon them the top-tier divine essences by designating them one by one. Everyone acted swiftly. As they acquired the divine essences from the various statues, beams of light descended from the heavens, visible to the entire populace of the imperial city. Meanwhile, some powerful spellcasters from the Divine Association sensed something amiss and hastily made their way toward the temple. The future entity, aware of this development and seeing that everyone had nearly awakened, promptly adjusted the group teleportation device. Subsequently, everyone within the temple was teleported away. Like a replay of a previous demise, upon escaping the temple, all players scattered in various directions. This time, after reuniting with Murong Xiner and Wang Zichen, the future entity chose not to hide with the Jia again. Given the circumstances surrounding the last starry vortex, they decided to seek a new place to reside. Fortunately, their finances were adequate, allowing them to stay in a village free from supernatural disturbances. Days passed, and as the future entity wrestled with unease, on the eve of their return to reality, the starry vortex appeared as anticipated. Gazing up at the enormous celestial whirlpool, he involuntarily closed his eyes. I am weary. Let it be annihilation. With the voice of the Swordbearer's oracle proclaiming, eliminate all stowaways, a spear materialized, once again skewering the trio. The future entity met his demise once more. Why must it always end this way? Muchini opened his eyes. During this death replay, he had only lost a final dagger. Yet, in the end, everyone was still slain by the Swordbearer. Was this not an inevitable fate? The system referred to this as a newcomer reward. Is a newcomer reward synonymous with total annihilation? After experiencing death 6 or 7 times in quick succession, Muchinyu felt as though his mind was on the verge of exploding. Just as he rubbed his temples, contemplating his next move, a sudden voice echoed within his mind. Ding. The host will not encounter death in this instance. Remaining uses of the Eye of Death, 23 times. Note, after the second phase, the mechanics of the Eye of Death will be modified. Following the modification, if the Eye of Death is activated during an unfinished instance of Doomsday, it will not reveal the impending Doomsday scenes of the next instance. Since the host still has 23 unused instances of the Eye of Death, the host will receive an additional exclusive gift package after the conclusion of this Doomsday scenario. Congratulations to the host for successfully clearing this instance. Muchinyu was perplexed. What is going on? He opened the system interface and reviewed the message once more. The mechanics of the Eye of Death had been altered? What could this possibly mean? Was it due to the fact that he had previously unraveled a world-ending Doomsday scenario, rendering the Eye of Death skill overly powerful, prompting the system to discreetly nerf his ability? Prior to entering the Doomsday instance of Time Reversal, he had already utilized the Eye of Death 4 times to observe the content within the instance. Upon entering, he used it another 4 times, culminating in a total of 8 uses to achieve victory. Was this the reason the game system had significantly weakened his excessively formidable skill? With this system update, even the mechanics of his Eye of Death had been revised. He was left wondering what the exclusive reward mentioned by the system would entail after this instance concluded. He had yet to receive the perfect clearance reward for this instance. Moreover, Aside from the update to the Eye of Death mechanics, the system also informed him that he would no longer face death in this instance. He had not yet devised a strategy to confront the Swordbearer, nor the esteemed president of the Divine Association, Yi Songhai. His objective was to achieve a flawless clearance without resorting to the use of the Ender's dagger. With the Eye of Death now rendered unusable, his mind felt constricted. The prohibition of the Eye of Death implied that he had no margin for error whatsoever. What kind of predicament was this? How was he supposed to survive and escape? Mu Chenyu swallowed hard. Was this not forcing him to exhaust every ounce of his ingenuity to survive? However, aside from a fleeting moment of panic, he gradually regained his composure and began to reflect on all the useful information gleaned from his previous death replay. Sitting cross-legged in the hot spring, he found himself within a pyramid, where the divine energy of the waters continually cleansed his body. Time slipped by, and after what felt like an eternity, he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing within them. There was no other choice but to proceed. In the days that followed, Mu Chenyu diligently familiarized himself with the divine powers of the Panga deity while tirelessly cultivating day and night, often sacrificing sleep to a mere 3 hours. Observing his disciples' relentless dedication, Yi Songhai grew increasingly concerned for his health, unable to restrain himself from saying, "Disciple, how about I grant you a day off?" Such intense training could lead to exhaustion. Mu Chenyu resolutely declined, embodying a spirit of earnest diligence. "Listen to me. I insist on giving you a day off. Take the day to rest. Excessive pressure in your training could wear you down," Yi Songhai insisted, firmly making the decision for him. Ultimately, Mu Chenyu had no choice but to acquiesce. Little did he anticipate that this enforced respite would yield unexpected joy. Consequently, Yi Songhai appointed a senior sister to provide him with close protection, a sorceress named Qing. "Junior brother, you must be new to the imperial capital. Where would you like to explore? I shall guide you," Qing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling upon seeing Mu Chenyu. This was an opportune time to indulge in leisure. Typically bound to her duties at the Divine Council, such outings were rare. However, with the President's explicit command, she could not only enjoy a funded excursion, but also receive compensation for it. What delightful fortune! Thus, she was eager to lavish attention upon Mu Chenyu. "Senior sister, I am not very familiar with the imperial capital. Please take me wherever you wish. It would be even better if we could savor some delicious food," Mu Chenyu said shyly, his demeanor reminiscent of a bashful young boy. "My dear little Mu, you are actually shy?" Qing teased, noticing his flustered expression, causing him to blush even deeper and lower his head. As they wandered about, Qing led Mu Chenyu to various attractions within the capital. However, an amusing incident occurred when Mu Chenyu, upon seeing a passerby's attire, approached to inquire about its craftsmanship. Upon realizing they were sorcerers, the individual's initial impatience transformed into reverence, and he candidly divulged that the garment was purchased from a tailor on the outskirts of the city. Mu Chenyu feigned interest as he memorized the tailor's shop, laying the groundwork for his visit to seek out Lai Wenji in the days to come, uncertain if his master was trailing him. The day of exploration swiftly passed, and as soon as Mu Chenyu returned to the pyramid, he immediately resumed his cultivation, seemingly unwilling to waste even a moment. Observing his disciples' unwavering commitment from the shadows, Yi Songhai wore a smile of satisfaction. Several days have passed, and on the 11th day within the confines of the dungeon, Mu Chenyu remarked to Yi Songhai, "Master, I am unsure why, but today my heart races intensely, as though something momentous is about to transpire. Perhaps I have overexerted myself in training these past few days. Should you not consider allowing me another day of rest?" Mu Chenyu declined the idea of resting, and Yi Songhai, mindful of the trial scheduled for the following day, did not press the matter further. On the 12th day of their time in the dungeon, Yi Songhai arrived as anticipated to discuss the trial. Mu Chenyu immediately commenced his performance, mimicking the future being from his previous death replay, feigning that he had received a warning from the Panga deity. The scene that unfolded within the Eye of Death left Yi Songhai skeptical, leading him to depart. An hour later, Yi Songhai returned, bloodied and battered, presenting Mu Chenyu with a token that allowed him to leave at will. However, Mu Chenyu chose not to depart that very day. Instead, he devoted himself to further training. It was not until the 14th day that he finally exited the Divine Assembly. This time, he did not engage in frivolous distractions, but rather proceeded with intent to a tailor's shop on the outskirts of the city. As before, he sought out a garment crafted by Lai Wenji, inquiring with the shop assistant about the tailor's availability for a custom order. Ultimately, enticed by a few taels of silver, the assistant escorted him to the tailor's quarters in the back. Once again, Mu Chenyu encountered Lai Wenji, who was diligently working on a garment. This time, however, he held a rolled-up scroll in his hands and rapped on the door. "What brings you here, esteemed guest?" Lai Wenji inquired without lifting his gaze. The garments crafted by you resonate deeply with my taste. Might you be able to create a custom piece in accordance with my specifications? Mu Qianyi spoke softly. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lai Wenji abruptly raised his head, his mouth opening as if to speak. Can you do it, Master Tailor? Mu Qianyi interrupted, maintaining an impassive expression. Sensing the gravity of Mu Qianyi's demeanor, Lai Wenji cleared his throat, stating, to ascertain the specifics of the garment, I must first examine your request, for I am uncertain of my own capabilities. With that, Mu Qianyi unfurled the scroll he had brought, revealing a design that closely resembled the attire typically worn by the president of the Divine Assembly, Yi Songhai. This drawing was created in Yi Songhai's presence. He wished to don a garment akin to his master's, as a token of his admiration, albeit feigned. Upon viewing the design, Lai Wenji blinked in surprise and replied, it can be made. Please return in 2 days' time to collect it. Thank you for your hard work, Master Tailor. Should it come to fruition, I shall bestow ample rewards. Mu Qianyi left behind 10 taels of silver and exited the room. It appeared that his visit had been solely for the purpose of commissioning a bespoke garment. 2 days hence, it shall be the 16th day of the instance. All players will commence their actions on the 17th day of the instance. Shortly after Mu Qianyi's departure, Lai Wenji took hold of the scroll, caressing a garment predominantly adorned in black. However, as his fingers grazed a particular area, he suddenly felt a series of protrusions. These raised sections were not few in number. Contemplating this, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes, and he subsequently hung the scroll back up, retrieving some black fabric to commence his crafting. As night fell, Lai Wenji set aside the half-finished garment, stowed the scroll into his spatial ring, and rose to exit the tailor's shop. In the streets, he discovered an orphanage and slipped through a dog hole in the sidewall. Ultimately, he found himself in the kitchen of the orphanage, where he encountered Murong Shiner, disguised as a cooking matron. Mu Qianyi has contacted me. He entrusted this scroll to me. Lai Wenji murmured, presenting the scroll. He seemed to be followed at the time and did not acknowledge me. Murong Shiner furrowed her brow as she accepted the scroll, and as she traced its surface, she swiftly discerned the raised areas upon it. She then procured a white panel prop and pressed it against the scroll. When the panel was lifted, a line of text in Mu Qianyi's handwriting had emerged. Murong Shiner began to read aloud the inscription, Director Lai, barring unforeseen circumstances. You intend to execute Plan B on the 17th day of the instance, employing the group teleportation device to transport all players into the sanctuary. Am I correct? Here is my counsel. Cease this endeavor. Chapter 176. Covert Operations. Meanwhile, after handing over the scroll to Lai Wenji, Mu Qianyi indulged in some snacks he had previously enjoyed, returning to the pyramid in high spirits to continue his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Songhai, the president of the Divine Assembly, was observing him from the shadows. Witnessing Mu Qianyi's return to his training, a flicker of suspicion danced in Yi Songhai's eyes. Could this individual truly be a local prodigy? Upon hearing recent news of outsiders arriving, he became increasingly vigilant, even contemplating whether to awaken the sword-bearer. Yet, the sword-bearer had previously instructed him not to disturb his seclusion unless it was an urgent matter, such as threats to the heritage of their realm. As the heritage remained intact, he refrained from intruding upon the sword-bearer's retreat. Of course, if Yi Songhai were to discover that this obedient disciple was, in fact, the sword-bearer from another realm, he would surely rush to awaken his own sword-bearer without hesitation. In the remaining 2 days, Mu Qianyi diligently devoted himself to his training. Yi Songhai occasionally monitored Mu Qianyi's activities, making brief appearances before him. On the 3rd day, today marks the 16th day of the instance time. Within Mu Qianyi, the judgment scale was summoned. Judgment scale, what is the probability that Yi Songhai is observing my actions at this moment? Upon concluding his inquiry, he discovered that the weight of the little angel was less than that of the little devil. Thus, he was not currently under Yi Songhai's scrutiny. Immediately, he retrieved paper and pen from his Chinquan bag, penned a note, and then took out a pouch, inserting the note amidst the banknotes before placing it within a pouch filled with silver coins and bills. Subsequently, he secured the pouch at his waist and practiced for several hours. In the afternoon, he rose to depart. The instant Mu Qianyi exited the pyramid, Yi Songhai perceptively sensed it. Without a moment's hesitation, he trailed closely behind Mu Qianyi. Although Mu Qianyi was merely on his way to retrieve clothing, he couldn't resist the temptation of indulging in some delicacies he encountered along the way, prompting him to draw forth his pouch and make a purchase. From his concealed vantage point, Yi Songhai observed his actions with a faint smile. His little disciple was commendable in many respects, yet possessed an undeniable fondness for food. It seemed prudent to conclude that his little disciple was not from another realm, thus he decided to refrain from further following him. Just as Yi Songhai resolved to cease his pursuit of Mu Qianyi, an object at his waist suddenly illuminated. It was a communication device exclusive to many spellcasters, capable of connecting with individuals over vast distances. He grasped the device, and upon hearing the voice from the other end, his expression darkened. Mu Chani, hailing from a rural background, has an older brother, he murmured. Coincidentally, this brother was also a spellcaster. His informants had managed to uncover all information regarding Mu Chani. Meanwhile, Mu Chani's so-called brother remained in the distant town of Jiangmu. A dual spell lineage, perhaps? Yi Songhai squinted, as the trust he had placed in Mu Chani began to wane. He yearned to believe in Mu Chani, yet the multitude of coincidences made it difficult to fully trust him. Only outsiders tend to band together, and it is predominantly outsiders who possess an almost certain probability of becoming spellcasters. Nevertheless, he could not hastily label Mu Chani as an outsider. It appeared that he must observe Mu Chani for a while longer. Thus, he resumed watching as Mu Chani indulged in snacks. After procuring several bags of treats, Mu Chani arrived at the tailor shop where he had previously commissioned garments, encountering the tailor Lai Wenji, who had crafted his custom attire. Lai tailor, is my clothing ready? Mu Chani inquired, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. His attitude conveyed to Lai Wenji that they still could not acknowledge one another. Upon seeing Mu Chani, Lai Wenji donned a fawning smile. Esteemed spellcaster, I have been expediting the creation of your requested garments over the past few days, and they are now complete. Would you kindly assess whether the fit is to your satisfaction? Thus, he retrieved the black attire custom-made for Mu Chani from the cabinet at the back. This garment was quite similar to the attire worn by the esteemed president of the Divine Spirit Association, Yi Songhai, and appeared exceedingly exquisite. Indeed, I am quite fond of it. Mu Chani's eyes sparkled with delight as he removed the pouch from his waist and, with a swift motion, tossed it onto the table beside Lai Wenji. This is for you. Consider the surplus as your allowance for purchasing wine later. Seeing Mu Chani's generosity, Lai Wenji promptly rose and expressed his sincere gratitude, bowing deeply. Thank you, esteemed sorcerer. Thank you. Meanwhile, Mu Chani took the black clothing wrapped in his package and, clutching several bags of snacks, turned to leave. Observing this scene from the shadows, Yi Songhai couldn't help but cast a scrutinizing gaze upon Lai Wenji. This was the second encounter between Mu Chani and this individual in recent days. Could it be that this person harbored some peculiarities? Contemplating this, he divided his focus, with one part still attentively monitoring Mu Chani while the other scrutinized Lai Wenji. At that moment, Lai Wenji, upon seeing Mu Chani depart, hurried to the pouch, his face alight with greed. As he opened it and beheld the gleaming silver coins inside, he nearly drooled. So much money. These sorcerers are truly affluent. He wiped his mouth and tentatively bit into a silver coin before placing it back, treasuring the pouch as he tucked it into his bosom. Witnessing this, the corner of Yi Songhai's eye twitched. Could it be that he was overthinking? He continued to observe Lai Wenji for a while longer, but seeing no further actions and noting that Mu Chani had returned to the pyramid, he finally withdrew his scrutiny of Lai Wenji. Just a greedy tailor, after all. Should Mu Chani seek him out again, he would pay closer attention then. However, several hours after Yi Songhai retracted his focus, Lai Wenji finished his shift at the tailor shop and returned home, continuing his charade. He cooked, dined, and retired to bed, only to awaken suddenly in the dead of night. He first retrieved a glowing crystal, and upon noticing its dim light, he let out a sigh of relief. From his bosom, he extracted the pouch given to him by Mu Chani. During his time at the tailor shop, he had hesitated to delve into its contents. Remembering Mu Chani's insinuation, consider the surplus as your allowance for purchasing wine later. The mention of later implied he should postpone using this money, for someone might be trailing Mu Chani, and that same individual could very well be following him as well. Lai Wenji inhaled sharply as he rummaged through the pouch, revealing both silver notes and coins. After a lengthy search, he discovered a small note tucked within the bills. Chapter 177. The plan is underway. Another hint? After glancing at the contents of the note, a flicker of surprise crossed Lai Wenji's eyes. However, he subsequently slipped the small note into his pocket and rose to leave the room. Once again, he stealthily entered the orphanage where Murong Shiner resided. In a certain room, he awakened the slumbering Murong Shiner. Director, Mu Chani has sent us another message. After handing the note to Murong Shiner, he inquired, what shall we do now? Murong Shiner accepted the note and scrutinized its contents. After a moment of contemplation, her gaze intensified as she declared, we shall act according to his plan. Meanwhile, upon returning to the pyramid, Mu Chani diligently resumed his training. On the 17th day of the instance, he felt a sense of trepidation. He was somewhat anxious that Lai Wenji had not received his 2 previous messages, which could jeopardize their plan. However, at this point, he had done all that was within his power. Though he felt a flutter of unease that day, he managed to compose himself to avoid arousing Yi Songhai's suspicions and focused intently on his training. Ultimately, as he had hoped, on the 17th day of the instance, nothing transpired. This indicated one thing. Lai Wenji had received his message, and Murong Shiner and the others were indeed following his plan. With this realization, Mu Qinyu exhaled deeply, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. Now, having accomplished the majority of the plan, he awaited the final step. In the ensuing days, he remained within the pyramid, steadfastly training and venturing nowhere else. Notably, on one occasion when Yi Songhai appeared, he presented the black garment custom-made for Lai Wenji as a gift to Yi Songhai. Yi Songhai graciously accepted it, feeling a twinge of emotion. The garment was exquisitely crafted, yet to him, the fabric seemed rather rudimentary. Were it not for the intention behind the gift from his disciple, he might not have even glanced at it. Though touched, he did not relinquish his suspicions regarding Mu Qinyu. After all, the divine essence of Pangu held immense significance for their realm. Pangu was the creator deity. Should this divine essence be pilfered by an outsider, their loss would be substantial. Fortunately, during the subsequent period, Mu Qinyu exhibited a demeanor of utmost sincerity. On the 21st day of the instance, Yi Songhai took Mu Qinyu out for his first trial. This time, due to the purging of traitors within the divine assembly, their movements remained undisclosed, allowing Mu Qinyu to successfully showcase his extraordinary talents before Yi Songhai. Consequently, in the following days, Yi Songhai took Mu Qinyu out for trials each day. By the 25th day of the instance, while combating malevolent spirits, Mu Qinyu ascended to the rank of Intermediate Divine Spellcaster. His title transformed to Intermediate Divine Spellcaster, Creator God Pangu. Upon witnessing Mu Qinyu's breakthrough, Yi Songhai genuinely felt a sense of joy for him. His lingering doubts about Mu Qinyu, however, diminished significantly with the latter's performance over the past few days. After Mu Qinyu advanced to the rank of Intermediate Divine Spellcaster, Yi Songhai presented him with a spatial ring as a reward for his breakthrough. Mu Qinyu expressed profound gratitude. Although he already possessed a Qianquan bag, an additional storage treasure would undoubtedly prove more convenient. Moreover, in the presence of Yi Songhai, he dared not utilize the Qianquan bag. Master, may I visit the sanctuary to solidify my cultivation? Mu Qinyu inquired upon returning to the Divine Spirit Society. What purpose would you have at the sanctuary? Once you have acquired the divine essence, all the spiritual resonance within the statue has transferred to you. A visit to the sanctuary would serve no purpose, Yi Songhai replied. Master, I sense a flicker of inspiration and wish to explore it, Mu Qinyu explained. Very well, I shall accompany you as your protector. Seeing his disciple's determination, Yi Songhai acquiesced. Nevertheless, he remained unconvinced regarding Mu Qinyu's intentions, and under the guise of protection, he intended to supervise him. Mu Qinyu offered no objections and nodded in agreement. That very evening, Yi Songhai personally escorted Mu Qinyu to the sanctuary. Observing Mu Qinyu seated before the statue of Pangu God, lost in contemplation, Yi Songhai remained unconcerned. Statues, after all, could not be utilized a second time. After several hours had passed, Mu Qinyu, seated in meditation beneath the statue, suddenly opened his eyes. Master, prepare yourself, he exclaimed, as he wielded the heaven-splitting axe and launched an assault on Yi Songhai. Yi Songhai, astonished, quickly countered the attack, restraining his full power to match Mu Qinyu's combat capabilities. Engaging in a fierce duel, after several minutes of combat, Mu Qinyu, exhausted, ceased his movements. Yi Songhai, his face alight with surprise, exclaimed, My dear disciple, you truly have enhanced your strength. He distinctly sensed Mu Qinyu's improvement, and a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Could the statue of Pangu be different from other ordinary statues, truly capable of being utilized a second time? Mu Qinyu nodded, revealing that his recent advancement stemmed from previously concealing his true strength. The statue indeed could not be employed again, yet he had the ability to mask his own prowess. Excellent. From now on, you may visit the sanctuary whenever you wish, Yi Songhai assured him, his face brimming with delight. Thank you, master. Mu Qinyu bowed in gratitude, a barely perceptible glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. The plan was progressing smoothly. In the ensuing 3 days, Mu Qinyu frequently experienced moments of enlightenment, rushing to the statue of Pangu in the sanctuary with remarkable regularity, to the point that even Yi Songhai found it somewhat overwhelming. If it were not for the notable improvements in strength that Mu Qinyu experienced after each moment of enlightenment, he would suspect that his obedient disciple was merely toying with him. However, after Mu Qinyu's repeated visits to the sacred hall, Yi Songhai initially accompanied him for protection. But after a couple of days, he grew indifferent to his affairs. Before they knew it, the 28th day of the dungeon had arrived. Today was a day of significance. It marked the annual Yuan Yin festival in this world. During this festival, the imperial capital became particularly vibrant, with vendors setting up stalls in the evening and numerous activities, including lantern riddles. On this day, Mu Chenyi, unusually, chose not to train but instead requested leave from Yi Songhai to enjoy an outing with his senior sister, Qing. Grateful for the rare opportunity for his disciple to take a break from training, Yi Songhai readily acquiesced. However, immediately after his agreement, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Should he supervise Mu Chenyi? Given the time that had elapsed, Mu Chenyi should theoretically have left no room for suspicion. Yet, the inaction of the outsiders continued to prick his conscience. Perhaps it was prudent to observe once more. If his obedient disciple exhibited no signs of being an outsider, he would finally relinquish his doubts. With this thought in mind, he discreetly followed Mu Chenyi, eager to discern whether any slip would betray him during this outing. Chapter 178. The Final Step. On the evening of the Yuan Nian Festival, around 8 o'clock, at a lantern festival in the imperial capital. Sister, where are we headed this time? Mu Chenyi inquired curiously, trailing beside Qing. Just follow me. I promise it will be an eye-opening experience. Qing replied confidently. She then purchased 2 hats from a nearby stall, placing one atop Mu Chenyi's head while donning the other herself. The atmosphere was bustling with activity, as vendors sold a myriad of goods. Observing Qing's enthusiastic shopping, Mu Chenyi found himself unable to resist the allure, acquiring several beautiful items. With his newfound financial independence, bolstered by generous funds from Yi Songhai, he relished this outing. This financial support stemmed from his monthly salary as a spellcaster, a profession truly supported by the empire's treasury. Thus, as Mu Chenyi continued to shop, his curiosity led him to glance around. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, he was actually searching for specific individuals he wished to encounter. Pausing at each vendor's cart, he lingered for a moment. Qing guided him through the Lantern Festival and engaged him in solving riddles. As a university student from Blue Star, Mu Chenyi excelled at deciphering riddles. However, to avoid drawing attention, he feigned ignorance, observing Qing as she tackled the challenges. In their hands, the 2 individuals held an assortment of snacks and exquisite items they had procured, which were stored within their spatial rings. As they wandered down the street, Mu Chenyi's gaze suddenly flickered, catching sight of a roulette at a nearby stall. Approaching the stall with a casual demeanor, he inquired, "How much for this item?" 10 taels of silver, replied a mature woman at the stall, glancing up briefly before lowering her head. "Is it truly so exorbitant? Why don't you simply steal it?" Mu Chenyi feigned an intention to set it down. "If you aren't buying, then step aside. This roulette is a family heirloom, adorned with silver trim." The woman gestured dismissively. At that moment, Qing, witnessing the exchange, swiftly stepped closer. She produced a 10-tael silver ingot and tossed it onto the stall, presenting the roulette to Mu Chenyi. "Here, Xiaomu, consider it a gift from your senior." "Senior, this item isn't worth such a sum." Mu Chenyi hesitated, refraining from accepting the roulette. "Oh, the purpose of our outing is enjoyment. Just take it." Qing insisted, firmly placing the roulette into his hands before skipping away cheerfully. Seeing this, Mu Chenyi, somewhat troubled, stored the roulette within his spatial ring and hurried after Qing. This was merely a minor interlude in their evening's escapades. Following a night of amusement, Mu Chenyi returned to the pyramid after parting ways with Qing, while Yi Songhai, who had been stealthily following him for some time, quietly departed as well. Once back at his quarters, Mu Chenyi retrieved the items he had purchased, adorning his room with them. However, upon unveiling the roulette, a glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes. Ding! Acquired S-rank item, Group Teleportation Device. Group Teleportation Device, single-use item. All individuals bound to the device can be transported to a specified location when activated. Secondary teleportation. The user can transport all bound individuals again to a new designated location. This roulette was indeed the Group Teleportation Device. The vendor he had encountered at the stall was none other than the disguised Murong Shiner. Qing had personally delivered the Group Teleportation Device into his hands. Everything was in place, awaiting the opportune moment. Gazing out at the inky night sky, he placed the roulette back into his spatial ring. Over the next 2 days, Mu Chenyi continued his training, maintaining a rhythm of enlightenment at the Holy Temple, his strength steadily increasing. As the clock struck midnight on the 30th night of the dungeon cycle, a chime resonated in his mind. Ding! 8 hours remained until the return to reality. Yet, Mu Chenyi, seemingly oblivious, simply pulled up his blanket and fell asleep. The following morning, he glanced at the time. It was 7:30. Only half an hour remained until the return to reality. Stretching languidly and freshening up, he began to feign his training routine. 10 minutes later, at 7:40, Mu Chenyi leisurely picked up the president's token and strolled out of the pyramid, making his way toward the temple. Yi Songhai immediately noticed his departure. However, having experienced similar situations numerous times before, he merely cast a glance at Mu Chenyi's actions and quickly withdrew his gaze without concern. After Mu Qinyi conversed with the person in charge at the temple entrance, he entered the temple alone. Ding! Only 10 minutes remain until all players return to reality. As Mu Qinyi stepped into the temple, he slowly retrieved the group teleportation device he had purchased during the New Year festival. The most crucial phase of his plan was about to commence. He murmured to himself. This was his scheme, and the purpose behind it was to evade the sword-bearer of this realm. The sword-bearer would use a spear to eliminate them all upon their departure. Therefore, he suspected that someone had informed the sword-bearer about their theft of divine powers. His gamble had paid off. With only 10 minutes left until their return to reality, the sword-bearer had yet to appear. This indicated that the event of their demise was not inevitable, unless certain conditions were triggered. However, due to his interference, those conditions had not materialized, meaning the event of players stealing the divine powers had not occurred. What he aimed to do was to carry away all the divine powers in the last few minutes of the dungeon time without arousing Yi Songhai's suspicion. The moment they absconded with the divine powers, the system would transport them all back to reality as the dungeon time concluded. This way, the sword-bearer of this realm would be unable to detain them. So far, the plan was unfolding smoothly. Murong Shiner and the others had kept their identities as players concealed, lying in wait within the imperial capital for this moment to arrive. With 3 minutes remaining until the dungeon's conclusion, he activated the group teleportation device. Mu Qinyi initiated the roulette. This was the maximum time he had calculated. The transfer of the divine powers would take approximately 2 minutes, leaving an additional minute as a buffer for everyone. As a burst of golden light erupted, countless figures gradually emerged from within. Everyone, you have 5 minutes left, Mu Qinyi urged aloud. Chapter 179, Fan Meeting? Mu Qinyi proclaimed, Murong Shiner, Niwa Divine Power, Lai Wenji, Taishang Laojun Divine Power. Numerous players rushed toward the nearest statues, quickly selecting their choices. However, one Russian player stood apart. Alex approached Mu Qinyi, his eyes filled with astonishment as he regarded him. Are you the legendary Mu Qinyi? Mu Qinyi's name was well known among the players of Blue Star. Expecting Mu Qinyi to be a mature man, Alex was taken aback by the youthful appearance of the individual before him. Is he a student? Could it be that he is yet another university student from Huaxia? This particular student not only unraveled the source of apocalyptic destruction, but, astonishingly, also deciphered the essence of world annihilation. Such a revelation implies that, during the cataclysmic event known as the Fall of the Moon a decade ago, this seemingly innocuous university student possessed the capacity to single-handedly displace the moon, thus averting a global catastrophe. According to prior disclosures from Huaxia officials, the last instance of time reversal during the apocalyptic scenario indicated that the source of doom was something referred to as a two-dimensional foil, a device capable of transforming the three-dimensional world into a two-dimensional one. The mere thought of becoming a mere caricature sent chills down his spine. Greetings, Alec. Mu Qinyi offered a warm smile in his direction. Alec, indeed, could be considered a formidable force, after all. It was he who orchestrated the series of events that led to his own demise, as depicted in the playback of his death. He was the mastermind behind the entire operation, while Murong Shiner and others were merely participants. Do you know me? Alec exclaimed, his excitement palpable at Mu Qinyi's recognition of his name. The sensation was akin to a devoted fan hearing their idol call out to them amid a crowd. In his fervor, he fumbled through his belongings, retrieving a sheet of paper and a pen, which he shakily presented to Mu Qinyi, articulating in fluent Mandarin, Mr. Mu Qinyi, would you kindly grant me your autograph? Ding. 1 minute remains until the conclusion of this instance. The system's voice resonated within the minds of all players. Mu Qinyi regarded Alec with a hint of exasperation. You would be wise to choose a statue to inherit divine power now. Alec, suddenly cognizant of the urgency, dashed towards an unclaimed statue, preparing to inherit divine authority while glancing back at Mu Qinyi. He called out, Mr. Mu Qinyi, shall we meet again? Upon hearing Alec's plea, many players within the temple turned to gaze upon the legendary figure that was Mu Qinyi. To these players, he embodied the essence of myth. Given the confidentiality surrounding his identity, witnessing his youthful visage left many in profound awe. Mu Shun, I am your fervent admirer. One individual shouted with palpable enthusiasm, amplifying the atmosphere within the sanctuary into something akin to a fan meeting for Mu Qinyi. Overwhelmed by the fervor of the crowd, Mu Qinyi felt a surge of social anxiety rising within him. Concurrently, beams of light erupted from the players, ascending towards the heavens. The awakening of innumerable divine essences sent tremors throughout the sanctuary. In the depths of the pyramid, Yi Songhai, engaged in meditation, abruptly lifted his head. Upon realizing that the source of this energy was emanating from the temple, he bellowed in furious indignation. Mu Qinyi. His own disciple had betrayed him. The feeling of betrayal was so suffocating that it nearly brought him to his knees. Suppressing the anguish within, he unleashed a terrifying divine power. In an instant, under the influence of this formidable force, he found himself within the sacred temple. The surrounding divine beings and their attendants gazed upon him as if he were the very backbone of their existence. Particularly, the overseer of the temple's entrance hurried forward and said, "President, your disciple has just entered." "I am aware," Yi Songhai replied coldly. "You shall guard the entrance and ensure that no one escapes." With that, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. But as he entered, he beheld a group of unfamiliar spellcasters encircling his once obedient disciple, Mu Chun-yi, in a protective manner. Witnessing this scene, he could not help but laugh, a furious laugh. "My dear disciple, you have certainly given your master quite the surprise," he declared icily. "We do not belong to the same realm. I apologize." Mu Chun-yi expressed an apologetic demeanor. "However, you have never truly believed in me, have you? Those who are not of my kin must harbor different intentions." Furthermore, he had taken these statues, which perhaps rightfully belonged to Blue Star. He could not forget the words that had once echoed in his mind. The sword-bearer of Blue Star. "Take us home." Yi Songhai's expression turned icy. "Do you truly believe you can escape?" "Who knows?" Mu Chun-yi shrugged nonchalantly. There may have been a slight chance of escape, but after exchanging a few words with the opponents, he had lost that hope. Ding. The time for this instance has concluded. Players will be immediately transported back to Blue Star. Upon hearing the melodious voice in his mind, he smiled and waved goodbye to his benefactor. "Farewell, master, if we are to meet again." The moment his words fell, a beam of light appeared before all players, enveloping them and soaring them toward the horizon. Seeing this, Yi Songhai's eyes widened, and he immediately summoned his divine power to intercept them. Yet, this transportation was unlike the conventional group teleportation. It was a system-level dimensional transfer. Alone, could he truly stop Mu Chun-yi and the others? Realizing his efforts were futile, Yi Songhai, in a state of panic, retrieved a token and swiftly shattered it. The token exploded into twinkling starlight, gradually coalescing in the air before him into a massive portal. Within that portal sat a figure in meditation. "What is it?" The meditating figure slowly opened its eyes, regarding the president who had awakened him from his seclusion. "Master Swordbearer, outsiders have fled with a vast number of our divine essences." Yi Songhai knelt on the ground, speaking with utmost reverence. "Outsiders." The figure's owner was indeed the sword-bearer of this realm. He opened his eyes and, stepping through the light circle, entered the sacred temple with a single stride. He glanced around at the soulless statues, then suddenly turned to the man kneeling before him, and in a hushed tone demanded, "Where are they?" "In the sky." Yi Songhai pointed to the countless luminous rings above. Chapter 180. Distribution of Rewards. The sword-bearer lifted his gaze, coldly scrutinizing the glowing orbs soaring through the heavens. "Invaders?" A flicker of icy determination flashed in his eyes as he murmured, "Divine decree, intercept the invaders." At the instant his words fell, a terrifying and indescribable power surged forth, a colossal energy sweeping toward the rings in the sky. This dreadful aura enveloped half of the heavens. Yet, before this might could halt the luminous rings, they slipped into a spatial rift and vanished from sight. Have these fiends escaped? The sword-bearer, witnessing this scene, soared into the air, diving into the rift just as it began to close. Ding. Congratulations to the host Mu Chun-yi for successfully completing the instance, Forbidden of Humans and Spirits. This instance is an invasion scenario, and rewards will soon be distributed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following rewards. Epic level, skill item, draw qualification, 1, adaptive spiritual stone of divine and ghostly power, and 100 points. Due to the host having 23 uses remaining for Eye of Death, the system will grant the host an exclusive gift pack. Note, the items within this exclusive gift pack are among the most essential for the host at present. All players' personal shops will be refreshed. The maximum levels of items and skills therein will be determined by the level of the sword-bearer in this realm. For instance, if the maximum level of sword-bearers in this realm is legendary, then the highest level of skills and items refreshed in personal shops will also be legendary. As Mu Chun-yi watched the notifications of rewards emerge, his eyes sparkled with excitement. However, it seemed he had acquired an additional spiritual stone. He took out the stone and examined its details. Adaptive spiritual stone, divine and ghostly power. 4 major practitioners of the ghost domain can absorb divine and ghostly power through this stone for cultivation. Note, as Blue Star lacks divine and ghostly power, all players can only cultivate through this adaptive spiritual stone. The system detects the host as a divine spellcaster, transforming this stone into a divine power stone. Divine power stone, one-time consumable, allows a divine spellcaster to cultivate intensely for 1 day. Good heavens! Mu Chun-yi exclaimed. Feeling somewhat shortchanged, this item only permitted him to cultivate for a single day. He then turned his attention to the exclusive gift pack. According to the system, this gift pack was a recompense for the reduction in his Eye of Death's capabilities. Without further ado, he opened it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Divine Power Spring Water. Divine Power Spring Water contains abundant divine power for divine spellcasters to cultivate with, allowing one divine spellcaster to cultivate infinitely for 1 year in non-ghost domain realms. What a treasure! Blue Star cannot cultivate divine power, and the Divine Power Stone is merely a consumable, depleted in a day. It appears that while the system has diminished a portion of his Eye of Death's prowess, this compensatory reward is indeed quite remarkable. In future iterations of the game, should he retain the usage count of the Eye of Death, the system will continue to bestow upon him exclusive gifts. Beyond these splendid rewards, it appears he has yet to draw one more valuable item, an epic item skill, Extraction Scroll. Fortune seems to be on his side today. Perhaps he should proceed with the draw? With this thought in mind, he opened the roulette and was about to click when a chime rang out, signaling that all Blue Star players' information had been compiled, activating the Sword Bearer effect. Muchini. He nearly forgot about the Sword Bearer effect. The effect of this title is that while adorned with the Blue Star Sword Bearer title, not only can he speak the law into existence, but his combat power is equivalent to half of the total combat power of all Blue Star players combined. Previously, due to the player's inability to reach the epic level, his combat power was inferior to that of using Speak the Law into existence. However, following the recent novice reward from the Apocalyptic Dungeon, all players experienced a significant enhancement in their combat abilities. Consequently, while wearing the Blue Star Sword Bearer title, his combat power has multiplied significantly. Contemplating this, he could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. To what heights could half of the collective combat power of all players ascend? The statistics concluded, revealing that when the host Muchini dons the Blue Star Sword Bearer, his combat power reaches the threshold of half divine level. Ordinary, quality, epic, legendary, divine, catastrophic, cosmic, half divine. Upon seeing this level, Muchini was not surprised. Most players who cleared the game should attain epic status, but achieving legendary status was nearly impossible. Thus, it was within his expectations that the combined combat power of countless players would elevate him to half divine level. Yet, with another dungeon run, he might very well ascend to divine status. After a few more clears, he could reach half catastrophic level, and with additional runs through the apocalyptic dungeons, even catastrophic level, or, ultimately, cosmic level could be within his grasp. Regrettably, he could not transfer such combat power into the dungeons. Moreover, while wearing the Sword Bearer title, his inner desires would be infinitely magnified, transforming him into a fervent patriot. Old Mu, did you not say you would return to find me? At that moment, a somewhat melancholic Wang Zichen entered from the adjacent room. Clearing his throat, Muchini awkwardly retracted his gaze. I have acquired an epic lottery ticket as a reward. I will first check the forum to see what rewards other players have received, he stated just as a terrifying aura suddenly emerged from the heavens. Muchini immediately looked up to the sky outside the window. Unbeknownst to him, a colossal vortex of stars had materialized above the entirety of Jiang City, swirling like a torrent and dominating half of the sky. Within the swirling vortex appeared countless luminous stars, twinkling as if from a distant, ancient realm. Countless ordinary citizens of Jiangcheng gazed in awe at this spectacle, exclaiming it a miracle, while hastily retrieving their mobile phones to capture the moment for social media. However, for Muchini, this familiar scene was a harbinger of imminent peril. Could the sword-bearer from the realm of ghosts truly pursue him to Blue Star? This celestial vortex was a sight he alone could recognize. In the instance of the dungeon, no other player had ever encountered such a phenomenon. Only he had witnessed this vortex within the Eye of Death, a force that had claimed his life twice. With no time for hesitation, he fervently intoned within his heart, equipped the title of Sword-Bearer of Blue Star. As the resplendent title manifested above him, a surge of formidable energy coursed through his being. After a few moments of acclimatizing to this semi-mythical power, he cast a grave gaze towards the vortex above. The starry whirlpool was not stationary, it expanded outward, initially encompassing only half of Jiangxing, but soon enveloping the entire city. The daylight, once bathed in sunlight, was shrouded in the darkness of this colossal, celestial entity. Numerous light-sensitive street lamps flickered to life across the city. Chapter 181. Swordbearer of Blue Star versus Swordbearer of the Realm of Ghosts. Old Mu, what is this thing? Wang Zichen stammered in disbelief. The final boss from our recent dungeon has tracked us here, Muchini replied with a solemn tone, though his heart remained steady. For according to the rules governing the Swordbearers, their powers were only effective within their own realm. Once they departed their world, their titles would dissipate. Yet, Why did the sword-bearer of the realm of ghosts still possess such formidable strength? Could it be that he was inherently powerful? As he beheld the ever-expanding celestial vortex, he could no longer restrain himself. In his capacity as the sword-bearer of Blue Star, he issued a decree: let this starry vortex vanish. At the sound of his command, a terrifying force emerged, compressing the entire celestial vortex above. The once all-encompassing vortex, which had cast a shadow over Jiangxing, began to be constricted. As if subjected to a powerful press, the vortex continued to churn and shrink. Countless ordinary people frantically recorded the scene, capturing videos and photographs. Some, however, mistook this for the advent of the apocalypse, causing widespread panic. Others rushed to stores to stockpile supplies. Swordbearer of Blue Star, a voice thundered from the heavens. Belonging to a man with expansive wings, who gracefully descended from the sky, his massive dark wings flapping. The throng of individuals, engrossed in taking pictures, could hardly believe their eyes, their jaws nearly grazing the ground in astonishment. Initially, one might have considered this merely a simple supernatural phenomenon. However, when a human being, adorned with a pair of wings, materialized before the astonished crowd, their minds seemed to wither. Could this be a superhuman? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, Muchini, within the villa, adopted a serious demeanor upon witnessing the arrival. This must be the sword-bearer of the ghost domain. I can fly, he proclaimed, and immediately, a pair of pristine white wings unfurled from his back. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky. A vast expanse of ominous clouds gathered, obscuring the vision of all ordinary mortals. As he uttered these words, the heavens quickly darkened, enveloped by an increasing number of ominous clouds. The sky transformed into a gloomy shroud. With a few flickers, he appeared above the ominous clouds, standing before the sword-bearer of the ghost domain. The half-mythical sword-bearer sensed the aura emanating from him, and a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. Has your realm only just entered the second phase? What brings you to intrude upon our domain? Muchini inquired coldly. You have seized our deities, yet you question me as if I were the villain. The sword-bearer of the ghost domain chuckled lightly. Are they truly the deities of your realm? Muchini narrowed his eyes and scoffed. I can't shake the feeling that those deities belong to our Blue Star, yet for some unknown reason, you have pilfered them all. Upon hearing this, the countenance of the sword-bearer darkened. It seems I have underestimated you. Let us see the truth of your capabilities. He hovered in the air, retrieving a long spear from the still dissipating celestial whirlpool beside him, aimed directly at Muchini. Reluctant to engage in combat, Muchini invoked a spell, Divine Decree, send him back to his original world. It appears you are still somewhat unacquainted with the sword-bearer's abilities. The gleam of amusement intensified in the sword-bearer's eyes upon hearing Muchini's words. Stung by such brazen mockery, a flicker of irritation crossed Muchini's gaze. How dare you act so arrogantly in my domain? He murmured, grant me superhuman abilities. Instantly, a surge of power erupted within him, his muscles beginning to swell. Yet, he soon realized that the superhuman strength felt somewhat lacking. To be precise, it seemed to barely reach the threshold of half a legend. The sword-bearer's power derives from imagination itself. The weakness of your realm inevitably limits the combat prowess you can conjure, the sword-bearer remarked, his expression turning increasingly frigid. Now, if all those sorcerers who have stolen divine essences were to take their own lives, perhaps I might spare your realm. Though the slaughter of an entire realm's beings would affect me somewhat, the impact would not be substantial. Damn you, Muchini cursed. Imagination, is it? He recalled a technique from a film, one that could obscure the sun and the earth. As he clasped his hands together, a robe was draped over him. You wretched disciple, will you not surrender? His eyes shimmered with a golden light. What did you call me? The sword-bearer of the ghost realm felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation as he sensed the aura surrounding him. There was no time for contemplation. He immediately summoned the vigorous divine power within him. Under the influence of this divine force, a soft golden glow enveloped him, as if he were clad in golden armor. Bolstered by this golden armor, his confidence surged. At that moment, the sword-bearer of Blue Star slowly raised a hand and proclaimed a divine edict, the palm of the Tathagata. What nonsense, perish! Unable to contain himself, the sword-bearer of the ghost realm struck out. He knew that to eliminate the Blue Star sword-bearer before him was imperative, for the remaining humans in this world collectively would not suffice to quench his thirst for destruction. A tremendous force erupted from within him, causing the golden armor to flicker vibrantly. The surrounding air seemed to buckle under his strength, distorting like the heat waves on a sweltering summer day. Just as he managed to elevate his own aura to its peak, a radiant light of Buddha flashed before his eyes. He raised a hand to shield himself, gazing upward. More precisely, he was staring into the distant cosmos. From the perspective of the sword-bearer of the ghost realm, An effulgent statue of the Tathagata materialized in the universe beyond Blue Star. The statue slowly lifted a five-fingered hand and brought it down towards him. "What on earth is this?" he uttered, a hint of terror creeping into his voice as he gazed blankly at the celestial figure. "Is this the manifestation of a sword-bearer who has just entered the second-tier realm?" As the hand descended from the heavens, the sword-bearer of the ghost realm watched in disbelief as it continued to fall, growing larger with each passing moment. He discerned intricate patterns on the palm, which expanded further, revealing a lotus-like eye, then flesh, and even cells. "No way, are you serious?" His lips twitched violently. Boom! The hand of the mountain finally struck down. Chapter 182. The three major instance modes. When the dust settled, Muchinyu looked again at the location of the sword-bearer of the ghost realm, only to find a pitiful scarecrow in the spot where he had stood. A substitute for the deceased? He sighed in disappointment, realizing that this fellow had indeed escaped. However, the palm of the Tathagata was undeniably formidable. When he had invoked this technique, only the sword-bearer of the ghost realm had perceived the colossal figure of the Tathagata. Others were oblivious to its existence. Naturally, the terrifying damage inflicted could only be borne by the sword-bearer of the ghost realm alone. Such an insatiable appetite. Let the scales of judgment be set in motion. He directly inquired of the scales of judgment, pondering the probability of other wielders of swords from alternate dimensions existing on his home planet, Blue Star. The ratio of minor demons to minor angels indicated that this probability was nearly non-existent. There were no other wielders of swords from alternate realms remaining on Blue Star. The recently encountered wielder from the ghost domain had not only escaped using a lifeless puppet, but had also vacated their dimension entirely. With the threat abated, he dissipated the ominous clouds looming over Jiangcheng and, with a mere utterance, returned to the side of Wang Zichen. In passing, he also deactivated the title of wielder of swords on Blue Star. However, by this time, the majority of ordinary citizens in Jiangcheng had witnessed the recent appearance of the ghost domain wielder and had even disseminated images online. It appeared that the long-kept secrets of the Doomsday Management Bureau were on the verge of exposure. Decades ago, when technology was not as widespread, it might have been possible to keep such matters strictly confidential within a localized area. Yet, in this era dominated by technology, rumors of superhumans emerging in Jiangcheng were likely already circulating online. Naturally, this was not a concern for Muchinyu. Upon returning to Wang Zichen's side, he opened the lottery interface of his personal marketplace. He was about to draw from the epic wheel. Ding! The draw commenced. Congratulations. The host has won the epic item, Black Wing Nano Armor. Black Wing Nano Armor. Upon activation, the hostess body will be enveloped by a black winged armor, which, in its inactive state, appears as a bracelet on the host's wrist. Note, this armor possesses only defensive and flight capabilities, intended for players below the mythic level. As this item materialized, an ordinary black metal bracelet appeared on Muchinyu's left wrist. What is this? He raised the bracelet and, in a gesture of curiosity, proclaimed, "Activate." Creak. Metallic scales unfurled from the bracelet, beginning to envelop his form. In an instant, his arms, waist, back, legs, and head were encased in metal. He even sensed a piece of metal at his back that could extend into a pair of metallic wings at his will. Approaching a mirror, he beheld a stunning black armor reflected back at him, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. This armor was truly the epitome of masculine romance. He attempted to awaken the divinity of Pengu. As his physical power surged, he faintly sensed that this armor could absorb divine energy and release it as well. According to the system, as long as his combat power did not exceed the mythic level, the armor could be utilized indefinitely. It seemed that until he reached the mythic level, this armor would remain at his disposal. After admiring himself in the mirror for some time, he reluctantly reverted the armor back to its bracelet form. Next, adhering to the customary procedure, he activated the Eye of Death. As the words echoed silently in his mind, his consciousness gradually began to sink. This time, there was no sound. When Muchinyu regained his sight, the profound stillness of his surroundings stirred him into alertness. The future self found himself enveloped in an expanse of boundless darkness. A slight tilt of his head revealed twinkling stars scattered across the night sky, resembling diamonds strewn across the void. Where was this place? Such a question flickered through his mind. Soon, Muchinyu noticed that his future self was lying flat on the ground, his entire body pressed against the earth, making not a single sound. What was the future self wary of? He perceived that a metallic armor enveloped him, the very black nano armor he had recently drawn. The wings of the nano armor were retracted against his back, remaining unextended. The tranquil environment sent a shiver down the spine of the newcomer, Muchinyu. Judging by the surroundings, this should be within the realm of Blue Star. Within this realm, two possibilities arose. Either he had not entered the game instance and remained in reality, or the theme of the next apocalyptic instance was set on Blue Star. The latter seemed more plausible, for in the last instance of Forbidden Spirits, his Eye of Death had 23 uses remaining. According to the rules of the Eye of Death, it could not reveal the content of the next instance until the current one concluded. Thus, upon exiting Forbidden Spirits, he did not perish in reality, and consequently, the Eye of Death could not refresh its uses. It was thus confirmed. This was the content of a new instance. Moreover, the new instance was situated within the realm of Blue Star, indicating that this was an ordinary disaster instance. Before the second phase of the system upgrade, the game, Apocalypse Descends, had only two modes, special instances and ordinary instances. Ordinary instances were akin to the first instance, Puppet Kingdom, the second instance, Deep Sea Behemoth, and the third instance, Global Freeze. In contrast, special instances resembled real-life Werewolf, and the fourth instance he experienced, Time Reversal. Following the system update, a new type of instance was introduced. Forbidden Spirits represented this novel instance type, categorized by the system as an invasion instance. As the name suggests, invasion instances involve breaching another dimension inhabited by swordbearers to plunder resources. However, it remained unclear whether additional instance types would emerge in the future. Thus far, only 3 types of instances had been revealed: ordinary instances, special instances, and invasion instances. With the understanding that this was an ordinary instance, Muchini shifted his focus to his future self. The future entity was concealed behind what appeared to be a sand dune. Yet its gaze remained fixated on a stretch of flat land ahead, preventing Muchini from discerning his surroundings and identifying this location on Blue Star. However, given the slightly warm atmosphere and the damp sensation of the soil beneath the future entity's hand, Muchini surmised that he must be in a southern city of Huaxia. Could it be Ganshui City? Had the future entity truly returned to Ganshui University to attend classes once more? Chapter 183, The Eye of Death. What is this ominous stillness? The future entity lay on the backside of the sand dune, waiting for approximately half an hour. Just as Muchini, who was observing, began to feel drowsy, a tremendous roar suddenly erupted from the tranquil sand dune before him. In the stillness, the explosive sound reverberated like thunder on a clear day, causing the future entity to wince in pain at the sharpness of the noise. Countless plumes of dust ascended into the air, and amid the hazy, swirling particles, the future entity caught sight of a colossal silhouette. As the dust gradually settled, the first thing that came into the future entity's view was a pair of elongated, sharp horns, each measuring nearly 2 meters in length, resembling an exaggerated version of a bison's horns. Yet, as the outline of the horns became entirely distinct, he beheld a head shaped like a fan. When the dust finally cleared, a gigantic beast revealed its true form. Muchini, who was observing from a distance, was filled with astonishment, for this creature was one he had only encountered in embellished illustrations within children's literature. Gazing at the fearsome dragon head before him, he felt a primal fear instilled by the food chain. This beast was none other than a Triceratops. What was most astonishing was that this Triceratops had emerged from the earth itself. The creature appeared oblivious to the future entity's presence, its murky eyes scanning the surroundings, allowing the future entity to glimpse the fine, blood vessel-like strands within its eyeballs, reminiscent of muddy eels. The creature's heavy breathing was loud, akin to an intensified version of a bull's panting. The future entity pressed his body flat against the ground, his black nanomaterial armor adhering closely to the moist soil beneath him, aware that rising too soon could stir up dirt. The Triceratops surveyed its surroundings, then unexpectedly turned, ambling toward the future entity's direction. Its robust, muscular limbs thudded against the flat earth, producing tremors akin to an earthquake. The future entity's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. Despite this, he resolutely restrained his movements, biding his time for the Triceratops to draw nearer. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. In the instant the Triceratops reached within 1 meter of the future entity's hiding spot, now was the moment. The future entity erupted into action. The divinity of Pengu activated instantly, enhancing his physical prowess to an extraordinary level. The title of the intermediate sorcerer, Pengu, the creator, adorned his head simultaneously. Grasping the heavenly axe, he activated his nano-armor with a forceful acceleration. The future entity propelled himself forward, leaping significantly ahead. He audaciously burrowed beneath the 5-pointed dragon, and with a swift motion, the razor-sharp axe cleaved through the creature's abdomen. Blood gushed forth from the wound, saturating the armor of the future entity in crimson. As he extricated himself from the dragon's belly, a gruesome cascade of entrails spilled onto the ground. With a ferocious roar, the 5-pointed dragon, in agony, lifted its powerful hind leg and stomped down violently towards the future entity. due to the inertia of his body. He had just landed and found himself unable to evade in time. Consequently, he instinctively raised the heavenly axe before him. Though he could not orient the blade in time to deflect the lethal stomp, relying instead on the axe's body for defense. The impact was tremendous, driving the future entity deep into the sand dune, leaving a significant portion of his body submerged in the grains. Coughing up a spray of blood, he realized that had it not been for the enhanced strength bestowed by Pangu's divine essence and the cushioning effect of the nano-armor, that single stomp could have claimed his life. His internal organs felt as though they had shifted positions. The five-pointed dragon, clearly intent on avenging the grievous injury inflicted by this human, raised its hind leg once more, preparing to stomp down again. This time, without the inertia to slow him, the future entity swiftly extricated himself from the depression in the sand. After narrowly avoiding the lethal assault, the wings hidden behind his nano-armor unfurled dramatically. With a gentle flap, he ascended into the sky, propelled by the nano-armor. As his dark wings beat the air, he raised the axe anew, seemingly resolute in his determination, and decisively swung at the five-pointed dragon. Much like Erlang Shun rescuing his mother, he struck the creature fiercely upon its rear. With a howl, the dragon's backside erupted in pain. It writhed violently, causing tremors in the ground akin to a minor earthquake. Meanwhile, aided by his ebony wings, the future entity soared upward, evading the dragon's reach. He observed coldly as the five-pointed dragon writhed in agony upon the sand dune. Having sliced open the dragon's belly, he had delivered a potentially fatal blow. Now, he merely needed to wait for the creature to succumb to its wounds, allowing him to vanquish it unscathed. The blood staining his dark armor shimmered ominously under the moonlight, casting an eerie and chilling glow. Suddenly, a mournful cry echoed from behind the future entity. His pupils dilated in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his axe and swung backward. The axe cleaved through the air, severing several feathers in its wake. A pair of razor-sharp claws had firmly gripped the shoulders of the future entity, piercing through its nanotechnology armor and penetrating its flesh. The future entity was on the brink of incapacitation. At that moment, the observing Mu Chini finally discerned the identity of the creature that had ensnared him, the aerial sovereign of the dinosaur era, the pterosaur. Its formidable claws had sunk deep into the flesh of the future entity's shoulders, eliciting excruciating pain that caused cold sweat to cascade down. Yet, the future entity refused to succumb to despair. From a distance of several hundred meters, countless withered yellow maple leaves detached from a maple tree, transforming into sharp blades that soared toward the pterosaur. The power of the maple manifested. The pterosaur, taken by surprise by the sudden assault from what it deemed mere foliage, immediately released its grip on the future entity. The future entity plummeted toward the ground from a great height. Just as it was about to crash, the wings of its nanotechnology armor unfurled once more, stabilizing its descent. Phew, that was close. The future entity exhaled in relief. Yet its gaze remained fixed on the aerial monarch, the pterosaur, which was several times larger than an eagle. The pterosaur roared. In an instant, a colossal figure lunged forward, forcefully toppling the future entity to the ground. The future entity felt a massive shadow loom overhead, followed by a powerful hoof pressing it firmly into the earth. Chapter 184. Is the theme of the instant's Jurassic Century? The creature that ambushed the future entity was none other than the Triceratops, which he had previously injured. Originally rolling on the ground awaiting its demise, the Triceratops suddenly spotted its nemesis before it. With the last vestiges of its strength, it leaped in a fervent act of vengeance, pinning its adversary deep into the sand. The future entity could feel its bones nearly shattering under the immense force of the Triceratops. At that moment, with its shoulders injured, the future entity exerted its right hand, laboriously retrieving a summoning device from its spatial ring, a large trumpet. Placing the trumpet to its lips, it coughed up blood while calling into the horn, Morong Shiner, come quickly to my aid. A brilliant golden light flickered before it. As the summoning call resonated, Morong Shiner's figure materialized before the Triceratops. Upon seeing her, a flicker of fear flashed in the murky eyes of the Triceratops. Just one future entity had been enough to challenge it. Now, another woman of such extraordinary presence had arrived. Subsequently, it lifted another hoof. 5 seconds later, the recently summoned Morong Shiner, still somewhat dazed, found herself pinned beside the future entity by another hoof. The two stood side by side, transformed into unlikely allies, gazing at each other across the formidable limbs. What is happening? Morong Shiner inquired through gritted teeth, struggling against the weight of the massive hoof. I contemplated summoning you for assistance. Upon uttering this phrase, the future entity spat out a mouthful of blood. Morong Shiner remarked, you, with your formidable strength, cannot handle this situation, yet you beckon me for aid? She was rendered speechless. Presently, Muchini stood as one of the strongest beings on Blue Star during the last instance. He had trained for over 20 days as a spellcaster, thus making him the sole intermediate spellcaster in the world. If even Muchini could not resolve this predicament, it was evident that she, once the mightiest of Blue Star, would be powerless as well. Forget it. I was foolishly hoping you could protect me. The future entity chuckled awkwardly before coughing up more blood. Do not fret. I possess an item. Suddenly inspired, he rummaged through his spatial ring and produced a diminutive pink grenade. The weakening grenade could diminish the state of all creatures within its radius. With a brief explanation, the future entity hurled the grenade with all his might towards the posterior of the Triceratops. Having thrown it a considerable distance, he believed it would not inadvertently harm him. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, the grenade detonated with a resounding pop, transforming into a cloud of pink mist that enveloped all beings within a radius of several hundred meters. The future entity was caught in the blast as well. Weakened, he could no longer withstand the weight of the Triceratops' hoof and was crushed underfoot. The future entity met his demise. Upon returning to his own body, Muchini nearly retched. The discomfort in his chest was overwhelming and would not abate easily. After a brief respite, he began to ponder the myriad of information gleaned from this death replay. First and foremost, was the theme of the next apocalypse instance the Jurassic era? Were the ancient creatures, the Triceratops and Pterodactyl, once again revived? Beyond these two dragons, he began to assess his current strength. He was now an intermediate spellcaster, potentially the most powerful entity on Blue Star. Even Morong Sheener, who once rivaled him, was no longer his match. The replay of his demise, where she was swiftly defeated by the Triceratops, made this abundantly clear. Moreover, his death was orchestrated by two dragons, one pterodactyl and one Triceratops. The future entity had likely intended to hunt the Triceratops, with the pterodactyl being an unexpected variable. Aside from the Jurassic-themed instance, he pondered the origins of that weakening grenade. Where could that troublesome item have come from? In this death replay, he recognized the significant role played by the Blackwing nano armor, and his mastery over the Panga deity divinity had improved considerably. Alas, in the end, the future entity had placed his trust in the pink weakening grenade, leading to his untimely demise. Surely, the weakening grenade could not be an item from the personal shop? With this thought in mind, he promptly accessed his system's personal shop. Within the personal marketplace, the previous exchange had transformed him into a sword-bearer, but now he found himself back with 4 slots. At first glance, his attention was immediately drawn to the pink grenade nestled in the 3rd slot. Weakness grenade, single-use consumable upon throwing the weakness grenade at a target. It renders the target creature significantly weakened by 90%. Note, this grenade is effective solely on living beings. Price, 250 points. Goodness. Muchinyu felt a surge of frustration rise within him. Why was there no mention of the explosion radius for this item? Who engages in combat at a distance of 100 meters? With this thought, he felt utterly deceived. And for 250 points. The last time the future entity purchased this item, he truly felt like a fool. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he resolved to buy the weakness grenade. In a certain sense, this weakness grenade could be considered a formidable weapon, even a strategic asset. After all, everything within a 100-meter radius would be weakened. If utilized effectively, its value would far surpass the mere 250 points. The only drawback lay in the vague description regarding its explosion range, which could potentially backfire on him. Fortunately, the recent death replay had provided some clarity. Regardless, with 700 points at his disposal, he made the purchase. After acquiring the grenade, he shifted his gaze to the other 3 items. The first item radiated a golden glow, emblazoned with the icon of a pokeball. Summoning Ball, half-step mythical. You can capture a creature with a strength not exceeding half-step mythical as your mount. The probability of successfully subduing the creature is low unless it is gravely injured. Failure renders the summoning ball useless. Note, it is advisable to inflict severe wounds on the creature beforehand, as the chances of capture are significantly diminished otherwise. Once captured, the mount's injuries will instantly heal. Price, 10,000 points. Indeed, a pokeball. However, it resembled the one from the game. Inflicting severe injuries on a pet would increase the likelihood of capture. Furthermore, he possessed the skill of judgment scales to verify the probability of pet capture. This summoning ball was quite a valuable item for him. He purchased it. But then, a sudden realization struck him. Wait a moment. According to the system, the highest level of the items here should align with the power level of the sword-bearer, right? His current strength was merely at the mid-epic level, at best high-epic. Why, then, was it classified as half-step mythical? Oh, could it be that this highest level refers to the combat power attained by the sword-bearer upon acquiring half the strength of all players in the Blue Star? That indeed qualifies as half-step mythical. Chapter 185. Online Discourse. After purchasing the summoning ball, Mu Chenyu shifted his gaze to the second item in the inventory. The icon for this item resembled a colorful bar, somewhat akin to a gold bar, yet adorned in vibrant hues. Celestial Meteorite. Space category. Seek out the renowned alchemist who can transform this meteorite into numerous spatial rings. Note, this item may seem trivial to you. However, with an alchemist, you might profit handsomely. Price, 7,000 points. Mu Chenyu pondered for a moment, but ultimately chose to pass. It seemed unlikely that there were any alchemists on Blue Star. And since this meteorite was intended for crafting spatial rings, he already possessed a spatial ring and a Chinquan pouch, rendering it unnecessary. As for making money, he was a sword bearer. Everything available on Blue Star could be his. Furthermore, although he had amassed a substantial number of points, he was not inclined to purchase everything indiscriminately. Had this item been priced at 500 points, he might have considered it. 8,000 points? No thank you. Subsequently, he directed his gaze towards the last item on the list. Upon seeing it, he felt a peculiar tingling sensation, as if his brain were about to expand. Transmutation Recombiner. Single-use item. This device allows men to become women and women to become men. Note, a painless gender reassignment procedure. You deserve it. Price, 500 points. He took a deep breath, suddenly finding the previously exorbitant meteorite much more palatable. Glancing at his remaining 26, for 150 points, he closed the personal shop. He then found Murong Shiner's contact and shared the details of his recent prophetic vision concerning the Jurassic era. Murong Shiner replied with an acknowledgement. After addressing the matter at hand, he sought his parents' phone number, intending to inquire about their current situation. Ever since his identity had been exposed to the Holy Clan, the authorities had ensured his parents' protection, though he was uncertain of the rationale behind it. Moreover, he wondered if they had endured any hardships during this time. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, my son, came his mother's voice from the other end. Mom, how are you both doing? Mu Chenyu asked, but he faintly detected the sound of crashing waves in the background. Son, you have achieved so much. His mother's voice sounded cheerful. You've kept your accomplishments a secret from us so well. She then proceeded to enlighten him. It turned out that when the state dispatched personnel to safeguard his parents, they informed the couple that Mu Chenyu was a genius in national scientific research, currently working in a secret base alongside numerous professors from Huaxia to develop new technologies. To prevent foreign spies from threatening Mu Chenyu's family, they had taken measures to protect his parents. Presently, they were accompanied by a dedicated individual on a trip to Sanya. This person was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was escorting his parents on their travels, allowing them to relish the joys of life outside of work. Hearing the sounds of excitement and the ocean waves from his mother's end, Mu Chenyu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The government had indeed done well in this regard. Although he faced danger in the outside world, his parents were enjoying the fruits of life. Upon hearing the joy in his mother's voice, Mu Chenyu exhaled in relief and chuckled. All right, Mom. Enjoy your time with Dad. Once I conclude my project research, I shall accompany you both on a delightful trip. He anticipated a cheerful agreement from his mother. However, to his surprise, her enthusiasm waned instantly at his words. You go ahead and enjoy yourself after you're done. Your father and I have finally carved out some quality time for ourselves. What purpose would your presence serve? Mu Chenyu mused, assessment complete. Indeed, they are my genuine parents. After ending the call, while he felt a sense of relief, he began to ponder why he should return to university for classes. Was it merely out of boredom? Yet, this notion was validated a few days later by Mu Chenyu himself. It was indeed boredom. His daily routine consisted of playing video games with Wang Zichen and indulging in delectable treats, leading a life that felt rather lackluster. Alas, though he possessed everything, he had also shed his worries. Simultaneously, discussions online regarding the flying humans over Jiangsheng were cleverly obscured by experts dispatched by the government, attributing the phenomena to a new species of birds. Nevertheless, a plethora of high-definition images captured these occurrences, prompting numerous internet celebrities to capitalize on the buzz, proclaiming it to be an encounter with extraterrestrial civilizations. Some even unearthed what could only be speculated as digitally manipulated images of flying saucers. In any case, the internet buzzed with an array of bizarre theories, yet very few believed it to be mere avian creatures. After all, dismissing it as birds was one thing. But how could one explain the earlier celestial whirlpool? Ultimately, as the online chatter escalated, and despite the official attempts to suppress the images, Mu Chenyu resorted to the power vested in him as a sword-bearer, erasing all online images related to the incident. Thus, the matter faded into obscurity. Aside from this incident, the sole highlight in Mu Chenyu's life was when Wang Zichen led him to uncover a woman hidden in Lao Zhao's residence. To their astonishment, They discovered that the woman was none other than his ex-wife, and the two rekindled their old flame. Furthermore, Mu Qianyi learned that Lao Zhao had become a ghost keeper during the previous human and ghost taboo instance. It was said that Lao Zhao had successfully cleared the challenge. Yet he chose not to pursue the path of a spellcaster. Instead, he set his sights on a spirit known as the Shadow Ghost residing in their village, forming a contract through his ghost keeper identity. The Shadow Ghost, a creature of the shadows, assisted Lao Zhao in resolving many of his life's tribulations, perfectly complementing his exceptional hacking skills. Moreover, due to his recent breakthrough in unraveling the source of the apocalypse, Lao Zhao had diligently cultivated his skills, and after a considerable period of training, he had ascended to the rank of Intermediate Ghost Keeper. Lao Zhao advised Mu Qianyi that at his current age, he ought to be acquiring knowledge rather than idly lounging at home. Only through learning could one continually evolve. Mu Qianyi found wisdom in his words and resolved to return to his studies. Thus, with the heartfelt send-off from Lao Zhao and Wang Zichen, he invoked the words of the sword-bearer and in an instant found himself transported to Ganshui City, returning to Ganshui University. By means of a backdoor, he effortlessly resumed his previous major and re-entered the classroom. However, when his fellow students laid eyes on Mu Qianyi, their expressions became rather peculiar. After all, Mu Qianyi was renowned throughout the school as the Prince of Soft Rice, having become romantically involved with a young and beautiful female professor, and even residing in the faculty apartment. While others would scarcely dare to dream of such a scenario, Mu Qianyi had made it a reality. Among the students, Lin Yujia cast a somewhat flattering glance at her brother-in-law. Aside from the curious onlookers, the most astonished was undoubtedly Su Qianran, the object of Mu Qianyi's affections for 2 years. As a player, Su Qianran had also engaged with the official Apocalypse Management Bureau of Huaxia. Through the bureau, she had learned of the 4 levels of the apocalypse and had even signed a contract to conceal Mu Qianyi's identity, initially believing him to merely be a highly ranked player, akin to the global freeze apocalypse. She could never have fathomed that the stunning woman with whom Mu Qianyi once cohabited was, in fact, the director of the Apocalypse Management Bureau. Moreover, during the cataclysmic event of time reversal, Mu Qianyi had emerged as the sole survivor, successfully unraveling the crisis and directly prompting a system upgrade. It could even be said that without Mu Qianyi, the Blue Star would have long been obliterated. The unfolding of these events left her struggling to comprehend that such feats were accomplished by her classmate, Mu Qianyi, who was globally recognized as the strongest and officially acknowledged representative. Contemplating this, her gaze towards Mu Qianyi grew tinged with a sense of regret. Dear brother, had I known of your extraordinary prowess, who would have dared to keep you hanging for 2 years? She felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before him. Chapter 186. The Withering of All Things, the Revival of Prehistory. Su Qianran, glancing at Mu Qianyi seated in the last row, pondered for a moment before picking up her backpack and hastily making her way to the back row, ultimately securing a seat to Mu Qianyi's right just ahead of his roommate. This scene instantly captured the attention of many. The onlookers regarded the moment with suspicion. Wasn't Mu Qianyi Su Qianran's devoted admirer? Moreover, he had a wealthy girlfriend now. Yet, they struggled to comprehend the unfolding situation. Mu Qianyi's roommates had originally felt quite pleased to see him return to school, but upon noticing Su Qianran's actions, they quickly shifted a few seats aside, deliberately creating a space for the two. Is something the matter? Mu Qianyi inquired, furrowing his brow as he opened his book and glanced at the woman beside him. Su Qianran, taken aback by the question, hesitated momentarily before stammering, Mr. Mu, what brings you back to school so suddenly? Now in her eyes, Mu Qianyi resembles a leader of a nation, his demeanor entirely transformed. Moreover, as she gazes upon him, she perceives an aura of mystery surrounding him, a quality that is utterly captivating. With nothing to occupy her mind, she returns to find herself entangled in trivial worries. Finding troubles for oneself? Mu Qianyi mused quietly. Su Qianran was taken aback. What kind of rationale is that? Mr. Mu, how long will you be at school this time? She inquired softly. She had intended to call him by his name, but upon reflecting on his true power and status, she reverted to the title previously used by Lin Yuan. Are you quite free? Mu Qianyi turned his head, a hint of impatience in his tone. If you have nothing to do, go take a few laps outside. Stop buzzing in my ear. The incessant chatter was exasperating. Feeling inexplicably chastised, Su Qianran closed her mouth in dismay and obediently settled beside him. A few minutes later, the substitute teacher entered the classroom and commenced the lesson. Mu Qianyi retrieved a pen and began to take notes. 10 minutes later, with even breathing, Mu Qianyi rested his head on the desk and fell asleep. It must be said that the teacher's lecture was more conducive to slumber than sleeping on a bed worth hundreds of thousands. The minor insomnia that had plagued Mu Qianyi for several days was effortlessly cured in just 10 minutes by the lecture. Observing the sleeping Mu Qianyi, Su Qianran blinked and glanced at the notebook cast aside by him. Perhaps with a desire to curry favor, she took his notebook and began to jot down notes. Elegant and beautiful characters soon adorned his pages. After 2 lessons had elapsed, the well-rested Mu Qianyi stretched and sat up. He glanced at Su Qianran, who was diligently recording notes, and inquired, "How long did I sleep?" "About an hour and a half," Su Qianran explained, quickly adding, "Your phone rang a few times just now. Someone may have sent you a message." Who could have messaged him? Mu Qianyi unlocked his phone and first saw a message from Murong Shiner, followed by another notification from the esteemed Chang Yaqing on the internet. Calculating the time, he realized there were still 3 days until the next apocalyptic dungeon opened, coinciding perfectly with the predictions made by the venerable Chang Yaqing. He glanced at Murong Shiner's message, which served as a reminder to check Chang Yaqing's prophecy. Thus, he opened the public platform and encountered a post that had garnered tens of thousands of likes. "All things wither, prehistory awakens." This phrase encapsulated Chang Yaqing's prophecy regarding the upcoming dungeon. All things wither, prehistory awakens? The imagery flooded his mind in an instant, recalling scenes from the Death Replay. The concept of prehistory awakening was easily comprehensible. Creatures like pterosaurs and triceratops, long extinct, were indeed relics of a bygone era. He was even able to ascertain that not only had the prehistoric creatures, particularly the dinosaurs, revived, but likely many other large species that had long since gone extinct had also returned. Beyond the resurrection of these ancient beings, there existed the concept of decay. What does decay signify? He found himself perplexed. As he pondered this initial thought, an image suddenly materialized in his mind. During his last experience with Death Replay, the future entity, in a bid to free himself from the grasp of the aerial sovereign, the pterosaur, summoned a maple leaf from hundreds of meters away to confront the foe. He recalled that the maple leaf was withered and yellow, not the vibrant green typical of the season. Yet, it was still summer. Moreover, the environment surrounding the future entity was also set in the warmth of summer. The juxtaposition of summer and the withered yellow maple leaf, seemingly unrelated, coalesced into a singular moment, hinting at an underlying strangeness. At that time, all his focus was on the battle waged by the future entity, thus he paid little heed to the appearance of the maple leaf. Only upon reflecting did he recognize the oddity. Did decay imply that all plant life would wither away? If that were the case, the availability of vegetables and grains would significantly diminish. What would people consume? Only meat. In such a scenario, he would need to prepare ample food before entering to avoid starvation. However, he had an inkling that matters were not so straightforward. The specifics would have to await his entrance into the instance for further exploration. This upcoming instance did not appear overly challenging, thus he intended to venture alone, foregoing the search for companions. After all, he was now regarded as one of the strongest on Blue Star, if not the strongest. There was no necessity to seek out others, especially since he possessed the Eye of Death, which could shield him from nearly all unforeseen circumstances. Additionally, his choice to operate solo stemmed from a desire to activate the Eye of Death multiple times to enhance his own power. In the protection of a multitude of strong allies, he would have no opportunity to employ the Eye of Death, let alone bolster his strength through combat. As a sword-bearer, his prowess must unequivocally lead all on Blue Star. He shared his conjectures with Murong Xiner and Wang Zichen, among others. Following that, he commenced to relish his campus life. Although daily he endured the torment of early classes and a packed schedule, the joy of dining and gaming with his roommates at night far outweighed the tribulations of the day. Of course, he did not neglect his training as a spellcaster. With access to a cultivation spring, he was able to practice daily. He had already reached the intermediate level of spellcasting. Yet to attain the advanced rank would likely require an additional month. It must be said, this life was far more fulfilling than the aimless existence he had shared with Wang Zichen in Jiang City. One rather surprising development was that Su Qianran took it upon herself to take notes for him in every class. In a fit of laughter, it seemed as though he would genuinely engage in his studies. Just like that, 3 fleeting days on campus had vanished. At 10 o'clock on Saturday night, the apocalypse instance arrived punctually. Early to bed in the dormitory, Mu Qianyi succumbed to slumber at the first opportunity. Ding. Welcome, player Mu Qianyi, to this apocalyptic realm. The narrative backdrop of this apocalypse unfolds as follows. Due to certain fluctuations in the natural energies of the world, numerous creatures on Blue Star have exhibited peculiar behaviors. And even the flora appears to have undergone transformations. The primary quest of this apocalypse is to survive for 30 days. A friendly reminder, by vanquishing certain creatures, you may acquire that which you desire most. Chapter 187. All the food has spoiled. Mu Qianyi perused the introduction to the story. In the game instance of Apocalypse Descended, the content presented at the onset of each instance varies considerably. He then shifted his gaze to his skills. Death's Eye cooldown, 0459. In this instance, the cooldown period is 24 hours. The real-world cooldown spans 7 days. This marks the first occasion he has entered an instance while Death's Eye remains in cooldown. It would not be available for use for another 5 hours. However, having utilized Death's Eye once in reality, he was aware that he would not perish in the immediate future. His pressing concern was to ascertain the circumstances of this era. Casting a glance at his 3 roommates still ensconced in slumber on their beds, he felt at ease as he retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his spatial ring, preparing to take a sip. Yet, to his astonishment, he pulled out an empty bottle. What? How could he have placed an empty bottle into the spatial ring? He then extracted another bottle of mineral water, only to discover it was likewise empty. What on earth is happening? A sudden realization jolted him upright as he opened the spatial ring. To his dismay, the 5 or 6 boxes of mineral water he had meticulously prepared were now all filled with empty plastic bottles. Where's my water? He donned the spatial ring and reached for the bag of holding in his pocket. However, upon opening the bag, he was once again left speechless, for the few bottles of water inside had also transformed into empty containers. With no other choice, he rose from his bed and grabbed the thermos from the previous night, which he had filled with water. Yet, upon opening the thermos, he was met with an echoing emptiness that left him in silence for a considerable time. He hurried to the faucet, turning it on, but still, no water flowed. Where has all the water gone? Suddenly struck by an idea, he hastily retrieved the meal box he had prepared from the spatial ring. Inside the box were the provisions he had packed. However, upon opening one of the meal boxes, he discovered that the food within had all succumbed to mold. It was all inedible. Subsequently, he opened another lunchbox, only to find that it too was moldy. Everything was covered in mold. His expression darkened considerably. Even the compressed biscuits had succumbed to decay. The realization dawned upon him that this calamity was indeed the result of the apocalyptic scenario they were embroiled in. He rushed to his desk and retrieved a bag of snacks from a nearby drawer. However, not only were the snacks spoiled, but also the liquids inside, such as beverages and milk, had completely vanished. All edible provisions within this apocalyptic realm had vanished. At this moment, Muchinyu felt a pang of panic. Yet, he soon redirected his gaze to the system's recent notification, which included a line stating, "Friendly reminder. By eliminating certain creatures, you may acquire the items you desire most." Recalling the previous death replay where the future entity had actively hunted the Pentagon Dragon, he pondered whether slaying those resurrected prehistoric beings could yield sustenance and water. After all, why would the future entity provoke them without cause? A thought struck him. He remembered possessing a divine spring capable of cultivating divine energy. Perhaps if he cultivated it, he would no longer feel hunger? With this thought, he prepared to extract the spring from the system. Just then, an alert chimed. Ding. All entities infused with spiritual energy within this realm will gradually dissipate. If the divine spring is extracted, it will deplete within 3 days. Do you wish to proceed? Upon witnessing this, Muchinyu's brows furrowed deeply. This message indicated that the system was resolutely intent on compelling all players to slaughter those prehistoric beings. Despite his intense thirst, he decided to extract a sip of the spring water to soothe his throat. The divine spring water was drinkable, albeit not fully absorbable in terms of divine energy. Using it for cultivation would be a waste. Were it not for his overwhelming thirst, he would not have resorted to such extravagance. After quenching his thirst a bit, he approached the window of his dormitory to observe the outside world. As he peered out, he beheld a scene enveloped in dust and yellow sand. The entire world shrouded in a dim haze, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Suddenly, his phone rang, heralding a special ringtone from Murong Shiner. Upon opening the message, he found a note from her. There are 2 pieces of bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Muchinyu replied, let us hear the bad news first. Murong Shiner responded, the first piece of bad news is that during this apocalypse, all plants have withered and died, including all sources of food. For some unknown reason, all freshwater sources have run dry, and even the food has rotted. The only remaining sustenance for humanity consists of corn and potatoes. However, given the passage of time, these 2 will spoil within a few hours, rendering them inedible. Muchinyu, what is the second piece of bad news? Murong Shiner, the second piece of bad news is that all of humanity's thermal weapons have been destroyed. I just visited the armory and discovered that all thermal weapons have self-melted. I inquired at armories in other regions and found that even those weapons with slightly greater destructive capabilities have also been obliterated. Humanity is now left with only cold weapons. Weapons self-melted? Muchinyu furrowed his brow. This time the scenario is adamantly preventing humanity from utilizing technology to triumph over foes. He then typed a message to Murong Shiner. I have a hypothesis, though I am uncertain of its accuracy. Murong Shiner, what is your hypothesis? Please, share it. Muchini, I suspect that slaying those soon-to-be-resurrected prehistoric creatures may yield food and water. Morong Shiner, are you referring to the recent system notification indicating that killing those creatures could grant us what we desire? Muchini, precisely. Morong Shiner, however, undertaking such actions is exceedingly challenging. A Tyrannosaurus was detected nearby the base, possessing strength at least at the upper echelon of the epic level. Currently, no player on Blue Star possesses such power. To slay it would require sacrificing lives. Upper echelon of epic level? That exceeds even his intermediate spellcaster level. The prowess of these creatures is astonishing. The Pentaceratops he witnessed in the death replay likely only reached a medium epic level. It appears that the strength of each prehistoric creature varies. With this in mind, he resolved to seek out a prehistoric creature of lesser combat strength to attempt to eliminate it, in hopes of acquiring food and water. He then inquired, "Are you aware of where these prehistoric creatures are emerging from?" Morong Shiner, currently unclear, but the Tyrannosaurus beside our base emerged from the soil, and prior to its appearance, our system issued a warning. Muchini, a warning? Chapter 188, a 1-meter-high mosquito. Morong Shiner, indeed. The system alerts us when a terrifying presence is about to manifest. Just minutes after the warning, that Tyrannosaurus emerged from the nearby soil. Upon reading Morong Shiner's message, Muchini fell into contemplation. In the last Death Eye encounter, the future entity seemed to have foreknowledge of the Pentaceratops's appearance, remaining hidden behind the dune in anticipation. It took half an hour for the Pentaceratops to finally show itself. Thus, did the future entity remain there waiting for the Pentaceratops due to a system warning? However, what of the plants? They have all perished, but what of the animals previously nurtured? Muchini, what about those pigs, ducks, cattle, and sheep in the livestock industry? Morong Shiner, they have all died. Aside from humans, nearly all original life forms have perished, and their corpses have begun to decay, rendering them inedible. It seems that the livestock has also met a similar fate. Upon receiving this information, he ceased communication with Morong Xiner and resolved to venture out for a brief hunting expedition. As he approached the dormitory door, a thought struck him. He glanced back at his 3 roommates, who had succumbed to slumber after a night spent gaming. With a slight twitch of his eye, he pushed the door open and departed. At this moment, he lacked the energy to concern himself with these NPCs. After leaving the dormitory, he pondered for a moment before deciding to send a message to Su Qianran. Her healing skills might prove beneficial to him. Upon receiving Muchini's message, Su Qianran responded instantly. "Mr. Mu, where are you? I will come right away. I will head to the east gate. Meet me there." After replying, Muchini made his way to the small shop downstairs. Given that it was Sunday, even at 8 in the morning, the campus was nearly deserted. The shopkeeper was busy inspecting the merchandise, muttering to himself in disbelief. How peculiar. All this food has gone bad, and where have all the drinks disappeared to? Muchini's gaze fell upon the breakfast corn. He promptly scanned the payment code, transacting 200 yuan, and selected several bags, carefully picking out the remaining edible cobs. "Shopkeeper, I'll take a few cobs of corn," he called as he waved to the proprietor. "All right, you can pack them yourself," the shopkeeper replied absent-mindedly. Too preoccupied with the numerous losses in his inventory to notice the extra tip Muchini had left. Grabbing a cob, Muchini began to devour it, relishing the fact that it was currently the only available sustenance. After consuming 2 cobs, he arrived at the east gate. The air was thick with dust, causing him to spit several times in futile attempts to rid his mouth of the gritty sensation. Shortly thereafter, a girl clad in protective gear, complete with a hat and goggles, appeared before him. "Mr. Mu," Su Qianran exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "What can I do for you? Have something to eat?" He replied, offering her the corn. Su Qianran gazed at the edible cobs in astonishment. "When I woke up today, I found all the food had gone moldy, and there wasn't even drinkable water. I never expected you would have something to eat. The corn won't spoil for a few more hours. It's still good. Hurry and eat it, and we can venture out for more food and water." "Yes," Su Qianran replied, taking a piece of cloth to shield herself from the swirling sand, and delicately began to nibble on the corn. Her manner of eating was far more refined than Muchini's earlier method of consuming corn alongside sand. A few minutes later, after Su Qianran finished her meal, they set off together. Although she was uncertain of their destination, she dared not inquire further and simply followed him in silence. However, she soon discerned that Muchini seemed to be wandering aimlessly, as if he himself were unsure of where to go. After a prolonged half-hour journey, just as she was about to inquire about their destination, an abrupt warning echoed in their ears. Ding. Prehistoric creatures are about to appear in this area. The previously mundane atmosphere caught Muchini's attention, his ears perking up in anticipation. Finally, they had found it. What a challenge it had been. Just as Muchini was about to speak to Su Qianran, An instinctive sense of danger surged through him. He caught the faintest sound, and in an instant, he yanked Su Qianran aside, a gleaming axe materializing in his hand, which he swung fiercely toward the space behind her. With a sharp sound, the heavenly axe cleaved through flesh, its impact resonating ominously. In that fleeting moment, a layer of dark armor enveloped Mu Qian's form. As his vision adjusted, he beheld a colossal mosquito struggling on the ground, its height exceeding a meter. His axe had struck true, landing squarely on its head. After a brief struggle, the mosquito burst forth, releasing 2 bottles of mineral water, 2 loaves of bread, and a white stone. Mu Qian blinked in astonishment at the food that had materialized. So this was how sustenance was acquired within this realm. Meanwhile, Su Qianran sat on the ground, still shaken, gazing at the bounty before her. Just moments prior, the system had alerted her, and she had suddenly sensed a strong gust of wind behind her. Then, Mu Qian had violently pulled her away and struck with his axe. When she turned to assess the situation, she saw a figure clad in striking black metal armor and the remains of the massive mosquito that had been vanquished. As the insect struggled momentarily, it released more food. Once she grasped the situation, Su Qianran's gaze toward Mu Qian transformed. Truly, he was the world's strongest man. And having such a protector instilled a profound sense of security within her. Was it merely this prehistoric creature? Mu Qian expressed a hint of dissatisfaction. He picked up the 2 bottles of water and the loaves of bread, tossing 1 bottle to Su Qianran, while he drank half of the other. Having not had a sip of water all morning, Su Qianran gratefully accepted the offering, murmuring her thanks before taking a sip. After quenching their thirst, Mu Qian glanced at the 2 loaves of bread. They had just eaten corn that morning and were not particularly hungry, so he stowed them in his spatial ring. These loaves, having been produced by the defeat of a prehistoric creature, remained intact. Once they had consumed their provisions, his attention shifted to the fallen stone. Why does this stone resemble an adaptive spirit stone so closely? The moment he picked it up, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an adaptive spirit stone. Note, this adaptive spirit stone will not degrade within this realm. Chapter 189. The Escape of a Pterosaur Mu Qian. Upon observing the adaptive spirit stone, narrowed his eyes. Initially, he had thought that entering this dungeon would hinder his ability to cultivate, yet unexpectedly, the system had left them with this avenue. Furthermore, there was another piece of good news. The large mosquito they had just encountered likely possessed strength below the epic level, perhaps even failing to reach half an epic tier. This indicated that not all prehistoric creatures within this dungeon were as invincible as the Pentaceratops or the pterosaur. Moreover, even a mere mosquito could yield 2 bottles of water, 2 loaves of bread, and a spirit stone. Thus, what treasures might the more formidable epic-level dinosaurs possess? He felt a flicker of anticipation. With his current combat prowess, he should have little difficulty confronting a small dinosaur. Should larger dinosaurs come into play, he was equally confident in his strategy. Reflecting on the previous death replay, the future entity had met its demise at the hands of the Pentaceratops primarily due to an unexpected assault from a pterosaur, followed by a backstab from that weakened grenade. Otherwise, the future entity could have dispatched a large dinosaur such as the Pentaceratops with minimal injury, perhaps only sustaining a slight graze. Remembering how close he had been to being trampled, he glanced at Su Qianran beside him. Unlike the last encounter, this time he had brought a healer. The presence of a healer made an exceptional difference in their strategy. Let us proceed. He assisted the fallen Su Qianran to her feet. The prehistoric creatures in this area had been dealt with. It was time to seek the next challenge. However, just as they prepared to depart, a voice echoed in their minds, a familiar sound from the system. Ding. Prehistoric creatures are about to appear in this area. Mu Qian halted, gesturing for Su Qianran to take shelter behind a nearby building. You hide there. Understood. Su Qianran, unwilling to become a burden, quickly concealed herself, intent on observing Mu Qian's actions. At that moment, the street was left with only Mu Qian. He surveyed the tightly shut doors around him. Dawn layer upon layer of metallic armor, and even the black metallic wings behind him unfurled partially. Su Qianran, watching from her hiding spot, widened her eyes in astonishment at the sight of wings on his armor. Mu Qian remained poised, awaiting the emergence of the prehistoric creature. Should it prove too formidable, he would retreat. If it were weak, he could secure some provisions. After approximately 10 minutes of anticipation, the ground began to tremble beneath him. Cracks appeared in the asphalt of the road, and a sharp roar pierced the air. Mu Qian soon recognized, beneath the road's edge, a familiar dragon species. The dragon possessed a pair of enormous wings, and its roar resonated with an eerie familiarity for Mu Qian. It was none other than the Sky Dominator, the pterosaur, which had caused his demise in the previous death replay. When enemies meet, the tension is palpable. disregarding whether the opponent had fully ascended from the ground. He seized the heavenly axe and brought it down with formidable force. His body traced a flawless arc through the sky, aided by the black wings of his nano-armor, allowing him to swiftly position himself above the pterosaur. "You wretched beast, this time I hold the upper hand," Muchini declared as he struck. The axe cleaved into the creature's flesh, opening a gory wound. He showed no signs of relenting, seated upon the pterosaur as he continued to deliver blows with precision. The pterosaur writhed in agony, its body convulsing from the excruciating pain. Undeterred, Muchini remained atop, relentlessly assaulting its body. He did not aim for the creature's head, as it was too far, and any attempt to advance might jeopardize his balance amidst the pterosaur's violent struggles. In a desperate bid to escape the pain, the pterosaur spread its wings wide and shot towards the heavens like an arrow. Anticipating this, Muchini grasped its feathers with his left hand while the wings of his nano-armor flapped vigorously, maintaining his equilibrium. With his right hand, he wielded the heavenly axe, striking the pterosaur repeatedly, each blow sending forth a spray of blood and flesh. Thus, he enacted a brutal ballet high above the ground. Meanwhile, residents in nearby buildings bore witness to this spectacle, gasping in awe as they quickly retrieved their phones to capture the moment. An Iron Man versus pterosaur reality. After delivering dozens of strikes, the pterosaur finally emitted a mournful cry before plummeting to the earth. Muchini released his grasp, gliding downwards with the aid of his wings, ultimately landing safely. Countless residents immediately directed their cameras towards the armored Muchini. Fortunately, the armor concealed his face, preventing any exposure of his identity among the onlookers. After vanquishing the pterosaur, Muchini disregarded the fallen remnants and waved his hand to collect everything into his spatial ring. Just as he prepared to withdraw, a voice erupted from a nearby building. "Watch out, Iron Man!" A man shouted urgently. Suddenly, a piercing sound erupted from behind Muchini. Reacting almost instinctively, he did not turn around but instead dove forward, akin to a clumsy tumble, as if he had stumbled upon a rock. As he collapsed to the ground, his body pressed firmly against the earth. An immense shadow suddenly surged above him. A gust of wind stirred up the dust around Muchini, yet it did not inflict any real harm upon him. A piercing cry echoed, and he swiftly turned, half kneeling as he rose. As he prepared to confront his adversary, he noticed that the pterosaur, after casting a vengeful glance in his direction, seemingly deemed him unworthy of contest and fled into the distance. True to its title as the sovereign of the skies, the pterosaur moved with astonishing speed, even with Muchini exerting all his strength through his black wings. It was unlikely he could catch up. He could only watch as the creature vanished from sight. Observing the retreating pterosaur, a sense of irritation welled within him, for it became evident how he had met his demise in the previous replay of death. He had not anticipated that two pterosaurs would emerge from the ground in such quick succession, and after he had slain one, the other clearly harbored a grudge against him. It was no wonder that future encounters would lead to retaliation and ultimately, his demise. With the second pterosaur now successfully escaping, he was acutely aware that it could strike with fatal consequences at any moment. Chapter 190. Acid Rain approaches. Nevertheless, Muchini remained relatively unperturbed. Having witnessed his own death replay, he felt confident that he would not fall victim to a surprise attack again. At this moment, a crowd had gathered around him, cheering in celebration of his triumph over the prehistoric creature. Seeing the throng of admirers, he soared into the air, vanishing from their sight in mere moments. The crowd, witnessing his departure, could only disperse in disappointment. Yet one individual remained, stunned behind a building, Su Qianran. Could it be that the illustrious Mu had forgotten her? Had they not ventured out together? As she pondered, a warm hand gently patted her head. "What are you dawdling for? Let us go." "Huh." Su Qianran swiftly turned to see the source of the voice, her face lighting up with joy upon recognizing the figure. "Mr. Mu, you're back?" Seizing the moment, Muchini offered her some food and water before continuing his search around the city for the revived prehistoric beings. Initially, he had refused to engage in such perilous endeavors for the sake of his own safety. However, after glimpsing the treasures the pterosaur had revealed, his previously calm demeanor began to stir. The first item was a large box containing 24 bottles of Waham mineral water. Additionally, there were 3 banquet vouchers, a bottle containing 3 spirit-enhancing pills, and a handful of self-adaptive spirit stones. The importance of the mineral water cannot be overstated. In a world devoid of accessible water and sustenance, this box could equate to countless lives. The banquet vouchers, when utilized, could summon an elaborate feast featuring 8 hot dishes, 4 cold dishes, and 4 desserts. The 3 scrolls equate to a feast of 24 hot dishes, 12 cold dishes, and 12 desserts. This is a far superior reward compared to the 2 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of mineral water obtained from slaying that giant mosquito. As for the remaining spirit enhancement pills and adaptive spirit stones, the latter need not be mentioned. The spirit enhancement pill, a consumable item, directly elevates the host's cultivation level in their designated direction with a maximum usage of 30 times. It is noted that since the host's cultivation direction requires divine power and their current level is that of an intermediate spellcaster, consuming one spirit enhancement pill results in a 10 increase in cultivation level. Thus, one pill boosts the cultivation level by 10%, while 3 would yield a direct enhancement of 30%. Having been an intermediate spellcaster for over 10 days, if he were to consume these 3 pills, he would essentially reach the peak of that level, with the potential to break through to advanced spellcaster. If he were to consume more, say, utilizing the full 30 pills, could he possibly ascend to the status of a spellcasting master? Upon achieving that rank, the divine essence of Pangu would be fully activated. With such bountiful rewards, how could Muchinyu possibly resist the urge to slay more monsters? With the cooldown for the Eye of Death still exceeding 3 hours, he wasted no time and set off immediately. In the ensuing hours, Muchinyu and Su Qianran encountered numerous resurrected prehistoric creatures, vanquishing them to acquire a wealth of resources. Although Muchinyu sustained minor injuries, the presence of a healer ensured his wounds were treated within minutes. Concurrently, after consuming 3 spirit enhancement pills, his power had surged to the brink of advanced spellcaster. He sensed that with just 1 or 2 more pills, he could undoubtedly break through to that level. At that point, his title would transform to Advanced Spellcaster, Creator God Pangu. Regrettably, they encountered no more mid-tier epic creatures. Most of the prehistoric beings were of high quality or merely small dragons newly entering the epic tier. Thus, the coveted spirit enhancement pills eluded him. Gazing at the increasing abundance of food and water within his spatial ring, Muchinyu fell into silent contemplation. Mr. Mu, look online. Suddenly, Su Qianran called out to him. What is happening online? Muchinyu surmised that the current situation must have sparked considerable discourse across the internet. Such occurrences had been common in previous ordinary dungeons. For in the face of an apocalyptic event, one cannot silence the voices of the populace entirely, can they? Acid rain has started to fall in the southern part of the city. Su Qianran presented her phone before him. He immediately began to read. It was a forum concerning Ganshui City. Damn it, a multitude of rats the size of pigs has appeared in the west of the city. I just witnessed these rats devour a person alive. The northern district is hardly any better. I just witnessed a winged tiger that gruesomely decapitated a passerby. How absurd. It seems we are living in a reality where the phrase like a tiger adding wings truly applies. You may consider yourselves fortunate. In the southern part of the city, a pack of small carnivorous dinosaurs had recently appeared, but before they could claim any victims, they unexpectedly fled north. We thought we were safe, only to have acid rain start pouring from the sky. Many, mistaking it for divine nectar, rushed to drink it. And now we are left to wonder how many lives have been lost. Why is it that there are monsters surrounding you? Yet nothing stirs near our university in the Eastern District? Upstairs, a friend of mine, known as Iron Man, has slain those monsters. The image displayed shows the valiant figure clad in nanotechnology armor, vanquishing several dinosaurs. Incredible, Iron Man has emerged. My friends, I have a premonition that the apocalypse is upon us. Only the strong will survive. I beseech the heavens, grant me a miraculous system. Damn it. I awoke this morning to find all food spoiled and not a drop of water in sight. I was forced to eat a moldy piece of bread, and now my stomach is in agony. Where is the government? Why aren't they deploying armed forces to eradicate these creatures? Stop calling for the government. A friend of mine works at the police station, and he told me this morning that all their firearms have melted down. It seems that many weapons have simply disintegrated. If the firearms are gone, how are we to deal with these dinosaurs and other monsters? There's nothing we can do but wait for death. The forum is abuzz with various discussions, continuously refreshing. Meanwhile, Su Qianran observed Muchinyu's expression and scrolled down for a moment. Eventually, Muchinyu stumbled upon a comment pertinent to their situation. I see the acid rain heading towards the Eastern District. It should arrive in about half an hour. Thankfully, the internet remains operational, allowing everyone to communicate online. Acid rain will reach the Eastern District in half an hour? Muchinyu noted that this comment was posted 29 minutes ago. That means it will arrive in mere moments. With this realization, he looked up and saw ominous clouds drifting in from the south. Chapter 191. No more pretense. Time to reveal. Let us go. Muchinyu immediately grabbed Su Qianran and dashed towards the school. Many pedestrians sensed the impending acid rain and hurried to find shelter. Fortunately, Muchinyu's strength allowed him to carry Su Qianran, and in less than 15 minutes, they reached the school. Do you have any storage items? Muchinyu inquired after setting her down. No, Su Qianran shook her head. Then don't carry food or water. If you get hungry, Just message me, and I'll bring you something to eat. Mu Qinyu decided against providing her with food. At this juncture, everyone was devoid of sustenance. If others were to witness Su Qianran holding food, it would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications. Aware of the predicament, Su Qianran consumed a modicum of nourishment and took several hearty gulps of water before relinquishing all her resources to Mu Qinyu. He accepted them without hesitation. I shall see you later, Mr. Mu. She waved goodbye and turned towards the girls' dormitory, confident they would reunite soon. Mu Qinyu, however, remained unfazed. He harbored some trepidation regarding the recent acid rain, but planned to venture out for hunting once the weather cleared. He was particularly eager to confront the two pinna dragons and pterosaurs from that fateful night. Upon returning to the dormitory, he discovered that his 3 roommates had already awakened. Old Mu, where have you been? The apocalypse is upon us, and you still have the leisure to wander. His roommates, upon seeing him, hastily engaged him in a cacophony of chatter about the dire circumstances. They lamented the lack of food and water and recounted sightings of bizarre creatures, including a so-called Iron Man near the East City University area. In addition to the Iron Man, there had been numerous individuals claiming to possess special abilities emerging from behind Ganshui City, ruthlessly hunting down those prehistoric creatures. Mu Qinyu was well aware of the existence of these extraordinary beings. He had glimpsed their exploits on his phone upon his return. These individuals were merely other players from Ganshui City, likely having realized that slaying monsters yielded food, prompting them to embark on their own hunting escapades. Amused by their eagerness, Mu Qinyu chuckled. Despite their enthusiasm, he knew that he was likely the only player capable of defeating mid-tier epic creatures. Once he ascended to a high sorcerer, he might even be able to hunt down more formidable prehistoric beings. The pterosaur he had previously slain was a mid-tier epic creature and had dropped 3 spirit-enhancing elixirs. He wondered what spoils the later-tier epic beings might yield. Old Mu, how can you still be laughing? We are on the brink of starvation. One roommate exclaimed in exasperation upon seeing Mu Qinyu's smile. Come now, won't you speculate about what I was doing this morning? Mu Qinyu replied, settling into a chair and suddenly producing a bag from behind him. His 3 roommates gaped as they beheld the bag, filled with bottled water, bread, and an assortment of cookies. Where on earth did you procure this food, Old Mu? They gasped in astonishment. Eat up, and I'll explain everything afterward, Mu Qinyu urged, smiling as he pushed the food towards them. Although they were merely NPCs, his 3 roommates still played a role in his plans. After watching them devour the provisions with great enthusiasm, he finally spoke. In truth, my identity is somewhat extraordinary. However, in these perilous times, I shall no longer conceal it. I am indeed the Iron Man you've heard about online. What? The 3 roommates were taken aback, one of them staring intently at Mu Qinyu. Are you serious? Old Mu? You're not joking with us, are you? This food was obtained by slaying those monsters. Mu Qinyu gestured toward the garbage bag and spoke slowly. Thus, I require your assistance in locating the whereabouts of those colossal dinosaurs online. Are you for real, Old Mu? The others were utterly astonished, fearing their friend would struggle, yet also worried he might drive a luxury vehicle. They were left bewildered by the transformation of the once unassuming Mu Qinyu, who had merely 2 nights prior been gaming with them, displaying both naivety and a playful spirit. Listen, I am not jesting. Help me find the locations of those creatures online and send me the messages and addresses. Once I eliminate them, we 4 will have sufficient food. Mu Qinyu spread his hands. If you refuse to assist me, we may all go hungry, and I too shall perish from starvation. Of course, his demise was unlikely. His true ambition was to seize all the formidable prehistoric beings in Ganshui City for himself. By consuming more of that spirit-enhancing elixir, he stood a good chance of elevating himself to the rank of a grand sorcerer within the month. And he turned to his 3 roommates, his tone grave. Do not disclose our food situation to anyone. The rations are scant. I only possess enough for the 4 of us, and I cannot afford to share more. He particularly directed his gaze at the roommate who had delivered food to the goddess during the global freeze apocalypse, his voice laced with an intimidating undertone. If you let the girls learn of this, I will no longer concern myself with you. Originally, they were merely NPCs, and he was capable of much worse than simply abandoning them. He could resort to silencing them entirely. In his mind, players were considered ordinary individuals, while all NPCs within the dungeon were no more significant than livestock. All right, Old Mu, we'll help you search, but it's currently acid raining outside. Once the rain ceases, I will venture out to hunt those beasts, one roommate replied. Mu Qinyu explained nonchalantly, at present, I lack nothing in terms of food. Even if I were to kill a mere mosquito or a rat, I could procure sustenance and water. This has resulted in nearly all combat-oriented players possessing the ability to acquire food. Moreover, among ordinary people, Those with robust physiques also have the chance to slay the weakest of prehistoric creatures. As he observed his three roommates beginning their online quest to locate large prehistoric beings, he closed his eyes. Beep, cooldown for the Eye of Death has concluded. Utilizing the Eye of Death. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through his entire body. The moment Mu Qinyi regained his sight, he witnessed his future self wielding the heavenly axe, striking fiercely at a pterosaur before him. The axe embedded deep into flesh, nearly severing the creature's head. With a pained cry, the pterosaur plummeted to the ground, while the future self clung tightly to its body, refusing to let go. At this moment, Mu Qinyi finally discerned the source of the excruciating pain that had overwhelmed him. He lowered his gaze to behold his bloodied left arm. The nano armor adorning his arm had sustained considerable damage, with a section entirely stripped of metal. It appeared as though his arm had been gnawed upon, and the intense agony had nearly rendered his future self unconscious. Not only that, Mu Qinyi also noted that half of the nano armor's wing had been torn away, leaving him resembling a one-winged chicken. No wonder his future self had clutched the pterosaur so desperately. If he were to fall, he would plummet to his demise. By gripping the pterosaur, he could at least benefit from the cushioning provided by its body and the nano armor, which would likely result in severe injury at most. As both man and dragon plummeted toward the ground, the future self struggled to lift his head and caught sight of the menacing Pentagon Dragon waiting for him below. The Pentagon Dragon bore a bleeding wound atop its head and appeared to be on the brink of death. Yet, upon spotting its nemesis, it clearly harbored a fierce determination, eager to eliminate the now-injured future self. Damn it! The future self gritted his teeth as a sphere materialized in the palm of his hand. It was the summoning orb he had purchased earlier. The orb was exceedingly expensive, and he had not intended to use it on either of the prehistoric creatures. However, if he did not convert one of these monsters to his side, he might very well perish. Once successfully tamed, the creature would experience instantaneous healing from its injuries. After a moment's deliberation between the pterosaur and the Pentagon Dragon below, he decisively hurled the summoning orb at the pterosaur. With a cry, the pterosaur transformed into a beam of white light and vanished into the orb in the future self's hand. Consequently, without a target to grasp, his entire body began to plummet toward the ground. Come forth. He immediately summoned the pterosaur using the orb. The intact pterosaur appeared directly beneath him, catching him securely. Coughing, the future self exhaled a sigh of relief and mentally guided the pterosaur downward until they landed beside Su Qianran. At this point, they were several hundred meters away from the Pentagon Dragon, and given its grievous injuries, it likely could not pursue them to finish the job. Mr. Mu, you. Su Qianran gazed at the blood-soaked future self and the pterosaur that bore him, momentarily stunned. Hadn't she just witnessed a fierce battle between man and dragon? How had it suddenly transformed into a peaceful resolution? First, help me with my injuries. I will explain later. The future self dismounted from the pterosaur, limping towards Su Qianran. He then patted the pterosaur's body, instructing, once that Pentagon Dragon is dead, retrieve anything it drops. With a cry, the pterosaur acknowledged his command. The pterosaur let out a cry and turned to soar above the five-horned dragon. Witnessing this scene, Su Qianran stood frozen in place. Why had this pterosaur suddenly become so obedient to Mu Qinyi? However, her gaze was swiftly drawn to the bloodied body of the future entity, prompting her to hastily employ her healing abilities to facilitate its recovery. The future entity, in turn, removed its armor, fixing its gaze towards the five-horned dragon, anticipating the potential emergence of several spirit-enhancing elixirs upon the dragon's demise. The five-horned dragon, though initially inclined to act, ultimately succumbed with a mournful cry, its breath extinguished. The pterosaur companion quickly seized all the rewards, presenting them before the future entity. Simultaneously, Mu Qinyi beheld the rewards awarded for slaying the five-horned dragon, a vial containing 5 spirit-enhancing elixirs, 2 cards, and over 20 adaptive spirit stones. After collecting the items, he turned his attention to the 2 cards. A peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes upon examining them. The Heavenly Dew card allows the host to designate a location and summon a light rain of fresh water within a 100-meter radius, lasting merely 10 minutes. This seemed rather inconsequential, he mused, as he shifted his focus to the second card. The Feast of Whole Lambs card designates a location to summon 100 roasted whole lambs. Note, this feast lasts for 3 hours, after which any uneaten lambs will vanish. Again, it appeared to hold little value for him. Seizing the opportunity while Su Qianran treated his left arm, he retrieved his phone and snapped a photo of the 2 cards, sending it to Murong Shiner. Both cards resembled team cards, which were of little use to a lone wolf like him. This time, Murong Shiner did not reply immediately. He remained unperturbed, focusing instead on Su Qianran, whose delicate face bore a serious expression. Her soft, almost boneless hands pressed against his left arm, imparting a ticklish, warm sensation. As he observed her, he couldn't help but acknowledge that his previous judgment had indeed been astute. Upon closer inspection, she was quite beautiful, which explained why she had managed to captivate his friends so easily. Ding! His phone chimed with a message from Murong Shiner, prompting him to open it and read. These 2 cards are of great significance to me. Could you possibly transfer them to me? I can maximize their potential. Future entity, given the distance between us, how can I hand you these cards? Murong Shiner, just wait a moment. Before the future entity could respond further, a sudden voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Player Murong Shiner has sent you a trade request. Do you accept? What the hell? Both the future entity and the observing Muchini were taken aback. Murong Shiner, this is the trading platform that emerged from our defeat of that Tyrannosaurus. It is now in my possession. She promptly shared the trading platform's information with the future entity. Trading platform. You have the option to engage in transactions with another individual, with no restrictions on distance. Note, you may excel as an intermediary, but this opportunity is exclusive to the current instance. A remarkable find. The future entity's eyes sparkled with excitement. Subsequently, he accepted the trade request. Upon accepting, he noticed a jade stone at the trading table. He immediately conducted an appraisal. Spiritual jade, an indispensable item for breaking through to the legendary level. Ordinary, high quality, epic, legendary, mythic, cataclysmic universe. This is the last reminder. And it should be well remembered. An essential item for breaking through to the legendary level? The legendary level is closely linked to the Master of Divine Spells. The future entity hesitated upon seeing this spiritual jade. Murong Xiner. This spiritual jade was also dropped by the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and in addition, several spirit enhancement pills were obtained. But the quantity of the pills was so scant that they were nearly depleted. None of us can make use of this spiritual jade, so it's yours. Future entity, no problem. With that, he placed 2 cards on the table and initiated the transaction. Soon, the spiritual jade was in his possession. Recognizing it as the key to his breakthrough, he happily replied to Murong Xiner, pleasant trading experience. I will seek you out again for good items next time. Murong Xiner, certainly. Chapter 193. Are mythical creatures emerging? Having reaped the rewards, the future entity turned to Su Qianran, who was tending to his injuries, and suddenly inquired, Su Qianran, did you survive the last instance? Su Qianran paused for a moment before shaking her head. No. I was bitten to death by a blood-sucking specter and returned to reality. Oh. The future entity, intrigued, asked, how many resurrection coins do you have left? I have 9 remaining. Upon mentioning this, Su Qianran's tone turned somewhat grateful. If you hadn't previously cracked the apocalyptic level of the world-ending event, and everyone received 10 resurrection coins, I might have perished by now. The future entity twitched his mouth, but said nothing. He possessed only 1 divine resurrection coin, and it seemed the system had no intention of granting him any ordinary resurrection coins. After Su Qianran finished treating his arm, she knelt on the ground to attend to his legs. You may sit on the ground. Noticing her posture, the future entity suggested. It's all right. Su Qianran shook her head, lifting his leg and placing it before her, commencing her treatment. After about 10 minutes, as the future entity felt significantly better, he observed that Su Qianran's complexion had turned exceedingly pale. Feeling revitalized, the future entity stood up, invigorated enough to take on a 5-pointed dragon. The sensation of having a healer was truly delightful. Had he been left to recover on his own, it would have taken him at least 3 to 4 days. Subsequently, he requested the spellcaster's training manual from Murong Xiner, and then Su Qianran tossed the manual along with 2 adaptive spirit stones. These items will aid you in your training to become a spellcaster. Consider them a reward for you. Thank you, Mr. Mu. As Su Qianran felt gratitude, a tinge of melancholy crept into her heart. It is essential to note that just over 2 months ago, the man before her was merely a devoted admirer. Yet now, their relationship had transformed into one of superior and subordinate. To even describe their dynamic in such terms was a generous understatement. What merit did she possess to be the subordinate of the foremost figure in the Blue Star? Go on, eat something and take a rest. Perhaps we will need you later, Future Body remarked, brushing off the dust from his attire as he contacted his 3 roommates via his mobile device. Almost immediately, his roommates sent him information regarding the location of a newly emerged prehistoric creature, accompanied by photographs taken by bystanders. However, as his gaze fell upon the images, he found himself utterly transfixed. What was this? The creature depicted bore a resemblance to a dragon, with a lengthy head adorned with twin horns, its body cloaked in scales, and exhibiting features such as a neck, shoulders, ribcage, heart, and tail, all in a striking shade of azure. At the moment he beheld the image, The figure of a being from Eastern mythology, one of the four divine spirits of heaven, the Azure Dragon, instantly materialized in his mind. Wait, wasn't the theme of this apocalyptic dungeon centered around prehistoric revival? Until now, the resurrected beings had all been historical figures, so what was this Azure Dragon doing here? The Azure Dragon was a creature of myth. No, that couldn't be right. He squinted, recalling that aside from its mythological status, the Azure Dragon had also appeared in a tome known as the Shanhai Jing. In reality, many had debated whether the creatures described within this ancient text truly existed. Now, upon witnessing the form of the Azure Dragon in the image, he could not help but question whether the mythical beings chronicled in ancient Chinese literature would manifest in reality. With this thought, what initially seemed to be an easy dungeon quest took on a grave seriousness for Future Body. His previously exposed fangs were promptly concealed. If the monsters from the Shanhai Jing were to emerge, they would undoubtedly surpass the formidable creatures of the Jurassic era. Would legendary monsters truly appear? Determined, Future Body resolved to confront the Azure Dragon. Now a high-level sorcerer, he was confident that this dragon could not bring about his demise. Thus, he and Su Qianran set forth towards the location of the Azure Dragon. There was no need to search meticulously on the map. The area where the dragon resided was shrouded in ominous clouds, yet the dungeon's constraints on water sources prevented any rainfall from occurring. Before long, Future Body located the terrifying silhouette rolling amidst the dark clouds above. The Azure Dragon was immense, exuding an unimaginable sense of oppression. Undeterred, Future Body soared into the sky. The wings of his black nano armor had naturally restored, allowing him to maintain flight. However, as he ascended into the air, the Azure Dragon turned its gaze upon him and, astonishingly, spat a mouthful of water in his direction. Indeed, a veritable spray of water. The future entity grasped the heavenly axe, ready to cleave through the torrent of the Azure Dragon's saliva. With a resounding crash, the future entity fell. Muchini, as if resurrected, sprang from his chair. Old Mu, what happened? His three roommates were startled by his sudden movement. Nothing, just taking a stroll, Muchini replied, rubbing his neck as he ambled about. The information received from the future entity was decidedly unfriendly. It was evident that the future entity had consumed a considerable amount of spirit-enhancing pills, achieving the rank of a senior sorcerer. Yet, even a senior sorcerer had been slain by a mere spit from the Azure Dragon. Just how formidable was that beast? If only it could be tamed. However, such a possibility was nearly non-existent. The summoning ball was not invincible. If invincibility could secure a pet, the Azure Dragon would undoubtedly rank among the top contenders. But what was the Azure Dragon doing perched in the sky? It seemed, in its replay of death, that the dragon had not actively sought to kill. Rather, it was the foolishness of others that led them to offer their lives, only to receive a spit in return. Moreover, he was determined to acquire the spirit communication jade from Morong Shiner. Outside, the acid rain continued to pour. He decided to open his phone and browse the online forums. Shortly thereafter, a sensational piece of news emerged. Killing those monsters could yield food and water. This revelation instantly sparked a frenzy, prompting many to leave their homes and engage in combat with the prehistoric creatures in pursuit of sustenance. Ultimately, many perished. After witnessing considerable loss of life, the initially fervent populace gradually regained their composure. After all, this was a bloody lesson. The harrowing images of countless deaths circulated wildly online. Naturally, numerous individuals tagged the authorities, who seemed to recognize that this was an apocalyptic scenario, tightening their grip on all players. Observing the online comments, Muchini felt indifferent. A veteran of 5 apocalyptic events, such occurrences no longer stirred any turmoil within him. After approximately 2 hours, the acid rain finally ceased. His 3 roommates promptly handed him a list of the large creatures in the vicinity. He glanced at the addresses and instructed them, "Please keep me updated with the specific locations." With that, he donned his attire and set out. Chapter 194, Breakthrough to Senior Sorcerer. Wait for me at the East Gate. Understood, Mr. Mu. 10 minutes later, Muchini met Su Qianran at the East Gate of Ganshui University. Where are we headed, Mr. Mu? First, let's find a few trinkets to satisfy our cravings, Muchini replied, a smile gracing his lips as he glanced at the information on his phone. In the following hours, Muchini and Su Qianran scoured Ganshui City, encountering numerous prehistoric creatures. Fortunately, at that time, many players were also in action, which significantly reduced their visibility. In the ensuing 7 or 8 hours, Muchini vanquished a total of 3 medium-level epic creatures, along with countless prehistoric beings of various sizes. Simultaneously, he acquired 9 spirit enhancement pills. After consuming 2 of them, he ascended directly to the rank of senior spellcaster. However, upon attaining this elevated status, The efficacy of the spirit enhancement pills diminished significantly, reducing from an original 10% to a mere 8%. Consequently, Mucini would require 13 pills to attain the threshold of a half-step master. Fortunately, after consuming 7 pills, he now needed only 5 more to achieve his breakthrough. He found himself in an unprecedented state of power. Yet, as night fell and he strolled past an abandoned factory with Su Qianran, the system's voice unexpectedly resonated within their minds. Ding! Danger is imminent in this area. Players should exercise caution. Ding! Danger is imminent in this area. Players should exercise caution. This warning was markedly different from previous alerts, which merely hinted at the presence of monsters. This time, it directly indicated impending peril. Moreover, the surroundings seemed oddly familiar. Mucini cast a glance around. Distant, withered maple trees and a heap of construction debris, merely a mound of sand and earth. Upon witnessing this scene, his eyes narrowed in realization. Was this not the very location where he encountered the pentagonal dragon during his 2 previous death replays? Initially, he believed that the timing of the dragon's demise was not confined to the first day, yet now the unfolding images starkly laid the truth before him. He was destined to confront that pentagonal dragon today. This also implied that the azure dragon from the classic of mountains and seas would likely appear tonight. The thought sent a wave of unease through Mucini, for during the death replay, he was uncertain of the azure dragon's intentions for the evening. Moreover, the cooldown period for the Eye of Death would only reset by noon the following day. What should he do now? He found himself engulfed in confusion. In his last death replay, he had observed the manner of the pentagonal dragon's demise. A wound was inflicted upon its head, yet its abdomen remained unscathed. Conversely, in the replay preceding that, the future entity targeted the dragon's belly. This indicated that the points of attack varied across the 2 death replays. In the second replay, the future entity, emboldened by his advancement to senior spellcaster, had chosen to strike the dragon's head directly, eschewing the more prudent approach of slashing open the creature's belly. While this approach yielded excellent results, it nearly cost the future entity his life. Had it not been for the use of the capture sphere to subdue the pterosaur, he might have succumbed once more beneath the pentagonal dragon's iron hooves. Nevertheless, employing the capture sphere on the pterosaur felt somewhat extravagant. Given that the creature only possessed mid-tier epic strength and would evidently be unable to serve as a capable ally in the future. The primary reason for this was the exorbitant cost of the capture sphere. With over 10,000 points accumulated, he had merely earned a paltry sum for vanquishing the apocalyptic challenge of time reversal. Thus, his task was to eliminate both of these monstrous beings entirely. "You wait for me over there in that building," he instructed, giving Su Qianran's shoulder a reassuring pat and pointing out a location. The ensuing scene would be quite brutal, and it would be best for a child not to witness it. Once Su Qianran had departed, Mucini concealed himself within the dunes, lying in wait for the appearance of the 5-horned dragon. As darkness enveloped the sky, the once tumultuous sandstorm had significantly subsided. The evening breeze carried a refreshing chill, prompting him to lick his parched lips. The air was excessively dry, a condition that even copious amounts of water could not alleviate. Lying atop the dune, he activated the nano ring on his hand, and layers of pristine black metal armor materialized around him. After the previous skirmish, he had cleaned the armor with a bottle of mineral water. Soon, when the 5 spirit-enhancing pills were revealed, he would be poised to transcend to the legendary tier, or rather, to the threshold of mastery. Then, the wind ceased. The previously cacophonous surroundings fell into an eerie silence, as if the world had pressed the pause button. In that moment, Mucini sensed the environment of the future entity from his first death replay. He was aware of the precise moment the 5-horned dragon would emerge, so he remained patient, biding his time. Half an hour of agonizing anticipation elapsed. Suddenly, a cloud of dust materialized on the ground before him. Mucini narrowed his eyes, suddenly comprehending why the future entity had altered its strategy last time. Up until now, he had experienced 2 death visions related to this particular instance. In the first, the future entity failed to recognize the prehistoric creature emerging from the dust and refrained from acting hastily. It was only after the 5-horned dragon revealed its true form that it took action. However, in the second death vision, the future entity, now aware that the appearing creature was indeed the 5-horned dragon, attacked immediately, striking its head with an axe in an attempt to deliver a fatal blow. Evidently, the future entity had met with failure the second time and had sustained severe injuries, ultimately being compelled to employ the summoning orb. This time, he resolved to adhere to the initial strategy of the first future entity. Just as his thoughts swirled, the ground began to tremble. Simultaneously, clouds of dust began to rise before him. As the dust settled, the fearsome head of the 5-horned dragon materialized in front of him. Advancing in the direction where Mucini lay hidden, just as seen in the first death replay. With a rush of adrenaline, Muchinyu sprang into action. He glided beneath the five-horned dragon's abdomen, cleaving it open with a single swing of his axe, and without a glance back, he rolled to the side, effortlessly evading the dragon's rear hoof attack. Suddenly, he struck the opponent's rear with a swift blow, and his wings carried him soaring into the sky. The five-horned dragon let out a pained roar, its innards spilling onto the ground. By the time it sought to retaliate against Muchinyu, the latter had already ascended to a height of 70 or 80 meters. Once airborne, Muchinyu closed his eyes, recalling the moment of his first death, when the pterosaur had captured the location of his future self. The howling winds around him were deafening, the cacophony of the high altitude rendering it impossible for him to discern the pterosaur's position through sound alone. Chapter 195. Breaking through to half-step mastery. When the calculated moment felt right, Muchinyu rotated the heaven-splitting axe in his right hand and turned to deliver a fierce slash. With a whoosh, the power-laden axe shot forth like lightning, striking the pterosaur that was preparing to ambush him directly on the head. The creature let out a shriek, its massive body plummeting to the ground. Following closely behind, Muchinyu maneuvered the heaven-splitting axe as it spun in the air before returning to his grasp. He then hurled the axe once more towards the fallen pterosaur. This time, the pterosaur did not emit a cry. Instead, it erupted into fragments of radiant spoils. Muchinyu swiftly descended to the site of the pterosaur's descent, collecting all the treasures and stowing them within his spatial ring. He then turned his gaze towards the direction of the five-horned dragon. Upon spotting its nemesis, the dragon charged at him with a furious roar. He ascended once more, coldly observing as the five-horned dragon gradually bled out, succumbing to its injuries. This time, he intended to vanquish both beasts without sustaining any harm. The two dragons had cost him 2 visions of death. Should he fail to achieve this feat unscathed, he might as well accept his demise. Ultimately, the five-horned dragon collapsed amidst a chorus of reluctant wails, yielding further spoils. Muchinyu descended to loot the fallen treasures. Upon recognizing 2 familiar cards, he breathed a sigh of relief and snapped a picture to send to Morong Shiner. Just as he prepared to search for Su Qianran, a slight sound caught his attention. Who goes there? He hurled his axe towards a concealed structure in the distance. The earth erupted as the heaven-splitting axe returned to his hand. Spare us, O Lord. 2 figures emerged, covered in dirt, raising their hands in surrender. Upon recognizing them, Muchinyu narrowed his eyes. He had no vested interest in these 2. During his previous 2 death replays, his future self had been oblivious to their presence due to his injuries. This time, however, his unscathed condition kept his instincts heightened, enabling him to detect even the slightest disturbances around him. In other words, during the previous 2 death replay events, these 2 individuals witnessed every action of the future entity. Do you know me? Muchinyu cast a cold glance at the 2, who had just referred to him as the God of Mu, indicating their identities as players. As players, it was unrealistic for him to eliminate them within the game, as they possessed some resurrection tokens, albeit to varying degrees. However, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. In reality, he was the sword-bearer of Blue Star, an invincible existence in that realm. The 2 appeared to be brothers, bearing a resemblance to one another. The elder sibling quickly spoke up, God of Mu, we are players. We arrived here before you did, and our system just alerted us to the emergence of danger. Therefore, we plan to observe the creature that would appear momentarily. If we could handle it, we would defeat it. Otherwise, we intended to hide until it departed. We never expected you to show up. Upon hearing his explanation, Muchinyu contemplated for a moment. Noticing Muchinyu deep in thought, the elder brother quickly added, God of Mu, we didn't anticipate the creature would be so formidable. Fortunately, you arrived to eliminate it. Otherwise, my brother and I would have faced dire consequences. As he spoke, he forcibly pulled his brother down to kneel and expressed their gratitude. What is the probability that these 2 harbor ill intentions towards me? Muchinyu inwardly inquired of the judgment scale. This question was significant. If the brothers bore malice, he would not confine his actions to merely dealing with them in the realm of the game. The scale began to move, with the cherub ascending to the highest point while the imp plummeted to the depths. This indicated that the 2 harbored considerable hostility towards him. Seeing the judgment scale's prediction, he smiled. You may leave. He addressed the 2 with a gentle smile. After expressing their thanks once more, the brothers turned to depart. By the way, what are your names? Muchinyu suddenly called out to them. The 2 turned around, trembling, as the elder brother prepared to respond. You better speak the truth. I can discern if others lie before me, Muchinyu stated coldly. Upon hearing this, the elder brother shuddered and quietly replied, God of Mu, my name is Inoue Toya, and my brother's name is Inoue Hideyoshi. So they are Japanese. Muchinyu finally comprehended why these 2 harbored such animosity towards him. With this realization, his expression turned frigid. Then perish, he declared, hurling his axe. God of Mu, we are international friends. Treating international friends this way will prompt us to report to our government upon our exit. Inoue Toya shouted in panic. Friends? How absurd. Muchini's figure flickered like a phantom, appearing before them. With a swing of his axe, he severed both of their heads in one swift motion. After the demise of the two individuals, several adaptive spirit stones and 2 bottles of partially consumed mineral water burst forth from their bodies. Mr. Muchini, disinterested in the bottles of water, pocketed the adaptive spirit stones instead. At that moment, a message from Murong Xiner arrived, and he glanced at his phone before responding. Ultimately, he successfully engaged in a transaction with Murong Xiner, acquiring the spirit communication jade. He had just observed that after slaying the wyvern, 3 enhancement pills had also dropped. Now, he required approximately 10 more enhancement pills to leverage the spirit communication jade and break through to the master rank. After consuming all 8 enhancement pills he had obtained, he experienced their effects. 5 pills enabled him to reach the threshold of a half-master, while 3 additional pills enhanced his cultivation by 15 points. His current cultivation stood at half-master, indicating that a single spirit communication pill could elevate his cultivation by 5 points. This was a significant impediment, suggesting he would need to consume another 17 enhancement pills to attain the master rank. Upon finishing these 17 pills, his body would become largely immune to their effects. Given that the maximum number of enhancement pills one could consume was 30, upon realizing his current state, he flexed the muscles on his body. As a half-master, he had indirectly ascended to the realm of a half-legend. Were it not for the impending dangers lurking in the subsequent stages of this instance, he might have considered this endeavor a form of novice reward. Such generosity towards players was unprecedented. With no further gains in sight, he proceeded to the location where Su Qianran was hiding. Mr. Mu, are you injured? Su Qianran inquired anxiously. No, let us return to the school, Muchini replied. Already aware that the Azure Dragon had appeared over Ganshui City, he was now contemplating whether this Azure Dragon would be friend or foe, and whether it would initiate an attack on humans. Chapter 196, the world's first kill of a master-level being. No one could ascertain whether the Azure Dragon would resort to violence. In the last death replay, it was the future entity that had provoked the dragon, prompting its lethal response. Upon returning to the school, Muchini entered the dormitory carrying a bag filled with provisions. Has the Azure Dragon harmed anyone? He inquired decisively. Yes. One of his roommates replied, devouring his food ravenously. The Azure Dragon appeared underground in the city center. Initially, it did not harm anyone. But I've heard from those in the city center that when empowered individuals killed those monsters, the Azure Dragon would retaliate. Did the Azure Dragon only act after the slaying of prehistoric creatures? Muchini pondered. If the Azure Dragon ascended into the sky, dominating Ganshui City with its domain, wouldn't that render everyone unable to eliminate the prehistoric creatures? If they refrained from eliminating the prehistoric beings, were they to allow these ancient threats to annihilate humanity? The situation was evidently more complex than it appeared. However, the thought of the Azure Dragon occupying the entire Ganshui City and subsequently monitoring all players, forbidding them from slaying the prehistoric creatures, rendered him restless. To ascend to the master level, he required 17 spirit enhancement pills. Yet the demise of a mid-tier epic creature yielded only 3, while the defeat of a late-tier epic creature granted 5. This indicated that he must vanquish 6 mid-tier epic creatures to achieve his goal. He realized he had no choice but to venture out and hunt prehistoric beasts. Consequently, after merely half an hour of rest, he slipped away from the dormitory under the cover of night. However, fate seemed to conspire against him. After leaving the campus, he scoured the vicinity of the university town in vain, unable to locate even the weakest of prehistoric creatures. Simultaneously, he beheld the sky above the city center in the distance, or rather, the entirety of Ganshui City, shrouded beneath ominous thunderclouds. The thunder roared deafeningly, and flashes of lightning illuminated his surroundings intermittently. Amidst the dense clouds, a dragon shape flickered occasionally. Each time lightning struck, the citizens of Ganshui City could witness the dragon form in the heavens. Observing this spectacle, Muchini narrowed his eyes. Should he consider departing from Ganshui City? With this thought, he opened his mobile phone to peruse the various regional forums. Numerous players were engaged in discussions on their dedicated software, recounting sightings of a colossal monster hovering above their cities. In the capital city, a gigantic turtle, known as the Xuanwu, one of the 4 celestial spirits, was reported in the skies. Similarly, the Zhuke and Baihu appeared in other cities. Beyond the 4 celestial spirits, nearly all first and second-tier cities were graced with the presence of immense monsters, their movements captivating and enigmatic. Meanwhile, players in the outskirts faced their own struggles. The abundance of prehistoric creatures in these regions was overwhelming. Most critically, players analyzed that the drop rate of prehistoric creatures in the outskirts was exceptionally low. For instance, regarding the spirit enhancement pills, slaying a mid-tier epic creature within the city consistently yielded 3 pills. However, in the outskirts, the same creature had only a 50% chance of dropping a single pill upon defeat. The quantities of food and water remained constant. Yet items such as adaptive spirit stones and spirit enhancement pills were far less abundant when slaying prehistoric creatures outside the city compared to those within it. Of course, this did not apply to all cities. It pertained specifically to those protected by beings akin to the Azure Dragon and White Tiger. If a city lacked such formidable guardians, it was effectively categorized as an outskirt. After absorbing this information online, Mucini began to contemplate his options. Should he venture into the wild? After all, the Azure Dragon in the city prohibited players from hunting monsters, whereas the wilderness, albeit more perilous with its notably low drop rates, afforded him the freedom to slay creatures without restriction. As for the Azure Dragon hovering above Ganshui City, he decided to wait for his master's return to deal with it. After much contemplation, he resolved to bide his time until the Eye of Death re-emerged the following day. The Eye of Death was anticipated to restore itself around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, necessitating a wait until that precise hour. With his decision firmly established, he returned to his dormitory to await the passage of time. As night enveloped the city, many inhabitants of Ganshui found themselves famished, while others gazed longingly at the Azure Dragon in the sky, hoping it would bring forth a torrential downpour. It was merely the first day, yet numerous individuals were already suffering the pangs of hunger. Muchi harbored no intentions of aiding others. Thus, the inaugural day of the instance was spent amidst the protracted hunger of countless ordinary souls on Blue Star. However, as dawn broke on the second day, a voice suddenly resonated in the ears of all players. Ding! The Huaxia player Murong Shiner has slain a master-level creature, earning the boon, Global Rainfall, for 1 day. Ding! The Huaxia player Murong Shiner has slain a master-level creature. Muchi was momentarily taken aback. Players across Asia were equally stunned. Drip! A solitary raindrop fell, and with it, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. The countless ordinary citizens of Ganshui, witnessing this spectacle, rushed out of their homes in a frenzy. Some wielded buckets to catch the water, while others stood beneath the rain with mouths agape, oblivious to their drenched forms. Observing the deluge from his window, Muchi took out his phone and sent a message to Murong Shiner. What is happening? A few moments later, she replied, we took down the monster hovering over the capital, sacrificing many players in the process. By the way, we obtained some items from its carcass. See if any of them are of use to you. Shortly after, Murong Shiner sent him a trade request, which he promptly accepted. To his astonishment, she presented several images. The first among them was a uniquely shaped spirit stone. Infinite Spirit Stone. This stone contains a vast reservoir of adaptive energy. Note, this spirit stone can sustain a spellcaster's cultivation for 6 months. It aids a spellcaster for 6 months, whereas an ordinary adaptive spirit stone only allows for 1 day's cultivation. In comparison, this stone is equivalent to 180 ordinary adaptive spirit stones. Next, his gaze fell upon the second item, Unknown Creature Flesh. One of the key items in the instance, a piece of flesh with an uncertain purpose. Perhaps you could try consuming it? One of the key items in the instance. Muchi squinted. The critical item of the instance turned out to be a piece of flesh. Moreover, it was derived from the master-level creature slain in the sky. Aside from the flesh and the Infinite Spirit Stone, he turned his attention to the third item. The third item was a key of the end, a key item in the instance, one of the keys to unlock the gate of the end. Note, once you utilize this key, the resurrection coin becomes unusable. Chapter 197, Death Replay, Quantity Limitation. Resurrection coins are not permitted. Nevertheless, this is yet another pivotal item that bears no adverse effects on Muchinyu. Lacking resurrection coins himself, he finds that divine resurrection coins remain unaffected by this restriction. After some contemplation, he decides to take the latter 2 items, leaving the Infinite Spirit Stones for Murong Xiner. She readily acquiesces, believing that deciphering dungeons has always been Muchinyu's forte. Murong Xiner, should you require our assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Muchinyu understood. Upon concluding their conversation, he retrieves a key that emanates a ghostly light, along with a piece of seemingly pristine, bloodless meat. Should I give it a taste? Ultimately, he dismisses this reckless notion. Outside, the sound of rain persists, and he gradually succumbs to slumber in his dormitory. When he awakens once more, the dust outside has nearly vanished. Yet the torrential rain continues unabated. This deluge is expected to last throughout the day. Although everyone has access to water, The absence of food remains a lingering threat for the ordinary populace. Many individuals are still enduring hunger, and apart from the groups of players, the vast majority have gone an entire day without sustenance. This apocalyptic scenario mirrors the food scarcity depicted in Frozen Global. After donning his clothes, Mu Chenyu begins to scroll through his phone. As it is the first day, many capable players have refrained from engaging in the hunting of prehistoric creatures, choosing instead to observe. Should any player initiate an attack, and if the Azure Dragon in the sky does not strike, then all players will undoubtedly opt to hunt those monsters for resources. With no player taking action, Mu Chenyu likewise remains inactive, while all players exhibit patience. His roommate grows anxious. When queried about his reluctance to venture outside, Mu Chenyu recounts the Azure Dragon incident to a few individuals. Their expressions turn grim upon hearing this. As the only one in the dormitory capable of contending with those creatures for resources, if even Mu Chenyu cannot succeed, then no one can. As the morning wears on without any player taking action, many begin to feel restless. Not every player has the privilege of abundant food on this first day. As Mu Chenyu does, with time to spare, he steps outside to wash the bloodstains from his nano armor using the rainwater. Ding! The cooldown period for the Eye of Death has concluded. A notification regarding the Eye of Death resonates in his mind. He closes his eyes and silently intones, "Activate the Eye of Death." Bubbles begin to gurgle before him, and when Mu Chenyu regains his sight, he is met with the startling visage of a 3-meter-tall super toad looming close to his face. The colossal toad appeared to be in slumber, while the future entity stood before it, wielding the celestial axe. With cautious movements, the future entity approached the toad. With a decisive strike, the celestial axe came crashing down. A splatter of green blood erupted, staining the future entity's nano armor. Wiping the blood from his face, he stepped closer, raising the celestial axe once more, delivering blow after blow upon the toad. Only when the creature transformed into a series of radiant lights, becoming a relic, did he finally relax. Rather than hastily collecting the items scattered on the ground, the future entity took out a cloth, dampened it with mineral water, and cleaned the blood from his armor before inspecting what the toad had yielded. However, upon discovering only an adaptive spirit stone and some food materials, he sighed in disappointment. "Mr. Mu, did the monster drop anything?" At that moment, Su Qianran, the supportive healer, peeked out, her curiosity piqued. "None," the future entity replied, glancing up at the dimming sky, frowning. "It's getting late. It seems we won't be able to break through to Master today. Let's hurry back to the city." "All right." The two swiftly dealt with the dropped items and departed. "Mr. Mu, we haven't yet utilized our daily limit. Should we use it upon entering the city?" Su Qianran inquired softly, trailing behind him. "It must be used," the future entity remarked, gripping his neck. "What a pity. Even if I claim today's reward, I'm still just shy of my goal." If he remained unable to ascend to Master, he would have to seek spirit-enhancing pills from Murong Xiner. Meanwhile, the observing Mu Chenyu found the concept of a daily limit peculiar. However, as time passed, he gleaned the intricacies of the situation from the conversation between the future entity and Su Qianran. It turned out that the Azure Dragon guarding the skies above Ganshui City did not indiscriminately slaughter players. Rather, it would intervene if any player killed 2 prehistoric creatures within a single day in the city. Thus, each individual was limited to slaying only 1 prehistoric beast per day. Exceeding this threshold would trigger a fatal consequence. Of course, if players opted to venture beyond Ganshui City into the wilderness for hunting, this restriction would not apply, given the extreme dangers and abysmal drop rates in those areas. Armed with this information, the future entity and Su Qianran decided to leave the city during the day to hunt in the outskirts, returning at night to fulfill their daily limit before resting in a rental accommodation. To facilitate their daily endeavors, the future entity and Su Qianran resided in a rental near Ganshui University, a place Su Qianran frequented during her outings. Yet, throughout Mu Chenyu's 2 years of unrequited affection, he had never known that Su Qianran possessed such a rental. Upon returning to the city, the future entity vanquished an epic beast and subsequently returned to the rental apartment with Su Qianran. This, in truth, exemplified a limitation of quantity. The constraint of slaying a prehistoric creature was individualistic, necessitating that the designated person inflict 70% of the damage. It was impermissible for the future entity to restrain a creature and allow Su Qianran to deliver the final blow. Otherwise, the future entity could exploit the quantity limitations of all individuals in the school. Currently, Su Qianran lacked the capability to confront a prehistoric beast. Hence, the future entity adhered to his own daily limitation. Upon their return to the apartment, he paid no heed to the stunning Su Qianran, instead opting to cleanse himself before retreating to his chamber for cultivation. Women merely served to impede his swiftness in drawing his blade. Moreover, Having previously fallen prey to a woman's deceit, he was resolute in not repeating such folly. The day passed swiftly. At dawn on the following day, the future entity took Su Qianran out for a hunt. Chapter 198, A Series of Failures. Observing from a distance, Mu Qinyu discerned through the system prompt the temporal state of the future entity. It was the 5th day within the game instance, while in reality, he had merely reached the 2nd day of the game. It was said that players comprehended the limitations of quantity by the 3rd day of the instance, which rendered the 2nd day within the game effectively squandered. The future entity and Su Qianran ventured forth once more to hunt prehistoric beings. With nearly all cultivation resources exclusively belonging to the future entity, he acquired all the resources without a hint of dissent from Su Qianran, though he occasionally reserved a minuscule fraction for her, enabling her to cultivate her sorcerer as proficiency. By 3 in the afternoon, after defeating a prehistoric creature and obtaining a spirit-enhancing pill, the future entity at last acquired the final resource necessary for his ultimate breakthrough. Wasting no time, he retrieved the spirit-enhancing pill along with the spirit communication jade bestowed upon him by Murong Shiner. The future entity first consumed all the spirit-enhancing pills, and as he felt the tumultuous surge of energy within him, he suppressed his excitement and, with trembling hands, resolutely chose to break through. The spirit communication jade transformed into a wisp of white smoke, penetrating his forehead. He sensed the spiritual energy within him beginning to commune with the Panga deity. The essence of the surrounding world began to flow into him, and at that moment, he was a mere step away from legendary status. With a resounding crack, a shattering sound echoed, as Mu Qinyu, who empathized deeply, sensed that this breakthrough lacked something essential. He was overwhelmed by an inexplicable sensation of being unable to summon forth a certain energy. Consequently, the future entity's attempt at a breakthrough ultimately culminated in failure. He gasped, spewing forth blood, collapsing to the ground, eyes rolling back in defeat. Was this the end of his aspirations? Why had his breakthrough failed? After Mu Qinyu regained control of his corporeal form, he couldn't help but furrow his brow in contemplation. What could be the cause of that suffocating sensation? Was it due to an insufficient divine power within him to transcend to the master level? Yet, that could not be the case. He had distinctly felt his divine energy nearly overflowing during his recent attempt at a breakthrough, to the point where it felt as though it could burst his body apart. Nevertheless, he accessed his phone and promptly sent a message regarding the quantity limitation rule to Murong Xiner. After sending it, he couldn't help but chuckle softly, realizing it was utterly unnecessary, as the master-level ancient creature in her vicinity had already been dealt with. After concluding their chat, Mu Qinyu called Su Qianran. Within a mere 10 minutes, he found himself at Su Qianran's rented accommodation. Time was of the essence. They needed to address the creatures bound by quantity restrictions before venturing into the outskirts. He briefly elucidated the connection to Su Qianran, and together, they eliminated a half-step legendary ancient creature within the city before departing for the outskirts to confront further beasts. The remainder of the endeavor proved considerably simpler. Mu Qinyu dedicated an afternoon to acquiring approximately 10 spirit-enhancing pills. At this pace, he might even attempt to break through to the master level by the following day. However, the haunting memories of his previous failed breakthrough lingered in his mind. He pondered whether the scarcity of spirit connection jades was the issue. Did transcending to the master level necessitate 2 spirit connection jades? Thus, on the 3rd day within the instance, they ventured beyond Ganshui City once more to hunt. Perhaps fate smiled upon them, for while vanquishing a half-step legendary monster, they indeed uncovered a spirit connection jade. Upon returning to Ganshui City at noon and slaying another ancient creature within the city, the cooldown period for the Eye of Death concluded. Mu Qinyu activated a new death replay. Surely, this time he would succeed in his breakthrough, he murmured to himself, retrieving 2 spirit connection jades and an excess of spirit-enhancing pills before him. To mitigate unforeseen circumstances, he also laid out several adaptive spirit stones, preparing for any potential deficiency in divine energy. With everything in place, he initiated the breakthrough to the master level once again. This time, as an observer, Mu Qinyu held his breath, his focus unwavering as he attuned himself to the changes within his future self's body. The cost of failure in this breakthrough was death, a consequence that was exceedingly difficult to bear. However, as the future self commenced the breakthrough, that familiar sensation of suffocation returned. The adaptive spirit stones beneath his feet remained unchanged, and there was no need for additional spirit-enhancing pills. Indeed, only one of the 2 spirit connection jades penetrated his brow. The same feeling of breathlessness persisted. This time, Mu Qinyu profoundly sensed that perhaps his future self was lacking something essential, precluding his master level from being accepted by this world. What circumstances led to this? Alas, once again, the breakthrough has failed. causing a great outpouring of blood from the future entity. Thus, the future entity meets its demise. The conclusion of the death eye was rather abrupt. Yet this instance of death replay imparted a crucial revelation to Mu Chenyi. Despite having meticulously prepared for everything, there still seemed to be an elusive element missing. What exactly was lacking? Mu Chenyi felt on the brink of madness. The frustration of having made ample preparations yet being unable to achieve the breakthrough was utterly unbearable. It was akin to an obsessive-compulsive individual confronted with disarrayed tools, their hands and feet bound in a futile struggle against the suffocating sensation. What could possibly be the cause? He gently caressed his neck, as the string of failures left him hesitant to attempt another breakthrough. In that moment, he was at a loss regarding the reasons for his inability to advance. Even the death eye proved unhelpful. His uncertainty about how to break through mirrored the future entity's own ignorance within the death eye. Nevertheless, given the situation, he resolved to endure. If the future entity could survive until the end of the next death replay, perhaps he would finally uncover the reasons behind his prolonged stagnation at the realm of the master. Moreover, although his speed had far surpassed that of the majority, it also meant that he was humanity's vanguard, tasked with forging a new path for all. Should he succeed in breaking through, it would mean that all humanity's players would tread upon the path he had carved, such as the lament of a pioneer. Without the death eye, he would possess no margin for error. Currently, a breakthrough was unattainable, and he could only focus his energy on resource collection. In the interim, he would gather resources theoretically capable of facilitating a breakthrough to master. As for the specifics of the breakthrough, he would wait for tomorrow's death replay to see what transpired with that long-lived future entity. Thus, Mu Chenyi spent the day collecting resources. At 1 o'clock the next day, the cooldown period of the death eye once again came to an end. Today marked the third day of this instance. Chapter 199. The Gate of Termination opens. Activate the death eye. Roar. As the azure dragon in the sky let out a furious roar, it began to writhe violently in the heavens. When Mu Chenyi regained his vision, he noticed the future entity had sprinted to the window, gazing upwards at the agitated azure dragon. It was daytime, and the magnificent form of the azure dragon was revealed before all the inhabitants of Ganshui City. Its colossal body exuded an air of majesty and terror. At this moment, the dragon's eyes shot forth a brilliant beam of light, directed towards the central plains of Huaxia. The beam was so extensive that the human eye could scarcely discern its origin. Ding! The system's prompt resonated abruptly in the ears of all players. The Gate of Doom has been opened. Please proceed promptly. The notion of the Gate of Doom sparked curiosity within Future Body, who retrieved the pivotal key from his spatial ring. Simultaneously, a message from Murong Xiner appeared on his phone. The Gate of Doom is located in the desert of Central Plains. We are preparing to head there. Would you like to join us? Please take me along once you arrive. Future Body replied, subsequently initiating a trade request to transfer the summoned Dad Trumpet to Murong Xiner. Once she and her companions reached the Gate of Doom, they could use this trumpet to summon him. Having conveyed this, his gaze shifted towards the immobile azure dragon in the sky. An audacious idea flickered through his mind. He produced a summoning sphere and hurled it towards the azure dragon's position. The air at high altitudes seemed to warp, and a blinding white light emanated from the entire azure dragon. With a whoosh, amidst the watchful eyes of countless spectators, the colossal azure dragon suddenly transformed and vanished without a trace. This spectacle left numerous onlookers astounded. What transpired? Except for Future Body, who received a notification from the summoning sphere. Ding! Successfully summoned the mythical creature, Azure Dragon. Upon receiving this news, Future Body clenched his fist in exhilaration. Even Mu Chenyi, who was spectating, gasped in astonishment. Was the summoning truly successful? He soon realized that the reason for this success was that the Azure Dragon had been rendered immobile during a ritual to open the Gate of Doom, allowing Future Body to seize the opportunity to capture it within his pocket. Gazing at the Azure Dragon swimming within the summoning sphere, Future Body licked his lips. This was the Azure Dragon, simply nurturing a pet from the four great celestial spirits. The disappearance of the Azure Dragon from the sky prompted a flurry of discussions among those present. However, most believed the Azure Dragon had merely departed. Few would ever fathom that it had been collected as a pet by Future Body. With the Azure Dragon secured, Future Body patiently awaited news from Murong Xiner. Approximately 8 hours elapsed. While dining with Su Qianran, a radiant light suddenly enveloped him. He immediately recognized this luminescence as the light of teleportation. The Summon Dad spell had taken effect. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself standing before Murong Xiner, alongside Lai Wenji, and several players from the China Doomsday Management Bureau whom he had encountered in the previous dungeon. Seeing these players, Mu Chenyi raised his hand in greeting. The staff members of the Bureau were equally thrilled to reunite with their idol. Where's the Gate of Doom? The future entity inquired, directing his gaze towards Murong Xiner. Over there, she replied, gesturing towards a specific direction. To his astonishment, the future entity noticed a verdant oasis in the very spot she indicated. While an oasis might not typically provoke surprise, it was particularly remarkable in this context, as all the flora in the current scenario had been gradually withering, and he had not encountered any greenery in quite some time. In this parched land, where vegetation should not exist, a lush oasis appeared, an anomaly amidst the impending apocalypse. The future entity furrowed his brow. Is the Gate of Doom located here? Murong Xiner elucidated. The opening of the Gate of Doom is intricately linked to all the legendary beings residing in the sky. These beings do not casually harm humans. Their purpose for appearing today, on the 10th day of this scenario, is to unlock the Gate of Doom. We just conducted an inspection, and aside from the key you possess, there is no other means to open it prematurely. We must await the collective effort of all legendary mythological beings to unlock it. What is the significance of these mythological beings opening the Gate of Doom? The future entity queried, narrowing his eyes. Has anyone ventured inside? Yes, Murong Xiner nodded. We have dispatched a vanguard team into the Gate of Doom. However, once they entered, the gate sealed itself. It appears that only 9 individuals can enter at a time. And once those 9 have entered, the gate will close automatically. Is the Gate of Doom already closed? The future entity asked. Indeed. Murong Xiner replied, her confusion evident. Had we known about this limitation, we wouldn't have permitted only those 9 members of the vanguard to enter. As they deliberated, a shout resonated from the direction of the oasis. Director, Deputy Director, the Gate of Doom has opened. What? Murong Xiner and others expressed their astonishment. Let us go and ascertain the situation, the future entity suggested, leading the way towards the oasis. Upon approaching, he and the observing Mu Chini beheld a colossal stone door standing in the center of the oasis. This stone door was peculiar. From the front, it revealed a pitch-black abyss, while from the rear, it appeared as a simple structure composed of numerous white stones. The door measured approximately 2 meters in width. This was indeed the fabled Gate of Doom. Have the vanguard returned? Murong Xiner inquired, joining him at the threshold of the gate. Not yet, but there are bloodstains on the ground ahead. A staff member pointed towards a darkened blotch at the center of the stone door. Following the direction indicated, the future entity gazed into the abyss beyond the stone door, where he discerned a darkened pool of blood. The discoloration of the blood suggested that it had been exposed to the air for an extended period, leading to the oxidation and subsequent rupture of the red blood cells. It appears that this pool of blood has lingered here for quite some time. How long has the vanguard been inside? Inquired the future entity. Not more than 10 minutes. Replied a nearby staff member, recognizing the illustrious Mu Chini and hastily providing an explanation. Chapter 200. Has time become distorted? Was this pool of blood present before their entry? The future entity continued to question. Absolutely not. The staff member promptly asserted. There was no trace of this blood before they passed through the stone door. As he spoke, he quickly retrieved a tablet and presented it before the future entity. The screen displayed an image of the stone door taken just moments prior. Notably, there was no sign of the bloodstain within. The staff member, his voice trembling, stated, this image was captured 5 minutes ago, prior to the vanguard's entry. At that time, there was no trace of this darkened blood, and judging by its appearance, it must have been here for at least 5 years. This means that the blood is from 5 years ago. Yet, it was absent just 5 minutes prior. Upon hearing this, everyone except the future entity gasped in shock. Even those who had weathered many storms were unsettled by such an eerie occurrence. However, the future entity, intrigued, remarked, it seems that time within this gate of termination is distorted. Our vanguard must have been completely annihilated. Otherwise, this gate would not have closed so abruptly. Hearing the future entity's calm assessment, the surrounding tension began to dissipate. Indeed, this individual had previously unraveled apocalyptic crises. A mere gate of termination should pose no significant challenge to him. What are your thoughts? Murong Xiner stepped forward to inquire. I will venture inside to ascertain the situation, replied the future entity nonchalantly, taking a step towards the entrance. The onlookers were taken aback. Is the foremost figure of Blue Star truly this audacious? Even Murong Xiner and her companions were startled. Should we not deliberate further before deciding to enter? Murong Xiner suggested tentatively. No need. You all remain here. I shall return shortly. The future entity gestured to them and boldly stepped through the stone door. Ding. The host has detected the gate of termination. Do you wish to enter? Warning. Warning. Upon entering the gate of termination, 10 resurrection coins will be forfeited upon death. The future entity disregarded the warning and resolutely crossed the threshold. As he entered the gate of termination, A chilling wind enveloped him, causing an involuntary shiver. Where did this cold draft come from? He hugged his arms and began to survey his surroundings. Warning, warning. The time flow in this area is at a rate of 525, 600 times faster. Please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate immediately. Warning, warning. The temporal flow in this region is accelerated by a factor of 525, 600. Please evacuate immediately. The system's alarm resonated abruptly in his mind. A temporal flow of 525, 600 times? The future entity blinked, initially believing it to be a temporal distortion akin to the first phase of the time reversal scenario, reminiscent of conditions within the two-dimensional foil. Unexpectedly, it turned out that the phenomenon was simply a markedly accelerated passage of time. It was no wonder that those individuals who had entered the gate of termination had only experienced 5 minutes while their blood had darkened 525, 600 times, indicating that a single minute equated to an entire year. Considering the average human lifespan of 80 years at the tender age of 21, he realized he could only endure 1 hour here before succumbing to age. Yet, the future entity remained unfazed. Instead, he retrieved the summoning orb. Before releasing the Azure Dragon, he cast a glance back at the world beyond the stone door. At that moment, time outside the stone portal appeared to be suspended. Nearly all players remained frozen in their original poses. Upon this realization, the future entity quickly discerned the reason. He had lost the chance to return to the outside world. Once one entered the gate of termination, there was no means of exit. Come forth, divine dragon. Thankfully, he summoned the Azure Dragon directly into the gate of termination. The dragon's immense form instantly filled the vast darkness of this realm. Radiating a sacred luminescence, the Azure Dragon illuminated the surroundings, allowing the future entity to glimpse the world within the gate of termination. Before him lay a fathomless abyss. With just a few steps forward, if he were to kick a nearby stone, it would plummet into the endless void. Taking a full 2 minutes to respond, a clear indication that the stone's descent required a minute. How profound. Are there no other exits here? He surveyed his surroundings. Humans, how did we end up within the gate of termination? Suddenly, the Azure Dragon posed a question to the future entity. You opened the gate of termination. We had to come and investigate. The future entity shrugged. We opened the gate of termination? The dragon's tone was peculiar. How could I possibly have opened the gate of termination? It serves as a passage to the underworld. As the guardian of Blue Star, how could I have unleashed it? Hearing the dragon's seemingly sincere words, the future entity felt perplexed. Do you not recall your actions? He inquired. The gate of termination was typically activated collectively by all mythological beings, and now the Azure Dragon claimed ignorance of the situation. To clarify the matter for the dragon, the future entity produced his phone, presenting an online image depicting the Azure Dragon cooperating in the activation of the gate of termination. No, this cannot be. The dragon immediately shook its head. This must be my malevolent form, and it cannot possibly be my true self. My true self has been slumbering within the mythical tree. Future entity, why not take a guess as to where I summoned you from? I can assure you that the Azure Dragon depicted in this image is your true self. Alongside the other 3 celestial spirits and numerous mythical beings from Chinese folklore, together unlocking this door to oblivion. As the future entity spoke, he felt his voice maturing with each word. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he picked up his phone. He then noticed that the reflection from the turned-off screen revealed the unkempt visage of a middle-aged man. However, from the familiar features of this man's face, it was evident that he was the future incarnation of himself. Well, old dragon, if you don't devise a plan soon, we might both meet our demise here. He addressed the Azure Dragon. Once we enter the door to oblivion, the flow of time will accelerate. Yet for an immortal being like me, it bears no adverse effects. What on earth has happened to you? The Azure Dragon, in mid-sentence, suddenly realized that the future entity had aged several years. Its tone shifted to one of panic. If you perish, will I not have to accompany this wretch in death? Perhaps that is indeed the case. The future entity nodded. The summoning orb, designed to ensure the safety of the summoned being, established a master-servant bond. Should the future entity meet his end, the Azure Dragon would follow suit. Chapter 201, Dying of Old Age. Chapter 202, Breaking Through the Legendary Level. Chapter 203, What tale is being told here? Chapter 204, Engaged in a Death Replay. Chapter 205, I Promise You. Chapter 206, Here we go again. Chapter 207, How to Break the Deadlock. Chapter 208, Back to the Past? Dragon Drinking Water. Chapter 209, An Unfamiliar Male Voice. Chapter 210, The True Decision Maker. Chapter 211, The Origins of Murong Xin. Chapter 212, Back 2.5 Years. Chapter 213, The Little Beggar. Chapter 214, Future Daughter-in-Law. Chapter 215, A grand display of filial piety. Chapter 216, Future World, Emergence of Divine Beasts. Chapter 217, The Eye of Death concludes. Chapter 218, Altered Memories. Chapter 219, Emo Zirin belongs to the Sacred Clan. Chapter 220, Judgment Scale Test. Chapter 221, Secrets from 5 years ago. Chapter 222, The Mythical Tree. Chapter 223, The Mythical Tree, Corrupted. Chapter 224, Farewell to the Mythical Tree. Chapter 225, A Missing Logical Link. Chapter 226, The Conclusion of the Instance, A Flawless Clearance. Chapter 227, The Commencement of Settlement. Chapter 228, The Brain in a Vat. Chapter 229, Extraterrestrial Civilizations. Chapter 230, You Are to Deliver Your Last Words. Not to Draftable. Chapter 231, The Death of Emo Zirin. Chapter 232, Restoration of Memory. Chapter 233, The Heavens Are Blind. Entering means certain death. Chapter 234, You Are the Cause of Xiao Xian's Demise. Chapter 235, The Function of Exorcism Points. Chapter 236, The Eye of the Heavens. Chapter 237, The Arrival of the Enforcers. Chapter 238, Entering the Instance, Eye of the Heavens. Chapter 239, Suspected of Engaging with Dangerous Elements. Chapter 240, Luo Ningqing. Chapter 241, The Initial Encounter with the Eye of the Heavens. Chapter 242, Another Glance Bestowed Upon Me. Chapter 243, There is Something Peculiar About Luo Ningqing. Chapter 244, The Great Battle. Chapter 245, The Choice, To Face Adversity Head-On. Chapter 246, Survival. Chapter 247, The Endearing Young Girl. Chapter 248, Negotiation. Chapter 249, Death Replay, Silencing the Witness. Chapter 250, Secrets of the Eye of the Heavens. Chapter 251, Brother Mu, Are You Serious? Chapter 252, Becoming Luo Ningqing's Servant. Chapter 253, Divine Power. Chapter 254, Further Studies. Chapter 255, The Cyclops. Chapter 256, Mastery of Mecha Operation. Chapter 257, A Swift Escape. Chapter 258, The Original Body is Perishing, Unable to Return. Chapter 259, Encountering a Dangerous Organization. Chapter 260, Joining the Resistance. Chapter 261, A Night Visit to the Widow's Abode. Chapter 262, Mu Xiao Xian is on the verge of awakening. Chapter 263, Somewhat Familiar. Chapter 264, The Eye of Death, Unusable. Chapter 265, Did the Nanny Perish? Chapter 266, The Ineffective Dagger of Finality. Chapter 267, Murong Xiner to the Rescue. Chapter 268, The Laws of the Universe. The Death of Murong Xiner. Chapter 269, Perfect Completion. Chapter 270, Is Murong Shiner Mu Xiaoxin? Chapter 271, The Eye of Death Predicted by the Gods. Chapter 272, A First Encounter. Chapter 273, An Untold Story. Chapter 274, She is Truly Dead. Chapter 275, The Four-Dimensional Abilities. Chapter 276, The Rescue Plan for Mu Shiner. Chapter 277, Entering the Past. Chapter 278, Special Instance, Path of Reincarnation. Chapter 279, The Disappearance of Murong Shiner. Chapter 280, Unexpected Events in the Land of the Ghosts. Chapter 281, Skill Extraction. Chapter 282, Entry Ticket 4, Path of Reincarnation. Chapter 283, A Game for the Brave. Chapter 284, Entering the Instance, Ocean-S Grief. Chapter 285, Charging Forward. Chapter 286, Perfect Completion. The Mist Disperses. Chapter 287, The Power System. Chapter 288, A Conversation with Chun Wanner. Chapter 289, Entering the Instance, Mysterious Chessboard. Chapter 290, The Genesis. Chapter 291, The Shark Swarm. Chapter 292, The Candy World. Chapter 293, The Electric Boy. Chapter 294, The Black Hole of Death. Chapter 295, The Eye of Death. Are there more experts? Chapter 296, The Key to Enter, The Prophecy of Filth. Chapter 297, The Fire Spirit Flower Acquired. Chapter 298, Instance, Escape Route. Chapter 299, Mu Qinyu, Demand Payment. Chapter 300, Perished in Natural Disasters. Chapter 301, Trading Sports Cars for SUVs, A Profitable Deal. Chapter 302, The Third Natural Disaster, The Revival of All Beings. Chapter 303, Dying Again, Seizing the Opportunity. Chapter 304, The Fourth Natural Disaster, Endless Darkness. Chapter 305, Monsters in the Dark. Chapter 306, The Heavenly Road. Chapter 307, Greetings, I am Mu Qinyu. Chapter 308, The Final Battle of Civilization. Chapter 309, Key Regions. Chapter 310, Approaching the Celestial Path. Chapter 311, The Memory Recapitulation Stone. Chapter 312, The Ninth Prophecy, All Origins Arise from Sin. Chapter 313, The Blighted Earth Prophecy, the first death replay. Chapter 314, The Solovirus, the second dimensional weapon. Chapter 315, Immersion into the game. Chapter 316, a dramatic decline of 98 in global humanity. Chapter 317, This shall be a protracted war. Chapter 318, 100 blessing tokens from the Puppet King. Chapter 319, Entering the Blighted Earth Prophecy. Chapter 320, Plans for the Future. Chapter 321, The Unhinged Astronaut. Chapter 322, Prophecy 1, The First Eye of Death. Chapter 323, Responses to the Erosion of Humanity. Chapter 324, Initiating the Final Plan. Chapter 325, The Last Contribution of Old Zhao. Chapter 326, Unassailable Decisions. Chapter 327, The Vengeful Spectre. Chapter 328, Doubts, The Second Eye of Death. Chapter 329, Addressing the Divine Cult. Chapter 330, Fourth Dimensional Weapon, The Ghostly Flower. Chapter 331, Fifth Dimensional Weapon, The Moon's Fall. Chapter 332, The Brain in a Vat Experiment. Chapter 333, A Complete Restart. Chapter 334, Confirming Time, 180 Years of the Blighted Earth Calendar. Chapter 335, The Fourth Eye of Death, The Aged Future Self. Chapter 336, The Eternal Lamp. Chapter 337, The Shattered Scales of Judgment. Chapter 338, Plunging into the Abyss. Chapter 339, The Despair of Infinite Rebirth, The True Fourth Dimensional Weapon. Chapter 340, What Nonsense Is This? Chapter 341, The Duality of Human Good and Evil. Chapter 342, Entering Hibernation. Chapter 343, Dialogue with the Blighted Earth Tribe. Chapter 344, The Fifth Eye of Death. Chapter 345, Truly Effective. Chapter 346, Gestalt Thinking. Chapter 347, The Dreamscape Has Completely Transformed. Chapter 348, The Peach Blossom Paradise. Chapter 349, Distinct Dreams. Chapter 350, The Uprising of the Chip People. Chapter 351, The Destruction of the Central Chip. Chapter 352, The Emergence of the Three Great Core Entities. Chapter 353, The Catastrophic Beasts Deep Within Blue Star. Chapter 354, A Whale Falls, and All Things Flourish. Chapter 355, Addressing the Pest. Chapter 356, A Century Has Passed. Chapter 357, The Sixth Eye of Death. Chapter 358, The Catastrophic Whale Has Indeed Appeared. Chapter 359, Death Once More, Addressing the Three-Dimensional Weapons. Chapter 360, The Dreamscape Altered Again. Chapter 361, The Seventh Eye of Death. Chapter 362, The Manifestation of Time-Dimensional Weapons. Chapter 363, The Memory Tunnel. Chapter 364, Are Living Beings Emerging Within? Chapter 365, The First Human. Chapter 366, The Comprehensive Reckoning of the Filthy Soil Clan. Chapter 367, Death, The Eighth Eye of Death. Chapter 368, Farewell, Mu Xiner. Chapter 369, Entering the Second Phase of the Filthy Soil Prophecy. Chapter 370, Death, Preparing for the Second Phase. Chapter 371, The Final Winter Slumber Comes to an End. Chapter 372, Breakthrough, Mythical Level. Chapter 373, The Ninth Eye of Death. Chapter 374, This Bizarre World. Chapter 375, The Ruthless Spirit Puppet Sect. Chapter 376, This is an Extremely Evil World. Chapter 377, The Last Dimensional Weapon. Chapter 378, Entering the Filthy Soil Star, All Truths Revealed. Chapter 379, The Eternal Demise of Kindness. Chapter 380, Clear the Game, The Filthy Soil Prophecy. Chapter 381, The Mature Spring and Autumn Fruit. Chapter 382, The Essence of Spring and Autumn. Chapter 383, Catastrophic Skill, Spring and Autumn Force. Chapter 384, The Eye of Death, The Roaring Divine Beast. Chapter 385, The Clam and the Snipe Compete. Chapter 386, The Cosmic Level Might of the Giant Dragon. Chapter 387, The Thief's Heart Endures. Chapter 388, Future Plans, The Key Role of Catastrophic Pets. Chapter 389, A Mission Unfulfilled, Life Lost. Chapter 390, Everything is as Planned. Chapter 391, What I Desire is You, with Clear Distinction of Grievances. Chapter 392, Yet Another Unexpected Turn of Events. Chapter 393, It is Imperative to Acquire a Calamity-Level Pet. Chapter 394, Entering the Path of Reincarnation for the First Time. Chapter 395, The Gates of Life and Death. Chapter 396, Re-entering the Path of Reincarnation. Chapter 397, The Eccentricity of Lion Trojan Ridge. Chapter 398, Qualification for Dungeon Control. Chapter 399, Ensuring His Death Without Surprises. Chapter 400, The Wall of Ghosts Chapter 401. Is Yichunyu an S-Class warrior? Chapter 402. Utilizing Waste Chapter 403. Yet another trouble approaches. Chapter 404. Troubles always seek us out. Chapter 405. The tide of demonic beasts is coming. Chapter 406. The Hollow Human. Chapter 407. Lion Trojan Ridge Area 1. The Human Processing Plant. Chapter 408. Lion Trojan Ridge Area 2. The Garden. Chapter 409. Once again meeting death. Acquiring a calamity level pet. Chapter 410. I am here to protect you. Chapter 411. Choosing a dungeon. Chapter 412. Is this an accident? Chapter 413. The Battle of the Celestial and Terrestrial against 3 demons. Chapter 414. The 3 great calamity level demon kings. Chapter 415. In the year 1140, natural disasters descend. Chapter 416. Entering the ancient god realm. Chapter 417. The tide of abyssal worms. Chapter 418. The predicted catastrophe by Elder Chong. Chapter 419. Sacrificing for love. Chapter 420. The 4 prominent families. Chapter 421. Brother Lin Tianyi. Chapter 422. Heavenly Sword Cliff. Chapter 423. Nangong Yu. Chapter 424. The offensive form of spring and autumn intent. Chapter 425. Gathering Spirit Stones. Chapter 426. Establishing the Blue Star Pavilion. Chapter 427. The Request of Sun Xian. Chapter 428. The Grand Wedding. Chapter 429. Encountering an acquaintance once again. Chapter 430. The 9 Longevity Flowers. Chapter 431. A Breakthrough in Foundation Establishment. Chapter 432. Young Master Chen. Chapter 433. Lai Wenji's Deception. Chapter 434. I shall administer justice myself. Chapter 435. I am the Flame Path Sovereign. Chapter 436. The Royal Family Steps Forward. Chapter 437. Please exchange for Spirit Stones. Chapter 438. Creating Celestial Techniques. Chapter 439. 2 Regions Beyond the Realm. Chapter 440. The Lin Family's Grand Tournament. Chapter 441. The tournament commences. Chapter 442. You shall all engage together. Chapter 443. With a brush in hand, I shall vanquish all. Chapter 444. Battling the Golden Core Stage again. Chapter 445. Demanding the Heavenly Dao Tea Tree and Enlightenment Flower. Chapter 446. Departing once more. Chapter 447. The Royal Family's Dilemma. Chapter 448. Is your brother-in-law venturing into business? Chapter 449. Mu Chini is married. Chapter 450. Just use your big mouth to slap her. Chapter 451. The Wedding. Chapter 452. Awakening the Mythical Skill. Divine Armor. Chapter 453. The Lin Family holds many treasures. Chapter 454. The Universe. Chapter 455. Divine Resources must be seized. Chapter 456. Rapid Advancement. Chapter 457. Personnel from the Time Management Bureau. Chapter 458. Spring and Autumn Intent Breakthroughs at the Mythical Level. Chapter 459. The Soundstone from 2 years ago. Chapter 460. Journeying Beyond the Realm. Chapter 461. Instantly vanquishing a sovereign level demon. Chapter 462. Such a meager amount of divine resources. Chapter 463. The Lost City. Chapter 464. There is a thief. Chapter 465. Is this the ancestor of the 4 great families? Chapter 466. Breaking through the pinnacle of the Golden Core Stage. Chapter 467. You will understand when you reach my age. Chapter 468. Brother, are you the progenitor of the 4 great families? Chapter 469. The Monarch's Decision. Chapter 470. Accompanying your wife to the questioning platform. Chapter 471. Battling the Ruthless Sword Sovereign. Chapter 472. Testing Strength. Chapter 473. The Fiery Old Thief. Chapter 474. A Fateful Connection Between Us. Chapter 475. Xian, what are your intentions? Chapter 476. Challenge at the Dao Platform. Chapter 477. Go play elsewhere. Chapter 478. Have we ruined the Dao Platform? Chapter 479. Obtaining the Dao Platform. Chapter 480. Invincible among peers. Chapter 481. An ambush. Chapter 482. The despair of the sect master of Hahuan sect. Chapter 483. Is the ancestor useless now? Chapter 484. It is the fiery Taoist. Chapter 485. Fiery Taoist. Are you Lin Chini? Chapter 486. Could it be that I truly miss my husband? Chapter 487. Are we a perfect match? Chapter 488. Spring and Autumn's Breakthrough to Mid-Level Mythical. Chapter 489. Desire is a bone-cutting blade. Chapter 490. Managing Resources. Chapter 491. Are there truly those who fear nothing? Chapter 492. Who is the real benefactor? Chapter 493. Even the shepherd god has grown so powerful. Chapter 494. Has he become a beast of burden? Chapter 495. The scenes of the past resurface. Chapter 496. Imo Zirin, the Purple Rice Clan. Chapter 497. Investigation continues to break through. Chapter 498. Sun Xian is about to undergo trials. Chapter 499. No. Are you back again? Chapter 500. Could the fiery Taoist be called Mu Chini? Chapter 501. Breakthrough to late-level mythical. Chapter 502. A carefree cosmic power. Chapter 503. The summit meeting of the four great families. Chapter 504. The reappearance of Pure Land City. Chapter 505. A show of force. Chapter 506. The four great families are playing with fire. Chapter 507. A choice. The choice of humanity. Chapter 508. Unmasking. I am Lin Chini. Chapter 509. Clarifying the source. Investigating the Kunming realm. Chapter 510. Has the great ancestor come to visit? Chapter 511. The shock of Lin Taizu. The swarm of abyssal insects finally appears. Chapter 512. Nationwide preparations. Mining the Spirit Stone Quarry. Chapter 513. The cooperation of the four great families and the Blue Star Pavilion. Chapter 514. The emergence of the swarm of abyssal insects. Chapter 515. The impassable barrier. Chapter 516. Energy explosion. The allure of modern technology. Chapter 517. Centuries of warfare. The arrival of the Purple Rice Clan. Chapter 518. Entering calamity with ease. Chapter 519. The ancient divine realm 200 years hence. Chapter 520. Mortal Star. Chapter 521. The concealed cultivators. Chapter 522. The effects of the disappearance of spiritual energy. Chapter 523. The search. Chapter 524. Have my family departed from the ancient divine realm? Chapter 525. The direction. Chapter 526. The Purple Rice Clan has not let them escape. Chapter 527. Approaching the cycle path. Chapter 528. The ninefold reincarnation. Chapter 529. Swift passage to the Lion Camel Ridge. Chapter 530. Vampires. Chapter 531. Unsealing the curse. Slaying the evil dragon. Chapter 532. The land of daughters. A gentle abode. Chapter 533. The conclusion of 9 reincarnations. Entering the true cycle path. Chapter 534. The second stage of the cycle path. Chapter 535. The benefits of the admission ticket. Chapter 536. The method to enter the second layer. Chapter 537. Entering the second layer. Chapter 538. I wager my life against yours. Chapter 539. At last, meeting Mu Xiner. Chapter 540. The undiminished eye of death. Chapter 541. Suicide. The eye of death resets. Chapter 542. Retracing the path of reincarnation. Chapter 543. All are methods to escape. Chapter 544. Stealthily entering the second layer. Chapter 545. Without bloodshed, rescuing Mu Xiner. Chapter 546. Cause and effect. Encountering an old acquaintance. Chapter 547. The Tale of a Jia. Chapter 548. The Darkness of Cosmic Laws. Chapter 549. The Time Management Bureau. A source of concern for the Celestial Palace. Chapter 550. Mu Chuani captured. An argument. Chapter 551. Am I the tycoon? Chapter 552. The spring and autumn intent breaks through calamity level. Chapter 553. The responsibilities of the Time Management Bureau. Chapter 554. The cosmic flaws on Blue Star. Chapter 555. The urgency of time. Join the Time Management Bureau. Chapter 556. Journey to the ancient divine realm. Chapter 557. A reunion of spouses. Chapter 558. The arrival of the Zimi clan. The Zimi clan kneels. Chapter 559. The conclusion. Chapter 560. Temporal transmission. Chapter 561. A first encounter with timeline traversal. Chapter 562. The Yuezhi family. A discrepancy with history. Chapter 563. The successful completion of the first mission. Chapter 564. A single-parent household. Becoming a father? Chapter 565. Settling for less. Chapter 566. Mission accomplished. An emergency. Chapter 567. A mythical version. Chapter 568. The legend of the divine beast. Chapter 569. The location of Zhu Jiu-in. Chapter 570. Farewell to the mythical tree. Chapter 571. The grand finale. Epilogue. The cosmic flaw of historical alteration.